Chapter 1, Burning Corpses at the Crematorium, Encountering the School Beauty. Tianyuan City. Yonxian Crematorium. You're trash. Your son is a waste. Your whole family is trash. You want my daughter to marry your son? What a joke. Li Thinglian pointed at Zhang Pingan fiercely, her fingers almost poking his eyes. Zhang Pingan said angrily, "Is this your idea or Lu Zhishang's? You let him come and tell me, otherwise I won't agree to this matter." Hearing this, Li Thinglian widened her eyes, put her hands on her hips, and yelled again. He didn't want to embarrass you out of nostalgia for the past. Look at yourself. You ignored the family's arrangements and insisted on marrying that woman. In the end, your legs became lame, and you were even expelled from the Jiang family. You're no longer the high-spirited second young master of the Jiang family, and can only guard this crematorium. And your son, he still hasn't awakened and can't become a warrior. His ultimate fate is to be burned in the crematorium with you. Why would he give my daughter happiness? Anyway, whether you agree or not, we will cancel this engagement. Zhang Pingan sighed, if I hadn't risked my life to save Lu Zhishan, how could his leg be lame? We are brothers who have shared life and death together. I don't believe he would do this. Li Thinglian immediately sarcastically said, brother of life and death, we are no longer brothers since the moment you were kicked out of the Jiang family. You even broke your leg trying to save him. You are so stupid. Hearing the woman's words, Zhang Jun clenched his fists. If he wasn't afraid of embarrassing his father, he would have run out and scolded the woman like a dog. Your daughter has 3 heads, 6 arms, 8 holes, and is inlaid with diamonds, but I don't want her. It was unknown how long it took, but after Li Thinglian left, Zhang Jun came to Li Pingan. Dad. Being beaten? They're more hurt than me. Stop causing trouble for me, go change your clothes quickly, and get all the disinfectant from the warehouse. Dad, Go ahead, there are a lot of bodies to burn today. Zhang Jun nodded, kept his words to himself, and went to a room in the crematorium. Wear waterproof work clothes, N95 mask, rubber gloves and goggles. Then he went to the warehouse and put 84 disinfectant, bleaching powder, formalin, butyraldehyde, etc. on a cart, and pushed the cart to the morgue. This morgue can no longer be called a morgue, it looks like a slaughterhouse. The bodies piled up like mountains, and it was almost impossible to find a complete body. Although Zhang Jun was wearing an N95 mask, a turbid breath wrapped in cold air still penetrated into his nasal cavity. The smell of blood and rottenness made Zhang Jun's throat churn. Zhang Pingan took the cart and went to spray disinfectant, leaving the task of burning the body to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun came to a conveyor belt, and the cold white light fell on the head in the black plastic bag. A few strands of hair stained with dried blood fell on her pretty cheeks. A small and straight nose, and 2 lips that have lost their color but still have an alluring curve. There was only a broken body below the head, with half of the arm broken neatly, and on the other side of the empty shoulder, solidified blood clots stuck to the clothes. A little further down, even through the clothes, Zhang Jun could guess the scale of the place and how magnificent it was. When he saw the legs, Zhang Jun frowned. The legs of the corpse seemed to have been crushed by a heavy object, with blood and flesh blurred and the white bones exposed. Even so, it couldn't take away her innate temperament and beauty. Lin Qingli, the school beauty? Looking at the mutilated corpse, Zhang Jun was stunned. Lin Qingli is Zhang Jun's senior, and also the goddess of many otakus. She is beautiful and a talented warrior. It can be said that she is the apple of everyone's eye. Alas, I didn't expect Lin Qingli to die in this beast tide. These were all unclaimed bodies, and Zhang Jun never imagined that Lin Qingli was among them. If no one claims the body, there are 2 possibilities. One is that the body is no longer recognizable, and the other is that all the relatives of the deceased have died. Just as Zhang Jun was sighing, Zhang Pingan's voice was heard. Hurry up and put the bodies on the conveyor belt. We need to burn a small number of them before dark. Got it, Dad. Zhang Jun replied, and the moment he reached out to touch Lin Qingli's body, a mechanical sound suddenly rang in his head. A corpse capable of becoming a puppet has been detected. Binding the puppet system. Suddenly, a powerful message exploded in Zhang Jun's mind. Binding successful, the novice gift package is sent. Does the host open it? Open. Host obtains a puppet space, 10,000 points of convergence, mastery of suture, eye of insight, and a puppet making toolkit and materials. Successfully create a puppet. The host can not only control the puppet, but also gain the puppet's corresponding power increase, synchronous feedback, experience sharing, vision sharing, and power stacking. Time limit of 15 minutes, cooldown time of 3 hours. From the information obtained from the system, Jiang Jun already knew how to use this puppet system. Sure enough, this is the benefit for time travelers. The system may be late, but it will definitely arrive. Name, Lin Qingli. Constitution, Thunder Spirit Body. Identity, Warrior. Realm, Late Awakening. Qi and Blood Value, 900. Martial Arts, Flying Cloud Sword Technique. Skill. According to the information obtained from the system, the reason why Lin Qingli's corpse activated the puppet system was because Lin Qingli had a special physique. Thunder Spirit Physique. Looking at Lin Qingli's body again, Jiang Jun did not hesitate. With a thought, Lin Qingli's body disappeared. Jiang Jun took it to the puppet space for temporary storage. Then, Jiang Jun took out the broken bodies from a huge black plastic bag and placed them on the conveyor belt. This is a specially modified incinerator. When the corpse is transported to the entrance of the incinerator, its cavity will first be broken open by a sharp weapon like an axe, and then it will enter the incinerator and be burned. Diesel will be sprayed every once in a while to increase the firepower. When the conveyor belt passes through the incinerator, only bones are left. These bones will fall into a special container and be crushed and finally turned into powder. After a series of fierce operations, Jiang Jun took a break and digested the powerful information in his mind again. To make Lin Qingli's body into a puppet, you first need a complete body. But a complete corpse is not the best material for making a puppet. Because making a puppet requires splicing to maximize the puppet's power. And mastery of suturing is precisely the skill that the system tailored for Jiang Jun. In other words, Lin Qingli's body still needs to find 2 suitable arms and legs and put them together to complete the first step of making a puppet. If he were in some other place, Jiang Jun would be at a loss. But in his own crematorium, plus the countless people who died in this beast tide, there were no shortage of powerful warriors among them. Jiang Jun believed that it should not be difficult to find arms and legs that matched. The next moment, Jiang Jun looked at his attribute panel. Name, Jiang Jun. Constitution, poor. Identity, student, sole heir of Yangxiang Crematorium. Realm, none. Qi and blood value, 70. Note, 8100 for ordinary people, 300 for warriors in the early stages of awakening. Martial arts. Skills, suturing mastery, eye of insight, strength overlay. Space, puppet space. Conjunction points, 10,000. Sure enough, there is no harm without comparison. Jiang Jun silently closed the attribute panel and then turned on the eye of insight. The greatest function of the eye of insight is to help find materials that match the puppet's corpse and to see the essence of objects. While throwing the mutilated bodies onto the conveyor belt, he used his eye of insight to search for matching arms and legs. Finally, before dark, Jiang Jun found arms and legs that could fit Lin Qingli. Go back. Zhang Ping'an, holding a cigarette, patted Jiang Jun's shoulder with a tired look on his face. He felt deeply guilty towards his son. Jiang Jun shook his head. Dad, you go back, I'll keep watch tonight. Well, I left some meat in the freezer, you can cook some noodles for yourself. Zhang Ping'an said this, then limped out of the morgue. This is not the first time that Jiang Jun has kept vigil at the crematorium. His purpose is simply to prevent some people from stealing the bodies and using them for illegal purposes. After all, there are lizards in front and horses behind, and there are all kinds of weird things in this world. For some reason, Jiang Jun seemed unusually excited tonight. Thinking about making Lin Qingli's body into a puppet, he first had to clean the body, and his heart was in turmoil. Lin Qingli is not only the goddess of all otakus, but also Jiang Jun's goddess. At this moment, it seemed as if thousands of deer were galloping through Jiang Jun's heart. Jiang Jun suppressed his excitement and walked out of the morgue, came to the previous room, took off his N95 mask and threw it into the trash can. Then take off the goggles and waterproof work clothes, wash them, and hang them up to dry. Finally, rub it a few times with rubber gloves, then take them off and hang them up to dry. Except for masks, these things can be recycled. After all, waste is shameful. After doing all this, Jiang Jun did not take the meat out of the freezer to cook noodles, but just came out of the morgue. He has no appetite for meat. Jiang Jun cooked a bowl of noodles and ate it in a few bites. Then he put on his waterproof suit and rubber gloves again and went to the body reshaping room. The room is equipped with an operating table, lockers, makeup mirror, disinfection equipment, and professional tools. Jiang Jun thought about it, and Lin Qingli's body appeared on the operating table. The first thing to do now is to take off Lin Qingli's clothes, wipe the body with a special detergent, and deal with the stains on the wound. Jiang Jun calmed himself down, then picked up a pair of scissors and cut open the collar of his combat uniform. The next moment, the combat uniform broke open, revealing a hint of pink. Jiang Jun paused, then slowed down and continued cutting. Chapter 2, Turning the School Beauty into a Puppet, Hidden Mission. Until all the combat uniforms were cut open, leaving only the pink lace underwear. Although the proud curves were somewhat imperfect, they still made Jiang Jun sigh that the world was so beautiful. Finally, Jiang Jun took a deep breath, held the scissors carefully and attentively, and completed the last step. The visual impact made Jiang Jun stunned again, but he quickly adjusted himself. After stripping the combat uniform from the body, Jiang Jun took out a special cleaning agent and wiped every part of the body carefully and meticulously. After cleaning Lin Qingli's body, Jiang Jun took out the 2 arms and legs from the puppet space. The arms and legs selected by the Eye of Insight appear to be longer and more energetic than Lin Qingli's original arms and legs. Those slender fingers can hold the big sword firmly in their hands. Especially those legs, they are definitely longer than Jiang Jun's life. Soon, information about the arms and legs appeared in Jiang Jun's mind. Compatible materials: the original owner of the left arm was at the early stage of Tongmai realm, the original owner of the right arm was at the middle stage of Tongmai realm, and the original owner of both legs was at the early stage of Tongmai realm. Unfortunately, the materials that can be spliced into a puppet corpse are limited, and the cultivation level can only be 1 level higher than that of the puppet's original body. If the limit is exceeded, the puppet corpse will suffer backlash. Otherwise, Jiang Jun would have to find materials of a higher level to splice them together. After cleaning his arms and legs, Jiang Jun took out the toolkit distributed by the system. The toolkit contains a special scalpel, suture needles, suture thread, soul-locking nails, special fillers. The moment Jiang Jun picked up the scalpel, his entire temperament changed. Having mastered suturing, Jiang Jun now holds the scalpel as if it were his own arm. Then, Jiang Jun separated the excess flesh and bones from the joints of the corpse. After doing this, Jiang Jun removed the excess flesh and bones from the connected arms and legs according to the bone joints. Then, connect the arms and legs at the joints. During this process, special suture needles and sutures are used to connect the blood vessels and tendons, and finally sew them together. After doing all this, a complete corpse appeared in front of Jiang Jun. With his mastery of suturing techniques, except for some exposed threads at the joints, everything else was done perfectly. Now it seems that Lin Qingli, who was originally 165 centimeters tall, has grown to 175 centimeters as if she had undergone a second growth spurt. Lin Qingli, who is already very beautiful and has a great figure, now has a pair of killer-long legs. Although there are still some flaws, it does not hinder the appreciation of art. Jiang Jun nodded in satisfaction at his masterpiece. Then, Jiang Jun spoke to Lin Qingli. The systematic method of making puppets does not require hollowing out the internal organs, but it does require ensuring that there is no residual food or dirt in the intestines and stomach. Use a scalpel to make an incision, remove any remaining food from the intestines and stomach, and then sew it up with needle and thread. The next step is the digital examination, where 2 fingers of a rubber glove are lubricated. Jiang Jun found the right position and pushed it in, then picked out the dirt until there was no more dirt left. Then, fill the extra-large syringe with special cleaning agent and poke it in to clean it. With high concentration and meticulous operation, Jiang Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead and felt a little exhausted. After a while, Jiang Jun inserted the soul-locking nail into Lin Qingli's 7 orifices to prevent her soul from completely dissipating. After a puppet is successfully refined, it will possess a residual soul. Although its IQ is like that of a 3-year-old child, its IQ will gradually increase as the puppet becomes stronger. In the end, it may even be possible to recover memories from previous life. However, it is only limited to people who died within 7 days. Otherwise, even if it is refined into a puppet, it will only be a mechanical puppet. Then, Jiang Jun took out the production materials obtained from the novice gift pack. First, apply the fat gelling lotion all over Lin Qingli's body, and then put it in a stainless steel container. Add different amounts of cinnabar, realgar, black dog blood, mugwort juice, quicklime, night dew, and corpse-scented konjac until the corpse is soaked. Finally, put in a monster crystal core. After completing all the steps, put the entire container into the puppet space, wait for the corpse to soak for 6 hours, and then you can complete the last step. After moving corpses for a whole day and going through the thrilling production process, Jiang Jun was already physically and mentally exhausted. I set the alarm clock and fell asleep directly on the operating table. The operating table is cool and comfortable to sleep on, otherwise I would have to find a coffin to sleep in. I don't know how long it took. The alarm clock rings. Jung Joon woke up from his deep sleep with a start. He rubbed his eyes twice, and with an idea, he took the stainless steel container out of the puppet space. At this time, half of the solution that originally covered Lin Qingli had disappeared. Lin Qingli's cheeks and the bulging part were revealed. After the monster crystal core was put in, it seemed to disappear. Then Jung Joon picked up Lin Qingli and put her on the operating table. Rinse with clean water and wipe the whole body with a towel until there is no water trace. The next moment, Jung Joon was already impatiently calling the system. System, perfectly aligned the puppet corpse. Give me some more. In an instant, the joints that were visibly flawed became natural. It was as if the spliced-in part originally belonged to Lin Qingli. Seeing such a perfect, flawless figure, Jung Joon's blood boiled. After finally calming down, Jung Joon felt a little excited and reached out to pull out the soul-locking nails that were inserted into Lin Qingli's 7 orifices. When Jung Joon pulled out the last soul-locking nail, Lin Qingli suddenly opened her eyes. Jung Joon was so scared that he took a few steps back. Then Lin Qingli mechanically turned her head to look at Jung Joon, and then slowly sat up. His expression was a little dull, his eyes seemed puzzled, and he uttered 2 words stiffly. Owner. At this time, Jung Junki felt an inseparable connection with Lin Qingli. As long as he gives an order, Lin Qingli will do it and will never betray him. Before Jung Joon could come to his senses, a powerful force rushed into his body, making him groan unconsciously. At the same time, a panel belonging to Lin Qingli popped up. Name, Lin Qingli. Constitution, Thunder Spirit Body. Identity, Puppet. Realm, Perfect Awakening. Chi and Blood Value, 1200. Martial Arts, Feiyun Sword Technique, Overlord Whip, Collapsing Mountain Fist, Phantom Kick. Skill, Thunderstorm. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingli fused his 2 arms and legs, and his realm was raised from the late stage of awakening to the perfect stage of awakening. The health value increased from 900 to 1200, and he also gained 3 martial arts and thunder element skills. The 3 martial arts were probably possessed by the original owners of the arms and legs. The puppet is successfully created, triggering a hidden mission. As long as the host and the puppet's intimacy increases, the Thunder Spirit body characteristic can change the physical condition, and the host will obtain the Great Sun Thunder body. Seeing the hidden task of the system, Jung Joon looked at Lin Qingli again with sharp eyes, and his throat rolled unconsciously. Chapter 3, Body of 3 Eans, do you still want to be a toad and eat swan meat? Next, Jung Joon checked his property panel. Name, Jung Joon. Constitution, Normal. Identity, Student, Warrior, and Sole Heir to Yangxian Crematorium. Realm, Perfect Awakening. Chi and Blood Value, 1200. Martial Arts, Feiyun Sword Technique, Overlord Whip, Collapsing Mountain Fist, Phantom Kick. Skills, Suture Mastery, Eye of Insight, Strength Overlay, Thunderstorm. Space, Puppet Space. Puppet, Lin Qingli Intimacy 0. Conjunction Point, 118. As the system said, if you successfully make a puppet, you can gain the corresponding power blessing of the puppet. Now Jung Joon has transformed himself into a fully awakened warrior. Experience sharing brings about qualitative changes. Jung Joon not only has the experience shared by Lin Qingli, but also the experience shared by the 3 original owners of the arms and legs. Now, he can use the 4 martial arts with ease. There will be synchronous feedback later, which means that when the puppet's power is improved, the host will also be improved. The puppet is like an auxiliary leveling tool. Even if Jung Joon lies down, he can still gain strength through the puppet. It is very simple to increase the puppet's strength, and it can be upgraded by defeating monsters. I wonder how strong my power will be if the powers are combined. The power superposition is equivalent to the special skill given to Jung Joon by the system, which can superimpose the power of the puppet. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. But if there were 2 puppets, or even 100 puppets superimposed on each other, Jung Joon couldn't imagine how powerful he would be. Just then, Jung Joon's cell phone vibrated and a message came. Jung Joon, let's meet at Weirxi restaurant. You don't have to come, but there are some things we must make clear. Jung Joon took a look and found that it was a message from Lu Ruyan. This was the woman he was engaged to. From the original owner's memory, before they were kicked out of the Jung family, this woman was quite clingy and followed him around like a little follower all day long. But since they were kicked out of the Jiang family, this woman began to distance herself from him and even took the initiative to stick to his cousin. Every time the original owner asked her why, she would say aggrievedly that her family wouldn't let them get close. The original owner was heartbroken when he saw Lu Ruyan's aggrieved look, and he even tried to comfort her. When Lu Ruyan was found to have extraordinary talent, she changed completely and no longer paid any attention to the original owner. The original owner foolishly believed that Lu Ruyan had her own difficulties, which was why she did this. Isn't this just green tea? Jiang Jun has guessed Lu Ruyan's purpose in asking him out. Isn't it just to cancel the engagement? Maybe before, Jiang Jun didn't even have the courage to see her, because there was no need to expose himself to ridicule. But now. Jiang Jun replied. See you at Wei Erxi restaurant in 1 hour. Looking at the time, Jiang Ping'an was almost at the crematorium, so Jiang Jun first put Lin Qingli into the puppet space. When Jiang Jun walked out of the body cosmetic surgery room, Jiang Ping'an was already limping towards him. Dad, I have something to do later. I'll come back and do it after I'm done. Go ahead, and bring your lunchbox with you when you come back. Jiang Ping'an patted Jiang Jun's shoulder, then limped towards the morgue. Looking at Jiang Ping'an's depressed figure, Jiang Jun clenched his fists. Before Jiang Jun traveled to this world, he was just an orphan. He still remembered that after he traveled through time, he happened to encounter a beast tide, and Jiang Ping'an and his mother were taking him away. At that time, Jiang Jun felt the love of his father and mother for the first time, as well as the blood thicker than water family affection. In order to protect him, his mother died in the beast tide. In order to protect him, Jiang Ping'an was seriously injured and eventually became disabled, turning from a warrior into an ordinary person. Maternal love and family affection are short-lived, but as brilliant as fireworks, illuminating Jiang Jun's lonely heart. Jiang Jun knew that if Jiang Ping'an hadn't had a lame leg, he would have been able to take him and his mother away safely. He once vowed to cure Lin Ping'an's internal injuries in legs, and let Lin Ping'an regain his status as a warrior. It was impossible for him to do it before, but maybe he can now. After coming to his senses, Jiang Jun walked out of the crematorium and headed towards the city. After arriving in the city, Jiang Jun quickly arrived at Wei Western restaurant. There weren't many people in the restaurant, and Lu Ruyan was leaning against a leather booth. The black motorcycle leather jacket wrapped around her exquisite figure, with the zipper only pulled up to below the chest, revealing a large area of white and deep ravines. The tight leather jacket perfectly outlines the proud curves. The slender waist that can be held in one hand forms a great contrast with the round and perky buttocks. The big wavy hair was slightly messy, with a few strands of hair falling down on the angular jaw. Lu Ruyan has a great appearance and figure, she is indeed the standard of a green tea girl. Jiang Jun strode towards Lu Ruyan. Sit down. Lu Ruyan frowned and pointed to the seat opposite. At this moment, a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Jun. Name, Lu Ruyan. Constitution, 3 in body. Identity, student, warrior. Realm, mid-stage of awakening. Chi and blood value, 600. Martial arts, Gale sword technique. Skill. When Jiang Jun saw Lu Ruyan's panel, he was stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Ruyan was already a warrior in the middle stage of awakening, and also liked to play with swords. The realms of warriors are divided into awakening the orifices, opening the meridians, refining the internal organs, deification, pivotal activation, martial soul, building the domain, enlightenment, and creation. Each realm is divided into 4 small realms: early, middle, late, and perfect. The 3 in body refers to people born in the in year, in month, and in day. Could this extraordinary talent be related to the 3 in body? Just when Jiang Jun was confused, a word from the system almost sent him away. Detected suitable puppet materials, please take advantage of them. Can you make puppets from living people? Suddenly, Jiang Jun asked in his mind. You can't make a puppet with a living person, but as long as she is dead, you can make a puppet. Hearing this, Jiang Jun felt like a horse was galloping through his heart. The system is really immoral. Doesn't it mean that he is going to kill Lu Ruyan? Although Jiang Jun is not a good person, he is definitely not a wicked person. Lu Ruyan is annoying, but not to the extent that Jiang Jun wants to kill her. As if hearing Jiang Jun's thoughts, the system even reported the hidden tasks. Successful puppet creation will trigger a hidden quest. As long as the host and the puppet's intimacy increases, the special connection between the 3 in body and the heaven and earth can be obtained, and the laws can be comprehended. Jiang Jun. The law is a great supernatural power that can only be used by enlightened warriors. If he is lucky enough to understand the principle of words come true, wouldn't he be invincible? But soon, Jiang Jun calmed down. After sitting down, Jiang Jun snapped his fingers and called the waiter. "Give me a glass of iced boiled water." After saying that, Jiang Jun looked at Lu Ruyan and said, "If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. I'm very busy." Lu Ruyan's chest trembled slightly, but soon calmed down. She couldn't believe that Jiang Jun still couldn't recognize the truth. Even though he had been kicked out of the Jiang family, he still liked to pretend to be cool as always. "I asked you out today. I think you have guessed what it is about. Here's 2 million. The password is my birthday. As long as you agree to cancel the engagement, the money will be yours." Lu Ruyan threw out a bank card, looking like she was sure to win over Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun smiled. Lu Ruyan also laughed. "Lu Ruyan, I used to spend more than 2 million a month on you. When did you become so cheap?" "Jiang Jun, don't go too far. For an ordinary person, this amount of money is enough to last a lifetime if they save a little. Don't push your luck." Jiang Jun said calmly, "Who told you that I'm an ordinary person?" "Ha ha." Lu Ruyan smiled disdainfully, feeling contempt in her heart. "You are no longer the young master of the Jiang family, and you are a waste. Calling you an ordinary person is giving you face." The next moment, Lu Ruyan took out another bank card. "This card is worth 3 million, and the total is 5 million. I hope you'll be more understanding. We are already in 2 different worlds. 100 million. Before Lu Ruyan could finish her words, Jiang Jun had already quoted a figure. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's snow-white veins popped out. "You still want to eat swan meat like a toad?" Jiang Jun laughed again. "I wonder who was that toad?" "You. I'll keep these 5 million first. When you raise 100 million, we'll cancel the engagement." After saying that, Jiang Jun put away the 2 bank cards, took a sip of iced boiled water, stood up and turned to leave. As soon as Jiang Jun walked out of the restaurant, Lu Ruyan immediately took out her phone and made a call. "Brother Jiang Hao, Jiang Jun took 5 million from me and still refused to cancel the engagement. He even asked for a whopping 100 million. We may not be able to be together anymore, woo woo." On the other end of the phone, Jiang Hao's heart broke when he heard Lu Ruyan crying. "Ruyan, don't worry. I'm going to get someone to stop him right now. Not only will they make him cough up the 5 million, but they're also going to break his legs. I wonder if he dares to bother you again." Lu Ruyan had a sly smile on her face, but her voice sounded pitiful. "Is this too much? But it's up to you. I suggest breaking his left leg would be a better option. That way he can be a couple with his dad." Chapter 4, Helping Lin Qingli buy clothes, Jiang Jun exploded. After walking out of Weyer Western Restaurant, Jiang Jun walked to the nearest bank, transferred 5 million to his account, and then walked towards a shopping mall. "I plan to buy a few sets of women's clothing, shoes, and prepare a few masks. Lin Qingli is now a puppet, but she also needs to wear clothes, and the mask is also prepared for Lin Qingli. After all, Lin Qingli is a dead person. Once recognized, it will bring a lot of trouble to Jiang Jun." Fortunately, Jiang Jun just took 5 million, otherwise he wouldn't be able to buy women's clothing with the money. The price of this women's clothing is ridiculously high. Jiang Jun used to buy clothes with Lu Ruyan often, so he is very clear about it. Of course, there are also many cheap clothes, but Jiang Jun only believes that if the price is high, the quality will definitely not be bad. How could he possibly let his idol goddess down? Soon, Jiang Jun picked out several skirts and 3 combat uniforms, and also bought some lace brands. He also bought a few pairs of shoes to match. As for masks, Jiang Jun only picked out some masks that covered the eyes. There was no need to cover the entire face. While no one was paying attention, Jiang Jun put all these things into the puppet space. After leaving the mall, Jiang Jun planned to take a taxi back. At this moment, an angry voice sounded behind him. "Jiang Jun, I finally caught you. I warned you yesterday, but you still dared to look for Lu Ruyan." Jiang Jun looked back and saw Du Yuanlong and 4 other men coming towards him aggressively. These 4 people, like Du Yuanlong, are warriors in the early stage of awakening. If it had happened before, as Du Yuanlong said, he would definitely have been beaten to a pulp. Now, Jiang Jun is ready to go. "Ha, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be my former lackey." "No, you are Jiang Hao's lackey now. Your master asked you to come and stop me." Upon hearing this, Du Yuanlong's face turned red. Jiang Jun was right, he was indeed Jiang Jun's lackey in the past. However, after Jiang Jun was driven out of the Jiang family, he chose another tree to roost in and went to Jiang Hao. After all, warriors need various resources to improve their qi and blood. Humph, I think you must have been beaten stupid yesterday. Since you dare to say such words, wait until I let you see your true identity. Ha, come and beat me up. Jiang Jun said this and turned around and ran towards an alley not far away on the opposite street. How dare you be so arrogant? We must chase him. We can't let him get away, otherwise we won't be able to explain to Master Jiang. In an instant, Du Yuanlong and 4 others chased after Jiang Jun at the fastest speed. Running to the alley, Jiang Jun was still thinking about how to deal with Du Yuanlong and the others. After all, they were only warriors in the early stage of awakening. Now, Jiang Jun has become a truly awakened and perfect warrior. A warrior who has fully awakened his acupoints is also called a fully awakened warrior, and his basic acupoints throughout the body are fully activated. Reiki can circulate smoothly in the body, and one will initially have the ability to defend against Reiki shocks. When facing a warrior in the early stage of awakening, it is definitely a dimensionality reduction attack. I'm really afraid that I might accidentally kill those little karamis. So Jiang Jun directly picked up a discarded wooden stick. Punish them with the stick. Du Yuanlong and 4 others quickly caught up. Seeing that this was a dead end, Du Yuanlong smiled. Hey! Let's see where you run. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you trying to tickle us with a stick? After a burst of ridicule, Du Yuanlong walked towards Jiang Jun with a ruthless pace. Hand over your 2 bank cards, or we'll break your left leg, or else. However, Jiang Jun waved to them calmly. Du Yuanlong was angry. Beat the shit out of him, and then I'll take you guys to be serviced by a dragon. When the 4 people behind him heard this, they immediately became alert and rushed towards Jiang Jun with loud roars without waiting for Du Yuanlong to speak. Seeing the person running in front, he swung his fist at Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun moved. In an instant, he used the martial arts skill Phantom Kick. The Phantom Kick combines exquisite body and leg techniques, making the body as elusive as a phantom, making it difficult for the opponent to grasp its true position and attack traces. When Jiang Jun appeared again, he was already standing behind Du Yuanlong. Du Yuanlong and the other 4 were stunned. Isn't Jiang Jun a waste? How come his body movements are so amazing? Where are the people? You lackeys, I'm behind you. Since you don't want to be human and prefer being dogs, I'll close the door and beat you up. Hearing the sound, Du Yuanlong just turned around and was hit on the head by Jiang Jun. He screamed and fell to the ground twitching. You dare to hit Brother Long? Brothers, beat him to death, one of them yelled. The 4 of them attacked Jiang Jun again. Jiang Jun didn't use any martial arts at all. He knocked them to the ground one by one with his stick, and then swept the stick at the 5 people. Until the screams stopped abruptly. This was the first time Jiang Jun felt that beating someone felt really good. Jiang Hao, I hope you won't cause me any more trouble, otherwise I won't mind killing you. Jiang Jun threw away the stick, muttered to himself, and strode out of the alley. After buying 2 lunchboxes, Jiang Jun returned to the crematorium to continue cremating the body. After putting on his equipment and walking into the morgue, Jiang Jun worked until dark, but he still hadn't found a corpse that could be used to make a puppet. Of course, a corpse with this special physique is not as easy to find as cabbage. It can only be said that it is hard to come by. This time Jiang Jun did not compete for the night watch job. He had to go to school tomorrow and had to return to the city. In order to make it easier for Jiang Jun to go to school, Jiang Ping'an rented a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house near the school for him. Generally speaking, Jiang Ping'an would not return to the rental house unless Jiang Jun was on night watch. After returning to the city, Jiang Jun ate some hot and sour noodles on the roadside and then returned to his rental house. Lin Qingli was received by Jiang Jun into the puppet space, and the time in the puppet space was still. When Jiang Jun released Lin Qingli from the puppet space, she looked around with a dull expression. When she saw Jiang Jun, a faint smile appeared on her face and her eyes lit up. Owner. Jiang Jun nodded, took out another set of sportswear from the puppet space, and also matched it with suitable lace underwear for Lin Qingli. Then, he handed it to Lin Qingli. Go put on your clothes. Lin Qingli blinked, looked at Jiang Jun blankly, and stood there stupidly without moving. At this time, Jiang Jun remembered that Lin Qingli only had the IQ of a 3-year-old, almost like a blank sheet of paper. Apart from instinctive reactions, everything else needs to be relearned. Of course, Jiang Jun could just treat her as a killing machine and ignore her. But Jiang Jun didn't want this. He didn't want an emotionless killing machine. What he wants are comrades and companions who can go through life and death with him. I'm going to help you dress now, but next time you have to learn to dress yourself. After saying that, Jiang Jun picked up the black lace underwear. All men like black, and Jiang Jun is no exception. You don't know until you try it. Jiang Jun always thought that it only had back buttons, but he didn't expect there were also front buttons. It was not easy for Jiang Jun to help Lin Qingli put on her clothes. Although it's just a set of sportswear, it looks very stylish on Lin Qingli. As for shoes, slippers are definitely the best choice at home. Hey, it's really like taking care of a child. Why don't you just change the name of Master to Xia from now on? Lin Qingli seemed to understand and said in a stiff voice, Ba. Ba. Be good, you can move around freely, but you can't go outside the house, understand? Jiang Jun said this and walked into the room. Who knew that Lin Qingli also followed in? Jiang Jun took out a set of change of clothes from the closet and planned to take a shower and lie down. When Jiang Jun walked out of the room, Lin Qingli followed him out. Jiang Jun walked into the bathroom and just took off his shirt when he found a pair of big eyes staring at him. Jiang Jun, oh. Chapter 5 Help Lin Qingli take a bath and sleep with a human-shaped ice bar. I told you to move freely, not to follow me. I need to take a shower, so get out. If you want to take a shower, I'll take one and then you can take one. Soon, Jiang Jun realized that a 3-year-old baby probably doesn't know how to take a bath. Doesn't that mean he has to help Lin Qingli take a bath? But think about it, is there a problem? It seems to be okay. The next moment, Jiang Jun began to wonder whether he should wash them together, which would save time and water. Thinking of the hidden task mentioned by the system, Jiang Jun felt a surge of heat in his heart. Then, he strode towards Lin Qingli and pulled her out of the bathroom. He pushed Lin Qingli to sit on the sofa, turned on the TV, and gave Lin Qingli a direct instruction. Just sit here and watch TV. You can't move without my permission. Lin Qingli blinked, seeming a little aggrieved. Then, Jiang Jun went to take a shower. After taking a shower, Lin Qingli sat on the sofa and didn't move at all. Only his eyes were fixed on the TV screen, and his pupils would change from time to time. Jiang Jun smiled, went back to his room and lay down, and soon his breathing became even. Jiang family. Jiang Hao was furious when he learned that Du Yuanlong and 4 others were sent to the hospital. Du Yuanlong and the other 4 are awakened warriors, while Jiang Jun is just a waste who was not even a warrior. How was it possible that Du Yuanlong and 4 others were sent to the hospital? With doubts, Jiang Hao decided to go to the hospital in person to find out. When Jiang Hao arrived at the ward, Du Yuanlong had just woken up. What on earth happened? All 5 of you can't beat this loser? Du Yuanlong was a little depressed. He couldn't understand why Jiang Jun had become so powerful. Yesterday, they beat Jiang Jun severely, but they didn't expect that Jiang Jun would send them to the hospital today. I don't know either. When the 5 of us cornered him in an alley, it looked like he had nowhere to escape. Who could have known that in the blink of an eye, he would? Li Yuanlong recounted the story. But Jiang Hao still couldn't believe how a waste could suddenly become so powerful. The next moment, Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes. Tomorrow at school, I'll ask Zhang Fan to try him out. After saying that, Jiang Hao muttered to himself. My dear cousin, I hope you are still a waste and don't force me to do something I don't want to do. Lu family. When Lu Ruyan found out about this, she was so angry that she couldn't even eat. Ruyan, is what you said true? That little bastard Jiang Jun took 5 million and then demanded a whopping 100 million before agreeing to cancel the engagement? Li Finglian asked through gritted teeth. Lu Ruyan nodded. It's more than that. Later, I called Jiang Hao and he ordered 5 warriors in the early stage of awakening to block Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun even beat them up and sent them to the hospital. When did this little beast become so powerful? Li Finglian was a little surprised, but soon said with a vicious look, even so, it won't change anything. No matter how powerful he is, he can't cause any trouble after leaving the Jiang family. The most important thing for you now is to charm Jiang Hao. As long as you can become the Jiang family's granddaughter-in-law, our Lu family can use the Jiang family as a springboard to reach a higher level. Lu Ruyan nodded obediently, I understand. Jiang Hao will have someone try Jiang Jun again at school tomorrow. It will definitely be a good show then. Even if Jiang Jun isn't a loser, Jiang Hao will make him a loser. A ray of morning light fell on Jiang Jun's face from the crack in the curtains. Jiang Jun slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Jun was suddenly startled. Lin Qingli curled up in his cup for some reason, raised her head slightly, and stared at him with a pair of big eyes. No wonder he felt so cool last night. It turned out that he was sleeping with a human-shaped ice bar in his arms. The next moment, Lin Qingli showed a faint smile. Dad. Jiang Jun, Omega. Finally, Jiang Jun rubbed Lin Qingli's head. Although a 3-year-old is very clingy, it is still better than a killing machine. After putting Lin Qingli into the puppet space, Jiang Jun washed up, put on his school uniform and rushed to school. Sanyan Martial Arts School. Class 3-5. Jiang Jun just returned to the classroom and found that all his classmates were looking at him strangely. Returning to his seat, the boy next to him poked Jiang Jun with his finger. Just now. Zhang Fan from class 3-1 came and said you're back. Come to the training grounds right away. He's waiting for you there. He might cause you trouble. The boy's voice was not loud, but it still attracted a lot of attention. Hearing this, Jiang Jun had already guessed what was going on. Zhang Fan is famous in Sanyan Martial Arts School. He is a fighting maniac. He has only one purpose in looking for people, which is to get beaten. There is no doubt that Zhang Hao asked Zhang Fan to teach him a lesson. I see, thank you for telling me. Jiang Jun smiled, strode out of the classroom and headed towards the martial arts field. I really admire Jiang Jun's courage. He actually dared to go. Based on Zhang Fan's style, Jiang Jun is probably going to be ruined. What did you say? Jiang Jun is a waste. Logically speaking, Jiang Jun isn't even a warrior, so Zhang Fan shouldn't be looking for him. Let's go and take a look. As classmates, we have an obligation to carry him to the infirmary. In an instant, everyone in the classroom rushed to the training ground. At this moment, Zhang Fan was standing in the training ground, holding a spear made of black iron. Many students had received the news and came here to surround Zhang Fan. Because every time Zhang Fan appears here with a spear, there will be a lot of fun to watch, but no one knows who Zhang Fan will challenge this time. Jiang Hao and Lu Yan stood in the third-floor corridor of the building opposite the martial arts training ground, looking at the training ground from afar. Lu Ruyan asked in a delicate voice, Brother Jiang Hao, is Jiang Jun afraid to come? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Jiang Hao shook his head. My people have seen him enter the school. I believe he will show up soon. If he doesn't come, I have 10 ways to make him come. Just wait and see Jiang Jun screaming for his parents after being beaten by Zhang Fan. Just as Jiang Hao finished speaking, Jiang Jun appeared in the training ground. Seeing Jiang Jun appear, Lu Ruyan smiled. Before the fight even started, Lu Ruyan had already imagined Jiang Jun being beaten into a pig's head by Zhang Fan, and she felt a lot better. Those who were surrounding Zhang Fan didn't pay any attention when they saw Jiang Jun coming. Because they all knew that Jiang Jun was not a warrior, Zhang Fan could not challenge him. At this time, Zhang Fan walked out of the crowd and spoke coldly under everyone's gaze. I didn't think you'd dare to come. You can defeat Du Tianlong and the others, but in my eyes, you're still just a clown. Jiang Jun smiled calmly, can I not come? Chapter 6 Jiang Jun's famous scene shocked everyone. Upon hearing this, those onlookers were collectively stunned. Isn't Jiang Jun a waste? When did he become a warrior? No way, Jiang Jun can defeat Du Tianlong, it's absolutely impossible. Du Tianlong is in the early stages of awakening, and his qi and health value is 350. If Jiang Jun defeats him, won't Jiang Jun's qi and health value exceed 350? No, Jiang Jun's blood and qi values were still at 72 weeks ago, weaker than an average person. He became a laughingstock at Sanyan Martial Arts School. All the onlookers cheered. The people from class 35 came up behind and were a little bit unconvinced when they heard what Zhang Fan said. How could Jiang Jun raise his qi and blood value from 70 to over 350 in just 2 weeks? Even if you take a large amount of reagents to increase qi and blood, it takes time to absorb and transform them. Besides, does Jiang Jun have so much money? Stop talking nonsense and choose a weapon. Zhang Fan pointed a spear at Jiang Jun. At this time, a light curtain appeared in front of Jiang Jun, which was Zhang Fan's panel. Name, Zhang Fan. Constitution, normal. Identity, student, warrior. Realm, mid-stage of awakening. Qi and blood value, 630. Martial arts, spirit snake dragon spear. Skill. Jiang Jun took a look and shook his head. I don't need weapons. My fists are the best weapons. Come on. Hearing this, Zhang Fan became angry and felt like he was being looked down upon. Arrogant. The next moment, Zhang Fan thrust his spear forward, and the whole person slid forward, with the spear pointing directly at Jiang Jun's chest. Jiang Jun also moved. He used the phantom kick to instantly hide to the side. Seeing this, Zhang Fan skillfully integrated his spiritual power into the spear. With a flick of his wrist, the spear seemed to have life. The gun body actually bent and twisted like a snake, stabbing at Jiang Jun again from a strange angle. At this time, Jiang Jun opened the Eye of Insight. Under the prediction of the Eye of Insight, the trajectory of the spear became untraceable. Jiang Jun dodged again. No matter how powerfully Zhang Fan wielded his spear or how strange the angle was, he couldn't even touch the corner of Jiang Jun's clothes. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Lu Ruyan became anxious. Is this Zhang Fan any good? He must be letting Jiang Jun win on purpose. Otherwise, with his spear skills, how could he not hit Jiang Jun? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect Jiang Jun to be so strong. If that was the case, he couldn't let Jiang Jun stay. Don't worry, I naturally have a way to deal with him, just watch. Brother Jiang Hao, do you want to do it yourself? Lu Ruyan tried to test it. After all, Jiang Hao was a warrior in the middle stage of awakening, and his blood value was 850. He was only 50 away from being promoted to the late stage of awakening. Although this middle stage of awakening was created by accumulating a lot of qi and blood reagents, the realm here is enough to crush Jiang Jun. But Lu Ruyan never thought that Jiang Jun had already become a fully awakened warrior. I have to say that Zhang Fan is really good at using the spear. If it weren't for the Eye of Insight, Jiang Jun might not have been able to avoid the spear's strange trajectory with his naked eyes. Jiang Jun, all you can do is hide? If you dare, let's have a fair fight. Zhang Fan seemed to be shocked and actually said such words. Jiang Jun's mouth curled up slightly. Since you have a request, then I will satisfy you, watch this. Suddenly, Jiang Jun disappeared so fast that Zhang Fan couldn't catch a glimpse of him. However, Zhang Fan was a veteran of many battles and reacted instantly. He slightly tilted his head and swung his spear like a dragon's tail. But when he saw that there was nothing behind him, Zhang Fan knew he had been tricked. When he turned around, Jiang Jun had already used the collapsing mountain fist and punched Zhang Fan in the chest. The collapsing mountain fist is known for its powerful explosive force, achieved through instantaneous muscle contraction and infusion of spiritual energy. Concentrate your strength on one point and explode it out. Each punch seems to contain the power to split mountains and crack rocks. Ah! Zhang Fan screamed and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. After landing, he spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The whole place was dead silent. I couldn't believe my eyes. Zhang Fan was actually crippled by Jiang Jun with just one punch. How is that possible? In the third-floor corridor of the building opposite the martial arts arena, Lu Ruyan's chest was heaving. Jiang Jun actually defeated Zhang Fan. Doesn't that mean Jiang Jun's realm is in the middle stage of awakening, or even stronger? At this moment, Jiang Hao's face flushed red. Jiang Jun, the abandoned son of the family, had slapped him in the face again. And he embarrassed himself in front of Lu Ruyan. Brother Jiang Hao, how come Jiang Jun suddenly became so powerful? I'm so scared. What if he turns his love into hate and causes trouble for me? What should I do? And we're engaged, but you're the only one in my heart. Whoa. Green tea girls like Lu Ruyan have fully grasped the essence of crying, making a fuss, and then threatening to hang themselves. In an instant, Jiang Hao's heart melted. Ruyan, don't worry. Didn't I tell you there's a way to deal with him? Just watch. No matter how great you are, if you can't take the warrior college entrance examination, you can't enter the warrior academy. Then his achievements are just his starting point. After saying that, Jiang Hao took out his phone and made a call. Principal Wei, Jiang Jun just beat Zhang Fan severely in the martial arts arena. The competition was supposed to stop at a certain point, but Jiang Jun did it on purpose. I don't think there's any need for a student like him to stay in school. Does Principal Wei think expelling Jiang Jun is a reasonable decision? Principal's office. Wei Chengji was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He was just a little surprised. Jiang Jun was a loser, so how could he injure Zhang Fan? Thinking about the Jiang family donating a lot of funds to the school every year. One is the abandoned son of the Jiang family, and the other is the young master of the Jiang family. You can do it with your toes. The next moment, the fat on Wei Qingji's face trembled a few times and he slowly spoke. Student Jiang Hao's words are very reasonable. This kind of school parasite should be eliminated. I will expel Jiang Jun now. After hearing Wei Qingji's reply, Jiang Hao hung up the phone with satisfaction. At this time, Lu Ruyan's eyes were like little stars. Brother Jiang Hao, you are awesome, awesome. Hearing this, Jiang Hao laughed out loud. How can a fool like Jiang Jun fight me? Ha ha. After Jiang Jun knocked Zhang Fan down, he strode out of the training ground and headed towards the warrior assessment room. He planned to pass the martial arts school assessment as soon as possible and obtain the warrior medal. In this way, he can enter the secret realm as a warrior and take Lin Qingli with him to fight monsters and level up. Making a puppet requires materials and matching points. If you don't enter the secret realm to hunt monsters, how can you obtain the matching points? The system only provides one set of materials for making puppets, and you can only buy them yourself if you want to make puppets later. Apart from anything else, the fat gelling do needs to be made with Tianshan Snow Lotus, Mermaid Tears, and Corpse-scented Amorphophallus, all of which require a large amount of money to purchase. The crystal cores and corpses of monsters can be exchanged for money, which is just right for purchasing materials. In addition, monster crystal cores are also needed to make puppets, but low-level monsters may not be able to produce crystal cores, so it depends on luck. Also, it would definitely cost a lot of money for Jiang Jun to cure Jiang Pingyan's internal injuries and leg. Just as Jiang Jun was walking towards the warrior assessment room, a teacher stopped him. Student Jiang Jun, the principal wants you to come to his office. Chapter 7 Chalcedony Body, Jiang Jun was expelled from school. Hearing this, Jiang Jun frowned, but still walked towards the principal's office. Soon, Jiang Jun came to the principal's office, knocked on the door twice, and walked in. Principal, I don't know what you want from me? The fat on Wei Qingji's face trembled and he spoke slowly. I heard that you competed with Zhang Fan in the martial arts arena. Not only did you win, but you also seriously injured Zhang Fan, is that right? Jiang Jun said calmly, yes, I won by luck. Wei Qingji nodded with satisfaction. You were able to transform from an ordinary person into a warrior in a short period of time, and even defeated Zhang Fan. Not bad. But you shouldn't have beaten him so badly. This incident has a huge impact on the school, so I've decided to expel you. Here's your dismissal letter. Why? Jiang Jun looked indifferent, and even had a hint of joking in his words. Logically speaking, since he was able to defeat Zhang Fan, he should have been the focus of training by the school instead of being expelled. Wei Qingji said disdainfully, there's no reason. I'm the principal and I have every right to expel anyone. I see. It's Jiang Hao, right? Only he would make you make such a decision. I hope you won't regret it. Jiang Jun said this, picked up the dismissal letter and walked out of the office. Not long after we walked away, Gong Shudao, the teacher of class 3-5, came towards us. Jiang Jun, I didn't expect you to defeat Zhang Fan. You will definitely be admitted to Qinglong Academy in this martial arts exam. I'll take you to get the warrior medal now. As Jiang Jun's teacher, Gong Shuidao is happy for Jiang Jun. Just as Jiang Jun was about to answer, a light screen quietly popped up. Name, Gong Shuidao. Constitution, Chalcedony. Identity, Sanyan Martial Arts School Teacher, Warrior. Realm, late stage of Tongmai Realm. Qi and blood value, 3,700. Martial arts, Storm Kick, Mountain Severing Sky Splitting Slash. Skill. The next moment, the mechanical sound of the system rang in Jiang Jun's mind. Materials suitable for puppet making have been detected. Please consider carefully. The body of Chalcedony itself is of little help in cultivation, but after entering the realm of meridian communication, a spiritual energy will be generated in the body. The spiritual energy has no effect on oneself, but it can help men cleanse their marrow and jade meridians, greatly increasing their cultivation. Suddenly, Jiang Jun was stunned. Gong Shui Tao is as his name suggests, he is about 35 years old, but he looks like he is only 25. She is slightly plump, but her skin is very white and rosy, and you can tell at a glance that she is full of water. She wore a white shirt and a black skirt, a classic OL professional suit, with the neckline about to show off. Many students regard her as their dream object, and she is definitely not inferior to the school belle of the martial arts school. System, can I obtain psychic energy without making it into a puppet? Jiang Jun did this just to make a bold assumption and carefully verify it. He really had no other intention. Theoretically, it is possible, but if it is made into a puppet, the system can help strengthen the spiritual energy. It is recommended that the host make it into a puppet to trigger the hidden task. Jiang Jun. The system is really a dog. Do you treat Jiang Jun as a non-human being? It happened in a flash, just a moment. Jiang Jun came back to his senses and said calmly, I was just expelled by the principal. I am no longer a student of Sanyan Martial Arts School. How could he do this? Don't leave yet. I'm going to find him and argue with him now. When Gong Shueitao gets excited, her skin looks even more hydrated and rosy, making people want to take a bite of it. Just as Gong Shueitao was about to find Wei Qingji to argue, Jiang Jun stopped her. Teacher Gong is no longer needed. This matter has nothing to do with the principal. It's useless for you to look for him. The next moment, Gong Shueitao understood what Jiang Jun meant. Jiang Jun is the abandoned son of the Jiang family, and everyone in the martial arts school knows that Jiang Hao is targeting Jiang Jun. Gong Shueitao calmed herself down and patted Jiang Jun on the shoulder. If you need any help from me, feel free to contact me. I will definitely help you if I can. Thank you, Mr. Gong. Jiang Jun thanked him and strode away. Jiang Hao and Lu Ruyan were in a very good mood as they watched Jiang Jun leave Sanyan Martial Arts School. Brother Jiang Hao, if you do this, you will only expel Jiang Jun. He will probably be able to change to another martial arts school tomorrow. Jiang Hao looked confident. Don't worry, as long as I spread the word with the Jiang family's reputation, I believe no martial arts school would dare to recruit him. He wants to fight me, but it's like hitting a rock with an egg. Lu Ruyan asked worriedly, Brother Jiang Hao, what if there really is a martial arts school that dares to recruit him? Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes. If there really is a martial arts school that dares to recruit him, I will take advantage of the martial arts exam to get rid of him in the secret realm. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan smiled. She doesn't care whether Jiang Jun can find a martial arts school or not. What she wants is the result. As long as Jiang Jun dies, she, Lu Ruyan, can become the granddaughter-in-law of the Jiang family. After separating from Lu Ruyan, Jiang Hao took out his phone and made a call. Dad, Jiang Jun has become a mid-stage awakening warrior. At the same time, Jiang Jun had just walked out of Sanyan Martial Arts School when Jiang Pingan called him. It is estimated that the school notified Jiang Pingan that he had been expelled. Dad, Don't say anything, go back to the crematorium right now. Oh. It was obvious that Jiang Pingan was very angry, so Jiang Jun had no choice but to return to the crematorium first. Soon, Jiang Jun returned to Yangxiang Crematorium, came to the morgue, and walked in with his hands covering his nose. There aren't many bodies left in the morgue, and we'll probably be able to dispose of them all before dark. Dad, I'm back. Jiang Pingan pointed outside, indicating that Jiang Jun should wait for him outside. Jiang Jun walked out of the morgue, and Jiang Pingan came out after a while. Jiang Pingan took off his N95 mask and lit a cigarette. Tell me, were you expelled from the martial arts school for severely injuring someone? Yes, the opponent is a warrior in the middle stage of awakening. He challenged me, and the person who ordered him was Jiang Hao. I couldn't hold back, so I hit him hard. Jiang Jun answered truthfully. Jiang Pingan's hands shook and he almost couldn't hold the cigarette steady. You said the opponent was a mid-stage awakening warrior. How did you manage to severely injure him? Jiang Pingan received a call, which only said that Jiang Ping had seriously injured a classmate and was expelled from the martial arts school. Jiang Pingan thought that this classmate was just an ordinary person, and he never thought that the other party was a warrior. After all, Jiang Pingan knew better than anyone that his son could not become a warrior. Dad, I'm already a mid-stage awakening warrior. Jiang Jun did not reveal his true realm. It was already shocking that he had become a mid-stage awakening warrior from a waste in such a short period of time. Not to mention the warriors who have fully awakened their minds. This time, the cigarette in Jiang Pingan's hand finally fell to the ground. He looked at his son as if he were a monster, as if to say, "Is this still my son?" But soon, Jiang Pingan's astonishment turned into surprise, and there were even tears in the corners of his eyes. "Ha, you are indeed my son, Jiang Pingan. Who said you are a waste? A tiger father will have a dog son. How could you be a waste? You did nothing wrong. If someone bullies you, you should fight back and scare them off. I'll use my connections to find you a martial arts school right now. If Sanyan Martial Arts School expels you, it will be their loss." After saying that, Jiang Pingan handed the task of burning the body to Jiang Jun. After changing into clean clothes, I headed towards the city. Jung Joon put on waterproof work clothes, an N95 mask, rubber gloves, and goggles. They began to take out the mangled bodies from the huge black plastic bag and put them on the conveyor belt. I wonder if I can find another corpse that can be made into a puppet. Jung Joon muttered to himself, feeling somewhat expectant. I don't know how long it took, but as I watched the number of bodies gradually decrease, there was no system notification sound. Just when Jung Joon was feeling a little disappointed, he opened a black plastic bag. A pair of amber eyes stared at him, their pupils like gemstones soaked in whiskey. Under the cool white light, her chestnut curly hair shone with a honey luster, falling loosely on her shoulders. The bridge of her nose is tall and delicate, perfectly supporting the three-dimensional sense of the whole face, and her lips are like rose petals, painted with red lip gloss. Her skin was as white as snow and had an almost transparent texture, even the veins beneath the skin were clearly visible. She wore a halter top that exposed her belly and ultra-short blue jeans, showing off her plump and round figure that stood out from the crowd. Ocean Horse? Chapter 8 Big Ocean Horse, Gong Shuidao's Special Identity. Jung Joon had seen many foreign women, but he had never been attracted to any of them. The body is still very intact. His right arm seemed to have been bitten off by a monster, leaving teeth marks on it. An 18-centimeter hole was pierced through his abdomen, and his left leg was broken below the knee. Overall, she has everything she should have, and it's particularly exaggerated, exuding a mature and bold aura. For example, when it comes to manual measurement, Lin Qingli is unable to master it, Gong Shutao is under great pressure, and this big foreign horse is simply carrying a heavy load forward. At this time, the system voice sounded. Detected suitable puppet materials, please give full play to your creativity. The next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Jung Joon. Name, Alyssa. Physique, exquisite ice body. Identity, warrior. Realm, mid-stage Tong Mai. Chi and blood value, 2388. Martial arts, ice and snow sword technique. Skill. Hidden mission. As for the hidden mission, Jung Joon simply ignored it because the system didn't treat him as a human being at all. Along the way, Zhang Ping'an made a lot of phone calls and searched all the martial arts schools in the city, but in the end, all these martial arts schools refused to recruit Jung Joon. I originally thought that with my previous connections, it would be easy to find a martial arts school for Jung Joon. Although he is no longer the second son of the Jung family, with his many years of connections, it should not be difficult to find a martial arts school for Jung Joon. But the reality was that things were not as smooth as he had imagined. It seems that the principals of these martial arts schools are afraid and unwilling to recruit Jung Joon. The only family that could make these martial arts school principals feel apprehensive is the Jung family. Zhang Ping'an had some guesses, but was still unwilling to believe it. In the end, Zhang Ping'an had no choice but to return to Yangxian crematorium. At this time, Jung Joon had already burned all the bodies in the morgue. Unfortunately, no arms and legs were found to match Alyssa's. When Jung Joon walked out of the morgue, Zhang Ping'an came back looking a little haggard. It took some time to get to the city and run into someone I know, so I still haven't found the martial arts school. I'll go take a walk tomorrow. I believe you'll be able to register at the new martial arts school the day after tomorrow. You should go back to the city first. Zhang Ping'an said and turned to leave. Dad, don't lie to me. I know you want to ask the Zhang family for help, but I don't agree. If you really do this, I would rather not go to martial arts school and not take the martial arts college entrance examination. Jung Joon could tell at a glance that Zhang Ping'an was lying, because Zhang Ping'an didn't dare to look him in the eye from beginning to end. In fact, when Zhang Ping'an said this, he had already made up his mind. For the sake of his son, even if he was humiliated by the Zhang family, he would let his son enter the martial arts school. Otherwise, Jung Joon has only one choice, which is to join the army early and become a member of the demon-suppressing army. However, those who join the army without graduating from a military school can only serve as vanguard soldiers, and the mortality rate is often extremely high. Anyway, I'll find a way. Zhang Ping'an paused, then limped away. Zhang family, one day you will regret it. Zhang Joon muttered to himself and walked out of Yangxian crematorium. After returning to the rental house, Zhang Joon immediately released Lin Qingli from the puppet space. When she saw Zhang Joon, Lin Qingli showed a faint smile. Dad. Zhang Joon raised his hand and rubbed Lin Qingli's head, then turned on the TV. You watch TV here first. Lin Qingli looked at the TV and then at Zhang Joon. Lin Qingli understood the sentence, and without waiting for Zhang Joon's order, she sat down on the sofa obediently. staring intently at the screen playing on TV. Jiang Jun smiled and went to take a shower. After Jiang Jun finished taking a shower, he saw Lin Qingli still staring at the TV screen, but there seemed to be a different change on her face. At this moment, the TV screen was showing a couple hugging each other, followed by some indescribable scenes. Jiang Jun sat down and rubbed Lin Qingli's head. Just watch TV here tonight. If you're tired, lie on the sofa. Don't come into the room. Lin Qingli blinked as if she understood, then leaned her head against Jiang Jun. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of Jiang Jun rubbing her head. Jiang Jun smiled. He didn't expect that his former goddess would now be as clingy as a kitten. Back in the room, Jiang Jun cleared his mind. What he needs most now is not to find a martial arts school or join the army early. He just wants to pass the warrior assessment, obtain the warrior medal and enter the secret realm. However, if you want to obtain the warrior medal, only martial arts schools and the military are qualified to award it. Suddenly, Jiang Jun remembered Gong Shuidao's words. I wonder if Mr. Gong has any solution? As the saying goes, snakes have their own paths, rats have their own paths, and perhaps peach trees have their own paths. The next moment, Jiang Jun took out his cell phone and called Gong Shuidao. Hello, who is this? There was a rustling sound of water coming from the other end of the phone, so it was estimated that Gong Shuitao was not taking a shower. It is in. Teacher Gong, I'm Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun, what do you want to talk to me about? Teacher Gong, no martial arts school is willing to recruit me. I want to pass the martial arts assessment and obtain the martial arts medal. Do you have any way to help me? Well, wait for me to make a call and I'll get back to you later. Thank you, Mr. Gong. About 10 minutes after I hung up the phone, Gong Shuitao called. Jiang Jun, I have a way to get the warrior medal and return to the martial arts school to continue taking the martial arts exam. You must first join the army. Whether you can return to the martial arts school to take the exam depends on your performance in the army. As long as you are good enough, the military will recommend you to take part in the next martial arts exam. You don't have to agree to me right away. You can think about it first and discuss it with your family before making a decision. Now Jiang Jun has no choice at all, but Jiang Jun will not take part in the next martial arts exam, he will take part in this martial arts exam. If he wanted to be good enough, he could only catch the eyes of the top military officials. Don't worry, just follow Teacher Gong's arrangements. I will definitely not let Teacher Gong down. On the other end of the phone, Gong Shuitao said after a while, okay, I'll take you to report to the army tomorrow. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Gong. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jun thought of the figure with fair and rosy skin. Gong Shuitao was so good to him, yet he still coveted her body. Suddenly, Jiang Jun warned himself not to covet Gong Shuidao's body. Otherwise he is worse than a beast. The problem was finally solved. Jiang Jun was in a good mood and walked out of the room to rub Lin Qingli's head twice. Then I went back to my room and fell asleep in a short while. The next day, when Jiang Jun woke up, Lin Qingli came in again at some point and curled up in Jiang Jun's arms like a cat. Her head was slightly raised, with a smile on her lips, and her two big eyes were looking at Jiang Jun. Dad. Jiang Jun smiled helplessly, then reached out and rubbed Lin Qingli's head. Get up. I'll change your clothes. Jiang Jun took out a set of combat uniform from the puppet space and asked Lin Qingli to put it on, and also changed the slippers into leather boots. Finally, Lin Qingli was given a mask that only covered the area around her eyes. Then he took Lin Qingli into the puppet space. Then, Jiang Jun also changed into a combat uniform and went to the bus stop where he had agreed to meet Gong Shuitao. After a while, a military jeep stopped at the bus stop, and Gong Shuitao waved to Jiang Jun wearing sunglasses. Get in the car. Jiang Jun looked at Gong Shuitao, who was wearing sunglasses, and unexpectedly had a different feeling. Now Gong Shuitao, with the contrast of sunglasses, is still wearing the white shirt and black arm-wrap skirt, but she has an air of a queen. Jiang Jun opened the car door and got in, and Gong Shuitao drove towards a military camp of the Demon Suppression Army. Gong Shuitao arrived at the military camp and drove straight in. He was allowed to pass without any inspection. Obviously, this was not Gong Shuidao's first visit to the military camp, and Gong Shuidao's identity was definitely not simple. When they arrived in front of a 3-story building in the military camp, Gong Shuitao stopped the car and turned off the engine. At this time, an officer, about 45 years old, had already walked out of the building. With 5 stars on his shoulders, you can tell at a glance that he is a lieutenant colonel. Shuitao, you are here, please follow me. Chen Mingxiu stepped forward quickly. Uncle Chen, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Gong Shuiatao said politely. Chen Mingxiu shook his head. I've watched you grow up. If you have any questions, just call me directly. There's no need to alert the general. Gong Shuiatao smiled, took off his sunglasses and hung them on the chest of his white shirt. This is my student named Zhang Jun. At this time, Zhang Jun came back to his senses and said seriously, Hello, sir, I am Zhang Jun. Chen Mingxiu nodded and said, Let's go take the warrior assessment first. You guys follow me. Soon, the two followed Chen Mingxiu into a room. Inside is an instrument specifically for testing qi and blood values. I heard from Shuiatao that you are already a mid-stage awakening warrior, not bad. You hit this instrument with all your strength, and it will accurately measure your qi and blood values. Chapter 9, Obtain the Warrior Medal. If you can enter the secret realm, I will take off. A warrior's realm is determined by his own qi and blood values. For example, in the early stage of awakening, the qi and blood values must reach 300, in the middle stage of awakening, it must reach 600, in the late stage of awakening, it must reach 900, and in the complete stage of awakening, it must reach 1200. To upgrade from the awakening realm to the early stage of Tongmai realm, the qi and blood values must exceed 1500, and from the middle stage of Tongmai realm, the qi and blood values must be increased to 2000. The late stage of Tongmai realm requires 3000 blood and qi values, and the perfect stage requires 5000 blood and qi values. The higher you go, the more blood and qi you need. Gong Shuiatao gave Zhang Jun an encouraging look, and he nodded and walked to the front of the tester. The next moment, Zhang Jun sank his feet, turned sideways, and punched the tester with all his might. The value on the tester suddenly soared from 0, first rising to 300, then rising to 600, until it broke through 900, with no sign of stopping. Suddenly, Gong Shuiatao's eyes widened, his breathing became rapid, and his other big eye seemed to be swollen. There was no emotion on Chen Mingxiu's face, but the look he gave Zhang Jun was filled with a strong possessiveness. At the same time, they were both wondering, could it be that there was something wrong with the tester? The data continued to jump and finally stopped at 1200. Awakening is complete. When they saw the final number, they were shocked. A warrior who has fully awakened his mind is not considered powerful, but Zhang Jun is only 18 years old. An 18-year-old warrior who has fully awakened his mind is definitely a monster. Compared with their peers, most of them are still in the early stage of awakening, and those who can reach the middle stage of awakening are already considered to be favored by heaven. Not to mention the complete awakening. Gong Shuiatao's face flushed red, like a ripe apple. She tried to calm herself down and said slowly, Zhang Jun, aren't you a mid-stage awakening warrior? Chen Mingxiu has already come to the tester to test it. Zhang Jun said seriously, Teacher Gong, I never said that I was a warrior in the middle stage of awakening. No, I was watching you fight Zhang Fan, and you. I understand. You haven't tried your best yet. Zhang Jun smiled calmly and said seriously, a scumbag like Zhang Fan is not worthy of my full effort. The next moment, Gong Shuiatao laughed, causing her white shirt to become so tight that the buttons on her collar seemed unable to bear the weight. Okay, he is indeed Shuiatao's student. You've passed the warrior test. I'll hand over your information. Come with me to get your military uniform later. Report to the Monster Suppression Army in the Tiange Secret Realm in 3 days. Failure to report on time will be considered a deserter. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Zhang Jun returned Chen Mingxiu's military salute in a formal manner, then scratched his head and said, Sir, I wonder when my warrior medal will be awarded? This is Zhang Jun's ultimate goal. As long as the warrior medal is awarded, he can immediately enter the secret realm and take Lin Qingli to fight monsters and level up. 3 days is probably enough for him to clear the secret realm once more. Ha ha. Chen Mingxiu laughed and patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder, saying, I'll make an exception and award you the warrior medal right now. Soon, Zhang Jun got his wish and obtained the warrior medal and 2 sets of military uniforms, officially becoming a nationally recognized warrior and a member of the demon-suppressing army. Then, Gong Shuiatao took Zhang Jun away. But halfway through the journey, Zhang Jun found an excuse to get off the bus, went to a bakery, and bought a lot of bread and water. Finally, I went to the weapon shop to pick out a long sword, and also went to the warrior store to buy 4 bottles of reagents. 2 bottles are used for healing and 2 bottles are used for detoxification. As a puppet, Lin Qingli is not afraid of being injured or poisoned at all. Zhang Jun is just an ordinary warrior with flesh and blood. If he is injured or poisoned, he needs timely treatment. This healing reagent is just in case. Jiang Jun called Jiang Pingan and told him that he had found a martial arts school and told Jiang Pingan not to worry. Also, I will not be helping at the crematorium during this period. After doing all this, Jiang Jun stopped a taxi and headed towards the Tiange secret realm. The spiritual energy of Blue Star is revived. Many people become warriors, and some are even powerful enough to overwhelm mountains and seas. At the same time, many space cracks began to appear all over the world. These space cracks seem to connect different small worlds. There is no advanced civilization in it, but there are powerful monsters and countless treasures of heaven and earth. In addition, there seem to be remains of ancient humans in the secret realm, but no ancient humans have been found there so far. At the beginning, a large number of monsters poured out of the secret realm. These powerful monsters were not afraid of hot weapons at all. The order of the world quickly collapsed, and many people died in the beast tide. Eventually, the warriors formed an army and killed the monsters that emerged from the secret realm, thus preserving the legacy of mankind. In order to prevent the monsters from coming out of the secret realm, the monster-suppressing army composed of warriors is responsible for guarding every exit of the secret realm. However, the monsters would launch a tide of beasts every once in a while. Once the exit of the secret realm could not be guarded, these monsters would rush out of the secret realm. Many cities fell in the beast tide, and a large number of ordinary people and even powerful warriors died in the beast tide. In order to prevent the formation of a beast tide, the demon suppression army not only guards the exit of the secret realm, but also regularly clears out the monsters in the secret realm. The secret realms are divided into F level, E level, D level, C level, B level, A level, and S level secret realms according to the realm of the monsters. F level secret realms are relatively safe, while S level secret realms are extremely dangerous. F level and E level secret realms will be open to warriors, allowing them to enter trials, hunt monsters, or search for treasures from heaven and earth. The Tiange secret realm is an F level secret realm, which only contains first and second level monsters, equivalent to warriors in the awakening realm and Tongmai realm. Of course, this is just an assessment. It does not mean that third level monsters will not appear in F level secret realms. It's just that the chance of encountering them is generally very small. Even in the secret realm of Tiange, humans have only explored less than half of it. The Tiange secret realm is located in Tianyuan City, on a cliff of Lugo Mountain. From a distance, a spatial crack appears to split the cliff into two. A minibus stopped at the foot of the mountain. A dozen young people and a middle-aged man walked out of the bus. These young people are all students taking the military examination this year. The martial arts exam requires entering the secret realm for assessment, so some candidates will first enter the secret realm for trial before the martial arts exam. When it comes to the military examination, strive to get better results. Once you enter the secret realm, you must obey orders. I say this 3 times: don't fall behind, don't fall behind, don't fall behind. Whether this is your first time entering the secret realm or you've entered many times, there's only one consequence for falling behind: death. Because your realm is too low, once a large number of first-level monsters appear, they will be able to wipe you out, let alone you leaving the team. Before entering the secret realm, Enyangji repeated the established rules. He is the mentor of these students, responsible for their safety, and will also teach them how to kill monsters. Of course, each student has to pay a considerable fee, which is unaffordable for ordinary families. Alright, everyone, check your equipment and whether you have enough food for 2 days. Inspection complete, let's go. Soon, Enyangji brought a dozen people to the entrance of Tiange secret realm, waiting to enter the Tiange secret realm. At this moment, Jiang Jun also arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing Jiang Jun, a young man alone, Enyangji frowned. He remembered that all the people who had registered had arrived, so it was impossible that he was his student. But the entrance to the secret realm can only be occupied by the demon-suppressing army and the warriors who enter the secret realm for trial. There can be no one else. Of course, this young man's identity as a demon-suppressing soldier was directly ignored by Enyangji. Jiang Jun, why are you here? Suddenly a voice rang out from among the group of people. Then a pretty-looking woman stopped Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun looked at the woman and said coldly, "Come here, of course, to enter the Tiange secret realm." Hearing this, Yao Yaxin smiled sarcastically. "You are just a useless person, not even a warrior. How did you enter the Tiange secret realm? Although you were kicked out by the Jiang family, I am still your cousin after all. I just care about you. Is this the attitude you should have?" Jiang Jun sneered, "You said I was kicked out of the Jiang family, so do we still have a relationship? A good dog doesn't block the road." Don't block me from entering the secret realm. If you can enter the secret realm, I will take off. Before Yashin could finish her words, more than a dozen pairs of small eyes were staring at her 2 pairs of big eyes. Chapter 10, The warrior's identity is suspected, killing the blood-eating wolf. I'll take off, and ask someone to make you a custom-made dagger. As if sensing everyone's hungry gazes, Yashin quickly changed her words. Childish. Jiang Jun said this and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Now everyone follow me into the secret realm. And Yangji also followed with some curiosity, of course he had another purpose. The next moment, Jiang Jun was stopped by the demon-suppressing army guarding the secret realm. Please show me your warrior medal. I'll just see how you get in. Yashin's sarcastic voice came from behind. Suddenly, everyone focused their attention on Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun took his time, took out a warrior medal from his pocket and handed it over. The demon-suppressing soldier took the medal and took a look at it. You can go in. Hearing this, Yashin was dumbfounded. Jiang Jun is a waste, not even a warrior. How could he possibly have the warrior medal? Sir, I suspect this warrior medal is fake, or maybe it's not his at all. He might have stolen it. I'm his cousin. A week ago, his chi and blood values were only 70, not even within the range of an ordinary person. How could he possibly pass the warrior assessment? In an instant, the demon-suppressing soldier frowned. The medal was definitely real, and the issuer was signed by their commander Chen Mingshu. Moreover, using someone else's warrior medal to impersonate a warrior will be punished by the demon suppression army. Therefore, generally no one would use someone else's warrior medal to enter the secret realm. Besides, I'm not even a warrior, so entering the secret realm is just seeking death. I guarantee that he is definitely not a warrior. Yashin added. Stop, let me verify the authenticity of your warrior medal. In the end, the demon-suppressing soldier did not let Jiang Jun in, and then turned around to verify Jiang Jun's identity as a warrior. Just wait for the punishment from the demon-suppressing army. Yashin said jokingly. Idiot. Jiang Jun said coldly. Soon, the demon-suppressing soldier came back and returned the warrior medal to Jiang Jun. Go in, your identity has been verified. Yashin was once again bewildered. Impossible, he's just a piece of trash. How could he be a warrior, sir? Shut up, let's go in. If you don't want to go in, you can stay outside and I'll refund your money in full. Yashin wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yangji. Everyone could see that the demon-suppressing soldier's expression was not very good. If Yashin continued to make trouble, they would have no chance of getting in. Only then did Yashin react, lowered her head and said nothing more. And Yangji also successfully led a dozen students into the Tiange secret realm. Stepping into the secret realm, the damp mist was filled with a faint smell of blood. The barracks of the demon-suppressing army is also called the Wengcheng. It is arranged in the shape of a bagua formation with the entrance as the center. The gray-black stone walls are 5 meters high. A black battle flag embroidered with ferocious Tao-Dai patterns fluttered on the parapet, rustling in the strong wind. Every 30 feet on the city wall, there stands an arrow tower. The crossbow was made of bronze, and its 2-meter-long arm was wrapped with a bowstring soaked in the blood of monsters. The specially made 3-edged demon-killing arrowhead emits a cold and chilling light. On the city wall, the demon-suppressing soldiers were wearing nano-composite armor and holding the black scale formation-breaking swords that emitted a cold light. Passing through the bronze gate set up in the city wall, Jiang Jun and his party finally stepped into the secret realm. Jiang Jun walked in front, but was not in a hurry to leave because he still had something to pick up. When Yangji brought the students over, Jiang Jun came to Yashin and extended his hand. Give it to me. What can you take? I don't know how you managed to sneak past the demon-suppressing army and enter the secret realm. But as your cousin, I still advise you to leave immediately. This place is very dangerous and not the place for you. Yashin asked the question even though she knew the answer, and she was actually trying to cheat. How could Jiang Jun spoil her? He teased her. I don't know who just said that if I can enter the secret realm, I will take off my clothes and ask someone to make a custom dagger for me. They all heard it. If you want to cheat, it only proves that your character is like that. Your words are like farts. Who said? I wanted to cheat? It's just a dagger. After saying that, Yashin pulled out a dagger from her thigh. For you. Jiang Jun took the dagger and turned away. At this time, Yangji stood in front of Jiang Jun and said, "Your cousin is right. It is very dangerous for you to enter the secret realm alone. I am a warrior in the late stage of my realm. As long as you pay the fee and become my student, I can protect your safety." Jiang Jun frowned and said, "Thank you, but I don't need it. Besides, I can't afford the fee at all." "In that case, you have to be careful and don't let me see your corpse in the secret realm." Seeing that Jiang Jun refused to join, Yangji said coldly. Jiang Jun looked indifferent as he walked past Yangji and headed into the secret realm. "Let's go too. Remember what I told you." And Yangji repeated his words and then led a dozen students in another direction. Jiang Jun walked for a while and left the surveillance range of the Demon Suppression Army, then released Lin Qingli from the puppet space. "Dad." Lin Qingli came out and called Jiang Jun dad the first thing she did when she saw him. Before Jiang Jun could reach out his hand, Lin Qingli had already leaned over. Seeing this, Jiang Jun smiled. "This is what is called cultivation, full of sense of accomplishment. Let's go, I'll help you kill monsters and level up." Jiang Jun rubbed Lin Qingli's head, then took her and walked quickly into the depths of the secret realm. As they went deeper, Jiang Jun and his team soon encountered a bloodthirsty wolf. The blood-sucking wolf is 2 meters long, and its fur is a dark rust red, as if it has been soaked in countless blood. The head is broad, the jaws are strong and powerful, and the fangs in the open bloody mouth are intertwined, flashing a cold light. This is a common monster in the secret realm. When he was studying in the martial arts school, there was an illustration of the monster, but seeing the real blood-sucking wolf still gave Jiang Jun a great sense of oppression. After turning on the Eye of Insight, a virtual light curtain appeared in front of Jiang Jun. Monster, bloodthirsty wolf. Bloodline, none. Realm, 1 level equivalent to the late stage of warrior awakening. Chi and blood value, 1000. Skill, blood shadow assault. Although they are all first level monsters, they also have different strengths. According to their chi and blood values, this blood-sucking wolf is already equivalent to the late stage of awakening. Ouch. The next moment, the bloodthirsty wolf was running towards them. Destroy it. Immediately, Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli an order and then handed the sword to Lin Qingli. In an instant, Lin Qingli turned into a killing machine, using the martial arts skill Phantom Kick to rush towards the blood-sucking wolf. At this time, the bloodthirsty wolf also used the skill Blood Shadow Assault. In an instant, it turned into a blood-red afterimage and rushed towards Lin Qingli at an extremely fast speed, leaving a trail of blood mist wherever it passed. As it got close to Lin Qingli, the blood-sucking wolf bit Lin Qingli fiercely. Lin Qingli's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared on the side of the blood-sucking wolf, stabbing the blood-sucking wolf's neck with a sword. The bloody mouth of the blood-sucking wolf had not yet completely closed, blood gushed out from its neck, and finally it fell down with a bang. Flash sale. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 bloodthirsty wolf, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Suddenly, Jiang Jun felt the increase in his chi and blood values, and the changes it brought to his body. Although the changes are not big, as long as his chi and blood values continue to increase, he will continue to become stronger. Chapter 11, Stirring Up a Hornet's Nest, Strange Phenomena Appeared in the Secret Realm. The fur, flesh and bones of the blood-sucking wolf can all be exchanged for money, so its entire body is a treasure. It's a pity that when Jiang Jun dug open the head of the blood-sucking wolf, he didn't find the crystal core. Then, Jiang Jun put the blood-sucking wolf's body into the puppet space. Then when he looked at Lin Qingli, he found that her face and combat uniform were stained with the blood of the blood-sucking wolf. Jiang Jun took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off Lin Qingli's face. As for the bloodstains on the combat uniform, they can only be dealt with later. During the whole process, Lin Qingli stared at Jiang Jun under the mask, and there seemed to be a hint of intelligence in her eyes. "Dad!" Lin Qingli shouted, and there were no more knots, and it was very smooth. Before Jiang Jun could reach out his hand, Lin Qingli leaned her head over to him. Jiang Jun smiled and rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice. "Let's go, let's keep moving forward." Perhaps because they heard their companions' cries, Jiang Jun and his companions had not walked far when 3 more first-level blood-sucking wolves ran towards them. Kill! At Jiang Jun's command, Lin Qingli appeared in front of one of the bloodthirsty wolves like an arrow from a bow. Without waiting for the blood-sucking wolf to react, Lin Qingli used the mountain collapse fist, punching the blood-sucking wolf's head inward, causing its brain to spurt out. Then he used the Fei Yun sword technique and slashed at another bloodthirsty wolf not far away. The third blood-sucking wolf reacted and used the skill Blood Shadow attack, and its sharp claws instantly slashed towards Lin Qingli. Lin Qingli blocked it with her long sword, then turned her wrist and the long sword cut through the blood-sucking wolf's neck. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 bloodthirsty wolf, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 bloodthirsty wolf, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. In less than 20 seconds, the 3 blood-sucking wolves were killed by Lin Qingli. Zhang Jun was just a bystander throughout the whole process. After Lin Qingli killed the 3 blood-sucking wolves, Zhang Jun dug open the heads of the 3 blood-sucking wolves again, but still couldn't find the crystal core. It seems that the probability of low-level monsters producing crystal cores is not high. After putting away the corpse of the blood-sucking wolf, Zhang Jun habitually rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice as encouragement. At this time, wolf howls were heard. Ouch! Ouch! Judging from the sound, there are at least 30 blood-sucking wolves. On the other side of the secret realm, and Yangji led a dozen students to kill an iron-toothed pig and was explaining the loopholes in the battle at that time. Suddenly, he heard the howling of wolves in the distance, and his brows furrowed, but soon relaxed. When more than a dozen students heard the wolf howling, the timid ones even began to tremble. "Teacherin, what exactly happened?" asked one of the students. And Yangji smiled faintly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the direction of the wolf's howl is the same direction that young man just went. I guess he stirred up a hornet's nest. I was thinking I'd have a chance to get his body out, but now it seems there's no need. So, the fees you paid are worth it." Hearing this, Yao Yaxin smiled, revealing her 2 little fangs, and secretly complained in her heart. "Zhang Jun, people like you should have died long ago. Don't worry, wait for me to get out. I will tell your father the news as soon as possible." It only took 10 breaths from the time they heard the wolf howls to the time more than 30 bloodthirsty wolves ran towards them. It can be seen that more than 30 blood-sucking wolves are using the skill Blood Shadow attack. Fortunately, there was not a single second-level blood-sucking wolf among the more than 30 blood-sucking wolves. At this moment, when Zhang Jun saw these 30 or so blood-sucking wolves, he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. Zhang Jun also noticed the change in Lin Qingli, and saw that the eyes under the mask had turned scarlet. Zhang Jun also wanted to see where Lin Qingli's limit was, so he immediately gave the order. All destroyed. This time, Lin Qingli did not rush forward immediately, but stood in front of Zhang Jun. His arms suddenly spread out, the joints cracked like thunder drums, and the lightning in his palms gathered into a rotating thunderball, which shattered the void with a loud shout. Thunder Prison Storm. In an instant, the sky above the secret realm darkened, and a huge thunder and lightning storm covered a large area, with thunder and lightning in the storm continuing to rage. Then, streaks of lightning fell like dragons towards the 30 or so bloodthirsty wolves. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 bloodthirsty wolf, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 bloodthirsty wolf, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. The thunder and lightning dissipated, and the sky above the secret realm became clear again. Only more than 30 charred corpses of blood-sucking wolves remained on the ground. Zhang Jun didn't expect the thunder prison storm to be so destructive. At the same time, Lin Qingli's qi and blood value increased by 1560, and he was successfully promoted to the early stage of Tongmai Realm Puppet. Zhang Jun was just like a gigolo among the Liven sons-in-law. Without doing anything, he was promoted to the early stage of Tongmai Realm. When a warrior enters the early stage of Tongmai Realm, in addition to the increase in qi and blood values, he can also feel changes in his body. One of the 8 extraordinary meridians begins to open up, enabling basic spiritual energy protection to defend against ordinary attacks. On the other side, and Yangji was still talking, thinking that Zhang Jun was dead. But the next moment, a thunderstorm appeared in the distant sky. Moreover, the thunder and lightning storm came and went quickly. When the thunder and lightning storm dissipated, the sound of wolf howling was no longer heard. "Teacherin, why are there strange phenomena in the secret realm?" This time it was Yao Yaxin's turn to ask curiously. The corner of Yangji's mouth twitched. If his perception was correct, this was not the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth that appeared in the secret realm. This is the phenomenon caused by elemental skills. Ahem, the ever-changing weather in the secret realm is simply inexplicable. And Yangji said with a serious face. Yao Yaxin seemed to understand, but what she cared about most was Zhang Jun's life or death. Will Zhang Jun die? Do you think he can still be alive? Even if he escapes by chance, he will die sooner or later. Let's go and take a look. And Yangji said this and led the students towards that area. Finally, and Yangji brought a dozen students to the place where the wolf howls and thunderstorms had occurred before. There seemed to be no signs of a fight, just charred black everywhere, and no corpse of the blood-sucking wolf was seen. Most importantly, the young man's body was not there. Teacher, is Jiang Jun dead? Why can't I see his body? Could he have been eaten by a blood-devouring wolf? Without seeing Jiang Jun's body, Yao Yaxin's happy mood disappeared instantly. And Yangji. If she was not his student, and Yangji would definitely call her a vicious person. No matter how bad the other person is, he is still your cousin. Why do you wish him death? Let's go. Let's go a little further and we'll see a jungle. I've been to this jungle many times. It's relatively safe. We can take a break in it. And Yangji ignored Yao Yaxin and continued walking forward with a dozen students. Soon, and Yangji brought a dozen students out of the jungle. When we enter the jungle, remember to split into 2 teams and follow me. Make sure your teammates don't fall behind. Okay, let's go in. After killing more than 30 blood-sucking wolves, Jiang Jun directly put the bodies of the blood-sucking wolves into the puppet space and continued to move forward. After walking for a long time, Jiang Jun did not encounter any monsters again. But Jiang Jun also knew that the demon suppression army would clear out the area where he was now every once in a while. It was a stroke of luck that we just encountered more than 30 blood-sucking wolves. After a while, a jungle appeared in front of us, and the tree trunks required at least 2 people to hug. Covering the sky and the sun. The already dim secret realm seemed even more eerie. Finally, Jiang Jun decided to go through the jungle. Because there are very likely many monsters hiding in this jungle. Entering the jungle, Jiang Jun felt a depressing atmosphere. For safety reasons, Jiang Jun asked Lin Qingli to walk in front. After walking for a long time, they didn't find any monsters, and the surroundings seemed to be becoming more and more weird. At this moment, several blood-red vines with sharp thorns sprang out from under their feet. By the time Jiang Jun reacted, the vines had already wrapped around his calves. Chapter 12, Second Level Demon Plant Thousand Sutured Vine. Who is this woman? Fortunately, he had taken the dagger specially made by Yao Yaxin before. Before the vines could spread over his body, Jiang Jun instantly cut off the vines with the dagger. Even so, Jiang Jun's calf was injured by the sharp thorns on the vine, and many holes appeared on his combat uniform, and blood slowly flowed down. It will definitely affect the action. On the other hand, Lin Qingli's calves were also entangled by vines, but she cut the vines off with a single stroke of her knife. Apart from some damage to her combat uniform, Lin Qingli had no injuries at all. This may be the advantage of being a puppet. After becoming a puppet, Lin Qingli's body becomes stronger, even if he encounters greater damage. For example, even if her hands and feet are broken, as long as her head is not cut off, she will still be able to fight. Jiang Jun even wanted to make himself a puppet. The next moment, Jiang Jun opened the Eye of Insight, and soon a light curtain appeared in front of him. Demon Plant, Thousand Suede Vine. Bloodline, none. Realm, second level equivalent to the mid-stage of the warrior's Tonmai realm. Chi and blood value, 2200. Skills, Blood Mist Cage, Parasitic Control. The moment he saw the information on the light screen, Jiang Jun immediately gave Lin Qingli an instruction. Go, take me away now. As soon as Jiang Jun finished speaking, hundreds of tentacle-like vines sprang out from the ground. It formed a cage, and each vine would spew out blood-colored poisonous mist when it shook. After receiving the order, Lin Qingli instantly lifted Jiang Jun up, performed the phantom kick, and used the flying cloud sword technique with his other hand. Taking Jiang Jun, he rushed out of the blood mist cage formed by Qiansu Tang's skills. Only after leaving the area where Sensudo was did Jiang Jun let Lin Qingli put him down. Having just been injured and having inhaled several breaths of blood-colored poisonous mist, Jiang Jun needed to treat his injuries as soon as possible and eliminate the poison from his body. Take out 2 bottles of reagents from the puppet space and drink the healing reagent and detoxification reagent. Jiang Jun's calf injury healed instantly, and the poison in his body was cleared. When Jiang Jun looked at Lin Qingli again, the difference became apparent. They are at the same realm and have the same chi and blood values, but their physiques are very different. Lin Qingli simply ignored the injury and poison. As if hearing Jiang Jun's thoughts, the system's voice appeared in Jiang Jun's mind. Warm tips, as long as the host completes the hidden mission, obtaining the Great Sun Thunder body can also improve physical fitness and ignore all poisons. After receiving the system's friendly reminder, Jiang Jun looked at Lin Xingli and rolled his throat again. Then, Jiang Jun and Lin Xingli sat beside a big tree. Jiang Jun took out some bread and water, intending to eat something before heading into the secret realm in another direction. Lin Xingli looked at Jiang Jun eating bread and drinking water, with some confusion in her eyes. Jiang Jun rubbed Lin Xingli's head twice and said, "You can't eat this, and you don't need to eat it, understand?" Lin Xingli still looked at Jiang Jun with a confused look. Jiang Jun could only finish a piece of bread as quickly as possible and then drink 2 sips of water, so as to avoid it seeming like I was abusing her. Just then, Jiang Jun heard footsteps and immediately became alert. When Jiang Jun saw that the other party was in Yangji and a dozen students, he frowned. He remembered that in Yangji brought a dozen students with him and did not explore the secret realm in the same direction as him. "Why are you following me now?" However, Jiang Jun couldn't say anything. After all, the secret realm was not his, and he could go wherever he wanted. When in Yangji saw Jiang Jun, he also frowned, but when he saw the woman next to Jiang Jun, he seemed to have another guess. This woman saved Jiang Jun. When Yao Yaxin saw Jiang Jun, there was resentment in her eyes, and there was a woman beside Jiang Jun. A woman more beautiful than her. Although this woman is wearing a mask, you can tell from her figure and temperament that she is much more beautiful than others. "Jiang Jun, who is this woman?" Out of woman's jealousy, Yao Yaxin pointed at Lin Xingli and asked. Not knowing the truth, I thought from the looks of things that the girlfriend saw her boyfriend dating another woman behind her back. Jiang Jun cast a cold look at her. "A woman who can give me peace of mind. Besides, who she is has nothing to do with you." "Ha, you kept saying you like Lu Ruyan, but it turns out it was all a lie. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Lu Ruyan?" Yao Yaxin was not convinced and even brought up Lu Ruyan as an example. Jiang Jun shook his head. "While you're at it, mention it to me. If she wants to cancel the engagement, she needs to raise 100 million. If I'm in a bad mood, I might change my mind at any time." "You?" Yao Yaxin didn't expect Jiang Jun to say such a thing. "Isn't he Lu Ruyan's bootleaker?" When Yao Yaxin looked at Lin Xingli again, she seemed to understand something. "Humph." Yao Yaxin snorted coldly and ignored Jiang Jun. At this time, and Yangji looked at Lin Xingli with doubt. "Were you responsible for the lightning storm just now?" Lin Xingli looked very aloof under the mask. In order to prevent Yangji from noticing anything, Jiang Jun continued, "My friend is a little tired, please don't disturb her." Seeing the woman's agreement, and Yangji couldn't tell the woman's level, but judging by the skill she just showed, she was definitely not weaker than him. "Then I won't bother you anymore." And Yangji was unhappy, but he didn't lose his temper in the end. "Let's go ahead, walk a little further, and then take a rest." And Yangji said this and headed towards Kiangsadong. Jiang Jun frowned. He didn't like Yangji, and he disliked Yao Yaxin even more, but the others were innocent. Finally, Jiang Jun warned, "Don't go this way. There's a second-level demon plant, the 1,000-bearded vine, ahead." Hearing this, and Yangji paused, turned around, and looked a little proud. "I've entered this jungle no less than 10 times, and I've walked this path 3 times, but I've never encountered a second-level demon plant." Jiang Jun didn't expect it would be so hard to be a good person. "We just got out. There was no need to lie to you. You guys take care of yourself." And Yangji felt a little conflicted, but he finally said disdainfully, "Thank you for the reminder, but I don't take a second-level demon plant seriously. It's just a second-level demon plant. Instructor and can destroy it with a flick of his hand. We can use it as a test, don't you think?" Yao Yaxin thought that saying this would discourage Jiang Jun, and she even deliberately incited other students. "Yes, we can use the second-level demon plant to practice. How can a second-level demon plant compare to a second-level demon beast? I also want to see how powerful a second-level demon plant is. Teacher, let's go meet this second-level demon plant." And Yangji said this, but with his cautious personality, he would change direction as soon as Jiang Jun could no longer see them. But because of the praise from the students, he became arrogant. Decided to follow this direction and lead the students out of the jungle. Chapter 13, I wish you good luck and be a good person in my next life. It seems that Yao Yaxin has already decided on her own death, but it's a pity that she has delayed the lives of other students. It is better for them to be killed by monsters on the battlefield in the future than to be killed by Yao Yaxin. Now, they can only hope for the best. Next, Jiang Jun changed direction and continued through the jungle. At the beginning, Yangji looked cautious and walked forward carefully with a dozen students. After walking for a while, Yangji didn't find any evil plants. Yangji has a lot of information about monsters, but he knows little about monster plants. He had only heard of Sensudo's name and had no idea of its characteristics. I didn't expect that Sensudo was hiding underground. Soon, Yangji relaxed his guard and unknowingly stepped into Qianshu Tang's territory. Feeling that this place was relatively open, with fewer trees and higher visibility, Yangji decided to take a rest here. Everyone, take a break here and have something to eat before heading out. Upon hearing this, the students were all excited. They were indeed hungry and tired after walking such a long way. The students didn't care about anything else and just sat down on the spot. Except for Yao Yashin, who loved beauty and did not wear combat uniform but wore a Sailor Moon costume. Wearing a mini skirt and black stockings, sitting on the ground will definitely reveal your private parts. So, I could only stand with my legs crossed gracefully. As for Yangji, he did not sit down either. With years of combat experience, he knew that if something unexpected happened, even a delay of 0.1 second could result in the loss of his life. Because of this action, most of the students lost the opportunity to resist. I don't know if it was because the thousand sucker vine was angered by Jiang Jun and sensed that there was prey, but in an instant, hundreds of blood-red vines sprang out from the ground like diarrhea. Crackle! After a burst of noise, some students sitting on the ground were directly entangled by the vines that sprang out, like dumplings. Some students were stabbed in the eyes by the vines, which went straight through the bull's eye. The vines penetrated all the way and attached themselves to their hearts, draining their blood instantly. Ah! 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 Screams continued to ring out. It was too late for Yangji to react. Seeing hundreds of vines and the miserable condition of the students, he estimated that most of them would not survive. With a stomping of the ground, Yangji moved sideways, took out a tang sword and cut off the vines that grew out of the ground. Just when he was about to save people, hundreds of blood-red vines formed a cage, and each vine spewed out blood-red poisonous mist as it shook. This evil plant is so strange that if he continues to stay, his life may be in danger. Thinking of this, Yangji picked up his knife and turned to leave. Teacher, save me! Because Yao Yashin didn't sit down, she reacted when others had diarrhea, but the vines were still wrapped around her calves. Suddenly, Yao Yashin was scared to death. A Milky Way falls from the sky, plummeting 3,000 feet. When the vines touched the warm Milky Way, they actually retreated from Yao Yashin's calves. When Yao Yashin saw Yangji's intention, she immediately screamed, and was even afraid that Yangji would abandon her, so she grabbed Yangji's arm with one hand and wrapped it tightly. Locked. Yangji. In an instant, Yangji had the intention to kill. After all, if only one person was left alive, there would be a witness. If they were all dead, it would be easier to find a reason. Just when Yangji was about to kill the witness, several vines shot out at the same time. Yangji could only swing his sword to cut the vines first, and then take Yao Yashin and swing the sword while retreating from the cage formed by the 1,000 bearded vines. Finally, Yangji took Yao Yashin out of the cage and did not stop until they retreated to a safe place. At this time, Yangji looked at Yao Yashin, his eyes narrowed slightly, and it seemed that the murderous intent rose again. But you can see that Yao Yashin's top was torn into large pieces by the sharp thorns of the vine, revealing a touch of snow-white tenderness. For a moment, Yangji felt that it would be a pity to kill Yao Yashin like this, so he might as well. Noticing Yangji's gaze, Yao Yashin covered her body with one hand and took 2 steps back. Yangji smiled obscenely, then pointed the tang sword at Yao Yashin. You're the only one left out of more than a dozen students. I can't explain this to their families. But if you die, there will be no evidence, so what I say is what counts. Actually, I don't want this to happen, but if all the students die, my job as a mentor will be over. Go on your way with peace of mind. Seeing that Yangji had murderous intentions, Yao Yashin trembled with fear. She doesn't want to die. She is still young. She can't die like this. But now I am the only one who can help her. Just when Yangji raised his tang sword, the situation became critical. Sizzle. The sound of clothes tearing could be heard. Yao Yashin's voice trembled as she said, Teacher, please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask me to do. And I have a plan that will allow you to continue being the mentor and shift all the blame onto someone else. But I have to testify, otherwise no one will believe you. As long as we do this, Originally, An Yongji planned to enjoy himself and then send Yao Yashin off to death, but death was inevitable. But the following words made An Yongji change his mind. Your plan is good. I can spare your life, but it depends on whether you can behave like a human being. Hearing this, Yao Yashin was overjoyed and looked at An Yongji's burning gaze. She understood. As long as I can survive, what does my body matter? Afraid that An Yongji would change his mind due to a bad experience, Yao Yashin forced herself to suppress her inner fear, looking charming and speaking in a tender voice. I know how to be a human being. Although I have never been a human being, I have learned a lot about how to be a human being. Next, Yao Yashin performed without any hiccups throughout the show, showing her human side to the fullest. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Yashin finally comforted An Yongji, but she also lost the most precious thing in her life. You better not play any tricks on me, or I'll send this video out and you should know the consequences. In order to control Yao Yashin, An Yongji even filmed a video to threaten Yao Yashin. Teacher An, don't worry. We are in the same boat now. How could I betray you? Yao Yashin was extremely angry, but she didn't dare show any dissatisfaction. Ha, let's go out now. It's up to you to perform next. An Yongji laughed twice, then strode ahead. Yao Yashin had no choice but to limp along, enduring the physical and mental pain as she followed closely behind. In the jungle. Jiang Jun changed direction and walked for a long time before finally catching the prey. And it's a big insect. A golden flame tiger was running towards Jiang Jun and the others, making a rustling sound wherever it passed. The golden flame tiger is 2 meters long, with red gold scales all over its body, its mane curling like flames, 3 bone blade spikes on the end of its tail, and fire patterns faintly visible in its amber pupils. In an instant, Jiang Jun opened the Eye of Insight, and a virtual light curtain appeared in front of him. Monster, Golden Flame Tiger. Bloodline, possessing rare white tiger bloodline. Realm, level 2 equivalent to the initial stage of a warrior's meridian opening. Chi and blood value, 1800. Skills, Burning Sky Roar, Flame Armor Counterattack. Chapter 14, Obtaining the Crystal Core and Ignoring the Secret Realm Survival Rules. Ouch. The Golden Flame Tiger let out a roar that belonged to a king, and its speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye it had shortened its distance from 100 meters to 30 meters. The second-level Golden Flame Tiger gave Jiang Jun a strong sense of oppression, and Jiang Jun immediately gave Lin Qingli an order. Destroy it. The next moment, the originally quiet Lin Qingli once again turned into a killing machine. He used the martial arts skill Phantom Kick and rushed towards the Golden Flame Tiger with a long sword in hand. Seeing that Lin Qingli was about to force the Golden Flame Tiger, the Golden Flame Tiger paused and used the skill Burning Sky Roar. In an instant, a vortex of fire with a diameter of 5 meters shot out of his mouth and enveloped Lin Qingli. Driven by fighting instinct, Lin Qingli touched the ground with his feet, flew into the air, and rolled over to avoid the vortex of fire. Then, he used the Fei Yin sword technique in the air. It seemed that he could not stab the Golden Flame Tiger at this distance, but when Lin Qingli stabbed out the sword, the whole person seemed to teleport and shortened the distance. A sword stabbed into the neck of the Golden Flame Tiger. But at this moment, the Golden Flame Tiger's body changed strangely, and its golden scales burst out with high temperature. Clang! Not only did the golden scales block the attack of the long sword, but the high temperature emitted by the golden scales made the long sword turn red in an instant, as if it was placed in a blacksmith's furnace. If Lin Qingli had not drawn the sword in time, the sword would have melted. The long sword is not made of any rare metal, nor is it an ordinary sword. It can be seen how high the temperature generated by the golden scales is. This should be the second skill of the Golden Flame Tiger Flame Armor Counterattack. Jiang Jun couldn't imagine what would happen if it wasn't a long sword that pierced the golden scales, but a fist. I guess this hand is scrapped. Sure enough, the second-level Golden Flame Tiger cannot be underestimated. Fortunately, there cannot be 2 tigers in one mountain. If there were a few more Golden Flame Tigers, Jiang Jun would probably take Lin Qingli away immediately. When the Golden Flame Tiger activated its second skill, it was noticeably weaker. Jiang Jun opened his Eye of Insight and had already seen the weakness of the Golden Flame Tiger. The Golden Flame Tiger is covered in golden scales, with its eyes being the weakest defense. When Lin Qingli retreated, Jiang Jun had already used his martial arts skill, Phantom Kick, and instantly approached the Golden Flame Tiger with a dagger in hand. Then, he used the dagger to perform the Fei Yin sword technique, which was the same move that Lin Qingli had used just now. The body seemed to teleport, and the dagger accurately stabbed the Golden Flame Tiger's eyes. Ouch! The Golden Flame Tiger screamed, but the sound stopped abruptly the next moment. Through the connection between him and Lin Qingli, Jiang Jun had already given Lin Qingli an order when he stabbed the golden flame tiger's eyes. Just as Jiang Jun pulled out the dagger, Lin Qingli stabbed at the other eye with another sword. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a rank 2 golden flame tiger, gaining 20 HP. The host gains plus 20 HP and plus 40 synergy points. Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli cooperated perfectly and killed the golden flame tiger. Jiang Jun was excited, but his hands were still shaking. With the sharing of experience, his control over martial arts is definitely no worse than Lin Qingli's. But the first time he killed a monster, Jiang Jun still had an indescribable feeling. Fear and excitement, finally turning into an indescribable excitement. At this moment, Lin Qingli suddenly reached out and used the corner of her sleeve to wipe the blood splattered on Jiang Jun's face. Jiang Jun was amused when he saw Lin Qingli's awkward movements. Reaching out and pinching the baby fat on Lin Qingli's face, "Thank you." Lin Qingli looked puzzled. When Jiang Jun withdrew his hand, she reached out to touch the cheek that Jiang Jun had pinched. The next moment, his eyes seemed to become more alert, and he stretched his head towards Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun shook his head and reached out to rub Lin Qingli's head twice again. Jiang Jun seemed to have calmed down a lot from his previous excitement after Lin Qingli's disturbance. Then, Jiang Jun dug out a crystal core from the golden flame tiger's skull. The crystal core is the size of a red date, golden in color, and there seems to be flames flowing on the surface. It seems that the probability of a monster producing crystal cores is somewhat related to its bloodline. After putting the crystal core and the golden flame tiger's corpse into the puppet space, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli continued to move forward. After walking for a while, we were about to walk out of the jungle when suddenly the entire secret place was shrouded in thick fog. There is no sunlight in the Tianga secret realm, but there is light. Although we don't know how it was formed, the secret realm is now shrouded in thick fog, with visibility less than 2 meters. The danger level will increase several times, and it is not conducive to walking in the secret realm. The thick fog will definitely not dissipate anytime soon. So Jiang Jun found a big tree, jumped up and hung on it, and planned to take a nap on a relatively flat branch. Then, Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli an instruction, asking her to guard under the tree and be alert to every move around her. As the light in the secret realm grew brighter, Jiang Jun slowly woke up. In the blur. Feeling something pressing on him, Jiang Jun pushed it away as usual, and his hand touched a large lump. Out of self-conscious reaction, Jiang Jun pinched it twice. It seemed to be more elastic than baby fat and felt better, so he pinched it twice more. When Jiang Jun opened his eyes, he saw Lin Qingli staring at him with her small eyes, with his hand placed on her big eyes. "Dad!" Lin Qingli shouted. Jiang Jun pulled his hand back awkwardly. Lin Qingli's call of dad made Jiang Jun feel guilty. "Go down." Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli an instruction. After getting down from the tree branch, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli quickly reached the end of the jungle, where an endless grassland appeared in front of them. Jiang Jun obviously doesn't have much time left now, as he has to report back to the army in 3 days. Including the return journey, it would still take a day even if it were faster to return by the original route. That is to say, at most he can stay in the secret realm for 1 more day before returning to the entrance. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun suddenly had an idea. Instead of spending time looking for monsters, it would be better to wait for the monsters to come to him. When studying at the martial arts school, the first rule of survival in the secret realm is not to cook in the secret realm. Because the aroma emitted by food when cooking will attract a large number of monsters. Therefore, warriors who enter the secret realm usually choose dry food. After making the decision, Jiang Jun asked Lin Qingli to chop some tree branches with a long sword and pick up a lot of dry firewood, and put them all into the puppet space. Then walk towards the grassland and look for a high place. Not only does it have a good view, but the wind also flows along the grassland into the depths of the secret realm. Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli an order that any creature that came within 100 meters of them must be killed. Caution is always the top priority when surviving in secret places. The next moment, Jiang Jun found a few stones to form a circle, took out the cut tree branch from the puppet space, and processed it slightly with a dagger. Put up a tree branch on each side of the circle formed by stones, and then sharpen one end of a tree trunk so that the length is just right to fit on the 2 tree branches. A blood-sucking wolf was taken out from the puppet space. Due to the rule of still time in the puppet space, the blood-sucking wolf's body still had some residual warmth. Jiang Jun took out a special scalpel to bleed the blood-sucking wolf, then opened its cavity and took out its internal organs. Then he used a processed tree trunk and sharpened the end to poke it into the blood-sucking wolf's mouth, passed through the abdominal cavity without internal organs, and then poked it out from the hole behind the tail. Then, the entire bloodthirsty wolf was carried up. Take out the dry firewood from the puppet space, pile it inside the stone circle, and then light it. The roast wolf feast begins now. Chapter 15, Moral Bottom Line, the fish finally took the bait. Just as Jiang Jun was holding a wolf roasting feast, and Yangji and Yao Yaxin came out of a specially made tent in the other direction of the jungle. Because the secret place was shrouded in thick fog, the two could only walk out of the jungle when there was light. And Yangji took out a specially made tent, which could isolate the smell and also provide a certain degree of defense. Soon after the two entered the tent, and Yangji became more and more angry. So many students had died. Even if he could continue to be a mentor, no students would look for him. Suddenly, he looked at Yao Yaxin with anger. In order to vent his anger, and Yangji grabbed Yao Yaxin and started beating her. And he hit me so hard. Yao Yaxin was beaten and cried several times. I guess his eyes are swollen. After packing up the tent, the two walked out of the jungle and headed towards the exit of the secret realm. Yao Yaxin once again endured the physical and mental pain and followed behind with her feet turned inward. After an unknown amount of time, and Yangji and Yao Yaxin returned to the outside of the gray-black stone wall. After entering the military camp through the bronze gate, and Yangji immediately took Yao Yaxin to report Jiang Jun. The primary responsibility of the Demon Suppression Army is to guard the entrance to the secret realm and resist the beast tide. Warriors enter the secret realm for trials, which mainly test their strength and survival ability, and allow a certain degree of competition and even killing. The secret realm is a world without order, and often the most terrifying thing is not monsters, but people. How many people have hurt themselves and killed each other for a magical medicine or a monster crystal core? Such things often happen, including murder and looting. If someone is killed in the secret realm, the Demon Suppression Army will decide whether to intervene depending on the circumstances. As long as the special rules of the secret realm are not violated, the Demon Suppression Army will not punish the person. Only if the behavior seriously affects the stability of human society or violates the bottom line of human morality will the Demon Suppression Army take action to punish the crime. In short, if someone is killed in the secret realm, the Demon Suppression Army will consider many factors to determine whether to punish the crime in order to maintain the order, fairness, and stability of human society. And Yandan told all the evil deeds that Jiang Jun had done in the secret realm, and added Yao Yaxin as a witness. This matter was quickly filed as a case by the Demon Suppression Army. Of course, whether he can be convicted depends on whether Jiang Jun can come out of the secret realm, otherwise everything is empty talk. When the two walked out of the secret realm, and Yangji immediately took out his mobile phone and notified the families of the dozen or so students who had died. And Yangji doesn't care whether Jiang Jun can be convicted or not. As long as he puts all the blame on Jiang Jun, he can get away with it. This kind of behavior involves moral degradation, and condemning it from a moral high ground can completely ruin a person's reputation. When more than a dozen students' families received in Yangji's call, they flocked to the Tiange secret realm. In the vast grassland of the secret realm, smoke rose up and the aroma of meat drifted on the wind into the depths of the secret realm. Even Jiang Jun couldn't help it. He took out a dagger and cut off a piece of meat from the golden roasted blood-sucking wolf and started eating it. The taste is pretty good, with a hint of saltiness from the seafood. The meat of monsters can improve chi in blood. Jiang Jun ate one piece and then cut off another. Jiang Jun finished eating the second piece of blood-sucking wolf meat and felt full. When Jiang Jun checked the panel, the values in the chi and blood column did not change. With doubts, Jiang Jun called the system. System, why didn't my chi and health level change at all after I ate the blood-devouring wolf's meat? The host can only rely on puppets or kill monsters themselves to level up. This is a side effect of the puppet system. All interpretation rights belong to the system. Jiang Jun was a little worried, but he thought about how he was just a useless person before, and now he doesn't need to use any resources, he can level up just by killing monsters. Isn't this just cheating? Thinking of this, Jiang Jun felt a lot more balanced. At this moment, there was a slight vibration from the ground. Jiang Jun looked up and saw billowing smoke rising in the distance. He knew at a glance that a large number of monsters were coming towards them. It seems that this roasted wolf feast has finally attracted the monster. The next moment, Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli an instruction, and Lin Qingli immediately used the phantom kick and flew away at the fastest speed. Then, Jiang Jun obtained Lin Qingli's perspective through vision sharing. I saw dozens of iron-toothed pigs running towards me. The iron-toothed pig is 3 meters long and covered with iron gray bristles that stand upright like steel needles. Its skin is as tough as armor. The most threatening features are the two fangs that curve outwards, are dark gold in color, and are covered with spiral blood grooves on the surface. The jaw muscles are knotted and the bite force is amazing. A rough estimate is that there are about 40 of them. Jiang Jun doesn't know whether these 40 iron-toothed pigs have crystal cores. But the skin, fur, and flesh of the iron-toothed pig are both rare treasures and can probably be sold at a good price. The next moment, basic information about the iron-toothed pig popped up. Monster, iron-toothed pig. Bloodline, none. Realm, 1 price. Chi and blood value, 800-1000. Skill, iron main impact. If 40 iron-tusked pigs launched an iron bristle attack at the same time, each bristle would stand upright and burst into sharp spikes. It crashes into the enemy at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. The spikes have a tearing effect, and the wounds of those hit are extremely difficult to heal. Even a warrior at the Tongmai realm will die with hatred in his heart. Even if Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli cooperated and used their martial arts, it would be extremely difficult to kill 40 iron-toothed pigs. Of course, just because martial arts can't do it doesn't mean that skills can't do it. Without waiting for the iron-toothed pig to approach, Jiang Jun had already issued instructions to Lin Qingli. In an instant, Lin Qingli, holding a long sword, stood 100 meters away from the 40 iron-toothed pigs, and his eyes under the mask had already turned scarlet. Ho ho! Howl! Gurgle! The 40 iron-toothed pigs saw Lin Qingli's provocation, roared angrily, and then launched the skill Iron Main Impact. Suddenly, the running speed of the 40 iron-toothed pigs doubled. At the same time, Lin Qingli also activated his skills. Thunder Prison Storm. Suddenly, the sky above the secret grassland darkened, and a huge thunder and lightning storm covered a large area, and the thunder and lightning in the storm continued to rage. Then, lightning bolts fell towards the 40 iron-toothed pigs like dragons. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 iron-toothed pig, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 iron-toothed pig, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 iron-toothed pig, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. When the thunderstorm dissipated, the 40 iron-tusked pigs had turned into golden roasted pigs. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jun smiled. The next moment, he used the phantom kick to come to Lin Qingli. Well done. Jiang Jun rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice, and at this moment, Lin Qingli's faint smile changed a little. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, and there seemed to be a little more arrogance. Howl. Suddenly there was a deafening roar, and then the earth shook. A 5-meter-long iron-tusked pig came running from a distance at a speed of 100 meters in 5 seconds. Monster, iron-toothed pig. Bloodline, ancient bloodline. Realm, second level equivalent to the late stage of Tongmai realm. Chi and blood value, 3,200. Skills, Iron Main Impact, Fong Strangulation. Chapter 16, Power Superposition, Killing the second level monster. Unexpectedly, there was an iron-toothed pig behind, and it was a second-level monster, with combat power even higher than the Golden Flame Tiger. For some reason, Jiang Jun felt an urge to touch this iron-toothed pig when he saw it. The next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Jiang Jun. Name, Jiang Jun. Constitution, normal. Identity, student, warrior, and sole heir to Yangxian Crematorium. Realm, early stage of Tongmai realm. Chi and blood value, 1980. Martial arts, Feiyun sword technique, overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skills, suture mastery, eye of insight, strength overlay, thunderstorm. Space, puppet space. Puppet, Lin Qingli intimacy 0. Conjunction point, 1678. His chi and blood value is only 20 points away from being promoted to the middle stage of Tongmai realm. Even if Jiang Jun joins forces with Lin Qingli, they may not be able to kill this second-level iron-toothed pig. I wonder if the combined power can kill this second-level iron-toothed pig? Jiang Jun muttered to himself, then waved his hand and took Lin Qingli into the puppet space. The superposition of power will drain Lin Qingli's strength. Lin Qingli will temporarily lose her strength and become very weak. Jiang Jun can only temporarily put Lin Qingli into the puppet space. Seeing that the iron-toothed pig was getting closer and closer, Jiang Jun instantly triggered his skill. Power superposition. In an instant, Jiang Jun felt a powerful force being forcibly infused into his body, which made him feel as if his body was about to burst. In just a moment, Jiang Jun's qi and blood values increased from 1980 to 3960. According to the qi and blood values, he is already a warrior in the late stage of Tongmai realm. He is only 1400 qi and blood away from entering the perfect Tongmai realm. At this moment, Jiang Jun's 8 extraordinary meridians are basically connected, and the spiritual energy can form a circulating vortex in his body, increasing his movement speed and explosive power. This is a special skill given to Jiang Jun by the system. Jiang Jun can only be a real man for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, he will become impotent. Feeling the changes in his body, Jiang Jun clenched his fists and a powerful force surged out of his fists. Howl! At this time, the iron-toothed pig was already very close. When it roared, the breath coming out of its mouth even made Jiang Jun's hair tremble. The next moment, the iron-toothed pig activated its fang strangulation skill. The entire pig's head suddenly lifted up, and 2 curved fangs with spiral blood grooves growing outwards fell towards Jiang Jun at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Jun had already prepared himself and used his martial arts to deliver a powerful punch. Mountain Collapsing Fist. After the realm was improved, the collapsing mountain fist became much stronger, and a light curtain condensed by spiritual power wrapped around the fist. Wherever he passed, space seemed to be distorted. With unstoppable force, he broke one of the iron-toothed pig's tusks, and then took advantage of the momentum to hit the iron-toothed pig on the forehead. Suddenly, the iron-toothed pig's forehead was sunken. Boom! The iron-toothed pig's huge body fell to the ground, and it died without even a chance to struggle. Host kills a level 2 iron-toothed pig, gains HP plus 30, and conjunction points plus 60. Congratulations to the host for advancing from the initial stage of Tongmai to the middle stage of Tongmai. Power stacking countdown, 14 minutes left, power stacking expires, cooldown will last 3 hours. Jiang Jun didn't expect that he could only be a real man for 1 minute this time. He used the rest of the time to familiarize himself with this skill and, by the way, dug out a crystal core from the head of the second-level iron-toothed pig. Put the second-level iron-toothed pig corpse, the roasted blood-sucking wolf and the tools used in the crime into the puppet space. Finally, Lin Qingli was released from the puppet space. Although her power was deprived, Lin Qingli was not affected at all. When Jiang Jun checked Lin Qingli's panel, he found that Lin Qingli's blood energy value was still at 1980, and her realm was stuck in the early stage of Tongmai realm. It seems that even though he kills the monster, the puppet cannot gain any power increase, synchronous feedback, or experience sharing. At this time, the power superposition time is up. A feeling of exhaustion surged from Jiang Jun's body. It felt like the 7th time in a row, causing Jiang Jun's legs to tremble unconsciously. Finally, he seemed to have lost everything and sat on the ground. On the other hand, the power that had been deprived of Lin Qingli returned to her body, and she immediately straightened up a lot. Dad! Lin Qingli bent down and stretched her head forward. 2 pairs of big watery eyes looked at Jiang Jun. Smooth and fair. At this moment, Jiang Jun finally understood what it meant to see a mountain as a peak when viewed from the side. Turn upside down to form a ball. The viewing experience is completely different from each angle. Jiang Jun's throat rolled, but the feeling of exhaustion brought him back to his senses in an instant. The system is poisonous. Lin Qingli blinked her big eyes, seeming a little confused. Why didn't her father touch her head anymore? Isn't she obedient? Seeing Lin Qingli's reaction, Jiang Jun smiled. He reached out and rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice. Lin Qingli smiled faintly, with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned. She seemed to feel very happy to get Jiang Jun's affirmation. After a short pause, Jiang Jun took Lin Qingli deeper into the grassland again. I just killed 41st level iron-toothed pigs and 1 second-level iron-toothed pig. Jiang Jun tasted the sweetness and decided to go deeper into the grassland and then release another big wave. Then, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli simultaneously used the phantom kick and headed deep into the grassland at the fastest speed. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli finally arrived deep in the grassland. After finding a good position, Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli an instruction to kill all living creatures within 300 meters. Same recipe, different ingredients. Jiang Jun quickly set up the tools for the crime, and then picked out a fat iron-toothed pig from the puppet space. Drain the iron-toothed pig's blood and sprinkle it in a place with good wind. Then use a scalpel to cut open the pig's cavity, remove the internal organs, and put them together. Since the iron-toothed pig was 3 meters long, Jiang Jun found a long tree trunk in the puppet space. Sharpened. With the help of Lin Qingli, he successfully poked a hole and lifted up the entire iron-toothed pig. The last step is to make a fire. Outside the secret realm. At the foot of Lugo Mountain. On the winding mountain road, dozens of luxury cars were lined up end to end, blocking the entrance to the ravine. Nearly 100 people, including more than a dozen family members of the students, came and surrounded Yangji and Yao Yaxin. The sobs and curses from the crowd, mixed with the lingering roar of the luxury car engines, created a harsh echo in the valley. Yangji! Give me back my son's life! A woman with diamond-studded nails rushed up and grabbed Yangxing's collar tightly. Qiang just woke up last month and said he would definitely get into the 4 major colleges. How could he die in the secret realm? Behind her, an old man wearing a jade ring was leaning on a golden Nanmu cane and smashing it hard on the ground. My grandson can split granite with his bare hands, how could he die so easily in the secret realm? A young girl suddenly knelt on the gravel road, tears blurred her eyes, and said in a hoarse voice. Teacherin, my brother said that most of the monsters in the secret realm are level 1, and he can easily kill them. Even if he can't, we will be absolutely safe with Teacherin here. Before she finished her words, a new roar erupted from the crowd. A middle-aged man ripped open the collar of his shirt, and the veins on his neck bulged. My daughter is only 17 years old. You know how much I have spent to cultivate her. You must give me an explanation today. Behind the middle-aged man, an old man coughed violently, his eyes were filled with turbid tears, and he raised his hand to point at Yangji. My grandson is a rare genius in our family. I agreed to let him participate in the secret realm trial because you said the secret realm could aid his cultivation, and now we can't even find his body? Nearby, a young man with purple highlighted hair pulled off his sunglasses and raised his phone with red eyes. My brother sends me training videos every day. The last one even said that I will definitely be able to break through in this secret realm trial. What's going on now? And Yangji's Adam's apple rolled and he felt his feet go numb. He couldn't wait to pull Yao Yaxin in front of him. Everyone, listen to me. This is the only survivor among the students. I'm going to give you an explanation right now. Just be quiet. Chapter 17 Jiang Jun is a beast, the beast tide is coming. Dear family members, more than a dozen students have entered the secret realm. With my protection, they are absolutely safe. But we met an ungrateful person. His name is Jiang Jun, and he is the cousin of this student. He's not my student, but he's been snooping around in the students' bodies and secretly following us. When we arrived at a jungle in the secret realm, we were originally planning to take a safer route, but he suddenly appeared and said there was a demonic plant called the thousand-bearded vine on this road, and told us not to go that way. Out of concern for the students' safety, we ultimately changed our route, but... Having said that, and Yangji paused and his expression became extremely excited. But this Jiang Jun is too cunning. The place where there are second-level demon plants is the direction where we should change our route. You should all have guessed the final result. We entered the territory of a second-level demon plant. I tried my best to get the students out of the territory of the second-level demon plant, but I got entangled by the second-level demon plant. Having said that, and Yangji pinched Yao Yaxin on the back. Yao Yaxin immediately realized that now was the best time for her to put the blame on Jiang Jun. It happened just as Instructor said. When we thought we had escaped death, Jiang Jun took advantage of the fact that most of us were injured and our fighting capacity was reduced to attack us. I watched these students die at Jiang Jun's hands. Even though I was his cousin, he had no intention of letting me go. Luckily, Teacherin showed up in time and saved me. Originally, Instructorin wanted to kill Jiang Jun to avenge the death of his students. Instructorin was injured by a second-level demonic plant and is now at the end of his strength. In the end, Instructorin had no choice but to take me away temporarily. As soon as Instructorin's injuries recovered a little, he immediately took me back to the place where the students were killed. I originally planned to take the students' bodies away and then seek revenge on Jiang Jun, but who knew that Jiang Jun would dispose of the students' bodies? Instructorin took me to search for Jiang Jun in the secret realm, but the secret realm is so vast that it's too difficult to find him if he's hiding there alone. Plus, the secret realm is full of dangers, so Instructorin had no choice but to take me out of it first. My cousin Jiang Jun is a complete beast. Instructorin has already filed a report with the Demon Suppression Army. As soon as Jiang Jun comes out, he will seek justice for you. And Yangji and Yao Yaxin discussed this matter several times before they decided on it. At first, the masked woman was also included, but it was ultimately rejected. After all, it is easy to frame one person, but it becomes more difficult to frame two people. Moreover, if you don't know the identity of this woman, you will only make things worse. As soon as Yao Yaxin finished speaking, waves of condemnation rang out from all around. This Jiang Jun is simply not a human being. We'll just wait for him here. Yes, as long as he comes out alive, we will make him go down the mountain sideways. We must seek justice for the deceased. We will not stop until Jiang Jun is convicted. Because Yao Yaxin is a student, her words are convincing enough. Therefore, the families of the deceased students all believed what Yao Yaxin said. The culprit for the death of more than a dozen students is Jiang Jun. Deep in the grassland, the iron-toothed pig that was hung on the rack had been roasted to a golden color. You can tell at first glance that the skin is crispy and the meat is smooth. And the fragrance goes straight into the depths of the secret realm. It seems that soon, the monsters in the depths of the secret realm were attracted by the fragrance and followed it here. At this moment, Jiang Jun was a little excited, wondering what kind of monster would appear. Of course, there are not many kinds of monsters in the Tiange secret realm. The common ones are blood-sucking wolves, iron-toothed pigs, split-horned roe deer, and golden flame tigers. It is estimated that the less common ones were almost all killed by the demon-suppressing army. It's a pity that after entering the secret realm, Jiang Jun has not found any magical medicine. But think about it, spiritual medicine is not cabbage. Besides, the spiritual medicine outside the secret realm has long been dug out. If he could find a spiritual medicine, even if it is against the will of heaven. It seems that next time I have time, I must go deep into the secret realm to take a look. Jiang Jun muttered to himself, after all, the price of spiritual medicine is definitely not lower than that of crystal core. At this moment, Jiang Jun felt a slight vibration from the ground, and he knew without thinking that another fish was caught. The cooling time for the power stacking has also arrived, and Jiang Jun can be a real man for another 15 minutes. However, Jiang Jun did not intend to use the superposition of power unless he had to. After all, when Lin Qingli fights monsters, he can also gain strength enhancement, but when he fights monsters, Lin Qingli cannot gain strength enhancement. Therefore, Jiang Jun still thinks it's better to be a qualified gigolo. The next moment, Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli an instruction. Lin Qingli used the phantom kick and her figure went away into the distance like a ghost. Through Lin Qingli's visual sharing, Jiang Jun quickly saw the monster running towards him. It turned out to be a group of roe deer, about 30 of them. The split-horned roe deer is 5 meters long, covered with dark silver mane, with spiral bone spurs on its limbs. The most terrifying thing is the forked antlers on its head. Judging from their body shapes, the 30 split-horned roe deer are all first-level monsters. Jiang Jun is definitely fat this time. In an instant, basic information about the split-horned roe deer popped up. Monster, split-horned roe deer. Bloodline, none. Realm, 1 price. Chi and blood value, 900-1000. Skill, mountain splitting charge. In addition to the meat and blood, which are both treasures, the antlers on the top of the head of the split-horned roe deer are the most valuable part of the body. At this time, Jiang Jun didn't want to wait even a second. He wanted to send all 30 split-horned roe deer into the puppet space. An instruction. Lin Qingli immediately used the skill Thunder Prison Storm. Suddenly, her combat uniform rustled, her arms suddenly spread out, her joints cracked like thunder drums, and the lightning in her palms gathered into a rotating thunder ball. With a loud shout, the void was shattered. Thunder Prison Storm. In an instant, the sky above the secret grassland darkened, and a huge thunder and lightning storm covered a large area, and the thunder and lightning in the storm continued to rage. In an instant, lightning bolts fell like dragons towards the 30 roe deer. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 split-horned roe deer, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 split-horned roe deer, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli's realm has been upgraded from the early stage of Tongmai to the middle stage of Tongmai. When the thunderstorm dissipated, 30 roe deer were lying on the grassland, emitting white smoke. While Lin Qingli was performing her skill Thunderstorm, Jiang Jun had already begun to pack up the tools used in the crime, and he tore off a front leg from the roasted iron-toothed pig and ate it with relish. I can only say that the roasted iron-toothed pig is so delicious, and the skin is roasted to a golden and crispy texture. Take a gentle bite, the crispy skin bursts between your teeth, releasing rich fat, tender and chewy lean meat, and overflowing with juice. Savory, slightly sweet. After finishing gnawing on the iron-toothed pig's front legs, Jiang Jun came to Lin Xingli. He wiped the oil off his hands on his combat uniform, then reached out and rubbed Lin Xingli's head twice. Next, Jiang Jun placed 30 split-horned roe deer into the puppet space. After doing all this, Jiang Jun took a sip of water and prepared to go back. If he doesn't go back now, Jiang Jun might not be able to report to the military camp in time. Once the secret realm is affected by heavy fog, it is impossible to travel quickly. Lieutenant Colonel Chen said that failure to report to the military camp on time would be considered desertion. At this moment, there was another slight vibration on the grassland. It seemed that another group of ferocious beasts was coming towards this side. As the saying goes, the brave will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. Jiang Jun decided to try again. The next moment, Jiang Jun and Jiang Qingli simultaneously used the martial arts skill Phantom Kick and headed towards the direction of the vibration. After an unknown amount of time, the vibrations became stronger and stronger, and Jiang Jun could even see billowing dust rising in the distance. Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment. It seemed that this scene could not be created by dozens or even hundreds of monsters. Just as Jiang Jun was confused, more than 100 warriors came towards Jiang Jun. These should be the warriors who have explored deep into the secret realm. It seems that they are running for their lives and wish they could grow an extra leg. Soon, warriors rushed towards them, and before Jiang Jun could speak, they passed Jiang Jun. I don't want to waste even a second of my time. As if seeing that Jiang Jun and the others were unmoved, a warrior shouted as he passed by. The beast tide is coming, hurry up and leave the secret realm. Damn it, I don't know which guy is barbecuing in the secret realm, damn it. Jiang Jun, oh. Chapter 18 New recruits report in, and would rather die than retreat. After hearing what the warrior said, Jiang Jun had some guesses, but he would never admit it because he barbecued meat and triggered a tide of beasts. This is impossible. Is this what the monsters lack? Thinking of this, Jiang Jun felt a lot more at ease. In just a moment, more than 100 warriors had passed Jiang Jun and his group. When Jiang Jun looked into the distance again, he could only describe it as 1,000 horses galloping. Countless monsters were moving towards them at an extremely fast speed. There are blood-sucking wolves, iron-toothed pigs, golden flame tigers, split-horned roe deer. And there are also many second-level monsters. If he could destroy all these monsters, Jiang Jun didn't know how powerful he would be. Of course, Jiang Jun was just thinking about it. With his current strength, he simply can't do it. If these monsters were allowed to break out of the Tiange secret realm, no one knew how many people would die. At this time, Jiang Jun had no time to think, because if he didn't leave, he would be the next to die. Walk! Jiang Jun gave Lin Xingli an instruction. The next moment, Jiang Jun and Lin Xingli once again used their martial arts skill, Phantom Kick, to chase after the warrior in front. In less than a moment, Jiang Jun and Lin Xingli had caught up with these warriors and were ahead of them. Seeing the speed of the two, some warriors were also very surprised. In their opinion, Jiang Jun and Lin Xingli are both young, and no matter how powerful they are just awakened warriors. Now it seems that these two people are not very old, but their realm is at least above the awakening realm. Seeing this, some warriors also used their trump cards, and many warriors also rushed ahead of Jiang Jun. Even so, the monster behind was still getting closer and closer. It was estimated that Jiang Jun and his companions, along with more than 100 warriors, would be overwhelmed by monsters before they could reach the exit of the secret realm. At the foot of Lugo Mountain, a military pickup truck was heading towards Lugo Mountain. Sitting in the car was an officer of the Demon Suppression Army. This man was Lieutenant Colonel Chen, also the commander of the Demon Suppression Army of the Tiange secret realm. When the pickup truck arrived at the foot of Lugo Mountain, it saw many luxury cars parked at the foot of the mountain, and tents were set up on both sides of the mountain. Some people walked out of the tent and waved at the oncoming pickup truck, trying to stop it. "Captain, should we stop?" asked the demon suppression soldier in charge of driving. Chen Mingxiu frowned and said, "Ignore them." "Yes, sir." Just as the pickup truck drove into the Tiange secret realm, Chen Mingxiu returned to Wenqing, and immediately a battalion commander of the Demon Suppression Army came forward to report. "Captain, you're back just in time. We've detected another monster riot within the Tiange secret realm, forming a beast tide. Based on the speed of the beast tide, they will reach the outside of the city wall by noon today." Upon hearing this, the character Chuan appeared on Chen Mingxiu's forehead. The last beast tide was half a year ago. Based on the frequency of beast tides, the next one will be at least a year later. Therefore, there are not many demon-suppressing troops guarding the Tianga's secret realm. There is only one regiment with less than 1,000 people. In each beast tide, the number of monsters is between 5,000 and 10,000. Their group alone cannot defend the Tianga's secret realm. So Chen Mingxiu immediately picked up the military phone in the city wall and made a call. General, a beast tide has appeared in the Tianga's secret realm and will reach the city at noon today. I need support. On the other end of the phone, a man who looked somewhat similar to Gong Shueitao was silent for a moment before speaking. I've drawn 3 groups from other secret realms and sent them to the Tianga's secret realm. They'll arrive around 3 p.m. You must find a way to defend the Tianga's secret realm. Yes. Chen Mingxiu called back, but the other party had already hung up the phone. As the saying goes, military orders are as heavy as a mountain, and Chen Mingxiu could only obey them. Even if it means sacrificing the entire regiment of demon-suppressing troops, he will defend the Tianga's secret realm and hold out until reinforcements arrive. The next moment, Chen Mingxiu issued one order after another. Then he discussed with the 3 commanders of the demon suppression army how to defend the Tianga's secret realm. To wait for reinforcements to arrive, they have to defend the Tianga's secret realm for at least 3 hours. However, with their less than 1,000 soldiers and the defense of the city wall, it was impossible to do it. The final result of the discussion was to send a team into the secret realm first and delay the monster inside. Commander, there are 100 new recruits reporting today. Why not send them out as well, a battalion commander suggested. Well, it's time for these new recruits to serve the country, the 2nd battalion commander continued. Well, this is the only solution when there is no solution. The 3rd battalion commander sighed. Hearing this, Chen Mingxiu frowned. If these new recruits were sent out, there would be only one result: they would all die in the beast tide. He remembered that among these new recruits, there was Gong Shueitao's student Zhang Jun. Chen Mingxiu also had great hopes for this young man. After all, an 18-year-old warrior who had achieved perfect awakening. If you perform well, you are likely to join the latest program in advance and your future will be limitless. Instead of dying in this beast tide. Only. As the supreme commander of the Tianga's secret realm, when it comes to justice, you must put the overall situation first. Let's go check out these new recruits first. Chen Mingxiu did not say whether he agreed or not and sent the new recruits out. But the 3 battalion commanders seemed to have gotten the answer from Chen Mingxiu. Yes, let's go check out these new recruits first. The 3 battalion commanders spoke at the same time. Then, Chen Mingxiu and 3 battalion commanders came to the training ground in Wengcheng. At this time, the 100 new recruits who had just joined the demon-suppressing army had been divided into teams of 10 and lined up in the training ground. Seeing the regiment commander and 3 battalion commanders coming to the training ground, the platoon leader of the demon-suppressing army who was responsible for receiving new recruits saluted the 4 officers. Captain Qian, 3 battalion commanders, we are only missing 1 new recruit. The others are all lined up. Please give us your instructions. Chen Mingxiu frowned again, and the 3 battalion commanders also looked unhappy. There were actually people who didn't come to report. You should know that if you join the demon-suppressing army but don't report, you will be treated as a deserter. Who is this person? Asked a battalion commander angrily. Reporting to the battalion commander, his name is Zhang Jun. The platoon leader answered truthfully. Humph, if you don't report, you'll be considered a deserter. The battalion commander looked at the recruits coldly, as if he was doing this to make an example of them. When Chen Mingxiu heard Zhang Jun's name, he felt a little relieved. Zhang Jun did not show up, which means that this genius will not die in this beast tide. But when I think about the fact that Zhang Jun didn't even come to report, no matter what the reason was, it wouldn't be enough to exonerate him. Once he is regarded as a deserter, Zhang Jun's future will be ruined. But soon, Chen Mingxiu calmed down. At this time, the most important thing is to guard the Tianga's secret realm, otherwise these monsters will rush out of the Tianga's secret realm. There will be a lot of casualties outside and rivers of blood. Chen Mingxiu looked around at this group of immature recruits, and his voice resounded like a bell throughout the city. Children, do you know why we are called the Demon Suppression Army? Because in this world, there must always be a group of people who are willing to stand in the most dangerous places for the sake of the lights of thousands of homes behind them. This is your first day as a member of the Demon Suppression Army. The secret realm is facing a wave of beasts. If this wave of beasts breaks through the defenses, the cities outside the secret realm will be transformed into a purgatory. Behind you, there are your parents, relatives, and friends. Having said that, Chen Mingshu suddenly drew out the Xianlin breaking formation sword from his waist, with the sword tip pointing straight to the sky. The swords in our hands are not for killing, but for protecting. In today's battle, some may fall, but your names will be forever engraved on the demon-suppressing monument, revered by the world. Remember, behind us is our homeland, and in front of us is our responsibility. The demon-suppressing army would rather die than retreat. At this moment, the recruits' originally nervous expressions gradually became resolute and they shouted in unison. I would rather die than retreat. I would rather die than retreat. The shouts broke through the sky and echoed vigorously in the city wall. Soon, the 2nd Battalion commander led 200 demon-suppressing soldiers and 100 new recruits out of the city wall. March towards the secret realm at the fastest speed. Chapter 19, Face death with equanimity and advance to the late stage of Tongmai realm. The mission of the 300 demon-suppressing soldiers this time is to stop the beast tide before it reaches the city wall and buy more time. They were wearing nano-composite armor, holding a black-scaled formation-breaking knife in one hand and a military shovel in the other, and carrying 20 kilograms of explosives on their backs. March quickly towards the secret realm and bury explosives at a designated distance. Although explosives do not cause much damage to monsters, as long as they cause chaos to the monsters and slow down their speed, a certain amount of time can be bought. Bury the explosives here. 2nd Battalion Commander Sun Yi pointed forward. The terrain here is relatively flat and open, suitable for burying explosives, and judging by the direction of the beast tide, it will definitely come from here. Yes. Upon receiving the order, the 300 demon-suppressing soldiers immediately put down the explosives on their backs and the Xianlin formation-breaking swords in their hands. Using a military shovel, he dug a trench for explosives according to the route planned by the 2nd Battalion commander. After digging the ditch, bury the explosives in the ditch and then connect the fuse and detonator. After doing all this, bury the explosives trench, and then everyone retreats 1,000 meters away. The last 300 demon-suppressing soldiers had 2 kilograms of explosives tied to their bodies, carried military shovels on their backs, and held black-scale formation-breaking knives in their hands, and lined up in a row. After the explosion, they will have a final battle with the monster, that is, to stop the monster and buy more time. All 300 demon-suppressing soldiers will die in battle. Sunny stood at the front holding the Xianlin breaking formation knife, determined to die, and shouted loudly. To all the men of the demon suppression army, today we will use our blood and flesh to hold the front line of defense for our parents, relatives, and friends. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. I would rather die than retreat. At this moment, the momentum of 300 people was no weaker than that of 30,000 people. At this moment, the ground shook slightly and clouds of dust rose in the distance. 2nd Battalion Commander Sunny shouted, "Here they come, everyone get ready." At this moment, Jiang Jun and more than 100 warriors were fleeing. Seeing that the beast tide was getting closer and closer, there was only one result for continuing to escape like this, which was that he would run out of strength and be drowned by the beast tide. Many warriors have realized this problem. Since they can't escape anyway, they might as well fight the monster. Everyone, don't run. We can't escape. We might as well fight these monsters. I don't know which warrior shouted. Hearing this, more than a dozen warriors stopped, as they really couldn't move any further. Rather than being killed by monsters in the end, it would be better to kill a few monsters now while the strength is still strong. It would be a worthy death. Yeah, I won't run away anymore, damn it. 18 years later, I'm a brave man again. I'm not afraid of anyone. Ha, well said, let's show these beasts how powerful we are. Kill. The next moment, more than a dozen warriors, armed with weapons, rushed towards the monsters galloping towards them from behind. It was like a small stone thrown into the lake, which could not cause any waves at all and was submerged by the tide of beasts. The warriors who were still running were also filled with indignation when they saw this scene. Then more than a dozen warriors stopped and rushed towards the monsters rushing up from behind with an expression of being ready to die. The remaining warriors seemed to have reached a consensus and stopped. Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli were among these warriors. Due to constantly using the phantom kick and excessive physical exertion, Jiang Jun was pale, breathless, and could hardly run anymore. On the other hand, although Lin Qingli also consumed energy, as a puppet, Lin Qingli was tireless. The gap appeared immediately. Everyone, let's fight these beasts. A burly man picked up the big knife in his hand and pointed it at the beast tide. Soon, someone recognized the identity of this burly man. He's Su Shang, ranked 168th on the hunter rankings. I heard that his realm has reached the perfection of Tongmai realm. Among us, if he can survive, it must be him. Even Su Sheng doesn't plan to run away. Looks like we have no choice but to fight. The Hunters Association is an organization composed of warriors who enter secret realms to hunt monsters. The Hunter ranking is a ranking list of the Hunter Association. The ranking of the list is mainly based on the comprehensive ranking of hunters entering the secret realm and the number and level of monsters killed. The next moment, the remaining warriors all stood behind Su Sheng, and they all decided to fight the monster. Originally, Jiang Jun wanted Lin Xingli to carry him away, but at this moment he was also infected by these warriors. But Jiang Jun did not choose to stand behind Su Sheng, but brought Lin Xingli to the front of Su Sheng. Su Sheng frowned, and the other warriors also looked confused. At this time, Jiang Jun slowly turned around. You guys go ahead and leave. We'll hold back this group of monsters. If we can't get any better later, you guys can fight again. Jiang Jun's speed just now was not slow, and many warriors remembered Jiang Jun. However, Jiang Jun's age still makes many warriors doubt it. Even if Jiang Jun's speed is not slow, it does not mean that his realm is high. Even if his realm is high, it is not certain that he can stop these monsters. You are still young, and I just saw that you are not slow at all. Let's go. Maybe we can buy you some time. As long as you can hold on until you reach the city wall, you can survive. Su Sheng patted Jiang Jun on the shoulder, without any intention of looking down on him. I just feel that Jiang Jun was so young and died in this beast tide. What a pity. Jiang Jun did not respond, but proved it with practical actions. Just as Jiang Jun said those words, he had already given Lin Xingli an instruction. Suddenly, her combat uniform rustled, her arms suddenly spread out, her joints cracked like thunder drums, and the lightning in her palms gathered into a rotating thunder ball. A loud shout shattered the void. Thunder prison storm. In an instant, the sky above the secret realm darkened, and a huge thunder and lightning storm instantly covered a large area, and the thunder and lightning in the storm continued to rage. In an instant, streaks of lightning fell towards the beast tide like dragons. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a level 1 bloodthirsty wolf, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a level 2 flame tiger, gaining 20 HP. The host gains plus 20 HP and plus 40 synergy points. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a level 1 iron-toothed pig, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a level 1 split-horned roe deer, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Seeing this, Su Sheng said with a trembling voice, "This is a lightning element skill. Hurry up, let's hold back these monsters." After saying that, Jiang Jun suddenly spread out his arms, his joints exploded like thunder drums, and the lightning in his palms gathered into a rotating thunder ball. The next moment, Jiang Jun clasped his palms together and pushed hard into the void. Thunder prison storm. Just as the thunder prison storm cast by Lin Xingli dissipated, thunderclouds formed again in the sky. Thunder and lightning raged, and streaks of lightning fell towards the beast tide again like dragons. Host kills a level 1 bloodthirsty wolf, gains HP plus 10, host gains HP plus 10, and coordination points plus 20. Host kills a level 1 flame tiger, gains 10 HP, and plus 20 synergy points. Host kills a level 2 iron-toothed pig, gains HP plus 20, and synergy points plus 40. Host kills a level 1 split-horn roe deer, gaining HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Congratulations to the host for advancing from the middle stage of Tongmai Realm to the late stage of Tongmai Realm. Chapter 20, Third Level Monster. New recruit Jiang Jun reports to his superior. The monsters were moving too fast and were too dense, and their rhythm was disrupted by the sudden lightning. Some monsters were killed by lightning, some collided with the monsters in front of them because they were moving too fast, and some ran around in panic. In an instant, the huge beast tide became chaotic and the speed of the monsters slowed down. At this time, Su Sheng and other warriors were all surprised. They all have elemental skills? You know, elemental skills are supernatural powers possessed by all pivot warriors. But now, no matter how high their realm is, they are only Tongmai Realm warriors. How is it possible to use elemental skills? And it is a relatively powerful lightning skill among the elemental skills. But soon, everyone reacted and tried to escape again. At this time, Sunny and 300 demon-suppressing soldiers were holding the black scale formation breaking swords and were ready for battle. They wanted to build a wall with flesh and blood to slow down the speed of the beast tide, which was undoubtedly like hitting a rock with an egg. But their eyes were firm and they showed no fear. Originally, only a company commander was sent as the leader of this interception mission, but Sun Yi took the initiative to take on the task. In the face of justice, Sun Yi chose to put the overall situation first. Just at this moment, the sky above the beast tide darkened, and a huge lightning storm instantly covered a large area. The thunder and lightning in the storm continued to rage, and finally, streaks of lightning fell towards the beast tide like dragons. Looking at this scene, Sun Yi's eyes widened and his voice trembled. This is an elemental skill. There is a Shuzhen realm warrior in the secret realm. Soon, Sun Yi shook his head. It was impossible for a warrior in the Shuzhen realm to appear in the Tiange secret realm. Just as Sun Yi was struggling, the thunderstorm dissipated, and thunderclouds appeared again, carrying thunder and lightning. The rumbling sound continues. Could it be that there really is a Shuzhen realm warrior in the secret realm? Ha ha! Sun Yi laughed out loud. With the help of Shuzhen realm warriors blocking the way, the speed of the beast tide can definitely be slowed down. 2nd Battalion Commander, why are you laughing so loudly? And what happened just now? Asked the demon-suppressing soldier beside Sun Yi. Sun Yi's smile remained unchanged. There are Shuzhenjing warriors holding back the beast tide. Everyone, cheer up. We will definitely complete the mission this time. Hearing this, everyone became energetic. This time, they may not have to sacrifice heroically. They are not afraid of death, but they feel that dying like this is really cowardly. It happened in a flash, just a moment. Jiang Jun smiled when he heard the data reported by the system. Just when Jiang Jun was feeling complacent, a beast roar that resounded through the sky sounded behind the beast tide. Ouch! The sound hurt my eardrums. Could it be a third-level monster? Walk! Jiang Jun gave an order and continued running forward with Lin Qingli. In less than a moment, the remaining warriors had crossed the explosives trench and saw the demon-suppressing army lined up in a row in front of them, and immediately showed joy on their faces. But if you think about it carefully, with such limited manpower, the demon suppression army is simply unable to repel this group of monsters. In an instant, all the warriors' faces became heavy again. Su Sheng came up to Sun Yi and patted his arm. It was obvious that they knew each other. Old son, why are you here? Bullshit, didn't you see the beast tide? Sun Yi said this with disdain, and then continued, by the way, are there any Shuzhen warriors trying to stop the beast tide? Su Sheng shook his head. No, they're just two young men who both possess lightning elemental skills. Lightning element? Young people? Sun Yi was completely bewildered. It was a bit awkward to put all these unrelated phrases together. In just a moment, Sun Yi's expression returned to normal. Take these warriors and leave. Our mission is to stop the beast tide and try to delay it for 3 hours. If we all die, help me before you return to the city. Su Sheng pursed his lips. Old son, I don't know what kind of person you are. You want me to stay, but it's too embarrassing. Your words really make me feel uncomfortable. So, I decided not to leave and stay to help the demon-suppressing army stop the beast tide. If you're not a coward, stay here. If you don't want to, leave now. Remember to burn incense for us every year on this day. I have to say that Su Sheng's words are still very convincing. I stayed. I'll stay too. Let's fight these beasts. The remaining warriors all stayed. At this time, no one is a coward. Ouch! A beast roar was heard, and Sun Yi and Su Sheng frowned at the same time. Some new recruits were so frightened by the beast's pressure that their legs went weak and they almost sat down. At this moment, the sky above the beast tide darkened again, and a lightning storm instantly formed, covering an area. Boom! Thunder and lightning struck again. Before the lightning storm dissipated, lightning raged again in the thunderclouds and then fell with a loud bang. The rhythm of the beast tide was disrupted again. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 bloodthirsty wolf, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 2 iron tooth pig, gaining HP plus 20. The host also gains HP plus 20 and synergy points plus 40. Puppet Lin Qingli's realm has been upgraded from the middle stage of Tongmai to the late stage of Tongmai. Host kills a level 1 iron-toothed pig, gains HP plus 10, and conjunction points plus 20. Host kills a level 2 split horn roe deer, gaining HP plus 20 and synergy points plus 40. Jiang Jun was very happy to have gained another wave of health points, but after using the Thunder Prison Storm twice in a row, not only him, but even Lin Qingli felt a little exhausted. Next, Lin Qingli was put into the puppet space. Firstly, Lin Qingli could not see the light, and secondly, Jiang Jun planned to use a big move when necessary. When Jiang Jun crossed the explosives trench, he saw the remaining warriors lined up alongside the demon-suppressing army, seemingly ready for a fight to the death. Jiang Jun was a little confused and shouted, "Quick, retreat quickly, leave." Sunny frowned. "Sui, who is this young man?" Su Shang sighed, "This young man is one of those with lightning elemental skills. It seems the other woman was sacrificed." Hearing this, Sunny felt a little heartbroken. After all, possessing elemental skills at such a young age was a monster among monsters. The future is the hope of mankind. Seeing these people moved, Jiang Jun quickly came to Sunny and Su Shang. Before Jiang Jun could speak, Sunny patted Jiang Jun on the shoulder and said, "Leave quickly. We will stop these beasts. Remember to serve the country in the future and kill more monsters to avenge us." Su Shang continued, "Let's go, young man. We shouldn't have listened to you saying you were leaving. Now your companions are dead, and you're the only one left. You must survive. You will definitely be a national treasure in the future." Seeing the two people's emotional and heartfelt words, Jiang Jun was also deeply moved. Patriotism. Who doesn't he? The next moment, Jiang Jun took out a set of Demon Suppression Army uniform from the puppet space and saluted Sunny. New recruit Jiang Jun from the Demon Suppression Army reports to the commander. Chapter 21. You are a deserter, power superimposed. No one expected that Jiang Jun was actually a new recruit of the Demon Suppressing Army. Then, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Jun put on the Demon Suppressing Army uniform. At this time, Sunny came back to his senses and remembered the name Jiang Jun. "You are the deserter." Sunny made a slip of the tongue, and then he realized that he shouldn't have said such a thing in this situation. The next moment, Sun Yi's face was filled with relief, and he said loudly, "Great, I didn't expect you to be Jiang Jun. You haven't disgraced the reputation of our Demon Suppression Army at all. Jiang Jun, join the team. Our mission is to stop the beast tide and buy 3 hours for reinforcements to arrive at Wangcheng." At the same time, 2 light screens appeared in front of Jiang Jun. Name, Jiang Jun. Constitution, normal. Identity, student, warrior, and sole heir to Yangxian Crematorium. Realm, late stage of Tongmai Realm. Qi and blood value, 3710. Martial arts, Feiyun sword technique, Overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skills, suture mastery, eye of insight, strength overlay, thunderstorm. Space, puppet space. Puppet, Lin Qingli intimacy 0. Conjunction point, 5138. Name, Lin Qingli. Constitution, thunder spirit body. Identity, puppet. Realm, late stage of Tongmai Realm. Qi and blood value, 3080. Martial arts, Feiyun sword technique, Overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skill, thunderstorm. After looking at the data on the 2 panels, Jiang Jun had a rough idea in his mind, so he shook his head. "Commander, take everyone and evacuate. I'll stop the beast tide. If we can't do that, you guys can fight later." Ouch. Another animal roar was heard. The beast tide seemed to be moving much faster and was about to cross the explosives trench. Sunny quickly shouted, "Explode it for me." Boom. 5 tons of explosives buried underground exploded simultaneously, and smoke rose. Block everyone's view. But soon, the monster emerged from the smoke. It seems that the explosives do not cause much damage to the monsters. 5 tons of explosives may seem like a lot, but in fact, buried in such a long explosives trench, the killing power it can exert is not great. "Everyone get ready, let's fight the monster." Sunny shouted again. Jiang Jun knew that he couldn't persuade Sun Yi, so he could only prove it with actual actions. "Let's go, now is not the time for you to fight." The next moment, Jiang Jun used the superposition of skills granted by the system. In an instant, Jiang Jun's blood energy value soared to 6790, and he temporarily broke through from the late Tongmai realm to the perfect Tongmai realm. The 8 extraordinary meridians are completely connected, and the spiritual energy can be used freely. It is possible to perform offensive and defensive spiritual energy skills at the same time, unleashing greater combat power. "The man will be here in 15 minutes. Jiang Jun roared in his heart. In an instant, Jiang Jun spread his arms suddenly, and the demon-suppressing army uniform on his body made a rustling sound. The joints exploded like thunder drums, and the lightning in the palm of his hand gathered into a huge rotating thunderball. Suddenly, Jiang Jun burst out with powerful strength, the veins on his neck were exposed, and he pushed his hands into the void. Thunder Prison Storm. As the realm becomes higher, the destructive power of the Thunder Prison Storm becomes greater. Jiang Jun roared, like a thunderclap, shaking the entire secret space. The sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and inky thunderclouds surged and condensed from the depths of the void. It was like an upside-down purgatory cage, covering the entire tide of beasts. Countless lightning bolts shuttled through the rolling clouds, emitting heart-pounding roars. With a deafening roar, the clouds exploded, and hundreds of lightning bolts broke out of the clouds like ancient dragons. With the power to destroy the world, it pounced down towards the tens of thousands of monsters below. The monster raised its head and howled in fear, but it was unable to escape at all. Ah! Another animal roar was heard. A ball of light erupted from behind the beast tide and hit the falling lightning. The two collided, making a deafening sound. Boom! The ball of light blocked a lot of lightning, but the lightning in the clouds rolled and fell again. Suddenly, a large group of monsters that were still running were struck by lightning, and their skin and flesh were torn apart in an instant. I can't die anymore. Seeing this scene, Sunny and Su Shang gasped, and the remaining warriors and the 300 demon-suppressing soldiers were also shocked by Jiang Jun. Especially those soldiers who had just joined the demon-suppressing army, their blood seemed to be burning when they saw what Jiang Jun did. Commander, please take everyone and retreat first. I can still hold on. At this moment, Jiang Jun stood in front, his momentum like a single man blocking the way for 10,000. Only then did Sun Yi come to his senses. Faced with so many monsters, even if they fought to the death, they could only bite off a piece of flesh from the monsters. As for stopping the beast tide for 3 hours, they simply couldn't do it. They would only sacrifice themselves in vain and become food for the monsters. But he saw hope in Jiang Jun. Everyone, let's retreat to the rear first. Sunny roared, turned around and led the warriors and the demon-suppressing army to retreat. Host kills a level 1 bloodthirsty wolf, gains HP plus 10, host gains HP plus 10, and coordination points plus 20. Host kills a level 1 flame tiger, gains 10 HP, and plus 20 synergy points. Host kills a level 2 iron-toothed pig, gains HP plus 20, and synergy points plus 40. Host kills a level 2 split horn roe deer, gaining HP plus 20 and synergy points plus 40. Seeing the value reported by the system, Jiang Jun smiled. Just when the Thunder Prison Storm skill was about to dissipate, Jiang Jun stretched out his arms again and launched the Thunder Prison Storm again. Lightning fell from the void again, hitting the monsters running in front of the beast tide. The rhythm of the beast tide was disrupted again. For a moment, the monsters ran around in all directions and the beast tide was forced to stop. Jiang Jun harvested another wave of chi and blood value, and his chi and blood value has increased to 4,810. He is only a little bit away from entering the perfection of Tongmai realm. There are still 10 minutes left, and Jiang Jun, like a real man, plans to make a big move at the last second. At this moment, he had to distance himself from the beast tide. The superposition of power would be ineffective. Besides the 3-hour cooling period, he would also feel a little weak. The next moment, Jiang Jun used his martial arts skill, Phantom Kick, which was more than twice as fast as before. In less than a moment, he had caught up with Sunny and the others. Everyone, speed up. I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Hearing Jiang Jun's words, Sunny was stunned for a moment. Jiang Jun, weren't you trying to stop the beast tide? Why did you get ahead of us? Sir, since our mission is to stop the beast tide, my strategy is to fight while retreating. This will effectively stop the beast tide and allow us to quickly return to the city after a 3-hour delay. Jiang Jun was telling the truth. The mission was to stop the beast tide, not to destroy the monsters. If he had to stop to destroy the monsters, he would not do it. Sunny only wanted to serve his country with all his heart. If it were up to these people, they would definitely fight to the death to stop the beast tide, so they ignored this point. Everyone, hurry up, let's put some distance between us and the beast tide. Sunny gave the order and everyone sped up again. Seeing this, Jiang Jun used the Phantom Kick to the extreme, and his speed soared again. As time passed, there were less than 20 seconds left, and Jiang Jun would withdraw from the state of superimposed power. Looking back at the rolling dust rising from the horizon, the beast tide is catching up again. Chapter 22, If you anger your father, you will die a miserable death, and the Tongmai realm is perfect. Sunny and Su Shang were both at the early stage of the intestine refining realm, and their martial arts were not slow either, but they were still left far behind by Jiang Jun. Of course, they did not use their full strength. After all, Sunny needed to lead 300 demon-suppressing soldiers. Seeing this, Su Sheng naturally had to take care of the other warriors. At this time, the originally chaotic beast tide seemed to riot again and chased after them. It was getting closer and closer, but Jiang Jun couldn't even see his figure. Didn't we agree to fight and retreat at the same time? So should they stop to stop the beast tide, or wait for Jiang Jun to use his ultimate move? While Sunny was struggling, Jiang Jun, who was running in front, was watching the system countdown. 19, 18, 17, 15, 14, 13. Just when there were 10 seconds left, Jiang Jun suddenly spread his arms, and the demon-suppressing army uniform on his body made a rustling sound again. The joints roared like thunder drums, and the lightning in the palm of his hand instantly gathered into a huge rotating thunderball. In an instant, Jiang Jun burst out with powerful strength. The veins on his neck were exposed, and he held up two huge thunderballs in his hands. Push into the void. Thunder prison storm. With Jiang Jun's loud shout, the entire secret space shook like a thunderclap. The sky in the distance seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and inky thunderclouds surged and condensed from the depths of the void. Like an upside-down purgatory cage, it once again enveloped the entire tide of beasts. Countless thunder and lightning roared and shuttled through the rolling clouds, bursting out with a heart-pounding roar. The next moment, the clouds exploded, and hundreds of lightning bolts broke through the clouds like ancient dragons. With the power to destroy the world, he pounced down towards the monster below again. Ah! Another animal roar was heard. The monster hiding behind the beast tide roared and spit out another ball of light, which spread rapidly. It seems to want to stop the lightning from falling. The thunder and lightning only paused for a moment before continuing to fall with a loud bang. Countless monsters howled in fear, but they were unable to escape at all. Boom! Host kills a level 2 bloodthirsty wolf, gains HP plus 20, host gains HP plus 20, and coordination points plus 40. Host kills a level 1 flame tiger, gains 10 HP, and plus 20 synergy points. Host kills a level 2 iron-toothed pig, gains HP plus 20, and synergy points plus 40. Host kills a level 1 split horn roe deer, gaining HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Congratulations to the host for advancing from the late stage of Tongmai to the complete Tongmai. At this time, the power accumulation time was up. Jiang Jun became weak and sat down on the ground. The feeling of exhaustion made Jiang Jun feel very uncomfortable. Is there any way the system can improve the side effects of power stacking? As long as the host improves his physique to the Great Sun Thunder body, this side effect can be perfectly resolved. Okay, Jiang Jun understands. To have a Great Sun Thunder body, one must. Sunny Gang was still complaining, like an abandoned young wife, when he saw the void of the secret realm darken. A charming smile immediately appeared on her face, and then instantly turned into a bunch of chrysanthemums, changing her expression at will. You idiot, you scared me to death. Sunny murmured something, then shouted at the demon-suppressing army and warriors behind him. Hurry, run. For a moment, the demon-suppressing army and warriors behind him once again accelerated. The beast tide's rhythm was disrupted once again, and it was unable to gather in a short period of time, which bought a little more time for the reinforcements of Wengcheng. After a while, Sunny and Su Sheng finally brought the demon-suppressing army and warriors to where Jiang Jun was. I saw Jiang Jun sitting on the ground, panting. Su Sheng asked with concern, "Young man, can you do it?" Jiang Jun's expression remained unchanged, but he was cursing in his heart. You can't do it, your father can't do it, your grandfather can't do it, and your ancestors for 18 generations can't do it. Jiang Jun waved his hand. Commander, you go first, I'll cover your retreat. Sunny saluted Jiang Jun, and then left with his men without leaving a trace. Because he felt that this guy was a bit of a swindler, instead of saying a few more words, it would be better to take a few more steps to avoid being overtaken again. Then they will be passive again. After a while, when the demon-suppressing army and warriors had gone far away, the beast tide gathered again. Jiang Jun stood up, then released Lin Qingli from the puppet space and took the front leg of an iron-toothed pig. Dad! When Lin Qingli saw Jiang Jun, her eyes lit up. Jiang Jun put one hand on Lin Qingli's head and rubbed it twice, and with the other hand, he took the iron-toothed pig's front leg with crispy skin and tender meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He took a big bite and then said in a vague voice, "Give me the foie gras, tea." After receiving the order, Lin Qingli turned around abruptly with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. It seemed that it was very angry when it saw the rolling tide of beasts. It's like saying, if you make Dad angry, you will die a miserable death. Suddenly, her combat uniform rustled and her arms suddenly spread out, as if embracing the sea. The next moment, the joints exploded like thunder drums, and the lightning in the palm of the hand gathered into a rotating thunder ball. A loud shout seemed to shatter the void. Thunder prison storm. In an instant, the sky above the secret realm darkened, and a huge thunder and lightning storm brewed in the void, instantly covering a large area, and the thunder and lightning in the storm continued to rage. In an instant, streaks of lightning shot out from the thunderclouds like dragons and fell fiercely towards the beast tide. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 bloodthirsty wolf, gaining HP plus 10. The host also gains HP plus 10 and synergy points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 flame tiger, gaining 10 HP. The host gains plus 10 HP and plus 20 points. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 iron-toothed pig, gains HP plus 10, the host gains HP plus 10, and coordination points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 2 split-horned roe deer, gaining HP plus 20. The host also gains HP plus 20 and synergy points plus 40. Without waiting for the thunderclouds to disperse, Lin Qingli once again used the skill Thunder Prison Storm. Thunder and lightning fell towards the beast tide again. The beast tide that had just gathered was once again dispersed by thunder and lightning. The monster hiding behind the beast tide no longer spit out balls of light to fight back, only an occasional roar could be heard. It's a pity that I can't obtain the monster corpse and crystal core, but it's not a loss to be able to obtain waves of health and energy. The whole time, Jiang Jun was just busy eating the barbecue, waiting to eat the whole iron-toothed pig's front leg. Jiang Jun wiped the oil off his hands and rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice to encourage her. Walk. Give Lin Qingli an instruction, then follow Lin Qingli behind the demon suppression army, trying to keep a distance. When the monsters gathered again and the beast tide approached, Lin Qingli once again used the Thunder Prison Storm. Just fight and retreat at the same time. The secret realm of Tiange. At the foot of Lugo Mountain. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, scorching the entire earth and causing twisted heat waves to rise. Military trucks were winding and parked at the foot of the mountain, and soldiers who were suppressing demons walked out of the trucks. He was wearing nano-composite armor and holding the black scale formation breaking knife that emitted a cold light. The team assembled quickly with the force of thunder, their footsteps were in unison, they lined up and headed towards the Tiange secret realm. Seeing this scene, and Yangji, Yao Yaxin, and some family members of the deceased students were stunned. It was obvious at first glance that something had happened in the Tiange secret realm, otherwise why would so many demon-suppressing troops come all of a sudden? At this moment, a demon-suppressing army commander shouted, "Please leave immediately and do not gather here." After saying this, the commander of the demon-suppressing army left quickly without caring whether they answered or not. Could it be a beast tide? And Yangji reacted and immediately looked at some of the students' families. Something must have happened in the secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, it must be a beast tide. Why don't we listen to the orders of this demon-suppressing commander and leave first? Upon hearing about the beast tide, some students' families also became panicked. But if they leave now, can they be worthy of their dead son, daughter, and grandson? No, we're not leaving. Yes, with the demon suppression army here, we can definitely stop the beast tide. We won't leave until Jiang Jun is convicted. The families of the deceased students became more and more excited as they spoke. He also found a piece of white cloth and wrote in red paint the words, "Jiang Jun's blood debt must be paid with blood," in large letters. Then they held up banners and vowed to seek justice for the dead. Seeing that these family members were unwilling to leave, and Yangji could only curse in his heart, "Idiots." As we gradually approached the entrance to the Tiange secret realm, we could already see the outline of the city wall. Jiang Jun asked Lin Qingli to launch the last wave of Thunder Prison Storm, put her into the puppet space, and ran towards the city wall. At this time, more than 3 hours had passed, and 3 regiments of demon-suppressing troops had already stood on the walls of the city wall, waiting for a decisive battle with the monster. Chapter 23, Defend the city to the death. If the city is destroyed, we will die. Seeing the city wall right in front of them, Sun Yi, Su Shang, 300 demon-suppressing soldiers, and the warriors who had successfully escaped. This moment is full of mixed emotions. On the wall of Wengqing, Chen Mingxiu's face showed determination, but he was actually extremely sad. The 2nd Battalion commander completed the mission with 300 demon-suppressing soldiers. He was proud of the 2nd Battalion commander and the 300 demon-suppressing soldiers. At the same time, I also feel deeply guilty. Needless to say, these 300 demon-suppressing soldiers who used their flesh and blood to build a wall to block the beast tide in order to delay for 3 hours will definitely not survive. But you should know that among these 300 demon-suppressing soldiers, 100 of them are new recruits. They have just joined the demon-suppressing army and have already paid their most precious lives. Commander, look, the 2nd Battalion commander is back. The platoon leader on the side reported to Chen Mingxiu. Chen Mingxiu's thoughts were pulled back. He looked up and for a moment he couldn't believe his eyes. In the distance, the 2nd Battalion commander led 300 demon-suppressing soldiers and some warriors towards Wenqing. They actually completed the mission and are still alive. How is this possible? Open the city gate immediately. After Chen Mingxiu finished speaking, he turned around and walked down from the city wall. At this time, the leaders of the other 3 regiments were also confused by Chen Mingxiu's actions. Captain Chen, what are you doing? Wei Ziyang stood in front. Chen Mingxiu couldn't hide his joy. The 2nd Battalion commander has returned with 300 demon-suppressing soldiers. I'm going to pick them up myself. Upon hearing this, the 3 regimental commanders looked a little surprised. If the 2nd Battalion commander had returned alone, it would have been understandable. But he could bring back 300 demon-suppressing soldiers and hold back the beast tide for 3 hours without any casualties. In the secret realm, even their 3 legions combined would not be able to do it, let alone the 300 demon-suppressing troops. For a moment, the 3 team leaders also became curious. We'll go with you. Wei Ziyang said this and followed Chen Mingxiu with the other 2 team leaders. When the 2nd Battalion commander returned to the city wall with 300 demon-suppressing warriors, Chen Mingxiu and the 3 regiment commanders were already standing outside the Bronze Gate. The 2nd Battalion commander looked excited and saluted in front of the 4 regimental commanders. Hello, all 4 regiments, report to Commander Chen, we have completed the mission with 0 casualties. Ha, well done. Chen Mingxiu laughed and patted the 2nd Battalion commander on the shoulder. This time, the 2nd Battalion commander was fighting for his face. 2nd Battalion commander, how did you do it? As far as Wei Ziyang knew, the 300 people carried 20 kilograms of explosives to stop the beast tide. There were 6 tons of explosives in total. They would not be surprised if 1 or 2 monsters were killed, but it would be unreasonable to stop the beast tide. At this time, Xia Zhengping and He Shuizhen also looked at Sunny at the same time. Sunny scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, actually, we didn't do anything. We just buried the explosives, waited for the beast tide to come, and then detonated them. Just like this, it won't stop the monster. We'll run back with all our might. Chen Mingxiu, this. In an instant, the 14 leaders looked at the warriors behind them. Could it be that these warriors stopped the beast tide? Noticing the gazes of the 4 group leaders, Su Shang, who was standing in front, immediately shook his head like a rattle. It's none of our business. We're just following the demon suppression army. Captain Sun, just finish what you're saying. Sunny smiled foolishly, actually it wasn't us who stopped the beast tide, but it was the demon suppressing army that stopped the beast tide. Chen Mingxiu was a little annoyed and ordered, get to the point. Yes, Captain. The truth is, we were able to return safely because a new recruit from the demon suppression army stopped the beast tide and bought us 3 hours. His realm wasn't high, but he possessed elemental skills that allowed him to summon lightning. Just like that, he fought and retreated at the same time, ultimately stopping the beast tide. This made Chen Mingxiu even more confused. There was a warrior with elemental skills among the new recruits, how come he didn't know? No way, a new recruit with elemental skills, and thunder element skills at that. Captain Chen, you have picked up a treasure this time. Wei Ziyang looked envious. Yes, this new recruit has an immeasurable future. Xia Zhengping continued. He Shuizhen rolled his eyes a few times. Captain Chen wanted to get a batch of medicine from me last time. How about this? You give me this new recruit and I'll send you a batch of medicine. How about that? Chen Mingxiu got angry when he heard that. What the hell do you want? There's no room for negotiation. 2nd Battalion Commander, what's the name of this new recruit? The 2nd Battalion Commander shouted, this new recruit is Jiang Jun. If he hadn't been overwhelmed by the beast tide, he would have returned to Wenqing soon. Jiang Jun? Suddenly, Chen Mingxiu also reacted. I thought Jiang Jun had become a deserter, but I didn't expect that he had entered the secret realm and blocked the beast tide to buy 3 hours. Jiang Jun is back. Someone suddenly shouted, and everyone looked towards the figure running towards them. As soon as Jiang Jun ran to the gate of the city wall, he felt the eager gazes of these people. When he saw Chen Mingxiu among them, he didn't think much about it and walked straight towards Chen Mingxiu. Before Jiang Jun could speak, Chen Mingshu laughed loudly and said, "Jiang Jun, you did a great job this time. I will reward you after the beast tide recedes." In fact, Jiang Jun was planning to plead with Chen Mingshu, asking him not to punish him for the sake of Gongshuetao. After all, he did not report to the demon-suppressing army, so according to the procedures he was considered a deserter. Now that Chen Mingshu had revealed it in one sentence, it could be considered as helping Jiang Jun. "Thank you, Commander. As a member of the demon suppression army, I'm just doing what a soldier should do." Good, proud but not impatient. As soon as Chen Mingshu finished speaking, the ground began to tremble slightly. Looking up, I saw a tide of beasts approaching in the distance, bringing with them billowing clouds of dust. Chen Mingshu immediately ordered, "Everyone return to the city wall and prepare for battle." Yes. Then everyone returned to the city wall, and Chen Mingshu and the three captains began to issue a series of orders. At this time, on the wall of Wengcheng, a black battle flag embroidered with ferocious Taodai patterns was fluttering, rustling in the strong wind. On the city wall stood densely packed demon-suppressing soldiers wearing nano-composite armor and holding black-scale formation-breaking swords. In each arrow tower, a bronze crossbow with a bowstring as long as 2 meters and a specially made 3-edged demon-killing arrow cluster was aimed at the direction of the beast tide. Even warriors like Su Sheng stayed. At this moment, everyone was ready to die. They have to guard the exit of the secret realm. As long as there is one person alive, no monster will be allowed to step out of the Tiange secret realm. Ouch! A roar sounded from behind the beast tide. All the monsters rushed towards the city like crazy. Ready your bows and arrows. Release the arrows as soon as the monster enters the 200-meter range. All demon-suppressing troops, listen to my order. We swear to defend the city wall to the death. If the city wall is destroyed, we will die. Chen Mingshu yelled. At this moment, everyone was like a taut string. Chapter 24, Bold Beast. Fighting a level 3 monster. Chen Mingshu pointed at the approaching beast tide. "Jiang Jun, how do you think we should fight this battle so that we can drive back the beast tide and minimize the losses of the demon-suppressing army?" In an instant, Jiang Jun understood what Chen Mingshu meant. In fact, Jiang Jun had been ready to make a move for a long time. "Sir, I don't know how to drive back the beast tide and reduce the losses of the demon-suppressing army, but I can create chaos before the beast tide arrives." Chen Mingshu patted Jiang Jun's shoulder and said, "Okay, I want you to say this. When the beast tide approaches within 300 meters of the city wall, activate your elemental skills." Jiang Jun nodded. Just as the beast tide entered the 300-meter range, Jiang Jun moved. He suddenly spread his arms, and the demon suppression army uniform on his body made a rustling sound. Even Chen Mingshu, who was standing next to him, took 2 steps to the side and looked at Jiang Jun in surprise. He actually felt a powerful force from Jiang Jun, which made him a little scared. The next moment, Jiang Jun burst out with powerful strength, the veins on his neck were exposed, and he held up 2 huge thunder balls with his hands and pushed them into the void. Thunder Prison Storm. Following Jiang Jun's loud shout, the sky above the city wall shook like a thunderclap. Then, the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and inky thunderclouds surged and condensed from the depths of the void. Like an upside-down purgatory cage, it once again enveloped the beast tide. Countless thunder and lightning roared and shuttled through the rolling clouds, bursting out with a heart-pounding roar. Suddenly, the clouds exploded, and hundreds of lightning bolts broke through the clouds like ancient dragons. With the power to destroy the world, it pounced down towards the approaching monster. Ouch! A roar was heard. Behind the beast tide, a huge black shadow poked its head out. A giant python that is 100 feet long, with dark green scales covered with barbs and protruding joints. Each scale is the size of a shield, with corrosive mucus flowing between the gaps. The triangular head was as huge as a hill, its scarlet vertical pupils revealed bloodthirsty murderous intent, and its 2 hooked fangs were dripping with dark green venom. Third Order Abyss Python. The Abyss Python opened its mouth and spit out another ball of light, which instantly turned into a light curtain. This time, the light curtain actually blocked most of the lightning. Everyone's hope seemed to be extinguished at this moment. This third-level Abyss Python was too powerful. It seems that this Abyss Python didn't try its best before. But so what, Jiang Jun is no pushover. When the Abyss Python blocked most of the lightning, Jiang Jun once again used his skill Thunder Prison Storm. Suddenly, the thunderclouds that were about to disperse gathered again, and hundreds of lightning bolts like ancient dragons broke through the clouds. This time, the Abyss Python did not spit out a ball of light to resist, but just looked in the direction of Jiang Jun with its scarlet vertical pupils. Jiang Jun opened the eye of insight, and suddenly a light curtain appeared in front of him. Monster, Abyss Python. Bloodline, Dragon Bloodline. Realm, 3rd level equivalent to the early stage of the warrior's internal organs training realm. Chi and blood value, 11,000. Skills, Nether Strangulation, Sonic Soul Shock, Shadow Strike. Seeing the information about the Abyss Python, Jiang Jun's eyes lit up and he was already thinking about how to get the crystal core of this 3rd level Abyss Python. Without the protection of the light curtain, lightning struck and the monsters let out bursts of screams and howls. When the lightning struck the Abyss Python, it didn't seem to cause much damage. Ouch! The Abyss Python roared again, and all the monsters ignored the falling lightning and pounced towards the city. Just when the beast tide advanced 200 meters, hundreds of 3-edged demon-killing arrows were shot out from the arrow tower in the city wall. The arrowhead was emitting a faint blue curse pattern and made a sound of breaking through the air. Some of the monsters rushing in front had their heads pierced through, and some were shot through their bodies, and their huge bodies fell to the ground with a bang. But it still couldn't stop the crazy advance of the beast tide. Ouch! A 2nd-level blood-sucking wolf in the front roared, and at the same time, all the blood-sucking wolves used the skill Blood Shadow Assault. In an instant, the bloodthirsty wolves turned into blood-red afterimages and rushed towards the city wall at an extremely fast speed, leaving blood mist wherever they passed. Kill! If the city wall is broken, we will die. Chen Mingxiu roared, and the demon-suppressing soldiers guarding the city wall all held the black scale-breaking formation swords and were ready for battle. The next moment, many bloodthirsty wolves broke through the rain of arrows and kicked their hind legs while running. The 5-meter-high city wall jumped up, and the 2-meter-long blood-sucking wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit the demon-suppressing army on the city wall. The demon-suppressing army did not retreat a single step, and used the Shenlin sword technique to slash at the blood-sucking wolf. For a moment, the air was filled with blood. The sound of fighting continues. Just after blocking a wave of attacks from the blood-sucking wolves, the Golden Flame Tiger rushed up again. Hundreds of Golden Flame Tigers simultaneously used the skill Burning Sky Roar, spewing out vortexes of flames from their mouths and heading towards the city wall. You bold beast! Chen Mingxiu shouted. At the same time, Chen Mingxiu and the team leader each used their martial arts to instantly block the flames shooting towards the city wall. Monsters such as the iron-toothed pig and the split-horned roe deer also arrived at the foot of the city wall, using various skills as if they wanted to push down the entire wall. Chen Mingxiu and the 3 group leaders looked at each other, then jumped down from the city wall. Their target is the 3rd-level Abyss Python. As long as they kill the Abyss Python, the beast tide will naturally dissipate. Jiang Juanzi took out a long sword from the puppet space, held the sword in one hand and clenched his fist with the other, and took turns performing the Feiyin sword technique and the collapsing mountain fist. Any monster that rushed to the city wall would be killed in one blow, either by a sword piercing its neck or by Jiang Jun's punch that made its head cave in. Even his brain was beaten out. Some veterans were also secretly amazed when they saw Jiang Jun being so brave. They originally thought that possessing elemental skills was Jiang Jun's most powerful trump card, but they didn't expect that Jiang Jun's martial arts skills were also far better than theirs. It can be said that Jiang Jun is now in a situation where he is alone against 10,000 men. Not far away, Su Sheng killed a monster and looked at Jiang Jun with admiration. His combat power ranked 168th on the hunter list, but he was not sure he could defeat Jiang Jun. The 4 team leaders fell into the beast tide, and from time to time they used their powerful martial arts to clear out a large number of monsters and force their way towards the Abyss Python. It seemed that he was irritated by the 4 team leaders, or he had been holding a lot of anger in his heart. The Abyss Python suddenly raised its head and sprayed out a stream of foul-smelling venom from its mouth. Wherever it went, a blue flame ignited and it headed towards Chen Mingxiu. Then he used the skill Netherworld Strangulation, coiling himself into a huge ring, and the scales on his body stood up to form sharp blades. With a teeth-grinding friction sound, it spun rapidly and crashed into the other 3 captains. Suddenly, the 3 of them used their strongest martial arts at the same time. Wei Zhiyong held the dragon-back mountain-splitting axe with both hands, poured his energy and blood into the axe, and used the twisting force of his waist and abdomen to drive his arms to chop out. In an instant, the axe blade was wrapped in red energy, like a fire dragon swinging its tail, and rushed towards the Abyss Python. Xia Zhengping thrust out the Fengling Chuanyan spear in his hand, and as the spear danced, dense spear shadows were formed. He Shuizhen stomped his foot on the ground, gathered all his strength and spiritual power to perform the star-breaking fist, and punched out fiercely. The 3 martial arts collided with the Dark Abyss Python's Netherworld Strangulation. It was like 5 tons of dynamite exploding at the same time. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Wei Ziyong, Xia Zhengping, and He Shuizhen flew backwards. The abyss python plowed a bottomless gully on the ground before stopping. Chen Mingshu dodged the venom of the abyss python and, with the force of thunder, took advantage of the abyss python stopping, jumped up, and slashed at the head of the abyss python with a knife. Make a clang sound. The four of them were warriors in the early stage of refining the internal organs, and they could not kill the dark abyss python even with their combined strength, which shows how powerful the dark abyss python is. Ouch! The abyss python roared. The huge head opened its mouth and was about to swallow the four people. Chapter 25 hit the snake at its weakest point, becoming a sharp sword for the demon-suppressing army. Just as the four people were about to fall into the snake's mouth, a figure flashed, then jumped up and punched down from above. Mountain collapse fist. As the saying goes, hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. This punch hit the abyss python right at that part. Ouch! The abyss python screamed miserably, and without caring about swallowing the four people, it turned around and sprayed a stream of venom at Zhang Jun. At this time, Zhang Jun had already used the phantom kick to dodge, and then stabbed at the vital point with another sword, hitting the same place to death. The abyss python felt pain and rolled over, intending to use its soul-shaking skill, Sonic Wave. The invisible sound waves will turn into substance, like a sharp blade tearing through the air. The victim's eardrum ruptured instantly, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and he fell into a state of brief dizziness and deafness. The 4 team leaders seemed to know the intention of the abyss python. Just as the abyss python opened its bloody mouth and was about to let out a sharp hiss, they simultaneously used their strongest martial arts again to interrupt the abyss python's skills. At the same time, 2 light screens appeared in front of Zhang Jun. Name: Zhang Jun. Constitution: normal. Identity: student, warrior, and sole heir to Yangxian Crematorium. Realm: perfection of Tongmai realm. Chi and blood value: 8010. Martial arts: Feiyun sword technique, overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skills: suture mastery, eye of insight, strength overlay, thunderstorm. Space: puppet space. Puppet: Lin Qingli intimacy 0. Conjunction point: 13,738. Name: Lin Qingli. Constitution: thunder spirit body. Identity: puppet. Realm: perfection of Tongmai realm. Chi and blood value: 5080. Martial arts: Feiyun sword technique, overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skill: thunderstorm. After looking at the data on the 2 panels, Zhang Jun immediately used his power to superimpose them. In an instant, that powerful force was forced into the body again, and the body seemed to be about to burst. In an instant, Zhang Jun's chi and blood values increased from 8010 to 13090, and his realm was raised from the perfect Tongmai realm to the early stage of Lianfu realm. With the strengthening of his internal organs, Zhang Jun's strength increased by more than 3 times. The man is here in 15 minutes. Zhang Jun shouted in his heart, clenched his fists, and a powerful force surged out of his fists. Mountain collapse fist. In an instant, Zhang Jun's fist was wrapped in a layer of light curtain and hit the scales of the abyss python 7 inches away. The scales cracked like spider silk, and finally shattered completely, revealing the fragile pale pink flesh of the scales. Zhang Jun's fist seemed to be unstoppable and penetrated directly into the body of the abyss python. Ouch! The abyss python screamed, its body bent, and its huge head bit towards Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun pulled out his fist and swept it across, knocking the snake's head away. Boom! The huge snake head fell to the ground, bounced twice, and its eyes seemed to be covered with stars. Without waiting for the abyss python to faint, Zhang Jun jumped up and landed on the snake's head, punching left and right, and hitting the snake's head with his fists in turn. Chen Mingshu and the other 3 felt as if someone had kicked their backs, and their scalps went numb for a moment. Is this still a new recruit? Seeing that the abyss python was dying, Chen Mingshu finally reacted. Zhang Jun, stop hitting me! Congratulations to the host for killing the 3rd level abyss python for the first time, gaining HP plus 60 and synergy points plus 120. Zhang Jun didn't stop until he heard the system's prompt. Sensing that the abyss python's breath had disappeared, all the monsters rushed towards Chen Mingshu and the other 3 like crazy. This is obviously the final counterattack. Walk! Chen Mingshu left a word, and the 4 of them fought and retreated as soon as possible to return to the city wall. Zhang Juanzi punched the monster on the head, smashing its head directly. Then he took the long sword and broke open the belly of the abyss python, and took the crystal core. If it weren't for the public watching, Jiang Jun would have put the body of the abyss python into the puppet space. When Jiang Jun retreated to the city wall, the beast tide also gradually retreated with the death of the abyss python. All the demon-suppressing soldiers were excited and shouted, "Raise your shield as a wall, and wield your sword to cut through all delusion. Once the demon-suppressing force is released, the demon beast will surely perish." On the city wall. "Jiang Jun, if you want better development, you can come to my team. Just ask for resources. My team has plenty of them." Wei Zhiyong held Jiang Jun's hand tightly. He Shuizhen slapped Wei Zhiyong's hand away. "Jiang Jun, don't listen to his nonsense. Everyone knows that my group has the most potions. Come to my group, and I'll give you potions like water." Xia Zhengping pushed He Shuizhen aside, rolled his eyes, and said, "Jiang Jun, my daughter is the campus beauty of Qinglong College. If you just join my group, I'll bring you together." Chen Mingxiu was furious when he heard this. "Do you still have any shame? Jiang Jun is mine. You want to get away with this? Get out of here right now. Jiang Jun, please think about it. You definitely won't lose money on this deal. My daughter's name is Jiesini, you can get to know her first. Roll." In the end, the three of them were scolded away by Chen Mingxiu. "Jiang Jun, come to my office later. I have something to discuss with you." Just as Chen Mingxiu turned and left, the power accumulation time was up, and Jiang Jun once again felt the pain of a man. This time, he took a long time to calm down, and finally climbed down with the help of the wall, and then came to Chen Mingxiu's office. "Jiang Jun, you did an excellent job in repelling the beast tide this time. I will report this to my superiors and have your rank promoted to captain." Hearing this, Jiang Jun was also excited. A captain carries 3 stars on his shoulders, which is equivalent to the military rank of a company commander. "Thank you, sir." Jiang Jun saluted Chen Mingxiu. Chen Mingxiu nodded. "But your rank of captain is just a title, not actual military authority, because you have more important tasks to complete. You have been selected by the military to participate in the Purge Plan, and you are just one of the members of the Purge Plan. Your mission is to return to the martial arts school, take the martial arts college entrance examination, and qualify to enter the 4 major academies. Finally, you graduate with the highest honors from the academy, and you can be promoted 2 ranks to lieutenant colonel." Hearing this, Jiang Jun was a little surprised. His original purpose of joining the army was to return to the martial arts school and take the college entrance examination. But now it has become a mission, and he can be promoted to lieutenant colonel, which makes Jiang Jun a little confused. Could this be what Gong Shuidao said, that as long as you are good enough, the military will recommend you to take the military exam? But how did it become a task? As if seeing Jiang Jun's inner doubts, Chen Mingxiu smiled and said, "Jiang Jun, you don't have to worry about this. Let me put it this way, many of the current commanders of the Demon Suppression Army are descendants of large families. Those who pass the martial arts exam not only gain access to better training resources, but also have easier opportunities for promotion than soldiers who directly join the Demon Suppression Army." Originally, this was a good thing, but the children of these large families began to use the convenience of military positions to make money. Their ultimate goal is only to develop their family. Doing this goes against the purpose of the Demon Suppression Army. Their duty is to protect the people, not to make money for a certain big family. The Demon Suppression Army's top brass are aware of this issue, and a polarization has formed. On one side is the commander of the Demon Suppressing Army who protects the people, and on the other side is the commander of the Demon Suppressing Army composed of these families who only know how to make money. So the Demon Suppression Army's top brass has decided to select some outstanding soldiers from among you new recruits to compete with the children of these large families for resources. You are the sharp sword of the Demon Suppression Army. I hope you can show your brilliance and suppress all the commanders of the Demon Suppression Army composed of families that only care about making money. Give our Demon Suppressing Army back a peaceful and prosperous world. I wonder if you are willing to become this sword. Chapter 26, Actual Reward. The 2nd Battalion Commander pulls up the Italian artillery. "Sir, I do." Jiang Jun saluted Chen Mingxiu again. Because what Chen Mingxiu said is exactly a portrayal of the Jiang family. The Jiang family is considered a big family in Tianyuan City, but compared with the real big races, it is still far inferior. Some members of the Jiang family are involved in politics, but no one has ever held a military rank. In this world where spiritual energy is revived and martial arts are respected, possessing actual military power is undoubtedly the greatest help to the family. Therefore, the Jiang family tried every possible means to hope that someone in the Jiang family could hold an official position in the military. Jiang Ping'an originally had this opportunity, but unfortunately he did not listen to the family's arrangements, which led to him becoming an abandoned child of the Jiang family. Chen Mingxiu nodded. Jiang Jun, from now on, your identity and military position in the Demon Suppression Army will be kept top secret. Except for the highest-ranking officers of the Demon Suppression Army, no one else has the authority to view it. I will arrange for you to return to Tsangyan Martial Arts School. Yes, sir. Jiang Jun had no objection to Chen Mingxiu's arrangement, but instead felt vaguely looking forward to it. Sir, I've made a lot of contributions to this beast tide. Shouldn't I be given some substantial rewards? Chen Mingxiu's face twitched. Thinking of the promises the three team leaders had just made to Jiang Jun, he had the urge to hit someone. But you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child. Chen Mingxiu opened the drawer, took out 20 reagents and handed them to Jiang Jun with some reluctance. Commander, is that all? Jiang Jun seemed a little dissatisfied, but he was already relieved in his heart. He did this just to see where Chen Mingxiu's bottom line was. Ahem, you just dug up the crystal core of the abyss python. According to regulations, this should be a resource for the Demon Suppression Army. Since you want it, I'll give it to you. Chen Mingxiu said this somewhat awkwardly. Jiang Jun knew that it was impossible to get any advantage, so he smiled and said, "Thank you, sir." Well, go back and report to Tsangyan Martial Arts School in 2 days. Chen Mingxiu quickly sent Jiang Jun away. Compared with the resources of the other three groups, he could not compare, and he did not have a daughter to match. Yes. Jiang Jun saluted Chen Mingxiu and walked out. All the problems were solved, and Jiang Jun was in a good mood after getting away with 20 reagents. When they arrived at the entrance of the Tiange secret realm, the demon-suppressing soldier in charge of registration was excited when he recognized Jiang Jun. When he heard Jiang Jun call out the name, he thought of Anyangji's report, but he did not stop Jiang Jun. Instead, he tore up the file directly. He believed that no one could frame the heroes of the Demon Suppression Army. Lugo Mountain. At the foot of the mountain. The families of the deceased practitioners have not left yet. They watched the three legions enter the Tiange secret realm, and soon heard a roar coming from the Tiange secret realm. They have confirmed that a tide of beasts has appeared in the Tiange secret realm. They don't know whether it is due to their trust in the strength of the Demon Suppression Army or the deep grief for the death of their relatives. They still didn't choose to leave. And Yangji cursed in his heart, but didn't dare to say a word. However, Ya Yashin hopes that Jiang Jun will not die in the secret place. She wants to turn the physical and mental pain into the power of revenge and vows to send Jiang Jun to jail. Let out the hatred in my heart. Otherwise she would be sorry for her sister who was beaten up. After an unknown amount of time, no more roaring sounds were heard from the Tiange secret realm, and the legions that had entered the Tiange secret realm began to leave one after another. Although the families of the deceased students did not dare to stop the car to appeal for justice, they also held up the banners written with red paint high and waved them continuously. When the three regiment commanders Wei Jian, Xie Zhengping, and He Shuizhen passed the foot of the mountain, they saw the banner written in red paint and frowned. However, they did not stop because no matter how outstanding Jiang Jun was, he was not a soldier in his legion. Upon learning that the demon-suppressing army had quelled the beast tide, the families of the dead students became even more determined to stay. They will never leave until they are sure of Jiang Jun's death and convict him. After a while, a figure came towards the foot of the mountain at great speed. Who else could this be but Jiang Jun? And there is only Jiang Jun. When Yao Yashin recognized Jiang Jun, she immediately roared. He is Jiang Jun, the murderer who killed everyone. And Anyangji was even more exaggerated, with a look of deep grief, forcing out tears and then bursting into tears. He is that beast. My students died such a tragic death. In an instant, all the families of the deceased students could no longer suppress the pain of their deceased loved ones and rushed towards Jiang Jun like crazy. Give me back my son's life. My grandson is only 18 years old, and you've ruined his promising life. I have spent so much resources and effort to cultivate my daughter. Please give me back my daughter. Give me back my granddaughter's life. She's so beautiful and kind. How could you have the heart to kill her? You beast, worse than an animal, I'm going to fight you. Seeing Anyangji and Yao Yashin present, and considering what these people said, Jiang Jun roughly guessed what had happened. It was definitely Anyangji who led the students into the territory of the demon plant Thousand Bearded Vine, killed the students, and wanted to put all the blame on him. Seeing that these people were very angry, Jiang Jun did not choose to stay and confront them. This is absolutely inexplicable. Since they want to frame the captain of the demon suppression army, let us see if they have the ability to do so. Jiang Jun ignored them and turned to walk towards the entrance of Tianga's secret realm. Let's go, let's catch up. He dares to do it but not take responsibility for it. We can't let him get away. Even if he hides in the secret realm, we will demand justice from the demon suppression army. Son of a bitch, stop right there. I'm going to kill you to avenge my son. In an instant, all the families of the dead students shouted and chased after Jiang Jun. Even those old men and women, driven by hatred, became as fast as those fighting for eggs in a shopping mall. And Yangji and Yao Yaxin had no choice but to follow along. Without them, the play couldn't be performed. Jiang Jun always kept a certain distance, which made these people grit their teeth and become angry. Before reaching the entrance to the Tianga secret realm, the demon-suppressing army in Wang City had already been alarmed. Especially the demon-suppressing soldier guarding the entrance, who saw the scene from afar and had already guessed what was going on. The next moment, the demon-suppressing soldier immediately ran into Wenqing to report to Chen Mingxiu. When Chen Mingxiu learned about this, he was furious. A hero can be wronged, but you can't step on my Chelsea. What's more, he just owed Jiang Jun a favor. After all, the actual reward he gave was not much. Thinking of this, Chen Mingxiu stood up suddenly. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your damn Italian gun? Pull it up for me. Chapter 27 Brainwave Imager, Restore Real Images. Jiang Jun stopped at the entrance of the Tianga secret realm and saw that a soldier from the demon suppression army had been appointed to guard the entrance. He knew that such a big commotion would definitely alert the demon-suppressing troops on guard, and as long as the demon-suppressing troops on guard entered Wenqing to report the matter, then he won't have to worry about what happens next. Soon, the families of the dead students surrounded Jiang Jun. You evil boy, you deserve to die. You actually want me, a white-headed man, to send a black-headed man off. What on earth has my grandson done to offend you that you want to kill him? Even if you were cut into pieces today, it would not quell the hatred in our hearts. You are such a bastard, born of a mother but never taught by her. God is watching you. These people said a lot of vicious words, some of them even had red faces and thick necks, looking like they were about to attack. In the end, he was scared away by Jiang Jun's gaze. Everyone, please be quiet. Let me clarify something here. I have never killed anyone in the secret realm. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. When Jiang Jun said this, the murderous aura surged out of his body. The families of the deceased students present also took 2 steps back. You're still trying to quibble. I only regret that I was injured by the demonic plant and couldn't seek justice for the students. You killed more than a dozen students. This is an ironclad fact. You have no right to quibble. Yao Yaxin, you are his cousin. Now is the time to put justice before your relatives and give justice to the deceased student. After Chen Mingxiu finished speaking, he wanted to push Yao Yaxin forward. But Yao Yaxin took the initiative to stand up, and tears welled up in her eyes. Pointing at Jiang Jun, he said bitterly, Jiang Jun, you beast, how could you have such a vicious heart? At that time, more than a dozen of us had just escaped death when we encountered a demon like you. Luckily, Teacher In showed up in time, otherwise you wouldn't even have the slightest bit of family affection and would even want to kill me. I'm your cousin, a relative of yours, how could you have the heart to do this to me? When Yao Yaxin finished speaking, she was so heartbroken that she looked like she was about to faint. After a few final swings, Yangji supported her in time. The two looked at each other, and there was a look of mutual acquaintance in their eyes. They had already figured out in their minds that even if Jiang Jun had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would never be able to escape the charge of murder. Even if he was not sentenced to death, from a moral point of view, Jiang Jun's life was over. At this time, Chen Mingxiu led the demon-suppressing army and walked out of the exit of the secret realm with great momentum. Seeing the 5-star on Chen Mingxiu's shoulder and the battalion of demon-suppressing soldiers behind him, the people present almost cheered. Even Yangji and Yao Yaxin looked excited. When everyone thought that the demon-suppressing army had brought justice to them, Chen Mingxiu waved his hand. Catch all the troublemakers. Yes. Captain. In an instant, Sunny led the demon-suppressing army to surround these people, including Yangji and Yao Yaxin. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Isn't the demon-suppressing army here to seek justice for them? How to control them? At this time, Chen Mingxiu came to Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun, don't worry. The demon suppression army is here. If they dare to move, I will execute them on the spot. Jiang Jun smiled faintly, then please, sir, do me justice. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't believe their ears. These demon-suppressing soldiers were actually on Jiang Jun's side. How is that possible? They are the victims. Commander, are you mistaken? Jiang Jun killed more than a dozen people in the secret realm. Why are you helping him? Yes, your demon-suppressing army is regarded as a righteous army. How could you escort a demon like Jiang Jun? Even if you arrest us all, we will still seek justice for the dead. And Yangji quickly explained this to this officer and exposed Jiang Jun's evil deeds to the world. Everyone was indignant, and finally pushed in Yangji out to confront the demon-suppressing army. At this time, Yangji had no choice but to bite the bullet and pull Yao Yaxin to the front. Sir, Jiang Jun killed more than a dozen of my students. I've already filed a report with the demon suppression army. Please be vigilant. After saying that, Yangji winked at Yao Yaxin. Yao Yaxin also knew that there was no way to retreat at this time, so she pointed at Jiang Jun with tears in her eyes. Sir, Jiang Jun is a murderer. More than a dozen of our students died at his hands. I can testify to that. Before Chen Mingxiu could speak, Su Xingzhang came out from behind with some warriors. After hearing what Yangji and Yao Yaxin said, Su Sheng spoke first. How could Jiang Jun kill more than a dozen students? There must be something hidden behind this. I absolutely believe that Jiang Jun was wrongly accused. The monsters in the secret realm launched a beast tide. If it weren't for Jiang Jun, we would have died in there long ago. If it weren't for Jiang Jun, even the beast tide wouldn't be able to retreat so quickly. You say Jiang Jun committed murder. What was his motive? Do you have any concrete evidence? Yes, we also believe that Jiang Jun would not do such a thing. Some warriors also spoke up. Then, Su Sheng brought these warriors to stand behind Jiang Jun. Su Sheng and Jiang Jun were not even friends, let alone knowing each other, but Jiang Jun was his savior because he stopped the beast tide. And Jiang Jun single-handedly broke the siege of the city. How could such a courageous young man kill more than a dozen students? Although we don't have substantial evidence, she's a witness. Is that the best evidence? As for Jiang Jun killing more than a dozen students, is there any need to explain it? He just wants to seize the resources from a dozen students. Kill them and rob them. And Yangji refuted and even hypnotized himself, saying that the deaths of more than a dozen students had nothing to do with him, and that they were killed by Jiang Jun. Teacher is right. I am his cousin. Would I wrongly accuse him? Between family affection and justice, I can only abandon family affection and stick to justice. Yao Yaxin looked righteous, with tears streaming down her face. Jiang Jun almost wanted to give her a thumbs up. This is indeed my good cousin. At this time, Chen Mingxiu finally spoke. It's actually very simple to prove whether Jiang Jun has killed anyone. Our group just received a brainwave imaging device a while ago. It can use brainwaves to restore real images. This was originally used to investigate some demon-suppressing soldiers who had entered the secret realm. However, they were too frightened to reveal key information, or too seriously injured to obtain useful information. I didn't expect this EEG device would come in handy today. As long as we use her brainwaves to generate images, we can reconstruct the true events and it will be clear at a glance whether Jiang Jun committed murder or not. 2nd Battalion Commander, pull out this EEG device immediately. Yes, Captain. Hearing this, Yao Yaxin's legs went weak and she felt a little shaky. The expression on Yangji's face looked more like he had eaten a dead mouse. How could they have imagined that the demon-suppressing army would have such advanced equipment? It seems they are going to hit a wall this time. Behind them, many of the deceased's family members crowded in front of Yao Yaxin. Say some encouraging words and let Yao Yaxin feel at ease to take the test without any psychological pressure. He was even a little excited and held Yao Yaxin's hand. It seemed as if they saw light in their eyes, and they would soon see the murderer Jiang Jun being brought to justice. Even if the demon suppression army wanted to protect Jiang Jun, it would be impossible for him to escape the charges in the face of irrefutable evidence. Chapter 28, Lies Exposed, Hunter Open. Soon, Sunny pulled out the EEG imager and a huge display screen. When they saw the EEG device, Yangji and Yao Yaxin panicked. Yangji forced himself to calm down and whispered something to comfort Yao Yaxin in her ear. Don't be afraid. As long as you believe in your heart that Jiang Jun is a murderer, your imagination will become reality and you will even deceive yourself. Even a brainwave imager will only show the images you want. Yao Yaxin was a little overwhelmed and asked, "Really? Is this really possible?" At this time, Sunny walked to Yao Yaxin and made an inviting gesture. "Please follow me. I will perform EEG imaging on you now." Yao Yaxin nodded and walked towards the EEG device. But with every step she took, it became heavier and heavier, as if her feet were filled with lead. Although it was only about 10 steps away, it seemed as if she had used up all her strength. Finally, Yao Yaxin sat on the EEG device. Jiang Jun looked at Yao Yaxin and said coldly, "God is watching you, so you better take care of yourself." "Jiang Jun, I'm fighting for justice, and you will get your comeuppance." Yao Yaxin responded with gritted teeth. She still did not repent at this time. The next moment, Sunny activated the brainwave imager, an instrument that looked like a motorcycle helmet with many wires connected to it, and put it on Yao Yaxin's head. Then, Yao Yaxin felt something prick her head, and within a moment, she fell into a coma. At this time, the huge display screen lit up, some blurry images began to appear, and some sounds were heard. As the image became clearer, and Yangji and a dozen students appeared on the screen. Upon seeing these practitioners, some of the deceased's family members burst into tears. Then the scene changed, and Yangji brought the students to Jiang Jun. Before the scene appears, Yangji asks lynchingly, and then Yangji leaves and kindly reminds Jiang Jun. Then came Yangji's sarcasm and Yao Yaxin's instigation. Finally, Yangji ignored Jiang Jun's advice and insisted on entering the territory of the demon plant thousand-bearded vine. Seeing this, Yangji had already thought of his final end and trembled inwardly. The next moment, the scene showed Yangji and a dozen students being attacked by the demon plant thousand sutter vine. During the playback, Yao Yaxin's screams were heard, and even Yao Yaxin was scared to death. There was also a close-up of the scene of the Milky Way dropping 3,000 feet. Moreover, Yao Yaxin, who was undergoing brainwave imaging, also had a stream of liquid seeping out of her seat due to the synchronized images. Seeing the families of the dead students here, some of them could not accept this fact. Seeing the tragic deaths of the students, many of them fainted. Now the truth is out. The murderer who killed more than a dozen students was not Jiang Jun. But it was Yangji who did not listen to the advice and indirectly caused the death of the students. As the footage played out, even Yangji wanted to kill Yao Yaxin to silence her, and Yao Yaxin was willing to sell her body in order to survive. He also offered advice to Yangji and put the blame for the death of the students on Jiang Jun. Even the plan they discussed was played out word for word. Finally, an indescribable scene unfolded, and Sun Yitsai turned off the EEG device. The instrument on Yao Yaxin's head rose up, and Yao Yaxin woke up. When she felt her skirt getting wet, a familiar smell came out, and dozens of angry eyes were looking at her. Yao Yaxin already knew that the matter was exposed. "Please return to your original position and await trial." Sunny pulled Yao Yaxin up and pushed her hard, causing her to stumble and bump into Yangji. "You two actually lied to us, let's kill them." I don't know which family member of the deceased spoke first, but all the family members of the deceased immediately rushed towards Yangji and Yao Yaxin. "Commander, stop these people quickly, they want to kill people." And Yangji screamed. "This matter has nothing to do with me. I am also a victim. Don't hit me." Yao Yaxin looked pitiful, but just as she finished speaking, she was punched in the mouth and several of her teeth fell out. "2nd Battalion Commander, what did you see and hear?" Chen Mingxiu asked seriously. "Report to the captain, I didn't see or hear anything." After Sunny finished speaking, the other demon-suppressing soldiers responded at the same time. After a while, seeing that someone was about to die, Chen Mingxiu ordered everyone to stop. "2nd Battalion Commander, send these two men to the military headquarters for punishment and give justice to the deceased." "Jiang Jun. I'm your cousin, please spare me and tell the commander to let me go. Your aunt is still waiting for me to come home for dinner." Yao Yaxin's face was bruised and swollen, and she pleaded with Jiang Jun in a vague voice. Jiang Jun shook his head. "My dad has never had a sister like this, and I've never had a cousin like this either. You'd better take care of yourself." And Yangji also felt extremely regretful, but it was too late to say anything now. "Thank you, sir, for your insight and seeking justice for us." In an instant, all the relatives of the deceased knelt on the ground. Chen Mingxiu shook his head. "Thanks are unnecessary. I'm just following the law. But shouldn't you all apologize to Jiang Jun? After Chen Mingshu said this, the families of the deceased looked at Jiang Jun, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, their words did cause considerable harm to Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun, you are a good person. We misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Just now, we were blinded by hatred and said some extreme words. Please forgive us. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. We are the ones who wronged a good person. The families of the deceased eventually apologized to Jiang Jun. Let's forget about this incident. I hope you can learn from it and not let others take advantage of you. Go back. After hearing Jiang Jun's words, these people no longer had the face to stay and left one after another. Chen Mingshu patted Jiang Jun on the shoulder and left with the demon-suppressing army. Su Shang laughed and came to Jiang Jun. Brother Jiang Jun, the Hunter Guild will hold a Hunter Open tournament in a month. The bounties for hunters are quite high. The bounties for the top 3 are 200 million, 100 million, and 50 million respectively. The top 10 will also receive 10 million. I'm just short of a team member. I wonder if Brother Jiang Jun would like to join. Hearing this, Jiang Jun's eyes lit up. Brother Su, I'm not a member of the Hunter Guild. Can I join? Then, Su Shang laughed again. If I say you are, then you are. It's just a formality. Yes, we all plan to follow Brother Su. With you joining us, we will definitely get a place this time. The warrior on the side interrupted. Brother Su, I don't know much about the Hunter Guild. Could you tell me about it? Let's talk while we walk. When the group reached the foot of the mountain, after Su Shang explained his doubts, Jiang Jun had a certain understanding of the Hunters Guild. By the way, Jiang Jun, where are you going? Take my car and I'll take you back. Jiang Jun thought about it and realized that it would take a long time to get a taxi here. Then please trouble Brother Su to take me to the city. Soon, the two got into a jeep and headed towards the city. Just then, Jiang Jun took out his cell phone to kill time. A hot search pinned message popped up. Title: The Jiang family's abandoned son is shameless. He kneels outside the Jiang family mansion and begs for forgiveness from the Jiang family. Seeing the title, Jiang Jun's eyes lit up and he clicked on the link. It was the video of Jiang Pingan kneeling outside the Jiang family mansion. This video was released 10 minutes ago and it became the #1 trending search in just 10 minutes. It must have been done intentionally by someone. At this moment, Jiang Jun's face was bruised and a murderous intent surged from his body. Even Su Shang felt the murderous intent and shuddered unconsciously. Jiang Jun, are you okay? Jiang Jun's voice was very cold. Brother Su, please send me to the Jiang family, a big family in Tianyuan City, as quickly as possible. Well, sit tight. Su Shang didn't ask why and immediately stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Head towards the Jiang family as quickly as possible. Chapter 29: Kneeling and begging for forgiveness from the Jiang family, washing each other? Inside the Jiang family mansion. Jiang Hao looked at the video of Jiang Pingan kneeling in the Jiang family mansion, which had already become the #1 trending search, and he burst into laughter. Jiang Jun, look at your useless dad. He's worried sick so that you can take the martial arts exam. I was really moved. I think this feeling should be shared with more people. You won't blame me, will you? Ha ha. I really admire my photography skills, it's simply perfect. Jiang Jun, if you want to fight me, I will make you a laughingstock and you will never be able to hold your head up high in your life. You are trash, complete trash. Lu family. Lu Ruyan and her family of 3 are having dinner. When Lu Ruyan saw this video, she burst into laughter and even shook the 2 large bowls in front of her. Mom, look at Jiang Jun's dad, he's so embarrassing. If I had a dad like that, I'd just crash into the car and die. As she spoke, Lu Ruyan handed the phone to Li Finglian. Seeing the video, Li Finglian said with a look of relief, when I went to cancel the engagement a few days ago, he was so arrogant. Now he's getting his comeuppance. Li Finglian took the phone and handed it to Lu Zhishang. Look at how miserable Jiang Pingan is. He doesn't have the aura of the Jiang family's second young master. He's nothing. I asked you to draw a clear line between you and him, and you still blame me for being unkind. It's a shame to have such a brother. Lu Zhishang smiled apologetically and said, you have a point. This kind of person has no power or influence, how can he be worthy of being my brother? Besides, he smells like a dead person, even more pungent than a fishmonger. I'll definitely stay away from him. Why open a crematorium? Even if he opens a barbecue stall, I'll still patronize him out of courtesy. Lu Zhishan's words made Li Fenglian and Lu Ruyan burst into laughter. Outside the Jiang family mansion, Jiang Pingan knelt on the ground, his body shaking constantly, sweat soaking his clothes and blurring his eyes. But still persist. 2 days ago, he returned to the city and happened to meet Jiang Jun's teacher Gong Shuitao. Upon learning that Gong Shuitao had found a martial arts school for Jiang Jun, Jiang Pingan stepped forward to thank him. In this way, Jiang Jun's lie was exposed. Jiang Jun did not find a martial arts school, but went to join the demon-suppressing army. Jiang Jun, I clearly told him to discuss this with his family and think it over carefully. I'm so sorry, I thought he had your permission to do this. But don't worry, I'm optimistic about Jiang Jun. As long as he's good enough, the military will recommend him to take the martial arts college entrance exam. After learning the truth, Jiang Pingan felt like he had lost his soul. Thank you, teacher. Thank you for helping Jiang Jun. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Jiang Pingan left in a hurry after saying this. He is a sensible man. Gong Shuitao cannot be blamed for this kind of thing. She meant well. Now there is only one way, he can't stop Jiang Jun from joining the army. But as long as there is a martial arts school willing to recruit Jiang Jun, he can apply to the military, and Jiang Jun can join the army after completing the martial arts exam. After all, he was once a soldier of the Demon Suppression Army, so it was easy for him to pass the military's approval. When the time comes, you can be admitted to the Warrior Academy and then apply to join the army after completing the Warrior Academy. In this case, joining the army would be a matter of several years. At this time, Jiang Pingan would not stop Jiang Jun from becoming a member of the Demon Suppressing Army. But in order for the martial arts school to recruit Jiang Jun, the Jiang family must give the order, so this scene happened. If Jiang Jun wants to step into the Jiang family mansion, he must kneel outside the Jiang family mansion, otherwise he will not be able to see the old lady of the Jiang family. That is her hard-hearted old mother. As long as the old lady of the Jiang family speaks up, this matter will turn around. But after a day and a night, the old lady of the Jiang family remained indifferent. At this time, even though Jiang Pingan was determined, his body couldn't bear it. Just as he was about to fall, a sudden break sound was heard outside the Jiang family mansion. Jiang Jun jumped directly out of the jeep and ran towards Jiang Pingan. Dad, get up. The military has agreed to send me to take the martial arts college entrance exam. I can return to the martial arts school in 2 days. Really, I didn't lie to you this time, you don't have to beg them. Jiang Jun helped Jiang Pingan up. At this time, Jiang Pingan had no strength left and leaned directly on Jiang Jun. If you dare to lie to me again, I'll break your legs. Jiang Pingan said this, but there was a smile on his face. At this time, Jiang Hao came out of the Jiang family mansion. Jiang Jun, hurry up and take this shameful old man back. You are so shameless and kneeling here, it's really disgusting. You are no longer part of the Jiang family, get out of here. Jiang Jun clenched his fists and said coldly, Jiang family, I will make you pay the price. And you, Jiang Hao, as long as I'm here, don't even think about getting a good score in the martial arts college entrance examination. TSK, if you have the guts, go take the warrior college entrance examination first. Don't scare me here. I'm so scared. Jiang Hao looked disdainful, then turned around and shouted. The game is over, butler, close the gate and let the dogs go. The next moment, the Jiang family's housekeeper came out with a few wolfhounds and started barking at Jiang Jun and the others. Dad, let's go. Jiang Jun helped Jiang Pingan into the jeep. Brother Su, let's go. Su Shang nodded, started the car and left the Jiang family. Grandma, second uncle is gone. After Jiang Jun and the others left, Jiang Hao immediately reported to the old lady of the Jiang family. I don't have such an unfilial son. If he's gone, then he's gone. Anyway, he's no longer a member of our Jiang family. After He Jingyun finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Hao with a kind face. Our Jiang family will rely on you in Jianglong in the future. This time in the college entrance examination, you must be admitted to the 4 major colleges. Jiang Hao patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Grandma. I will definitely catch up with Big Brother and will never let the Jiang family down. He Jingyun nodded with satisfaction. If you need any resources to improve your realm, just tell Grandma. Let's go out first. Thank you, Grandma. Jiang Hao looked excited. Just these words from the old lady of the Jiang family was enough. On the way. Jiang Jun, who is this? Jiang Ping'an asked. Before Jiang Jun could speak, Su Sheng chimed in, "My name is Su Sheng, and I'm a member of the Hunter Guild." A wave of beasts appeared in the Tiange secret realm, and it was Jiang Jun who saved me. "I guess we are acquaintances. I know your name is Jiang Ping'an. I've heard about your deeds in the Demon Suppression Army. For a while, I even considered you my idol. I never thought you were Jiang Jun's father. Father, like son." For a moment, Jiang Ping'an seemed to be reminiscing, then came to his senses and shook his head. "This is all in the past. I hope you can take good care of Jiang Jun from now on." Brother Jiang is so polite. Maybe I'll need Jiang Jun to look after me in the future." Halfway, Jiang Ping'an got out of the car and returned to Yangxian Crematorium. Su Sheng sent Jiang Jun to the rental house. The two exchanged contact information, and Su Sheng waved and drove away. After returning to the rental house, Jiang Jun immediately released Lin Qingli from the puppet space. "Dad." Lin Qingli was a little confused when she first came out, but after recognizing Jiang Jun, she called out first and then put her head in front of Jiang Jun. "What a well-behaved child." Jiang Jun smiled. He reached out and rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice. Seeing that Lin Qingli's hair was dirty and her body was stained with a lot of monster blood, it was estimated that the inside was not very clean either. Jiang Jun frowned, thinking that it might need to be washed. The next moment, Jiang Jun was confused again. Just help her wash? Or wash each other? Chapter 30 Maid Outfit, Salty Taste. Soon, Lin Qingli followed Jiang Jun to the bathroom. Jiang Jun didn't hesitate and just did it. Then, Jiang Jun threw Lin Qingli's combat uniform into the trash can. The uniform was stained with a lot of monster blood and it was probably impossible to wash it off. So you can only throw it away. Anyway, I gained a lot from entering the Tiange secret realm, and there are still a large number of monster corpses in the puppet space. I'll probably make a lot of money by selling the monster's corpse tomorrow. As for the lace worn inside, there is no need to waste it, you can still use it after washing. Of course, this kind of work still needs to be done by Jiang Jun. He can't let a 3-year-old child do the laundry. Throwing the lace into the sink, Jiang Jun took the shower head, turned on the switch, and warm water gushed out from the shower head. When the warm water fell on Lin Qingli dodged with a look of fear and even shook her body. Just like when you bathe your dog at home, the dog will be very resistant to water getting on it, and will shake its body, getting you all wet. As Lin Qingli swung, Jiang Jun's whole body tensed up and his movements became stiff. "Don't move, don't be afraid." Jiang Jun's voice was a little trembling. Which cadre could stand the test? When I was cleaning Lin Qingli in the crematorium before, she was a static dead object, but now she is a living thing jumping around. It's like going into a cinema to watch a movie, the difference between wearing 3D glasses and not wearing 3D glasses. After receiving the order, Lin Qingli forced herself to stop shaking. Then Jiang Jun wet her hair and first washed Lin Qingli's hair with shampoo. Then used shower gel to wipe her whole body and wash away all the dirt on her body. Gradually, Lin Qingli got used to it and was no longer afraid of water. She even playfully splashed water on Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun almost wanted to take off his clothes and wash them together to save water. But he thought of Lin Qingli watching him wash and him looking at Lin Qingli. It would seem a bit unreasonable if Lin Qingli wasn't allowed to do something. In the end, Jiang Jun thought that he should wash Lin Qingli a few more times, and then he could order Lin Qingli to help him wash. Yes, doing things is the same as being a person. This way, he can save on water bills. Clean Lin Qingli inside and out, and wipe away any water stains. Jiang Jun took out lace from the puppet space and put it on Lin Qingli, and then found a maid outfit for Lin Qingli to wear. Also gave Lin Qingli 2 rabbit ears. In an instant, the school beauty goddess who seemed unattainable turned into a maid that people wanted to protect. Okay, Jiang Jun admitted. Every man has a maid complex in his heart. Taking Lin Qingli to the living room, Jiang Jun turned on the TV. You watch TV here and don't run around. As soon as Jiang Jun finished speaking, Lin Qingli sat down obediently. It seems that she likes watching TV very much. Fortunately, Lin Qingli was a puppet and did not eat, drink, defecate, or urinate, otherwise Jiang Jun would have to feed her and even wipe her eyes. Jiang Jun shook his head, went into the bathroom to wash up, and finally washed his own clothes and the lace that Lin Qingli had changed out of. After doing all this, Jiang Jun came to the sofa. It was still early, so he planned to watch TV with Lin Qingli. Caught off guard, Lin Qingli suddenly stood up, threw herself on Jung Joon and hugged him tightly. Jung Joon. When I saw the picture on TV, it was showing a young man and woman hugging each other. Jung Joon immediately understood. This is definitely a bad lesson for children. Just when Jung Joon was daydreaming, Lin Qingli followed the picture, moved her head closer, and covered Jung Joon's lips. Hey, it tastes salty. Next time, I should brush her teeth with fruity flavor. Just as Jung Joon was about to respond, the scene changed, the man and woman separated, and Lin Qingli instantly sat on the sofa. Jung Joon's tongue was halfway out, but he forced it back, cursing in his heart, how could this couple stop just like that? Do you still have any professional qualities? Finally, Jung Joon sat down, rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice, and then watched TV with Lin Qingli for a while. Early the next morning. When Jung Joon opened his eyes, he saw 2 rabbit ears and then a face buried in his chest. It feels so cool. It's really better than air conditioning. I don't know if it's just as cold in other places. Isn't it like others drive trains into volcanoes, and he drives trains into ice caves? By then, will the train be frozen in the ice and unable to run? Just as Jung Joon was thinking about the scene of the train going through the mountain hole, Lin Qingli raised his head. Dad. Jung Joon was just about to reach out and rub Lin Qingli's head when her head tilted against his hand. Then, she pecked Jung Joon on the cheek with her cherry lips. There is no doubt that the images broadcast on TV last night affected Lin Qingli. It turns out that children are easy to learn bad things. What if the TV showed a scene of 2 lovers making out? Would Lin Qingli? Thinking of this, Jung Joon didn't dare to think any further. It seems that a boy must learn to protect himself when he is at home. Otherwise, it is easy for 2 children to make mistakes when they are in the same room. Get up. I'll take you out for a walk today. Lin Qingli had a confused look on her face and had already been pulled up from the bed by Jung Joon. It's definitely not okay to go out in this maid outfit. Jung Joon decided to give Lin Qingli a big transformation. The next moment, Lin Qingli took off her clothes one by one and put them back on one by one. The original maid outfit was transformed into a mature lady style. A matte black leather trench coat with a wing-like hem that sweeps past the knees. At the open part of the trench coat, the black lace straps are faintly visible, outlining the fullness. Her legs were tightly wrapped in shimmering black silk, with smooth lines stretching from her slender ankles all the way to abruptly tightening at her thighs. Outline a round and straight arc. Add to that a pair of 10-centimeter patent leather stilettos, a tall figure, black stockings, and a pair of deadly long legs. It's definitely a street blast. It will turn heads no less than a Lamborghini Veneno. Seeing the temperament that Lin Qingli now exuded, Jung Joon nodded with satisfaction, but he still felt that something was missing. Suddenly, Jung Joon snapped his fingers. Yes, all you need is a pair of cool accessory sunglasses. He found a pair of sunglasses and put them on Lin Qingli's face. Suddenly, all the feelings came out. That's the taste. After Jung Joon changed his clothes, he took Lin Qingli out of the rental house. When walking out of the community, Lin Qingli exudes her own temperament and aura. The pedestrians on the street would unconsciously stop and look at Lin Qingli. Of course, Jung Joon was used to these looks. After all, when Lu Ruyan was his little follower, she was really a threat. Otherwise, the original owner would not have been so obsessed with it. Soon, Jung Joon and Lin Qingli got in a taxi and headed towards the Warrior Commercial Street. Chapter 31, Selling the Monster Corpse, It's Great to Be Young. Warrior Commercial Street. The largest store Bailey in Wanling Pavilion. Jung Joon took Lin Qingli into the store. A woman about 40 years old, wearing a cheongsam and still plump, walked over. It turns out that Master Jiang has arrived. Serve him the best tea immediately. AI Yin is a smart and capable woman. Jung Joon was once a VIP customer of her store, although he is now an abandoned child of the Jiang family. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. She would never look down on a young man, even if Jung Joon became a waste in everyone's eyes. Soon, AI's gaze fell on Lin Qingli. Lin Qingli is really too dazzling. Even if Lin Qingli wore sunglasses, it couldn't hide her beautiful facial features and peerless beauty. And there are those towering figures and those disproportionately long legs. Even AI Yen was a little jealous. How could there be such a perfect woman in the world? Boss AI, do you accept monster materials here? Jung Joon asked. Hearing this, AI Yen withdrew his gaze. Take it. If you have any monster materials, bring them out. I will definitely give Master Jiang a reasonable price. Jiang Jun glanced around. Boss AI, this place is too small. I can't even fit it in. AI Yen covered her mouth and smiled, saying, Master Jiang, are you kidding me? Jiang Jun didn't get angry at AI's words. He said seriously, I have some monster materials. Boss AI will definitely be interested. Since Master Jiang said so, then follow me. After AI Yen finished speaking, he took them to the back. Coming to the back of the store, AI Yen opened a door and there was a separate space outside. You can see some people processing the corpses of monsters and making them into finished products. This place is big enough. Li Changqing nodded and took out the corpses of 10 blood-sucking wolves directly from the puppet space. Seeing this scene, AI Yen was not too surprised. After all, this world has bracelets made of nano-space that can hold a lot of things. Some are even as big as a football field, but the prices are shockingly high. She just didn't expect that Jiang Jun had a nano-space bracelet with a large space. I originally thought that Jiang Jun would only take out a few monster materials, but I didn't expect him to take out 10 blood-sucking wolves at once. At this moment, AIN's eyes lit up, but he still suppressed his inner excitement. These monsters are all low-priced monsters, and there are not many of them. The price I offer may not be too high. Jiang Jun did not respond, and took out more than 20 blood-sucking wolves and a second-level golden flame tiger from the puppet space. Seeing this scene, AI Yen was dumbfounded. This is the corpse of a monster, not the corpse burned in Jiang Jun's crematorium. Where did Jiang Jun get so many monster corpses? Yes, it must be the woman next to Jiang Jun. In an instant, AI Yen had already imagined everything. No wonder Jiang Jun has such a large nano-space bracelet and so many monster corpses. This makes sense. The next moment, AI Yen became wary of the women around Jiang Jun. Boss AI, just name your price and I'll pack up all these monster corpses for you. At this moment, a woman came in holding a tray with 2 cups of tea on it. AI Yen covered her mouth and smiled, of course, sister will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Come and have some tea first. Come to think of it, I'm really a little thirsty. My friend doesn't like tea, so I drank both cups of tea. Jiang Jun drank the 2 cups. AI Yen smiled charmingly, Brother Jiang, I'll give you 12 million to pack up all these monsters. What do you think? On the way back from the Tiange secret realm with Su Shang, Jiang Jun also learned about the price of the monster beast. Generally speaking, the price of a monster of the size of a blood-sucking wolf is about 300,000, while the price of a second-level monster is around 1 million. With this calculation, AI Yen not only did not give less, but also gave a little more to make it an even number. Boss AI's price is quite fair. In that case, I'll sell you all the remaining monster corpses. After saying that, Jiang Jun took out 39 iron-toothed pigs and 30 split-horned roe deer from the puppet space. As for the second-level iron-toothed pig, Jiang Jun planned to leave it to Jiang Pingan, hoping that the flesh and blood of the second-level monster could help Jiang Pingan's injuries. There was also a first-level iron-toothed pig, which Jiang Jun kept as bait. Next time he entered the secret realm, he would roast it directly. The aroma of the barbecue would probably make many monsters greedy. Seeing the piles of monster corpses, AIN's body trembled slightly, and finally shook violently a few times. I almost screamed. Oh my god. There were 100 monsters, and it was the first time that her vision was greatly shocked. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so talented. You really gave me so many surprises. Jiang Jun waved his hand, not deep at all, not even as deep as you. He. AIN covered his mouth and laughed, I'll give you 33 million to pack up all these monster corpses. What do you think, Brother Jiang? Jiang Jun nodded, okay. Soon, AIN transferred 33 million to Jiang Jun. After receiving the money, Jiang Jun took out a list of materials for making the puppet. There is also a big ocean horse in the puppet space that can be used to make puppets. Although it is missing arms and legs, the materials still need to be collected in advance. Boss AI, I have a list of materials in my hand. Do you have the items listed here? Brother Jiang, just call me Sister AI. This boss is so formal. After saying that, AI Xian took the list and looked at it, frowning slightly after a while. I don't have some of the materials on this list. If you're not in a hurry, I can help you get them. But let me make it clear first, things like fat condensing dew and corpse fragrance konjac are definitely not cheap, and they're hard to come by. The most I can earn from you is a little errand fee. Jiang Jun smiled faintly, of course I trust Sister AI. Just help me gather these materials. Next time I find a monster corpse, I'll sell it to you. Well, Brother Jiang is so nice to me, how about I treat you to dinner tonight? Ain threw a coquettish glance at Zhang Jun in front of Lin Qingli. After all, some people like young people, and there are more young people who like ants. Zhang Jun hugged Lin Qingli and said, Sister I don't have time tonight. I'll treat you to dinner another day when I'm free. By the way, Sister I want to ask you one more thing. I wonder how much the Nirvana Potion and the Black Jade Fracture Cream cost. Nirvana Potion has powerful repairing ability and can repair the damaged Dantian in all directions. It can restore the normal function of the Dantian of warriors whose Dantian is seriously injured or even close to being broken. The Black Jade Fracture Ointment can promote the regeneration of broken bones, reconnect tendons and veins, and help the injured recover quickly from their injuries. Hearing this, Ain's eyes widened. The prices of these two items are both sky high. The price of the Black Jade Fracture Cream is 500 million, which is still acceptable. As for the Nirvana Potion, forget it if you don't have 2 billion. From Ain's tone, Zhang Jun knew that she had a channel to purchase it, and it would be fine as long as he could find it. No matter how much it costs, Zhang Jun will get it together. We have things to do, so we're leaving first. Zhang Jun found an excuse to leave. Seeing Zhang Jun leave, Ain was a little disappointed, and then sighed, it's great to be young. After leaving the Warrior Commercial Street, Zhang Jun took Lin Qingli into a taxi and went to Yangxian Crematorium. After the taxi drove away, Zhang Jun put Lin Qingli into the puppet space and then walked into the crematorium. The morgue was filled with corpses again, and Zhang Ping'an was busy moving the corpses onto the conveyor belt. Zhang Jun took a look and walked out, then changed into a full set of equipment and went to the morgue again. Dad, let me help you. Soon, Zhang Jun took over Zhang Ping'an's job. Finally, before dark, Zhang Jun found a suitable arm. All he needs is a leg, and if Ain can find all the materials to make a puppet, Zhang Jun can make the ocean horse into a puppet. I heard that ocean horses have a strong body odor. I wonder if the odor would be just as pungent after being made into puppets. Zhang Jun was somewhat looking forward to it. Chapter 32: Obtaining the Great Sun Thunder Body and returning to Tsangyan Martial Arts School. Zhang Jun handed the second-level iron-toothed pig's corpse and crystal core to Zhang Ping'an and returned to the city. After eating a bowl of noodles outside, he returned to the rental house and let Lin Qingli out. Dad! Hug! Lin Qingli recognized Zhang Jun and immediately threw herself into his arms as if she had seen a relative. Good! Zhang Jun rubbed Lin Qingli's head and always felt that the maid outfit was more suitable for her. Zhang Jun was very pleased to see that Lin Qingli no longer only said dad but also said hug, and finally made some progress. Come, I'll turn on the TV for you. When Zhang Jun turned on the TV, Lin Qingli was already sitting in front of the sofa. Seeing that Lin Qingli was still wearing sunglasses, Zhang Jun smiled and took them off. At this time, Lin Qingli was actually learning to speak following the sounds played on TV. Although it's a bit like a child learning to speak, with intermittent sentences and the voice a little unclear, everything is developing in a good direction. Besides saying daddy and hug, what else have you learned to say now? Sitting down on the sofa, Zhang Jun asked curiously. Lin Qingli turned to look at Zhang Jun, her eyes rolled, as if she was thinking hard, and suddenly said something shocking. Gidge, come and kiss the baby. Boss, I want salty lemon green tea. Zhang Jun. Is this really something that television can teach? That scene suddenly emerged from Lin Qingli's mind as he heard her words. Suddenly, Zhang Jun's temperature rose and he decided to take a shower. Cool down. Soon, Zhang Jun put the clothes in the wash basin and turned on the shower, letting out a cool breeze. Comfortable sunbathing. Before he knew it, Zhang Jun was humming a little tune. Swaying together in a light boat. Exchange vows to celebrate the spring dawn. Two hearts invite each other to take photos. I wish I could turn into a seagull and sing a sweet song. At this moment, a figure secretly opened the door and walked in. When Zhang Jun repeated the chorus, a pair of big eyes glared at him. The water from the shower had wet Lin Qingli's leather jacket and then slid down to her black stockings. Time seemed to stand still, and the movements of Zhang Jun and Lin Qingli were also frozen at this moment, with only the water from the shower falling. Wrap them up. Dad. Wash. Finally, Lin Qingli's voice broke everything. Zhang Jun raised the corners of his mouth slightly and reached out to rub Lin Qingli's wet hair. Come, let daddy wash you. Soon, Lin Qingli's clothes were also thrown into the wash basin. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, and be rewarded with the Great Sun Thunder Body. Since the host bravely took the first step and did nothing, Lin Qingli's puppet will gain superposition of power. Hearing the system's voice, Jiang Jun said weakly, "System, you are such a dog." In just a moment, Jiang Jun's body underwent tremendous changes. It is like a cell becoming a larger cell, then squeezing, bursting and fusing into an even larger cell. Suddenly, Jiang Jun felt that he could fight again. Before Jiang Jun could think about it, 2 light screens appeared in front of him. Name, Jiang Jun. Constitution, Great Sun Thunder Body 10,000. Identity, student, warrior, and sole heir to Yangxian Crematorium. Realm, perfection of Tongmai Realm. Qi and blood value, 8,070. Martial arts, Feiyun sword technique, Overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skills, suture mastery, eye of insight, strength overlay, thunderstorm. Space, puppet space. Puppet, Lin Qingli intimacy 10. Conjunction point, 13,858. Name, Lin Qingli. Constitution, thunder spirit body. Identity, puppet. Realm, perfection of Tongmai Realm. Qi and blood value, 5,080. Martial arts, Feiyun sword technique, Overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skill, thunderstorm 10,000, strength superposition can gain half of the host's strength, the host will bear the side effects. Lin Qingli's intimacy finally changed from 0 to 10, and Jiang Jun changed from an ordinary physique to a big sun thunder body, and a column of values was displayed above. As for Lin Qingli's panel, a column of data also appeared behind the skill Thunder Prison Storm, and there was also an additional strength stacking skill. After looking at the 2 panels, Jiang Jun already knew how to draw. In other words, as long as Lin Qingli's intimacy increases, Jiang Jun's Great Sun Thunder Body will also be improved, and Lin Qingli's skill Thunder Prison Storm will also be improved. Then Lin Qingli's skill Thunder Prison Storm will be upgraded, and Jiang Jun will gain Lin Qingli's power amplification, synchronous feedback, and experience sharing. But what the hell is this superposition of power? Jiang Jun had to bear the side effects, and he expressed his dissatisfaction. Jiang Jun changed Lin Qingli into a maid outfit, and the 2 of them went to the sofa in the living room to watch TV. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Jun's cell phone rang. Jiang Jun took a look and saw that it was Gong Shuidao calling, so he answered the call. "Jiang Jun, Uncle Chen has already told me about your situation. I didn't expect you to hide it so well. It really gives me a big surprise. Since you possess lightning elemental skills, tell me what you are hiding from me." "No, I have nothing to hide from Mr. Gong. I'm just an honest boy." Puff. Gong Shuidao's amused voice came over the phone. "Teacher, I was just joking with you. By the way, come back to Tsangyan Martial Arts School tomorrow. The military has already taken care of it. In order to avoid attracting attention, we have decided to send you back to your original martial arts school." "Thank you, Mr. Gong. See you tomorrow." "Well, see you tomorrow." The next day, Lin Qingli still secretly climbed onto Jiang Jun's bed, but she no longer curled up in Jiang Jun's arms like a kitten. Instead, he turned into a human pyramid, with his whole body lying on Jiang Jun, which perfectly matched Jiang Jun's height of 185 centimeters. Noticing that Jiang Jun had woken up, Lin Qingli looked up at Jiang Jun with a hint of tenderness in her eyes, like an angel in the dark night. "Dad." "Good." Jiang Jun reached out and rubbed Lin Qingli's head, then looked at the time. There was still an hour before class started. That means there is still 30 minutes of free time. Just as if the young do not work hard, the old will regret it, Jiang Jun had no choice but to work hard in silence. If we look at the numbers, if we want the Thunder Prison Storm to mutate, 1010 is equal to 100. It's similar to the piecework system in an electronics factory, the more you work the more you earn. 101 day 3 is equal to 33.3 days. 101 day 7 is equal to 14.3 days. Jiang Jun silently calculated that under maximum power, it would only take 15 days for the Thunder Prison Storm to mutate. Of course, it's just calculation according to the formula, but I'm afraid no one in this world can do it if they execute it according to the formula. If someone can really do that, then he is no longer a human being. It's God. When Jiang Jun squeezed a dollop of toothpaste for Lin Qingli and finished washing, there were some changes on the 2 panels. After putting Lin Qingli into the puppet space and buying 2 loaves of bread outside, Jiang Jun rushed to Tsangyan Martial Arts School. When they saw Jiang Jun return to class 3-5, everyone was stunned. Jiang Jun was expelled for violating the martial arts school's discipline. The martial arts school announcement has come out, so why did Jiang Jun appear in the class again? At this time, Gong Shuitao just walked in. Dear students, Jiang Jun was expelled from the martial arts school due to some misunderstanding. Now that everything has been investigated, we welcome Jiang Jun back to the class. Okay, let's start the class. The news that Jiang Jun had returned to school quickly spread throughout the martial arts school. When Lu Ruyan learned the news, she went to Jiang Hao's class immediately. Brother Jiang Hao, Jiang Jun actually returned to the martial arts school. What happened? Chapter 33. A fun place. She is my friend Lin Bingbing. Are you sure? Jiang Hao was a little bit unconvinced. The notice had already come out, and there was no need for Wei Qingji to lie to him. Before Lu Ruyan could speak, one of Jiang Hao's brothers ran over. Brother Jiang just received the news that Jiang Jun is back. As soon as the younger brother finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by Jiang Hao. I already know everything, and you're just saying it now. You're just a bunch of crap, get out. Jiang Hao was very angry. Jiang Jun came back to give him a slap in the face. Brother Jiang Hao, please go and ask Principal Wei why Jiang Jun was allowed to return to the martial arts school. Could it be that Jiang Jun, that lame old man, has some connections? Lu Ruyan said somewhat unhappily. After all, the more outstanding Jiang Jun is, the more it proves that her choice was wrong. She would not allow any stain to exist in her life. Besides, she has already chosen Jiang Hao, so it is impossible for her to go back to Jiang Jun. But I don't know why Jiang Jun still pesters her, ignoring her and not breaking off the engagement. Hearing this, Jiang Hao shook his head. It can't be Jiang Jun's father's relationship. Even if he has this ability, he will definitely not return to Tsangyan Martial Arts School. Since Principal Wei has agreed to this, and Jiang Jun is back now, it means someone is helping Jiang Jun. Even if I ask, Principal Wei won't tell me. And if we can get Principal Wei to agree to let Jiang Jun come back and help Jiang Jun, we will definitely make Principal Wei more afraid than our Jiang family. Humph, Jiang Jun is lucky this time. After saying that, Jiang Hao took out his phone and made a call. Dad, now that Jiang Jun has returned to Tsangyan Martial Arts School, can you use your authority to investigate who was behind this? After a while, Jiang Jianan's gloomy voice came from the other end of the phone. This person is clearly against our Jiang family. Even if we can find out, now that Jiang Jun is back, it can't change this fact. Okay, let's put Jiang Jun's matter aside for now. The most important thing now is the Warrior College entrance examination. Yes, Dad. Jiang Hao hung up the phone and became gloomy. Brother Jiang Hao, what should we do now? Jiang Jun is back now, he will definitely not let me go. Brother Jiang Hao, I don't want to marry Jiang Jun. I can only be your woman. Lu Ruyan looked as if she was ready to die to prove her resolve, and she looked at Jiang Hao with a drawn gaze. In an instant, Jiang Hao's heart was broken. Ruyan, don't worry, have you forgotten what I told you before? Let Jiang Jun be arrogant for a while, and when the warriors enter the secret realm after the college entrance examination, I will kill him. Well, Brother Jiang Hao is the best person to me in this world. I will not marry anyone else but you. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan hugged Jiang Hao's arm and leaned her head against him. This sentence really made Jiang Hao make up his mind to take the martial arts college entrance examination this time. He must kill Jiang Jun. After school, Jiang Jun returned to the rental house and immediately released Lin Qingli from the puppet space. Dad. When she saw Jiang Jun, Lin Qingli naturally leaned over as if she had met her closest person. Jiang Jun smiled and rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice. Suddenly, Lin Qingli showed a smile that was not a smile. There are 12 hours of free time between now and tomorrow morning class time. Judged by normal people. 12 is equal to 6. In other words, Jiang Jun can complete at least 6 tasks. In order to improve intimacy, Jiang Jun decided to give it his all. But Jiang Jun took advantage of the 30 minutes of free time in the morning, plus the task he had to complete last night. Although the time in the puppet space is still, this morning is mixed with last night. I guess it stinks. Let's go wash up. An hour later. When she came out of the bathroom, Lin Qingli had already changed into a maid outfit. Seeing the former goddess, now wearing a maid outfit in front of me. The heart that had withered in the bathroom suddenly began to beat again. Just when Jiang Jun was about to complete another small task tonight, the phone rang. Jiang Jun took it out and saw that it was Su Sheng calling, so he answered it. Hey, what do you want to talk to me about, Brother Su? Jiang Jun, do you have time now? I'll take you to a fun place. Yes, what kind of fun place is it? Underground Coliseum. Can I bring one more person with me? Okay, I'll pick you up now. I'll be there in about 20 minutes. Jiang Jun had also heard of the Underground Coliseum, but he had never thought of visiting it before. But now it's different. It seems that we need to get together to complete our goal tonight. But Jiang Jun felt that he was definitely not a normal person. 6-1 is equal to 6. Jiang Jun still feels no pressure when challenging himself occasionally. The next moment, Jiang Jun took off Lin Qingli's maid outfit. He put on the matte black leather trenchcoat suit and sunglasses, and then the two of them walked out of the rental house. At this time, Su Shang was already waiting outside. Seeing the woman next to Jiang Jun, Su Shang thought he was dazzled. He recognized this woman at a glance. She was the woman who had fought side by side with Jiang Jun in the Tiange secret realm. But he clearly remembered that when Jiang Jun caught up, the woman had disappeared. In this situation, it goes without saying that they were all overwhelmed by the beast tide. This was the first time he saw someone who was drowned by a tide of beasts and still alive. Brother Su, she is my friend Lin Bingbing. After Jiang Jun finished speaking, Lin Qingli beside him nodded coldly. Hello, my name is Su Shang. Get in the car, I'll take you to the Underground Coliseum. The next moment, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli sat in the back seat. Su Shang took them to the suburbs. Soon, they arrived at a manor in the suburbs. The carved iron gate was painted dark black, and the door knockers were two bronze statues of coiled snakes holding pearls. The snake pupils were inlaid with ink-colored crystals, which glowed coldly in the setting sun. As the gate slowly opened, Su Shang drove the car in. At this time, you can see that there are many vehicles parked in a disorderly manner in the manor. Let us get off. After parking the car, the three of them got out and walked towards a main building in the manor. The revolving door of the main building was closed, and a man in a suit stood on each side of the door. Please show your membership card, one of the men said. Su Shang took out a silver card and the man took a look at it. You guys go in. Su Shang nodded and took Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli into the lobby through the revolving door. The crystal chandelier on the lobby dome was dazzlingly bright, and the oil painting on the wall showed a hunter holding a spear and stabbing a monster. Walking through the scarlet carpeted corridor, the fireplace at the end is actually a disguised secret door. There were two women wearing red cheongsams, bowing 90 degrees to the three people. Welcome. Then, one of the women pressed the lion head relief on the left side of the fireplace, and the entire wall slowly slid open, revealing an elevator leading to the underground. Another woman took out 3 masks and handed them to the 3 people. One is a fox mask, and the other 2 are Ultra and the Joker. The 3 of them entered the elevator. Under Jiang Jun's instructions, Lin Qingli took off her sunglasses and put on a fox mask with her back to Su Shang. Su Shang consciously picked up the clown mask and put it on. After the 3 of them put on their masks, Jiang Jun became curious and asked, Brother Su, do we need a membership card to enter the Colosseum? Su Shang nodded. Colosseum membership cards are divided into bronze, silver, gold, and black cards. Each level of card requires a corresponding top-up amount. For example, a bronze card requires 100,000, a silver card requires 1 million, a gold card requires 10 million, and a black card requires 100 million. Those holding a bronze card can only bring 1 person in, those holding a silver card can bring 5 people in, those holding a gold card can bring 10 people, and those holding a black card can bring 20 people. If you want to apply for a card, I can take you there later. Jiang Jun nodded immediately. Anyway, it was not a difficult thing for him to charge 1 million now. After sinking about 50 meters, the elevator door opened. At first glance, it looks like an arena that can accommodate thousands of people. The shadows of the circular stands were filled with spectators wearing masks. In the center was a huge animal cage, and a second-level iron-backed beast was tearing the warrior's throat with its sharp claws. The warrior's blood splattered on the ground of the beast cage, and the air was filled with a bloody smell. The winner of Chapter 34 will receive 10 million. Now let us invite the fox to come on stage. Jiang Jun, I'll take you to get a card first, otherwise you won't be able to place a bet. Ms. Lin, do you want to apply for a card? Su Shang looked at Lin Qingli, only to see Lin Qingli shook her head, still very cold. Soon, Su Shang brought the 2 of them to the betting table, and Jiang Jun applied for a silver card. The 3 of them found a seat in the circular stands and sat down. At this time, it's time to prepare for the next game. A bunny girl in scantily clad clothes walked to the middle of the animal cage with a microphone. Everyone, for the next competition, we welcome our contestant Yan Shuixiang. Yan Shuixiang is a mid-stage Tongmai warrior. Her opponent is a level 2 Thunder Poison Wolf. Betting time is 10 minutes. Place your bets now. When the bunny girl finished speaking, everyone started placing their bets. Zhang Jun, do you want to place a bet on this match? I've watched Yan Shuixiang play a few matches, and she's quite capable. I think she'll win. After saying that, Su Sheng took out his silver card and inserted it into a card slot on the armrest of the seat. The next moment, a virtual screen the size of a laptop computer appeared in front of Su Sheng's seat. The virtual screen panel has a betting page, and you can also view the basic information of Yan Shuixiang and the second-level Thunder Poison Wolf. Then use the money in the card to place bets. After watching how Su Sheng placed his bets, Zhang Jun also inserted his silver card and started betting. Su Sheng bet 200,000 on Yan Shuixiang to win, and Zhang Jun also followed suit, but Zhang Jun bet on Lei Dulong to win. Zhang Jun, you bet on the Thunder Poison Wolf to win. Let me tell you, the second-level Thunder Poison Wolf may look powerful, but Yan Shuixiang's strength is the strongest female warrior in the middle stage of the Tongmai realm that I have ever seen. Su Sheng was a little puzzled. The reason why he brought Zhang Jun to the Colosseum was that he really regarded Zhang Jun as a friend and planned to help Zhang Jun make some money. Zhang Jun smiled faintly. I did this just to have a bet with Brother Su. No matter who loses, the money goes into the other's pocket. Ha, since you're so confident, let's have a bet. Su Sheng smiled. By the way, are these contestants warriors from the Colosseum? Su Sheng nodded, then shook his head and said, there are warriors from the Colosseum, and some from outside as well. Because the casualties in this underground arena are too high, the arena will maintain a group of warriors in order to ensure the normal operation of the daily competitions. But we also welcome outside warriors to participate, so that we can operate better. Seeing that Zhang Jun didn't understand what he meant, Su Sheng continued, if warriors in the Colosseum are killed or injured, the Colosseum will suffer losses. For warriors outside, the Colosseum doesn't care about life or death, just focus on the odds of the bet. In an instant, Zhang Jun understood. 10 minutes passed quickly. At this time, the bunny girl's voice sounded outside the cage. Now, we would like to invite Yan Shuixiang to come on stage. As soon as the bunny girl finished speaking, a woman with a well-proportioned figure walked out. She is a model of strength and beauty. The shoulder width and hip width are in harmonious proportion, forming a smooth inverted triangle line. The slender waist is revealed, outlining a charming curve with the round hips. His legs were long and straight, his muscles were tight and smooth, and the difference in circumference between his thighs and calves was just right, as if he possessed amazing explosive power. Wearing a half-cup-shaped black tight combat uniform and holding a large machete, he walked into the animal cage. Suddenly, shouts rang out in the Colosseum. Of course, this is also the part that attracts many guests. Next up is the level 2 Thunder Poison Wolf. As soon as the bunny girl finished speaking, a rectangular gap opened in the center of the cage, and a monster resembling a giant wolf slowly raised its head and rose from below. The Thunder Poison Wolf's entire body is covered with dark purple scales, and the edges of each scale are glowing with faint blue arcs of electricity. A row of jagged bone spurs protruded from his back from the neck to the base of the tail. His blood-red eyes had pupils that shrank into vertical slits under the light, fixed on Yan Shuixiang. Ouch! The Thunder Poison Wolf roared and pounced towards Yan Shuixiang. Yan Shuixiang also reacted instantly, raised the big knife and slashed at the Thunder Poison Wolf. Yan Shuixiang, kill it for me. I'm betting big on you to win this round. Have you eaten yet? Don't chop at its body, chop at its neck. This beast will die in one blow. Yan Shuixiang, fall down quickly. You are dead this time. No one can stop me from winning money. Hurry up and bite her. Don't be afraid of her knife. Push her into a corner and smash her to pieces. This round is a sure win. There was a lot of noise in the Colosseum. In the eyes of these people, there was no difference between humans and monsters. There is only winning and losing. And more people like to see the bloody scene of beautiful women being forced into a corner and torn apart. Even Su Sheng started yelling to cheer Yan Shuixiang up. Yan Shuixiang began to suppress the Thunder Poison Wolf with her martial arts and strength. She seemed to have the upper hand, but she was still unable to break through the Thunder Poison Wolf's defense. Next, her physical strength began to gradually decline, and she was ambushed by the Thunder Poison Wolf, which bit her calf, and she instantly lost her fighting ability. Finally, he died at the hands of a thunder wolf. After the game, Jiang Jun discovered that the balance in Yinka's account had gone from 1 million to 1,180,000. The missing 20,000 is the commission collected by the underground Coliseum. This is a 1-to-1 payout. If the opponent's strength is significantly different, there will be different payouts. Jiang Jun, I didn't expect your vision is better than mine. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Su Sheng patted Jiang Jun on the shoulder with an appreciative look. Jiang Jun shook his head. What vision do I have? I just bet randomly. After a while, Yan Shueishan's body was dragged out of the cage, covered in blood and flesh. At this time, the bunny girl came out again. I wonder if anyone wants to challenge the second-level Thunder Poison Wolf? Anyone who is a Tongmai Realm warrior can come up. The winner will receive a 10 million yuan reward from the Coliseum. In an instant, the entire Coliseum was filled with noise again. But no one dared to challenge the Thunder Poison Wolf, because anyone who challenged him would have to sign a life and death agreement. If you can't kill the Thunder Poison Wolf, you will be the one to die. Jiang Jun had already noticed that Lin Qingli's eyes were bloodshot, as if it was an instinct that drove her to rush towards the cage. Blow up the second-level Thunder Poison Wolf. The next moment, Jiang Jun opened the Eye of Insight, and a virtual light curtain appeared in front of him. Monster, Thunder Poison Wolf. Bloodline, none. Realm, 2 equivalent to the late stage of the warrior's Meridian opening realm. Chi and blood value, 3,850. Skills, Lightning Net Binding, Black Fire Meteor. After reading the information from Lei Dulong, Jiang Jun immediately had an idea. Brother Su, my friend Lin Bingbing wants to go up and challenge the Thunder Poison Wolf. Can you help with the procedures? Jiang Jun's words made Su Sheng stun for a moment, and then he looked at Lin Qingli. For some reason, he felt a murderous aura from Lin Qingli at this moment. A very strong evil spirit. Jiang Jun. Is she sure she wants to challenge the Thunder Poison Wolf? Yes, I want to challenge. As soon as Su Sheng finished speaking, Lin Qingli's cold voice was heard. Of course, these were all the words that Jiang Jun manipulated Lin Qingli to say. Okay, I'll sign you up. The next moment, Su Sheng opened the virtual betting screen in front of him and operated on it. The bunny girl has a walkie-talkie in her ear, and when she hears the sound of the walkie-talkie, she immediately smiles sweetly. Dear distinguished guests, I just received news that a warrior wants to challenge a level 2 Thunder Poison Wolf. Now we have the fox on stage. As soon as the bunny girl finished speaking, Lin Qingli stood up under Jiang Jun's control. Holding a long sword, he walked towards the beast cage. Chapter 35. This must be a setup. How could she possibly win? I want to turn the tables. Wow, she's such a beauty, her figure is absolutely amazing. Even if she's wearing a mask and can't see her face, I could play with her legs for a whole year. Look at her walking with the wind and the dynamic sway, I feel like I'm in love all over again. What a pity, this beautiful skin just fell into the hands of this Thunder Poison Wolf. In an instant, the entire Coliseum was filled with noise. When Lin Qingli walked to the bunny girl, someone was already coming over with a rectangular plate. On it was a death certificate and a red ink pad. Please sign the death certificate. After the bunny girl finished speaking, Lin Qingli stretched out her thumb, dipped it in red ink and pressed it on the life and death statement. At this time, the bunny girl picked up the microphone again. Everyone, the next match is between the fox and the second-level Thunder Poison Wolf. 1-to-1 odds, 10 minutes to place bets. Place your bets now. No more bets will be accepted after 10 minutes. After the bunny girl finished speaking, Jiang Jun placed his bet immediately, using all the 1.18 million in his silver card to bet on Lin Qingli to win. When Su Sheng saw Jiang Jun's operation, his face twitched. He didn't know where Jiang Jun got his confidence from. He actually thought that Lin Qingli would definitely win. Brother Su, hurry up and place your bets. Put all your money on the fox. Believe me, I will win. Well. Su Sheng was a little moved when he heard Jiang Jun say that, but not much. In the end, Su Sheng bet 100,000 on Lin Qingli to win, as a show of support. 10 minutes passed. The bunny girl made an inviting gesture. Fox, please come on. When Lin Qingli walked towards the cage, a small opening appeared in the cage that was big enough for one person to enter. Lin Qingli quickly got into the animal cage and then closed the small opening of the cage. At this moment, the Thunder Poison Wolf pounced up quickly and grabbed Lin Qingli with one claw. The 5 claws, like steel knives, scratched Lin Qingli's body. The place where Lin Qingli was had already turned into an afterimage. Lin Qingli appeared behind the Thunder Poison Wolf and used the Feiyan sword technique to stab the Thunder Poison Wolf. Due to the monster's keen intuition, the Thunder Poison Wolf's thick tail had a tip that swelled up like a hammer. It is covered with a thick cuticle, covered with dense barbs, and has a burning black flame at the end. He used the skill Black Fire Meteor and slammed it into the long sword. Clang! The collision of the two made a metallic sound. In an instant, the Thunder Poison Wolf turned around and pounced on Lin Qingli again. He opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of spiral fangs, and bit Lin Qingli. This time, Lin Qingli did not dodge and directly used the mountain collapsing fist. In an instant, the muscles of the entire body contract, a large amount of force is poured into the muscles, and the force is concentrated in the fist. A force that could split mountains and crack rocks surged out from his fist, striking the Thunder Poison Wolf on the head. Woo woo! The Thunder Poison Wolf felt pain and took a few steps back. Lin Qingli held the sword in his other hand and stabbed at the Thunder Poison Wolf. As if feeling threatened, the Thunder Poison Wolf raised its head and roared. Electric arcs surged out from the dark purple scales all over the body, and countless dark blue electric lights flashed, woven into a web around the body. This is the skill of the Thunder Poison Wolf Thunder Net Binding. Just now, Yin Tianlei also suffered from the Thunder Poison Wolf's Thunder Net Binding. Although he managed to avoid most of the electric light with his agility, a small amount of electricity still brushed against his right arm, causing a numbness that affected Yin Tianlei's sword drawing speed. As a thunder spirit, Lin Qingli is not afraid of the lightning of the Thunder Poison Wolf at all. Put away the sword. He used the collapsing mountain fist again and directly withstood the lightning net. The lightning fell on Lin Qingli without any effect, and Lin Qingli directly broke through the lightning net. He punched the Thunder Poison Wolf on the head again. Boom! The Thunder Poison Wolf was knocked away. He fell to the ground, already dying. At this time, Lin Qingli held a long sword and stabbed the Thunder Poison Wolf in the neck. Blood spurted out from the neck, and a lot of blood splashed on Lin Qingli. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 2 Thunder Poison Wolf, gaining 20 HP. The host gains plus 20 HP and plus 40 synergy points. The Colosseum, which was once bustling with activity, now became completely silent. No one expected that such a ferocious second-level Thunder Poison Wolf would be killed cleanly by Lin Qingli. After the shock, bursts of grumbling broke out again in the Colosseum. Oh my god, how could she possibly kill a level 2 Thunder Poison Wolf? My eyes are blurry, someone come and pinch me. The fox is too strong. I lose this round with full conviction. I don't accept it. This must be a setup. How could she possibly kill the Thunder Poison Wolf? Yes, I want to make a comeback. I don't believe she can win. Most people placed their bets on Lei Dulong, and some who lost money were unwilling to accept the loss and clamored for a comeback. Zhang Jun looked at the balance on the card and saw that it was 2.242 million, plus another 10 million. This game not only gained health points, but also won 11.062 million. If you can play several games a day, wouldn't you make tens of millions a day? Su Sheng's face twitched a few times. He had thought that the 100,000 was wasted, but he didn't expect that he actually won. If he had known this would happen, he would have placed a big bet long ago. At this time, the bunny girl came out with a microphone. Congratulations to our fox for winning this round and receiving a prize of 10 million. I wonder if Fox wants to continue challenging the level 2 venomous scorpion crocodile. Accept the challenge and win for a 20 million bonus. As soon as the bunny girl finished speaking, the whole audience became excited again. This is a routine operation in the Colosseum. Generally, people who know about it will not challenge it again, but there are always 1 or 2 stubborn people occasionally. If he accepts it and fails in the second challenge, not only will he lose his life, but also the 10 million he just won will be wasted. Fox accepts the challenge. I'll support you in the next fight. Damn it, you made me lose so much money, hurry up and take it over and wait for me to make my money back. Yes, if you don't agree, then fight. I support you mentally and financially with the level 2 venomous scorpion crocodile. Come down, sister. It's a shame for your body to become food for monsters. I'll earn money to support you in the future. As a frequent visitor to the Colosseum, Su Sheng certainly knew the scorpion crocodile's record. Zhang Jun, the poisonous scorpion crocodile, is very powerful. I have never seen an opponent of the same level defeat it. Hurry up and get your friend down. Hearing this, Zhang Jun shook his head. I'm just her friend and can't influence her decision. But I believe Lin Bingbing can also win this round. I plan to put all my money down, brother Su, please put more down too. Su Shang. Jiang Jun had just finished speaking when Lin Qingli, who was trapped in the cage, responded. I accept the challenge. Of course, this was under Jiang Jun's control, otherwise Lin Qingli would be the best and would only be able to say, Boss, I want salty lemon green tea. Dear distinguished guests, Fox agrees to accept the challenge and fight against the second-level poisonous scorpion crocodile. Thank you all for your recognition and support of the Colosseum. 10 minutes left for betting. Please place your bets. At this moment, the bunny girl really set the mood, not even covering her hands with a bow to express her gratitude. Very generous. When it was time to place bets, Jiang Jun went all in immediately. Seeing Jiang Jun's actions, Su Shang's face twitched again, and finally he gritted his teeth and followed suit. During the betting time, the Colosseum staff took away the body of the thunder poison wolf, but did not clean up the bloodstains in the cage. 10 minutes are up and betting is over. Dear distinguished guests, we would like to invite the second-level poisonous scorpion crocodile to appear. As soon as the bunny girl finished speaking, a rectangular gap opened in the center of the cage. A second-level poisonous scorpion crocodile with a ferocious appearance slowly rose up. Chapter 36. She is my girlfriend, with twin ponytails. The poisonous scorpion crocodile is 4 meters long, and its body is covered with dark green scales, with purple-black lines on the edges of each scale. There are 2 rows of barbed fangs on the crocodile-like head, but the snout is upturned, and the end is not a crocodile snout, but a scorpion tail as thick as a bowl. The hook at the tip of its tail gleams with a dark blue luster imbued with a deadly poison. Its limbs are as thick as pillars, its front paws have serrated barbs, and its hind legs are densely muscular. It can dash on the ground and also suddenly jump up and attack. The next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Jiang Jun. Monster, Thunder Poison Wolf. Bloodline, none. Realm, 2 equivalent to the warrior's perfected meridian opening realm. Chi and blood value, 5120. Skills, poisonous strike, mad crocodile poison sting. Judging from the chi and blood value, the poison scorpion crocodile's chi and blood value is 20 higher than Lin Qingli's, but Jiang Jun has absolute confidence in Lin Qingli. Even if Lin Qingli has no confidence, Jiang Jun will give her confidence. Fox, kill it. I'm going to support you this time. Poison scorpion crocodile, tear this idiot to pieces. Don't think you can make me lose money just because you have a good figure. Fox, beat it to death. Burst its scrotum. Damn it, I won money, there are plenty of young models to choose from in the club, go to hell. Before the fight even started, the atmosphere in the entire Colosseum had already reached a boiling point. Ouch. Smelling the strong smell of blood, the poisonous scorpion crocodile roared, and then his eyes fell on Lin Qingli. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous scorpion crocodile rushed in front of Lin Qingli. The scorpion's tail, as thick as a bowl, danced violently, and the curved hook at the tip of the tail stabbed at Lin Qingli fiercely. Lin Qingli raised his sword instantly and used the Feiyin sword technique to block the scorpion tail's attack. The next moment, a ding-dang-dang sound came from the cage where the beast was trapped. And as the sounds became more and more frequent, the scorpion tail of the poisonous scorpion crocodile began to pierce like a spear, and now it has turned into an afterimage. Lin Qingli used the Feiyin sword technique, and her speed was no less than that of the poisonous scorpion crocodile's scorpion tail, and her sword also turned into an afterimage. In the short term, it seems that no winner can be determined. But it didn't last long, and Lin Qingli and the poisonous scorpion crocodile separated at the same time. They looked at each other, and under the mask, Lin Qingli's eyes had already turned scarlet. If it weren't for Jiang Jun's control, she would have already roared like a monster. Suddenly, the scorpion crocodile opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of hooked fangs. Then, corrosive venom is sprayed from the submandibular venom sac. Fortunately, Jiang Jun had already noticed the actions of the poisonous scorpion crocodile, and Lin Qingli disappeared from the spot as soon as he received the order. Even so, a little bit of venom splashed onto the leather jacket and corroded it instantly. In a short while, several holes appeared. At this time, with the help of the Eye of Insight, Jiang Jun finally saw the weakness of the poisonous scorpion crocodile. The scales on its abdomen are 30% thinner than those on its back, and when it sprays venom or swings its tail hook, a piece of light pink soft armor will briefly appear under its abdomen. That is where the poison sac connects to the heart, and it is also the weakest point of defense. Ouch! The poisonous scorpion crocodile suddenly lowered its body and its tail hook suddenly straightened, obviously preparing to launch another tail attack. Lin Qingli did not retreat but advanced, using the phantom kick to avoid the sharp wind from the tail hook breaking through the air. In an instant, the long sword was suddenly unsheathed, and the sword light was like a silk thread, not piercing the thick scaled back, but slanting towards its slightly raised lower abdomen. Swish! The tip of the long sword accurately picked up the light pink soft armor, bringing up a string of blood beads. The poisonous scorpion crocodile let out a shrill roar, and its huge body slammed into the cage wall, its tail hook swinging wildly. Lin Qingli stepped on its head with her toes, used the force to flip behind it, turned her wrist, and stabbed the long sword into the wound. The scorpion crocodile's struggle gradually weakened, its tail hook fell down weakly, and finally it fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Qingli restrained herself. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 2 poisonous scorpion crocodile, gaining 20 HP. The host also gains plus 20 HP and plus 40 points. Silence finally returned to the cage, and the sounds of the entire Colosseum also stopped abruptly. After a while, cheers broke out. Ha, I won money again, Fox is awesome. No way, why is the poisonous scorpion crocodile so weak this time? From now on, whenever there's a fox race, I'll bet on you to win. Dare to win my money? If you dare to come back to the table again, I will kill you even if I go bankrupt today. Seeing Lin Qingli win again, Su Shang also shouted. He bet all his money, and Lin Qingli won, so he made a lot of money. Zhang Jun looked at the money shown on the card and smiled. It's a total of 4.2598 million, plus 30 million, it's 34.2598 million. It's a pity that the 10 million that Lin Qingli won before can't be bet on, otherwise the money would be even more. At this time, the bunny girl came out again. The fox wins this game. Retable. 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 As soon as the bunny girl finished speaking, those who lost money started to make a fuss. The bunny girl smiled and looked at Lin Qingli. The next winner will receive a 30 million bonus. Fox, do you want to continue the challenge? Following Zhang Jun's instructions, Lin Qingli shook her head. Zhang Jun was not worried at all that Lin Qingli would lose the next game, but there is a saying that goes, slow and steady wins the race. If you make too much money at the Colosseum today, it will be difficult to make money next time. How could he possibly let Lin Qingli reveal all of her cards? Seeing Lin Qingli's refusal, some trolls started to curse. The bunny girl smiled but said nothing. At this time, an exit of the cage opened, Lin Qingli walked out and sat back down in the seat next to Zhang Jun. Then, the bunny girl went on to host the next game. Zhang Jun didn't place any more bets, only Su Shang played a little. Meanwhile, in a room at the Colosseum, a man in a wheelchair was looking at a monitor on the wall. The camera on the monitor was filming Lin Qingli closely. The man was none other than Luo Xiao, the boss of the underground Colosseum. A man in a suit and tie came up to Luo Xiao and asked respectfully, "Boss, what do you want to talk to me about? This woman is quite interesting. Go check her information." "Yes, boss." After saying that, the man in the suit walked out of the room. Soon, a staff member of the Colosseum came to Lin Qingli and handed her a silver card. Lin Qingli took the silver card and handed it to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun inserted the silver card into the card slot and checked. The balance on the silver card was exactly 30 million. Zhang Jun pulled out the silver card and put it directly into his pocket. "Brother Su, do you still want to play? If not, let's go." Su Shang watched Zhang Jun's operations, his mind full of confusion. He only came to his senses after hearing Zhang Jun's words. "I won a lot today, I'm not going to play anymore. By the way, what are you doing with the fox's silver card?" Zhang Jun smiled and said, "She's my girlfriend, so it's normal for me to keep her silver card for her." Under the fox mask, Lin Qingli had a cold expression on her face. "My boyfriend has the final say on everything." For a moment, Su Shang was stunned. "We were good friends, how come she suddenly became my girlfriend?" But think about it, Lin Qingli came out of Zhang Jun's house, how could their relationship be ordinary? He is definitely the kind of fisherman who, when he and his partner have free time, goes night fishing. Zhang Jun came to the betting table and transferred the 30 million in the silver card to his own account, and then the three of them left the Colosseum. When Lin Qingli returned to the rental house, she was covered in dirt, her leather jacket was stained with blood and had holes in it. Zhang Jun was about to speak, but Lin Qingli took the lead. "Dad, it's dirty, wash it." Zhang Jun smiled and reached out to rub Lin Qingli's head twice. "Okay, let's wash up." The next moment, Zhang Jun decisively tied Lin Qingli's hair that was draped over her shoulders into two ponytails. "Whoa! G. Clark. Clark." Chapter 37 Repairing the Water Pipe, The Secret of Gong Shui Tao. The next day, Jiang Jun woke up, turned Lin Qingli off his body, and touched the twin ponytails on her head. Today, you stay home and watch TV while I wait for you to come back. You can move around freely in the house, but you absolutely cannot go outside. Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli an instruction, then reluctantly took his hands away from the twin ponytails. Last night, Jiang Jun held his twin ponytails while taking a shower, held his twin ponytails while watching TV, and held his twin ponytails again when he returned to his room. The feeling of galloping on the battlefield made Jiang Jun a little overwhelmed. If he hadn't gotten up late and hadn't run out of time, Jiang Jun would have still caught it once. Now he really couldn't bear to put Lin Qingli into that lonely and cold puppet space again. Jiang Jun changed Lin Qingli's black lace pajamas and put on a white sports suit for her. Turn on the TV, then wash up and go to school. There are only a few days left before the Warrior College entrance examination, and Jiang Jun plans to cram in some knowledge about monsters. Okay, get out of class dismissed. After Gong Shuidao finished her lecture, she came to Jiang Jun. Classmate Jiang Jun, come find me after school. Okay, Mr. Gong. Jiang Jun replied, wondering what Gong Shuidao wanted to talk to him about. Gong Shuidao nodded and turned to leave. It was finally time to go home from school, and Jiang Jun came to the teaching building. At this time, Gong Shuidao was sorting some documents. Teacher Gong, I'm here. What can I do for you? Gong Shuidao raised his head and took a look, then continued to organize the documents. The E-level student was under so much pressure that he was lying on the table. It's really pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, Jiang Jun wanted to tie Gong Shuidao into two ponytails. My water pipe is leaking. Can you fix it? Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment. He could not only repair water pipes, but also clear sewers, which was his specialty. Yes, Teacher Bao Gong will be satisfied. Wait a moment, I'll sort these documents out. Soon, Gong Shuidao sorted out the documents and took Jiang Jun back home. I also bought some food on the way. Gong Shuidao lives in a house with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms in a high-end residential area. Teacher Gong, is there a water pipe leaking there? Come with me, there's a leak under the wash basin tray in the bathroom, and it keeps flowing onto my feet. It's so annoying. Soon, Jiang Jun followed Gong Shuidao to the bathroom. At this time, there were 2 round tridents on the wash basin, pure white. I don't know if some water had dripped on them, but yellow watermarks seemed to be visible on them. Gong Shuidao turned around in panic to face Jiang Jun and reached behind her to pick up the thing. Then he walked sideways a few steps, put his heel on the trash can, turned on the switch, and threw the trash in. Seeing Gong Shuidao's actions, Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment. It's just dirty, it can be used after washing, it would be a pity to throw it away. At this time, Gong Shuidao's toes could almost dig out the 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartment. She smiled awkwardly and walked towards the wash basin again. There's a leak right here. See if you can stop it. I'm going to go cook. You can leave after you finish eating. Gong Shuidao bent down and pointed under the wash basin, but Jiang Jun's eyes fell on that butt. A T mark. Suddenly, Jiang Jun's heart became uneasy. Well, there's a lot of water. It's really not good for your feet to flow. I'll block it for you right away. Jiang Jun came back to his senses and said something. Gong Shuidao straightened up, turned around, and smiled. Thank you for your help. Jiang Jun shook his head. No problem. Teacher Gong, do you have a toolbox at home? I need some tools. Yes, but I need to look for it. Come with me. After saying that, Gong Shuidao took Jiang Jun to a utility room and bent down again to look for the toolbox. While searching, Gong Shuidao moved his waist from time to time. I remember putting it here, how come I can't find it? It's impossible. Gong Shuidao bent over and looked back, saying to Jiang Jun that she might have been bending over for a long time. At this time, Gong Shuidao's face turned red and he seemed a little unsteady. Teacher Gong, do you want me to help you look for it? Jiang Jun stepped forward and Gong Shuidao lifted her drooping hair. No. Hey, what is this? Gong Shuidao took out a rectangular box, an unopened express package. She didn't know when she bought it, but she didn't even open the things she bought. So, I opened the box casually. There is an outer packaging inside, and inside the packaging is a long object, and the big words on the outer packaging are particularly eye-catching. Love, go away and... In an instant, Gong Shuidao closed the box and looked back guiltily. At this time, Jiang Jun was staring at the box in Gong Shutao's hand with a look of shock. This isn't mine. I don't know who put it here. Really? I haven't used it. I usually. Gong Shueidao seemed to be making things worse. He threw the box away and stood up in panic. Because the movement was too big, he suddenly lost his balance and fell backwards. Jiang Jun was too close, and his heart had already drifted to outer space, swimming in the vast ocean. Gong Shuidao's sudden movement pushed Jiang Jun down and she sat on him. Ah! In a panic, Gong Shutao stood up suddenly. She seemed to have been pricked by a thorn just now. There are quite a lot of thorns here, and they all hurt Gong Shuidao. I know where the toolbox is. Gong Shudao said and left quickly. Jiang Jun looked innocent, he didn't do anything. When I think about the fact that Gong Shuidao has already entered the year of the wolf and is approaching the year of the tiger, this kind of thing is quite normal. As long as it doesn't hurt others, hurting yourself can be considered a noble sentiment. Of course, Jiang Jun still hopes to be severely hurt by Gong Shuidao. Thinking of the system's hidden tasks, Jiang Jun suddenly felt that he had a long way to go. Soon, Gong Shuidao's voice was heard again. Jiang Jun, the toolbox was found. When Jiang Jun walked out of the room and came to Gong Shutao, Gong Shutao held the toolbox in his hands. His round collar was squeezed into a V collar, and the collar was unfathomable. He lowered his head and looked at the part that blocked his toes. The whole face seemed to be scalded by water, becoming more hydrated and rosy. At this moment, Gong Shueitao no longer looked like a teacher, and his whole body exuded an aura that was inconsistent with his age. In an instant, hormones filled the entire house, filling every hole. Jiang Jun was moved. If Jiang Jun is not attracted by this kind of creature, then there is no need for men in the world. After finally calming himself down, Jiang Jun came to Gong Shutao and took the tools. He accidentally touched Gong Shuidao's hand, and Gong Shuidao trembled slightly in an instant, then stuffed the toolbox into Jiang Jun's hand. I'm going to cook. After saying this, Gong Jiantao skipped to the kitchen. Jiang Jun smiled and walked towards the bathroom. After a while, Jiang Jun came out of the bathroom. Teacher Gong, I stopped the leak. Well, thank you. Just sit down and watch TV for a while. I'll make dinner right away. Gong Shuidao's voice came from the kitchen. Jiang Jun looked over and saw the setting sun shining through the window onto Gong Shuidao, forming the shadow of a gourd. An image immediately formed in my mind. What would it feel like if he stood behind the shadow? Chapter 38. Then I will wash you, and my identity will be revealed. Soon, 4 dishes were placed on the table. The white porcelain plate is filled with freshly cooked white-cut chicken, its skin is shiny as jade. The steamed shrimp with garlic vermicelli in the wok is steaming. The vermicelli has absorbed the sweetness of the shrimp and the aroma of the garlic, and each piece is coated with golden oil. Open the back of the prawns and remove the thread, then embed the minced garlic into the grooves of the prawn meat. The braised pork with preserved vegetables in the celadon bowl is a mixture of fat and lean meat. The dried preserved vegetables have absorbed the fat from the pork belly, and the dark brown leaves are wrapped around the crystal clear pork skin. The last dish is stir-fried seasonal vegetables, with seasonal choy sum. The emerald green stems are as moist as dewdrops, and a little oyster sauce is drizzled on them to enhance the flavor. Jiang Jun, let's eat. After dinner, there's delicious soup. The two of them came to the dining table and sat facing each other on the redwood chairs with reclining backs. Gong Shuiitao lifted the long hair beside her ear. This weather is too hot. I'm already sticky with sweat after cooking a few dishes. If Gong Shuiitao hadn't said anything, Jiang Jun wouldn't have paid much attention. Now that he looked carefully, he saw that the clothes were stuck to his body due to sweat. It actually has a shape. Then I'll wash it for you. Jiang Jun didn't pay attention for a moment and said everything in his heart. Jiang Jun, what did you say? Gong Shuiitao was a little confused and wondered if she was hallucinating. Suddenly, Jiang Jun said seriously, I say, you can go wash first. Is that so? Was this really what you said just now? Well, I must have heard it wrong. How could Jiang Jun have such an idea? Gong Shuiitao struggled internally, from self-doubt to certainty, and finally looked into Jiang Jun's pure eyes and strengthened her own thoughts. Jiang Jun, try the dishes that the teacher made and see if they suit your taste. Jiang Jun nodded grimly, picked up a piece of boiled chicken with his chopsticks, dipped it in a little ginger and soy sauce, and put it in his mouth. The tender chicken skin and juicy meat melt on your tongue, full of the original freshness and aroma of free-range chicken. Tasty. Jiang Jun gave Gong Shutao a look of approval, then picked up another prawn. Bite into the crispy and tender shrimp shell. The spicy aroma of garlic mixed with the elasticity of the shrimp meat is so delicious that it makes your tongue numb. It's delicious. After saying that, Jiang Jun reached for the pork belly with his chopsticks. When you pick up a piece of pork belly with chopsticks, the fat is trembling but not greasy, and the first taste is the salty and sweet aftertaste of the preserved vegetables. Next comes the crispy, tender and glutinous pork belly, with the fatty but not greasy aroma lingering on the teeth for a long time. It's delicious. Finally, Jiang Jun picked up a piece of choy sum, which was crispy and tender. The simple seasoning made the choy sum taste sweet and refreshing. It's so delicious. Hearing Jiang Jun's praise, Gong Shutao giggled and her whole body trembled violently. Is it really that delicious? You're not lying to me, are you? When Jiang Jun looked at Gong Shutao's big eyes, he suddenly felt an 8.0 magnitude earthquake in his eyes. Why would I lie to you? I've never eaten such delicious home-cooked food. Seeing that Gong Shuetao didn't believe it, Jiang Jun became anxious. Okay, I believe you. If you think it tastes good, eat more. Jiang Jun nodded and started to work hard on his meal. After almost finishing the meal, Gong Shuetao went to the kitchen and took out the pot of traditional Chinese cooking soup. Let's have soup. As soon as you open the lid of the casserole, the aroma fills the air. Figs and lean pork stewed with sea coconut, the soup is as clear as amber. Gong Shuetao took Jiang Jun's bowl. Jiang Jun felt a little embarrassed and snatched the bowl back. Teacher Gong, I'll do it myself. Gong Shuetao glared, his aura rising, bring me the bowl. For some reason, seeing Gong Shutao like this, Jiang Jun handed the bowl to Gong Shutao like a well-behaved student. Gong Shuetao withdrew his gaze and returned to his previous appearance. You are my guest now, not my student. As a guest, I won't serve you soup. You don't even know this little courtesy. I am unworthy of being a teacher. Jiang Jun nodded, agreeing with Gong Shuetao's statement, but he actually had something else in his mind. Can I be your guest every day? Jiang Jun felt that it was pretty good to be with such an understanding woman every day. How about trying the traditional Chinese soup? Aha! Jiang Jun responded, then picked up the bowl and took a sip. The aroma of lean meat, the sweetness of sea coconut mixed with the warmth of figs, a mouthful of warm soup slides down the throat, warming from the stomach to the heart. This time Jiang Jun didn't say anything, but just gave Gong Shutao a thumbs up. These 4 dishes in one soup do not have any fancy techniques, but they embody the true meaning of Cantonese cuisine. Freshness is the basis, clarity is the soul. Every bite tastes like home. It was the first time for Jiang Jun to eat such authentic Cantonese food. I almost wanted to thank the people above and below. Jiang Jun, with your current martial arts level, it shouldn't be a problem to get into the 4 major academies. But some of the family's disciples are not pushovers. Although you have lightning elemental skills, you are still lacking in close combat. After drinking the soup, the two started chatting. Jiang Jun's expression remained unchanged and he nodded in response. Gong Shuetao thought for a moment and said, how about this? Starting tomorrow, after class, I'll be your sparring partner. This is not a good idea. Jiang Jun was really scared and beat Gong Shuetao so hard that she cried. Thank you, Mr. Gong. Jiang Jun looked excited, which was considered to be enough emotional value. You're welcome. I know you've participated in the military's purge plan. I will help you get into the 4 major academies with the best grades. To be honest, your recommender is my dad. Of course, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. Gong Shuetao was not at all shy and said it directly. Thank you, Mr. Gong. I will definitely not let you down. Jiang Jun thanked him again. If it weren't for Gong Shuetao, he wouldn't even be able to get the warrior medal. Gong Shutao nodded and began to clear the dishes on the table. Teacher Gong, do you want me to help you wash the dishes? Jiang Jun asked. Gong Shuetao immediately said coldly, no, remember, your hands are used to kill monsters, not for doing these trivial things. Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment. Gong Shutao understood him too well. In fact, he didn't want to wash the dishes at all. Suddenly, Jiang Jun felt that it was really nice to have a sister who understood him so well. Gong Shuetao was cleaning up. Jiang Jun sat down on the sofa, then crossed his legs and watched the news on TV. I feel like this is the life a man should have, living the life of a true man. Like those men who work hard at work, are responsible for making money for their wives to spend, and then have to cook, wash clothes and scrub the floor when they get home. Jung Joon is full of sense of accomplishment. At this time, in a manor on the outskirts of Tianyuan City, inside an underground arena. Looking from outside the manor, there is no clue at all, and even the sound of mosquitoes can be heard clearly. But the Colosseum, 50 meters underground in the manor, is like another world, full of blood and noise. A man in a suit and tie walked into a room in the Colosseum with a stack of documents in his hand. "Boss, I've already found the 3 people you asked me to check. Here's their information." Chapter 39 Genetic Reagent. The Dream Goddess is about to be bitten by a dog. When Luo Xiu took the information and opened it, he immediately found information about Jung Joon and Su Shang, not only with photos but also in great detail. But Luo Xiu was not interested in them at all. He was only interested in the fox. I quickly flipped through the 2 people's information and saw the fox's information. Unknown identity. Height, 175 centimeters. Unknown. Even the photo is of him wearing sunglasses. When the sunglasses were cracked and the computer matched the data, another photo appeared. The similarity with Lin Qingli reaches 99%. There was just a death certificate attached below. There is also some information about Lin Qingli. According to the information, the height difference between the two is 10 centimeters. Seeing this, Luo Xiu frowned. "Get out. If a fox comes, tell me immediately." "Yes, boss." After the man in the suit walked out of the room, Luo Xiu muttered to himself again. "This woman is quite interesting." Happy times always pass quickly, but Jung Joon's greatest happiness is at home. So Jung Joon said goodbye to Gong Shuetao and returned home as quickly as possible. When I saw Lin Qingli sitting on the sofa, watching the pictures on TV and listening to the voice playing. Babbling. Stand up from time to time and do a strange movement. Jung Joon smiled and came to Lin Qingli, looked at the program on TV, and suddenly his fists clenched. The Saint School Beauty transforms into a cow to save the world. "Dad." Sensing Jung Joon's presence, Lin Qingli shouted and then leaned her head over. Jung Joon habitually reached out and rubbed it twice, and was about to sit down. Suddenly, Lin Qingli screamed, which scared Jung Joon. "Transform into a cow warrior." The next moment, Lin Qingli completed a series of movements, then bent over to support herself on the sofa and looked back at Jung Joon. It looked like it was saying, "Dad, am I awesome? Come on and praise me." At this moment, Jung Joon's eyes fell on that butt. Well, there was no T mark, so Jung Joon didn't wear it for her at all. Looking up again, I saw 2 ponytails hanging down, strong and thick, swaying from time to time. Suddenly, Jung Joon thought of Gong Shuetao cooking in the kitchen and suddenly felt hungry. So he pulled Lin Qingli up with one hand. "Daddy is hungry, let me take you to the kitchen to cook." From the kitchen to the bathroom, to the sofa, and then back to the room. When Jung Joon was lying on the bed, touching Lin Qingli's twin ponytails, he looked at the 2 panels that popped up in front of him. Name, Jung Joon. Constitution, Great Sun Thunder Body 90-10,000. Identity, student, warrior, and sole heir to Yangxiang Crematorium. Realm, perfection of Tongmai Realm. Qi and blood value, 8,110. Martial arts, Feiyun sword technique, Overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skills, suture mastery, eye of insight, strength overlay, thunderstorm. Space, puppet space. Puppet, Lin Qingli intimacy 90. Conjunction point, 13,938. Name, Lin Qingli. Constitution, thunder spirit body. Identity, puppet. Realm, perfection of Tongmai Realm. Qi and blood value, 5,120. Martial arts, Feiyun sword technique, Overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skill, thunderstorm 91,000, strength superposition can gain half of the host's strength, the host will bear the side effects. After looking at the 2 data panels, Jung Joon quietly turned them off. It seemed that the revolution had not yet succeeded and more efforts were needed. Finally, Jung Joon decided to strengthen his body again and started doing push-ups again. After doing it for more than 500 times, his body couldn't stop shaking and he finally turned over and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Jung Joon did another 500 push-ups, and then directly chose to put Lin Qingli into the puppet space. There are also mixed crabs bought from the kitchen and put in the refrigerator. This is also a helpless move. I have to practice with Gong Shuetao after class today. If I don't put the crabs in the kitchen into the refrigerator, the day will pass. When I come back at night, I'm afraid the crabs will be smelly. After doing all this, Jiang Jun rushed to Sanyan Martial Arts School. At Sanyan Martial Arts School, the door of a classroom was closed. There were 10 people sitting inside, all of whom were the best students in the senior year. Jiang Hao stood on the podium with a look of ruined wealth. He pointed at the reagents on the podium and spoke to the 10 people below. This is a genetic test kit. Each one is quite expensive. After taking it, it can improve your physical condition and allow you to go further on your martial arts journey. Just tell me whether you want it or not. If you don't want it, you can leave. I won't make things difficult for you. In an instant, these 10 people looked at the 10 genetic reagents on the podium with burning eyes. Although they are the best group of people in the martial arts school, their backgrounds are not very good, and most of them have worked hard to get to where they are today. Instead of relying on his father to make it like Jiang Hao, the money required for a genetic test is simply not something their families can afford. This time Jiang Hao took out 10 genetic reagents at once, which is simply inhumane. I want it. I want it too. No one can resist the reagent that can change genes and gain greater power. Okay, since you want it, you just need to do 2 things for me, and the genetic reagent will be yours. After you're done, I'll give you each 1 million as a reward. I want you to obey my command in this Warrior College entrance examination, help me get first place in the Warrior College entrance examination, and kill Jiang Jun in the secret realm. After hearing this, none of the 10 people spoke for a long time. As for the first thing, it was very simple. As long as the 10 of them give up some points, they can push Jiang Hao to the top of the Warrior College entrance examination rankings. But the second thing is, as warriors, even though they have killed monsters, they have never killed a human. But there is always a first time for some things. The next moment, as soon as one person agrees, others will rush to agree first. I will follow Master Zhang's orders. Count me in. I've disliked Jiang Jun for a long time. Seeing that everyone agreed, Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Let me be frank. If you take the genetic test kit and don't follow my instructions, you'll be making an enemy of our Zhang family. Don't blame us for being unreasonable then. After saying that, Jiang Hao distributed the genetic reagents. Time passed quickly and soon it was time to go home from school. Jiang Jun was waiting for Gong Shuitao outside the gate of Sanyan Martial Arts School. After a while, Gong Shuitao drove out of the school in a Panamera. Wearing sunglasses, a white shirt, a black miniskirt and icy black stockings, her rosy complexion stands out. The charm of a mature lady oozes out from the Panamera. Suddenly, Jiang Jun's fist hardened again. Get in the car. Jiang Jun nodded, opened the car door, got in, and sat in the passenger seat. Hoo-hoo. Gong Shuitao stepped on the accelerator, the Panamera emitted a loud engine sound, and then sped away. When some students from Sanyan Martial Arts School saw this scene, the entire Sanyan Martial Arts School exploded in an instant. Jiang Jun, if you dare to touch Teacher Gong, I will never reconcile with you. Impossible. I'm a basketball player from the martial arts school. I have great explosive power and a stronger body than Jiang Jun. How could he be chosen by Teacher Gong? I refuse to accept it. No, if you can get on the car, you can push it. Why can't I push the car? I hate you. I must have overthought it. Although Mr. Gong is a bit more sensitive in terms of age, he would definitely not be interested in a weakling like Jiang Jun. I can do 200 push-ups with one hand in front of Mr. Gong. Can he do it? My dream goddess is about to be bitten by a dog, so I'm going to sing a song for myself. Chapter 40, Get a Room in the Training Ground. It's like the rising sun in the darkness. Jiang Jun's fists are hardened. The same thing happened yesterday, but because Gong Shuitao had to organize the documents, when the 2 of them left, most of the students had left. But now is the peak time for school to be dismissed. Seeing Jiang Jun get into Gong Shuitao's car, all the otakus felt sad. Gong Shuitao's charm in Sanyan Martial Arts School is definitely not inferior to that of the school belle, and she also has a more mature charm. Coupled with the fact that she is under a lot of pressure and has a slightly plump figure, many boys are simply obsessed with her every night. Now cabbages are being offered by pigs, how can they not be sad? Gong Shuitao had already taken Jiang Jun to a training ground and booked a room. Various scenes can be simulated in the room, such as in water, in the desert, or in the starry sky. In short, this room will be set up according to the scene to simulate the environment of the scene at that time. For example, in water, buoyancy will appear in the room in the desert, the temperature in the room will rise under the starry sky, gravity will disappear. Moreover, the entire room is made of black iron, and it will not be damaged no matter how you mess around. Jung Joon felt a little embarrassed when he saw the facilities in the room. It's the first time to check into a room, and you ask a girl to pay. This is unmanly. But when he thought about it, a rich woman like Gong Shueidao shouldn't care about the rent, and Jung Joon suddenly felt justified. Jung Joon, you stay in the room to familiarize yourself with the simulation scene. I'm going to change my clothes. Jung Joon nodded, then picked up a remote control on the wall and started playing with it. Without waiting for Gong Shueidao to leave the room, Jung Joon pressed the starry sky scene. Suddenly, the whole room seemed to enter the starry sky, and his body floated up uncontrollably. Gong Shueidao was not paying attention, and when she lost gravity, her body was not in a balanced state. Gong Shueidao's body floated in the air and then kept spinning up and down. Normally, whenever she enters a scene filled with starry skies, she puts on a pair of special shoes in advance to balance her body so that she doesn't feel top-heavy. At this moment, she can only shorten the distance between her feet and head to achieve a balanced state. In an instant, Gong Shueidao opened her legs and did a split while spinning. The black pencil skirt was almost ruined. In this way, Gong Shueidao slowly rotated several times, slowly reached a balanced state and stopped in the air. But not vertically, but horizontally, with a split facing Jung Joon. It's like the rising sun in the darkness. Jung Joon was stunned and his fists clenched. He really didn't mean it. Wiping the sweat from the corner of his mouth, Jung Joon said a little embarrassedly, "Teacher Gong, this was an accident. My hand was shaking and I pressed the wrong place. I'm going to exit the starry sky mode right now." At this time, Gong Shueidao could dig out a courtyard with her toes. How could she have imagined that she would suffer a social demise in front of Jung Joon again? It was that stick last time. Now, if possible, she really wanted to crawl into her own hole. "No, come here first, hold me, and then withdraw, otherwise I will fall directly to the ground. You know, even the ground is made of black iron." If he retreats, Gong Shueidao can't guarantee whether he will fall directly on his back, head, or chest, but the latter accounts for the largest proportion. She doesn't want to suffer another social setback. "Oh, Mr. Gong, wait a moment." Since it was Jung Joon's first time entering a starry sky, he lost the force of gravity and his body was not very coordinated. He could only crawl on all fours like a puppy and slowly approach Gong Shueidao. Seeing Jung Joon's funny actions, Gong Shueidao wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. As a teacher, she has received strict training and will not laugh no matter how funny something is, unless she really can't help it. But it's so funny. In the end, Gong Shueidao finally laughed. "Ha ha ha. I remembered something happy. Ha ha ha. My husband gave birth to a baby, ha ha." Because Gong Shueidao laughed so hard, she had been holding her breath, and now it leaked out. Just when Jung Joon came to Gong Shueidao suddenly turned around. He rolled forward in a split position, and the red sun in the darkness swept across Jung Joon's face several times. Finally, he clamped Jung Joon's face and covered Jung Joon's head with his hands. "Jung Joon, oh. Suddenly, I remembered the Cantonese food yesterday. With freshness as the basis and clarity as the soul, every bite tastes like home. Yes, that's what it tastes like now. Ah. Jung Joon, press exit, exit." Jung Joon came back to his senses, and with his eyes completely dark, he pressed the exit button relying solely on his memory. Fortunately, he pressed the right button and exited the starry sky. At the moment of falling, Jung Joon sank his horse stance. "Stay calm." Gong Shueidao shook a few more times due to inertia. This feeling has penetrated into Jung Joon's heart. Finally, Jung Joon slowly took the Gong Shueidao off his head. I was just about to apologize to Gong Shueidao. After all, if it weren't for him, so many things wouldn't have happened. Who knows, he hasn't spoken yet. Gong Shueidao's eyes were filled with tears, and she ran out with her legs tucked together in 8 steps. Are you still practicing?" Jung Joon looks innocent. When they got outside, Gong Shueidao couldn't stop shaking a few times, and unexpectedly. "It's really embarrassing to make a fool of myself in front of my students again and again." But it seemed that she longed for this feeling very much. She had never longed for it so strongly in the past 30 years. "What was I thinking? He's just a kid." Gong Shueidao muttered to herself and then went to change her clothes. After waiting for a while, Jung Joon thought Gong Shueidao was angry. At this moment, the door opened again. Gong Shueitao came in wearing a blue yoga suit and holding a long sword. Jiang Jun took a look and his eyes were fixed. This is sparring, not exercise, so you should wear combat uniform, right? Another swordsman. I wonder if Gong Shueitao has any experience in swordsmanship? The next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Jiang Jun. Name, Gong Shueitao. Constitution, Chalcedony. Identity, Sanyan martial arts school teacher, warrior. Realm, late stage of Tongmai realm. Chi and blood value, 3,900. Martial arts, storm kick, mountain severing sky splitting slash. Skill. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, Gong Shuitao's health value has increased from 3,700 to 3,900. Under normal practice, the chi and blood value can be increased by 200, and the practice speed is very fast. At this moment, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in Jiang Jun's mind. Host, please embrace the spirit of great love and sacrifice for love, and you will gain psychic energy. After the spiritual chi cleansing Jade Sutra, your cultivation will greatly increase, and your great sun thunder body will also be strengthened. Stop hesitating and kill the opponent. As for how to kill him, the host has the final say. After hearing what the system said, Jiang Jun got angry. Gong Shueitao is his most respected teacher, how could he do such a thing to offend his teacher? Roll. Jiang Jun roared in his heart. When Jiang Jun looked at Gong Shueitao again, the warrior aura in Gong Shueitao's sword. Those two pairs of big eyes revealed the power to crush everything, and they slowly spoke. Let's get started. Chapter 41. Gong Shueitao almost covered the wound. Sorry for hurting you. Gong Shueitao had just finished speaking when she seemed to be afraid that Jiang Jun would press the wrong button again, so she took the remote control in her hand. Let's do a desert scene. Without waiting for Jiang Jun's consent, Gong Shueitao had already pressed the desert scene. The next moment, the room where the black iron was originally cast suddenly turned into a desert, the temperature rose, and the sun was scorching overhead. I'll attack, you defend. No, I always attack that one. Jiang Jun muttered to himself, his expression unchanged. He nodded coldly, and then took out a long sword. Since he met an opponent who was unwilling to defend and wanted to attack, Jiang Jun just lay down for once. Suddenly, a picture appeared in Jiang Jun's mind, a guanyin with a bow-shaped peach sitting on a lotus. Holiness carries with it solemnity and cannot be desecrated at all. At this moment, Gong Shueitao raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at Jiang Jun. Han Jiao. In an instant, Gong Shueitao used his martial arts skill, the mountain-breaking and sky-splitting slash. The sword moves contain terrifying power that can cut through mountains and tear apart the sky. When swinging the sword, a powerful spiritual power fluctuation is condensed. With one slash, the sword energy spreads wildly and can cause devastating damage to enemies within a straight line range. Gong Shueitao only knew that Jiang Jun possessed thunder element skills, but his realm was still in the stage of awakening perfection. For some reason, even Chen Mingshu only vaguely described how Jiang Jun helped to repel the beast tide. Therefore, Gong Shueitao suppressed his martial arts skill, breaking mountains and splitting sky, to the point where he only had the power of awakening perfection. But it can't be underestimated. It's a pity that she and Jiang Jun are not at the same level. Jiang Jun has reached the perfect state of Tongmai, with a chi and blood value of 8,070, and the blessing of the great sun thunder body. When Gong Shueitao was about to chop down with his sword, Jiang Jun had already used his phantom kick to dodge. Boom! A gust of wind formed across the entire desert, and a huge deep pit appeared where the sword pointed. This is the special effect of the desert scene. Gong Shueitao didn't expect Jiang Jun to dodge. She thought he would take the move and was worried that Jiang Jun would be injured. Who knows how Jiang Jun disappeared? She didn't see it clearly. But due to combat experience and instinctive reaction, Gong Shueitao instantly stabbed out with a sword from behind. This time, Jiang Jun did not choose to dodge, but instead used the Feiyin sword technique to fight against Gong Shueitao. Jiang Jun did not use his full strength, but only used the power of the perfect awakening, plus the blessing of the great sun thunder body. The strength is still superior to Gong Shueitao. The two swords collided with a clang, and Gong Shueitao was forced to retreat a few steps. The whole base of my thumb feels numb. Seeing this, Jiang Junyi pretended to be shocked by the force and took a few steps back. Actually, he is fine. Gong Shueitao just stabilized himself and immediately used the storm kick. In an instant, Gong Shueitao kicked Jiang Jun, followed by one kick after another, which was more intensive than the continuous kick attack. Like a torrential rain, Gong Shueitao poured out his attacks on Jiang Jun. It could be seen that he possessed extremely high leg strength and endurance, as well as the ability to grasp the rhythm of fast attacks. Jiang Jun also used the Phantom Kick to fight against Gong Shueitao. In fact, the Phantom Kick also has attacking moves, but Jiang Jun is used to using it as a body movement. After just a few moves, Jiang Jun's Phantom Kick was suppressed by Gong Shueitao's Storm Kick. Then Jiang Jun had no choice but to change his tactics. In an instant, Jiang Jun retracted his foot and threw a punch. Mountain Collapsing Fist. Although Jiang Jun suppressed his strength to the point of perfect awakening, he was blessed by the Great Sun Thunder Body. Jiang Jun's speed and strength became extremely terrifying. Gong Shueitao didn't expect Jiang Jun to suddenly change his tactics. It was too late for him to retract his foot, so he could only kick hard. Just when Gong Shueitao hesitated for a moment, Jiang Jun's fist was filled with unstoppable momentum. He broke Gong Shueitao's violent kick and punched her just below the abdomen. Gong Shueitao almost covered his mouth. Ah! Ah! Gong Shueitao was hit so hard that he took a few steps back and sat down on the ground with a heavy butt. Jiang Jun's eyes shook again. "Teacher Gong, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." Gong Shueitao's face was as red as shrimps in a pot, if this was not intentional. If it was intentional, it would have exploded. In an instant, Gong Shueitao stood up suddenly and shouted, "Let's do it again." In the next few moves, Gong Shueitao's moves were deadly and all attacked Jiang Jun's most vulnerable parts. Jiang Jun suspected that Gong Shueitao did it on purpose. Isn't it just a kick? It's okay to be stabbed hundreds of times, so what if I was kicked once? Finally, Jiang Jun's sword was broken by Gong Shueitao, and the two men stopped. At this time, both of their clothes were completely wet because the desert scene was too hot. It seems that this kind of extreme sport still needs to be carried out in a snowy and icy scene. Let's go back. This sword is for you. Your sword is of poor quality. After saying that, Gong Shueitao forcibly stuffed the sword in his hand into Jiang Jun's hand. Weapon levels are divided into ordinary, exquisite, precious, gorgeous, legendary, creation, transcendent and ultimate. Jiang Jun's long sword is considered exquisite grade, while Gong Shueitao's long sword is precious grade, with a difference of 1 grade between the two. I didn't expect Gong Shueitao to give it to him like this. Before Jiang Jun could come to his senses, Gong Shueitao said again, "The vegetables we bought yesterday haven't been cooked yet. Let's go back and take a bath together, and then I'll cook for you." Okay. Jiang Jun was already impatient, wondering whether they would take a shower together in the same bathroom or in their own bathrooms. Jiang Jun was looking forward to it. In the end, Jiang Jun got his wish and took a bath with Gong Shueitao in the bathroom separated by a wall. Then I tasted the essence of the freshness of Gong Shuei peaches before reluctantly returning home. After returning home, Jiang Jun released Lin Qingli from the puppet space. Then I cleaned Lin Qingli. Fortunately, the crabs in the refrigerator did not smell bad. Lin Qingli became more and more naughty and splashed water all over Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun was angry. Decided to teach her a lesson. Soon, the sound of galloping horses came from the bathroom again. Ouch! Drive! Clark, clack! Time flies, and Jiang Jun lives a fulfilling life every day. In addition to attending classes, Jiang Jun trains with Gong Shueitao after class, then goes to Gong Shueitao's house to take a shower and eat, and then practices writing when he gets home. It can be said that 4 points form a straight line: home, martial arts school, training ground, and Gong Shueitao's home. Originally, Jiang Jun wanted to visit the Colosseum, but when he came back last time, he heard what Su Sheng said. If he wins another match, he will have to challenge a higher level monster and face a third level monster. And the odds will also change a lot. In Lin Qingli's current state, it is impossible to kill the third level monster unless the power superposition is activated. You know, a third level monster is already the king of beasts in the Tiange secret realm and can command the beasts. Even the demon suppressing army of the Tiange secret realm was troubled, but the third level demon beast was just a tool to make money in the underground arena, and it was at the mercy of others. It is conceivable that the underground Colosseum is definitely not as simple as Jiang Jun thought. Therefore, Jiang Jun still thinks that he should wait until Lin Qingli's realm is promoted to the Lianzong realm before going to the Colosseum to reap some benefits. Today is the day of the Tianyuan City Warrior College entrance examination. Early in the morning, 7 buses arrived at Sangyan Martial Arts School. After all the candidates got on the buses, they would set off for GD Secret Realm. Chapter 42: Gong Shueitao's ex-boyfriend, a dog demon in human form. Soon, 7 buses carrying hundreds of people headed towards the GD Secret Realm. The reason why the GD Secret Realm is called the GD Secret Realm is because this secret realm is more suitable for warriors to take the college entrance examination. In other words, it is specially used as the college entrance examination for warriors. It belongs to the E-level secret realm, and it is also a special secret realm. In this special secret realm, there is only one kind of monster, and it lives in groups. There may be as few as 3 or 5, and as many as hundreds or thousands. Even when the Beast Tide rioted, there were 100,000 monsters. The demon-suppressing army dispatched 10 legions, plus the defense of the fortress, to repel the 100,000 monsters. GD's secret realm is located on a sugarcane field in a rural area of Gangquan Town, Tianyuan City. Looking from above, a black crack like an eye appears in the middle of the endless sugarcane field, which seems a bit out of place. In order to guard the exit of the secret realm, the military specially built a 2-lane road that leads directly from the sugarcane field to the entrance of the secret realm. At the entrance to the secret realm is a huge open space, where many vehicles are parked. The schools participating in the martial arts college entrance examination are Tsangyan Martial Arts School, Pokyong Martial Arts School, Longji Martial Arts School, Jifeng Martial Arts School, Yushan Martial Arts School, Panshur Martial Arts School, Hanhai Martial Arts School, Lifeng Martial Arts School, Jingyue Martial Arts School, Jinghong Martial Arts School, and other 10 martial arts schools. Many martial arts schools have arrived in advance, and each school has an open space, which looks like a huge crowd of people. When the 7 buses of Tsangyan Martial Arts School stopped at the open space at the entrance of the secret realm, everyone got off and lined up in 6 rows. The team was led by Wei Qingji, the principal of Tsangyan Martial Arts School, and 2 teachers, one of whom was Gong Shutao. Everyone, please take out your admission tickets first. The demon-suppressing army from the GD Secret Realm will verify your admission tickets and then give you smart bracelets. The smart bracelet can record results, intelligent ranking, map, positioning, chat, and real-time live broadcast. The first few functions are fixed, only the live broadcast can be turned off. Although shutting down the live broadcast will not affect the exam, it will affect the experience of the invigilators at the 4 major colleges. There was once a student who, because of his special talents, was admitted to the 4 major colleges despite failing the martial arts exam. Gong Shuidao once again repeated the basic information of the martial arts exam to the students taking the martial arts exam. As soon as Gong Shuidao finished speaking, a man in a suit and tie who looked very elegant walked over. He is the invigilator and teacher of Qinglong Academy. Junior sister, I didn't expect you to become a teacher at Tsangyan Martial Arts School. We haven't seen each other for over a year. I am now the director of Qinglong Academy. If you hadn't left Qinglong Academy, I think this position would definitely be yours. Gong Shuidao's face turned cold. I'm sorry, I don't know you, please get out of here. Shen Pingyun was not angry. He smiled sarcastically and said, What do you mean? We are a couple for 1 night and 100 nights of love. Can't you just talk properly? By the way, next Wednesday is my son's full moon celebration. Come have a drink if you have time. I'm busy. Gong Shuitao responded loudly. Her chest was heaving violently, and it was obvious that she was very angry. Actually, I still love you the most, but it's a pity that you are a woman who can only be looked at but not entered into, let alone give birth to children. I just want a normal family, why is it so difficult? Shut up. You shut up. In an instant, Gong Shuidao seemed to have lost his mind, and even his 2 big eyes widened. When Wei Qingji saw this scene, he pretended not to see it and deliberately walked away. He didn't want to offend the invigilator of Qinglong College for the sake of a teacher. Jiang Jun really couldn't stand it. Being cheated by such a scumbag was bad enough, but he also had to get stabbed by him. It was like pouring salt on the wound. No wonder Gong Shuitao lost his mind. The next moment, Jiang Jun walked out from the queue and walked towards Gong Shuitao. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Jun squeezed in between the 2 of them and handed over the half-full bottle of water in his hand. Teacher Gong, drink some water first. The GD Secret Realm is truly an eye-opener for me. Before I even enter, I'm already confronted by a barking dog demon outside. Boy, who are you calling a dog demon? Shen Pingyun asked angrily. Teacher Gong, did you hear that? The dog demon just barked again. Do you think this dog demon will bite people? As soon as Jiang Jun finished speaking, Gong Shutao was finally amused and burst out laughing. Gong Shutao took the water from Jiang Jun's hand and drank 2 sips. A dog demon will definitely bite people, but if a dog demon that looks like a human dares to bite people, I will cut him to pieces. Humph. Shen Pengyun snorted coldly, and said in a cold voice, You are so good, kid. You have successfully attracted my attention. I will definitely have a good chat with you when I have the chance. After saying that, Shin Pengyun turned and left. Seeing this scene, all the candidates from Sangyan Martial Arts School looked at Zhang Jun in amazement. During this period, rumors about Gong Shuidao and Zhang Jun were flying all over the Sangyan Martial Arts School. Holy crap, it turns out the rumors about Zhang Jun and Mr. Gong are true. Teacher Gong even drank the water that Zhang Jun had drunk. Their relationship must have been confirmed. Teacher Gong is a generation older than Zhang Jun, right? Could it be that he wants to get treatment for rheumatism? I'm willing to get rid of rheumatism. Teacher Gong is a little older, but she's still no match for any of the school beauties. My dream goddess is gone. I'm 20. Damn it, how could she possibly fall for Zhang Jun? For a moment, the candidates of Sangyan Martial Arts School were whispering to each other. When Jiang Hao saw this scene, he looked at Zhang Jun with a gloomy look and muttered to himself. Although you are no longer a member of the Jiang family, you still bring shame to the Jiang family by doing such shameful things. However, I will soon erase this stain on the Jiang family. Lu Ruyan also heard the rumors about Zhang Jun and Gong Shuidao, but she didn't believe them at all. Given her youth and beauty, how could Zhang Jun possibly like an old woman like Gong Shuidao? But now seeing Zhang Jun protecting Gong Shuidao, it is clear that their relationship is unusual. Lu Ruyan was actually a little angry, but of course it was not because she liked Zhang Jun or was jealous. It's just the jealousy between women. Even if she doesn't like Zhang Jun is still hers. Even if she destroys this thing, she will not give it to another woman. Zhang Jun, don't think you can win my heart back like this, you are too naive. Even if I give you a chance, you can't leave here. Jiang Hao will not let you go. You will die in the GD secret realm. At this time, Zhang Jun was communicating with the system. System, this man said that Gong Shuidao is a woman who can only be looked at but not entered, and cannot give birth to children. Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? The system encouraged him to kill Gong Shuidao, but as Shin Pengyun said, he didn't care whether he had a child or not, but he couldn't change his posture. It's very easy to even pull out leftover vegetable residues. Host, this is the peculiarity of the chalcedony body. Modern medicine calls it a stone woman. It can be understood that in some places of the channel, the two sides are stuck together, and it is precisely because of this that the spiritual energy can be kept from leaking out. Hearing this, Zhang Jun felt a little unlucky. Then how can I obtain spiritual energy? The host possesses the Great Sun Thunder body, which can forcibly break through and open up a new track, unlike those weak and incompetent people. Zhang Jun. So if I'm not a Great Sun Thunder body, I can't open up a new track? The host is quite self-aware, but don't you have any idea of your own worth? Zhang Jun responded directly with alpaca. After Shin Pengyun walked away, Gong Shuidao whispered, "You shouldn't have stood up just now." Shin Pengyun is a vindictive person, and he's a mid-stage internal organ refinement warrior. If you meet him next time, you must avoid him, understand? Zhang Jun nodded seriously. As for avoiding him next time he meets him? It's impossible. With Zhang Jun's cultivation speed, he might have exceeded the middle stage of organ refining. Even if not, as long as the power is superimposed. What is he afraid of? The woman who dares to bully Zhang Jun. That's the toilet light. Chapter 43. If you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth under your nostrils. After a while, all the candidates from the 10 schools who took part in the martial arts college entrance examination had arrived, and then entered the GD secret realm in an orderly manner. At the entrance to the GD secret realm, the fine steel fortress was like a sleeping black iron beast, biting the crack in the sugarcane field tightly between its teeth. The city wall is made of fine black iron steel that has been tempered 1,000 times, and every inch of it has a cold and hard metallic luster. The weaponry of the fortress is truly a masterpiece of nature. On the parapets, hundreds of sky-splitting crossbows are like birds of prey, their bodies forged from deep-sea black iron mixed with star sand. The arrows were tempered with netherworld ice, and with just a movement of the mechanism, they could tear apart the gale 1,000 meters away. 18 mountain-suppressing cannons are hidden on both sides of the fortress, and the barrels are made of the heart of a 1,000-year-old black iron tree. When the loaded shells explode, they can turn an area of 10 feet into scorched earth with no grass growing. On the city wall, the armor of the demon-suppressing army clanged. They stood like pine trees, with long spears pointing diagonally to the ground under their black iron helmets. The tip of the halberd was stained with the blood of monsters over the years, and a murderous aura was faintly revealed in the wind. In order to ensure the smooth progress of this warrior college entrance examination, the Demon Suppression Army even mobilized a division to guard the GD secret realm to ensure that there would be no beast tide affecting this warrior college entrance examination. Upon entering the GD secret realm, every candidate will have their identity verified and then be issued a wristband. When they passed through the fortress and arrived in the secret realm, more than 3,000 candidates from 10 martial arts schools lined up in a huge open space. Each candidate wore a combat uniform belonging to his or her own martial arts school. Then, Guwu, the commander of the Demon Suppressing Army, gave a speech and announced the start of the college entrance examination. The 30 kilometers of secret territory extending from the fortress are all examination venues for this warrior college entrance examination. Outside the examination room, there are demon-suppressing soldiers stationed at regular intervals to prevent third-level demon beasts from breaking into the warrior examination room. The martial arts examination lasts for 2 days. At the end of the 2 days, the points earned by killing monsters and their levels will be used as the martial arts examination results. For example, killing a first-level monster will earn you 1 point, and killing a second-level monster will earn you 2 points. There is only one rule for the martial artists' college entrance examination, which is that you cannot hurt or kill yourself. Candidates can act alone or in teams, and only those who killed a monster with the final blow will get points. The monster in my brother's secret realm is called the wild monkey. The wild monkey is somewhat similar to the mountain monkey, but its body is nearly twice as sturdy as that of an adult mountain monkey. It is about 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder, with a strong and flexible body and muscle lines like a coiled dragon. The dark gray fur is thick and tough, the belly is covered with light white soft hair, and there are a few strands of dark red long hair on the back, which look like fluttering flames when climbing and jumping. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of conical stone horns on the top of the head. The base of the horns is as thick as a fist, and the tips have a dark yellow luster. The horns are covered with fine indentations, which are the marks of their accumulated power. Its limbs are long and powerful, its feet are broad and have thick pads, it is as steady as a rock when grasping branches, and its eyes are red, revealing cunning and ferocity. The warrior exam begins. Guwu, the commander of the Demon Suppressing Army, roared. Candidates from 10 martial arts schools ran across the open space, howling. Only when you enter the vast forest ahead can you truly enter the examination hall. In an instant, thousands of people rushed into the forest at the same time. The huge trees in the forest block out the sun, and it takes at least 2 people to hug the trunks. Then, the candidates searched for traces of the wild monkey in different directions. As time went by, thousands of people disappeared into the forest like pebbles thrown into a lake. Then, the roars of wild monkeys and the screams of candidates were heard from the secret realm from time to time. Every year during the martial arts college entrance examination, there will be varying degrees of casualties. This is inevitable. As long as there is no sudden beast attack, casualties will generally be kept within a certain range. After Jiang Jun entered the forest, he immediately turned off the live broadcast function and ran quickly into the depths of the forest. From the experience gained in the Tiange secret realm, Jiang Jun knew that there were generally not many monsters outside the secret realm. Along the way, when he encountered some lone wild monkeys, he simply avoided them and had no intention of killing them. After leaving all the candidates behind, Jiang Jun opened the chat function of the bracelet and found that there were more than 1,000 people online. Zhen Huihan, I am a candidate for Hanhai Martial Arts School. I am the brother's little cutie. Is there any brother who can take me away? Dai Balian, I'm a student at Ginghong Martial Arts School. I'm single and looking for a good brother to team up with. Chai Hanan, is there any support? I'm being surrounded by wild monkeys and I don't want to die. Please come as soon as you see the message. Morong Kai, whose general is this Jian Hao a subordinate of? He is so brave that he even ranked first on the list. Chang Suanji, at Mirongkai, you don't even know this Jiang Hao. He is a member of the Jiang family in Tianyuan City. Morong Kai, at Changsunzi, thank you for telling me. Now I understand where the differences between people come from. It turns out it's from the womb. Diao Yi, brother Jiang Hao, you are so awesome. I want salty lemon green tea. Can you give me a cup? I'll come to you right away. Lu Ruyan, at Diao Yi, brother Jiang Hao is right next to me pictured. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip your mouth open underneath your nostrils. Jiang Jun took a few glances and found some meaningless information, but he didn't expect Jiang Hao to become the number 1 on the list so quickly. After exiting the chat function, Jiang Jun turned on the map function of the bracelet. In an instant, a flat simulated map appeared in front of him, and a little man appeared on the map. The location of this little man is where Jiang Jun is, and the densely packed red dots around him should be the locations of other candidates. After making sure that there was no one else nearby, Jiang Jun released Lin Xingli from the puppet space. Early in the morning, Jiang Jun deliberately did not train Lin Xingli in horse riding, and changed her into the silver combat uniform of Sangyan Martial Arts School. He also wore a silver mask to protect his eyes and held the long sword given by Gong Shuitao. She looks heroic and as capable as any man, and also gives people a sense of technology. Dad. When Lin Xingli saw Jiang Jun, she immediately smiled sweetly. Jiang Jun nodded. Today, Dad will take you to fight monsters and level up. After saying that, Jiang Jun checked the ranking list again, which showed his personal points and the points of the top 300. The candidate ranked first was indeed Zhang Hao, whose score had risen to 25. And Lu Ruyan was actually ranked 10th with 16 points. Seeing this score, Jiang Jun was not panicked at all. He only had 2 days left, so it would not be difficult for him to catch up. On the contrary, the most difficult thing is to find a large group of wild monkeys. Then, Jiang Jun put the bracelet on Lin Xingli's hand, so that when Lin Xingli kills the wild monkey, the points she gets are Jiang Jun. This is a best of both worlds approach. Not only can you gain points, but you can also increase your qi and blood values. Jiang Jun just needs to take Lin Xingli with him and kill. Let's go deeper. Jiang Jun gave Lin Xingli an instruction and led Lin Xingli to perform the phantom kick. Go deep into the forest as fast as possible. Chapter 44, The Jiang family has 2 dragons, awesome. At the same time. Somewhere in the secret forest. Brother Jiang Hao, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get 16 points so quickly. Lu Ruyan looked excited, holding Jiang Hao's arm, and taking the warrior college entrance examination in the secret realm was like taking a walk in the park. After entering the forest, the 10 students who received the genetic reagents gathered around Jiang Hao, and even Lu Ruyan came. The team consists of 12 people, the youngest of whom is in the middle stage of awakening and the oldest is in the late stage of awakening. It can be said that they should not be underestimated. Of course, Jiang Hao and Lu Ruyan never took any action from beginning to end. They all encountered a wild monkey. The other 10 people attacked and beat the wild monkey half to death before Jiang Hao delivered the final blow and killed it. This is a definite bargain. Moreover, often at this time, Jiang Hao would turn on the live broadcast to broadcast the blow in which he killed Huang Ho. Show off. As for Lu Ruyan's points, Jiang Hao reached a deal with 10 other people, following the same procedure. Lu Ruyan's points are not as high as Jiang Hao's, but she is also in the top 10. Jiang Hao smiled proudly. This is the strength of our Jiang family. Without strength, we can only be stepping stones. Brother Jiang Hao, when are we going to kill Jiang Jun? Lu Ruyan asked anxiously. Jiang Jun said confidently, no rush, let's gain some points first, and then we can kill Jiang Jun. Besides these 10, I have a large number of spies keeping an eye on Jiang Jun. As long as we can determine his location, he will be dead soon. Well, Brother Jiang Hao is so great. After saying that, Lu Ruyan leaned her head on Jiang Hao, looking like a little bird. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao burst into laughter. Fortress. There are 50 display screens embedded on the walls of a room, and each screen displays the live broadcast images of the candidates, which are switched in turn. There were more than 40 people sitting in the room. In addition to the invigilators sent by the 4 major academies, there were also principals and teachers from various martial arts schools, the Demon Suppression Army Division Commander Gu Wu, as well as some brigade commanders and regiment commanders. Even Chen Mingxiu was among them. Originally, he did not send troops to guard the GD secret realm, so he had no right to appear here. But after receiving instructions from his superiors, he came here anyway. He didn't expect that the general valued Jiang Jun so much. Of course, he also felt that Jiang Jun had great potential. It all depended on whether Jiang Jun could get the first place in the Tianyuan City Warrior College entrance examination. It's a pity that Jiang Jun's name is not among the top 300. Even Chen Mingxiu is worried about Jiang Jun. Principal Wei, it seems that Sangyan Martial Arts School is full of talented people this time. Is the top-ranked one Jiang Hao, the son of the Jiang family? Yun Wenbin, the principal of Yushan Martial Arts School, could not hide his jealousy. Wei Chengji said modestly, it's just the beginning. It's too early to make a final conclusion. The elites from various martial arts schools haven't even started to exert their strength yet. Although Wei Qingji said this, everyone could see that the smile on his face was definitely not modesty. In fact, Wei Qingji was also very happy. Zhang Hao was so proud of his status as the young master of the Zhang family that he didn't even take him seriously. He was not optimistic about Zhang Hao in this martial arts college entrance examination. After all, he knew Zhang Hao inside and out. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hao actually gave him face this time. Yuan Xiaowei, the principal of the Pokyong Martial Arts School, continued, as a large family, the Zhang family is able to cultivate a pair of dragons. It's really not easy. If I remember correctly, Zhang Long, the eldest son of the Zhang family, is now a very popular figure in Qinglong Academy. Shen Pengyun nodded. Zhang Long is indeed good. In time, I think the military will have another great general. After saying that, Shen Pengyun deliberately looked at Gong Shutao with a smile, but it seemed more like he was being sarcastic. Fortunately, after the incident at the entrance to his brother's secret realm, Gong Shuitao had already calmed down and was not affected by Shen Pengyun at all. But when Gu Wu heard Shen Pengyun's words, he frowned. At this time, the principal of Lifeng Martial Arts School, Gong Wanmiao, covered her mouth and smiled. I heard that there is more than one Jiang family member in Sangyan Martial Arts School. Sangyan Martial Arts School might be able to take the first and second place. It was obvious that Gong Wanmiao couldn't stand Wei Qingji's arrogance, so she deliberately made a sarcastic remark to Wei Qingji. Everyone knows that the other son of the Zhang family is a waste. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingji's face twitched, but he still kept smiling. Principal Gong is talking about Zhang Jun, the disciple expelled from the Zhang family. He can't even make it into the top 300. Is it possible for such a person to come in second? When Zhang Jun's name was mentioned, Chen Mingxiu and Gong Shutao looked at Wei Qingji at the same time. Gong Shutao was about to speak when she saw Chen Mingxiu shaking his head at her. In the end, Gong Shuitao chose to remain silent. But she believed in Zhang Jun in her heart, and gold will definitely shine. Outside the secret realm of Jiti, the martial arts college entrance examination will be broadcast live to the whole country, and there will be a beautiful host to explain it. Each screen will be broadcast in turn, and even the top 20 points rankings will be displayed in the upper right corner of the display screen. What you just saw was Zhang Hao, a student from Sangyan Martial Arts School. The scene of him killing the wild monkey with one move was so cool. It seems Zhang Hao hasn't even used his full strength yet, but he's already scored 25 points, dominating the leaderboard. He truly deserves the title. Now let's follow the camera to see the live broadcast of Gao Haokong, the second-ranked candidate from Qingyue Martial Arts School. At this time, in the Zhang family mansion, the old lady of the Zhang family watched the pictures on TV and laughed. It seems that our Zhang family is going to produce a dragon again this time. Butler, please prepare the incense and candles immediately. I want to go to the Zhang family ancestral hall to pay my respects to my ancestors. Yes, old lady. The housekeeper replied and hurried out of the room. Lu family. Lu Zhishang and Li Finglian were also staring at the images on TV with excitement on their faces. I didn't expect that this kid from the Zhang family is actually quite capable. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to take the top spot in this year's Tianyuan City Warrior College entrance examination. Lu Zhishang watched and commented. Li Finglian said sarcastically, I've already said that Lu Ruyan is right to follow Jiang Hao. Zhang Jun is also a member of the Zhang family, but he can't catch up with Zhang Hao even if he flatters me. Nothing like him, just like his lame dad. I'm telling you, even if Zhang Pingyun contacts you, don't pay any attention to him, otherwise you will definitely suffer the consequences. Lu Zhishang smiled apologetically and said, how is this possible? How could I possibly care about a useless person? Inside Yongxiang crematorium. Zhang Pingyun did not burn the body in the morgue, but went to the family hall and turned on the only TV in the crematorium. Watching the live broadcast of the Martial Arts College entrance examination on TV and listening to the host's explanation. I hope to see Zhang Jun on screen or hear his name from the host. In just a moment, a lot of cigarette butts were scattered under his feet and the family hall was filled with smoke. But there was still no news about Zhang Jun. Jiang Hao was ranked first, and even Lu Ruyan was ranked 10th. Zhang Pingyun sighed. It seemed that he had too high expectations of Zhang Jun. As long as I can return safely from this martial arts college entrance examination, the results are actually not important. Even if his grades were a little worse, as long as he could be admitted to an ordinary college, he would use all his connections to ensure that Zhang Jun stayed in the Warrior Academy. Zhang Jun and Lin Qingli continued to go deeper, but were finally stopped by 5 wild monkeys. It should be said that Zhang Jun had a new idea and wanted to borrow something from these 5 wild monkeys. As for whether to give it or not, it is not up to them. Through the eye of insight, Zhang Jun soon saw the basic information of the wild monkey. Monster, Wild Monkey. Bloodline, none. Realm, 1 level equivalent to the late stage of Warrior Awakening. Chi and blood value, 1100-1200. Skill, leap and pounce. Chapter 45. How could any of the candidates have skills? Is Captain Chin kidding us? Aha! In an instant, 5 wild monkeys roared. He wandered and jumped between the big trees, looking for an opportunity to sneak attack Jiang Jun and the others. Jiang Jun didn't take the 5 level 1 wild monkeys seriously at all, and just gave Lin Qingli the following instruction. Kill. At the same time, 5 wild monkeys simultaneously performed leaping and pouncing skills. The muscles in his legs suddenly contracted, and his body bounced up like a spring, rushing towards the 2 men. It drew an arc in the air at such a fast speed that even some tree branches that offered some obstruction were directly broken by the wild monkey's body. If a warrior is attacked head-on, he will be knocked back at best, or thrown to the ground at worst. But before they fell, Lin Qingli moved. He instantly used the Feiyan sword technique, struck 5 times in the air, then jumped up and swept his kick to knock the 5 wild monkeys away. 5 wild monkeys fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. All of them were killed by a sword in the throat and lost their life. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 wild monkey, gaining HP plus 10, the host gains HP plus 10, and coordination points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 wild monkey, gaining HP plus 10, the host gains HP plus 10, and coordination points plus 20. When Jiang Jun heard the voice reported by the system, he felt it was so beautiful for the first time. It turns out that lying flat feels really good. Then, Jiang Jun smeared the wild monkey's blood on Lin Qingli's combat uniform, and the original silver combat uniform was directly changed to deep red. A smell of blood filled the air. Then, Jiang Jun did something else and dyed his combat uniform red with the wild monkey's blood. Then all the blood from the wild monkey was collected in plastic bags, filling more than a dozen bags. That's not all. He used his sword to cut off a branch that could bear the weight of 2 wild monkeys, tied the branch behind him, and tied it tightly with a rope. After putting the 3 wild monkeys into the puppet space, Jiang Jun hung the remaining 2 on a tree branch more than 2 meters above his head. 1 on each side. If these 2 wild monkeys knew what was happening in the afterlife, they would definitely roar. Being killed is fine, but we want to play like this. Let us go quickly. At this moment, they were like those who had committed heinous crimes, being hung on the city walls, and even dying without dignity. Then Jiang Jun hung a plastic bag filled with wild monkey blood around his waist, just like a patient hangs a urine bag. Finally, a small hole is pierced in the blood bag, and blood drips out as if one cannot stop urinating. Lin Qingli blinked her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Looking at Jiang Jun's expression, she seemed to want to laugh but was trying hard to hold it back. Looks a little funny. Let's go. Jiang Jun gave the next instruction and continued to lead Lin Qingli into the depths of the forest. However, they did not use the phantom kick this time. Instead, he walked forward slowly, intending to catch the turtle in the jar. Jiang Jun's appearance, the blood on his body, and the constant urine he had been peeing all the way. It's a naked provocation to the wild monkey. In less than a moment, 30 wild monkeys were attracted. The 30 wild monkeys roared at the 2 men, as if venting their inner anger. It's a pity that among these 30 wild monkeys, there is not even a second-level wild monkey. Jiang Jun was too lazy to waste time with them and directly gave Lin Qingli an order. Team wiped out. Lin Qingli received the order. Suddenly, her combat uniform rustled and her arms suddenly spread out. The joints cracked like thunder drums, and the lightning in the palm of the hand gathered into a rotating thunder ball. A loud shout seemed to shatter the void. Thunder prison storm. He suddenly pushed the thunder ball in his palm into the void. In an instant, the sky above the GD secret realm darkened, and a huge lightning storm instantly covered a large area of the forest, and the thunder and lightning in the storm continued to rage. In an instant, lightning bolts fell towards the 30 wild monkeys like dragons. 30 wild monkeys were still jumping and roaring on the big tree. The sudden change made them pause and look up at the sky. Jia! Jia! In an instant, all the wild monkeys cried out in fear, like monkeys scattering when a tree falls, and wanted to leave this terrible place as quickly as possible. Stay away from these 2 scary humans. It's a pity that their speed is fast, but the lightning falls even faster. And no matter how they dodge, it seems like the lightning has eyes. They are simply unavoidable. Boom! Thunder and lightning struck, and the 30 wild monkeys turned into charcoal-burned wild monkeys. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 wild monkey, gaining HP plus 10, the host gains HP plus 10, and coordination points plus 20. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 1 wild monkey, gaining HP plus 10, the host gains HP plus 10, and coordination points plus 20. Fortress. A room. On the wall embedded with 50 display screens, each screen displays the live broadcast images of the examinees, which change in turn. But there was only one display screen that did not change, and there were more than 40 people sitting in the room, all looking at this display screen. The display screen was showing Jiang Hao killing a second-level wild monkey with one move. Then Jiang Hao shook his hair in front of his forehead and made a V gesture. But how arrogant they are. The 10 candidates following Jiang Hao watched this scene from afar. They almost couldn't help but rush forward and beat up Jiang Hao. This guy was really too shameless. It took their desperate combined efforts to beat this second-level wild monkey to the point of near death, leaving Jiang Hao to pick up the dead chicken. Standing next to the 10 candidates, Lu Ruyan, with a proud look on her face, also showed contempt. At this time, Jiang Hao's points changed again, from 48 to 50. Good, not bad, neither arrogant nor impatient, indeed a Jiang family member. Wei Qingji praised Jiang Jun a lot, trying to make himself known. It seemed that he was praising Jiang Jun, but in fact he was speaking to everyone present. You see, this is the strength of Sanyan Martial Arts School. It is because of my good leadership that I can teach such outstanding students. After hearing what Wei Qingji said, everyone wondered if there was something wrong with Wei Qingji's eyes. This is called being neither arrogant nor impetuous. I'm afraid there is no such thing as being neither arrogant nor impetuous. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and not responding seemed a bit rude. Continuing the conversation, Wei Qingji's eyes seemed to have grown to his forehead. At this moment, several of the screens that were rotating showed scenes of thunder and lightning storms above the forest. Such a big commotion, not only did the candidates in the secret forest notice it, even the demon-suppressing army guarding the examination hall saw the strange phenomenon coming. The people in the fortress also saw this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth through the live broadcast of the candidates. Master Gu, why is there a lightning storm above my brother's secret realm examination center? Wei Gaoming, the principal of Jifeng Martial Arts School, took the opportunity to change the subject. Gu Wu frowned. Since he and his brother came to the secret realm, he had never seen such a strange phenomenon in the sky and earth as the one now, with thunder, lightning and storms intersecting. Could it be a sign that a massive beast tide is about to erupt? Finally, Gu Wu shook his head and said, I don't know either. I hope it's a good thing. After hearing Gu Wu's words, everyone had their own guesses. At this time, Chen Mingxiu finally spoke. Master Gu, I think this must be a phenomenon caused by a skill. Hearing what Chen Mingxiu said, Gong Shuitao reacted immediately. It's Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun finally started to exert his strength. Gong Shuitao, who originally had a stern face, smiled unconsciously. Before Gu Wu could reply, Wei Qingji interrupted, how could it be a phenomenon caused by a skill? It's absolutely impossible. Captain Chen, you're not going to say that among the candidates taking the Warrior College entrance examination this time, there are some who possess lightning elemental skills, right? We are all teachers, or anyone with a bit of common sense knows that skills can only be mastered when one reaches the pivot vibration realm. How could any of the candidates possibly possess such skills? Captain Chen, are you kidding us? Chapter 46, Wu Zhuangyuan, Wasteful Grandson. Jiang Hao's points have reached 50, 20 points higher than the second place, firmly occupying the first place. Lu Ruyan's points also rose from 16 to 19, firmly ranking 10th. Therefore, Wei Qingji became a little arrogant and started to talk more, even openly confronting a commander of the demon-suppressing army. At this time, Shin Pengyun also said, I agree with Principal Wei. Even the monsters from Qinglong School can't comprehend skills in the Tongmai stage. So this is definitely a strange phenomenon in the secret realm. Seeing the two of them arguing with each other, mocking his lack of knowledge, Chen Mingxiu was a little angry. This did not give the demon suppression army any face at all. Suddenly, Chen Mingxiu sneered, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. After saying that, Chen Mingxiu looked at Wei Qingji seriously and said, if this candidate was a student of your Sanyan Martial Arts School, I don't think Principal Wei would have said what he just said. Impossible. If there is such a student in our Sanyan Martial Arts School, how could I not know about him? How could he not be in the top 10? As soon as Wei Qingji finished speaking, the ranking list changed. A name appeared across the list and took second place with 35 points, directly pushing Lu Ruyan out of the 10th place. Principal Wei, look. Jiang Jun is on the leaderboard. Dong Shueitao was very excited and reminded Wei Qingji deliberately, just wanting to see Wei Qingji make a fool of himself. Wei Qingji didn't even glance at the rankings, saying with some disdain, "It's just about getting into the top 300. If you're not in the top 10, you're still just an ant." "Hey, Principal Wei, is this Jiang Jun the Jiang family member? He's actually ranked second?" Dong Wanmiao, the principal of Lifeng Martial Arts School, looked surprised. Wei Qingji was shocked when he looked at the ranking list. The next moment, he felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been hit by a slipper. Chen Ningxiu was delighted. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back in his chair at a 45-degree angle, looking as if he had never seen a big snake poop. In an instant, everyone was wondering, could it be that the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth just now was caused by this Jiang Jun? Otherwise, how could his points be promoted so quickly? If you kill the wild monkeys one by one, they will stay on the leaderboard and then gradually rise, instead of rising to second place like a rocket. At this time, Xin Pengyun was also a little embarrassed and smiled. "Congratulations, Principal Wei, I didn't expect that Sangyan Martial Arts School would have two outstanding students." Wei Qingji had no choice but to follow Shen Pengyun down the stairs, otherwise both of them would be embarrassed. "This is unexpected. I didn't expect Jiang Jun to be so talented. Ha ha." After saying this, Wei Qingji muttered to himself, "Soon, you'll know that Jiang Jun is the one who called you a dog demon. I'm afraid you won't be able to laugh anymore." At the same time, Jiang family mansion. Old Madame Jiang saw that Jiang Hao was at the top of the list, and far ahead of the second place. If nothing unexpected happened, Jiang Hao would be the martial arts champion of Tianyuan City. "Madam, the incense and candles for ancestor worship are ready." The housekeeper walked quickly to He Jingyun. "Well, I want to pray to the ancestors of the Jiang family, hoping that Jiang Hao can maintain his first place in this martial arts exam until it is over and successfully win the title of martial arts champion. If anyone knows this, I, He Jingyun, will have done justice to the ancestors of the Jiang family." Although Jiang Long was admitted to Qinglong Academy last time, he never won the title of martial arts champion. This time, He Jingyun saw hope. The butler bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Old madam, you're worrying too much. Young Master Jiang Hao will definitely win the title of martial champion this time." He Jingyun couldn't hide his inner excitement, smiled, and then slowly stood up with the help of crutches. "Before leaving, I took a look at the ranking list displayed in the upper right corner of the live TV broadcast. At this moment, the ranking list changed. Jiang Hao was still first, but the second place was Jiang Jun's name. When He Jingyun saw Jiang Jun's name, he was stunned. "Isn't Jiang Jun a waste? Just as good for nothing as his dad. How could he possibly be ranked second? This is absolutely impossible." Suddenly, He Jingyun said angrily, "Check for me if this Jiang Jun is the useless grandson I kicked out of the house." The butler immediately stood up and responded, "Yes, old lady." Lu family. Lu Zhishang and Li Finglian watched as Jiang Hao's points rose to 50, firmly ranking first on the leaderboard. Lu Ruyan's points increased to 19, and she always occupied the 10th position. There is no doubt that it was Jiang Hao who took action, so Lu Ruyan can stay in 10th place. If she can keep up this performance, she can choose any of the 4 academies after the martial arts college entrance examination. Of course, they would definitely let Lu Ruyan go to the same college as Jiang Hao. At this moment, they already regarded Jiang Hao as their son-in-law. "Honey, today is a happy day. Go cook 2 dishes and we'll have a couple of drinks." Normally, Lu Zhishang couldn't even get Li Finglian to cook 2 dishes, let alone secretly drink a sip of wine, and he couldn't even go to bed. Who made him a henpecked husband? Now that Li Finglian is in a good mood, he should tell her. Maybe Li Finglian will really satisfy him. "Damn it, I don't know what you're thinking, you just want to eat and drink, right?" Li Finglian's voice was a little louder, and Lu Zhishang shuddered in fear. "But, what's wrong with letting you drink a little today? You keep an eye on the leaderboard. I'll go make you some cowhide stool to go with your wine. I'll let you drink. You should know how to repay me tonight." Li Finglian glanced at Lu Zhishang. Mixing cowhide with white wine will definitely make you crazy. Just don't raise the white flag of surrender when the time comes." Lu Zhishang had a lewd look on his face and patted Li Finglian's butt with his hand. Just as Li Finglian was about to turn around and leave, she glanced at the rankings in the upper right corner of the TV. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's name dropped from 10th to 11th, and Jiang Jun's name suddenly appeared in second place. Li Finglian thought she was dizzy, so she rubbed her eyes and looked at the rankings again. When it was confirmed that Jiang Jun was ranked second, and it was because Jiang Jun rose to second place that Lu Ruyan was directly squeezed out of the top 10. Suddenly, he was furious. Lu Zhishan was so focused on the combination of cowhide and white wine that he didn't notice the changes in the rankings. Seeing that Li Finglian didn't move, he urged her anxiously. Hurry up and do it, I can't wait any longer. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the leaderboard. The next moment, Li Finglian looked at Lu Zhishan suddenly and yelled. Eat shit. You can't even make it 30 seconds, and you still want me to surrender. Yanxian Crematorium. In the family hall, Jiang Pingan stared at the images on TV without even closing his eyes. But there was no picture of Jiang Jun on the carousel screen. As for the top right corner of the TV, it showed the top 20 rankings. He would also pay attention to it, but he never thought that Jiang Jun would be on the list. At this moment, Jiang Pingan's hands were shaking as he took out the cigarette box that was wet with cold sweat from his pocket. When he opened it, he found there were no cigarettes inside. He took out an unopened pack of cigarettes from another pocket, opened it, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. It doesn't matter whether you can be admitted to the 4 major colleges, son, you must return safely. Jiang Pingan murmured to himself. At this moment, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Having lost his wife, he absolutely could not bear the pain of losing his son. At this moment, Jiang Pingan accidentally glanced at the ranking list and saw that Jiang Jun's name appeared second on the list. The cigarette in Jiang Pingan's mouth fell out. Jiang Jun is second? Chapter 47. Lu Ruyan wants to find someone to vent her anger on, so leave your mouth to your man. Somewhere in the GD secret forest, Jiang Hao hugged Lu Ruyan and yelled at the 10 people in front of him. I don't think anyone will be able to surpass my points for a while. Give Lu Ruyan some more points and move up one more place. Lu Ruyan buried her head in Jiang Hao's arms, and her jade fingertips gently touched Jiang Hao's chest. Brother Jiang Hao, you are so kind to me. It is a blessing that I, Lu Ruyan, can become your woman. This year's top martial arts student is definitely you. You're so outstanding. Entering the 4 major academies with such a halo, there must be a lot of women eyeing you. I'm really afraid that you'll be greedy for new things and forget about the old, and don't want me anymore. If that's the case, I'll die for love and make you regret it for the rest of your life. Jiang Hao laughed, then hugged Lu Ruyan tighter and said, Don't worry, you are the apple of my eye. How could I be attracted to another woman? I will marry you in this life. The 10 people walking in front heard what the couple said behind them. If they hadn't received the genetic test kit and the money, they would definitely have buried this pair of bastards. This was the first time they had met 2 such shameless people. They really were birds of a feather. At this time, Lu Ruyan's bracelet kept flashing, which was a message prompt sent from the chat room. It's just that the flashing frequency is a bit fast, which proves that many candidates are speaking in the chat room. Lu Ruyan is a gossipy woman, so how could she miss such excitement? Taking advantage of the opportunity, Lu Ruyan broke away from Jiang Hao's arms and immediately opened the chat history. There are over 2,000 people online in the chat room, and the chat box is constantly flooded with new messages. Kong Tsubai, fuck, where did this Jiang Jun come from? Why is he so awesome? Chi-chun, the first and second place on the list are both named Jiang, they can't be good friends. In Zihan, Jiang Jun can't be the Jiang Jun I know, right? I heard that he is a waste, an abandoned child of the Jiang family. Sure Wu, ha, a Jiang family member and an abandoned Jiang family member, who do you think is more powerful? Diao Yi, brother Jiang Jun, you are amazing. I want salty lemon green tea. Can you make me a cup? I'll come to you right away. After seeing the content in the chat room, Lu Ruyan had some idea of what was going on. She was angry and needed someone to vent to. She caught the woman named Diao Yi and started scolding her at first sight. Lu Ruyan, at Diao Yi, do you still have any shame? You're a man, right? You're really embarrassing us women. Diao Yi, at Lu Ruyan, this is none of your business. Is this Jiang Jun your man again? You're really playing around. If you have a mouth to criticize me, you should save it for your man. Lu Ruyan, at Diao Yi, if you have the guts, come out and challenge me. If I don't rip your mouth from under your nostrils, I'm not Lu Ruyan. Diao Yi, at Lu Ruyan, come on, come and tear me apart. Watch how I drown you with my saliva. Lu Ruyan lost the argument in the chat room and said pitifully, Brother Jiang Hao, Jiang Jun is second, pushing me down to 11th. Jiang Hao was stunned for a moment and deliberately pinched Lu Ruyan's cheek. Are you kidding me again? I just looked at the rankings, and Zhang Jun can't even make it into the top 300, how could he be ranked second? Lu Ruyan stamped her feet. Really? How could I joke with you about something like this? Hearing this, Jiang Hao frowned and quickly checked the rankings. When Jiang Hao saw Zhang Jun's name on the list, his face looked as if he had eaten dog shit. Zhang Jun got 35 points at some point and ranked second. Jiang Hao was furious, and he felt like he was on fire. Zhang Jun, I didn't intend to deal with you so soon, but it seems you can't wait any longer. After saying that, Jiang Hao immediately used the chat function of the bracelet to contact his spies using code words. He has to find Zhang Jun in a short time and kill him. Zhang Jun put the corpses of the 30 wild monkeys into the puppet space, and then took Lin Qingli into the depths of the forest. He didn't pay any attention to the rankings, and he didn't know that his rise to second place in the rankings would trigger a series of events. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Jun had already arrived at the center of the examination room. Along the way, a few wild monkeys followed them from time to time, but these monkeys did not approach them. I don't know if he was afraid of Zhang Jun's outfit or if he just wanted to monitor them. Zhang Jun had no interest in these wild monkeys. As long as they don't seek death on their own initiative, Zhang Jun will definitely ignore them. Suddenly there was a rustling sound and the ground shook slightly. Here I come. Zhang Jun looked excited. From the noise he heard, he knew that this wave was definitely fat. Sure enough, in less than a moment, 20 wild monkeys appeared around him and Lin Qingli. Some were running on the ground, and some were shuttling between trees. Their bodies were much larger than those of the first-level wild monkeys, and Zhang Jun suddenly didn't feel sleepy anymore. With the eye of insight, Zhang Jun looked at the wild monkey in front and quickly displayed the information of the wild monkey. Monster, wild monkey. Bloodline, none. Realm, second-level equivalent to the mid-stage of the warrior's Tonmai realm. Shi and blood value, 2,200-2,500. Skills, leap and pounce, stone-throwing combo. This means that these 20 wild monkeys are all second-level monsters. Before Zhang Jun and the others could perform their task, the 20 wild monkeys suddenly stopped when they were some distance away from them. I don't know where he got the stone from, but he used the skill of stone-throwing combo and threw it out quickly with the strength of his arm. The stone flew towards Zhang Jun and Lin Qingli with a whistling sound. Fortunately, Zhang Jun had already prepared for 20 wild monkeys. When they threw the stones, they had already predicted it and instantly performed Phantom Kick with Lin Qingli. Dodge 20 stones. However, the wild monkeys seemed to have a certain degree of intelligence and saw that the stone he threw could not hit the two people. In an instant, another 20 stones were thrown. When Zhang Jun and Lin Qingli dodged, they used the Phantom Kick again to avoid 20 stones. At this time, the 20 stones unexpectedly turned at an angle, and 2 stones, then 3 stones, collided with each other at the same time. The stones collided and shattered with a bang, forming flying debris that shot towards Zhang Jun and Lin Qingli. Fortunately, Zhang Jun reacted quickly and gave orders immediately, asking Lin Qingli to protect her face while he immediately covered his face with his hands. The gravel hit the combat uniforms of the two men, but fortunately the uniforms had good defense and the gravel could not break through the uniforms. But it also hurt when it hit his body. Of course, only Zhang Jun felt the pain. Lin Qingli would definitely not feel it. Fortunately, I protected my face. It would have been troublesome if the gravel had pierced my eyes. It seems that nothing can be taken lightly. The next moment, Zhang Jun immediately gave Lin Qingli an instruction. Eat. Eat. Chapter 48, Those Who Bully Dad Should Die, Zhang Jun takes first place. Upon receiving the order, Lin Qingli's eyes turned scarlet instantly. It seems that she felt Zhang Jun's mood and she was also angry. Anyone who dares to bully Dad deserves to die. After throwing the stones, the 20 wild monkeys saw that they did not cause any substantial harm to the two humans. Ah! One of the second-level wild monkeys roared. The next moment, 20 wild monkeys picked up stones and threw them out. It seemed that the force of this throw was even more terrifying. It seemed that 20 stones were about to break the speed of sound and shoot towards them. In an instant, Lin Qingli spread out his arms suddenly. A force surged out of Lin Qingli's body, his joints cracked like thunder drums, and the combat uniform on his body rustled. When the stone was less than 5 meters away from Zhang Jun and Lin Qingli, it seemed to encounter a force blocking it. Suddenly it exploded in the air and turned into powder and scattered. At this time, Lin Qingli gathered the light in his palm into a rotating thunderball and pushed it suddenly into the void. A loud shout seemed to shatter the void. Thunder prison storm. In an instant, the sky above the forest darkened and a huge thunder and lightning storm was brewing. The thunder and lightning in the storm continued to rage. In an instant, lightning bolts fell towards the 20 wild monkeys like dragons. Out of instinct, when the stones exploded in the void, the 20 wild monkeys felt a strong sense of crisis. 22nd level wild monkeys once again chose to retreat without a fight, escaping at a frantic speed. However, they have not yet stepped out of the range of the lightning storm. Lightning has already struck them. Boom! Thunder and lightning flashed continuously, coming and going quickly. When the thunder and lightning dissipated, there were 20 more corpses of second-level wild monkeys on the ground, with white smoke coming out of their bodies. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 2 wild monkey, gaining HP plus 20. The host also gains HP plus 20 and synergy points plus 40. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 2 wild monkey, gaining HP plus 20. The host also gains HP plus 20 and synergy points plus 40. In order to prevent Zhang Jun from having the chance to surpass his points, Zhang Hao took the opportunity to kill the wild monkey while waiting for news from the spies. Even if he couldn't find Zhang Jun for a while, he was not afraid that Zhang Jun would surpass him. This time, Zhang Hao and Lu Ruyan did not flirt in the forest, they also joined the army to hunt wild monkeys. With the addition of 2 people, there are often 12 people besieging a few wild monkeys, using the majority to bully the minority. Soon, the points started to rise rapidly. After killing the last wild monkey, Zhang Hao once again performed his signature move. Bye! Lu Ruyan walked towards Zhang Hao with a smile on her face, unscrewed the cap of the bottle of water she had drunk and handed it to Zhang Hao. Brother Zhang Hao, you've worked hard, have a drink of water first. Hee hee. Zhang Hao took the water, took a sip, and then turned off the live broadcast. Then, Zhang Hao couldn't wait to check the ranking in points. After turning on the smart bracelet, a virtual ranking list soon appeared in front of Zhang Hao. At this time, Zhang Hao's points had reached 65, 30 points more than Zhang Jun, who ranked second. Lu Ruyan's score also rose to 23, barely making it into the top 10. Of course, this is the result of Lu Ruyan's own efforts. She even broke one of her nails for this. She couldn't express how aggrieved she felt. Seeing that Zhang Jun's points remained unchanged, Zhang Hao laughed. Ha, Zhang Jun, you want to fight me? Can you beat me? It's a pity that I haven't found you yet, otherwise I would skin you and feed you to the wild monkeys. At this moment, a gloomy look flashed across Lu Ruyan's eyes, and then she leaned into Zhang Hao's arms. Brother Zhang Hao, it's been so long, why is there still no news from Zhang Jun? Look, his points haven't moved at all. Is he hiding somewhere? Zhang Hao said confidently, don't worry, even if he's a 10,000-year-old bastard, I'll dig him out. I will never let him leave the GD secret realm alive. Yeah, I believe brother Zhang Hao can do it. Lu Ruyan's voice sounded tenderly in Zhang Hao's ears. This made Zhang Hao feel itchy and he was about to kiss Lu Ruyan on the face. But Lu Ruyan had already left his arms first. She is the best green tea girl and has long known how to control men. In short, don't take the initiative, don't refuse, and once you take the initiative, stop when you are ready. Always create the feeling of being able to see but not touch. When she is useful, even if you fart, she will say it smells good. So, Lu Ruyan didn't mind giving the water she had drunk to Zhang Hao. Men love this kind of contact the most. If they can drink the water you have drunk, they can go play in the fish pond next time. Fart. If you are of no use, you are nothing. Just when Zhang Hao vowed to prevent Zhang Jun from leaving the secret realm of his brother, the sky in the distance suddenly darkened. The next moment, a thunder and lightning storm instantly condensed in the distant sky. What the hell is going on? Zhang Hao looked at the 10 candidates following him. The 10 candidates were also confused and shook their heads. Before, when Lin Qingli used the skill Thunder Prison Storm, they were too far away to notice it at all. Now when they saw the strange phenomenon appearing in the distant forest, they would not think that it was a phenomenon caused by elemental skills. Brother Zhang Hao, do you think there will be any danger? Lu Ruyan thought of her own safety first. She doesn't care much about whether she can get higher scores or be admitted to the 4 major colleges. After all, these are just icing on the cake. If you have lost your life, how can you catch big fish? I don't know either. Zhang Hao shook his head. For the first time, he didn't pretend to be cool or to know something when he didn't. Just as Zhang Hao finished speaking, there was a loud explosion in the sky in the distance, and lightning kept falling from the sky. It makes one's scalp tingle. This strange phenomenon came and went quickly, and soon the sky in the distance returned to normal. Let's go deeper. Jiang Hao said this and planned to leave with his men. Young Master Jiang, look. Your ranking has dropped to second place. Suddenly, a Sanyan martial arts school candidate who followed Jiang Hao shouted. What? Jiang Hao was stunned. Quickly opened the smart ranking list of the bracelet to check. Zhang Jun's score suddenly increased from 35 points to 75 points, 10 points higher than his. Impossible. How could he suddenly gain 40 points? Zhang Jun must have done something wrong. When Lu Ruyan saw the rankings, her eyes widened in disbelief. Then, she turned on the chat function of the bracelet, and the chat room messages filled the screen. Diaoyi, at Zhang Jun, brother still needs a bed warmer. Baby is very cute. I like salty lemon green tea the most. Kong Subai, at Zhang Jun, I'm F rank, I can defend and attack, I'm just waiting for my brother to say something to take me to the sky. Dai Balian, at Zhang Jun, brother, let's meet each other. I'm good at playing music, singing, and dancing. You can add me on WeChat, 829-6. Chapter 49. Everyone was shocked. Who said Zhang Jun was not good enough? Seeing these women, each one more shameless than the other, Lu Ruyan was so angry that the veins on her snow-white face bulged. How come Zhang Jun suddenly became so outstanding? In a short time, Zhang Jun's points quickly rose to the top of the rankings, causing quite a stir again. Inside the fortress, more than 40 people were staring at the display screen that was locked on Jiang Hao's live broadcast. Wei Qingji started talking again. Jiang Hao, too. His scores have already crushed the other candidates. He's definitely going to be the top martial arts champion this year. Is there any need for him to work so hard? As the principal, I'm proud of you. Don't be so arrogant. Hearing Wei Qingji's words, the principals of other martial arts schools gritted their teeth, but were unable to refute. After all, the Jiang family members of Sanyan Martial Arts School occupy the first and second places. Jiang Hao is indeed good. With his current grades and strong qualities, there is absolutely no problem for him to enter Qinglong Academy. Shen Pengyun took over. Instantly, the invigilators from the other three martial arts schools also began to grumble. Principal Wei, I think Jiang Hao is a perfect fit for our Suzaku Academy. If Jiang Hao chooses our Yuanwu Academy, we will definitely devote all our resources to training him. If Jiang Hao chooses White Tiger Academy, I can arrange a sparring partner for him. Traditional, foreign, and pure black styles, we at White Tiger Academy have it all. The invigilators of the four major colleges all have their own thoughts, but their ultimate goal is to select the top martial arts student of this session. At this time, Chen Mingxiu said angrily, everything has its surprises. I'm optimistic about Zhang Jun. Maybe he will surpass Jiang Hao in the next moment. Originally, Jiang Hao and Zhang Jun could win the title of martial arts champion. They were both students of Sanyan Martial Arts School, so Wei Qingji should not be angry when hearing this. But Wei Qingji just didn't like Zhang Jun. It was because Zhang Jun was the abandoned son of the Jiang family. How could Zhang Jun take first place? As the principal, I know every candidate intimately. Let me tell you, during the half-month warrior Qi and blood value test, Zhang Jun's Qi and blood value was 70. What does 70 mean? He's not even as good as an ordinary person. And then, I don't know how he became an awakened warrior in such a short time. Even if Zhang Jun scores 35 points now, I can still tell you loudly that he is definitely a blind cat that has caught a dead mouse. If he can win the title of martial arts champion, I'll eat. Just as Wei Qingji was talking, more than a dozen of the 50 monitors broadcast live the strange phenomenon of a thunderstorm appearing above the forest. Then, more than a dozen monitors began flashing continuously as if struck by lightning. When the monitor returned to normal, everyone looked at each other and seemed to think of an impossible possibility. Wei Qingji was still talking and didn't notice the strange live broadcast phenomenon on the monitor at all. At this time, Gong Wanmiao, the principal of Lifeng Martial Arts School, suddenly screamed. Ah! Zhang Jun's points have increased again, and he actually won first place. Following Gong Wanmiao's scream, everyone looked at the rankings. Zhang Jun's name appeared at the top of the list, and his score of 75 was 10 points higher than Jiang Hao's. Impossible, how could it be possible? At this moment, Wei Qingji felt like he was slapped in the face with a slipper, and he was stunned. A moment ago, he was still talking about how it was impossible for Zhang Jun to win the title of martial arts champion. The next moment, Zhang Jun slapped him in the face with his strength. If there was a hole big enough for his head, he would stick it in without hesitation. The others were also shocked. No one expected that Jiang Jun would once again top the list in this way. At this time, everyone present was already speculating about what Chen Mingxiu had just said. Is it true that someone could comprehend elemental skills during the awakening period? When Gong Shueitao saw Jiang Jun rise to the top of the rankings, her whole body trembled with excitement. Recalling the starry sky pattern when she was practicing with Jiang Jun, she did a split and rolled forward, sweeping Jiang Jun's face several times in a row. In an instant, the whole body felt hot. But suddenly she remembered that Jiang Jun hit her lower abdomen again and again, which was so painful that she covered the wound with her hands. But think about it, I may never use it in this lifetime. So what if Jiang Jun hurt me? Even if it's broken, it's still the same. Ha, I told you there are always unexpected things. I didn't expect Jiang Jun to actually take first place on the list. Who said Jiang Jun couldn't do it? Chen Mingxiu laughed loudly. He was just unhappy with Wei Qingji and had to fight back. Wei Qingji's face twitched twice. He just said he was excited, how could he have expected Jiang Jun to be so fierce? Before Wei Qingji could finish feeling embarrassed, Chen Mingxiu mocked him again. Principal Wei, you just said that Jiang Jun became the top martial arts champion, so what did he eat? Hearing this, Wei Qingji's face was no longer ashamed. He muttered inwardly, what can you eat? I just pooped it out for you to eat. Do you want to eat it? I'll give you 2 kilograms. Ha, I didn't expect Jiang Jun to give us so many surprises. It's all thanks to me constantly beating him up that he worked hard and became what he is today. Oh, it's so hard to be a principal. I teach students according to their aptitude. I was so immersed in it just now that I couldn't come out of it. At this time, Wei Qingji could only maintain his own personality and ignore the cold stares from others. Even Chen Mingxiu didn't expect Wei Qingji to be so shameless. Shen Pengyun smiled and said, Principal Wei is indeed our role model. I think Jiang Jun will be very grateful to you and definitely admires Principal Wei. I wonder if Principal Wei can get Jiang Jun to consider our Qinglong Academy. He can ask for whatever conditions he wants. Seeing that Shen Pengfei started to snatch people again, the invigilators from the other 3 colleges could no longer sit still. Principal Wei, if you let Jiang Jun choose our Suzaku Academy, I promise on behalf of Suzaku Academy that we will open a green channel for the next class at Sangyan Martial Arts School. Principal Wei, if Jiang Jun chooses our Yuanwu Academy, we will directly give you 30 places. Principal Wei, if Jiang Jun chooses White Tiger Academy, I can arrange a nanny for you. She will cook, mop the floor, and do laundry. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. All the students at White Tiger Academy admire Principal Wei very much. The invigilators from the 4 major colleges watched as the 2 strange phenomena occurred, and Jiang Jun rose up like a rocket. There is no doubt about Chen Mingxiu's words. Jiang Jun is most likely the candidate with elemental skills. If Jiang Jun can be recruited to the college, he will definitely be commended by the principal when he returns, and a promotion and salary increase are absolutely inevitable. At this time, Chen Mingxiu smiled secretly. Your academy can fight for it, but in the end, you'll only be making things worse for us demon-suppressing soldiers. At this time, in the Jiang family mansion, the housekeeper hurried into the room. Madam, I finally found out. This Jiang Jun is the good-for-nothing grandson you kicked out of the house. Hearing this, He Jingyun stabbed the ground hard with his crutch. A piece of trash who wants to go against our Jiang family. With Jiang Hao here, he'll never be able to hold his head up high in his life. Chapter 50 gave birth to a good son, galloping on horseback in the secret realm. Old Madam is right. Young Master Jiang Hao's points have already reached 65, breaking the record of the previous martial arts champion. This time, young Master Jiang Hao will definitely be the martial arts champion. As for Jiang Jun, his points are still at 35. How can he fight with young Master Jiang Hao? Old Madam, please don't get angry. This will hurt your body. After the butler finished speaking, he picked up the tea on the table and handed it to He Jingyun. He Jingyun took a sip of tea and felt much less angry. Looking at the rankings again, Jiang Hao is still firmly ranked first. It seems I was worrying for nothing. Jiang Hao has had a natural talent for martial arts since he was young. How could he possibly lose to Jiang Jun? Besides, Jiang Jun was born to that bitch, his body is full of dirty blood, and he has been a waste since he was a child. How can he compare with Jiang Hao? Just as He Jingyun finished speaking, the ranking list suddenly changed. Jang Jun once again rose from second place to first place on the list, pushing Jiang Hao to second place. And his score is 75, 10 points higher than Jiang Hao. Suddenly, He Jingyun took the teacup in his hand and smashed it hard to the ground. Jiang Pingan, you and that bitch really gave birth to a good son. You guys are just trying to piss me off. Your whole family is a jinx to our Jiang family. Lu family. Honey, the water temperature is just right, let's wash our feet. Lu Zhishang came to Li Fenglian with a basin of hot water, smiling. Li Fenglian was angry about what happened just now. Jiang Jun's ranking rose to second place, and Lu Ruyan was squeezed out of the top 10. She wanted to skin Jiang Jun alive and eat him alive with some oil. Li Fenglian is beautiful, but she has one shortcoming: her feet smell, especially when she is angry. Her feet sweat more and smell even more. Even Li Fenglian herself couldn't stand it. As for Lu Zhishang, the henpecked husband, he went to boil some hot water and wash Li Fenglian's feet. Humph. Li Fenglian snorted coldly and raised her foot. If Jiang Hao hadn't seen Lu Ruyan rise to the top 10 again, his points would have reached 65. Although Jiang Jun was second, he couldn't catch up with Jiang Hao even if he tried his best. She felt a little better. Lu Zhishang quickly placed her feet on his thighs, then took off Li Fenglian's shoes and socks. The moment I took off my shoes, the air suddenly felt like it was filled with a bucket of sour slop that had been fermenting for half a month. It's like stuffing stinky salted fish, rotten onions and sweaty socks into a seal jar and keeping it there for a whole summer. The smoke made Lu Zhishang's temples throb, his eyes could hardly open, and he almost vomited. But Lu Zhishang still endured it. When he first learned that Li Fenglian's feet were very smelly, he had a psychological struggle. But he really loves this woman. In the end, he comforted himself that it was just his feet that smelled, not his upper body. For love, Lu Zhishang insisted on washing Lu Ruyan's feet every day for 10 years. At this moment, Li Fenglian was staring at the picture on TV, and suddenly the ranking in the upper right corner changed again. Jiang Jun suddenly ranked first in the rankings with 75 points. Ah! 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 Li Fenglian screamed and kicked Lu Zhishang in the face, but he just slipped. Sorry, I had to squeeze in. After Lu Zhishang was stuffed with something, his stomach suddenly churned and he vomited. The overnight meal mixed with gastric juice spurted out while shaking his head, spraying all over Li Fenglian. Yanxian Crematorium. In the family hall, Jiang Pingan saw Jiang Jun ranked second on the list. I felt so happy that I couldn't express it in words. So I went to the freezer and took out some meat, made some sweet and sour pork ribs, and also took out a box of wine. While eating meat and drinking, I hoped to see the TV screen changing one after another and see Jiang Jun style. At this time, in addition to sweet and sour pork ribs and wine, there was also a photo frame on the table with a black and white photo of a woman embedded in it. This woman is 90% similar to Jiang Jun. She is Jiang Jun's mother. Yali, did you see that? Our son has grown up with ambition. In the Warrior College entrance examination, he took second place on the rankings. Even though the exam isn't over yet, he will always be number one in my heart. I know you think the same way. I really hope Jiang Jun can pull Jiang Hao down from first place. You don't know how rude Jiang Hao is to me, his second uncle. You want to say that he's just as rude to you, right? I don't know why the Jiang family has become like this. I'm sorry for making you suffer in this life. I'll marry you in the next life. You must wait for me. Jiang Jun took a bite of meat and a sip of wine, and started crying as he talked to the woman in the photo. If it weren't for the Jiang family, perhaps Yali would not have died. But there is no if in this world who made him born in the Jiang family. I really want Jiang Jun to vent your anger for you. Isn't our child a descendant of the Jiang family? Jiang Pingan wiped his eyes with his sleeve, then picked up a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. He really hoped that Jiang Jun could take first place on the list so that his cruel mother could see it. Jiang Jun is not a waste, not a bastard. Jiang Jun is the love child of Lin Ping'an and Yali, and the apple of their eyes. At this moment, the ranking list in the upper right corner of the TV changed. It's a pity that Jiang Ping'an didn't pay attention. After a while, the pictures that were being played on TV suddenly stopped. The picture changed and a beautiful host appeared on the TV screen holding a microphone, with an excited look on her face. Dear audience, someone has broken the previous record for points in this martial arts college entrance examination. This candidate is from Tsangyan Martial Arts School. His name is Jiang Jun. He scored 75 points, 2 points higher than all previous candidates. Now, please take a look at the Warrior College entrance examination rankings. After hearing what the beautiful host said, Lin Pingon thought he was drunk and had auditory hallucinations. He said to the black and white photo, "I seem to hear the host say that Jiang Jun ranked first and broke the record for martial artists' college entrance examinations. Yali, am I stupid? How is this possible?" At this time, a ranking list is enlarged and appears on the TV screen, not occupying a small space in the upper right corner. The top 3 on the list were highlighted, and Jiang Jun was ranked first. When Jiang Pingan saw the ranking list clearly, he suddenly laughed with tears in his eyes. "Ha, my son has the potential to be a martial arts champion. Yali, did you see that?" Jiang Jun pressed Jiang Hao to the ground and rubbed him. "My mother who didn't like you must be regretting it now." Jiang Jun had no idea about all this. At this moment, he was looking at the corpses of the second-level wild monkeys on the ground, and he couldn't close his mouth with a smile. "You did a good job. It's worth it for Dad to hurt you so much." After saying that, before Jiang Jun stretched out his hand, Lin Qingli had already stretched her head over. In order to reward Lin Qingli, Jiang Jun rubbed her hard twice. Lin Qingli even let out 2 screams, which were screams of happiness. "Dad, I want pain." Hearing this, Jiang Jun smiled. "Do you want to experience the feeling of galloping on horseback in the secret forest?" Chapter 51. Jiang Jun's points are questioned and he is asked to start live broadcast. Finally, Jiang Jun shook his head. It would not be a good idea if someone saw him training and writing. After all, this is the martial arts college entrance examination, a very serious assessment. Go and drag all the wild monkey corpses here. After Jiang Jun finished speaking, he continued to work on himself and untied the tree branch tied around his waist. Then the 2 wild monkeys hanging on the tree branches were taken to the puppet space. Their mission had been completed and they should have a good rest. Give this opportunity to the second-level wild monkey. When Jiang Jun finished all this, Lin Qingli also dragged over 20 second-level wild monkeys and piled them up like a small mountain. Jiang Jun stabbed a second-level wild monkey in the throat with a sword, and smeared the flowing blood on Lin Qingli's combat uniform again. Then, he replenished his combat uniform. Then he collected some blood from wild monkeys and put it in plastic bags for future use. After stretching his waist, Jiang Jun tied the tree branch behind his waist again, and with the help of Lin Qingli, he hung the 2 second-level wild monkeys on it again. In an instant, Jiang Jun's feet sank. Fortunately, the Great Sun Thunder body was becoming stronger day by day, otherwise he really couldn't bear it. The next moment, Jiang Jun opened his personal panel. Name, Jiang Jun. Constitution, Great Sun Thunder Body 420-10,000. Identity, student, warrior, and sole heir to Yangxian Crematorium. Realm, perfection of Tongmai Realm. Qi and blood value, 8,860. Martial arts, Feiyun sword technique, Overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skills, suture mastery, eye of insight, strength overlay, thunderstorm. Space, puppet space. Puppet, Lin Qingli intimacy 420. Conjunction point, 15,438. Name, Lin Qingli. Constitution, thunder spirit body. Identity, puppet. Realm, perfection of Tongmai Realm. Qi and blood value, 5,870. Martial arts, Feiyun sword technique, Overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skill, thunderstorm 420-1000. Strength superposition can gain half of the host's strength. The host will bear the side effects. I only need 1140 more Qi and health points to advance to the Viscera refining realm. Then, with the added power, I wonder how powerful I'll be? Jiang Jun muttered to himself. Then he hung the plastic bag containing the second-level wild monkey around his waist and poked a small hole in it, causing the monkey to urinate endlessly once again. Let's go. After saying that, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli continued to move forward. Chat room. There are also some people who like to set the tone, and those inferior people who are jealous and driven by jealousy are making a lot of noise. Soon, some candidates raised questions in the chat room. Pang Ziming, I suspect there's something wrong with Jiang Jun, otherwise, how could his points skyrocket? Cook Kangle, at Pang Ziming agrees. How could Jiang Jun possibly kill so many ferocious beasts at once? Is there really anyone who can do that? Zhang Fan, I am a Sanyan martial arts school candidate. I once competed with Jiang Jun. Although I lost to him, it was impossible for him to do it with his realm and strength. Diaoyi, don't slander my brother Jiang Jun. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean he can't do it. Kong Subai, yes, a bunch of jealous, self-esteemed guys. A bunch of losers who can't last more than 30 seconds. In Zihan, brother Jiang Jun is more than just this ability, he can even drive a Ferrari with one hand. In Zihan, brother Jiang Jun, I've cleaned the Ferrari and am waiting for you to drive it one-handed. You must show me your driving skills. At this time, Jiang Hao also saw the chat room screen being flooded with messages. He had long suspected Jiang Jun's strength, but he just couldn't find any evidence. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's bracelet vibrated a few times and a private message popped up. Jiang Hao opened it and saw that it was a message from his informant. I found Jiang Jun. He was followed by a woman wearing an eye patch. I suspect it was this woman who killed Huang Ho, not Jiang Jun. This is Jiang Jun's location. Lu Ruyan, who was standing by, also saw the message and pulled Jiang Hao's arm closer. Brother Jiang Hao, now that we've found Jiang Jun, let's kill him. That way, no matter how high his score is, the martial arts champion will still be yours in the end. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes and thought that if the wild monkey was really killed by the woman beside Jiang Jun, they would not gain any advantage if they tried to kill him. There is a high possibility of being counterattacked. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Jiang Hao's mind. If this is the case, it means that when this woman kills the wild monkey, Jiang Jun will definitely turn off the live broadcast function. No, or maybe Jiang Jun never opened it at all. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao laughed out loud. Maybe we can deal with Jiang Jun without even having to do anything. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. When did Jiang Hao grow up with brains? If this continues, he will be difficult to control in the future. Although Lu Ruyan thought so, she still asked in surprise, what is the solution? Jiang Hao smirked, I guess it was the woman next to Jiang Jun who killed Huang Ho. He definitely didn't start the live broadcast. I want you to go to the chat room and start a conversation. Just say Jiang Jun didn't turn on the live stream, and there's definitely something wrong with his results. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and smiled. The next moment, Lu Ruyan spoke in the chat room. Lu Ruyan, at Zhang Fan, I believe what you said. As far as I know, Jiang Jun has never done a live broadcast. This is definitely a problem. Lu Ruyan, at Peng Ziming at Kakangal, I support your statement. Lu Ruyan, at Diaoyi at Kong Bai at In Zihan, you three bastards, you want to eat shit? Be careful, Jiang Jun will make you sick. After setting the pace in the chat room, Lu Ruyan immediately left. In an instant, the chat room exploded. The number of people online increased from 2,000 to 3,000. Moreover, the chat room was dominated by people who kept posting the same message at the same time. Zhang Fan, asked Jiang Jun to start the live broadcast. Peng Ziming, asked Jiang Jun to turn on the live broadcast. Kakangal, asked Jiang Jun to turn on the live broadcast. In a short while, rumors about Jiang Jun spread everywhere. At this time, a beautiful host appeared on the live TV program. Everyone, the Warrior College entrance examination chat room has exploded. All the candidates are flooding the screen with messages, asking Jiang Jun to turn on the live broadcast. They are all doubting the authenticity of Jiang Jun's points. We look forward to Jiang Jun starting a live broadcast. Jiang Family Mansion. He Jingyun, there really is something wrong with Jiang Jun, otherwise how could he possibly make it onto the leaderboard, let alone surpass Jiang Hao? Butler, call the 4 major colleges immediately to complain about Jiang Jun. Butler, yes, old lady. Lu family. As soon as Lu Zhishan finished vomiting and walked out, Li Finglian twisted his ears. Call Jiang Jun right now and complain to him. Tell him to start the live broadcast. Oh. Hurry up, if you can pull Jiang Jun down, I'll let you put 2 spoonfuls of soup right now. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhishan immediately thought that it didn't smell bad, and became excited. Yes, honey. I'll call now. Chapter 52 starts live broadcast, and everyone goes crazy. Yanxian Crematorium. In the family hall, Jiang Pingan held the photo in his arms, with a silly smile on his face from time to time. Suddenly, I saw the TV screen change, and the beautiful host spoke as if she had eaten feces. Suddenly got angry. Damn it, how could my son do such a thing? Don't blame him. Yali, you see, these people are jealous of our son. Remember these people and tell them about their dreams at night to scare them to death. Inside the fortress. The invigilators of the 4 major colleges also lobbied Weiqingji from time to time to recruit Jiang Jun to their own colleges. At this moment, their communication equipment rang at the same time, so they checked. The four of them immediately changed their expressions. Shin Pingyun, we at Qinglong Academy have received many complaints about Jiang Jun, asking him to turn on the live broadcast to prove the authenticity of the points. The other three invigilators also responded. We at White Tiger Academy have also received many complaints about Jiang Jun. So does Yuanwu Academy. Suzaku Academy too. Suddenly, a doctoral soldier from the Demon Suppression Army walked in. Report, Commander Gu. The chat room for the Warrior College entrance examination is overwhelmed. All the candidates are flooding the screen with requests for Jiang Jun to turn on the live broadcast. Otherwise, they would doubt the authenticity of Jiang Jun's points. Hearing this, Gu Wu frowned. Wei Qingji was feeling depressed just now when he heard what the invigilators from the four academies and the soldier from the Demon Suppression Army said. Suddenly I'm not sleepy anymore. Yeah, I also think Jiang Jun should start the live broadcast. Although he is a candidate for our martial arts school, our school has always been committed to impartiality and will not tolerate even the slightest stain. I agree to ask Jiang Jun to open the live broadcast. Wei Qingji spoke in a high-sounding manner, but everyone could hear the hidden meaning in his words. As the saying goes, even a tiger one tea eat its own cubs. Wei Qingji doesn't tea even need to spit out the bones. The principals of the other 9 martial arts schools had long disliked Wei Qingji. After all, the first and second place in the martial arts college entrance examination both went to Sanyan Martial Arts School. They had this idea a long time ago. But they didn't expect that Wei Qingji would shoot himself in the foot, which was exactly what they wanted. Pokyong Martial Arts School, I agree with Principal Wei. Dragon Ridge Martial Arts School, I agree with Principal Wei. Jifeng Martial Arts School, I agree with Principal Wei. Yushan Martial Arts School, I agree with Principal Wei. Qinglong Academy agrees with Principal Wei's statement. White Tiger Academy agrees with Principal Wei's statement. Yuanwu College agrees with Principal Wei's statement. Suzaku Academy agrees with Principal Wei's statement. Finally, the 10 martial arts schools and the 4 major universities reached an agreement, and Gu Wu had to let Jiang Jun start the live broadcast. Seeing the expressions of these people, Chen Mingxiu and Gong Shutao crossed their arms at the same time. He leaned back in his chair at a tactical 45-degree angle, looking as if none of you had ever seen a giant snake poop. Just wait and see these people make a fool of themselves. Due to the pressure, Gu Wu could only use the permissions of the bracelet to notify Jiang Jun to start the live broadcast. The next moment, Gu Wu announced in the chat room. Official, Teacher Gu's announcement is pinned. In response to Jiang Jun starting the live broadcast, the official is now contacting Jiang Jun to start the live broadcast immediately. Suddenly, the chat room exploded again. Peng Ziming, the government is wise, it has given us a bright and clear world. Cook Angle, the government is wise and has given us back a clear and bright world. Zhang Fan, the authorities are wise. They've given us a clear and bright world. At the same time, the beautiful host of the live TV show appeared on camera again. Just received news that the authorities have asked Jiang Jun to start a live broadcast immediately to clarify the authenticity of the points. Dear viewers who have made complaints, justice is in the hearts of the people. Jiang Jun led Lin Qingli deeper into the forest and they were probably about to reach the edge of the examination area. At this time, the bracelet worn by Lin Qingli kept flashing, as if there was information coming in. So Jiang Jun took off the bracelet on Lin Qingli's hand and checked it. Suddenly, a message popped up. Official, Teacher Gu, Jiang Jun, all the students are now doubting the authenticity of your points, and the audience outside has also complained. Now I order you to start live streaming, otherwise your points may be cancelled. Jiang Jun was stunned when he saw Gu Wu's message. He seems to have done nothing, so just keep to himself. Even the thought of racing with Lin Qingli in the forest just now didn't happen. Whose tail did he step on? Jiang Jun put the bracelet back on his hand, then looked at Lin Qingli with some reluctance. Be good, go and rest for a while. After saying that, Jiang Jun took Lin Qingli back to the puppet space. At this time, he opened the smart ranking on the bracelet to check. I'm first? Jiang Jun was a little bit unconvinced, because he was only thinking about fighting monsters with Lin Qingli. I don't care about the ranking on the leaderboard at all. Now he finally knew why he was complained about. Alas, there's nothing I can do. Being too good is a sin. Jiang Jun sighed, then turned on the real-time live broadcast function of the bracelet. In an instant, Jiang Jun's image fell on one of the monitors in the fortress. The next moment, Gu Wu locked onto the screen. At the same time, the live TV broadcast also froze on Jiang Jun's picture. Seeing Jiang Jun's appearance, his silver combat uniform turned into a bloody red. There was a huge branch tied around his waist, and on each end of the branch was hung a second-level wild monkey. The most eye-catching thing was that he had a plastic bag full of blood hanging around his waist, and it looked like he hadn't stopped peeing. Drip dripping. Gu Wu. Wei Qingji? Shan Pang Yun? Chen Mingxiu, Wu Hu takes off. Gong Shui Tao, ah. Inside the fortress room, everyone looked shocked. However, Shen Pingyun looked at Jiang Jun on the screen from time to time. He could never imagine that Jiang Jun, who was ranked first on the list, was the one who mocked him as a dog demon. And Wei Qingji knew it but didn't say it out loud. Especially when looking at Gong Shutao would raise his two big eyes, almost to the sky. It turns out that he was the fool all along. Just now he had offered various conditions to recruit Jiang Jun to Qinglong College. It's like slapping yourself in the face with a slipper. Full of irony. And his brother is outside the secret country. Jiang family mansion. He Jingyun was worshipping his ancestors in the Jiang family ancestral hall when he saw the live broadcast on the tablet held by the housekeeper. He collapsed like a zombie, and after landing, the incense and candles in his hand slipped out, and then he said something shocking. He Jingyun, no way. How did he do that? Oh my god. Lu family. Lu Zhishang and Li Finglian were having a massage, and they looked like they were trying very hard. Li Finglian went from being indifferent to a hint of disdain on her face. The words about the chopsticks stirring up the fish pond were about to come out of her mouth. At this moment, she glanced at the frozen picture on TV and was shocked as if she had seen a ghost. He kicked out suddenly. Lu Zhishan was about to cross the finish line when suddenly a big foot, no, it should be said that a stinky foot kicked him in the face. Fuck! Lu Zhishan screamed and was kicked out. He fell on his back, and then both spoons of soup fell to the ground. Waste, absolutely waste. The next moment, Li Finglian's voice echoed throughout the house. Chapter 53, Officials refute the rumor about Jiang Jun, and all candidates leave the examination room. Yangxian Crematorium. In the family hall, when Jiang Pingyun saw the real-time footage of Jiang Jun on TV, the meat in his mouth spurted out. Then, he immediately covered the eyes of the woman in the photo in his arms. Yali, my son is so unexpected. Don't read it, or you won't be able to sleep well during the day and won't report your dreams to me at night. After saying that, Jiang Pingyun turned the photo over and held it in his arms. Looking at his son's appearance on TV again, he was a little skeptical and muttered to himself. Has my son been possessed by another spirit? How did he come up with such a good idea? Ha, a heifer is on a plane. Seeing that there were many messages in the chat room that tagged him, Jiang Jun was shocked when he clicked on it. Do all women nowadays like to play like this? How about I try this too? Lin Qingli shouldn't object. Then Jiang Jun flipped through the pages and became angrier the more he read. These people actually told the truth without any regard for his feelings. Even 1 point is love. Jiang Jun is not worth even 1 cent. It makes me sad just thinking about it. The next moment, another message popped up at the top of the chat room. Official, Teacher Gu, Jiang Jun has started live streaming, and everything is normal. Below is the attached picture JPG. The official not only refuted the rumors about Jiang Jun, but also attached a picture of Jiang Jun. In an instant, the chat room was packed again. Diao Yi, that idiot just now suspected that Jiang Jun had a problem. There are pictures as evidence. Now you know where you lost. Kong Subai, at Peng Ziming, you were the one who said that just now, why aren't you talking now? If you don't have the ability, then learn more. Yin Zihan, at Zhang Fan, you're still saying you're from the same martial arts school as Jiang Jun. You must be feeling aggrieved by your loss to Jiang Jun. Look, he's already gained experience from beating monsters. Why don't you learn from him? Diao Yi, at Lu Ruyan, zoom in and see clearly. This is what you said, my man. You're a jerk. Jiang Hao and Lu Ruyan also checked the latest announcement in the chat room as soon as possible. When they saw the announcement, they were both stunned for a moment, but this was also expected. After all, it was impossible for Jiang Jun to turn on the live broadcast and let that woman stay by his side. When clicking on the attached picture of the announcement, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but reveal the national quintessence. I your mother. Jiang Hao yelled, Jiang Jun, your secret will soon be exposed. Truth will come to light. Just wait for the punishment from the military academy and the military. The 10 candidates who followed Jiang Hao immediately looked at him with contempt when they heard what Jiang Hao said. I also have the same idea in my mind. If the martial arts school and the military want to sanction someone, the first one will definitely be you. Brother Jiang Hao, let's go and kill Jiang Jun now. Lu Ruyan was anxious. Jiang Hao looked like he knew you were anxious, but don't be anxious and listen to me. It's probably impossible to kill Jiang Jun now. After all, he's already started live streaming. Once we make a move, we record it. Lu Ruyan was a little discouraged. She forced herself to act cute and said in a delicate voice, then what should we do? Jiang Hao pondered for a moment. Let's find Jiang Jun first, get closer to him, and then find a chance to kill him. Everyone follow me. The next moment, Jiang Hao rushed to Jiang Jun's location based on the location. At this moment, suddenly a large group of wild monkeys seemed to be coming towards the examination room from 2 kilometers away. They were led by a second-level wild monkey, but it was larger than some second-level ones, and followed by many second-level and first-level wild monkeys. Looking around, there are at least 50 wild monkeys. The number of this group of wild monkeys was far less than the number of the beast tide, so there was no warning. When the demon-suppressing army in charge of the examination hall noticed it, 50 wild monkeys were almost approaching the examination hall. Even if we call for support now, it will be too late. These 50 wild monkeys will definitely break through the defense of the demon-suppressing army and enter the examination room. The demon-suppressing army responsible for guarding the examination hall reported to Gu Wu immediately. Teacher Gu, a group of wild monkeys were spotted 2 kilometers from the examination room. There are about 50 of them, none of them are level 3. They seem to be trying to break through our defenses and enter the examination room. This is our fault. We are now seeking support. Commander Gu, please send troops immediately and arrive within 10 minutes. In the fortress room, Gu Wu received a danger warning and immediately turned on the voice broadcast. Suddenly, the words of the demon-suppressing soldiers who were in charge of guarding the examination hall were announced along with the voice broadcast. After hearing the announcement, the 40 or so people present fell silent. Generally, in the martial arts college entrance examination, there is a limit on the number of monsters in the examination room, so that the examination process can be better controlled and a large number of casualties will not occur suddenly. If 50 wild monkeys suddenly rushed in, there would definitely be many casualties wherever they passed. Even if the candidates organized themselves to resist these 50 wild monkeys, it would still be too risky. The best thing is to kill them all before they enter the examination room. However, the wild monkeys were extremely fast. Even if the demon-suppressing army guarding the examination hall was organized, 50 wild monkeys had already broken through the demon-suppressing army and entered the examination hall. As the highest commander in the GD secret realm, every second is a test for Gu Wu Yingming's decision-making. In an instant, Gu Wu opened the simulation map to check the location where the wild monkey entered and the location of the candidates. Soon, the simulation map showed the location where Huang He was going to enter and the locations where the candidates were scattered. I saw a candidate alone, approaching the wild monkey entry location. There are 12 more red dots approaching this candidate. Gu Wu clicked on the red dot of the candidate, and the candidate's name appeared instantly. Jiang Jun? The others also watched Gu Wu's operation, and when they saw Jiang Jun's name, they remembered his outfit. Suddenly, I understood what was going on. Jiang Jun lured the wild monkey to appear as bait. The wild monkey was attracted by the smell of blood on Jiang Jun and the second-level wild monkey hanging on the tree branch. Feeling provoked by humans, the monkey group came. As for Gu Wu, he would not think about things emotionally. He didn't care about Jiang Jun's purpose. He only knew that Jiang Jun would be in danger. Once 50 wild monkeys enter the examination room, many candidates will be killed or injured. The next moment, Gu Wu immediately gave orders to the demon-suppressing army guarding the examination hall. All the demon-suppressing troops guarding the examination hall, go and provide support immediately. Stop as many wild monkeys as you can. Also, sound the alarm immediately and notify all candidates to exit the examination room as quickly as possible. As soon as Gu Wu finished speaking, Chen Mingxiu immediately said, "Commander Gu, please wait a moment. I have something to report to you." Hearing this, Gu Wu frowned. The previous order will be suspended. In an instant, Chen Mingxiu came to Gu Wu's ear and said something in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Gu Wu seemed a little embarrassed. At this time, Gong Shutao took out a phone that could be used for communication in the secret realm and handed it to Gu Wu. "Commander Gu, please listen to the phone before giving any orders." Chapter 54, Go Shopping, Men Are Reliable, Bitches Can Climb Trees. Gu Wu looked at Gong Shueitao, and felt as if he had seen Gong Shueitao somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where it was. Chen Mingshu immediately whispered something in Gu Wu's ear. In an instant, Gu Wu looked at Gong Shutao, his eyes became serious, and then he took the communicator from Gong Shutao's hand. Yes, I understand. Gu Wu took the communicator, replied respectfully, and then gave the order again. The demon-suppressing troops responsible for guarding the examination hall will remain on standby. When the desolate monkey enters the area, the demon-suppressing troops will withdraw to allow the desolate monkey to enter the examination hall smoothly. Yes. 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 When the others heard Gu Wu's deployment, they were also stunned and somewhat unconvinced. What about the demon-suppressing army staying where they are or even withdrawing? Could you please let Huang Ho enter the examination room smoothly? Commander Gu, is there shit in your brain? I don't know what Chen Mingshu said to Gu Wu, and what instructions Gong Shueitao, the teacher of Sangyan Martial Arts School, gave to Gu Wu. Why did Gu Wu change the order immediately after taking the communicator and listening to the other party's words? Whoever this person is who has this communicator, he must be at least a higher official than the division commander. Shin Pengyun looked at Gong Shueitao in shock, wondering if Gong Shueitao knew some important person, or if her identity was very special. But soon, Shin Pengyun shook his head. He knew Gong Shutao very well. Gong Shueitao was just a rural girl from the countryside. If she didn't have a good talent in martial arts, she would not have been able to become a teacher. As for Gong Shueitao's identity, it is very special? It's impossible. If there is any truth to it, it's because her body is special. A chicken that can't lay eggs, a chicken with blocked egg intestines. It's so delicious, it's impossible to get any better. Shin Pengyun also felt that he had psychological problems. What Gu Wu said next left everyone even more confused. Connect all monitors to Jiang Jun's live broadcast. The next moment, the images of the 50 monitors will be spliced together, and Jiang Jun's live broadcast will be divided into 50 parts. At this time, Jiang Jun appeared much bigger in the picture, and even his hairs could be seen clearly. As the person involved, Jiang Jun didn't know about this matter, let alone that 50 wild monkeys would be running towards him. If he knew, he would only feel sorry. It's a pity that Lin Qingli cannot participate in this battle and cannot suffer defeat with him in glory. At the same time, he was also very excited, as it was finally his turn to make a strong move. He wanted to try out the Great Sun Thunder body to see if it was as powerful as the system said. It not only had strong defense, but could also enhance strength. The most important thing is that after he exerts his power, he no longer needs to hold on to the wall. If every time I exerted my power, it would be like the state after training equestrianism with Lin Qingli 10 times. How embarrassing that is. Looking at Jiang Jun's outfit, he seemed tireless and walked forward as if he was shopping. Everyone has a question: what kind of monster is this Jiang Jun? How dare he dare to challenge the entire wild monkey tribe alone? Jiang Hao took Lu Ruyan and 10 other candidates with him and headed towards where Jiang Jun was. Soon, they found Jiang Jun, but he did not approach Jiang Jun. Instead, he found a place to hide. Moreover, Jiang Hao discovered that the woman wearing the eye mask mentioned by the spies was not with Jiang Jun. Perhaps because of the live broadcast, Jiang Jun could no longer get help from this woman. But Jiang Hao still couldn't figure out who this woman was and why she wanted to help Jiang Jun. What benefit does it get her if Jiang Jun gets first place? Of course Jiang Hao would never believe it, because this woman was attracted by Jiang Jun's charm. When it comes to charm, is he worse than Jiang Jun? Therefore, he concluded that Jiang Jun had reached a secret deal with this woman, or even a deal that required a huge price to be paid. After Jiang Jun walked forward a little, they followed him a little further. Jiang Hao was waiting for an opportunity to get rid of Jiang Jun. As long as the opportunity comes, he will call on 100 people to respond and use the power of 12 people to kill Jiang Jun. Lu Ruyan became even more resentful towards Jiang Jun, wishing Jiang Jun could show his anger earlier. Current ability. She would not give up this fish either. After all, it was the same whether she raised one fish in the pond or a pond of fish. The problem is that she can't get rid of Jiang Jun even if she wants to, and she has never seen Jiang Jun so determined. In the past, even if Jiang Jun complained or was angry, she would just coax him with a few sweet words. It's all over. But now, every word Jiang Jun said made her angry, as if there was a microwave hanging on her chest with some canned food stuffed inside. Every moment, she was blown to pieces. The other 10 people who followed Jiang Hao took Jiang Hao's genetic reagents and money. They just wanted to get rid of Jiang Jun as soon as possible, so as to complete the task given to them by Jiang Hao. Then, they can regain their freedom. There is still a lot of time now. If they try hard, maybe the 4 major colleges will invite them. Everyone has their own thoughts. At this moment, the ground shook slightly. Jiang Jun, who was walking in front, smiled. The smile is as bright as a flower. Because I know that another fish has taken the bait. And it is very likely to be a big fish. Jiang Hao, Lu Ruyan, and the 10 people following behind also noticed a slight vibration coming from the ground. However, they did not expect that a large group of wild monkeys were running towards them. They only thought that there might be a very fierce second-level wild monkey coming towards Jiang Jun. When Jiang Jun and the wild monkey are both injured in the battle, that will be their chance. As long as they can find a way to avoid Jiang Jun's live broadcast, they can kill Jiang Jun forcefully. Here I come. Jiang Jun saw black spots jumping between the big trees in front of him, and figures running directly on the ground. Jiang Jun was happy. When Jiang Hao and the others saw a group of wild monkeys coming towards Jiang Jun, they were first excited, and then worried. They were excited because this group of wild monkeys wanted to kill Jiang Jun without them having to do anything. The worry is that after this group of wild monkeys kill Jiang Jun, they will most likely become the targets of the wild monkeys. There are only 2 choices now: stay and wait for Huang Ho to kill Jiang Jun, and then kill them. And leave immediately. If you are even a second slower, you may not be able to escape the encirclement of the wild monkeys. Of course, they were terrified the moment they saw the 50 wild monkeys. Driven by instinct, he had already been running backwards. Brother Jiang Hao, wait for me. Lu Ruyan is the one with the lowest realm and the lowest blood and energy value among them. So soon, Lu Ruyan was dumped. Hearing Lu Ruyan's voice, Jiang Hao looked back and finally ran faster. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan stamped her feet and cursed in her heart, "Men are reliable, but bitches can't climb trees." But when Lu Ruyan stomped her foot, she twisted it and almost got into a dog-shit fight. But it still hurt when I fell to the ground, and tears came out of my eyes. Ouch! Lu Ruyan could no longer stand up. When she looked up, Jiang Hao was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 55, Jiang Jun shocks everyone again by showing his divine power in front of everyone. At this moment, Jiang Jun's live broadcast was displayed on the 50 screens in the fortress room. As the picture changes, you can see 50 wild monkeys running towards you. Judging from their size, there are at least 32nd level wild monkeys and 21st level wild monkeys. The ferocious appearance of the wild monkey, running and roaring, made people feel a little scared even through the screen. Except for Gu Wu, Chen Mingxiu and Gong Shuitao, 3 people who knew the situation, no one seemed particularly nervous. Everyone else was so anxious that their throats were at their throats. 50 wild monkeys ran towards Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun seemed to be frightened and did not move at all. Didn't they say that the strange phenomenon in the forest just now was caused by Jiang Jun? It's urgent now, shouldn't you start? Apart from anything else, even Wei Qingji would shout in his heart, "Jiang Jun, run quickly, why are you still standing there?" After all, he just didn't want Jiang Jun to take first place, not to die. Or maybe the person who wanted Jiang Jun dead was Shin Pengyun. Jiang Jun called him a dog demon in front of so many people, even if he let bygones be bygones. Jiang Jun would definitely not give him any face and let him join Qinglong Academy. Since you can't get it, then just die. At this moment, Shin Pengyun felt so comfortable that he followed Chen Mingxiu's example, crossed his arms over his chest, and then leaned back in his chair at a 45-degree angle. If he wasn't here, he would definitely hang his feet on the table. At the same time, outside the secret place of his brother, the live TV broadcast was also locked on Jiang Jun's real-time live broadcast. Apart from anything else, Jiang Jun's look has already caused the ratings to climb. At this time, the scene changed and a large number of wild monkeys appeared, all coming towards Jiang Jun. Inside the Jiang family mansion, He Jingyun was half sitting on the head of the bed, with a fever-reducing patch on his forehead, staring at the picture on TV with hatred. "Madam, the blood pressure medicine is here, take it first." The housekeeper took some warm water and a blood pressure pill and put them in He Jingyun's hand. He Jingyun swallowed the blood pressure medication, then drank a sip of water, his voice low. "I was almost sent away by this unfilial grandson. This bastard shouldn't be alive." After He Jingyun finished speaking, he looked at the live TV screen and saw a group of wild monkeys coming towards Jiang Jun. He looked like he was dying, but suddenly, as if he had a last burst of energy, he sat up straight and muttered to himself. As long as this bastard dies, the martial arts champion will be my grandson. Die quickly. Lu family. Lu Zhishang had a look of resentment on his face. He wiped the floor while watching the TV locked on the scene played by Jiang Jun. If it weren't for Jiang Jun, he wouldn't have been kicked. If it weren't for Jiang Jun, he wouldn't have missed the target at the last minute. If it weren't for Jiang Jun, he would have filled the earth with his descendants. At this moment, the scene changed. A group of wild monkeys appeared in front of Jiang Jun facing the approaching wild monkeys. Jiang Jun did not move. Lu Zhishang smiled, grinned foolishly at the ground, and muttered to himself. All my descendants, watch now. The retribution for killing your enemies has arrived. Yanxian Crematorium. In the family hall, Jiang Ping'an watched a group of wild monkeys appear in front of Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun didn't move, and Jiang Ping'an became anxious. Run, son. The fire is coming. Because of his professional habits, Jiang Ping'an blurted out. These are what the deceased's family members said. How unlucky. Jiang Ping'an immediately slapped his mouth with his hand. Good luck, son, run. The great sage is coming. At this time, Jiang Ping'an turned the photo over and faced the TV screen. Yali, quickly chant the spell and lock these monkeys. Just when everyone thought Jiang Jun was scared silly, Jiang Jun actually just wanted to let this group of wild monkeys closer. Besides, how could he make such low-level mistakes like last time? He would never give this group of wild monkeys the chance to strike first. He wants to strike first. Seeing that the time had come, Jiang Jun immediately activated the power superposition. In an instant, that powerful force was forced into the body again, and the body seemed to be about to burst. In an instant, Jiang Jun's qi and blood values increased from 8860 to 14730, and his realm was raised from the perfect Tongmai realm to the early stage of Lianfu realm. With the strengthening of his internal organs and the blessing of the Great Sun Thunder body, Jiang Jun's strength increased by more than 4 times. The man is here in 15 minutes. Jiang Jun roared inwardly, then clenched his fists, and a powerful force surged out of his fists. The next moment, Jiang Jun burst out with powerful strength, the veins on his neck were exposed, and he held up 2 huge thunder balls with his hands and pushed them into the void. Thunder Prison Storm. Following Jiang Jun's loud shout, the sky above the entire GD Secret Realm examination hall exploded like thunder. Loud tremor. Then, the sky within 500 meters seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and inky thunderclouds surged and condensed from the depths of the void. It was like an upside-down purgatory cage, enveloping this group of wild monkeys. Countless thunder and lightning roared and shuttled through the rolling clouds, bursting out with a heart-pounding roar. Suddenly, the clouds exploded, and hundreds of lightning bolts broke through the clouds like ancient dragons. With the power to destroy the world, he pounced down towards the approaching wild monkey. Sensing danger, the wild monkey, which was stronger than the average second-level wild monkey, suddenly roared. Aha! Hearing the cry, all the wild monkeys stopped and looked up at the sky above the forest, where thunder and lightning were roaring. Suddenly, he screamed in fear. Jia! Jia! But it's too late for them to leave now. Boom! Thunder and lightning struck, wiping out all living things wherever they passed. 50 wild monkeys, not one less. They all fell to the ground with white smoke coming out of their mouths, their eyes full of fear. Jiang Jun started a real-time live broadcast of the scene, with all images falling on 50 locked monitors. The picture ratio was almost 1-to-1, and the strange phenomenon above the forest is clearly visible. Everyone was shocked. They all guessed that Jiang Jun had thunder element skills, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Now that Jiang Jun had made such a big fuss, Gu Wu and Gong Shuetao were trembling with excitement. Even though Chen Mingxiu had seen Jiang Jun's thunder elemental skills, he opened his mouth and squeezed out 2 eggs. In fact, this vision was better than the visions he had seen before. Even more exaggerated. Even more powerful. Even Chen Mingxiu was like this, let alone others. The next moment, everyone was frightened as they saw lightning breaking through the clouds like an ancient dragon. 50 monitors flashed simultaneously, as if lightning had struck directly on the monitors. Even through the monitor, they felt the horror of thunder and lightning and observed a moment of silence for this group of wild monkeys. Under such powerful lightning, they are definitely doomed to die. Just as everyone was staring at the monitors, ready to see how Huang Ho would die, 50 monitors went black at the same time. Hold! Gu Wu couldn't help but greet the old mother on the monitor, and the playback failed at the critical moment. I don't know if it's a problem with the monitor or if Jung Joon turned off the live broadcast. Gu immediately took out the communication equipment and contacted the demon-suppressing army stationed at Jung Joon's location. Go check on Jung Joon's condition immediately and report to me. Yes. After hearing the reply from the demon-suppressing army, Gu sat down, still a little frightened. Jung Joon's potential is truly terrifying. No wonder that person is so optimistic about Jung Joon. Chapter 56. He is a demon, airborne. This scene appeared in Hee Jing-yoon's eyes at the same time. Looking at the strange scene broadcast on TV, she was actually trembling a little. It's not a trembling from the body, but a trembling from the depths of the soul. When she saw the lightning strike, she bounced up on the bed, feeling as if the lightning was striking towards her head. In an instant, it was as if a big hand was strangling her throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. Just as Hee Jing-yoon rolled his eyes, the TV screen suddenly went black. "Madam, what's wrong with you?" The butler reacted and immediately pressed Hee Jing-yoon's philtrum. It took Hee Jing-yoon a while to recover. He is a demon, not a human. Hee Jing-yoon grabbed the butler's hand tightly. "Tell me, is he dead? Is Jung Joon dead?" "Madam, please don't get excited. The TV screen is black all the time, but I think he is definitely dead." The housekeeper replied quickly in pain. "Ah, it's better to die, it's better to die." The next moment, Hee Jing-yoon muttered to himself as if he was crazy. Lu family. Lu Zhishang and Li Finglian were in a very good mood when they saw a group of wild monkeys rushing towards Jung Joon. After Lu Zhishang collected his children and grandchildren, he returned to sit on the sofa. Li Finglian immediately fell on the sofa like a soft shell shrimp, resting her head on the armrest and her feet on Lu Zhishang's thighs. Ryu Ji sang. "Well, it's not very smelly after washing." Originally, both of them planned to change to a comfortable position, relax a little, and see how Jung Joon would die. But suddenly Jung Joon seemed to be deflated, and then the whole sky became dark. Then the thunder and lightning storm continued to rage, and it seemed that lightning would strike at any moment. Lu Zhishang. Li Finglian. Are you planning a big move? Boom. Lightning struck with the power to destroy the earth, and the entire TV screen was covered by the flashes of lightning. Just when Lu Zhishang was about to make a move, and Li Finglian was about to get hit by a huge wave of water. The screen is black. "You bastard." Lu Zhishang yelled at the TV. "Fuck you." Li Finglian also felt like she was stuck, and she felt so uncomfortable. The next moment, Li Finglian fiercely kicked Lu Zhishang's thighs repeatedly to vent her dissatisfaction. Lu Zhishang made a bitter face and cried out in his heart, "Why is it always me who gets hurt? Stop kicking." It exploded. Just a second ago, Jiang Pingan summoned Yali to use the binding spell on these wild monkeys. The next second, the scene changed, and the entire sky darkened, with thunder and lightning storms. Then the scenes alternated, and Jung Joon used his thunder elemental skills, and lightning suddenly fell towards the wild monkey that was coming to kill him. "Ha ha." Lin Pingan laughed. "Monkeys. My mother can't deal with you. Your son will kill you." For a moment, Lin Pingan was crying and laughing. Just as the lightning struck, the whole TV seemed to flash sparks, and then the screen went black. "This. Dad, do you owe money to the radio and television station?" The next moment, he pushed several empty wine bottles on the table to the ground. Then, he took out his phone and dialed 02955 ##. He was going to defend his rights from the perspective of consumers. Jiang Hao left Lu Ruyan behind and ran away with the 10 candidates who followed him. Only then did he turn around to see if Lu Ruyan had caught up with him. He loves Lu Ruyan very much, to the core, but not to the point of loving her for life. So when faced with Lu Ruyan and his life, Jiang Hao chose to live without hesitation. Seeing that Lu Ruyan did not catch up, a gust of wind blew past, and he blinked a few times, seeming a little uncomfortable, and unconsciously squeezed out 2 tears. He felt sad for himself for a while. Lu Ruyan died, and he didn't know if he could get back the gift he bought for her. At this moment, the entire sky darkened and a thunder and lightning storm gathered in an instant. Seeing that the lightning was thicker than his dog's waist, Jiang Hao was stunned. He never thought that this strange phenomenon was the thunder element skill displayed by Jung Joon. Instead, he was thinking that if these lightnings fell, they would kill Jung Joon and the group of wild monkeys together, but he hoped that they would not strike the wrong person. "Oh my god!" Jiang Hao screamed. In an instant, it was like grease on the soles of my feet, and I couldn't wait to use my third leg. In an instant, he surpassed the 10 candidates who were following him, and their tongues were exposed, twitching at the corners of their mouths. That speed is so fast that it has no peers. As for Lu Ruyan, she fell to the ground. Suddenly, the surroundings became dark, and then thunder sounded. Looking back, the lightning that was wandering in the clouds seemed to be about to break through the clouds and fall down. And she was within the range of the lightning. Originally, she was afraid of becoming food for these wild monkeys. Now, even if she didn't become food for the wild monkeys, she would definitely become charcoal grilled mussels. Boom! Lightning struck, and she watched as a bolt of lightning roared towards her. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of heat. She was scared to death. Fortunately, just as the lightning was about to strike, it suddenly turned and struck a big tree nearby. Sensing this heat wave, Lu Ruyan felt like dying. But thinking about it, I'm still thankful that at least I didn't get scared to death. Some candidates saw this strange sight from afar, and the chat room exploded again. Gan Yongchang, this vision is too terrifying. Why doesn't the data show that there will be a vision in the GD secret realm? Lu Wenqing, I remember that when the first anomaly occurred, Zhang Jun's points rose to 35. When the second anomaly occurred, Zhang Jun's points rose to 75. Now that the third anomaly has appeared, do you think Zhang Jun's points will rise again? Xing Jingming, this is all a coincidence, don't tell me this is Zhang Jun's thunder element skill. If it's true, I'll eat persimmon. Zhan Yanwei, this is not scientific at all. Brother above, I support you. If it's true, I'll add another kilogram. Diaoi, Zhang Jun, where is Zhang Jun? At Zhang Jun, I've washed and dried it. Send me your location and I'll drop by right away. Kong Subai, at Diaoi. How dare you steal my man? In Zihan, at it, you two, shut up right there. Zhang Jun is my husband. We're together now. I'm telling you, my husband, he's a bitch snickering. When lightning struck and flashed continuously, Zhang Jun turned off the live broadcast. Zhang Jun did this just to protect his rights, as the 50 wild monkey corpses were his. This is something that can be sold for money, and it can bring in a considerable income. After all, 30 of the 50 wild monkeys are second level. Who knows whether the demon suppressing army will come to pick up the body, or ask him to hand over the body of the wild monkey. After turning off the live broadcast, no one saw him taking away the wild monkey's body, so he just focused on keeping the secret. When the Thunder Prison Storm skill disappeared, all 50 wild monkeys had fallen to the ground and died with white smoke coming out of their mouths. Host kills a level 1 wild monkey, gains HP plus 10, and synergy points plus 20. Host kills a level 1 wild monkey, gains HP plus 10, and synergy points plus 20. Host kills a level 2 wild monkey, gains HP plus 20, and conjunction points plus 40. Zhang Jun smiled at such a beautiful voice. Chapter 57, The Demon Suppression Army arrives, the sound of the clip is chilling. Then, Zhang Jun collected all the wild monkey corpses into the puppet space in the shortest time possible. Even the tree branch and the 2 second-level wild monkeys hanging on it were taken into Zhang Jun's puppet space. This tree branch is of great use, and Zhang Jun was reluctant to throw it away. As for the plastic bag on his body, Zhang Jun took it and threw it away. When Zhang Jun finished all this, the demon suppressing army arrived. Seeing the members of the demon suppression army, Zhang Jun muttered to himself, sure enough, I guessed right. Zhang Jun, are you okay? We were sent here by Commander Gu to check on you. The leader of the demon suppressing army asked with concern. Zhang Jun smiled calmly, it's okay, I'm fine. After saying that, Zhang Jun turned around again. Seeing that Zhang Jun was fine, the squad leader of the demon suppression army breathed a sigh of relief. But as we walked along, we found that everything was in a mess, with many big trees fallen and sporadic fires. However, no wild monkey corpse was found, and the 50 wild monkeys seemed to have disappeared. The squad leader of the demon suppression army was also confused and asked a routine question. Zhang Jun, where are the corpses of these 50 wild monkeys? Zhang Jun blinked. Corpse? The lightning just now was so fierce that any corpse would have been reduced to ashes. Is that really the case? The squad leader of the demon suppressing army was half believing and half doubting, and had some guesses. If you go any further, you're out of the martial arts college entrance exam venue. Once you leave the venue, we can no longer guarantee the safety of the candidates. Please turn back. Zhang Jun nodded, but in fact he had no intention of going any further. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken off all the equipment. Come on. The squad leader of the demon-suppressing army gave Jiang Jun a gesture of encouragement and left with the other demon-suppressing army soldiers. On the way, the squad leader of the demon suppression army immediately picked up the communication equipment and reported to Gu Wu. At this moment, the system showed that there were still 10 seconds left for the power to be superimposed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. When the countdown reaches 0, Jiang Jun exits the power superposition state. I didn't feel faint or need to hold on to the wall, nor did I feel any discomfort. Then Jiang Jun turned around and walked back, and soon saw Lu Ruyan sitting on the ground, scared to death. In fact, Jiang Jun already knew that Jiang Hao and Lu Ruyan were following him with their men. Possessing the Great Sun Thunder body, and with Jiang Jun's diligent horse riding practice during this period, the Great Sun Thunder body has been greatly improved. Now Jiang Jun can detect even if water leaks from a hole. He just wanted to see what these people were going to do, if they wanted to do anything bad to him. Jiang Jun will definitely let them stay in the GD secret realm forever. Hey, Lu Ruyan, why are you here? Hearing Jiang Jun's voice, Lu Ruyan raised her head, looking like she had survived a disaster. Just now, she really thought that she was struck by lightning, otherwise she wouldn't have peed. Jiang Jun, I came here specifically to find you, but suddenly there was a thunderstorm. I was scared and twisted my ankle when I was running back. Great! I finally found you. Lu Ruyan sobbed softly. If the original owner had seen that, she would have definitely stepped forward to comfort her immediately. After Lu Ruyan spoke to him in a coquettish way, he forgot who his mother was. Ha ha! Jiang Jun just smiled sarcastically. Suddenly, the smile on his face disappeared and he looked at Lu Ruyan with a fierce look in his eyes. I'll give you one more chance to tell the truth. If you don't, I'll leave right now. You know, there are wild monkeys everywhere here. If I leave, I think wild monkeys will appear soon. Then the wild monkey will brutally kill you, tear you apart, eat your flesh, and grind its teeth on your bones. Jiang Jun said this, also in conjunction with his Oscar-worthy acting skills. Lu Ruyan put herself in his words and trembled as if she were there herself. No, don't leave me, I'm scared, woo-woo. Jiang Jun, aren't you going to marry me? Jiang Jun nodded seriously, marry, of course I will marry you when you die. At the end of his speech, Jiang Jun made a sound that only he could hear. What did you say? She heard Jiang Jun mumbling the last part, but she didn't hear clearly. But in the vagueness, when she heard the pronunciation of death, Lu Ruyan was really a little scared. This is Jiang Jun's true thought. There is a saying that he did not kill Bo Run, but Bo Run died for him. Then he could claim Lu Ruyan's body using her identity as her fiancé. Then, do something descriptive with her body? Thinking of this, Jiang Jun wanted to keep Lu Ruyan and wait for Huang Ho to kill her. You haven't told the truth yet. I'll give you 3 seconds to organize your words. You weren't the only one there just now. That's all I have to say. After counting 3, 2, 1, Jiang Jun walked past Lu Ruyan and prepared to leave. Don't go, I'm telling the truth. Lu Ruyan was really scared because he could see that Jiang Jun's eyes were serious. Thinking about how Jiang Hao had just ruthlessly abandoned her and didn't care about her life or death at all. Originally, this role could only be played by her, so how could she be the one to be abandoned? Jiang Hao brought us to follow you, looking for an opportunity to kill you. Hearing this, Jiang Jun narrowed his eyes. Since Jiang Hao wants to kill him, then this person must be terrible. Wait here for a moment. I'll find a branch for you to use as a crutch. At this moment, Jiang Jun's voice was very calm, and he was not angry when he heard that Jiang Hao wanted to kill him. Lu Ruyan sighed inwardly, after all, this is still the Jiang Jun I know. If you're not a little more ruthless, how are you going to get back what you've lost? Seeing Jiang Jun about to leave, Lu Ruyan reacted, Jiang Jun, what I said is the truth, I really didn't lie to you, don't make excuses to leave me. After all, we have all loved each other before, woo-woo. Jiang Jun habitually stretched out his hand and rubbed Lu Ruyan's head twice, treating Lu Ruyan as a semi-finished product. Be good, I told you to find a branch to use as a crutch. Don't we even have that little bit of trust anymore? Lu Ruyan. Suddenly, she felt like she had become a chihuahua, but the thought was fleeting. Lu Ruyan nodded, then shook her head. During this period of time, Jiang Jun seemed to have suddenly become enlightened. He turned from a waste into a warrior, and now he has won the first place in the Warrior College entrance examination ranking. Lu Ruyan felt very unfamiliar. The Jiang Jun in front of her was no longer the Jiang Jun she knew. But now she could only suppress her inner fear and said delicately, "Brother Jiang Jun, please go back quickly, or the baby will be scared." Jiang Jun immediately said in a cold voice, "If you can't say it, don't say it next time. The sound you make when you squeeze your thighs together is really freezing." After saying that, Jiang Jun turned and walked towards a big tree not far away. Lu Ruyan was stunned. Didn't Jiang Jun like it very much before? She said it with a clamp sound, but she really didn't clamp her legs together. Could it be that she was wet and the pronunciation was not standard? Jiang Jun walked behind a big tree, and with the help of the tree's cover, he released Lin Qingli from the puppet space. Seeing Jiang Jun, Lin Qingli was about to call out Dad. Jiang Jun immediately gave an order, asking Lin Qingli to shut up. The next moment, Lin Qingli suppressed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. His whole face swelled up like a pufferfish. Jiang Jun was amused by her expression and reached out to rub her head twice. Then, he put a Monkey King mask on Lin Qingli, covering her entire face. Relying on the connection between him and the puppet, Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli the next instruction. "Go, kill Jiang Hao." In an instant, Lin Qingli's eyes turned scarlet. His figure flashed and he chased in the direction Jiang Hao left. Chapter 58, The Thing in the Palm of Your Hand, From a Fish Pond to the Fish in the Fish Pond. After Lin Qingli left, Jiang Jun immediately started sharing vision. The next moment, Lin Qingli's vision appeared in Jiang Jun's mind. Following the system's instructions, Jiang Jun's mind moved, and the picture in his mind split into two, with two perspectives appearing, one of Lin Qingli's father and the other of Lin Qingli. This function is better than multitasking. Jiang Jun smiled, then took out a dagger, cut a branch, and dragged it in front of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Jun coming back. Fortunately, he was not the same as Jiang Hao. "I'm back." Lu Ruyan tried her best to put on the sweetest smile, and now she could only rely on Jiang Jun temporarily. She didn't want her good looks to become food for wild monkeys. Jiang Jun nodded coldly without even checking on the severity of Lu Ruyan's foot injury. He used a dagger to cut the branch into several small pieces, leaving a long branch and then cutting it into some pieces to use as a walking stick. Then he took out a hemp rope and bent over to tie a few short branches to Lu Ruyan's calves, so that Lu Ruyan should be able to walk on her own with the help of crutches. Seeing Jiang Jun leaning over, Lu Ruyan seemed to think of something. "Jiang Jun, you're not really going to let me go by myself." Seeing Jiang Jun coming back, Lu Ruyan's confidence also returned. The Lu Ruyan who once pointed fingers at Jiang Jun is back. Jiang Jun frowned, and before Jiang Jun could speak, Lu Ruyan spoke again. "Jiang Jun, I'm giving you a chance to take advantage of me openly and honestly." Jiang Jun almost wanted to laugh out loud. Even the most beautiful girl in Sangyan martial arts school was now in his hands. Even if Lu Ruyan was naked in front of him, Jiang Jun might not be moved. "It's just a patch on your back, what's the big deal? Leave it to the beggars on the street who need alms." The next moment, Jiang Jun said coldly, "Open your legs and stretch out your injured foot." Isn't it okay if I open my mouth and stretch it out?" Seeing that Jiang Jun didn't buy it, Lu Ruyan could only slowly spread her legs as wide as possible, and then move her injured foot out little by little. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan thought of something and tightened her leg muscles, trying to pull her legs back. Unexpectedly, Jiang Jun grabbed him with one hand and said, "Hurry up. If you dawdle, I'll leave you behind when the wild monkey comes." As he spoke, Jiang Jun picked up the short branches and the hemp rope to tie it up. At this time, a gust of wind blew. "Why does it smell like urine?" Jiang Jun murmured softly, then glanced upwards. There was a wet spot in the middle of Lu Ruyan. "What's wrong with you? Are you going to pee?" Jiang Jun couldn't hold back his smile on his cold face anymore. Before Jiang Jun traveled through time, he had received professional training, so he usually wouldn't laugh. "Unless you can't help it." "Ha ha. I'm not laughing, I really am not laughing at you." Lu Ruyan. At this moment, she almost wanted to go back to her cave. "It's so embarrassing." In the end, Jiang Jun struggled to hold back his laughter, tied up a few short branches with hemp rope, and then threw a long branch to Lu Ruyan. "Go on your own." "Oh." Lu Ruyan was dejected. She picked up a branch and slowly supported herself. As for asking Jiang Jun to carry him, she really didn't dare to think about it. Then, Jiang Jun walked in front, and Lu Ruyan followed behind with gritted teeth. After doing all this, Jiang Jun opened the live broadcast screen. In this way, Jiang Hao's death has nothing to do with him. In order to make it more convincing, some candidates were also silenced. Jiang Jun logged into the chat room, took a look, and found that there were 99 plus private messages in the chat room. The chat room was still constantly being refreshed with messages saying that Jiang Jun's score had risen from 75 to 155, breaking the highest score in the country. Even if Jiang Jun were to lie down right now, it would definitely be unprecedented. After taking a quick look, Jiang Jun used the camera function in the chat room to take a photo of him and Lu Ruyan together. Post to chat room. Title: I'm so loving that I got tangled up with a wounded stray cat. Suddenly, the chat room exploded. Mu Liangping, boss Jiang Jun, if you don't want this hurtful cat, just give it to me. I will definitely fatten her up. Guang Yuan Ming, big brother is big brother, I admire you, please accept my knees and let me hug your thighs. Wu Honi, boss Jiang Jun, I am also a kitten with a wounded heart. Please take me in. Kong Subai, big brother up there, do you still have any shame? Even if I have to be a kitten, I'll do it. Diao Yi, brother Jiang Jun, my heart aches, but I'm also very happy. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Jen Huihan, I think it's funny too, ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm laughing so hard that it hurts my grandma. In Zihan, brother Jiang Jun, I won't be jealous. For you, I can do 2 or 3. After achieving his goal, Jiang Jun left the chat room. At this time, Lu Ruyan widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Jun who was walking in front. No, how did you put our photo up there? Did you get my consent? How can you let all the candidates from the martial arts school see me in this state? At this moment, Lu Ruyan wanted to die. She is very angry. Very angry. When she gets angry, her stomach becomes uncomfortable. Called. In order to kill Jiang Jun, they rushed all the way here and hadn't eaten anything. In order to travel light, Lu Ruyan left all her food with Jiang Hao. Now she has no hair on her body except fur. Jiang Jun, I'm hungry, do you have anything to eat? Eat? Jiang Jun turned around and frowned. Lu Ruyan also thought Jiang Jun was stingy, but Jiang Jun just forgot to eat. It's time to eat something. I remember there's a stream ahead. Let's eat there. After saying that, Jiang Jun ignored Lu Ruyan and continued walking forward. Lu Ruyan could only limp behind. Soon, the two came to the stream, and Jiang Jun found a more open place. Let's just eat something here. Jiang Jun said this and then turned off the live broadcast. The next moment, Jiang Jun took out an iron-toothed pig from the puppet space. Jiang Jun deliberately kept this first-level iron-toothed pig. He originally planned to use it as bait, but now he is afraid it can no longer be used. But its mission is not yet complete. So, Jiang Jun decided to complete this glorious mission for it. Lu Ruyan was still waiting for Jiang Jun to take out food to feed her, but she saw that Jiang Jun turned off the live broadcast function of the bracelet. And considering Lu Ruyan's current condition, she would definitely not do a live broadcast. Lu Ruyan was just about to ask Jiang Jun why he had to turn off the live broadcast when he just wanted to eat something. Just a blink of an eye. Jiang Jun was holding a giant monster. Iron-toothed pig? Seeing Jiang Jun take out an iron-toothed pig out of thin air, she actually felt a sense of admiration for Jiang Jun. No. He is just one of the fish in my pond. Lu Ruyan shook her head. She would never allow herself to become a fish in a fish pond. Jiang Jun took out the iron-toothed pig and turned on the live broadcast. Then, Jiang Jun carried the iron-toothed pig to the stream, took out the scalpel produced by the system and started bleeding. Seeing the scene, Lu Ruyan was stunned. The first rule of survival in a secret realm is that you cannot cook in a secret realm. Jiang Jun wouldn't intend to let her eat raw pork, right? Chapter 59, God Has Eyes. After seeing Jiang Jun's actions, she had already imagined everything. Jiang Jun, you're not planning to eat this iron-toothed pig, are you? Jiang Jun said grimly, is there a problem? Lu Ruyan's voice trembled a little, eat it raw? Jiang Jun said impatiently, roast it and eat it. Lu Ruyan. After hearing Jiang Jun's answer, Lu Ruyan became even more frightened. I don't want to eat anymore, and you don't want to eat anymore. Let's switch to some dry food. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan became incoherent. Jiang Jun treats her like this, she will be killed by Jiang Jun if she doesn't die. All right. Jiang Jun took out a piece of bread from the puppet space, threw it to Lu Ruyan, and continued to cut the iron toothpick with a scalpel. Lu Ruyan. Jiang Jun, aren't we eating bread together? Why did the iron-toothed pig start talking? Jiang Jun looked at Lu Ruyan as if she was an idiot, then turned around and seemed to be muttering to himself. This iron-toothed pig turns golden brown after being roasted, with crispy skin and tender meat. And yet someone still wants to eat dry food? Tell me, are you a cheapskate? Lu Ruyan just picked up the bread and was about to gobble it up, but when she heard Jiang Jun's words, the bread in her hand suddenly lost its flavor. Jiang Jun used a scalpel to cut open the iron-toothed pig's stomach and removed its internal organs, then threw them far away. The main purpose this time is not to attract monsters, so Jiang Jun has no need to disgust himself. After doing all this, Jiang Jun took out the tools left over from last time from the puppet space. Seeing Jiang Jun take out these things out of thin air, Lu Ruyan was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that Jiang Jun was a habitual offender. Who would put these things into the nanospace? Lu Ruyan was puzzled by the fact that Jiang Jun had a nanospace, and it seemed that there was quite a lot of it. Where did Jiang Jun get so much money to buy this nanospace? The most important thing is that Lu Ruyan still doesn't know where this nanospace is hidden. Is it a necklace, a ring, or a belt? Jiang Jun inserted the 2 tree branches into the soil like driving piles to secure them. Then he took the long and sharp tree pole and poked it into the iron-toothed pig's mouth and out of its eyes. The operation is as fierce as a tiger. Possessing the Great Sun Thunder body, Jiang Jun easily lifted up the 3-meter-long iron-toothed pig. The last step is to make a fire. Light up the dry firewood that I collected earlier. I think it will be just enough to roast the iron-toothed pig after it is burned out. However, I still need to add some more information when I have time and put it in the puppet space in case of emergency. After doing all this, Jiang Jun used the camera function in the chat room to take a photo and upload it. Title: A man who knows how to love himself should never let himself be wronged. This time, let us have roasted pig. When the candidates in the chat room saw the photos sent by Jiang Jun, they exploded again. Lang Kaijun, fuck, this is simply a godlike operation, the boss is so courageous. Du Yanghua, what is Lu Ruyan doing? She's eating bread. No way, she has barbecue but she's eating bread? Meihan, did you see the heroine's face turn pale? I guess she'll attract wild monkeys and pee herself. Si Kong Shou, Big Brother is Big Brother, the martial arts exam is like a barbecue, send me a seat, I am so shameless to come and get some food. Kong Tsubai, Big Brother upstairs, let me handle this kind of thing. At Brother Jiang Jun, I want to eat roasted pig's trotters, you have to feed me. In Zihan, at Kong Tsubai, hee, the pig's trotter is so thick and big, you can eat it, be careful or you'll burst. Kong Tsubai at In Zihan, if it's Brother Jiang Jun's pig's trotter, I'll eat it even if I can't finish it, even if it makes me burst. All I want is an attitude. Diao Yi, ha, Ruyan Lu is eating bread. It must be leftover bread. She can't even eat the meat. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Zhen Huihan, at Jiang Jun, they can't eat pig's trotters, but I can. I'll open my throat wide for you. Si Kong Shou, everyone upstairs, is this the pig's trotter I was thinking of? Jiang Jun left the chat room after sending the photo. Lu Ruyan saw that Jiang Jun seemed to be taking pictures again, and then her bracelet flashed wildly. While Jiang Jun was making a fire, Lu Ruyan immediately logged into the chat room and flipped the screen to check the chat history. The house was broken into instantly. The next moment, crazy output began. Lu Ruyan, at Meihan, just pee, your whole family will pee. Lu Ruyan, at Diaoyi, you can't even eat leftover bread. I don't want to eat meat, not that I can't. You're a jerk. Lu Ruyan, at Kong Tsubai at In Zihan at Zhen Huihan, I'll send you the location privately. If you dare come, I'll have Jiang Jun stuff you to death with pig's trotters. Inside the fortress room. Looking at the black screen, everyone was curious whether Jiang Jun was dead or alive. By the time the rankings appeared on 50 splice display screens, Jiang Jun's score had actually risen from 75 to 155. Everyone was collectively stunned. If Jiang Jun had not died, he would definitely not be comparable to any martial arts champion. This would have broken the national record for martial arts college entrance examinations. And it is still far ahead, absolutely unprecedented and unmatched. When the squad leader of the Demon Suppression Army who was in charge of guarding the examination room told Gu Wu through the communication equipment that Jiang Jun was not only not dead, but was doing very well. Gu Wu was so excited that he almost danced with joy. He immediately shouted, I have news to tell you all. Jiang Jun is not dead. Suddenly, Wei Qingji roared and cried, even more sad than when his father was gone. Everyone? The next moment, Wei Qingji shouted, it's great that Jiang Jun didn't die. If you died, my heart would have gone with you. Ha, God has eyes. Jiang Jun will definitely be the person who will keep Daxia from falling in the future. He can't die. At this time, Wei Qingji had completely forgotten what he had said before. As long as Jiang Jun could survive and pass the warrior college entrance examination, he would be happy. Jiang Jun is the miracle of Sanyan Martial Arts School. Jiang Jun is the glory of Sanyan Martial Arts School. Seeing Wei Qingji's shameless look, everyone despised him in their hearts, but did not dare to show it. The other martial arts schools accepted the defeat with conviction and will be suppressed by Sanyan Martial Arts School in the next 10 years because Sanyan Martial Arts School produced Jiang Jun. The 4 major colleges also began to fight openly and secretly, trying to get Jiang Jun to their own colleges. Shen Pengyun, congratulations to Principal Wei for having such a student. Jiang Jun's achievements today are definitely due to Principal Wei's cultivation. At this moment, Shen Pengyun no longer cared about Jiang Jun calling him a dog demon. If Jiang Jun is willing to join Qinglong Martial Arts School, even if he barks like a dog a few times, it will be fine. The invigilators from other colleges also began to praise Wei Qingji, making Wei Qingji feel proud again. After a while, a demon-suppressing soldier came in. Master Gu, Jiang Jun has started the live broadcast. Should we continue to broadcast it to the big screen? Connect. Gu didn't even ask for the opinions of those present, and immediately replaced all the monitors with Jiang Jun's live broadcast. Soon, 2 figures appeared in Jiang Jun's live broadcast. One was Jiang Jun, and the other was Lu Ruyan, who ranked 10th. Jiang Jun was seen walking in front, followed by Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's foot seemed to be injured, and she had to use the support of branches to barely walk. After a while, the two came to a stream. Just as everyone was concentrating on watching the composite image from 50 monitors. Suddenly, the screen went black. Fuck! In an instant, everyone burst out with the national quintessence. Chapter 60, The Monkey King Kills People. Zhang Hao and his teammates are wiped out. Just when everyone was bursting out the national quintessence, the screen flickered. The image of Jiang Jun appeared again, and now there was an iron-toothed pig in front of him. They were not too surprised to see an iron-toothed pig. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that it was a first-level iron-toothed pig. But just when they were wondering what Jiang Jun wanted to do by taking out a first-level iron-toothed pig, Jiang Jun had already taken out a scalpel, drained the blood from the iron-toothed pig, then opened its mouth and dug out its internal organs. Next, take out some tree branches and sharpened branches, and insert the tree branches into the ground and stand them up. Then, he used a sharpened branch to poke the iron-toothed pig in the mouth and eyes. Finally, place the iron-toothed pig on a tree branch. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. If they still don't know what Jiang Jun is going to do, they must have been kicked in the brain by a donkey. Gu Wu's face twitched. Jiang Jun doesn't want to roast this iron-toothed pig in the GD secret realm, does he? Chen Mingxiu seemed to have thought of something. After the last beast died, it was investigated that it was because someone was barbecuing in the Tianga secret realm, which triggered the beast tide. It's a pity that no one has found out who did it. If this person is found, Chen Mingxiu will definitely beat him to a pulp. Even a 3-year-old child knows that the most dangerous thing in the secret realm is cooking, because the aroma of food will attract a large number of monsters. Now seeing Jiang Jun take out the iron-toothed pig, Chen Mingxiu seemed to have known who the murderer was last time. After Gu Wugong finished speaking, Jiang Jun had already proved it with his actions. Jiang Jun took out some dry firewood and started a fire. Everyone was shocked again. Are you looking for death? To be on the safe side, Chen Mingxiu came to Gu Wu and said a few words in his ear in a voice that only they could hear. Suddenly, Gu Wu's face changed drastically and he left the room immediately. Come to the Fortress Command Center and issue one order after another. Jiang Family Mansion. When Jingyun saw the black screen, he thought Jiang Jun was going to die. Who knew that when the screen switched to the live broadcast of other people's scenes, there would be a ranking list in the upper right corner of the TV. The ranking did not change, except that Jiang Jun's points increased from 75 to 155. Seeing Jiang Jun's points, Jingyun could no longer remain calm. Not only did Jiang Jun not die, but he also created a miracle. A miracle that could make the Jiang family prosper if Jiang Jun had not been kicked out of the Jiang family. The Jiang family will have this honor. Did I do something wrong? No, I did nothing wrong. All my decisions are for the future of the Jiang family. At this moment, Jingyun muttered to himself. The butler saw this scene and shook his head. After a while, the scene changed and the beautiful host appeared again. Everyone, I have good news to report to you. Zhang Jun, a student from Sangyan Martial Arts School, broke the national record for martial arts college entrance exams with a score of 155. This is 85 points more than the highest record. Zhang Jun's score has been verified to be genuine. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhang Jun will become this year's national martial arts champion. Now let's continue playing Zhang Jun's footage and see the national martial arts champion. After saying that, the beautiful host waved her hand, and the scene changed to show Zhang Jun roasting the iron-toothed pig. Yanxian Crematorium. In the family hall, Zhang Ping'an finished his phone call, cursed a few words, and soon fell headfirst onto the table while holding the photo. It seems he drank too much. At this time, the TV was showing the scene of Zhang Jun roasting the iron-toothed pig. Looking at Zhang Jun's meticulous appearance, he seemed to be immersed in roasting the iron-toothed pig. In fact, at this moment, Zhang Jun has already seen Jiang Hao's figure through vision sharing. Damn it! Zhang Jun is not only alive, but his points have even increased to 155. If I don't kill Zhang Jun, I absolutely can't take first place. And that bitch Lu Ruyan is actually hanging out with Zhang Jun. Everyone knows she's my girlfriend. Everyone in the chat room is making fun of me now. Hurry up and think of a way to kill Zhang Jun. The 10 candidates who followed him seemed to share the same hatred for Jiang Hao, but in fact they despised him deeply in their hearts. They saw that Jiang Hao ignored Lu Ruyan in order to escape from danger as quickly as possible. If this kind of person had not accepted Jiang Hao's genetic reagents and had a sum of money, he would have made a considerable income after killing Zhang Jun. They would definitely ignore Jiang Hao. I think we should ignore Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun is courting death now. Yes, he will definitely attract a lot of wild monkeys when he is barbecuing in the secret realm. It's hard to say how they will die. If that's the case, we must never get close to him again. He's too dangerous and could kill us. After hearing what these people said, Jiang Hao thought about it, then took out his bracelet and asked his informant to determine Zhang Jun's location first. As for killing Zhang Jun, Jiang Hao planned to observe the situation first before making a decision. There was still time anyway. But how could Jiang Hao know that maybe his time was running out? At this moment, not far away, a black shadow wearing a Monkey King mask was staring at them like a monster, ready to give them a fatal blow at any time. Through the shared vision, Zhang Jun narrowed his eyes. Although he couldn't hear any sound, he saw that Jiang Hao seemed to be reading the content of the chat room, and then cursing at people. Without thinking, I had already guessed what Jiang Hao was saying. Through the connection with Lin Qingli, Zhang Jun gave Lin Qingli another instruction. Kill, leave no one alive. After receiving the order, Lin Qingli pounced out like a beast, and with her phantom legs on her feet, she appeared in front of Jiang Hao in an instant like a ghost. Big. Jiang Hao had just uttered a word when Lin Qingli used the Feiyan sword technique to kill him with a blow. Jiang Hao covered his neck with his hands as blood gushed out, and fell to the ground unwillingly. 10 people reacted, and one of them spoke up. Who are you, and why did you kill him? As soon as the man finished speaking, a silver light flashed by, and he fell to the ground, covering his neck in disbelief. The remaining 9 people reacted and were immediately panicked. Walk. Another person was shot down as soon as he opened his mouth. Ah! Some people were frightened and screamed. But the next moment, his voice stopped abruptly. The remaining people had already fled in all directions. But soon, 11 corpses were scattered on the bloody ground. At this time, He Jingyun looked at the live broadcast on TV, first laughed, then started cursing. Ha, doesn't Zhang Jun know that barbecuing in the secret realm will attract a large number of monsters? It seems that this time, this little bastard is doomed. The martial arts champion of Tianyuan City is still Jiang Hao. The housekeeper also echoed, the old lady is right. Barbecuing in a secret place is like shitting on the head of the king of hell. Zhang Jun is definitely dead. At this moment, second place on the list. Jiang Hao's name suddenly disappeared and was replaced by Gao Haokong, a candidate from Qingyue Martial Arts School. Chapter 61. Everyone is shocked and finds out the truth. Ah, you said it well. He Jingyun laughed, and his body seemed to be much better. No headache, no back pain, no shortness of breath. But when she looked at the ranking list in the upper right corner, the second name on the list became Gao Haokong. Let us take a look at Gao Haokong's points. They are only 35 points, which is not comparable to Jiang Hao's points at all. There is only one possibility for a name to disappear from the ranking list, that is, the person is dead. Thinking of this, He Jingyun tilted his head and fell on the bed. Madam, what's wrong with you? Someone, hurry up and send the old lady to the hospital. From Lin Qingli's shared vision, she saw Jiang Hao and the 10 candidates who followed him lying in a pool of blood. Jiang Jun immediately gave Lin Qingli an instruction, asking her to leave the scene as quickly as possible and come to where he was. We can finally eat the barbecue. Jiang Jun turned over the iron-toothed pig on the fire and muttered to himself. Then he held the scalpel and grinned. From a very tricky angle. With just a few light strokes at the joint of the iron-toothed pig's hind legs, the iron-toothed pig's hind legs were removed. Then, Jiang Jun bit into the best part of the thigh and tore the barbecue off in one bite. It's still the same experience, the crispy skin bursts between the teeth, releasing rich fat. The lean meat is tender and chewy, juicy, salty, and slightly sweet. The next moment, Jiang Jun logged into the chat room again. The chat room exploded a long time ago. Some candidates were shocked when they saw Jiang Hao, who ranked second, suddenly disappear. Sikong Shou, I didn't expect that Jiang Hao would be killed by the wild monkey. Lang Kaijun, I think he definitely can't stand the stimulation. If Jiang Jun hadn't appeared, he would have been the top martial arts champion this year. Du Yangbua, actually, he is too persistent. As far as I know, he and Jiang Jun are both from the Jiang family. Whoever wins the title of martial arts champion will be honored by the Jiang family. Mei Han, at Diangbo, how long have you been in seclusion? Jiang Jun was kicked out of the Jiang family and became their abandoned child 2 years ago. Diao Yi, brother Jiang Jun will always be a legend. I wanted to catch up with brother Jiang Jun, but ended up losing my life. How sad. Kong Subai, who dares to say that Jiang Jun is the Jiang family's abandoned child? In the past, the Jiang family ignored him, but now they can't afford him. Yin Zihan, at brother Jiang Jun, where are you? Let's scan and give me your location. I'll drop in right away. Diaoyi, at Yin Zihan, you idiot, you're going to turn over a crab shell if you don't fight for 3 days. I'll give you 2 positions, let's see who begs for mercy first. Yin Zihan, at Diaoyi, you are so different, whoever comes here is afraid of you. After taking a casual glance, Jiang Jun used the photo-taking function in the chat room. I took a photo, holding the golden roasted iron-toothed pig's hind leg in one hand and making a V sign with the other. I took the coolest photo at a 4 or 5 degree angle and uploaded it to the chat room. Title: The hind leg of the iron-toothed pig is so delicious. A bite of barbecue from a secret place. Have you tried it? In an instant, the chat room exploded again. Everyone's topic revolved around Jiang Jun, and no one mentioned Jiang Hao anymore. After all, a dead person is already a dead person. When Lu Ruyan saw Jiang Jun was about to show off again, she secretly entered the chat room and looked through the chat history. Seeing that everyone was saying that Jiang Hao had disappeared from the rankings, Lu Ruyan immediately exited the chat room and took a look. I was completely stunned. Jiang Hao is dead. How could he die? Then how could she become the granddaughter-in-law of the Jiang family? The next moment, Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Jun. If nothing unexpected happens, Jiang Jun will become the national martial arts champion. With this halo, maybe the old lady of the Jiang family will agree to let Jiang Jun return to the Jiang family. And she is engaged to Jiang Jun, doesn't that mean she is the granddaughter-in-law of the Jiang family? When Lu Ruyan thought about Jiang Hao's cruel abandonment of her, she was filled with anger. Now Jiang Hao is dead. Good death. It doesn't matter who he marries, at least Jiang Jun didn't abandon her and was willing to give her bread to eat. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan felt very happy, and even Jiang Jun seemed to be more pleasing to the eye. Brother Jiang Jun, I'm hungry, can you give me some barbecue? When Lu Ruyan said this in a delicate voice, goosebumps all over her body started to stand on end. She just doesn't believe that Jiang Jun is immune. Hearing this, Jiang Jun shuddered and looked at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, did you pee again? Lu Ruyan, no. Jiang Jun glanced at her in disbelief and said, You're peeing, so why are you talking with your legs together? No, I want to eat barbecue, brother Jiang Jun. This time Lu Ruyan did not use a clasped tone. But when he heard brother Jiang Jun, and the last 2 words brother came from the original owner's memory, he shuddered again. It seems that the original owner really fell for it, but Jiang Jun definitely didn't. You can eat barbecue if you want, but wait until you die. Lu Ruyan. After saying that, Jiang Jun ignored Lu Ruyan. In fact, what Jiang Jun said was true. Only Lu Ruyan died and was turned into a puppet. She will belong to Jiang Jun forever. Otherwise, a green tea girl like Lu Ruyan would stay with you now that you are useful to her. You are of no use, and there is a lush green prairie right above your head. Seeing that Jiang Jun ignored her, Lu Ruyan could only watch Jiang Jun eat barbecue with grievance, her throat rolling from time to time. Inside the fortress, Gu Wu walked out of the command center and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything in GD's secret realm was under his control. Otherwise, Jiang Jun will kill him this time. When Gu Wu was about to return to the room to continue watching the live broadcast, he just walked out the door when he heard a scream from inside the room. I thought something big had happened, so I opened the door and rushed in immediately. Entering the room, Gu Wu saw that everyone's faces had varying degrees of shock. Especially Wei Qingji, with a bitter face, looked like his dead father. Before Gu Wu could speak, Wei Qingji started cursing and shouting. Commander Gu, I'm glad you're back. Jiang Hao is dead. You must find out the cause of his death. This time, Wei Qingji was really sad. After all, Jiang Hao was second on the list and his aura was not as good as Jiang Jun. But he is also a student of Tsanyan Martial Arts School and the glory of Tsanyan Martial Arts School. Hearing this, Gu Wu frowned and looked at the 50 monitors. At this time, a video was being played showing Jiang Jun gnawing on the roasted iron-toothed pig's hind leg with one hand and making a V sign with the other. When his eyes fell on the ranking list, Jiang Hao's name disappeared. For a moment, Gu Wu was also stunned. Jiang Hao's name disappeared, which means Jiang Hao is dead. Principal Wei, don't get excited. Let me see what's going on first. The bracelet can sense the pulse of the wearer to determine whether the wearer is alive or dead. Normally, when the wearer dies, the bracelet will be disconnected and his name will disappear. But as long as you have permission, you can reactivate the bracelet. Not only can you get the location of the deceased, but you can also see the environment around the deceased. Preview: Next chapter, Jiang Jun will train horsemanship in the water. Chapter 62, Premeditated Murder, Jiang Jun training horseback riding in water. The next moment, Gu Wu pressed a button on the desktop, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Then Gu Wu clicked on a statistical score and data picture, which showed the death toll. On the virtual screen, a group of names appeared. These were all the dead candidates. Seeing this group of names, Gu Wu frowned, because 11 people died in almost 1 minute. There is no need to think about it, these 11 people should have died one after another within a minute. Jiang Hao's name was also among them. Gu Wu immediately used his authority to activate the bracelet in Jiang Hao's hand again. Then, connect 50 monitors. The scene changed and Jiang Jun's image disappeared. Jiang Hao's live broadcast screen appeared and was projected onto 50 display screens. It can be seen that before Jiang Hao died, his eyes were still wide open, as if full of unwillingness. Looking a little further down, you can see a bloodstain on his neck, with blood flowing out of the bloodstain, staining a large area of the ground red. Then the camera turned and saw 3 or 4 corpses around, all of whom had been stabbed in the throat by a sword. Gu Wu frowned and activated the bracelet again, which showed that 10 people had died at about the same time. From their footage, it can be seen that Jiang Hao and these 10 people were killed by the same person. And they are all candidates from Tsanyan Martial Arts School. It's a pity that none of these 10 people turned on the live broadcast function, so they don't know who the murderer is. Seeing this scene, everyone present fell silent. After a long while, Wei Qingji said indignantly, Master Gu, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. I suspect someone is targeting the candidates from our Tsanyan Martial Arts School. This is definitely a premeditated murder. After saying that, Wei Qingji looked at the principals of other martial arts schools. The next moment, all the martial arts school principals took over the conversation. Yun Wenbin, yes, Commander Gu must investigate this matter thoroughly. I believe justice lies in the hearts of the people. Yuan Xiaowei, Master Gu, this incident has a huge impact on our martial arts school. We must give the students an explanation. Gong Wanmiao, I didn't expect someone to be so cruel and brutal. Gui Gaoming, the murderer who killed these 11 people is definitely someone on the list. I believe it won't be difficult to find out. Finally, Gu Wu held his hand and said, Don't worry, everyone. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter and give you an explanation. The next moment, Gu Wu took out the communication equipment and notified the demon-suppressing army responsible for guarding the examination room to investigate the scene and take away the bodies of the 11 people. An investigation was then launched, and everyone except Jiang Jun and Lu Ruyan was suspected. Lu family. Lu Zhishan had 2 long tissues stuffed in his nostrils and was opening a durian for Li Fenglian. People who like to eat durian will never think that durian is smelly. For those who don't like durian, the smell of durian is like the stench of crabs. Lu Zhishan could tolerate Li Finglian's stinky feet, but he could not tolerate the smell of this durian. However, Li Finglian liked to eat it, so he could only love her as well. Who made Li Finglian so angry now that she could only eat durian to cool down? Of course, this is just what Lu Zhishang said to comfort himself, if only he could be the boss. Li Finglian dared to eat durian in front of him, so he asked Li Finglian to eat persimmon. At this time, the TV was showing Jiang Jun barbecuing by the stream. Their beloved daughter Lu Ruyan also appeared in the picture. But Lu Ruyan seemed to have injured her foot and was chewing on a piece of bread in her hand. As soon as she saw Lu Ruyan's appearance, Li Finglian, as a mother, could tell that her daughter was wronged. How dare you bully her precious woman? Suddenly, Li Finglian started to speak to Jiang Jun on TV. What? Only 2 inches long. What chopsticks are stirring up the fish pond? What can't last more than 2 seconds? What about giving birth to a son without eyes? In short, she could come up with any words to curse Jiang Jun. Lu Zhishang was horrified when he heard this. Not only did Jiang Jun survive, he also became the national martial arts champion. That would be fine, but barbecuing in the secret realm is courting death. The problem is that Jiang Jun asked Lu Ruyan to take the blame and not let him eat barbecue. Li Finglian was so angry that even Buddha would be furious. Ruyan, don't be angry, eat some durian to cool down. Lu Zhishang wore disposable gloves and handed a piece of durian to Li Finglian. Li Finglian took the durian and was about to take a bite when she looked at the TV rankings. Suddenly, Jiang Hao's name disappeared from the second place. It didn't rank first, nor did it drop to third or fourth, it just disappeared directly. Which means Jiang Hao is dead. When Li Finglian saw this scene, it was like a bolt from the blue. Jiang Hao is dead. Lu Ruyan's dream of becoming Jiang family's granddaughter-in-law may also be shattered. Then she can't use the Jiang family as a stepping stone to help the Lu family move to a higher level by relying on her daughter's status. Her LV bag, Hermes scarves, Tiffany diamond ring, Cartier antique brooch. All gone. Ah. 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 Li Finglian suddenly screamed like crazy, and then stuffed the big piece of durian in her hand into Lu Zhishang's mouth. You don't eat durian? I don't eat beef. Eat it up, if you can't finish it I'll let you lick it. Suddenly, Lu Zhishang rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Only then did Li Finglian come to her senses. Husband, what's wrong with you? Who told you to eat durian? Jiang Jun was a little disappointed that he had almost finished eating and no one came to eat the barbecue. I originally thought that if I could have 2 witnesses, it would be perfect to take a photo with them. Even the Jiang family cannot blame him for Jiang Hao's death. Who knew that these people who swore they wanted to locate the location, get some free barbecue, and even airdrop were actually scared to death? Suddenly, the corners of Jiang Jun's mouth curled up slightly. Through vision sharing, Lin Qingli finally arrived at the place he designated. Lin Qingli passed through the stream upstream and slowly dived downstream. Now she was under the stream where Jiang Jun was barbecuing. Lu Ruyan, watch over this barbecue. Don't eat anything secretly. I'm going to take a shower. I've been diving for a long time. If you have any questions, just shout. Jiang Jun, don't go take a shower. I'm here alone and I'm scared. Lu Ruyan was a little scared. What if Jiang Jun went into the stream and a wild monkey suddenly appeared? Wouldn't she have to go find Jiang Hao? Then let's go down and take a shower together. I'll help you wash? As he spoke, Jiang Jun showed a lewd smile. You go ahead, I'll just watch. Lu Ruyan immediately shook her head. She was a green tea girl, but definitely not a socialite. Understand men's psychology better. Once a man succeeds, you will become a plaything. Not far. Forget it. Jiang Jun deliberately glanced at the place where Lu Ruyan had just urinated, and then walked towards the stream meaningfully. Jiang Jun took off his silver combat uniform, wearing only his shorts, and jumped into the water with a somersault. Then, Jiang Jun surfaced, and with both hands he smoothed his hair into a suit-like hairstyle that looked like it was covered with half a pound of wax. Then I logged into the chat room and used the camera function to take a photo in the water. The angle is just right so you can see the barbecue and Lu Ruyan with a sad look on her face. Title: After eating a full meal, take a bath and swim to help digest the food. After editing the title, Jiang Jun pressed the send button and then dived into the water. At this time, Lin Qingli was already underwater, staring at Jiang Jun with her big eyes. Dad! When she saw Jiang Jun, Lin Qingli was very excited. She swung her long legs that were longer than her life, and hid in Jiang Jun's arms as gracefully as a mermaid. Feeling the different touch, Jiang Jun's fists hardened. Jiang Jun rubbed Lin Qingli's head and then gave Lin Qingli an instruction. Lin Qingli quickly broke away from Jiang Jun's arms, and then used skillful techniques to tie her single ponytail into 2 ponytails in the water. Chapter 63, 50 Wild monkeys couldn't kill him, but he killed himself while playing in the water? Seeing the photos sent by Jiang Jun, the chat room exploded again. The person in question was already training a horse in the water. The horse was unruly and Jiang Jun spent a long time trying to tame it. He almost fell off the horse several times and nearly broke his leg. Seeing Jiang Jun dive into the water and not come up for almost 30 minutes, we know that the maximum time a human can hold their breath underwater is only 24 minutes and 37 seconds. Lu Ruyan didn't care about Jiang Jun's life or death, but she left her with the uneaten roasted iron-toothed pork. No way. This will attract wild monkeys at any time. By the 35th minute, Lu Ruyan could no longer sit still. She was absolutely convinced that Jiang Jun had an accident and drowned. Think about a national martial arts champion who couldn't be killed by 50 wild monkeys, but he killed himself while playing in the water. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's mind flashed with the image of Jiang Hao's elder brother Jiang Long, that arrogant and cold man with a pouty mouth. Between life and death, Lu Ruyan has already thought of her next backup plan. Just when Lu Ruyan was about to walk to the stream and shout a few times, asking Jiang Jun to get on his way safely, a figure rushed out from the water. Half of the body jumped up. Not to mention Lu Ruyan's anxiety, Jiang Jun almost suffocated to death. It's really like holding back both from top and bottom. Fortunately, Lin Qingli was very powerful at the last moment, and she managed to deal with Jiang Jun with a few moves. Jiang Jun immediately put Lin Qingli into the puppet space, then stepped on the ground and soared into the sky. Jiang Jun, you are not dead yet. Seeing Jiang Jun surfacing, Lu Ruyan blurted out. Jiang Jun, you die. The whole family died. 9 clans will die. I'm not dead yet. Jiang Jun muttered inwardly, then swam to the stream and put on his silver combat uniform. Look, there is still half a day left before the end of the Warrior College entrance examination. When the time is up, except for special circumstances, everyone must leave the examination room within the specified time, otherwise the test results will be invalid. Of course, some people leave the examination room early, but they cannot enter the examination room again after leaving, and the results will only record the points at that time. I'm going back to the fortress. Do you want to stay? Jiang Jun asked casually. Back, I want to go back to the fortress. Lu Ruyan was eager to answer. In her current state, should she stay and feed the wild monkeys? It was all her fault for being greedy and even trying to get Jiang Hao's healing reagents. That's why she didn't even bring any healing reagents with her when she entered the GD secret realm. Otherwise, things wouldn't be like this now. She didn't know if Jiang Jun brought it, but she didn't want to ask shamelessly. Because Jiang Jun will never give it to her, she will just be putting her face in a bad light. As for being a spoiled brat, you can't even get a piece of barbecue, and you still want healing reagents? Jiang Jun put the roasted iron-toothed pig and all the tools used in the crime into the puppet space. On the way back, Jiang Jun took advantage of Lu Ruyan's rest time to collect a lot of firewood. Be prepared. How does he know which secret realm he will enter next time? What if he enters a secret realm covered with ice and snow? Where will he find firewood to barbecue? Seeing Jiang Jun's actions, Lu Ruyan was left with no breasts again. As they walked, the two of them walked out of the examination room and returned to the fortress. They didn't even see a single hair of the wild monkey during the whole journey. At this time, inside the fortress, everyone was looking at 50 monitors, each of which was showing someone other than Jiang Jun and Lu Ruyan. From time to time, people in the room made comments. The possible murderers who killed 11 people will be circled and will be investigated later. So no one paid attention to Jiang Jun when he went to take a shower, or even when he returned to the fortress. The live TV broadcast also switched to Jiang Jun's picture. In fact, Jiang Jun was barbecuing in the secret realm, which would mislead some people and have a negative impact on some people. After all, not everyone is Jiang Jun. If you don't follow the first rule of survival in the secret realm, you will die. At this moment, a soldier from the Demon Suppression Army hurried into the room. Master Gu, Jiang Jun, and Lu Ruyan are back. When people in the room learned that Jiang Jun had returned, there was a commotion. They all wanted to meet this national martial arts champion. He's back. Ask him to come to the living room. I want to see him. Yes. The demon-suppressing army saluted and hurried away. The next moment, everyone in the room spoke up. Master Gu, we also want to meet Jiang Jun. Yes, our martial arts school also wants to meet Jiang Jun. Commander Gu, our demon-suppressing army also wants to meet this young hero. Jiang Jun is a student of our Tsangyan Martial Arts School. As the principal, I must praise him. For a moment, no one cared about who killed Jiang Hao. They all want to meet Jiang Jun. Seeing this, Gu Wu nodded and said, since everyone wants to meet Jiang Jun, let's go together. Jiang Jun and Lu Ruyan returned to the fortress, handed in their bracelets, and confirmed their scores for the warrior college entrance examination. Just then, a soldier from the demon suppression army came running over, panting. Jiang Jun, our Commander Gu wants to see you. Please follow me to the living room. Jiang Jun nodded, this was expected. Please lead the way. The demon-suppressing soldiers turned around and planned to take Jiang Jun away. At this moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly grabbed Jiang Jun and said, Jiang Jun, I want to go with you too. Don't leave me. Without waiting for Jiang Jun to answer, the demon-suppressing soldier turned around and said, excuse me, our Commander Gu only saw Jiang Jun. Please go to the candidate lounge and wait. After saying that, the demon-suppressing soldiers took Jiang Jun to the reception room. Lu Ruyan was angry and forgot about her foot injury for a moment. She stomped her feet violently, and all the features on her face suddenly came together. Soon, Jiang Jun followed the soldiers of the demon suppression army to the reception room. They are fast, but Gu Wu and the others are even faster. He had already sat down in the reception room, waiting for Jiang Jun's arrival. Commander Gu, Jiang Jun has been brought here. The demon-suppressing army reported to Gu Wu, then saluted and walked out of the reception room. Jiang Jun was stunned when he saw the reception room with more than 40 people in it. In addition to Commander Gu and some officers of the demon-suppressing army, these people include the invigilators of the 4 major academies and the principals of various martial arts schools. Before Jiang Jun could figure out what was going on, Wei Qingji had already walked out from his seat and came to Jiang Jun. My eyes felt like they were filled with sand. I was even sadder than when my father died. I cried and choked. Then he said in an excited voice, Jiang Jun, you are truly the pride of our Tsangyan Martial Arts School. As the principal, I'm also proud of you. You've done a great job. Suddenly, Wei Qingji wanted to hug Jiang Jun in his arms. Fortunately, Jiang Jun noticed his actions and dodged immediately. Jiang Jun had absolutely no good feelings towards Wei Qingji. At this time, Shen Pengyun pushed Wei Qingji away. Jiang Jun, do you still remember me? I am that dog demon. I sincerely invite you to study at Qinglong Academy. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Shen Pengyun directly admitted that he was a dog demon. Jiang Jun felt that there was nothing wrong with him. Chapter 64, the 4 major colleges are fighting for people, and the family of the deceased goes to the GD secret realm to seek justice. Okay, dog demon, I'll think about it. Jiang Jun replied, and Shen Pengyun immediately showed a flattering smile. Then, the invigilators from the other 3 colleges stepped forward and pushed Shen Pengyun away. Our Suzaku Academy is definitely your best choice. We will meet all your requirements. Jiang Jun, if you look at our Yuanwu Academy, we definitely have more realm-enhancing reagents than drinking water. As long as you come to White Tiger Academy, our principal promises that you will be able to provide resources and assign you a few nannies. You can choose whatever you want. The invigilators from the 4 major colleges were so enthusiastic that Jiang Jun felt embarrassed to refuse. If you are really sincere and want me to study at your college, then you can go talk to my dad. He usually makes the decisions about my affairs. I'll go to whichever college he wants me to go to. Jiang Jun threw this difficult problem to Jiang Pingyun. It seemed that Jiang Pingyun would be busy for a long time. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingji's face twitched a few times. He had already been very impressed just now, and his expression was just right, but how come Jiang Jun wasn't moved at all? Shouldn't he be the one to decide this kind of thing? After Jiang Jun finished speaking, the principals of other martial arts schools also came forward to congratulate him. Although Jiang Jun is not a student of their martial arts school, Jiang Jun belongs to Tianyuan City. It is also their honor that Jiang Jun became the national martial arts champion. Then, other officers of the Demon Suppression Army came forward to congratulate them. At this time, Gu Wu, the supreme commander of the Demon Suppression Army, spoke. Except for Captain Chen Mingxiu and Jiang Jun's teacher Gong Shuidao, everyone else should leave. I have something important to discuss with Jiang Jun. Gu Wu gave the order, and these people had no choice but to leave even if they didn't want to. But some people still don't understand why Chen Mingxiu and Gong Shutao don't have to leave. Could it be that they didn't come forward to congratulate, so they had a chance to stay? Jiang Jun, you really didn't disappoint the general, nor did you disappoint me. After everyone left, Chen Mingxiu came to Jiang Jun with a big laugh. I can no longer contain my inner joy. Jiang Jun, you are a member of our demon suppression army. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Gu Wu did not congratulate Jiang Jun, but only made a promise. The next moment, Jiang Jun immediately saluted Gu Wu. Captain of the Demon Suppression Army reports to Commander Gu. Gu Wu nodded, your identity is top secret. Now that you've won the National Martial Arts Champion title, I think the military will further encrypt it. So, after you leave this room, you must forget your identity as a member of the Demon Suppression Army. Even your closest relatives cannot reveal your identity. Do you understand? Yes, Commander Gu. Gu Wu patted Jiang Jun's shoulder and said, actually, we do this for your safety. Before you really grow up, we can only put you in a difficult position. Jiang Jun nodded, agreeing with Gu Wu. Jiang Jun is not afraid of danger, but he is also afraid that some people will attack Jiang Pingan. Finally, it was Gong Shuidao's turn, and she was extremely excited at the moment. When I came in front of Jiang Jun, the words I had just thought of saying were now stuck in my memory and I couldn't remember a single word. In the end, it can only be reduced to the most condensed sentence. Jiang Jun, you're awesome. Jiang Jun smiled. Then he habitually reached out his hand and rubbed Gong Shuidao's head twice. It's because Teacher Gong gave me some extra lessons. Gong Shuidao. So embarrassing. She was actually touched on the head by a student? The problem is that she also feels like she is enjoying it very much. For some reason, my skin is red and a little hot. It feels like. Thinking of this, Gong Shutao couldn't even imagine it anymore. Fortunately, at this time, Gu Wu spoke again and broke Gong Shutao's embarrassment. By the way, I believe you should also know about Jiang Hao's death. We used the real-time live broadcast function of the wristband to check the situation on site. Jiang Hao and 10 other candidates were all killed by the same person within a short period of time. Who among these candidates do you think is most likely to kill them in such a short time? Hearing this, Jiang Jun's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was actually in turmoil. He couldn't imagine that the bracelet had such a function. Fortunately, there was no recording function. Otherwise, he would take a picture of Lin Qingli and then use the recording function to see the scene of him and Lin Qingli together. Then the truth is definitely out. Jiang Jun seemed to be trying hard to recall, and after a while he said, I don't know either. Jiang Hao's personality has offended too many people. I can only say that he deserves what he has today. Gu Wu nodded and said, I'm going to go back and check again to see if I can find any clues. At least I can give the Jiang family an explanation. After saying that, Gu Wu left. Jiang Jun, you have to go back too. If you are tired, ask Shui Tao to find a place to rest. Chen Mingxiu said this and followed him out. Gong Shuitao had not yet recovered from the feeling of Jiang Jun touching her head. When she realized what was happening, only she and Jiang Jun were left. At this time, Gong Shuitao looked at each other with small eyes and big eyes, feeling a little at a loss. Teacher Gong, please help me find a place to sleep until the warrior exam is over. Oh, come with me. After Gong Shutao finished speaking, she walked ahead to lead the way. Jiang Jun looked at Gong Shuidao's peach-like but swaying in front of him, and suddenly an idea came to him. Thinking of what the system said, with the Great Sun Thunder body, he could forcibly open up a track. I don't know if Gong Shutao has this need. If so, he would be happy to help. Anyway, training one horse is training, training two horses is training, and even training a group of horses is training. This is the mission of a horse trainer. Soon, Gong Shuitao brought Jiang Jun into a room. This is the GD Secret Realm, the room arranged for our teacher. This is my room, you can sleep here for a while. I'll wake you up after the Warrior College entrance examination is over. Jiang Jun nodded, thank you, Teacher Gong. After saying that, Jiang Jun reached out and rubbed Gong Shuidao's head twice. He was really grateful to Gong Shuitao, and wanted to thank the people above and below as well. Gong Shuitao, Sigma Sigma. Jiang Jun touched my head again. So embarrassing. But why didn't she remind Zhang Jun? He can't do this, can't he? Finally, Gong Shueitao walked out of the room in a daze. Zhang Jun smiled as he watched Gong Shueitao leave, then fell on the bed and quickly fell asleep. At this time, the Jiang family was in chaos. Jiang Hao was killed in the martial arts college entrance examination. The old lady couldn't bear the blow and fainted and was sent to the ICU ward. When Jiang Jianan learned about this, he found it hard to accept. His son Jiang Hao is dead. From now on, he will have only one son to see him off to the end. After coming to his senses, Jiang Jianan immediately called Jiang Long. Then, the two rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible. When the two rushed to the hospital, He Jingyun was just waking up. Jianan, Jiang Hao is dead, he's dead, woo woo. Jiang Jianan pounded his hands on the wall and said sadly, Mom, I received news that Jiang Hao was not killed by a monster, but by a human. I will definitely use all my connections to stir up trouble outside the secret realm. The bigger the better. I want them to give an explanation as to why my son died at the hands of others. After saying that, Jiang Jianan looked at Jiang Long. I'll give you a list. These 10 candidates were killed by the same person as Jiang Hao, at the same time. I want you to find the families of these people and ask them to go to the GD secret realm to seek justice. Jiang Long narrowed his eyes and said, Dad, don't worry, I'll do it right away. Dad, could this matter be related to Zhang Jun? I always feel that Zhang Jun is the most suspicious. Jiang Jianan shook his head. Impossible, the timing doesn't match. Zhang Jun started the live broadcast and kept appearing on the screen. It can't be him. Chapter 65 Gong Shueitao tied her hair into a ponytail, an unbridgeable gap. Hearing this, He Jingyun burst into tears. Jianan, please make some arrangements. I will also go to the GD secret realm to personally take Jiang Hao home. Mom, why bother with this? You should just stay in the hospital and I'll take care of things. Jiang Jianan disagreed. At this time, He Jingyun became very calm. Jianan, I know your identity is very special, it's best not to appear in the GD secret realm. If they want to cause trouble, how can they do it without me? I'll show those old friends that our Jiang family has been bullied. Mom! Go ahead. I won't close my eyes until I see the Jiang family's dragon. Yanxian Crematorium. In the family hall, Jiang Ping'an slowly woke up and looked at the ranking list in the upper right corner of the TV. He saw that Zhang Jun was still ranked first with 155 points. As for Jiang Hao's name disappearing in second place, that was not something he wanted to pay attention to. He looked at the time and saw that the Warrior College entrance examination was almost over. Suddenly, he felt that he was an incompetent father and decided to go to the GD secret realm to pick up Zhang Jun in person. Yali, I know you think the same as me, so let's go pick up our son together. After saying this, Jiang Ping'an looked at the woman in the photo lovingly and stroked her cheek with his fingers. Yali, let's go. The next moment, Jiang Ping'an walked out of the family hall holding the photo frame, and then got on a hearse with Yongxian Crematorium written on the body. He placed the photo frame on the passenger seat, slowly drove out of the crematorium and headed towards the GD secret realm. As for the corpses piled up in the crematorium, they won't be destroyed if they are cremated a day later. The time for the Warrior College entrance examination finally came to an end, and all the candidates returned to the fortress and entered the open space in the secret realm. Gather together. Gong Shutao came to the room arranged by the Demon Suppression Army, intending to wake up Zhang Jun to gather. When I entered the room, I saw Zhang Jun sleeping very soundly, and there was a sense of determination on his somewhat childish face. It would be better if Zhang Jun was older. Hey, what am I thinking about? Suddenly remembering that the sewer at home was clogged, Gong Shutao's face immediately darkened. Zhang Jun, get up. The warrior exam is over. You need to go back and concentrate. Zhang Jun slowly woke up and saw Gong Shueitao bending over and patting his arm. From this angle, Zhang Jun saw an unbridgeable gap, which made him want to climb over the mountain. Thinking of the last time she trained with Gong Shueitao, she lost her balance, her yenmen opened wide, and she even gave him a yenmen face wash, which immediately made Zhang Jun agitated. I wonder how crazy teacher Gong would look with a ponytail. The next moment, Zhang Jun shook his head. What was he thinking? How could he have such an idea? Coming back to his senses, Zhang Jun suddenly sat up. Because he was in such a hurry, Gong Shueitao had not yet stood up straight. Good job. Hit the mountain. I'm sorry, Mr. Gong, I didn't mean to hurt you, did I? Gong Shueitao absolutely suspected that Zhang Jun did it on purpose, but she could not find any evidence. It doesn't hurt. We warriors don't care about trivial matters. After saying that, Gong Shueitao pounded his chest twice. You know what, it really makes a clang-clang sound. Zhang Jun thought about it and it made sense. During training, he used the double dragon out to see technique and tried a series of kicks. Fight against Gong Shueitao. Why does it hurt when I just touched it? Tofu is not that fragile. Then I'll go concentrate first. Zhang Jun left in a hurry after saying this. Watching Zhang Jun leave, Gong Shueitao immediately reached out and rubbed it a few times. It was just flesh, how could it not hurt? It hurts so much. In the open space outside the secret realm of the fortress, the principals, teachers, and candidates of the 10 martial arts schools were all gathered here. Those who didn't come back probably will never come back. Many people are still discussing Zhang Jun in Zhanghao. Zhang Jun was praised and discussed by the candidates because his score broke the national record for martial artists in the college entrance examination and he became the country's top martial arts champion. No one cares about Zhanghao's second place result anymore, and everyone is only discussing how he died. At this moment, Zhang Jun strode towards the location of Sanyan Martial Arts School. Everyone's eyes were focused on him alone. Even Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Jun with shining eyes. At this moment, Zhang Jun is the most handsome guy in the audience. Zhang Jun, you're here, stand in the front. Wei Qingji stepped forward to greet him, then arranged Zhang Jun at the front of the team. He then snatched the flag with Sanyan Martial Arts School written on it and handed it to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun had no objection to this. After everyone arrived, Guwu came out and said a few words of encouragement before handing the exam over to the invigilators from the 4 major colleges. After all, he was just an assistant, helping the candidates of this year to complete the martial arts exam smoothly. After the invigilators from the 4 major colleges finished speaking, the Tianyuan City Warrior College entrance examination came to an end. At this time, outside the GD secret realm, the open space was blocked by vehicles. The buses from 10 martial arts schools were also trapped inside, and even if the candidates wanted to leave, they were unable to do so. At the entrance to the secret realm, He Jingyun was sitting in a wheelchair, holding a black and white portrait of Zhang Hao. Behind her hung a banner made of white cloth with the words "Give justice to the deceased, blood debt must be paid with blood." Behind the white cloth were 10 relatives of the deceased, holding up photos of the deceased. There were also some people arranged by the families of the deceased, as well as Zhang Jianan's deployment. At this time, hundreds of people gathered outside the secret realm. Zhang Long brought a dozen of his younger brothers and stood on both sides of old Madame Jiang. There were also many reporters in front taking pictures, and even people from a TV station came to broadcast live. Give justice to the deceased, blood debt must be paid with blood. Give justice to the deceased, blood debt must be paid with blood. Finally, the invigilators from the 4 major colleges finished speaking. Just as the 10 martial arts schools were about to leave, a demon suppressing corps commander hurried up to Gu Wu to report. Reporting to the division commander, many cars suddenly arrived from outside the secret realm, and hundreds of people blocked the exit. They are the relatives of the deceased, demanding justice for the deceased. Upon hearing this, Gu Wu frowned. He still underestimated the strength of the Zhang family. He had originally planned to announce this matter to the outside world after the martial arts college entrance examination was over. After all, it is very normal for a few warriors to die in the college entrance examination, but the dead are people from the Zhang family, and they are not killed by monsters, but by people. This is a bit abnormal. He had already guessed that the Zhang family would not give up once they knew about this matter. Now it seemed that the Zhang family already knew the cause of Zhang Hao's death. I didn't expect that the Zhang family has infiltrated the demon suppression army. Gu Wu muttered to himself. This was something he didn't want to see. The plan that Zhang Jun joined was to eliminate the cancer of these families. When the others heard this, they also started to cheer. After all, if this matter is investigated, many people will be implicated, and the murderer must be among these thousands of candidates. But it is not easy to find the murderer. I want to see what these people are up to. Go mobilize a battalion of demon-suppressing troops and follow me. If necessary, use force to suppress them. Chapter 66. The hearse enters the secret realm of his younger brother, and Zhang Jun is suspected. Yes, Commander. The commander of the demon-suppressing army saluted and immediately walked quickly to the front. Gu Wu was also angry. If the Jiang family had not taken the lead, the families of the other deceased would never have dared to come to the secret realm. Soon, Guwu walked out of the GD secret realm with a battalion of troops. The others also followed Guwu out. Seeing Guwu appear, Jingyun immediately held up Jiang Hao's photo and said in grief, "Give justice to the deceased, blood debt must be paid with blood." Suddenly, hundreds of people responded to the call, shouting at the same time, "Give justice to the deceased, blood debt must be paid with blood." Seeing this, Guwu nodded to the battalion commander beside him. Several soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army walked out from beside the battalion commander and went straight to several reporters and TV station personnel. When the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army seized their equipment, the battalion commander took out a Barrett and fired a round into the sky. Thermal weapons have little killing power against monsters or some powerful warriors, but they can still pose a threat to some ordinary people. Except for the Jiang family, most of these people were from ordinary families. When they heard the gunshots, they all shut their mouths. "Everyone listen up, I am Gu Wu, the Supreme Commander of the GD Secret Realm. Your gathering has already affected the safety of the GD Secret Realm. I can execute you at any time according to the regulations. Everyone, leave immediately. I will give you an explanation." As soon as Gu Wu finished speaking, Jingyun stood up. "We want an explanation right now. If you don't get to the bottom of this matter for us, I'll risk my life. Yes, those who died were our loved ones. Even if you kill us, we want an explanation now." Jiang Long also added a sentence, and the younger brothers around him also followed suit. The voices of others were noticeably less. Gu Wu just wanted to scare some ordinary people, but he didn't expect that the old woman from the Jiang family would take advantage of her age and actually incite others. Jiang Jun and other people who came out of the secret realm saw this scene, and many of them sighed. They understood the feelings of the old lady of the Jiang family very well. But Jiang Jun shook his head. Others might not know, but he knew this old woman too well. She will never do anything that has no benefits. Is he sad because Jiang Hao died? No, she would only be sad that Jiang Hao didn't win the title of martial arts champion. Just at this moment, a hearse with Yangxiang Crematorium printed on it drove over. Seeing the vehicles and the huge crowds of people in the secret realm, Zhang Pingan murmured to himself, "If I had known so many people were coming to pick up my son, I would have come earlier." Fortunately, the hearse was not a bus and could barely make its way out, but it could not find a place to park and could only move forward slowly. Suddenly a hearse appeared at this time, standing out from the crowd. Many people pointed at the hearse. Zhang Pingan was only thinking about picking up Jiang Jun and giving his son a surprise. He didn't care about what was happening here or the reactions of these people at all. In addition, there were some people blocking the way, and when they saw it was a hearse, they took the initiative to make way. The hearse followed the cleared road and drove to the entrance of the secret realm. Zhang Pingan didn't react until he saw the demon-suppressing army in front of him. "Stop the car." Jingyun and Jiang Long were also stunned when they saw the words Yangxiang Crematorium printed on the hearse. Gu Wu also frowned when he saw the hearse. The originally tense atmosphere became tense because of the appearance of the hearse, and everyone's attention was focused on the hearse. Jiang Jun reacted quickly when he saw his own hearse appear at the entrance to the secret realm. It seems that Zhang Pingan learned that he had won the national martial arts champion and drove to pick him up. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun was somewhat moved. "Dad, please come pick me up next time. No more hearse." Before others could understand what was going on, Jiang Jun had already walked towards the hearse. Zhang Pingan recognized Jiang Jun at a glance and saw Jiang Jun walking towards him. Laughed. Then, he picked up the black and white photo on the passenger seat, held it in his arms, opened the car door and walked out. Only then did he see the mother who ruined his life and the nephew who never called him uncle. When I saw Jingyun holding up a black and white photo, he seemed a bit like Jiang Hao. But he didn't think much about it and walked quickly towards Jiang Jun. Just when everyone was confused, Jiang Jun smiled and shouted loudly, "Dad, you're here to pick me up." Zhang Pingan also laughed and said loudly, "Knowing that you won the national martial arts champion, Dad specially brought your mom to pick you up." After hearing the conversation between the two, everyone finally understood that the man who got out of the hearse was Jiang Jun's father. If Jiang Jun hadn't won the national martial arts champion title, he would definitely have heard ridicule from all around. But now Jiang Jun is the national martial arts champion. Even if his father drives a sewage truck, others will say it smells good. "Zhang Pingan, you did this on purpose. You knew Jiang Hao was dead, but you drove a hearse here to pick up your son. You wanted to make fun of our Jiang family, didn't you? The originally warm scene was instantly broken by He Jingyun's two sentences. Jiang Pinggan suddenly hugged Yali's photo tightly, looked at He Jingyun, and said coldly, "I'm sorry, I didn't know Jiang Hao was dead. I run a crematorium. Is there anything wrong with driving a hearse to pick up my son? Of course, if it's convenient, I can give Jiang Hao a ride. How could I have given birth to such a heartless son? Jiang Hao is your nephew after all. Aren't you sad at all that he's dead?" He Jingyun stood on the moral high ground and scolded Jiang Pinggan as a mother. Facing his mother, Jiang Pinggan smiled. He said with tears in his eyes, "It's so sad. From the moment Yali died, my heart died with her. I want to ask you, when you learned that Yali had died, did you feel any sadness or any remorse?" He Jingyun sneered, "I don't have such a daughter-in-law, why should I be sad, why should I blame myself?" "Ha ha." Jiang Pinggan laughed. "You're right. I've severed ties with you. I'm not a member of the Jiang family, nor am I your son. Jiang Hao is dead, why should I be sad? What does his death have to do with me? You." He Jingyun pointed at Jiang Pinggan, with veins on his forehead exposed. "Master Gu, I suspect Jiang Hao's death is related to Jiang Jun. Master Gu, please investigate thoroughly and never let Jiang Jun leave." Suddenly, He Jingyun pointed the finger at Jiang Jun. Hearing this, Gu Wu smiled. "Madam Jiang, you said Jiang Jun is a suspect, then you can ask the invigilators of the 4 major colleges and the principals of the 10 martial arts schools. Is Jiang Jun a suspect? If anyone says Jiang Jun is a suspect, I will arrest him immediately." After Gu Wu finished speaking, Shin Pengyun was the first to come out. "I'm the invigilator of Qinglong College. I can prove that Jiang Jun is not a suspect." Chapter 67. Everyone proves for Jiang Jun, the wild old woman. As soon as Shin Pengyun finished speaking, the invigilators from the other 3 colleges came out to testify for Jiang Jun. "I'm the invigilator of Suzaku Academy. I can prove that Jiang Jun is not a suspect. I'm the invigilator of White Tiger College. I can prove that Jiang Jun is not a suspect. I'm the invigilator of Yuanwu College. I can prove that Jiang Jun is not a suspect." After the invigilators of the 4 major colleges came out to testify, Wei Qingji, as the principal of Tsanyan Martial Arts School, also came out to testify immediately. If Jiang Hao had not died, he might still have concerns. Jiang Jun's title as the national martial arts champion was enough to make Wei Qingji stand up. "I am the principal of Tsanyan Martial Arts School. I can prove that Jiang Jun is not a suspect." Then the principals of his martial arts schools came out one after another to testify for Jiang Jun. In the end, everyone proved that Jiang Jun was not a suspect. "Madam Jiang, Jiang Jun is leaving now. Do you have any objections?" Gu Wu looked at He Jingyun with a playful expression. Facing Gu Wu's words, He Jingyun immediately became furious. You are just bullying an old woman like me. Justice is in the hearts of the people. God sees what people do. The person who killed Jiang Hao will definitely be punished. Those of you who helped the murderer will not die a good death. Our Jiang family will make you regret it one day. Wow, my poor grandson, you died so tragically. I can't help you. You need to recognize these people. They are not good people. They won't seek justice for you. You should go to them." In an instant, He Jingyun acted like a shrew scolding on the street, completely ignoring other people's gazes. The others were really helpless, and they didn't want to get entangled with an unreasonable old woman. "Dad, let's go." Jiang Jun knew clearly that if he confronted He Jingyun, he would be the one who would suffer. Because he was the murderer who killed Jiang Hao. Jiang Pingyan nodded, and then planned to leave with Jiang Jun. But when He Jingyun saw Jiang Pingyan and Jiang Jun were about to leave, he became even crazier than the old lady who went to the mall to grab eggs. In an instant, he put the photo frame in his hand on the wheelchair, rushed towards Jiang Pingyan, and pulled Jiang Pingyan's hand with one hand. "You can't leave. No one can leave until Jiang Hao's death is fully investigated." The next moment, He Jingyun snatched Yali's photo while Jiang Pingyan was not paying attention. "This woman took my son away from me. She deserves to die. Even after she's dead, she still comes to disgust me." In front of Jiang Pingyan, He Jingyun threw Yali's photo to the ground and stomped on it. Everyone was terrified. This was the old lady's strength. Anyway, she will make a fuss to the point of dying, so who is she afraid of? "You, put it on Yali." Jiang Pingyan was heartbroken. He rushed over and hugged Yali's photo forcefully. Yali, I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you when you were alive, and now I'm letting you suffer even after you die. You unfilial son, I'll kick you to death. Seeing Jiang Pingan protecting the photo, He Jingyun kicked Jiang Pingan directly. At this moment, Jiang Jun couldn't hold it back any longer, so he rushed out to protect Jiang Pingan, allowing He Jingyun to kick him. Seeing this scene, everyone felt that He Jingyun was going too far. It was too much, and they had completely lost their moral bottom line. Some people started shouting. Stop it, you old woman. You've had enough of life since you dared to attack my man. Damn, this is so disgusting. How can there be such a disgusting old lady in the world? Stop it now. People like you shouldn't be alive. Go to the chimney. The chimney is waiting for you. For a moment, the public was in an uproar. Even Guwu couldn't stand it and asked the TV station to broadcast the scene live. Seeing the national martial arts champion being bullied by an old lady, everyone was outraged. This old lady is so hateful. Report to the big chimney early. At this time, Gong Shueitao rushed out. Why did you hit Jiang Jun? Jiang Hao's death has nothing to do with him. If you hit him again, don't blame me for being rude to your Jiang family. Hearing this, He Jingyun paused and looked at Gong Shueitao with a fierce look in his eyes. Who are you? This is our family affair, why do you care? He Jingyun is so shameless. Jiang Pingan and Jiang Jun were kicked out of the Jiang family by her and are no longer members of the Jiang family. She even said it was their family affair. So shameless. I'm Jiang Jun's teacher. Gong Shueitao puffed out his chest and spoke loudly. Ha, it's true that what kind of teacher you have, what kind of student you will teach. Get out. If you say anything more, I'll tear you apart. I won't let you hit my students. Jiang Jun, help your dad up quickly. After saying that, Gong Shueitao protected Jiang Jun and his son, preventing He Jingyun from taking any step. Dad, let's take mom back. Jiang Jun pulled Jiang Pingan up. Jiang Pingan held the shattered photo frame and the damaged photos, looking remorseful. Yali, let's go back. We won't come out again. Seeing Jiang Pingan and Jiang Jun about to leave, He Jingyun got angry. Suddenly, he reached out and pulled Gong Shueitao's clothes. It's all because of you, a shameless woman. You like to meddle in other people's family affairs. Look, I'm going to tear your clothes off. Fortunately, Gong Shueitao was protecting her clothes, otherwise it would not be a sudden exposure of her beauty, but He Jingyun might have torn her clothes directly, revealing her two cantaloupes. See if you dare to meddle in other people's business. You've embarrassed yourself in front of so many people. This is the end of your career as a teacher. Seeing this scene, Guwu could no longer sit still. Others may not know Gong Shueitao's identity, but he knows her inside and out. If Gong Shueitao is wronged in the area under his responsibility, it's really hard for him to explain. Monster Suppression Army, listen up. Someone is causing trouble outside the secret realm. Suppress it immediately. As soon as Guwu finished speaking, all the demon suppressing troops rushed out. In fact, they couldn't stand this old lady and wanted to send her down the chimney. It was also the first time that Jiang Long witnessed the old lady's strength, and for a moment he was just watching the show. When he came out, Jiang Jianan repeatedly reminded him to take good care of his grandmother, seeing that He Jingyun had stirred up a hornet's nest. I can't care less. We are protecting the old lady. Jiang Long said this and planned to take his brothers to stop the demon-suppressing army. Anyway, if anything happens, the old lady will support them. At this moment, a roar rang out. Jiang Long, if you dare to move, I will report this to the principal and kick you out of Qinglong Academy. Shen Pangyun walked out of the crowd and pointed directly at Jiang Long. Hearing this, Jiang Long didn't dare to move. She is not an old lady that everyone is afraid of. Soon, the demon-suppressing army separated He Jingyun and Gong Shueitao and took control of He Jingyun. Jiang Jun also immediately took out a piece of clothing from the puppet space and put it on Gong Shueitao. Teacher Gong, you shouldn't have come out. Even if I let her kick me, it wouldn't hurt a single hair on my body. I'm just afraid she'll use too much force and tire herself to death. She bullied my student, why can't I come out? As long as you are my student, I have an obligation to protect you. Gong Shueitao spoke very confidently, but actually she didn't know why she rushed out in a fit of rage when she saw Jiang Jun being bullied. Jiang Jun smiled, then reached out and rubbed Gong Shueitao's head twice. Gong Shueitao. There are a lot of people here, Jiang Jun, you shouldn't do this. So embarrassing. Chapter 68. We have an appointment to have dinner at Gong Shuetao's house. Mine is very big, be careful not to overturn it. Teacher Gong, thank you. Please come with us. Zhang Jun didn't care whether Gong Shuetao agreed or not, and stuffed Gong Shuetao into the passenger seat of the hearse. Dad, let's go back. Zhang Jun sat in the driver's seat of the hearse and called Zhang Pingan, and Zhang Pingan came to his senses. Then, he opened the rear door of the hearse, lay directly on the flatbed, and muttered to himself while holding Yali's photo. Yali, let's go back. The world outside is too scary. After saying that, Zhang Pingan closed his eyes. Zhang Jun started the hearse and slowly backed out. At this time, Gu Wu's voice sounded. The family members of the deceased can stay and claim the body. I will investigate this matter and give you an explanation. Everyone else, please leave within 10 minutes. If they haven't left in 10 minutes, the Demon Suppression Army will punish them according to the Secret Realm security regulations. As soon as Gu Wu finished speaking, everyone except the family of the deceased chose to leave. I sent Gong Shuetao home and made an appointment with her to have dinner there tomorrow. Then, Zhang Pingan was sent back to the crematorium, and then Zhang Jun returned to the rental house. Dad. Zhang Jun released Lin Qingli from the puppet space, and a smile appeared on Lin Qingli's cold face for the first time. Zhang Jun nodded, let's go take a shower first. Hearing this, Lin Qingli reacted immediately and went to the bathroom immediately. Zhang Jun smiled. When he walked into the bathroom, Lin Qingli had already taken off her silver combat uniform awkwardly. He even considerately placed it in the wash basin and looked at Lin Qingli in black lace. Suddenly, Zhang Jun's fists hardened. The next moment, Zhang Jun snapped his fingers, Lin Qingli smiled sweetly, and then skillfully tied her single ponytail into two ponytails. Zhang Jun was responsible for putting lace into the wash basin, and then putting his combat uniform into the wash basin. Wee. Soon, the sound of horses neighing was heard in the bathroom. Ups and downs. When Zhang Jun came out of the bathroom, the phone rang. Seeing that it was AIN calling, Zhang Jun pressed the answer button. Congratulations, brother, for winning the National Martial Arts Champion. I really underestimated you. It's not too late for Sister AI to know now, just bear with it for a while. Brother, is that true? Mine is very big, be careful or it might tip over. Then Sister AI is going to get lucky. Alright, brother, anyway, I know your strengths and weaknesses, and you know my depths. I can find what you need if I'm missing one thing. It's a bit difficult to get it if you're missing something like this. Sister AI, what's missing? I've told them several times about this corpse-like konjac, and I've even named the price, but they just won't sell it. Maybe I'm not big enough? Who is the other party? Coliseum owner Luo Xiao. Hearing this, Zhang Jun frowned, but soon relaxed. Now that we know who has it, we can just find a way to get it. I understand. I'll come to the store tomorrow to pick up the collected materials and sell the monster corpses. Brother, do you still have monsters? Yes, didn't I just come out of the GD Secret Realm? You got the wild monkey out of the GD Secret Realm. You're so awesome. I'll give you a surprise then. Bye. After saying that, Zhang Jun hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, AIN was still a little bit unbelieving. She also learned the news that Zhang Jun became the National Martial Arts Champion by chance. But she could not have imagined that Zhang Junlian was doing private work during the Martial Arts College entrance examination. This kid works so hard. Zhang Jun trains in horse riding once before going to bed and again after waking up. Getting off the horse, Zhang Jun checked the panel. Name, Zhang Jun. Constitution, Great Sun Thunder Body 470 10,000. Identity, Student, Warrior, Demon Suppression Army, Sole Heir of Yangxiang Crematorium. Realm, Perfection of Tongmai Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 9,660. Martial Arts, Feiyun Sword Technique, Overlord Whip, Collapsing Mountain Fist, Phantom Kick. Skills, Suture Mastery, Eye of Insight, Strength Overlay, Thunderstorm. Space, Puppet Space. Puppet, Lin Qingli Intimacy 470. Conjunction Point, 17,038. Name, Lin Qingli. Constitution, Thunder Spirit Body. Identity, Puppet. Realm, Perfection of Tongmai Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 5,870. Martial Arts, Feiyun Sword Technique, Overlord Whip, Collapsing Mountain Fist, Phantom Kick. Skill, Thunderstorm 470-1000, Strength Superposition can gain half of the host's strength, the host will bear the side effects. I only need 440 more chi and health points to reach the inner viscera refining realm. Jiang Jun muttered to himself, then went to take a bath with Lin Qingli. But it was just a shower, Jiang Jun wasn't that strong yet. Fall down. Immediately. The physique is getting better again. Then, Jiang Jun dressed Lin Qingli in a matte leather jacket, as well as the purple silk and long boots requested by the readers. He put on sunglasses and walked out of the rental house, heading towards the Warrior Commercial Street. When Jiang Jun arrived at Balian Wanling Pavilion in the Warrior Commercial Street, Ai Yan had already prepared tea and was waiting for Jiang Jun in the store. "Brother, you're finally here." When she saw Jiang Jun, Ai Yan twisted her waist and stepped forward to greet him immediately. "Hello, sister-in-law." Lin Qingli nodded grimly. "Come, have some tea." Ai Yan personally served them tea. Jiang Jun took the 2 cups of tea and said, she never drinks tea or eats in front of outsiders. "I'll drink these 2 cups of tea." Hearing this, Ai Wei looked at Lin Qingli and felt that Lin Qingli was more like Jiang Jun's bodyguard. "Sister Ai, let's talk somewhere else." "Well, come with me." Soon, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli followed Ai Yan to the processing plant behind the store. The next moment, Ai Yan gave an order to a woman. The woman brought a package and handed it directly to Jiang Jun. "Brother, this is what you want on your list. We have everything except the corpse amorphophallus." Jiang Jun opened it and saw that the quantity and amount were correct. "Thank you, Sister Ai. How much is this bag of stuff?" "Since you call me Sister Ai, I'll take some errand fees." "Just give me 10 million. Let me tell you, this creamy lotion alone costs over 9 million. The fat gelling dew is made from Tianshan snow lotus and mermaid tears." Jiang Jun feels very lucky to be able to buy it for more than 9 million. After all, some things are hard to come by and you can't buy them just by having money. "I don't even trust Sister Ai, who else can I trust? We'll settle the bill together later." Hearing this, Ai's eyes lit up. "How much goods have you brought this time? Take it out all at once." "Okay." This is exactly what Jiang Jun meant. He also didn't want to squeeze the toothpaste out bit by bit. The next moment, Jiang Jun took out all the wild monkey corpses stored in the puppet space. There are 50 second-level wild monkeys and 55 first-level wild monkeys here. As for the 50 second-level wild monkeys, the blind box hasn't been opened yet, so it's hard to calculate how many crystal cores there are. But I estimate there will be no less than 5 crystal cores. Sister Ai, please give us an estimate. P.S. Thanks to Mr. Huanjing for the correction. The identity column of Jiang Jun's panel above has been added with his identity as a demon-suppressing soldier. Chapter 69. Ai Yan squeezed her legs together and became a responsible horse trainer. Ai Yan was shocked when he saw Jiang Jun taking out the corpses of 105 wild monkeys. Ai Yan was very clear about the scoring rules for the martial artist college entrance examination. According to the quantity and level, the points Jiang Jun obtained were exactly the same as the corpses of these wild monkeys. In other words, Jiang Jun brought out all the wild monkeys that were killed by the warrior college entrance examination. Ai Yan tried her best to keep her legs together to appear calmer. This kind of thing might be something that only Jiang Jun Kai has done. It turns out that the title of National Martial Arts Champion is not in vain. After a while, Ai Yan's tense legs slowly relaxed. "Since my brother said there are 5 crystal cores, then I will calculate it based on 5 crystal cores, a total of 10 million. Adding 50 second level and 55 first level wild monkeys, the total is 76.5 million. After deducting 10 million for materials, do you think this is reasonable, brother?" Jiang Jun smiled and said, "Let's do as Sister Ai said." The next moment, Ai Yan directly transferred 66.5 million to Jiang Jun's account. Jiang Jun checked the balance, added the 30 million he won in the underground arena last time, the 33 million he bought the monster last time, and even added up all the other money. It's not even 140 million yet. Just to buy the Black Jade Fracture Cream, you still need 360 million, not to mention the money you need for the Corpse Fragrance Konjac. Suddenly, Jiang Jun felt under tremendous pressure. Fortunately, what he lacked was not money, but monsters. "I hope to earn back the money I spent on the Black Jade ointment at the Hunter Open." Jiang Jun muttered inwardly, then said with a smile, "Sister Ai, see you next time." After saying that, Jiang Jun took Lin Qingli away. At this time, 4 luxury cars arrived outside the Yangxian crematorium. 4 luxury cars. 3 middle-aged men and a beautiful woman walked out. They are the presidents of the 4 major colleges, and they have only one goal, which is not to report to the big chimney, but to recruit the nation's top martial arts students to their own colleges. Jiang Jun has already said that Jiang Pingan has the final say on which college to attend. Therefore, the presidents of the 4 major colleges had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the Yangxian crematorium. Ha, I didn't expect you all to come. It really surprises me. Tang Mingda said, a little unhappy. Chen Jichen said with disdain, don't think Jiang Jun will definitely choose Qinglong College. If you were confident, you wouldn't be here. Tang Mingda shook his head. I'm just here to meet up with old friends. Don't you know that Jiang Pingan was also a student at Qinglong Martial Arts Academy? Xu Yongning continued, let's get together at the coffee shop. Let's get together here. Principal Tang is trying to build relationships so that he can give you a 20% discount. Shi Miaoshuan covered her mouth and smiled, her fat trembling as she said, just because Jiang Pingan is a student at Qinglong College doesn't mean his son is also a student at Qinglong College. Since everyone says so, let's compete fairly. Tang Mingda said this and walked quickly into the crematorium. The other 3 followed closely behind him. Inside the crematorium. In a room. Jiang Pingan changed to a new photo frame and put Yali's photo in it. From now on, we will live here peacefully and not go anywhere else. Jiang Pingan muttered to himself and walked out of the room to deal with the body in the morgue urgently. Otherwise, if a large number of corpses were delivered, he was afraid that there would be no room. Just then, 4 people hurried in and stopped Jiang Pingan. Jiang Pingan recognized the 4 people at a glance. These are all big shots, and it is difficult to meet them normally. Everyone is blocking here today, they must be here for Jiang Jun's matter. Jiang Jun had already told him when he sent him back yesterday that people from the 4 major colleges would come to see him. Let Jiang Pingan make the decision. In any case, choose the college that promises enough sincerity. Tang Mingda patted Jiang Pingan's shoulder as if he was chatting with him. I'm safe. You were taken care of a lot during your time at Qinglong Academy, right? The dragon blood tempering pool at Qinglong Academy is still as good as it was back then. If Jiang Jun came, I'd give him a free pass and let him soak there every day. We're all family, after all. Shi Miaoshuan covered her mouth and smiled charmingly. When Jiang Jun came to White Tiger Academy, I immediately arranged for 10 of the smartest senior sisters to act as his babysitters. They'll keep an eye on his training and take care of his daily life. You don't have to worry about anything. After saying that, Shi Miaoshuan raised an eyebrow at Jiang Pingan, with a hint of other meaning in her words. If you feel like you need more people to clean up the house, I'll send 3 more to help you? Chen Jichen pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said slowly, speaking of these is so vulgar. Suzaku Academy has 3 bottles of Suzaku 9 Revolutions reagent. I'm saving them all for Jiang Jun. As long as Jiang Jun takes it, he will be able to open up his Ren and do meridians directly, and there will be no obstacles in improving his realm. And he can browse the Academy's Sutra library however he wants, and read all the ancient martial arts. At this moment, Zhu Yongning suddenly groaned, and then shouted in a hoarse voice, to improve your realm, you must hone it through actual combat. Come to Yuanwu Academy, and I will let him enter the life and death trial field. I'll give him 10 bottles of Xian Yuan reagent after he passes the first level, and double that amount after he passes the second level. His cultivation speed in 1 year is definitely equivalent to that of others in 10 years. The 4 principals were talking to each other, each one more willing to spend more money than the other, from training resources to special treatment. In order to win the title of National Martial Arts Champion, the presidents of the 4 major colleges really gave it their all. I've seen the sincerity of the principals. I already know what's going on. But there's still a long time before school starts, and people's minds are unpredictable. I want to think about it for a while. The academy is about to start, and I will let Jiang Jun register in advance. I'm very busy, so I won't greet you for. Jiang Pingan said and walked towards the morgue. Although the principals of the 4 major colleges did not know Jiang Pingan's final choice, they could see that he would not make a choice now in order to protect his son. In the end, the 4 of them looked at each other and chose to leave. As soon as he left Bailey and Wanling Pavilion, Jiang Jun's phone rang. Jiang Jun took it out and took a look, and he didn't expect that it was Su Sheng calling. He was just about to ask Su Sheng for information about the owner of the underground arena. As soon as the call was connected, Su Sheng's hearty laughter was heard. Ha, congratulations to our national martial arts champion. You really gave me such a big surprise. Do you have time? Let's go out for dinner tonight and celebrate for you as my brother. Jiang Jun has made an appointment with Gong Shuitao to have dinner, and he is very much looking forward to what dishes Gong Shuitao will cook tonight. Brother Su, I'm so sorry, I already have dinner plans with someone else. How about we meet up tomorrow night and play a few rounds at the Underground Coliseum? Okay, I'll wait for your call. On the other end of the phone, Su Shang agreed immediately. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jun glanced at Lin Qingli. Now that he had money, he thought he should buy Lin Qingli a few more sets of clothes. Beast girl outfits, polka dot lace, ancient style national tide robes, secretary robes, two-dimensional style, no takeoff jumpsuits. Jiang Jun thinks that all of this should be arranged so that he can become a responsible horse trainer. Chapter 70, Returning to their roots, the Jiang family won the honor of being the national martial arts champion. At the same time, Jiang family mansion. The vermilion lacquered gate stood open, and 2 stone lions were wrapped in plain white mourning cloth. The bluestone road in front of the door, which was usually only used by the Jiang family, was now crowded with people. From the street corner to the screen wall, countless reeds and elegiac couplets are stacked up. The main hall of the mansion had long been converted into a mourning hall, and the plaque with the Jiang family instructions that originally hung there was covered with a black cloth. Instead, there was a portrait of Jiang Hao wearing a silver combat uniform. Mourners lined up and walked inside. Their footsteps were very quiet, but they could not cover up the sobs that came one after another. He Jingyun sat on a low stool beside the coffin, dressed in plain white mourning clothes, with a white velvet flower pinned to her temples, and her cloudy eyes stared at her grandson's portrait. The Buddhist beads in his hand were spinning rapidly, and a suppressed sob escaped from his throat from time to time. Standing behind her were Jiang Jianan, Jiang Wanning, Ya Yangnian, Jiang Long, Ya Yaxin, and several younger members of the Jiang family. Ya Yaxin was only released from the military last night, which means she missed this year's martial arts college entrance examination. She blamed Jiang Jun for all her resentment and unwillingness. When she learned that Jiang Jun had become the national champion in martial arts, she hated him even more. It's a pity that her mother is not liked by the old lady of the Jiang family. Her mother also had a political marriage, marrying a man who was 30 years older than her. Ya Yaxin looked at the ugly white-haired Ya Yangnian with a look of disgust. Fortunately, she had inherited all the advantages of her mother. There were many familiar faces in the crowd, including people from the political circles and the military. He Jingyun stood up tremblingly and walked to the coffin with the help of Jiang Jianan. Looking at the photo of his grandson, he suddenly shouted loudly. Howard, look, everyone in your family is here. Elders you know and don't know are here to see you off. Have a safe journey. Before he finished speaking, mournful music was heard in the mourning hall. After Jiang Hao was buried, He Jingyun called Jiang Jianan and his son into the room. Mom, what's the matter with you calling us here? Jiang Jianan asked puzzledly. He Jingyun asked loudly, what did you see at Howard's funeral today? Jiang Jianan and Jiang Long looked at each other, not knowing what He Jingyun wanted to say. Seeing that the two did not answer, He Jingyun shouted again, how fickle the human nature is. Although people from the political and military circles are here, they are just small fry and can't possibly be the big shots on stage. They look down on our Jiang family. If Howard hadn't died and had won the title of this martial arts champion, these important figures would have come to visit us today. Hearing this, Jiang Jianan and Jiang Long were also dumbfounded. Isn't this normal? So, I've decided to put Jiang Ping'an and Jiang Jun back in the family tree. Jianan, go do this right away and put it on the headlines in the newspaper. Anyway, I want everyone to know about this matter today. At the beginning, He Jingyun drove Jiang Ping'an and Jiang Jun out of the Jiang family and crossed out their names from the family tree. It was also by this method that in less than a day, Jiang Ping'an and Jiang Jun became the abandoned children of the Jiang family known to everyone. Mom, I know what you're thinking. You want Jiang Ping'an and Jiang Jun to return to the Jiang family, and then the honor of the national martial arts champion will belong to the Jiang family. I have no objection to this matter. The question is, do they agree to return to the Jiang family? Besides, you had an argument with Jiang Ping'an yesterday and smashed all the photos of that woman. Now that things have come to this, do you think Jiang Ping'an will come back to the Jiang family? Jiang Jianan was also speechless. His mother seemed to be old and her mind was not as sharp as before. Such things have been said. What happened to me yesterday? I'm his mother, and all the flesh on his body fell off of me. What's wrong with me smashing this woman's photo? We are mother and son after all, blood is thicker than water. How can I be inferior to an outsider? Ping'an has been filial since he was young. He has always wanted my forgiveness. Now I will let go of the past and acknowledge him as my son. As long as you send the message out, he'll know I told him to return to his roots, and he'll happily bring Jiang Jun back to the Jiang family tomorrow." Suddenly, Jiang Jianan and Jiang Long's minds turned back and they almost couldn't turn back. But, if Jiang Ping'an is unwilling to come back and clarify this matter, our Jiang family can't afford to lose face. Some people will definitely say that our Jiang family is just after Jiang Jun's title of the all martial arts champion. He Dingyun was furious. "Just do what I say. I'm doing this for the Jiang family. Besides, just because they're kicked out of the Jiang family, do they mean they're no longer members of the Jiang family? What are you talking about coveting Jiang Jun's glory? This is originally the glory of the Jiang family." Well, Jiang Jianan was convinced by He Jingyun's unreasonable behavior. "Mom, don't be angry, I'll do it now." Jiang Jianan and Jiang Long exchanged glances and left the room. After leaving the room for a long distance, Jiang Long stopped and said angrily, "Dad, why don't you let me say that she's stupid and has Alzheimer's, but we can't just go along with her?" Bang! As soon as Jiang Long finished speaking, he was slapped. "How can you say such outrageous words? After all, she is my mother, your grandmother. Without her, where would I be? Without me, would you have been born from a broken stone?" Although Jiang Jianan has his own ideas, he has always obeyed He Jingyun since he was a child. Even now it seems to be engraved in my soul. Go and handle this matter. If you can't do it well, I'll tell your grandma and she'll definitely beat you. Oh. Jiang Long replied and hurried to do the job. After buying clothes, Jiang Jun had a box lunch and took Lin Qingli back to the rental house. He was already impatient and wanted to help Lin Qingli try on the clothes. After all, if they didn't fit, he could always change them. In the afternoon, Jiang Jun broke the 3 consecutive records for the first time. It turns out that different clothes have completely different feelings. Jiang Jun didn't wake up from bed until the phone rang. At this time, Lin Qingli was curled up in his arms with her eyes closed. Of course puppets don't need to sleep, but Jiang Jun always felt that Lin Qingli was staring at him like this, which made him feel more guilty. So, he gave Lin Qingli an order to close her eyes and not open them without his order. In this way, Jiang Jun created a warm atmosphere, and even he felt that this was very positive. Seeing that it was Gong Shuidao calling, Jiang Jun immediately answered the call. The next moment, Gong Shuidao's urging voice was heard. "Hey, Jiang Jun, are you here? The food is almost ready." Hearing Gong Shuidao's voice, Jiang Jun looked at the time. After 3 consecutive sleeps, he had slept for 4 hours and it was time to eat. "I'm going out right now. If you're hungry, Mr. Gong, eat first. I'll be there soon. I'll start cooking when you come." "Okay, I'm hanging up now." On the other end of the phone, Gong Shutao turned off the gas stove. There was still some time, so she planned to take a shower. Jiang Jun came just in time, and the timing was perfect. Jiang Jun got up from the bed, and Lin Qingli followed suit. But without Jiang Jun's order, she still closed her eyes. "Okay, you can open your eyes." Jiang Jun gave an order, and Lin Qingli opened her eyes. Looking at Jiang Jun, she seemed to be aggrieved. Jiang Jun was so amused by what he saw. The next moment, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli rushed to the bathroom to wash up as quickly as possible. No matter how busy he is, Jiang Jun will clean Lin Qingli. Otherwise, put the crab in the refrigerator. The taste is still quite pungent. After doing all this, Jiang Jun put Lin Qingli into the puppet space, and then went straight to Gong Shutao's house. Tonight, he is going to eat the dishes made by Gong Shuitao. Chapter 71. Are they the people I'm looking for? How come we're drinking alcohol while having a meal? At this time, staff members began to arrive at the underground Coliseum. Get ready for tonight's show, the Coliseum will be full soon. At this time, in a room in the Coliseum, a man in a suit and tie walked in again with a document. "Boss, the third person you asked me to investigate last time, the young man named Jiang Jun, won the National Martial Arts Championship in this martial arts college entrance examination. Here's some information about his martial arts exam. I'll sort it out and send it to you." Luo Xiu took the information about Jiang Jun's martial arts college entrance examination, and was stunned when he saw Jiang Jun's scores. There was a hint of shock on his face. He had not had much interest in Jiang Jun originally, but he investigated him while investigating the fox. But he didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary martial arts school college entrance examination student would actually become the national martial arts champion of this session. Moreover, with 155 points, he broke the previous record and deservedly became the only first. This young man is quite interesting. If they come to the Colosseum again, please let me know. Yes, boss. The man in the suit replied and walked out of the room. Luo Xiao sat in a wheelchair and muttered to himself, could they be the people I'm looking for? When Zhang Jun arrived at Gong Shuidao's house, he saw that Gong Shuidao's hair was still wet and she was not wearing an OL professional suit. She was wearing a set of loose pajamas, and was barely visible under the light. Zhang Jun, why are you still standing there? Come in quickly. Can I come in? When Zhang Jun said come in, he definitely didn't mean come into the house at this time. But Gong Shuidao didn't realize what Zhang Jun meant. She smiled and said, of course you can go in. When did you become so polite? Come in. Gong Shuidao pulled Zhang Jun into the house with one hand. Zhang Jun also bumped into Gong Shuidao. Oh! Gong Shuidao screamed. I came in. Does it hurt if I bumped into you? Zhang Jun really bumped into her just now. That feeling seemed to be much stronger than Lin Qingli's. It hurts a little bit, but it's okay. Just bear with it and it will stop hurting. You must be hungry, come and eat. After saying this, Gong Shuidao turned and walked towards the kitchen. When she got to the kitchen, Gong Shuidao's whole face was burning. Zhang Jun bumped into her just now. Did he do it on purpose? Soon, Gong Shuidao shook his head. She is Zhang Jun's teacher, and she is 17 years older than Zhang Jun. She can even be his mother. Thinking of this, Gong Shuidao calmed down and then took the prepared dishes to the dining table outside. 5 dishes and 1 soup were steaming hot. The traditional soup of figs, apricot kernels and lean meat is simmered in a clay pot for 3 hours, and the soup is as clear as amber. The blanched shrimps, the shrimp shells glow agate red after being blanched in boiling water, are neatly arranged on the ice. The steamed grouper is spread with green onion and red pepper shreds on the fish body, and shredded ginger is hidden in the fish belly to remove the fishy smell. The steamed spare ribs with black bean sauce have the strongest aroma. The ribs are cut evenly, coated with brown black bean sauce and placed on a deep plate, garnished with a few bright red chili peppers. The broccoli was sizzling when it was served on the table, with the charred sauce on the edge. Salted fish and eggplant casserole. Purple eggplants are cut into long strips, fried until golden and soft, coated with dense minced meat sauce, and salted fish pieces are hidden in the gaps. Gong Shuidao filled a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Zhang Jun. Try this traditional hot pot soup. Remove the core of the figs, soak the apricot kernels in warm water, and use the lean meat from the plum tip. This will make the stew refreshing and sweet. Zhang Jun nodded, picked up the spoon, scooped a spoonful and put it into his mouth. The gravy mixed with the fruity aroma melts on the tip of your tongue, and even the soup has a sweet aftertaste. Shrimps should be eaten while they are cold so that they are more chewy. Gong Shuidao picked up a shrimp and peeled it. The shrimp meat was white and plump. She dipped it in soy sauce and stuffed it directly into Zhang Jun's mouth. First comes the fried garlic flavor, followed by the sweetness of the shrimp, and finally the salty and fresh taste of soy sauce. Zhang Jun can only say that the service is good and the food is delicious. I bought the fish at the dock early this morning. It's still swimming when I steam it, so I turn off the heat after exactly 8 minutes so it doesn't get overcooked. Gong Shui said as he gently picked up the garlic cloves and the meat fell off the fish bones with chopsticks. The fish meat was so tender that it was almost impossible to pick it up, and then he put it into Zhang Jun's bowl. Zhang Jun took a bite and the fish melted in his mouth. It was so delicious that his tongue was tied up. Even the scallions soaked in the soup absorbed the freshness of the fish. Hurry up and try these ribs. They are from the middle of the ribs, marinated in soy sauce, oyster sauce, and yangzhang fermented black beans for 2 hours. Zhang Jun nodded, picked up a piece and bit into it. The ribs were so soft that they fell off the bone, and the aroma of soy sauce mixed with the aroma of meat swirled in his mouth. The taro at the bottom absorbed enough sauce, becoming soft and dense, and even more flavorful than the pork ribs. Then, Zhang Jun tried the zesty Chinese kale and the salted fish and eggplant casserole. I have to say that Gong Shuitao put a lot of thought into making this meal. Zhang Jun is still coveting other people's bodies, he is really not a human being. By the way, Zhang Jun, let's go. If you become the national martial arts champion, the teacher will make an exception and drink a little. After saying that, Gong Shuitao turned around to get the wine. Drink wine? Did you know that drinking alcohol can lead to promiscuity? He believed in Gong Shuitao's character, but he didn't believe in himself. Ever since he started learning equestrianism with Lin Qingli, Jiang Jun felt like he had discovered a new world and decided to become a horse trainer. Train all the unruly horses in the world. He didn't want Gong Shuitao to become the next unruly horse. Soon, Gong Shuitao brought a bottle of Centennial Lake too. Jiang Jun, let's just drink a little. I'm not really good at drinking, actually. After saying that, Gong Shuitao filled a glass for herself, and then filled another glass for Jiang Jun. Looking at this 500 milliliters bottle of Golden Century series with an alcohol content of 52%, Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment. These 3 or 2 cups are filled up, and you still say you want to drink a little bit? Since Gong Shuitao said so, Jiang Jun had no choice but to sacrifice his life to accompany his aunt. Come, congratulations on becoming the national martial arts champion. I did it, you can do whatever you want. Gong Shuitao picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp, just like drinking boiled water. Jiang Jun was stunned. It was obvious that she could drink a lot from the way she drank. Because Jiang Pingan usually cremates the body, walks out of the morgue, picks up the Jiugong double distilled liquor and drinks it in one gulp. Jiang Pingan drank most of it in just a few sips, without even eating any peanuts, and finished the whole bottle of wine in no time. Jiang Jun could only grit his fists and drink the glass of wine in front of him. The wine with 52% alcohol content went down my throat like a knife, and my whole stomach felt like it was on fire after I drank it. If Jiang Jun didn't possess the Great Sun Thunder body now, he would probably have passed out after drinking this cup. I didn't realize you could drink so much. I used to be an alcoholic. For a while, I drank day and night. I would sleep when I was drunk and drink when I woke up. I finally got out of here. If it weren't for you, I would never have drunk today. Come on, let's go one more. After saying that, Gong Shuitao divided the remaining 4 taels of wine into 2 parts, giving 2 taels to each person, and finished the whole bottle of Centennial Lu too. Preview: in the next chapter, Gong Shuitao will drink salty lemon green tea. Chapter 72. Gong Shuitao is thirsty and wants to drink salty lemon green tea. Teacher Gong, it is truly an honor for me that you can break my vow for me. However, this wine is indeed harmful to your health. Teacher Gong, please don't drink too much in the future. Jiang Jun and Gong Shuitao sighed. Gong Shuitao didn't move at the moment, but she was shaking violently in Jiang Jun's eyes. This wine really makes you drunk. Well, I'll listen to you. Since I've broken my vow, I'll just drink tonight and never drink again from tomorrow. Gong Shuitao smiled, then drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The next moment, Gong Shuitao's face turned red, and looked even more rosy and rosy. Jiang Jun's fists became stiff after seeing this. Suddenly, Gong Shuitao stood up abruptly and took 2 bottles of Centennial Lake 2 and placed them on the dining table. This was during the last promotion. I saw there was a discount, so I bought a case. If I can't finish it, I'll give it away tomorrow. Do you mind if I play some music? It's a good place to have a drink. Before Jiang Jun could reply, Gong Shuitao had already turned on the speaker. The first song that came up was Girl Don't Cry. After the prelude ended, the singing started. The sudden news is that you haven't been heard from in all these years. The eraser of time erases the memory. But I haven't forgotten you. The sound of the second hand ticking. The lyrics are interwoven with various emotions such as longing, reluctance, helplessness, regret, concern, comfort, confusion, and expectation. Soon, Gong Shuitao was brought back to the pain of the past. Come on, stop raising goldfish and let's drink. Gong Shuitao poured out a glass of wine and drank it in another gulp. Jiang Jun. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and drink 2 taels of wine, which Gong Shuitao then filled up for him. Jiang Jun, do you have a girl you like? Gong Shuitao looked at Jiang Jun seriously. Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment. Yes, I liked the school beauty before. I think everyone likes the school beauty. Gong Shuitao covered her mouth and smiled, saying, I know you like Lu Ruyan, but women like her are not good. I used to be your teacher, so of course I wouldn't say such things to you, but you're about to graduate now. When you graduate, we will no longer be teacher and student. Jiang Jun burped. Even after I graduate, Mr. Gong will always be my teacher in my heart. Actually, I've never liked Lu Ruyan. Just like Mr. Gong said, she's not a good person. If you are a good woman, no matter what you become, she will still stay by your side. Just like my mother. Speaking of this, perhaps because of the alcohol, Jiang Jun also became somewhat sentimental. Gong Shuitao nodded, and then the music Late Night Harbor played, and she began to become silent. He poured himself another glass and drank it in one gulp. Maybe because she drank too much, Gong Shueitao was sweating a little, so she used her hands to lift the hair that was draped over her shoulders, revealing her snow-white shoulders and deep collarbone. Jiang Jun felt a little thirsty, so he poured himself a glass of wine and drank it down in one gulp. He felt that if he didn't get himself drunk, he would definitely be able to get Gong Shueitao drunk and open up another track. Just like that, both of them became very quiet. At this time, Tacit Understanding was playing. Gong Shueitao had only had one relationship at this age. She originally thought that she could grow old with Shen Pangyun, but fate played tricks on her. She had a physical defect, so she never blamed Shen Pangyun from beginning to end. Maybe, a woman like her doesn't deserve love. As she thought about it, Gong Shueitao started crying. Tears fell down in torrents. "Teacher Gong, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Gong Shueitao crying so sadly, Jiang Jun suddenly became anxious. He stood up and walked to Gong Shueitao, wanting to comfort her. But who knew that he tripped and fell on Gong Shueitao, pushing her to the ground. Then he pressed his whole body on it. In an instant, time seemed to stand still. The hormones in both of them continued to intertwine and converge. It took a while for Gong Shueitao to come back to his senses. "Jiang Jun, are you okay?" Gong Shueitao was not afraid that Jiang Jun would get hurt from the fall, but she felt that Jiang Jun's body was very hot. And the fist is very hard. Jiang Jun felt the unique scent of Aunt Gong Shueitao and hugged Gong Shueitao tightly. "Under the influence of alcohol," he said, "Teacher Gong, did he say you are beautiful?" Actually, many people like school beauties, and they also like beautiful women like Teacher Gong. The next moment, Jiang Jun started to take action. "No, Jiang Jun, we can't do this." Gong Shueitao pushed Jiang Jun away. At this time, Jiang Jun came back to his senses and cursed the system in his heart for being stupid. If the system hadn't reminded him frequently, he would have seized the opportunity to gain spiritual energy. He would never do such a ridiculous thing and scare Gong Shueitao. Jiang Jun stood up instantly and then bent down slightly. "Teacher Gong, I'm sorry, it's getting late, I have to go back first." The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Jiang Jun planned to leave as soon as possible and then go back to work hard to become a qualified horse trainer. "Don't leave!" Gong Shueitao roared like a drunk. As a teacher, his aura burst out. Then, his eyes seemed to sparkle. He picked up the whole bottle of Centennial Lake 2 on the dining table and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Jiang Jun was confused and felt guilty. He shouldn't have agreed to drink with Gong Shueitao. Caught off guard, Gong Shueitao suddenly put the bottle of wine on the dining table, turned around and held Jiang Jun's fist. "I'm thirsty and want salty lemon green tea. Can you buy it for me?" After saying that, Gong Shueitao tied the hair that was draped over her shoulders into a ponytail. The next morning, Jiang Jun woke up and found himself already asleep at home. He couldn't remember how he got back to the rental house. He only remembered that Teacher Gong said he was thirsty, and then he lost his memory. Thinking of Gong Shueitao with a ponytail, Jiang Jun was excited and wanted to tie her tails into 2 ponytails. But this kind of thing must be done step by step. As long as you can tie a single ponytail, you can tie a double ponytail. Perhaps, we are not far from opening up a new track. The next moment, Jiang Jun released Lin Qingli from the puppet space. "Dad!" Lin Qingli looked excited and put her head in front of Jiang Jun. What a sensible child. Lin Qingli still understands him. Jiang Jun rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice, gave her enough emotional value, and then changed Lin Qingli into a secretary's uniform, which looked a bit like Gong Shueitao. Following one instruction, Lin Qingli had already skillfully tied her hair into 2 ponytails. In the morning, equestrian training begins. Gong Shueitao woke up in a daze, feeling a severe headache. It must be because he drank too much yesterday. But when I drink, my mouth doesn't taste like alcohol, but a salty and fishy taste. Suddenly, Gong Shueitao seemed to think of something. "Ah!" Gong Shueitao screamed. She actually helped Jiang Jun last night. How can she face Jiang Jun in the future? Soon, some images appeared in her mind, and these images kept tickling her heart. In the end, Gong Shueitao shook his head in disappointment. Maybe this is all she can do, and she definitely can't go any further. I found myself wanting to go further. The next moment, Gong Shueitao covered her face with a pillow. So embarrassing. Chapter 73 International Horse Trainer rejects Gong Shueitao's invitation. After Jiang Jun finished his horse riding training, he washed it again with Lin Qingli, and then received it in the puppet space. When it comes to hygiene, Jung Joon is impeccable. Then, Jung Joon took a taxi to Yongseon Crematorium to help burn the body and see if he could find a leg for the ocean horse. This way he can become an international horse trainer and bring glory to his country. It's exciting just thinking about it. Soon, Jung Joon arrived at the Yongseon Crematorium, put on all his equipment, and went into the morgue to help burn the bodies. At this moment, a major event happened in Tianyuan City. All the newspapers and headlines were reporting a big news. The Jung family's abandoned son Jung Ping'an and his son Jung Joon will return to their ancestral home. As soon as the news came out, the Jung family's threshold was almost trampled down. Yesterday, some people came to attend Jung Hao's funeral to express their condolences to the old lady of the Jung family. Today I am here to congratulate the Jung family for becoming the national martial arts champion family. Even those people from the political circles, military, the presidents of the 4 major colleges, and some big families who did not attend the funeral yesterday gathered at the Jung family. It can be said that the Jung family is extremely lively today. There were only 2 parties involved, and they were busy burning the body, and they had no idea about this matter. Madam, why doesn't Jung Joon show up? Jung Joon became the national champion in martial arts, which made our Tianyuan city proud. The Jung family is so lucky to have such a talented young man like Jung Joon. He will definitely be a great figure in the future. Yes, let him come out to meet us elders and get out more often in the future. Some big names came forward. Hee Jing-yoon didn't even close her mouth. She finally felt the value of the family of the national martial arts champion. It also proves how wise her decision was. Jung Joon just got back and didn't know so many people would come to congratulate him today, so he's still sleeping. Since everyone wants to see him, I'll go wake him up, but the kid doesn't like people disturbing his sleep. But, when he hears that it's you elders who are visiting him, he will definitely be very happy and will definitely not lose his temper. Hee Jing-yoon pretended to stand up and call Jung Joon out in person. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. Since you're still sleeping, don't disturb our national martial arts champion. Yes, no matter how much I hate sleeping, I still feel like being woken up suddenly. Actually, we don't really need to see Jung Joon, madam, please sit down. Hearing this, Hee Jing-yoon sat down. Alas, this child is also guilty. I apologize to you all on his behalf. When he wakes up, I will definitely give him a good scolding. Jung Jianan, who was standing aside, had a face that twitched from time to time. As a mother, she is really good at fooling people. She almost made him believe that Jung Joon was back. Mom, why haven't Jung Ping'an and his son come back yet? If they don't come back, it will be difficult to continue this play. Jung Jianan whispered something in Hee Jing-yoon's ear. Hee Jing-yoon still had a smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly opened, and he scolded Jung Jianan. What are you afraid of? You don't have the demeanor to do great things. This is what I taught you. Those who achieve great things remain calm even when faced with a mountain of collapse. Perhaps they haven't received the news yet. If they knew about this, they would definitely run back to the Jung family. Ping'an is my son. I know him very well. Maybe they are already on their way back. Jung Long felt uncomfortable when he heard what these big shots said. The more outstanding Jung Joon is, the more incompetent he appears. Even if his own aura is strong enough, it is still nothing compared to Jung Joon. Nothing at all. In the crowd, Yao Yaxin returned home yesterday and was still thinking about how to deal with Jung Joon. She should return the humiliation she suffered to Jung Joon tenfold. But she is now unable to speak clearly, and even her sentences are unclear. But she heard early in the morning that Jung Joon had returned to his ancestral home, and she was dragged by her mother to the Jung family to congratulate him. Hearing that Jung Joon was still sleeping, Yao Yaxin immediately cursed Jung Joon to be the first person to fall asleep and die in his sleep. Otherwise, when they meet, Jung Joon will definitely not miss this opportunity to humiliate her. When Lu Zhishang's family heard the news, it took them a while to come back to their senses. But think about it, Jung Joon returned to the Jung family, and he also had the title of the national martial arts champion. As long as they tied Jung Joon to their Lu family, wouldn't they also have a son-in-law who was the national champion in martial arts? After realizing this, Lu Zhishang shouted, Jung Ping'an, brother is here to see you. Li Finglian smiled widely. She never expected that she would suddenly turn out to be the mother-in-law of the national martial arts champion. From now on, who would dare to compete with her, the national martial arts champion, 4 eggs in the mall? My dear son-in-law, I'm here to see you. As for Lu Ruyan, she was dressed up and made up with great care. Her face was not as white as hers even after her uncle had died for 7 days. She is engaged to Jiang Jun, which means she is the wife of the national martial arts champion. When she thought about how she had snuggled up to Jiang Hao before, she felt nauseous. "Hubby, here I come." Then the 3 members of the Lu family rushed to the Jiang family in a hurry. She appeared in the Jiang family as Jiang Jun's father-in-law, mother-in-law and wife. Jiang Jun burned the body in the morgue, but unfortunately, he didn't find a matching leg until the afternoon. After taking off his waterproof work clothes, N95 mask, rubber gloves, and goggles, Jiang Jun told Jiang Pingan that he was planning to return to the city. Tonight, he has an appointment with Su Sheng to go to the underground coliseum. Just at this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Jiang Jun took it out and took a look, and it turned out to be Gong Shueitao who brought it. Could it be that Gong Shueitao wants salty lemon green tea? With doubts and expectations, Jiang Jun pressed the answer button. There was no sound from either side for a long time. "Teacher Gong, do you have something to talk to me about?" Jiang Jun thought Gong Shueitao's phone was accidentally touched in his pocket and dialed automatically. "Be the first to speak." "Jiang Jun, are you coming to dinner tonight? I bought a lot of food this morning and I'm afraid I can't finish it all by myself." On the other end of the phone, Gong Shueitao was holding the phone with one hand while carrying the heavy burden on his shoulders. When she said this, her face looked like a ripe peach. "Looking down at the toes that I will never see, I can almost dig out the courtyard." She went shopping for groceries early in the morning, her mind full of thoughts about what kind of vegetables Jiang Jun liked to eat, and she bought a lot of vegetables without realizing it. Finally, she mustered up the courage to call Jiang Jun. "To avoid embarrassment, let us just pretend that what happened last night never happened. Teacher Gong, I have a date with a friend tonight, so I may not be able to come." Jiang Jun really wanted to eat the dishes made by Gong Shueitao, but he had an appointment with Su Sheng, so he had to refuse. "Well, if you want to come to my place for dinner, just tell me in advance and I'll make something delicious for you." After saying that, Gong Shueitao hung up the phone with a look of frustration on his face. Maybe she was too lonely for too long. I was actually a little mentally disturbed and started to have all sorts of wild thoughts. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jun walked out of Yangxiang crematorium and took a taxi back to the city. He ate something on the way, then returned to the rental house and released Lin Qingli from the puppet space. Then, Jiang Jun took Lin Qingli with him when he took a shower. After all, Jiang Jun sets a small goal for himself every day. Certain indicators must be met. After completing the target, Jiang Jun changed Lin Qingli into a black leather jacket, put on black glasses, and walked out of the rental house. Su Sheng's jeep was already parked outside. P.S. Please give a thumbs up to Yao Yao to urge her to update. Yao Yao will update 4 chapters tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 74, Give Lin Qingli a Real Identity, Let the Fox Come on Stage. "Brother Su, sorry to have kept you waiting," Jiang Jun said politely. Su Sheng waved his hand and joked, "Not many people have the opportunity to wait for the national martial arts champion like me. This is my honor. Get in the car. I can't wait any longer. Tonight I'm going to take advantage of the martial arts champion's fame and kill everyone." Jiang Jun smiled and took Lin Qingli to sit in the back seat. Su Sheng immediately started the car and headed towards the underground coliseum. On the way, Su Sheng talked freely. "By the way, Jiang Jun, the Hunter Open tournament will start in a week. I'll help you apply to join the Hunter Guild tomorrow. By the way, please register for the Hunter Open tournament." "Well, everything will be done as Brother Su said. But..." Jiang Jun paused for a moment before adding, "Can you add one more spot? Lin Bingbing also wants to participate in the Hunter Open. The Hunter Open emphasizes teamwork and results are calculated based on the team. It is not an individual competition. If he couldn't get Lin Qingli to sign up, then he couldn't let Lin Qingli appear in the Hunter Open. In this way, Lin Qingli cannot kill monsters to level up, and Jiang Jun cannot lie down." "Yes, of course I can. I couldn't ask for more." What Su Sheng said was true. With Lin Qingli joining, their team was even more powerful. However, she can't use this identity and has to participate under another identity. "I wonder if this is difficult." Su Sheng laughed, "Ha, it's just an identity. Send me a photo of Lin Bingbing later. It won't take me an hour to get her an identity, and it's a real one. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Su." Jiang Jun said politely that being able to get Lin Qingli a real identity would make many things much more convenient in the future. One more thing, does Brother Su know the owner of the underground coliseum? Su Sheng shook his head. I don't know him. Why are you asking this? Just asking. Jiang Jun responded casually. Then, the two exchanged a few more pleasantries along the way, and the car soon arrived at the manor in the suburbs. Then, the three of them entered the elevator quickly as they were familiar with the route. In the elevator, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli put on their masks again, while Su Sheng changed into Beiji's mask, which looked much more festive. Entering the underground coliseum, the three of them quickly found seats in the ring stands and sat down. At this time, a competition was being held in the animal fighting cage. A woman with a good figure is fighting with a golden flame tiger. Jiang Jun checked the information of this golden flame tiger. Monster, golden flame tiger. Bloodline, none. Realm, level 2 equivalent to the late stage of martial arts. Chi and blood value, 3100. Skills, burning sky roar, flame armor counterattack. It seems that not all the same monsters will have crystal cores. As for this golden flame tiger, it is indeed very strong. When they encountered a second-level golden flame tiger before, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli worked together to kill it. Now Lin Qingli can easily kill this golden flame tiger by herself. Soon, this woman with a good figure was ambushed, broken in half, and eaten by the golden flame tiger. But the more this happened, the more excited the atmosphere in the underground coliseum became. No one was sad about the woman's death. They would just cheer when they won money and feel unlucky when they lost money. At this time, a man in a suit and tie walked into a room behind the Colosseum. Boss, the 3 people you asked me to investigate are coming to the Colosseum again tonight. Hearing this, Luo Shou chuckled and said, send their images in. Yes. The man in the suit replied and went to the operating room in front to operate it. Soon, a woman wearing a fox mask and 2 men wearing ultra masks and Beiji masks appeared on one of the displays on the wall. Well, go out, I'll let you know if anything happens. Yes. The man in the suit replied and walked out. Luo Shou pushed the wheels of the wheelchair with his hands, walked in front of the monitor, and muttered to himself. I hope you're the one I'm looking for. Soon, the woman's body was cleared away and the bunny girl came out with a microphone. Next, is there anyone who wants to challenge the level 2 golden flame tiger? The winner will receive 10 million. Any warrior below the Tongmai realm can participate. This is the avenue for you to get rich quickly. Still thinking about it? Take action now. The bunny girl tried her best to liven up the atmosphere. However, most of the warriors who come here are gamblers. They come here to gamble money, not their lives. If no one comes up, we can only send the second-level golden flame tiger off the field and arrange another match. As soon as the beautiful host finished speaking, Lin Qingli stood up and strode towards the bunny girl with a sword in her hand. She's a fox. Ha, the fox finally appeared. I've decided to bet on the fox to win this match. Are foxes very powerful? Why didn't I know that? What a fox! He made me lose money last time. I bet on the golden flame tiger. Lie down, still as perfect as ever. I could play with this leg for a whole year. Dude, seriously, once the golden flame tiger tears the fox apart, I'll have the staff leave you one leg and pack it up. Go, whoever I push over will win. Some regulars at the underground arena started to make a fuss after recognizing Lin Qingli. Seeing the fox coming out, the bunny girl smiled. We won 2 consecutive games against the foxes last time, and we finally couldn't help but take action. Guess everyone, will we, the foxes, achieve a 3-game winning streak this time? When Lin Qingli walked to the bunny girl, a woman came over holding a rectangular plate. On it was a death certificate and a red ink pad. Fox, do you want to challenge the golden flame tiger? Please sign the life and death agreement. As soon as the bunny girl finished speaking, Lin Qingli stretched out her thumb, dipped it in the red ink, and pressed it on the life and death statement. Everyone, the next match is between the fox and the level 2 golden flame tiger. 1-to-1 odds, 10 minutes to place bets. Place your bets now. No more bets will be accepted after 10 minutes. The bunny girl picked up the microphone and went through the routine. After the bunny girl finished speaking, Jiang Jun had not yet placed his bet, but Suan on the side had already started to operate. He took out his silver card and inserted it into a card slot on the armrest of the seat. A virtual screen the size of a laptop computer appeared in front of Su Sheng's seat. Su Sheng immediately clicked on the betting page on the virtual screen and went all in. Jiang Jun. Ha, I believe Miss Lin. I'm definitely not an impulsive person. Suong noticed Jiang Jun's gaze and felt the need to explain. Jiang Jun withdrew his gaze and started to operate. After looking at the remaining balance of 4.2598 million, Jiang Jun also chose to go all in. Then the two of them looked at each other, feeling that they saw the same thing. 10 minutes passed. The bunny girl made an inviting gesture. We invite the fox to come on stage. The next game is about to begin. Chapter 75 Fox, kill it and smash all its eggs. As soon as the bunny girl finished speaking, a roar was heard in the arena. Fox, kill it and smash its eggs. Go to hell. You'll end up like that woman just now. Fox, kill it. I'm going all in this time. I'm relying on you for food and porridge. Under the fox mask, Lin Qingli walked towards the animal cage with a grim expression. A small opening that was big enough for one person to enter was revealed in the cage. Get in. Ouch. The golden flame tiger had no martial ethics at all. As soon as Lin Qingli's body passed through the small hole, it pounced on her. Lin Qingli instantly used the phantom kick and flew into the air by stepping on the raised edge of the cage wall. The golden flame tiger's giant claws made the black iron bars of the cage clang, and sparks flew along the tips of its claws. The next moment, Lin Qingli leaned down, turned his wrist, and performed the Feiyun sword technique. The long sword drew 3 silver arcs, and the tip of the sword brushed against the tiger's claws, cutting them off. Ouch! The golden flame tiger let out an angry growl. He suddenly arched his back, and flames half a foot high rose from his fluffy golden fur. The moment its 4 claws kicked the ground, the temperature of the entire cage suddenly soared. In an instant, the huge body burst out with a speed that was inconsistent with its size. The sharp claws tore through the air and passed almost by Lin Qingli's ear. Lin Qingli lightly tapped the crossbar on the top of the cage with her toes, and the pace of her phantom legs suddenly accelerated. The figure seemed to turn into 3 afterimages in the firelight, making the golden flame tiger miss. Roar! The golden flame tiger immediately used the skill Burning Sky Roar. At this moment, the seemingly simple cage suddenly intertwined runes and a layer of light curtain rose. The deafening sound waves made the black iron bars in the cage rustle. But outside the cage, it was not affected at all. Fortunately, Lin Qingli is a puppet and is not affected by sound waves at all. However, the force of the sound waves forced her to fall from the top beam of the cage. At this time, the golden flame tiger rushed over fiercely. The fangs flashed coldly as they bit towards Lin Qingli's neck, and the flames on the claws condensed into a real flame blade. Lin Qingli dodged sideways, and the golden flame tiger's sharp claws grabbed her. Lin Qingli suddenly crouched down and used the mountain collapse fist. The fist wind wrapped in a faint spiritual power blasted out, hitting the thickest mane on the chest of the golden flame tiger exactly. There was a muffled bang sound. The huge body of the golden flame tiger was shocked and retreated half a step, and the flames between its mane suddenly exploded. Obviously, the flame armor's counterattack was triggered. But Lin Qingli had already used the force of his fist to turn sideways, and the long sword pierced the tiger's eye with a sudden force. The long sword was halfway in. Woo woo! The golden flame tiger let out 2 miserable screams and fell to the ground. His body twitched from time to time, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood from his mouth. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a rank 2 golden flame tiger, gaining 20 HP. The host gains plus 20 HP and plus 40 synergy points. Ha, I bet right again, Fox is awesome. From now on, I'll bet on her in every match played by Fox. After losing all night, I finally won. Fox, challenge me again, and I'll bet on you winning. Seeing that the golden flame tiger was dying, those who had bet on the fox all jumped up. Ha, everyone said I wanted to share in your good fortune, but I didn't expect to win so much in one go. Su Shang also laughed out loud and was in a very good mood. Brother Su, you can't say that. The victory was all thanks to Lin Bingbing. I think she can win the next game as well. Jiang Jun replied modestly. It doesn't matter whether Lin Qingli wins or he wins, the money is his. Seeing that the fox had won and had not escaped from the cage, the bunny girl immediately seized the opportunity. Fox, do you want to challenge me to the next match? The next opponent is a level 2 black leopard. The winner will receive 20 million. Inside the cage, Lin Qingli said in a stiff voice, I challenge you. The free lady smiled and said with the microphone, the fox is going to challenge the second-level monster, the black unicorn leopard, in the next match. 1-to-1 odds, 10 minutes to place bets. Please place your bets now. No more bets will be accepted after 10 minutes. Suddenly, the Colosseum was in an uproar again. This time, Su Sheng did not rush to place a bet, but looked at Jiang Jun. For Jiang Jun, killing Mo Linbao was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables for Lin Qingli. The next moment, Jiang Jun added up the money he won and bet it all. Seeing this, Su Sheng smiled and followed Jiang Jun in playing all in. 10 minutes are up. Please welcome Mo Linbao to the stage. The next game is about to begin. As soon as the bunny girl finished speaking, a rectangular gap opened in the center of the cage. A 3-meter-long black-scaled leopard slowly rose up. The black-scaled leopard is covered with dark purple scales, and the edges of the scales have a cold metallic glow. Its body is more agile than the golden flame tiger, and the muscles of its limbs are smooth and full of explosive power. A long tail covered with barbs swayed gently behind it, and the bone spurs at the tip of the tail flashed a dark blue poisonous light. The most eye-catching thing is its pair of vertical pupils, which are a strange dark green color. When they move, they reveal cunning and cruelty, and are obviously more intelligent. The black scale leopard and the golden flame tiger are closely related, but the black scale leopard is more powerful than the golden flame tiger. By using the skill Shadow Strike, you can use the shadows of the environment to instantly hide your body and launch unexpected attacks. It can spray out bone-rotting poisonous mist from its mouth. The mist is gray-black and the skin of those who are contaminated will quickly fester. Even more terrifying is its skill Scale Resonance. When attacked, the scales all over its body will resonate. Form a solid defensive barrier and at the same time rebound part of the attack force. The next moment, Jiang Jun activated the Eye of Insight, and soon a light curtain appeared in front of him. Monster, Black-Scaled Leopard. Bloodline, possesses a small amount of White Tiger bloodline. Realm, level 2 equivalent to the warrior's perfect meridian opening realm. Chi and blood value, 5,800. Skills, Shadow Assault, Bone Corruption Mist, Scale Armor Resonance. Soon, Jiang Jun found the weakness of the black leopard through the Eye of Insight. The scales on its abdomen are relatively thin and it is afraid of strong light. Lin Qingli held a long sword in her hand, and her eyes were bloodshot under the fox mask. From a distance, she looked like a red-eyed fox. The black leopard seemed to realize that the human in front of it was not simple and did not attack rashly. He just paced slowly around Lin Qingli, with a scrutinizing gleam in his pupils. Suddenly, the Mo Lin leopard's body flashed, and it performed a shadow attack, blending into the shadow of the corner of the cage. Lin Qingli reacted instantly and used the phantom kick, leaving several afterimages on the spot. At the same time, the long sword drew an impenetrable sword curtain in front of him. With a swish sound, the black leopard's sharp claws stretched out from the shadows and grabbed the sword curtain fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. Lin Qingli took advantage of the situation to step back half a step, saw the figure of Mo Linbao clearly, and turned his wrist. He used the Feiyan sword technique, and the long sword was like a stream of light, piercing the face of the Mo Linbao. Mo Linbao reacted extremely quickly and dodged the sword by turning his head. At the same time, a cloud of bone-corrupting poisonous mist spurted out of his mouth. Chapter 76. Don't you need it tonight, or do you plan to change to an abalone in the future? Fortunately, Lin Qingli was prepared. She tapped the ground with her toes and her body floated backwards like willow catkins, avoiding the poisonous fog. The poisonous fog fell on the steel ground, making a sizzling sound, and the hard steel was corroded into small pits. Seeing this, Mo Linbao launched another attack, exerting force with his limbs and pouncing towards Lin Qingli like a dark purple lightning. The long tail swept over with a sharp sound of wind. Lin Qingli raised her long sword into a sword flower to block the sharp claws of the Mo Lin leopard, while her other hand clenched into a fist. Throw a punch. Mountain collapsing fist. He gathered his strength into his fist and smashed it hard into the belly of the Mo Lin leopard. The black leopard felt pain in its abdomen and let out a low growl, and all the scales on its body resonated instantly. When the skill Scale Armor Resonance was activated, Lin Qingli, who was a puppet, also felt a strong recoil force coming. My arms suddenly became stiff. Lin Qingli took advantage of the situation and turned around to avoid the subsequent attack from the Mo Lin leopard. He jumped up, flipped over, and hung on the steel above the cage. Ouch! The black leopard roared angrily and pounced on Lin Qingli. At this moment, Lin Qingli hung upside down on the steel with one foot and kicked the spotlight hanging above the cage with the other foot. The spotlight shook a few times. The strong light shot into the eyes of the Mo Lin leopard, causing it to close its eyes subconsciously. This is the opportunity. Lin Qingli's eyes flashed, and she kicked her feet that were hanging upside down on the steel, and fell down at a tricky angle. The long sword pointed directly at the weak point of the Mo-Lin leopard's abdomen. The black leopard sensed the danger and wanted to dodge, but was slowed down by the strong light. Puff! The long sword pierced the black leopard's abdomen accurately, half of it going in. The black leopard let out a shrill scream. It fell to the ground and began to struggle frantically, its long tail sweeping around wildly. Lin Qingli quickly drew out his sword and stepped back to avoid the Mo-Lin leopard's dying counterattack. The black leopard struggled for a while, and the scales on its body gradually lost their luster, and finally it completely died. Puppet Lin Qingli kills the first second-level Mo-Lin leopard, gaining 30 HP. The host also gains plus 30 HP and plus 60 points. You're dead. Get up now. Are you still a monster if you're so weak? Ha, I won again. Luckily, I won this time. Fox is awesome. I declare that I will be a loyal fan of Fox from now on. Damn it, this must be a setup. They must have poisoned the black leopard beforehand. Yes, I want a rematch. If she dares to challenge me in the next round, I'll still bet on her to lose. Retable. 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 We won again, Zhang Jun, please get her out. Su Shang laughed loudly, but he did not forget to ask Lin Qingli to leave. After all, Lin Qingli is now a member of his team, with Lin Qingli joining. This time in the Hunter Open, his team will definitely win a place. But Zhang Jun came to the underground arena not to win money, but to meet the underground arena owner Luo Xiu. As you can imagine, Luo Xiu, now Zhang Jun can only think of one way, besides winning money, to make Luo Xiu interested in Lin Qingli. Wait for Luo Xiu to contact Lin Qingli first, then you can see him. The bunny girl smiled and looked at Lin Qingli, who was trapped in the cage. The next match will be against the third-level demon beast, the black-armored thunder rhino. The winner will receive a prize of 30 million. Fox, do you want to continue the challenge? Following Zhang Jun's instructions, Lin Qingli nodded. I'm going to challenge the next game. Hearing this, the bunny girl shouted, the fox agrees to challenge me to the next game. The next monster to appear is the third-level monster, the black-armored thunder rhino. 2-to-1 odds, betting on the fox will double your bet. 10 minutes to place your bets. Please place your bets now. No more bets will be accepted after 10 minutes. As soon as Miss Me finished speaking, the entire coliseum was filled with noise again. Su Shang also looked at Zhang Jun somewhat foolishly, thinking, this is your girlfriend, shouldn't you stop her from continuing the challenge? Don't you need it tonight, or do you plan to switch to an abalone later? Seeing Su Shang's strange look, Zhang Jun ignored him and just calculated how much money he could win from this round of all-in. Last time, there was 4.2598 million left on the silver card, and I went all in twice, with a 10% commission deducted each time. There is 15,677,878 left. If it is all staked, doubled, and a 10% commission is taken, the balance on the silver card can be as high as 43,058,058,400. Adding the 60 million bonus won by Lin Qingli, it is exactly 130.5 million. Thinking of this, Zhang Jun went all in again. Su Shang's hands trembled when he saw Zhang Jun's operation, and Zhang Jun's voice immediately rang in his ears. Brother Su, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go all in. Su Shang, oh. In the end, he still bet all his money. 10 minutes are up. Now, please welcome the third-level black-armored thunder rhino. The bunny girl's two big ears were shaking and she screamed. A rectangular gap opened in the center of the cage, and a giant beast covered with thick dark gray armor slowly rose up. The black-armored thunder rhino is nearly 5 meters long and more than 2 meters tall at the shoulder. It has a spiral dark golden horn on its head. The surface of the horn was wrapped with fine electric light. Every time the four hooves stepped on the steel ground, they would stir up a circle of faint electric current patterns. The armor on his body seemed to be made of 1,000-year-old black iron, and even the joints emitted light purple lightning. Only the snow-white soft armor under the abdomen is somewhat out of tune with the hard armor around the body. The next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Zhang Jun. Monster Beast, Black-Armored Thunder Rhino. Bloodline, none. Realm, level 3 equivalent to the early stage of the warrior's internal organ refining realm. Chi and blood value, 12,000. Skills, Thunder Crash, Thunder Net Cage, Armor Explosion. The 3 skills of the Black-Armored Thunder Rhino are enough to scare ordinary warriors. Thunder Strike can condense lightning into the horn, turning it into a lightning strike. Gravel flew everywhere it passed. Thunder net prison. The electric net spewed out from the unicorn horn, and the lavender lightning intertwined into an impenetrable net in the air. Anyone who touches it will be paralyzed, and low-level warriors may even die on the spot. The strongest skill is armor explosion. When the black armor thunder rhino curls up into a ball, the armor all over its body will burst out with deafening thunder. He instantly crashed into the enemy, who was unable to dodge and was knocked to death, vomiting blood. Even pressed into paper paste. The next moment, the information screen of the black armor thunder rhino disappeared, and the panels of Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli appeared. Jiang Jun checked the column of his and Lin Qingli's qi and blood values. Jiang Jun's HP, 9710. Lin Qingli's health value, 5920. By using power superposition, Lin Qingli can obtain half of Jiang Jun's power. Actually, it is still a little weaker than the black armored thunder rhino, but as Lin Qingli has a body of thunder spirit, he is not afraid of thunder and lightning at all. Coupled with Jiang Jun's wisdom and impeccable control, even if his strength is not as good as that of the black armored thunder rhino. But it shouldn't be difficult to kill the black armored thunder rhino. Chapter 77, Roast Duck Soup, Invitation from the Underground Coliseum Owner. Fourth update. Moo. The black armored thunder rhino roared softly, ready to launch an attack. In an instant, the unicorn's horn suddenly burst out with dazzling lightning, and its forehooves slammed into the ground, performing a thunder crash. In an instant, the speed was far beyond what its size would indicate. The light purple lightning left an afterimage and rushed in front of Lin Qingli in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Lin Qingli also activated the superposition of power, and her qi and blood value increased from 5920 to 10775, and she was promoted from the perfect Tongmai realm to the early stage of Lianzong realm. At this time, Jiang Jun also felt that half of his own strength was forcibly drained away. But with the Great Sun Thunder body, Jiang Jun did not feel uncomfortable. In an instant, Lin Qingli tapped the ground with her toes, performing the phantom leg technique, and her figure slanted out like willow catkins in the wind. Barely avoided the unicorn horn with lightning. The beast cage made of fine steel was dented by the black armored thunder rhino. Lin Qingli steadied his body. The black armored thunder rhino had changed direction, and its horn was raised again. A pale purple electric net appeared from thin air like a living thing, and the skilled lightning net prison covered Lin Qingli. Lin Qingli's retreat route was blocked tightly. Just when everyone thought Lin Qingli was going to lose, a devouring force suddenly appeared, pouring out from Lin Qingli. Before the lightning net covered her, it seemed as if it was pulled by Lin Qingli and all fell on her. When everyone thought that Lin Qingli was going to roast duck and make soup, Lin Qingli was fine. Instead, the lightning net disappeared without a trace as if it had never appeared. Taking advantage of the moment when the black armored thunder rhino was distracted, Lin Qingli stepped on the phantom leg and instantly closed the distance with the black armored thunder rhino. Then he used the Fei Yin sword technique to stab the snow-white soft armor under the belly of the black armored thunder rhino. The black armored thunder rhino swung its hoof and Lin Qingli retreated instantly. A bloody flower appeared from the belly of the black armored thunder rhino. Moo! The black armored thunder rhino roared. It suddenly curled up into an iron ball with a diameter of 3 meters, and with the roar of armor colliding, the armor explosion was activated. The entire iron ball crashed towards Lin Qingli. Seeing the iron ball coming, Lin Qingli instinctively dodged, but suddenly stopped and jumped up. While dodging the falling ball, flip in the air with your feet up and your head down. Throw out the mountain collapsing punch. A punch came down from the sky, with powerful force and unstoppable momentum, hitting the iron ball. Bang! The black armored thunder rhino was stunned by the force of the fist and the roar produced by the collision of the two. He withdrew directly from the armor explosion, revealing the snow-white soft armor under his abdomen. Lin Qingli stabbed the fine steel on the ground with a sword. The sword was bent and bounced back. Lin Qingli used the force of the rebound to flip in the air again. A Fei Yin sword technique came down from the sky, carrying a sharp sword energy, and pierced directly into the blood flower in the belly of the black armor thunder rhino. Puff! The entire sword was thrust in, leaving only the hilt. The next moment, Lin Qingli turned his wrist, pulled out the sword, and blood gushed out. In an instant, Lin Qingli stepped on the phantom leg and retreated. Moo! The black armored thunder rhino growled, slowly turned over, raised its 4 hooves, and blood gushed out from its belly. He stepped forward towards Lin Qingli, and when he was in front of Lin Qingli, a loud bang sounded. The entire body of the black armored thunder rhino smashed onto the steel ground and never moved again. Puppet Lin Qingli first kills 3 black armor thunder rhinos, gaining 50 HP. The host also gains plus 50 HP and plus 100 points. Dead? I win again. Fuck, the fox is so powerful, it even killed the 3rd level Black Armor Thunder Rhino. Damn it. Why hasn't this woman died yet? She's made me bet my entire fortune. How did she do it? Lightning struck her and she was unaffected? Damn it, it must be a setup, otherwise how could the Black Armored Thunder Rhino be killed? For a moment, the underground coliseum was filled with anger and complaints. Although the odds were 2-1 and betting on the fox would double the prize, most people still bet on the Black Armored Thunder Rhino to win. Of course, there are some people who bet on Lin Qingli, but there are no ones who go all in like Zhang Jun and Su Shang. They just bet a little to support. Now seeing Lin Qingli win, many people are beating their chests and stamping their feet. Even the bunny girl was stunned and forgot to announce the result. Finally, the intercom on her ear rang and the bunny girl reacted. The fox won this match. The next match will be against the 3rd level Flame King Crocodile. Will the fox continue the challenge? Lin Qingli shook her head, walked towards the small opening that could accommodate one person, crawled out of the cage, and then walked towards Zhang Jun. Under the fox mask, Lin Qingli raised the corners of her mouth, looking a little arrogant. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Qingli came to Zhang Jun, bent down, and leaned her head towards Zhang Jun. Under the ultra mask, Zhang Jun grinned, then reached out and rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice. Well, you did a good job. I'll reward you well when I get back. As for how to reward, Zhang Jun has the final say. Seeing this scene, Su Shang felt a little sad, but the others were indignant, wondering why they were not the ones being touched. God is unfair. Aha. At this time, Lin Qingli exited the state of power superposition, and Zhang Jun suddenly felt the lost power return to his body. Fortunately, I only lost half of my strength temporarily and didn't feel exhausted. As a puppet, Lin Qingli has a strong body, and even if she withdraws from the superposition of power, she does not seem to feel any discomfort. Soon, a man in a suit and tie came over with a silver card. Fox, this is the prize money you won from the 3 games, a total of 60 million. The man in the suit handed the silver card to Lin Qingli. Lin Qingli took the silver card and immediately gave it to Zhang Jun. Dad, here. Perhaps to gain Zhang Jun's approval, Lin Qingli said something unintentionally. Su Shang. He looked at Zhang Jun with a strange expression. He couldn't imagine that young people nowadays were so extravagant. Oh. It's so good to be young. Su Shang sighed inwardly. Zhang Jun frowned slightly, not because of what Lin Qingli said. But it was because the man in a suit did not leave. Suddenly, Zhang Jun guessed what the man was going to do. Sure enough, when Zhang Jun inserted the silver card and checked the balance on the silver card, the man finally spoke. You too, our boss wants to see you, please follow me. Hearing this, Su Shang immediately said, I'm their friend, I want to go with them too. Sorry, our boss only wants to see the 2 of them, the man said again. Zhang Jun smiled calmly and said, Brother Su, I know you are worried about us. But I don't think the boss of the underground coliseum would be so petty as to keep us if we win some money, right? Su Shang nodded, looked at the man and said, Tell your boss that we are all hunters from the Hunter Guild. If something happens here, the Hunter Guild will definitely not ignore it. Zhang Jun, just follow him, I'll wait for you here. Hearing this, Zhang Jun immediately felt that Su Shang was his friend. Zhang Jun smiled and said, Well, I'll be back soon. The next moment, Zhang Jun and Lin Qingli followed the man and walked towards a room in the underground arena. P.S. I'm urging Yao Yao to update the chapters. Preview, in the next chapter, Zhang Jun will personally come to Gong Shuihao's house to deliver milk tea. Chapter 78, Bronze Coffin, obtain corpse-scented konjac. Our boss is waiting for you in the room, please come in. The man opened the door to the room and made an inviting gesture. Zhang Jun nodded and took Lin Qingli into the room. At this time, a middle-aged man was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at dozens of monitors embedded in the wall. The next moment, the middle-aged man pushed the wheelchair with his hands and slowly turned around. Seeing this middle-aged man, Zhang Jun was stunned. He didn't expect that Luo Xiao, the owner of the underground arena, was a half-disabled person. But Zhang Jun clearly felt a powerful aura from Luo Xiao, which was the aura of realm suppression. Moreover, this suppression is stronger than any high-level warrior Zhang Jun has ever seen. In other words, Luo Xiao's martial arts level would definitely not be low, at the very least he would be a mid-stage refining organs realm martial artist. Ha, our national martial arts champion and Fox are finally here. Luo Xiu smiled and pushed the wheelchair towards Jiang Jun and the others. Hearing this, Jiang Jun was not surprised, because it was not difficult to find out his identity. As for Lin Qingli's identity, Luo Xiu probably couldn't find out, otherwise he wouldn't call Lin Qingli a fox. After all, Lin Qingli is just a dead person, and has been transformed by Jiang Jun. Except for the face, the body proportions are completely inconsistent. I wonder what's the matter that Boss Luo called us here? Jiang Jun asked directly. Luo Xiu did not reply, but pushed the wheelchair towards the long table at the side. If you want to know, come sit down and let's talk about it slowly. Jiang Jun didn't hesitate and took Lin Qingli to the long table, pulled out a chair and sat down. After all, Jiang Jun came to the underground arena to see Luo Xiu. Don't be nervous. I didn't call you here to become a warrior in the Colosseum. Besides, I don't have the ability to make the national martial arts champion a warrior in the underground arena. I want to make a deal with you. As long as you agree, I can provide you with any conditions you want. Just tell me. Hearing this, Jiang Jun was happy. In that case, the corpse konjac will be easy to catch. But the deal that Luo Xiu was talking about was definitely not a simple one. Boss Luo, I'm more interested in the deal you're talking about. Why don't you just tell me first and then we can discuss the terms? The next moment, under Jiang Jun's gaze, Luo Xiu grabbed the armrests on both sides of the wheelchair and supported his body with his arms. At this time, his body was completely out of the wheelchair, and it could be seen that his feet fixed to the wheelchair were just a pair of prosthetic feet. Do you want to know how my legs were broken? Without waiting for Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli to reply, Luo Xiu continued, originally, I also have a good partner just like you. We were childhood sweethearts, but because of one thing, I killed her. I watched her die and I couldn't save her. You know how much pain I felt. I want you to bring her body back. I can't leave her there alone. The next moment, Luo Xiu took a remote control and pressed a few buttons, and immediately some images were projected onto the blank wall. As the owner of an underground arena, my biggest worry isn't a lack of customers, but a lack of monsters. For the underground arena to function properly, there must be sufficient monsters to compete with the warriors. So, she and I often take some people and horses into various secret realms to capture some monsters alive. Until one time, we wanted to save a third-level monster, but we were unknowingly taken to the depths of the secret realm by this monster. In the end, we failed to capture this third-level monster alive, but we discovered a mysterious cave. Deep inside the cave, we found the remains of an ancient human city. We found a huge altar in the city, and on top of it was a huge bronze coffin. Having said this, Luo Xiu's eyes were already wet with tears. After a pause, Luo Xiu continued, in order to find out what's inside the bronze coffin, I decided to open it. Soon, I cracked the runes on the altar and arrived in front of the bronze coffin. When we opened the bronze coffin with all our strength, guess what I saw? Inside the huge bronze coffin was a flesh and blood finger, a finger as big as the bronze coffin itself. Suddenly, Luo Xiu became extremely excited. In order to find out the secret of the bronze coffin, I jumped into it, and she followed me in. At this moment, the bronze coffin seemed to have triggered a mechanism, and the lid closed quickly. She and I reacted immediately and planned to leave the bronze coffin, but she didn't leave in the end and was trapped inside. And I managed to leave, but at the cost of losing my legs. Having said that, Luo Xiu stopped talking and burst into tears. From the projected image, Jiang Jun saw the appearance of the woman that Luo Xiu had mentioned, and the ruins of the ancient human city. See the huge altar and the bronze coffin on the altar. After a while, Luo Xiu continued, when I plan to re-enter the ruins of that ancient human city, I will open the bronze coffin and take her body away. I discovered a barrier where the cave connects to the ruins of an ancient human city. This barrier can only be entered by warriors below the early stage of the refining organ realm. So, I would like to ask you two to enter the ancient human city, open the bronze coffin, and bring out her body. Hearing this, Jiang Jun pondered for a moment, then why did Boss Luo choose us? Luo Xiu said bluntly, because the people I sent in failed to bring her out, of course you can refuse me. Since Luo Xiu said so, there was no need for Jiang Jun to beat around the bush. I want the corpse-scented konjac that Boss Luo has, plus 300 million. I wonder if I, the national martial arts champion, am worth that price? Hearing this, Luo Xiu's face twitched. He didn't care about the 300 million, but he was surprised that Jiang Jun wanted the corpse-scented konjac. You know Aiyan. The next moment, Luo Xiu said something in surprise. Jiang Jun nodded. After all, Ai Yen wanted to buy the corpse-scented konjac from him and had already met with Luo Xiao. Okay, I agree to your terms. We'll set off in 2 days. After saying that, Luo Xiao directly took out the corpse-scented konjac and 300 million and handed them to Zhang Jun. With the corpse-scented amorphophallus, Zhang Jun finally found all the materials to make a puppet. He only needed a leg to resurrect the ocean horse Alyssa. Adding the 300 million, Zhang Jun's net worth is 540 million, which is enough to buy the black jade ointment to cure Jiang Pingyan's foot. After saying goodbye to Luo Xiao, Zhang Jun walked out of the room and left the underground arena with Su Shang. On the way, Zhang Jun did not hide the fact that Luo Xiao wanted to ask him to enter the secret realm. Unexpectedly, Su Shang also wanted to go to the secret realm with Zhang Jun, but was rejected by Zhang Jun. Because with one more person, he couldn't ensure Su Shang's safety. Su Shang sent Zhang Jun outside the community and drove away. Just then, Zhang Jun saw the milk tea shop across the street and suddenly remembered that Gong Shuidao had asked him out for dinner. He must have felt bad when he was rejected. Thinking of Gong Shuidao's little mouth, it was warm, soft, and full of saliva. Especially in the throat, the tonsils on both sides are swollen and appear very narrow. Suddenly, Zhang Jun felt a little reluctant. He heard that salty lemon green tea has a therapeutic effect on swollen tonsils. So, Zhang Jun and Lin Qingli walked to an empty alley and put Lin Qingli into the puppet space. Then, I went to the milk tea shop across the street, bought a cup of salty lemon green tea, and went straight to Gong Shuidao community. Chapter 79, Hold your grandson soon and give Gong Shuidao milk tea. By the evening, the Zhang family's guests had left one after another. Lu Ruyan took He Jingyun's hand, which was as thin as a piece of dry wood, and said with a smile, "Grandma, we are leaving too. I will come back another day to ask brother Zhang Jun to go out and play." Li Finglian also chimed in, "Yes, they are engaged. Young people should move around more. I'm old now, and I don't have any big dreams. I just want to have a grandson in my arms soon, hee hee. Well, it's this kid's blessing to be with Ruyan. You should go back and rest early." He Jingyun patted the back of Lu Ruyan's hand. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan pretended to be shy and didn't know how to make her whole face blush. It becomes popular as soon as it is said. Not far away, Yao Yaxin saw this scene and despised it in her heart. She kept scolding Lu Ruyan for being shameless, and a mass grave, standing on the street. In the end, even Yao Yaxin's family left. Only He Jingyun, Zhang Jianan and Zhang Long were left in the hall. He Jingyun laughed all day and almost became paralyzed from laughing. Zhang Jianan and Zhang Long were finally able to sit down. They had been standing all day and their feet were sore. Grandma, Jiang Pingyan, and Zhang Jun haven't shown up yet. Will they play tricks? Everyone in Tianyuan City knows about it now, how come they don't know? Zhang Long was also a little anxious. He didn't want Jiang Pingyan and Zhang Jun to return to the Jiang family, but he couldn't afford to lose face if the two of them didn't return to the Jiang family. By then, everyone will laugh at the Jiang family. It can be said that Zhang Long is in a very complicated mood now. Mom, this unfilial son, knowing that I have forgiven him, why doesn't he just come back? He doesn't care about the Jiang family's reputation at all. Zhang Jianan also complained. Because he knew that Jiang Pingyan had been obedient to He Jingyun since he was a child. If He Jingyun asked him to stand, he would not dare to sit, and if he asked him to walk, he would definitely not dare to run. Sometimes he is jealous that He Jingyun is inclined to love Jiang Pingyan. But ever since that damn woman appeared, Jiang Pingyan seemed like a different person, opposing his family everywhere. Don't worry, I'm his mother. Don't I know his temper? Let's go and have a rest. I'm sure he'll be back at the Jiang family tomorrow morning. When he comes, tell him to come to my room and pay his respects to me. After saying that, He Jingyun returned to the room with the help of the housekeeper. Zhang Long stared at Zhang Jianan in a daze, and swallowed back what he wanted to say. He didn't want to be slapped by Zhang Jianan again. Dad, I'm going back to my room too. After saying that, Zhang Long left quickly. Only Zhang Jianan was left sitting in the hall. He sighed, then called a few servants in to quickly clean up the hall. If Jiang Pingyan and Zhang Jun come back tomorrow, maybe some distinguished guests will come to visit. Soon, Zhang Jun came to Gong Shuidao's house with a cup of milk tea in his hand and rang the doorbell. At this time, Gong Shuidao had already washed herself clean and was wearing a pink silk pajamas. In the form of an empty bottle, I lay in bed to sleep, but I couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard I tried. As Gong Shutao turned her body, the storage room and the express delivery that Zhang Jun saw appeared in her mind from time to time. At this time, it seemed like something was stuck inside the teeth, and Gong Shutao immediately used his fingernails to dig between the teeth. I kept picking at the gaps between my teeth with my fingernails, trying to get something stuck out of them. As he kept picking at it, his saliva dripped onto his chest. The pink pajamas were dirty, and Gong Shuetao quickly wiped them with her hands, but no matter how hard she wiped, she couldn't get them clean, and the pajamas were wrinkled. Finally, she increased her strength to wipe it, and she would never stop until it was clean. Just when Gong Shuetao was about to pick out the thing stuck in his teeth, the doorbell rang. "Who is it?" "It's just a matter of seconds." Gong Shuetao muttered to herself angrily, took her finger out, and patted her wrinkled pajamas with her other hand. Then, get up from the bed, walk out of the room and head towards the door. Looking out through the peephole of the gate. "Oh my god! Jiang Jun is here." Gong Shuetao controlled his body and opened the door instantly. "Jiang Jun, why are you here so late?" Jiang Jun's gaze fell on Gong Shuetao and he was stunned for a moment. Gong Shuetao pulled her in and closed the door. "I know you like milk tea, so I bought a cup for you." "Yeah, I'm craving some milk tea." "What kind of milk tea did you buy?" Gong Shuetao took the milk tea and saw that it was salty lemon green tea, and her face immediately turned red as if it was on fire. "Teacher Gong, you don't like this milk tea?" I like it so much." Gong Shutao inserted the tube and took a big gulp. His originally shriveled cheeks instantly became plump. At this time, Jiang Jun felt a chill in his nose. "Jiang Jun, why are you bleeding from your nose?" "I'm just irritated. Seeing that Jiang Jun's eyes were always on her, Gong Shuetao finally reacted. She was wearing pajamas. "It's still an empty bottle." "Ah, wait a minute." Gong Shutao turned around and wanted to leave, but Jiang Jun grabbed her. Then, the milk tea in his hand fell to the ground. "Teacher Gong, you should finish your milk tea before leaving." "Oh." Gong Shuetao pouted, then slowly knelt on the ground and picked up the milk tea. An hour passed. In the end, Jiang Jun could only take on Alexander. As expected, there is still a difference in texture between being unable to grasp and being under great pressure. I wonder how it feels to carry a heavy load. The more he thought about it, the more he looked forward to it, but it was a pity that he couldn't find matching legs. Another 10 minutes later, Gong Shuetao lay in Jiang Jun's arms, closed her eyes and looked exhausted. Jiang Jun rubbed her hair with his hands in pain, and looked at Gong Shuetao's cheeks, which seemed to have become thinner. The whole person's temperament seems to have changed. It seems that I should buy milk tea for Gong Shuetao more often in the future to train the flesh on her cheeks. It will be much better than using some skin care products. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun's mouth curled up slightly. Creating a beautiful woman gave him a great sense of accomplishment. "Shuetao, take a rest. I'm going back." When Jiang Jun called her Shuetao, Gong Shuetao's eyelashes trembled violently. "I feel so happy. So embarrassing. Are you leaving?" "If you're tired, stay. I'll make you breakfast tomorrow. I have things to do when I get home. I'll try your breakfast another day." After saying that, Jiang Jun kissed Gong Shutao on the face. When he got home, Jiang Jun was already impatient to release Lin Qingli from the puppet space. Then wash and brush. Whoa! Drive! Clark, clack! Jiang Jun continued his equestrian training to complete today's target. The next morning, Jiang Jun completed another small goal. It seems that the puppet's body has undergone special modifications, but some parts may not have been strengthened. Lin Qingli possesses a body of thunder spirit, unlike Jiang Jun who possesses a body of great sun thunder. In the end, Jiang Jun left Lin Qingli at home to watch TV and went straight to the Warrior Commercial Street. At this time, Lu Ruyan was strolling in the Warrior Commercial Street with a close friend. They had just come out of a store when their best friend screamed, "Ruyan, look, it's Jiang Jun." When she saw Jiang Jun, Lu Ruyan's eyes immediately turned into crescents and she strode towards Jiang Jun. Chapter 80, The Jiang family is shameless, the presidents of the 4 colleges declare for Jiang Jun. "Brother Jiang Jun, why are you here?" Lu Ruyan walked over with a smile and frown, trying her best to show her most beautiful side. Seeing Lu Ruyan's cat-like look, Jiang Jun frowned. For some reason, whenever Jiang Jun saw Lu Ruyan, he wished she would die and then pamper her well. "This Warrior Commercial Street belongs to you, so why can't I come here? Also, don't call me brother from now on. My brother has already gone down from dozens of floors." "Jiang Jun, I am still your fiancé after all, and you refused to cancel the engagement before. I'm back with you now, what else do you want? I went to the Jiang family yesterday and waited for you all day, but you just slept all day and ignored me. When Lu Ruyan said that, she squeezed her legs together and made a squeezing sound, which made Jiang Jun shiver all over. If Lu Ruyan were made into a puppet, Jiang Jun's first order would be to make her speak properly. Don't squeeze your legs together, or you'll suffocate the crab. You have a cat problem, why are you waiting for me at the Jiang family? Okay, I have something to do, don't follow me like a lapdog. Be careful or I'll kick you. Jiang Jun didn't say the rest and just strode past Lu Ruyan. He thought that Lu Ruyan was really crazy to go to Jiang's house to wait for him. Lu Ruyan stomped her feet and some passers-by bumped into lampposts. Go back first, and don't let me follow you. I'll definitely pester him. Lu Ruyan said something to her best friend and then followed Jiang Jun happily. Jiang Jun ignored her and went straight into the Balian Wanling Pavilion. Sister AI, I'm here. Hey, my good brother is here, why isn't your little wife here? As soon as AI Yen finished speaking, Lu Ruyan followed in. She doesn't have much good feelings towards Lu Ruyan. If you want to rekindle your relationship, it's not easy to get back together. AI Yen said something to Lu Ruyan, then smiled and said, Congratulations, brother, on returning to the Jiang family and becoming the young master of the Jiang family again. Hearing this, Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment. Sister AI, don't joke with me. I'm the national champion in martial arts now, and they just ignore us father and son. They are out of their reach now, so how could I return to the Jiang family? AI Yen and Lu Ruyan both looked puzzled. No, you must be kidding me. The Jiang family is all over the TV, headlines, and trending searches, announcing that you and your son have returned to the Jiang family. Sister, you always pay attention to the major events in Tianyuan City every day. How could you possibly be wrong? Hearing this, Jiang Jun frowned. No wonder Lu Ruyan mentioned going to the Jiang family just now. It seems that the Jiang family is causing trouble again. Jiang Jun, didn't you return to the Jiang family? Impossible. The old lady said with her own mouth that you were at the Jiang family. At this time, Lu Ruyan also added a sentence. Idiot. Jiang Jun retorted to her directly, then looked at AIE. Sister AI, let's not talk about this for now. I came here to ask you to help buy the black jade ointment. I wonder when the product will be available. AIN covered her mouth and smiled, if you have money, you can get it tomorrow. Jiang Jun nodded and took out a card. There's 500 million in this card, the password is 123456. I'll come pick it up tomorrow, and I'll deduct the difference when I get it. Yeah. AIN took the card, somewhat surprised. After all, 500 million is not a small amount of money. She didn't expect Jiang Jun to collect enough money for the black jade ointment so quickly. When Lu Ruyan heard the conversation between the two, her big eyes widened and she felt dissatisfied in her heart. Jiang Jun also said that he has not returned to the Jiang family. How is that possible? Otherwise, how could he come up with 500 million? This money must be from the Jiang family. Humph, you still want to test me at this time? Since you want to play, I'll play with you. You want a devoted woman who will never leave you, I'm the one. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Jiang Jun said and turned to leave. Brother Jiang Jun, wait for me. Lu Ruyan ran out. Seeing this, Jiang Jun immediately used the phantom kick to throw Lu Ruyan away. On the way, Jiang Jun took out his mobile phone to check the headlines and hot searches, and the top news was the news about the national martial arts champion returning to his roots. Title, Jiang Pingan, the abandoned son of the Jiang family, and his son Jiang Jun have returned to their ancestral home. Jiang Jun didn't expect the Jiang family to be so shameless. It seems that Jiang Pingan, like him, doesn't know about this matter yet, otherwise Jiang Pingan would have called him a long time ago. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun immediately stopped a taxi and headed towards Yangxiang Crematorium. When they arrived at the Yangxiang Crematorium, Jiang Jun came to the morgue and saw Jiang Pingan moving the bodies and placing them on the conveyor belt. Dad, I have something to tell you, please come out. Jiang Jun shouted from outside the morgue. Jiang Pingan nodded and pointed to the black plastic bag, indicating that the body in the black plastic bag should be moved to the conveyor belt. After a while, Jiang Pingan took off his N95 mask. Jiang Jun, what do you want from Dad? Dad, let me tell you something. The Jiang family actually spread rumors, saying that we have returned to our roots. After saying that, Jung Joon took out his mobile phone, opened the headlines, and looked at the top title on the hot search. Seeing the title above, Jung Pingon looked angry. He didn't expect that the Jung family would do such a shameless thing. It went without saying that it must have been the idea of his mother, who was only concerned about profit. Jung Joon, don't worry about this matter, leave it to me. Go deal with the bodies in the morgue. Jung Joon nodded. He would definitely help burn the body when he came. Now he had all the materials for the puppet, except for a leg. The next moment, Jung Joon walked into a room. Jung Pingan also took out 4 business cards from his body. These were business cards given to him by the principals of the 4 major colleges. He only needed to reveal to the presidents of the 4 major colleges that Jung Joon had not returned to his ancestral home at all. It is up to Jung Joon to decide which college he wants to go to. Soon, Jung Pingan made a phone call. Principal Tang, the Jung family spread rumors yesterday, saying that Jung Joon had returned to his roots. In fact, this is not true. I still have the final say on which college Jung Joon should go to. Principal Chen, I'm Jung Pingan. Let me clarify for you, Jung Joon has never returned to his ancestral home. I have the final say on which college my son should attend. The presidents of the 4 colleges were stunned for a long time after receiving Jung Pingan's call. No wonder when they went to the Jung family to congratulate yesterday, the old lady said that Jung Joon was still sleeping, so as not to affect Jung Joon's sleep quality. They didn't see Jung Joon at the Jung family, but now they think about it, even if they didn't see Jung Joon, then Jung Pingan should also be able to see Jung Joon's father, right? They could not imagine that the presidents of the 4 major colleges were played like monkeys by the Jung family. Suddenly, they got angry. As the presidents of the 4 major colleges, they have very wide connections, and many important figures were once their students. The next moment, the presidents of the 4 major colleges immediately contacted these people. Soon, all the news about the Jung family that was pinned on TV stations, headlines, and trending searches was removed. Then the presidents of the 4 major colleges issued statements on television, headlines, and trending searches. Title: I am the principal of Qinglong College. It has been confirmed that Jung Joon did not return to his ancestral home. This is just a unilateral statement issued by the Jung family. Title: I am Chen Jichen, the principal of Suzaku College. In order to gain benefits, the Jung family spread rumors that Jung Joon returned to his ancestral home. It has been confirmed that Jung Joon did not return to his ancestral home. At the same time, the presidents of the 4 major colleges issued a statement confirming that Jung Joon had not returned to his ancestral home. In an instant, the news spread throughout Tianyuan City. Chapter 81, Things are revealed, Madame Jiang takes action personally. Jiang family. He Jingyun, Jiang Jianan and Jiang Long are having breakfast. Many people came to the Jiang family to congratulate them yesterday and brought many gifts. Among them are many precious ingredients such as shark fin and abalone. Today's breakfast for the 3 of us is a bowl of Tenjo shark's fin and 2 3-head abalones each. But the food is extremely luxurious. Butler, did you leave breakfast for Pingan and Jung Joon? He Jingyun was in a good mood, so he asked another question. She never thought that Jung Pingan and Jung Joon would be unwilling to return to the Jung family. Madam, I did as you instructed and left them some porridge and fried dough sticks. He Jingyun nodded with satisfaction. Then let's eat quickly, they are not used to eating these things. Without He Jingyun saying anything, Jiang Jianan and Jiang Long had already wolfed down the food. The 3 of them finally finished their breakfast. Mom, will the father and son really be back soon? Lin Jianan asked again worriedly. He Jingyun frowned. Is it possible that I don't even know what kind of character my own son is? Don't worry, they will definitely return to the Jung family before this morning. Seeing He Jingyun's determined look, Lin Jianan felt at ease. In his opinion, there was no reason why Jung Pingan should not come back. Then I'll go to work first. Jiang Long and the others will be back soon. Don't argue with them. After all, Jung Joon's title as the national martial arts champion is very beneficial to the development of the family. Got it, Dad. Jiang Long replied somewhat unhappily. At this time, Jiang Long's mobile phone received a lot of messages. Jiang Long quickly took out his cell phone and looked at it. His face suddenly turned pale. Grandma, Dad, things have broken out. Look. Jiang Long handed the phone to He Jingyun, and He Jingyun saw the top headline on the headlines. She rolled her eyes immediately, and the housekeeper immediately pressed her Rinzhong acupoint, and He Jingyun slowly woke up. Zhang Jianan's cell phone also rang. It was his boss calling. As soon as Zhang Jianan pressed the answer button, he heard the other party's roar. Zhang Jianan, tell me honestly, has Zhang Jun ever returned to his roots? You know how big an impact this incident has. I just received a lot of calls. Hurry up and deal with this matter, otherwise. As soon as the other party hung up the phone, Zhang Jianan's phone rang again. It was someone from the military calling. For a while, the Zhang family became a laughingstock in Tianyuan City. Mom, I think you should go and ask these two bastards to come back yourself. Zhang Jianan received several calls and was scolded like a dog by the other party. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Should I ask him to come back? I'm her mother. Without me, there would be no him. He's just a piece of flesh that fell off my body. Now you want me to apologize to the flesh that fell off my body? How can you say such a thing? He Jingyun grabbed the half bowl of tianjiuqi that he had not finished eating and threw it on the ground. Zhang Jianan's face twitched, feeling that Zhang Ping'an was a piece of flesh that fell off her body. Then what is he? Grandma, second uncle wants to come back, but he doesn't dare to come back without your personal permission. I guarantee that if you go and call him back, he will definitely throw himself at your feet and tell you about all the hardships he's suffered over the years. Don't you know that he's your son? Seeing his father being scolded like a dog, Zhang Long changed his perspective to He Jingyun's and tried to persuade him. He Jingyun thought about it and it seemed to be the case. How could Zhang Ping'an dare to come back without her order? It seems that she blamed Zhang Ping'an wrongly. Humph, it turns out that he hasn't made any progress in these years. Forget it, I won't bother with him anymore. The housekeeper will prepare the car immediately. I will go find him myself. Seeing that He Jingyun was finally willing to give in, Zhang Jianan finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Zhang Long immediately arranged for the media to follow. Upon hearing this, He Jingyun immediately yelled. No, why are you calling me a media person? Where does that make me look bad? Grandma, I know what Dad meant. Call the media. If you go and invite them in person, they won't come back. That's their fault. Imagine an old mother asking her son to come home, but he disagrees. Others will think he's unfilial. Then our Jiang family can let this matter go. The next moment, Zhang Jianan gave Zhang Long a thumbs up and said, "Ha, you are worthy of being my son. You have finally grown up." He Jingyun was silent for a while, and seemed to agree with him. She believed that everyone had sharp eyes and they would never help an unfilial son. Well, let's do as you say. Let's go. Lu family. When Lu Zhishang's family learned the news, they were stunned for a long time. Yesterday, in order to please Madame Jiang, he specially gave away the 9 wings of heaven. How could they have imagined that the Jiang family was so shameless? Now they have lost both the wife and the army, but they can only swallow the bitter pill. Especially when Lu Ruyan met Zhang Jun spit it all over her. Ruyan, although the Jiang family is shameless, I think it's not too late for you to change your girlfriend to Zhang Long. Li Fenglian said to Lu Ruyan after careful consideration. I think it's better to continue to guard Zhang Jun. After all, he is the national martial arts champion and will definitely be the big boss guarding this area in the future. Lu Zhishang gave a different opinion. You know shit, you're just thinking about the past. Go live with your lame brother. The one who grows up is called the big boss who guards a place. If Zhang Jun dies prematurely, what do you think Ruyan will do? Will she lick Zhang Long again? Li Fenglian pointed at Lu Zhishang's forehead and cursed. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was upset. She learned that Zhang Jun did not return to the Zhang family, but she watched Zhang Jun take out 500 million in Balian Wanling Pavilion. It was definitely not him and Ain who conspired to deceive her. Besides, ever since coming out of the secret realm with her younger brother, Lu Ruyan seemed to have been conquered by Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun is no longer the Zhang Jun she knew before. Now, every move and gesture of Zhang Jun seems to have a deep attraction to her. But she knew that if she made a mistake in this game, the whole game would be ruined. Just be quiet for a moment and let me think about it. Lu Ruyan said this and went back to her room and closed the door. Humph, it's all because of you that I pissed off my precious woman. I'm angry too now. My feet are sweaty, clean them up for me. As she spoke, Li Fenglian grabbed Lu Zhishang with one hand and dragged him towards their room. Cleaning equals tongue plus shame. Lu Zhishang looked as if he was living a life worse than death, and was roaring in his heart. I don't eat durian. Dental clinic. Yao Yashin was having her teeth repaired when she suddenly opened her phone and a headline message popped up. When Yao Yashin saw the title, she burst into laughter and almost swallowed the tool that the doctor inserted into her mouth. Ahem, oh my god, you almost stabbed me to death. Jiang Jun, you are not from the Jiang family. I can finally seek revenge on you. Just wait for my revenge. Noon. Jiang Pingan fried 2 large plates of meat and asked Jiang Jun to have a meal together in the family hall. As a father, he didn't even celebrate with Jiang Jun when his son became the national martial arts champion. Jiang Jun, come, let's go together, father and son. Dad wishes you to become the national champion in martial arts and have a bright future. Jiang Pingan filled 2 3-liang wine glasses. Suddenly, Jiang Jun thought of Gong Shuitao, wondering if she still wanted to drink milk tea tonight. At this time, outside the Yangxian crematorium, 2 luxury cars stopped, followed by several vans that also stopped one after another. With the help of the housekeeper, He Jingyun got out of the first luxury car. Jiang Jianan and Jian Long got out of the second car. In the van behind them, many media reporters were holding cameras. There were also TV station staff who got off the van carrying a lot of equipment. Dear audience friends, we are now broadcasting live. Mrs. Jiang from the Jiang family has come to the Yangxian crematorium in person. Please ask Jiang Pingan and Jiang Jun, father and son, to return to the Jiang family. Chapter 82 I am your mother, let us strengthen Gong Shuitao. 3 more chapters. Just as Jiang Pingan and Jiang Jun raised their wine glasses, clinked them together, and were about to take a sip. There's a noise outside. Suddenly, Jiang Pingan frowned. He hasn't taken any private work for a long time, so it stands to reason that no family members of the deceased would come to the crematorium. Jiang Pingan, come out. Your mother is here. Jiang Jianan yelled at the top of his lungs, so loud that he almost woke up the corpses in the morgue. Hearing Jiang Jianan's voice, Jiang Pingan and Jiang Jun frowned at the same time. They didn't expect that someone from the Jiang family would come to their door in person, and the person who came was that arrogant old lady. Dad. You don't have to say anything in a moment. It can't be a good thing if they come. I'll take care of it, let's continue eating meat and drinking. Jiang Jun felt warm in his heart, knowing that Jiang Pingan would always stand in front of him no matter what the time. This is true fatherly love. Several TV station staff members walked in front and filmed. Jiang Jianan and Jian Long walked in front, while He Jing followed behind with the support of the housekeeper. Jiang Jianan was shouting while looking for someone. They had been to every room except the morgue. Finally, his eyes fell on the family hall. The next moment, a group of people rushed into the family hall and saw Jiang Pingan and Jiang Jun eating meat and drinking wine. Suddenly, the Jiang family trio became angry. They were driven to desperation, while the real owner was eating meat and drinking wine. In particular, He Jingyun wanted to overturn the table, and then go back immediately to feed the porridge and fried dough sticks left for the 2 of them to the dog instead of giving them to these 2 ungrateful bastards. Jiang Pingan, didn't you hear me calling you? Mom is here, are you still sitting here eating meat and drinking wine? Jiang Jianan came up and started to make a few accusations. Snort! The next moment, He Jingyun's cold snort was heard. When they saw Jiang Pingan and Jiang Jun eating meat and drinking, they had forgotten that they were there to invite them back to the Jiang family. Ha ha! Jiang Pingan smiled sarcastically. Who are you? Who is my mother? I'm sorry, I don't know you. If you're here to report to the chimney, you're more than welcome. If you're here to recognize your relatives, I'm sorry that there are no relatives here. You. Jiang Jianan was unable to continue speaking. Unfilial son, how can you say such outrageous words? He is your brother and I am your mother. This is an unchangeable fact. Even though I once kicked you out of the Jiang family, you still have Jiang family blood in you. Jiang Jun, come to grandma. You've been smart since you were little. Grandma loves you the most. He Jingyun cursed Jiang Pingan a few times, but when she looked at Jiang Jun, she couldn't say such words. Hearing He Jingyun's words, Jiang Jun smiled. Perhaps He Jingyun is the only one in the world who has such a shameless grandmother. Will your favorite grandchild be kicked out of the house? If we can't change the facts, can we still hide from them? We, father and son, can't afford to offend profit-seeking people like you. I dare say, if Jiang Jun hadn't won the national martial arts champion, would you have come here? No way. Unless you die, maybe you will come here. Now, get out of here right now. My father and I were kicked out of the Jiang family by you, and you ignored us. Now Jiang Jun has become the national martial arts champion, and you can't afford to marry him. You told me to get out. He Jingyun didn't expect Jiang Pingan to say such words to her. Suddenly, Jiang Pingan became a stranger in her eyes. He was no longer the son she thought she knew very well and could control. Thinking of this, He Jingyun felt that if he didn't use a big move today, he might not be able to bring Jiang Ping and Jiang Jun back to the Jiang family. In an instant, He Jingyun sat on the ground, rubbing her eyes with her hands. Her eyes were red from rubbing, but she couldn't squeeze out a single tear. Suddenly, she pointed at Jiang Pingan. I'm your mother. My son treated me like this. I won't live anymore. What's the point of me living? Everyone, tell me, what's the point of me living? Seeing this, Jiang Pingan showed no mercy at all. Come on, Jiang Jun, let's go back to the morgue. There are still many bodies to be burned today. After saying that, Jiang Pingan took Jiang Jun away. Seeing that this trick didn't work, He Jingyun had to change his tactics. My life is too hard. If that's the case, I'll just bang my head against the wall and die. Forget it. I don't know if it was because she was anxious, but He Jingyun finally squeezed out 2 tears in the live broadcast. She looks really pitiful. If someone doesn't know the inside story, they will definitely stand on her side. At the highest point of morality, accused Jiang Pingan of being an unfilial son. Suddenly, He Jingyun stood up suddenly and rushed towards a wall not far away. At this time, Jiang Jianan had already rushed to the wall to block He Jingyun. Mom, don't do this. You still have me as your son. Don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid. The scene performed by He Jingyun and Jiang Jianan maximizes the emotional value. Most people who watched the live broadcast began to indiscriminately accuse Jiang Pingan and his son. Jiang Pingan looked back, sighed, and walked out of the family hall with Jiang Pingan and headed towards the morgue. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Jiang Jianan pretended to pull his mother away to prevent her from being saddened by the past and doing something stupid. He Jingyun was dragged into the car by Jiang Jianan after crying and making a fuss, and then ordered to drive away. In the car, the excitement of the two suddenly disappeared, and He Jingyun had a sinister look on his face. Let's go back. From now on, even if they kneel down and beg me, they won't be able to set foot in the Jiang family. Coming out of the morgue, Jiang Jun was a little disappointed. Now that he had all the materials for the production, he just couldn't find a suitable leg. Just as Jiang Jun was about to return to the rental house, the phone rang. Seeing that it was Gong Shuitao calling, Jiang Jun immediately answered the call. Shuitao, what do you want to talk to me about? On the other end, Gong Shuitao's face suddenly turned red when she heard Jiang Jun address her. Become famous. I was just about to cook, let me see if you want to come and eat. Eat, of course I should eat this meal for the rest of my life. You're so smooth talking, I'm ignoring you. I was just kidding you, okay, you're so smooth talking. Wait for me, I'll come and experience your smooth talk. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jun finally got a taxi, then returned to the rental house and took a shower with Lin Qingli. He was afraid that Gong Shuitao would vomit because of the dead smell on her body. While taking a bath, Jiang Jun trained Gong Shuitao in horse riding again to increase his strength. Otherwise, we don't know when we can capture all 3 routes. After completing another small goal, Jiang Jun put Lin Qingli into the puppet space and went straight to Gong Shuitao's house. Jiang Jun, you're here, you must be hungry. Gong Shuitao held Jiang Jun's arm with one hand, and didn't look like a 35-year-old at all. Perhaps because of the nourishment of the golden leaves, Gong Shui Peach is like a little sister next door. Jiang Jun stretched out his hand and rubbed Gong Shuitao's head twice, sighing inwardly. Hello, Auntie, you are a treasure. I couldn't get a taxi when I got here, so I guess I need to buy one when I have time. Why buy a car? I have 3 cars, you can just take one and drive it. Jiang Jun nodded and did not refuse. Okay, let's eat. Soon, the two finished their meal. This little exercise after meals helps digestion and is necessary. Although Gong Shuitao ate a lot during the meal, she still looked like she was wolfing down the food when she faced Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun gave Gong Shuitao 2 thumbs up. An hour and a half passed. Gong Shuitao finally couldn't eat anymore, but Jiang Jun was still hungry. It seems that Jiang Jun has increased his intensity and this time he has given Gong Shuitao a hard time. Suddenly, Gong Shuitao screamed, "No, not here." After saying that, Gong Shuitao moved a little. This is fine, if you don't mind Yue Zhuang. Chapter 83, helped Gong Shueitao clear the sewer at home, but unexpectedly it turned into a septic tank. Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment. He just wanted to clear the sewers in Gong Shueitao's house, not the septic tank. Well, it's not impossible. The next day, when Jiang Jun woke up, Gong Shueitao was curled up in his arms. It looks like a little kitten, so cute. Changing from a human-shaped ice bar to a hot nest is a completely different feeling. It seems that changing things up once in a while is a good idea. Jiang Jun habitually reached out his hand and rubbed Gong Shueitao's head twice. Gong Shueitao opened his eyes, took a peek, and then closed them immediately. Jiang Jun smiled. Shueitao, I'm leaving. I'm going on a long trip tomorrow, and it might take a few days. Where are you going? Gong Shueitao stopped pretending as soon as she heard that Jiang Jun was going on a long trip. I asked a friend to go into the secret realm to get something. Jiang Jun said it without hesitation, not wanting Gong Shueitao to worry. Then I'll go with you, Gong Shueitao said with some concern. Jiang Jun rubbed her head again. This is a man's business. You are my woman. Just cook dinner at home and wait for me to come back. Hearing this, Gong Shueitao buried her head in Jiang Jun's arms, looking like a little bird. Jiang Jun really speaks so nicely, she really enjoys listening to him. Then I'll make you breakfast now, and then you can leave after eating breakfast. Okay, but before breakfast, take a shower first. The next moment, Jiang Jun picked up Gong Shueitao and walked towards the bathroom. Finally, Jiang Jun got what he wanted and tied Gong Shueitao's hair into 2 ponytails. And the twin-tailed bao peach has a different flavor. After coming out of the bathroom, Gong Shueitao went to make breakfast. At this time, she found that 1/3 of the newly bought barrel of peanut oil had been used. The next moment, Gong Shueitao muttered to himself. Looks like I need to buy a new bottle. I need to use more oil for breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Jun left with a pair of Audi A8 car keys. Gong Shueitao has 3 cars, a military Jeep, a Panamera, and an Audi A8. Jiang Jun only has the Audi A8 to choose from. Soon, Jiang Jun drove to the Warrior Commercial Street and parked his car outside the Bailian Wanling Pavilion. Before Jiang Jun got out of the car, Ai Yen had already come out of the store. Oh, it's my younger brother. I thought it was the big boss. Ai Yen jumped and walked towards Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun smiled and got out of the car. I almost couldn't help but reach out and rub her head twice. Sister Ai, do you have my things? Hee, how could I not take seriously what my brother asked me to do? It's in the store, come with me. After saying that, Ai Yen twisted her waist and walked towards the store. Jiang Jun shook his head and followed him into the store. Soon, Ai Xian took out a jade box made of jade. What's in here is the black jade fracture cream. The price was already over 500 million, but I managed to get it down to 500 million. This time, I didn't even earn enough for running errands. Sister, I think I'm doing my best to be your brother. Ai Yen looked complaining. Jiang Jun smiled calmly. Then next time I have a monster, I'll sell it to Sister Ai at a lower price, and only to Sister Ai. Hearing this, Ai smiled. Jiang Jun took the jade box and said, Sister Ai, I want to buy a long sword. Do you have any recommendations? Hey, you asked the right person. Whatever level of long sword I want, I'll pick one for you. Follow me. Ai Yen put one hand around Jiang Jun's arm and led him towards a wall of the store. Embedded in the wall is a fully glass display case, with dozens of swords hanging on it. A refined grade is fine, and preferably heavier, since I'm very strong. Ha ha. Ai Yen covered her mouth and laughed. It's obvious. This one, I think it suits you very well. Ai Yen pointed at one of the long swords. It looked wider and thicker than the other long swords, and it was definitely not light in weight. However, the grade of this sword is marked as precious, and the price is shockingly expensive. Jiang Jun just wanted to lie down, and bought an extra sword in case of emergency. I think I should just change it. I only need an exquisite grade one. Take it, I'll give it to you at the exquisite price. It's like a special care from your elder sister for you, my younger brother. Sister, you are so nice. The next moment, Jiang Jun couldn't help but rub Ai's head twice. Ai Yen. Who am I and where is this place? I was actually touched on the head by a furry kid? Finally, Jiang Jun took the long sword and played with it in his hand. He actually remembered a famous name on the hilt of the long sword. Long Yuan. After putting Long Yuan into the puppet space, Jiang Jun added some detoxification reagents and healing reagents, and also bought some essential items that were not necessarily needed. Sister, I have something else to do. I'll come and talk to you next time. After saying that, Jiang Jun turned and walked out of the store. Then he started the car and drove towards Yangxian crematorium. When Jiang Jun arrived at the crematorium, he did not give the black jade ointment to Jiang Pingan immediately. Instead, helped dispose of all the bodies first. In this way, Jiang Pingan has some free time. Dad, I have something for you. After saying that, Jiang Jun took out the jade box containing the black jade ointment. What is this? Although you are the national martial arts champion now, you will still need a lot of resources to improve your realm. Don't spend money recklessly. Jiang Pingan grumbled that Jiang Jun didn't need any resources to improve his realm. When Jiang Pingan opened the jade box, he was stunned. After a while, he said, "Is this the black jade fracture cream? Jiang Jun, where did you find it?" Jiang Pingan could tell at a glance that it was the black jade fracture cream, which showed that Jiang Pingan also had some knowledge of the black jade fracture cream. He is most likely eager to have his foot cured. I bought it with money, 500 million, not a cent less. Jiang Pingan was not surprised to hear the 500 million. After all, he was also the second young master of Master Jiang. He was surprised where Jiang Jun got the 500 million. Go back quickly and get your money back. Jiang Pingan closed the jade box and put it into Jiang Jun's hand. Jiang Jun smiled and said, "Dad, get your foot healed first. I'll get the Nirvana potion back for you after a while. Then you can become a warrior again. I'm busy these days and won't be helping out at the crematorium for the time being. You should also close your business for a few days and get your foot healed first." After saying that, Jiang Jun placed the jade box on the table and walked out of the crematorium. Only then did Jiang Pingan come to his senses. In fact, Jiang Jun's words touched his heart. He longs to become a warrior again. The next moment, Jiang Pingan chased out. When he saw Jiang Jun getting into an Audi A8, he was stunned. "Jiang Jun, be careful about everything." Jiang Jun waved his hand, started the car and drove away. "The kids are grown up, it's time to let go." Jiang Pingan muttered to himself and returned to the crematorium. The next day, Jiang Jun drove Lin Qingli to the manor outside the underground arena. When the two got off the car, someone came to pick them up soon. He took Jiang Jun and the others through a passage and came to a very open place underground. There is a long runway here, and a small military plane is parked there, which can probably seat about 30 people. At this time, Luo Xiu came out of the small plane. However, he did not sit in a wheelchair, but used mechanical lower limbs. "Jiang Jun, you're here, hurry up and get on the plane, we're leaving right away." Jiang Jun nodded and boarded the small military plane with Lin Qingli. Chapter 84, The barrier of the ancient city actually trained this stunning woman like a dog. The small plane taxied on the runway. At the same time, a piece of flat ground in the suburbs slowly opened up, revealing a gap. The plane rushed out of the gap, rose into the air, and headed towards the Lezay secret realm. The Lezay secret realm is located in the mountains of Yunlan City, and the entrance is at the black stone cliff in the heart of the mountain. A platform was forcibly carved out, and the Thunderfawn Castle, built on the edge of the platform against the mountain, is like a dormant steel giant. Lock the entrance to the Lezay secret realm firmly under the fangs. Half a day later, the small plane landed on an open space on the black stone cliff platform. Luo Xiu brought 27 members of the underground arena, plus Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli, making a total of 30 people. They marched towards Lia Castle to deliver the food. Soon, Luo Xiu used his connections and the group entered Lia Castle unimpeded. This fortress, half embedded in the mountain, is constructed entirely of lightning-resistant black steel. The city wall is 3 meters high, and the wall is covered with honeycomb-shaped shooting holes. Behind each hole is an armor-piercing crossbow tempered with lightning patterns. The crossbow's tail feathers were wrapped with conductive copper wire, and the arrowhead emitted a cold light that could tear through energy shields. 3 heavy mine-suppressing cannons are the main guns of the fortress, and their gun bodies are fixed on rotating platforms on the sides of the fortress. There are 4 watchtowers on the top of the fortress. The lightning rods on the top of the towers pierce the clouds like sharp swords and are connected to the spiritual veins buried deep underground. The violent lightning power overflowing from the secret realm was channeled into the mountain to prevent the fortifications from being backfired by thunder. The main entrance of the fortress consists of 2 alloy gates that are half a foot thick. On each side of the gate squats a stone-carved thunder beast with a bronze bell in its mouth, which will ring if any demonic energy exceeding the critical value approaches. The bell will emit a sharp warning sound. 30 people passed through the gate and arrived at the Laissez secret realm, where a violent aura hit them in the face. On the secret side of the fortress, which was supposed to be a smooth transition area, a deep ravine was created by lightning. At the bottom of the ditch, there was a pool of dark blue water that was shining with electric light, and on the surface of the water floated the remains of huge trees that had been turned into charred by lightning. On the other side of the ravine, the trunks of the 1,000-year-old trees were blackened and cracked by the lightning. The mountains farther away were hidden in the gray-black thunderstorm clouds, and lightning as thick as bowls kept striking from the clouds. No wonder Luo Xiu was so interested in Lin Qingli. Not to mention the monsters in the Laissez secret realm, the Laissez secret realm was so special that ordinary warriors could not get out alive. Everyone follow me, and you must not leave the team without permission. Luo Xiu said this to everyone and walked ahead. Passing through a special suspension bridge, 30 people crossed the ravine and truly stepped into the secret realm of Laissez. Then, Luo Xiu led the group on their journey quickly, and Luo Xiu's mechanical lower limbs were not slow at all. Some difficult roads can be walked on as easily as flat ground for the mechanical lower limbs. Luo Xiu often comes to the Laissez secret realm to capture monsters and is very familiar with the environment and monsters in the Laissez secret realm. Monsters like the Thunder Poison Wolf and the Black Armored Thunder Rhino all come from the Laissez secret realm. And they all have one thing in common: they have lightning skills. Soon, Luo Xiu led them deep into the Laissez secret realm, avoiding areas with dense lightning throughout the journey. You know, there is a kind of spiritual herb growing in the lightning-intensive area of the Laissez secret realm. This spiritual herb is the Thunder Spirit herb. The price of this Thunder Spirit grass is not low. Suddenly, Jiang Jun felt that he had made a mistake. But Jiang Jun would never go back on his word after promising Luo Xiu something. It seemed like next time he had the chance, he would definitely get some Thunder Spirit grass to sell. Along the way, it would only stop occasionally unless it was avoiding a large group of monsters or encountering some lone monsters. But before Lin Qingli could take action, Luo Xiu's men had already captured the lone monster alive and put it into a specially made nanospace. After walking for almost a day, Luo Xiu found a suitable Black Armored Thunder Rhino cave and captured the Black Armored Thunder Rhino alive. 2 people were assigned to take turns guarding outside the cave entrance, while the others hid in the Xuanjia Leishi cave to rest. Then, Luo Xiu took out some canned cooked food and distributed them. Everyone who had finished eating canned cooked food began to take out blankets or plastic mats and spread them on the ground to rest. As for the canned cooked food, Jiang Jun ate it, but Lin Qingli did not. Lin Qingli was not wearing a mask. He was wearing a black combat uniform and a pair of sunglasses. He looked very cold. The look of keeping strangers away. But she still attracted a lot of attention. With Lin Qingli's figure and her long legs, not many men could be immune to her. You don't like canned food? I have something else here. Luo Xiu rummaged through the food and took out other food. Lin Qingli shook her head and said coldly, I don't eat other people's food. Jiang Jun continued, don't mind, Boss Luo. She's just like that. Just give me her portion. I have a big appetite. Luo Xiu nodded and didn't continue talking about this issue. Then, Jiang Jun took out a small rubber boat from the puppet space. This is the essential item that Jiang Jun bought at Balian Wanling Pavilion, but it is not necessarily a must-have. It comes in handy now. The moment the small rubber boat was taken out, it automatically inflated and took up a lot of space. Fortunately, the cave is quite spacious, so some people are not squeezed out of the cave. Jiang Jun faced the gazes coming his way with a cold expression and walked directly into the rubber boat with Lin Qingli. Lin Qingli sat at one end of the rubber boat facing everyone, while Jiang Jun lay down directly and used Lin Qingli's thigh as a pillow. Turn off the lights. Sleep. Seeing this scene, some people around Luo Xiu even gave him a thumbs up. They didn't know why the boss called 2 young men, but this man was too manly. He actually trained this beautiful woman like a dog. If they knew that this woman was a fox, they would be even more shocked. When Luo Xiu saw this scene, he was also moved. There once was someone who would rest his head on his thighs like this, but unfortunately, he must have turned into bones now. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Xiu's voice finally came. Everyone wake up, we're ready to go. At this time, Jiang Jun slowly opened his eyes. Jiang Jun slept very comfortably this time. Lin Qingli's thighs had a built-in cooling effect, making his head feel like it was iced. Even breathing becomes much easier. Seeing this, others were also envious. Lin Qingli did not move and did not even close her eyes. Sat for hours. Jiang Jun's head was resting on her thighs. If it were a normal person, their legs would definitely be numb, but it had no effect on Lin Qingli at all. Jiang Jun stood up, and Lin Qingli stood up too, and the two walked out of the rubber boat. Jiang Jun put away the rubber boat. This rubber boat is much better than a sleeping bag. The next moment, Luo Xiu led his group deep into the Lazy secret realm again. In this way, the group rested when they were tired, and then continued on their journey. They didn't encounter any large groups of monsters along the way. I don't know if it was luck or Luo Xiu's ability. Everyone was very happy except Jiang Jun, who was unhappy. Such a good opportunity, but I didn't even have the chance to take action. 5 days later, they finally arrived at the mysterious cave that Luo Xiu had mentioned. As long as they enter the cave and pass through the barrier between the cave and the ruins of the ancient city, they can find the altar in the city. Luo Xiu took out a flashlight and walked in front without hesitation. Everyone follow me. Chapter 85 Iron Corpse Bug, Ghost Wall. About 10 minutes later, in this winding cave, we finally found the barrier connecting to the ruins of the ancient city. Except for Luo Xiu, who cannot pass through the barrier and enter the ancient city ruins, the realm of the others brought here is no higher than the early stage of internal organ refinement. Okay, I'll take you here. I have made your mission very clear. Go in, and remember to be careful in everything you do. Obviously, these people all have the same mission, which is to take the body of Luo Xiu's lover out of the bronze coffin. It can be seen how much Luo Xiu loves this woman. Or maybe it was an obsession that made him do whatever it took to bring out the woman's body. The next moment, one of Luo Xiu's men walked to the front of the barrier and disappeared in front of everyone as soon as he stepped in. Others also stepped into the barrier. After all of Luo Xiu's men entered the barrier, Luo Xiu looked at Jiang Jun and said with some anticipation, "Jiang Jun, this time it all depends on you. The ancient city should have undergone some changes. Otherwise, I sent so many people in, and not one of them came out alive. I wish you good luck." Jiang Jun nodded and took Lin Qingli into the barrier. Soon, they passed through the barrier and seemed to have traveled into another space. What appeared before them was a dilapidated city. After so many years, the buildings inside had been weathered beyond recognition. But the outline of the city can still be seen. Everyone listen, if you want to live, follow my instructions. Wei Penghai roared, then his eyes fell on Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli. Especially you two, don't think you can do whatever you want just because the boss thinks highly of you. Once you get here, you must obey me, otherwise you will never get out alive. He was the first warrior to step into the barrier, and the only warrior in the early stage of internal organ refining. After saying that, Wei Penghai looked at Lin Qingli with a lewd expression, and it seemed that his eyes saw through Lin Qingli to the core. "Sister, come to me, I will keep you safe." Then, Wei Penghai licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, stretched out his hand, bent his index finger with his palm facing up, and hooked his finger teasingly. Not to mention Wei Penghai, even the way other people looked at Lin Qingli changed after entering the ancient city. Lin Qingli's figure is really too attractive. Even if you are shameless, you can still play with her for 2 years. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with greed and desire. If Jiang Jun hadn't been around, these people definitely wouldn't have come in to complete their mission first. And enjoy life in time, one after another comes to take his turn. Suddenly, Jiang Jun got angry. Along the way, he didn't kill a single monster, and he was already very depressed just for getting a little bit of blood energy. I didn't expect to meet a Shabi here. The next moment, Jiang Jun opened the Eye of Insight, and Wei Penghai's information appeared in front of him. Name, Wei Penghai. Constitution, none. Identity, warrior. Realm, early stage of viscera refining realm. Chi and blood value, 11,000. Martial arts, Overlord sky-splitting spear, tiger fist, blood-clotting kick. Skill. Wei Penghai's combat power is not as good as that of a third-level black-armored thunder rhino. If he decides to die, Jiang Jun doesn't mind giving him a ride. I'm sorry, she's my woman and doesn't need your protection. And what I hate most is when people threaten me. If you think the early stages of internal organ cultivation are impressive, I wouldn't mind showing you how powerful the nation's top martial arts champion is. Ha, you are the national martial arts champion named Jiang Jun, don't joke with me. If you were the national champion in martial arts, why would you agree to accept a mission from which you might not return alive? Wei Penghai laughed loudly and didn't take Jiang Jun's words seriously at all. Although he had not watched this year's martial arts college entrance examination, he knew who the national martial arts champion was, and it definitely would not be the young man in front of him. At this time, someone finally recognized Jiang Jun. The next moment, a warrior whispered something in Wei Penghai's ear. Wei Penghai's face twitched twice. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him was actually the national martial arts champion. With the title of the national martial arts champion, he actually came here to seek death. Wei Penghai is a little dry. "Oomph, kid, I hope you can get out alive." Wei Penghai said this and walked ahead with the others. Luo Xiu told everyone the approximate location of the altar in the ancient city and some of the routes it passed through. The route Wei Penghai took was the same one Luo Xiu mentioned. Jiang Jun was not in a hurry either, and he and Lin Xingli followed behind calmly. Since someone offered to lead the way, he was more than happy to do so. Along the way, the group carefully went deep into the dilapidated city, not daring to be careless at all. After all, several groups of people had entered the ancient city before and never came out. There is definitely something strange about this ancient city. There are many ancient cities, and it is easy to get lost once you enter. In addition, there were only ruins all around and no reference points, so they quickly lost their way in the ancient city. It may not be easy to find the huge altar in the ancient city. Damn it, back to where we were before. Everyone take a break, we'll set off again later. Everyone was tired, and since they were highly focused, they relaxed as soon as they were told to rest. Everyone sat down on the ground, not caring about the dust on the ground. At this moment, a warrior suddenly shouted, "Ah, something is drilling into me, it hurts so much." Then, other warriors were also attacked. "Something has gotten into me too. What is it? I'm going to die. Fuck, hurry up and use your spiritual power to protect yourself. What kind of bug is this? Kill it quickly. There are some here too, they all come out from the ground. I know what kind of bug this is. It's an iron corpse bug. Run. If we don't leave now, we're all going to die here." In an instant, there was chaos. The first warrior who was penetrated by the iron corpse bug was now bleeding from all 7 orifices. The flesh and blood of the body seemed to be devoured by the iron corpse worms, and the whole person turned into a shriveled corpse. Then, dozens of disgusting-looking earthworms, as thick as fingers, crawled out of the corpse. The entire body is covered with dark brown iron armor, the joints emit a cold light, and the head is specialized into the shape of a sharp electric drill. The drill teeth are densely packed and turned outward, and the armor makes a sound when it moves, creating a contrast between the sticky body and the hard shell. Even more weird and disgusting. Walk. Wei Penghai was the fastest runner, followed by 13 warriors. In an instant, 13 out of the 27 warriors became food for the iron corpse worms. Jiang Jun saw this scene from afar and frowned. At this moment, an iron corpse worm broke out of the ground under their feet. The next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Jiang Jun. Monster, iron corpse worm. Bloodline, none. Realm, level 1 equivalent to the early stages of a warrior's awakening state. Chi and blood value, 350-500. Skills, iron body, piercing corrosion. Chapter 86, Skeleton Squad, find the altar. Through the eye of insight, Jiang Jun quickly obtained information about the iron corpse worm and saw its weaknesses and preferences. It turns out that the iron corpse worm is afraid of lightning and likes to attack static living things. So, as soon as they stopped, they were attacked by the iron corpse worms. In an instant, Jiang Jun gave Lin Xingli an instruction, and Lin Xingli immediately used the Thunder Prison Storm skill. Of course, this is a Q version of the Thunder Prison Storm, and it only affects Lin Xingli. Lin Xingli was seen with lightning wrapped around his body, and then he controlled the lightning to fall towards the ground. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a rank 1 iron corpse worm, gaining HP +1. The host also gains HP +1 and synergy points +2. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a rank 1 iron corpse worm, gaining HP +1. The host also gains HP +1 and synergy points +2. When Jiang Jun heard the system's report, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he could gain health points by killing these iron corpse worms. Although the health value is not much, a mosquito leg is still meat, and the advantage is that there are more of them. In the end, all the iron corpse worms that came out were killed by lightning. Let's go. Jiang Jun gave the next instruction, took Lin Xingli away, and continued to move forward in a different direction. Soon, Jiang Jun and his group returned to their original place and did not run into Wei Penghai and his group again. I have never heard Luo Shou mention this situation before, which means that they are not taking the same route. When we came in, Luo Shou told us to be careful about everything. There is a huge altar here, and inside the bronze altar there is a giant finger. It seems that there are only ruins around, but it is definitely not that simple. There is a high possibility that they will fall into a maze. Or a formation like a ghost wall. If I want to leave here now, it seems that I can only conquer everything with my own force. Thinking of this, he immediately gave Lin Qingli an instruction. Then the two of them walked straight forward, avoiding any obstacles they encountered. Let Lin Qingli use the collapsing mountain fist to open a path. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived at a main road in a city and never returned to their original place. The two walked along the road and soon heard the sound of horse hooves. It was not the sound of thousands of horses galloping that Zhang Jun made when he was training and riding, but the sound of real horse hooves. When Zhang Jun looked in the direction of the horse's hoof sound, there was a group of skeletons wearing tattered armor, holding spears and swords, and riding horses with only skeletons. Kill towards Zhang Jun and the others. Zhang Jun felt his scalp tingle when he saw this team of skeleton soldiers, mainly because they looked so disgusting. Compared to those cute monsters, whose flesh and blood are edible and have crystal cores, these skeleton soldiers are not likable at all. Evil creature, skeleton soldier. Bloodline, none. Realm, level 2 equivalent to the late stage of the warrior's meridian opening realm perfection. Chi and blood value, 0. Skills, Bone Blade Strike, Resurrection. Through the Eye of Insight, Zhang Jun quickly obtained information about the skeleton soldiers and their weaknesses. Skeleton soldiers have weak physical defenses, their body structure is mainly bones, lacking muscle and soft tissue protection, and can be easily shattered by powerful attacks. And afraid of fire. When Zhang Jun looked at his chi and blood values again, he still didn't understand and asked, Tonzi, why is the skeleton soldier's HP 0? Host, as evil creatures, skeleton soldiers have no life and only bones remain. Where do their health points come from? Zhang Jun. Then I've worked in vain. If the host doesn't want to work for nothing, you can let the skeleton soldiers do it to you. Zhang Jun felt his eyes tighten. This system is really a crappy one. The leading skeleton soldier's bone horse and its own skeleton are both thicker than those of the other skeletons. It seems that he is the captain of this team of skeleton soldiers. Seeing that the skeleton soldiers were approaching, Lin Qingli's eyes under the mask had already turned scarlet. If it weren't for Zhang Jun's instructions, she would probably have rushed out. Kill. Zhang Jun whispered something, and Lin Qingli rushed out with a sword in hand. When approaching the skeleton soldiers, instantly performed the mountain collapse fist. Throw a punch. The skeleton captain who rushed in front of her, along with his bone horse and his own skeleton, was shattered by Lin Qingli with one punch. Scattered all over the ground. The next moment, Lin Qingli stepped on the ground and jumped up. He used the Feiyun sword technique, sometimes strolling in the air, sometimes chasing flowers and butterflies. In less than a moment, a large number of skeleton soldiers were chopped down. Of course, Zhang Jun was not idle either. He took out some dry branches as thick as arms from the puppet space, as well as a barrel of diesel taken from the crematorium. As the only heir to the Yangxiang crematorium, he knew too well how to deal with bones that were difficult to burn into ashes. At this moment, the skeleton captain's bones were scattered all over the ground. The scattered bones actually began to reorganize, piecing together the bones of the bone horse and other skeleton soldiers. Suddenly, it turned into a skeleton soldier with a horse body, a human skeleton, and 2 bony wings. It seems that at this moment, the skeleton soldier captain has also become much stronger. There was no blood value to be gained, and Zhang Jun was too lazy to let Lin Qingli consume spiritual energy. In an instant, Zhang Jun wet the front end of the dry branch with diesel and then lit it. In an instant, a raging fire ignited. Then Zhang Jun picked up a burning branch in one hand and threw it hard towards the skeleton captain. 2 burning branches were inserted directly into the skeleton of the skeleton captain. Quack! The skeleton captain's mouth opened and closed, making a sound of bones colliding, and he seemed very angry. The next moment, 2 more burning branches were inserted into its body. 2 after another, the skeleton captain's body was filled with burning branches, and his entire skeleton looked like a fireball. Finally, the reconstructed skeleton could no longer withstand the burning flames and instantly fell to the ground like stacked building blocks. After giving Lin Qingli an order, Lin Qingli defeated a skeleton soldier and then retreated back to Zhang Jun. Then Zhang Jun raised the corners of his mouth slightly, took the remaining diesel barrel, turned it around, and threw it out. The diesel barrel fell on the scattered and burning skeleton of the skeleton captain. Boom! There was an explosion. Let's go! Jiang Jun said this and took Lin Qingli around the skeleton soldier squad and continued along the main road of the city. Keep moving forward. Finally, a huge altar appeared in front of Jiang Jun. This altar looks to be at least 100 meters wide and 30 meters high. The entire altar is made of black yellow stone, which is as hard as steel and can withstand the erosion of time and natural weathering. From a distance, the entire altar was as dark as ink, with a faint glow at the edges, like the beginning of chaos. The walls of the altar are covered with naturally formed cloud and thunder patterns, and it seems that air flows slowly through the patterns. The buildings in the entire city have been eroded and weathered by time, but this altar is still standing. When Jiang Jun arrived at the ancient altar, Wei Penghai and 3 others also arrived at the altar at the same time. It seems that the warriors who did not follow Wei Penghai will be buried in the ancient city forever. Wei Penghai was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Jiang Jun and the others were not injured at all and could reach the altar smoothly. Jiang Jun, I think we should unite. I've heard the boss talk about what happened inside the altar many times. If we go in together, we can definitely complete the boss's mission. At this moment, Wei Penghai no longer seemed to have the arrogance he had before, but was actually scheming something. When we talk about unity, we actually mean treating Jiang Jun and others as the vanguard. Chapter 87. Kill the man and the woman will be yours. Excuse me, we are used to moving in pairs. I don't mind if you follow us. But, please shut your mouths. After saying that, Jiang Jun took Lin Qingli and strode onto the stone steps of the altar, heading towards the top of the altar. We're following. Wei Penghai said this and followed Jiang Jun and the others with the other 3. And also maintain an appropriate distance, so that you can advance or retreat when necessary. Soon, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli reached the top of the altar through the stone stairs. The bronze coffin was like a condensed mountain, quietly sitting in the center of the altar. The coffin was more than 10 meters long and covered with dark green copper rust, but the cold luster of metal could be seen through the rusty spots. The coffin lid fits tightly against the coffin body, and the edge is carved with intricate taut-eye patterns, with the beast's mouth wide open and fangs exposed. Deep in the lines, there seems to be a dark red light flowing. Luo Xiu once said that there were no mechanisms on the altar and there would be no danger, but this bronze coffin gave Jiang Jun a strong sense of oppression. It seems that all dangers come from this bronze coffin. The next moment, Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli an instruction, and Lin Qingli walked straight towards the bronze coffin. Soon, Lin Qingli came to the bronze coffin, and sure enough, there were no mechanisms or formations on the altar. Wei Penghai followed behind and looked at Jiang Jun's actions with contempt. As the national martial arts champion, he did not walk in front himself, but let his girlfriend walk in front. What a bunch of wolves! Seeing that Lin Qingli was fine when she walked to the bronze coffin, Wei Penghai became bolder. He took the 3 of them and walked past Jiang Jun towards the bronze coffin. Wei Penghai led the 3 of them to the front of the bronze coffin and then walked around it. At this time, Jiang Jun finally arrived in front of the bronze coffin. Let's work together to push the coffin lid open. You 2 come over and lend a hand. While pointing at Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli, Wei Penghai released the aura of the early stage of the inner viscera refining realm. Even if Jiang Jun is the national martial arts champion, he is still no match for people of the same level. He is 2 realms higher than Jiang Jun, so how could he possibly listen to Jiang Jun's orders? Luo Xiu had already said that the coffin lid must be pushed open with external force, but there was a time limit. When the time comes, the coffin lid will close automatically, and even Luo Xiu cannot confirm when it will close. As for destroying the bronze coffin, that is absolutely impossible. Jiang Jun's expression remained unchanged despite Wei Penghai's words. Now there are only 2 choices. Kill Wei Penghai and the other 3, and then he and Lin Qingli will work together to open the bronze coffin lid. Another option is to follow Wei Penghai's instructions, work together to open the coffin lid, and then kill Wei Penghai. Given the 2 options, Jiang Jun chose the latter. Seeing Jiang Jun and the other man give in, Wei Penghai smiled. Since I don't know which end of the bronze coffin to push open, I can only take my chances. Next, 6 people came to one end of the bronze coffin and tried to push the lid open. When I count to 123, you start to exert your strength. Wei Penghai gave orders to the 5 people. The 5 men had already placed their hands on the edge of the coffin lid, ready to exert force at any time. 123, exert force. When Wei Penghai finished speaking, he just stood aside with his arms folded across his chest and watched. At this time, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli let go of their hands, and only 3 of them pushed the coffin lid. But the coffin lid didn't move at all. Seeing this, Wei Penghai shouted angrily, "Why are you two letting go?" Jiang Jun slowly turned around, and a murderous aura surged from his body. "I just told you to shut your mouth. If you don't want to shut it, then let me help you shut it." Hearing this, Wei Penghai smiled. "Ha, did you hear that? He said he would help me shut up. You 3, kill him and capture the woman alive." At this time, Wei Penghai stopped pretending. The others seemed to be still hesitating, so Wei Penghai added another sentence. "The woman belongs to you." Upon hearing this, the other 3 warriors were instantly excited. As the saying goes, birds die for food, and people die for birds. Besides money, this is what men like. In an instant, the 3 warriors attacked Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli at the same time. All 3 of them are in the late stage of Tongmai realm, and the power of their full strength attack should not be underestimated. It's a pity that they didn't expect that Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli had both reached the perfect state of Tongmai. Even if Lin Qingli took action, it was already a dimensionality reduction suppression. The next moment, Jiang Jun gave an order. In an instant, Lin Qingli used the Feiyan sword technique, without waiting for the 3 people's attacks to arrive. Lin Qingli had already struck back, and with a wave of his sword, 3 heads flew up and blood splattered. Seeing this scene, Wei Penghai was stunned for a moment, and he finally recognized Lin Qingli. "Finally, I know who this woman is. You are a fox." At this time, Wei Penghai felt his scalp tingling. No wonder he always felt the same way about this woman wearing sunglasses. Seemingly familiar. It turns out that she is the underground Colosseum. A killing god who made 3rd-level monsters die with hatred. Fox. The next moment, Wei Penghai began to think in many ways. It was absolutely impossible for him to be enemies with both of them. Even the fox was enough to give him a headache. In an instant, Wei Penghai pretended to be calm and laughed. "Ha, everything is as I expected. In fact, I knew you were a fox a long time ago. The reason I did this was just to use your hands to kill the 3 of them. Once we complete the mission, we'll have 3 fewer people to share the bonus." Jiang Jun didn't know what the bonus was, or whether Luo Xiu had promised to give them money as long as they completed the task. But these have nothing to do with Jiang Jun, because he had already negotiated the terms with Luo Xiu. After hearing Wei Penghai's words, Jiang Jun smiled. If Jiang Jun believed all these words, then his IQ would be even lower than Lin Qingli's. "I told you to shut up, so I made you shut up. And there's only one way to make someone shut up. It means turning the other party into a corpse." As soon as Jiang Jun finished speaking, 2 virtual light screens appeared in front of him. Name, Jiang Jun. Constitution, Great Sun Thunder Body 580-10,000. Identity, student, warrior, and sole heir to Yangxiang Crematorium. Realm, perfection of Tongmai realm. Qi and blood value, 9,840. Martial arts, Feiyan sword technique, Overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skills, suture mastery, eye of insight, strength overlay, thunderstorm. Space, puppet space. Puppet, Lin Qingli intimacy 580. Conjunction point, 17,398. Name, Lin Qingli. Constitution, thunder spirit body. Identity, puppet. Realm, perfection of Tongmai realm. Qi and blood value, 6,050. Martial arts, Feiyan sword technique, Overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skill, thunderstorm 580-1000. Strength superposition can gain half of the host's strength. The host will bear the side effects. Chapter 88. How can a woman have such big fingers? Which woman can bear it? Wei Penghai rolled his eyes and made a decision instantly. He already had no chance of winning against Lin Qingli, not to mention the fact that she was the national martial arts champion. If you don't leave now, he will really shut up forever. In an instant, Wei Penghai burst out with the power of the early stage of the organ refining realm and ran towards the edge of the altar at the fastest speed. As long as he could leave the altar and enter the ancient city, he wouldn't be afraid of the 2 finding him. Seeing this, Jiang Jun narrowed his eyes. The next moment, the power superposition is stimulated. Suddenly, his qi and blood value increased from 9840 to 15890, and a powerful force surged from his body. Feeling the sensation of the cells in his body growing larger again, Jiang Jun clenched his fists and roared in his heart. The man is here in 15 minutes. In an instant, Jiang Jun used the phantom kick and blocked Wei Penghai's way before he could leave the altar. Just as I was about to leave, this pretty boy blocked my way. He is afraid of foxes, but that doesn't mean he is afraid of Jiang Jun. Oh shit. Wei Penghai threw down 2 words and immediately used his martial arts, tiger form fist. Ouch. With a tiger-like roar, Wei Penghai became as ferocious as a tiger. Tiger fist. Sushi. With a roar, Wei Penghai's fist rushed out like a moving train. At the same time, Jiang Jun was also ready to perform the collapsing mountain fist. He threw a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided and exploded like a thin bundle of dynamite. Crack! A sound was heard. Wei Penghai's face was distorted. Ah! I couldn't help but scream out. The bones in his fist were all broken by Jiang Jun's fist. Shut up! The next moment, Jiang Jun's fist landed on Wei Penghai's chest with unstoppable force. It directly hit his chest and made a dent. Then, like a kite with a broken string, it flew backwards. It fell to the ground, having lost its breath of life. Jiang Jun glanced at the countdown timer of the superimposed power. There were still 14 minutes and 55 seconds. Wei Penghai would never have thought before his death that the pretty boy he had always despised would kill him in just 5 seconds. The next moment, Jiang Jun used the phantom kick again and rushed towards the bronze coffin as quickly as possible. When he was less than a foot away from the bronze coffin, Jiang Junmeng punched the edge of the coffin lid. Mountain collapse fist. In an instant, Jiang Jun used all his strength to eat the woman. Boom! Jiang Jun punched the edge of the coffin lid. Squeak squeak. I saw the coffin lid slowly opening. Seeing that the coffin lid was about to stop, Jiang Jun punched it again. One punch after another. Finally, the bronze coffin was half opened. Jiang Jun also saw the broken finger inside the bronze coffin. Such a big finger. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a woman's index finger. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Materials suitable for puppet making have been detected. Host, please possess them at all costs. Name, Emperor Henrun. Physique, Emperor-S appearance. Identity, Emperor. Realm, Imperial Realm. Chi and blood value, beyond the calculated range. Martial arts, transcends all supernatural powers. Skill, transcend all magical powers. Jiang Jun, oh. So stupid. How can a woman have fingers this big? Which woman can bear it? If a piece of finger is this big, then the whole should be about the same size, right? No, the whole will be relatively bigger. At this moment, Jiang Jun was already thinking about putting on his swimsuit and going in. When Jiang Jun looked at the bronze coffin again. Inside the bronze coffin, apart from a huge finger, there was only a skeleton wearing a female combat uniform. There is no need to think about it, this is the woman that Luo Xiao loved terribly. There is not even any flesh and blood left. This skeleton is definitely not a suitable material for making a puppet. All that's left is this huge finger covered in flesh and blood. Seeing the accumulated power disappearing second by second, Jiang Jun didn't care about anything else. Find a way to get that skeleton up first. Suddenly, Jiang Jun had an idea. Doesn't he have a martial art called the Overlord Whip? Neither he nor Lin Qingli has used this Overlord Whip before, but now it finally comes in handy. When Jiang Jun looked at Lin Qingli was actually trembling a little, as if she was a little afraid of this finger. Maybe he thought of what Jiang Jun was thinking, either to be fucked or to be stabbed. In an instant, Jiang Jun took out a hemp rope and a huge black plastic bag from the puppet space. Then, he walked up to Lin Qingli and rubbed her head twice to show encouragement. For some reason, Lin Qingli stopped shaking after receiving Jiang Jun's reward. I'll take you down now. Once you're down, use this black plastic bag to put the skeleton inside. Then I'll take you up again. Lin Qingli nodded, not quite understanding. Then, Jiang Jun handed the huge black plastic bag to Lin Qingli. The next moment, Jiang Jun jumped onto the coffin lid, holding a hemp rope in his hand, and used his martial arts Overlord Whip. In an instant, the hemp rope in Jiang Jun's hand seemed to come alive. Jiang Jun swung it and it flew towards Lin Qingli, then wrapped around her waist. Go! Jiang Jun roared angrily and his hands trembled. The hemp rope lifted Lin Qingli up and then dropped her into the bronze coffin. It happened to fall next to the skeleton, and Lin Qingli was stunned for a moment. But he quickly reacted and, with some clumsy movements, put the entire skeleton into a black plastic bag. At this time, something strange happened. Suddenly, the coffin lid moved. Fortunately, Jiang Jun was well prepared, and he was like an old tree with twisted roots, and was not affected at all. Moment. Jiang Jun used the Overlord whip again and roared. Let's go. Suddenly, the wrist shook. The hemp rope in his hand was like a spirit snake, carrying Lin Qingli out of the bronze coffin. Boom. The coffin lid is closed. Jiang Jun quickly threw away the hemp rope and hugged Lin Qingli. It's okay, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Lin Qingli's body was shaking, and she finally stopped shaking after being comforted by Jiang Jun. You are awesome. Jiang Jun rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice again. Lin Qingli smiled. I'm not great, but Daddy is great, the best. Jiang Jun. It seems that Lin Qingli is becoming more and more humane. After coming down from the bronze coffin with Lin Qingli, Jiang Jun looked at the accumulated power and found that there were still 5 minutes left. If the coffin lid is opened again, there may not be enough time to remove the giant finger. Most importantly, the constant use of martial arts has caused enormous damage to Jiang Jun. But once the power superposition time is up, you have to wait another 3 hours before you can make a second attempt. Now, there is only one way to remove the giant finger. The next moment, Jiang Jun shouted loudly. Tonzi, is there any way to take out the puppet materials? There is no way to remove the puppet materials, but theoretically the entire bronze coffin can be stored in the puppet space. Fuck. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have taken the risk of letting Lin Qingli go down. After all, she is your daughter. No, she is not my daughter. From a human perspective, I am a male. You can't fuck me, she's not my daughter. After saying a few words, the system left with the bucket. Jiang Jun has no milk. I'll refund 10,000, even if the bucket is female. He wouldn't have any idea. Absolutely not. After getting the correct unlocking method, Jiang Jun knew how to operate it. The next moment, Jiang Jun put his hands on the bronze coffin and shouted. Receive. Chapter 89, Luo Shou's favor, Gong Shutao, does my father doubt their relationship? Just as Jiang Jun's mind moved, the huge bronze coffin disappeared in front of him and was taken into the puppet space. Milky color. The system is not a human, but a dog. But I never deceive the host. Jiang Jun gave it a thumbs up. At this moment, Jiang Jun exited the state of power superposition. Although I feel a little tired, I don't feel weak. As the strength returned, Lin Qingli straightened her waist. 2 pairs of big eyes stared at Jiang Jun, big and round. Suddenly, Jiang Jun felt hot all over. At this time. Such a meaningful moment. Should we do something to commemorate it? Thinking of this, Lin Qingli seemed to have received an order. The hair has already fallen on the shoulders. Tie it into 2 ponytails. Let's go. I achieved a small target and completed the task. I decided to stay and celebrate the new year. Jiang Jun left the altar with Lin Qingli after saying this. Go back and forth all the way, and fight if you don't agree. Soon, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli returned to the barrier between the ancient city and the cave. Then, the two passed through the barrier. Reappear in the cave. At this time, Luo Zhang was guarding outside the barrier. Seeing the two of them coming out, they looked excited. Jiang Jun, did you find the bronze coffin and bring her back? Jiang Jun nodded, then took out the black plastic bag and handed it to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu took the black plastic bag and opened it quickly. When he saw the skeleton inside the black plastic bag, tears fell down. I can't stop it. Alien, you finally came back to me. I will never let you leave me again. Even if we are separated by life and death, we will always be together. Where you are, there I am. Where I am, you must be there. Alien, alien. Suddenly, Jiang Jun was moved. He couldn't imagine that Luo Xiu was such a loyal man. But Jiang Jun didn't agree with the second sentence. Did Luo Xiu have to carry this skeleton with him all the time? I dare not think about it. It's a bit eye-catching. Boss Luo, don't be too sad. After all, you are together now, and there are many good days ahead. Jiang Jun couldn't help but comfort her. Luo Xiu nodded and wiped the tears and snot from his face with his sleeve. Thank you, Thank you so much. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Consider it a favor I'm repaying you on behalf of Alien. Jung Jun waved his hand. No need, we are paid by Boss Luo, how can we ask for his favor? Suddenly, Luo Xiu said seriously, no, this is a favor from Alien, it has nothing to do with me. It was also the first time that Jung Jun met such a stubborn person who actually forced favors on others. Okay, since Boss Luo has said this, I won't be so hypocritical. You owe me a favor, I'll take it. Luo Xiu nodded in appreciation. Don't call me Boss Luo anymore. You and Fox should just call me Brother Luo. By the way, the others, why didn't they come out? At this time, Luo Xiu remembered that there were still 27 men who went in. Brother Luo, please don't be sad. I don't think they can get out. But the Fox and I have limited abilities, so we can only protect ourselves. We can only watch them die, but there's nothing we can do. Finally, it's Jung Jun's turn to perform. Move people with emotions, move them with emotions, life is just an acting. Jung Jun, this acting genius, really provides enough emotional value. Luo Xiu had no doubt at all and completely believed Jung Jun's words. Just shook his head and sighed. Come on, brother Jiang, sister Fox, let's go home. The next moment, Luo Xiu put the black plastic bag and a lian into the nano space bracelet. Then, he walked out of the cave with Jung Jun and Lin Qingli on his two mechanical lower limbs. Head towards the exit of Lei's secret realm. After leaving the Lei's secret realm, they boarded a small plane and headed towards Tianyuan City. Return to Tianyuan City. Jung Jun immediately called Gong Shueitao to report that he was safe. Shueitao, I'm back. Did you miss me? On the other end of the phone, Gong Shueitao's face flushed when he heard Shueitao's name. She never imagined that one day, she would become her own student's mistress. And she also felt that it felt good. She thought, she's crazy. An old woman actually has such an idea. So embarrassing. I miss you. Come to dinner tonight and I'll make you something delicious. Well, I called you because I wanted to eat your cooking. Hey, I'm going to buy groceries now. Etc. What's wrong? You don't want to come to dinner? No, I just want to tell you something. Come on, hurry up, I still have to go buy groceries, if you're late there won't be any fresh ones. Shueitao, I love you. Me too. After saying that, Gong Shueitao quickly hung up the phone. Jung Jun's words almost made her heart burst. Just keep some words in your heart. You have to say it. How shameful. The next moment, Gong Shueitao looked towards the kitchen and murmured. It seems that the peanut oil is not enough for cooking. I should prepare some more. Do you want to give Jung Jun some freshness and a change of clothes? Return home. Jung Jun and Lin Qingli walked into the bathroom in tacit understanding, having not taken a shower for such a long time. I guess it stinks. It's time to take a bath and change your mood. Soon, the sound of horse hooves was heard in the bathroom. Then the kitchen, sofa, dining table. Finally lie down. After completing a few small goals, Jung Jun set the alarm clock and fell asleep while holding Lin Qingli. When the bell rings, love begins. Zhang Ji is so upset. When the alarm clock rang, Jung Jun got up and did 500 push-ups. While completing a small goal, it also increased the difficulty for Gong Shueitao. Of course Jung Jun didn't do it on purpose, he really meant it. To prevent the freshly bought crabs from smelling bad, Jung Jun can only put it in the refrigerator. The next moment, Jung Jun put Gong Shueitao into the puppet space, and then changed into a white shirt and black trousers. He put on black leather shoes that could reflect his appearance and strode out of the rental house. Driving the Audi A8, we headed towards Gong Shueitao's residential area. At the same time, in a military district, Chen Mingshu came to an old man with completely white hair. General, Jung Jun has lived up to everyone's expectations and won the National Martial Arts Champion. Gong Pengtian nodded. I already know this, I didn't ask you here to ask these questions. I just want to know what the relationship between Shueitao and Jung Jun is like. She's been talking to me on the phone these past 2 days, and she's always mentioning Jung Jun, intentionally or unintentionally. No one knows a daughter better than her father. Shueitao seems to be very interested in Jung Jun. Just tell her the truth. Chen Mingshu was stunned for a moment. One was 18 and the other was 35. What was the general thinking? Do you suspect that there is something going on between them? No way. They have a really good relationship. They're both teachers and friends. That's all I know, nothing more. Chen Mingxiu did not hide anything and told it out. After all, this was all he saw. You fart. Find out the relationship between the two immediately. Yes. General. Chapter 90. Chen Mingxiu becomes a paparazzi, and the general's cabbage is offered to the pig. In order to ensure that Jiang Jun could have a good meal, Gong Shuitao tried her best. First there are oysters, then goose liver, and leeks, and then there is the traditional hot soup or the cowhide soup. The main point is that if something is lost, it will be replenished and filled with the powertrain of life. After doing all this, Gong Shuitao took a bath. By the way, I'll also use the pig intestines I bought to clear the water. Pick out all the scum. Hygiene issues must be strictly self-regulated. Jiang Jun has such a brother and sister-in-law, what else could a brother ask for? After washing herself clean, Gong Shuitao put on her carefully prepared outfit and went. Wear it inside as an inner layer. When you need it, just pull out the plug-in and it will show its potential. I have to say that the adult world is ever-changing. Let everyone love you to death. Everything is ready, just waiting for tonight's protagonist Jiang Jun to appear. Both looking forward to it and feeling nervous. Gong Shuitao began to bend his right hand with his left hand, then pulled his right hand back to his left hand. From time to time, the two legs open and close widely. And Gong Shuitao community. There is a van parked outside the house. Inside the van, Chen Mingxiu showed his turtle head and glanced out the window from time to time. A black cloth was wrapped around the head, and another black cloth was tied between the nose and mouth. Even he couldn't recognize her with this look, so Jiang Jun and Gong Shuitao definitely wouldn't be able to recognize her either. He really couldn't understand why a commander of the demon-suppressing army was assigned to do such a thing. Well, actually he was very happy to do so. As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. If he doesn't come, I will definitely feel like there are thousands of ants gnawing at me. At this moment, an Audi A8 stopped opposite Chen Mingxiu. He could tell at a glance that this was one of Gong Shuitao's 3 cars. Then, Jiang Jun got out of the car, dressed appropriately and looking quite handsome. Suddenly, Chen Mingxiu showed a look of horror, based on his many years of experience as the neighbor Lao Wang. Jiang Juning can drive Gong Shuitao's car. You can control Gong Shuitao. Oh my god. Chen Mingxiu didn't dare to think further. The scene changed, and the scene of Gong Pengtian, the master of Gong Shuitao, beating Jiang Jun with a leather stick appeared. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Jiang Jun can't be such a person. Shuitao, I've watched her grow up since she was little. She knows her limits and will never do anything reckless. They're a master and apprentice, so it's normal for them to get together occasionally to have in-depth discussions. Just as Chen Mingxiu was muttering to himself, Jiang Jun had already walked to the gate of Gong Shuitao's house. At this moment, Gong Shuitao had already noticed the figure outside the house. Her fingertips were lightly touching the door handle, and her breathing subconsciously became lighter. She wore a light apricot knit dress that fell just above her knees. When you walk, it will gently sway in fine arcs as you move. The inner wear. Ahem, indescribable. In order to match the dress, she specially dug out the pearl earrings hidden deep in the closet. The small beads glow warmly under the light, echoing the thin chain of the same series around the neck. Deep in that ravine. Her hair was not left hanging on her shoulders as usual, but was gently curled into natural curves with a curling iron. A few strands of hair hung beside her cheeks. She had practiced the smile countless times in front of the mirror, and as soon as she raised it, it caught the man's surprised eyes. When the door opened, Jiang Jun's eyes flickered between the hem of her skirt and her earrings. His Adam's apple moved before he spoke. Shuitao, tonight, you look especially beautiful. Gong Shuitao's fingertips quietly grasped the lace edge of her skirt, and the tips of her ears turned a moist red in the warm light. Don't I look good normally? Jiang Jun said seriously, it looks good, usually it looks good too, but it's especially good tonight. Gong Shuitao lowered his head and reached out to pull Jiang Jun into the house. Then close the door. Lock it. The action is done in one go. Not far away, Chen Mingxiu's eyes widened. When the door opened, Chen Mingxiu's eyes lit up. Gong Shuitao not only personally welcomed Jiang Jun, and she was wearing a very creamy color. As for men, youth is the most fatal. However, when Chen Mingxiu was about to seriously check for Gong Pengtian, Gong Shuitao couldn't wait to drag Jiang Jun in. They looked like they were in a hurry, as if they had washed and dried everything and were ready to perform. Chen Mingxiu. No, the general's cabbage may have been offered by the pigs. Chen Mingxiu muttered to himself, looked at the time, and then wrote it down. After all, big shots would specifically ask these questions, and guess a man's character from the time he entered. Whether it is qualified or not. Talk about inside the house. They started working before they even had their meal. As the saying goes, one day without seeing you feels like 3 days without you. Wait a minute, I've lowered the curtains. Gong Shuiatao finally pulled herself out of Jiang Jun's body. Then, quickly draw the curtains. Seeing this scene, Chen Mingxiu quickly recorded it. Let's eat first. Gong Shuiatao felt that if he didn't eat, he would be hungry soon. Jiang Jun shook his head with a strong and tough attitude. Behave yourself, or I'll beat you to pieces. Jiang Jun reached out and rubbed Gong Shuiatao's head twice. This feeling of happiness came so suddenly that Gong Shuiatao's legs went weak and her knees dropped. An hour later, the two finally had their meal. Jiang Jun was eating with big mouthfuls, thinking it was shameful to waste. But Gong Shuiatao is like chewing wax, everything you eat tastes salty and fishy. After dinner, Gong Shuiatao cleared the table. Jiang Jun naturally walked to the sofa and sat down, turned on the TV, and then crossed his legs. There is no way. Hello, Auntie, I'm almost full. Jiang Jun is not allowed to do housework at all. Even if he has any ideas, they will be strangled in the cradle. Jiang Jun can only be a useless person. He just opens his mouth to eat and works hard after eating. Soon, Gong Shuiatao cleaned up everything and her body was a little sticky. Jiang Jun, I'll watch TV with you. Jiang Jun smiled and said, if we want to watch TV, I think we need to turn the sofa around. Then turn around and let's sit down. How can we watch TV with our backs to the TV? Gong Shuiatao looked confused. Jiang Jun said coldly, if you don't sit down, turn around and lie down so you can watch TV, right? As the images in Gong Shuiatao's mind changed, he suddenly reacted. The whole person was stunned for a moment. Regardless of whether Gong Shuiatao agrees or not, Jiang Jun has already turned the sofa around. And so, the two of them watched TV for 90 minutes. Gong Shuiatao put her arm around Jiang Jun's waist and said in a hoarse voice, Jiang Jun, we won't leave tonight. Can you stay? Seeing Gong Shuiatao's weak appearance, Jiang Jun nodded coldly, then picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. The next morning, when Jiang Jun woke up, Gong Shuiatao was already making a loving breakfast. Jiang Jun is awake, come and have breakfast. Gong Shuiatao came to the bed and pulled Jiang Jun up. Jiang Jun smiled, rubbed it twice as usual, and then had a delicious breakfast with Gong Shuiatao. Outside the house, inside the van. Chen Mingxiu has two panda eyes. He didn't expect that Jiang Jun would go in and refuse to come out. It's confirmed. Their relationship is definitely a man-woman relationship. Even if you beat Chen Mingxiu to death, he would never believe that the two of them were discussing life in there. The next moment, Chen Mingxiu muttered to himself. Jiang Jun, you actually gave away the general's cabbage. I wonder how the general will react when he learns of this. I can only tell you the truth. Good luck to you. Chapter 91, Obtain the Hunter Guild member medal and find materials suitable for making puppet. Dong Pengtian has only one daughter, whom he treats as his sweetheart in a close-knit little cotton-padded jacket. Last time, Shin Pengyun abandoned him and Gong Pengtian almost wanted to send out the demon-suppressing army to bury him. However, he did not have a good impression of Shin Pengyun, and even felt a little disgusted with him. It would be better if we split up. Out of protection for Gong Shuiatao and his love for his daughter, the father was deeply afraid that Gong Shuiatao would be hurt again. Therefore, Gong Pengtian was very cautious about who Gong Shuiatao knew. You'll only wave your hand after your ancestors have been thoroughly investigated. That's just the two of them dating, having a meal or something. Now Jiang Jun just stabbed it indirectly. I'm afraid Gong Pengtian would chop Jiang Jun into pieces if he knew. At this time, Chen Mingxiu was a little embarrassed. One is the rising star he is optimistic about. The other is his boss whom he admires. Of course, he was very clear that truth cannot be hidden. Just as Chen Mingxiu was thinking about this, Jiang Jun came out of Gong Shuiatao's house. Wait for Jiang Jun to get into the Audi A8 and drive away. Chen Mingxiu immediately recorded the time, then started the van and headed towards the military area. On the way, Jiang Jun dialed the car phone. Soon the call was connected and Suang's voice was heard. Jiang Jun, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. So you have time now to come over to the Hunter Guild? Bring your ID card. As for Lin Bingbing's ID card, I've already got it done. Now that you're here, let's get you the Hunter Guild member badges together. Okay, send me your location and I'll come over now. Okay, when you get to the door, call me and I'll pick you up. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Jun thought about it and saw Lin Qingli appear in the passenger seat. Dad. Well, fasten your seatbelts. After Jiang Jun finished speaking, he reached out and patted Lin Qingli's head. Then, he opened the location sent by Su Shang and followed the navigation to the Hunter Guild. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Jun finally arrived outside the Hunters Guild. Then, he called Su Shang again. The stone main building of the Hunters Guild stands out among the brick and stone buildings in the city center. The dark brown rocks were polished by craftsmen and are more regular than their counterparts in the valley. The square in front of the door is paved with bluestone slabs, and a dozen black wooden pillars are still standing crookedly. The metal nameplate on the top of the column and the wolf head emblem glowed coldly in the sunset. Soon, Su Shang came out of the Hunters Guild and looked around, but couldn't see Jiang Jun. Just then, an Audi A8 honked its horn. When Su Shang saw Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli in the car, he was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Jiang Jun, please park your car across the street and wait until you become a member of the Hunter Guild. Next time you come, you can just drive in. Jiang Jun nodded, started the car, parked it opposite, then got out of the car with Lin Qingli and walked towards Su Shang. Lin Bingbing, this is your ID card. You can use this ID to do things from now on. Su Shang took out an ID card and handed it to Lin Qingli. Lin Qingli was wearing sunglasses and looked very cold, so Su Shang kept his words short. Under Jiang Jun's instructions, Lin Qingli took the ID card from Su Shang. Jiang Jun, let's go. Su Shang patted Jiang Jun on the shoulder and took them both into the Hunters Guild. Walked towards the stone main building. Soon, Su Shang led the two into the main building and walked towards a reception room behind the front desk of the main building, which was separated by glass. Nini, I'm bringing 2 people to join the Hunters Guild, and I'll also invite them to join my team. Brother Su said, of course there is no problem, just ask them to fill out the information. I'll help them right away. While Mimi was talking, the fat on her face trembled a few times, and her eyes seemed to be wandering when she looked at Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun. It turns out that something called Mimi is not necessarily beautiful. For their sake, Su Shang was really wronged. At this moment, a not very standard Cantonese voice sounded behind him. I was just missing my mother, and Captain Su came to find me and threw me 2 eggs in my arms. If you are really a silver-haired man, I will laugh at you. This was the worst Cantonese Jiang Jun had ever heard, so he turned around to look. Ocean horse? At this moment, a foreign woman, about the age of an ant, was standing behind them. Her caramel curls cascaded down her off-the-shoulder slip dress, which fell to her thighs. The off-white high-waisted wide-leg pants wrapped around the long legs, and the trouser legs were cut diagonally to reveal the silver ankle chain. The 10-centimeter stiletto sandals make the legs look longer and take up nearly 2/3 of the body. The light shines on the crotch of her pants, and her legs are like Greek sculptures, which will immediately draw people's attention to her waist and heels. No wonder he can't even speak properly. It turns out the hair on it is yellow. I wonder if there is something different below. At this moment, a light curtain popped up in front of Jiang Jun. Name, Bao Daibi. Constitution, none. Identity, warrior, Hunter Guild member. Realm, initial stage of organ refining. Chi and blood value, 12,500. Martial arts, fire dance, flaming sun fist, soaring to the sky. Skill. Materials suitable for matching Alyssa's puppet have been detected. Please find an opportunity to obtain them. Hearing the mechanical sound in his mind, Jiang Jun shuddered and became a little excited. No, he was led astray by the bucket. How could he be a person with evil intentions? The next moment, Jiang Jun locked his eyes on the woman's legs, greed gushing out of his eyes. Straight. Slender. Smooth. White and tender. It's life-threatening. All are here. At this moment, Su Shang's voice rang in my ears. Bao Debbie, you're talking nonsense. I don't have anyone, but there's no one more suitable than them. Open your eyes wide and see who this person is. He's the national champion in martial arts this year. Su Shang started to attack Bao Daibi. Bao Daibi blinked her big green eyes and looked at Jiang Jun. The next moment, charm flowed from Bao Daibi's body to her face. Wow, Yin Lei is such a handsome guy, so handsome, he's such a pink bastard. Nishi's eye height is so fierce, he even saw that the goose was asleep. Lay, sister will feed you, add sister's fruit bag. Suddenly, Bao Daibi pounced towards Jiang Jun like a zombie. He stuffed two fists into Jiang Jun's chest. And big. Play again. However, it seems to have a bit of smell, just like the smell of milk that has gone bad overnight, sour, smelly, and very pungent. No wonder people say that ocean horses have a strong body odor, it's not a joke. But some people like stinky tofu. Put it this way, it seems to have another flavor. Fortunately, Jiang Jun discovered Lin Qingli's unusual movements in time. At this moment, Lin Qingli's eyes turned scarlet. Didn't Jiang Jun give Lin Qingli an order? She will definitely bury Bao Debi's pussy. Go away. Stop being so naughty here. Su Shang grabbed Bao Daibi's arm and pulled her away. No, brother. At this moment, Jiang Jun wanted to bury Su Shang. The boy won't suffer any loss, you are just giving Jiang Jun a bad experience. And Bao Debi also got angry. The difference between Diao Yabai. Yeah, old hair autumn crab, goose and pigeon shit has nothing to do with you. The goose is happy with the handsome boy is good, handsome boy is full. Handsome boy, are you talking? Chapter 92, Going to the beach to train horse riding, Gong Pengtian gets furious and wants to chop Jiang Jun to pieces. The next moment, Bao Daibi grabbed Jiang Jun's arm with one hand. Force squeeze. Milky color. Jiang Jun was so happy. But the expression on his face remained unchanged, even a little cold. It doesn't seem to be poetic at all. In the end, Jiang Jun still had the heart to pull Bao Daibi's hand off. Sister, we're not that familiar with each other yet. Next time, I'll definitely support you and join your team. In an instant, Bao Daibi smiled charmingly. Oh, that's right, I'm going to do it hard, wait for me. After saying that, Bao Daibi looked at Su Shang. Goose beer noodles handsome boy, different from Naidu. Damn ghost. Then, Bao Daibi walked away, shaking her big, round buttocks vigorously. Su Shang faced her back, stretched out his hand, and made a great wilderness prisoner sky finger. Jiang Jun, don't pay attention to her. She's just an old lady. You don't want to make a stew with old lotus roots, do you? She's so passionate and unrestrained, she probably has a hidden illness. Su Shang said a few words angrily, then looked at Mimi. The entire face and mouth were replaced. Nini, my Mimi is troubling you. Outside the Hunters Guild. Bao Daibi took out her phone and made a call. Cousin, is Niguehan asleep? You are such a handsome guy, don't you want to be sent to Baifu Haiyuan? You saw him, where is he? The person on the other end of the phone was Shi Miaoshuan, the principal of White Tiger College. The Waxman Guild is here. Do you want me to help you deal with it? Cousin, if you can get him to come to White Tiger Academy, I'll get some powerful reagents to help you reach a higher level. 1 silver coin is a sure thing. I won't trust the pretty boy. I won't get any candy from him. After saying that, Bao Daibi left with her big buttocks twisted. I didn't expect that she also had this kind of relationship with Shi Miaoshuan, the principal of White Tiger College. It seems that all the family members of Shi Miaoshuan have gone abroad. But how could Bao Daibi know that while she was thinking about Jiang Jun was also thinking about her legs? Soon, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli filled in their identity information. Of course, Jiang Jun helped Lin Qingli fill in the form. The former senior sisters have now become corpse sisters, how can they still write? After doing all this, Mimi entered the two people's information into the system. Then, he took 2 documents and asked Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli to sign their names. You two, the Hunter Guild's combat uniforms and member medals will be delivered to your homes in 2 business days. Just be sure to sign for them. Jiang Jun nodded. Nini, bring them both to my team. My team is participating in the Hunter Open tournament and we're short of 2 spots. I'll treat you to a big meal later. Su Shang spoke again. Nini's fat face trembled twice, and she said softly, hey, of course there's no problem with that. I'll add it right away. Thanks to Su Shang's connections, the two soon became members of the Hunter Guild and also joined Su Shang's team. Jiang Jun, I have some things to do. I'll let you know when the Hunter Open starts. If you have nothing else to do, you can also go around the Hunters Guild and learn more. Jiang Jun shook his head. I have something urgent to do. Just go ahead and do your thing. I'll leave on my own. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Jun took Lin Qingli out of the Hunters Guild. Then, start the Audi A8 and drive towards the beach. The urgent matters Jung Joon mentioned are of course the things that must be done every day. After all, today is a sunny day, perfect for hiking, swimming, and other extreme sports. Finally, Jung Joon headed towards a beach. After about half an hour, Jung Joon arrived at a less crowded beach in Tianyuan City. Golden Beach. Originally, many people came here, and it was considered a tourist destination, and the admission fee was quite high. I don't know why, but more and more beaches have opened in recent years, giving some people better choices. This place has become a wild beach with no one in charge. Fewer people are coming. Jung Joon drove directly to a place not far from the beach. Sure enough, there were only a few couples dancing in the water. Seeing this, Jung Joon lowered the car window curtains and changed Lin Qingli into a swimsuit in the car. As the tires were changing positions, they sank half an inch into the sand. It seems that even the experience of climbing a mountain is saved. After a while, Jung Joon and Lin Qingli got out of the car. Jung Joon has a big waist and 8-pack abs, if this was a few years ago. The waves must be constantly rising and falling. Not to mention Lin Qingli. She stood barefoot on the beach, and her red bikini seemed to be burning on her fair skin. The triangular cups support the full silhouette, and the laces are tied into a playful knot at the back. The low-waisted trousers are sunken into the waistline, making the long legs look even more dazzling. The sea breeze lifted her long hair and brushed across her taut waist and abdomen, and the curve of her hips coincided with the undulations of the beach. Amidst the sound of surging waves, there were a few extremely suppressed sobs. "Don't be afraid, Daddy will take you to play in the water." Lin Qingli? If she were a normal person, she would definitely wonder, is this really playing in the water? However, it seems that there is no problem. After all, there is water in it. Soon, Jung Joon pulled Lin Qingli to the beach. Lin Qingli looked a little scared, but also a little excited. "Come." Jung Joon pulled her slowly towards the deep sea. Soon, Lin Qingli's lower body sank into the water. At this time, Lin Qingli playfully splashed water with her hands, splashing it all over Jung Joon's face. Then she started giggling. What a romantic and innocent child. Some sea water fell on Lin Qingli, and the water droplets rolled down her fair skin and into the edge of her bikini. When turning around, the shoulder straps slipped off the shoulders, and the moment she raised her hands to gather her hair, her chest and hip lines were exposed to the sunlight. Stretch out a hot arc. If you don't behave, I'll beat your ass to pieces. The next moment, Jung Joon grabbed Lin Qingli's ponytail with one hand. The sunset is beautiful, but it is too close to the wolf. In this way, Jung Joon and Lin Qingli changed several swimming styles in the sea. Then, somewhat reluctantly, they returned to the shore. Jung Joon could not have imagined that with the help of seawater, he actually exceeded his small goal for today. It seems that the world is so big, I still need to go out and take a walk. If you don't start walking, you won't know that you can go further. The two returned to the car, and Jung Joon rubbed Lin Qingli's head. Let's go back. You've cried a lot, you've worked hard, take a rest. The next moment, Jung Joon gave Lin Qingli an instruction. Let her close her eyes and seem to be asleep. At this time, Jung Joon let out a breath, and his waist bent, feeling like someone had cut his kidneys. It seems that I have to continue to improve the Great Sun Thunder body. To improve the Great Sun Thunder body, you must. Day. It's really contradictory. Jung Joon sighed about life, then started the car. Go home. Within the military area. Chen Mingshu came to Gong Pengtian with the recorded time period and event points in his hand. Report to the general, the mission you gave me has been completed. At this time, Gong Pengtian raised his eyelids slightly. Just one night later, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Speak. Yes, I stayed at Shuidao's house all afternoon, and then at 17:30, Jung Joon appeared outside Shuidao's house. And driving one of her cars. Then Jung Joon walked to the door, Shuitao opened the door first to greet him, and then pulled Jung Joon in. At 17:38, all the curtains in Shuitao's house fell. Fast forward, at 9 o'clock in the morning, Jung Joon came out of Shuitao's house. Hearing this, Gong Pengtian stood up suddenly. He smashed the teacup on the table into pieces with one hand, and then used the national treasure for the first time. Fuck you. He's been fucked. Bring Jung Joon to see me right now. If you fail to complete the task, I will kick you out. Chen Mingshu quickly covered his eyes with his hands, and an inexplicable pain surged into his heart. He panicked. Yes, if I can't complete the mission, you don't need to whip me, I will cut myself. After saying that, Chen Mingxiu left quickly. Don't let Gong Pengtian think about the eye in his butt. Chapter 93. The tires rolled over my face, and I cried out, "Dad, the house is broken." At this time, there was a military jeep parked there. After returning to the rental house, Jiang Jun didn't pay much attention. When Jiang Jun parked the car, he and Lin Qingli got out of the car. Chen Mingxiu appeared out of nowhere and looked at Jiang Jun as if he had met a long-lost brother. But soon, when his eyes fell on Lin Qingli next to Jiang Jun, he was stunned. This woman is so hot. Chen Mingxiu complained in his heart and didn't care about the woman's identity. Jiang Jun, I'm glad you're back. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Jiang Jun was also very surprised to see Chen Mingxiu. Captain Chen, if you have anything to ask me, just give me a call. Chen Mingxiu's expression remained unchanged, but he was muttering to himself in his heart. This concerns my lifelong happiness. I'll personally tie you up, put you in the car, and take you to the military area. It's so easy, but I can't keep my integrity anymore. The next moment, Chen Mingxiu said with a serious face, Jiang Jun, I have something urgent to talk to you about. Come with me quickly. So urgent? Please wait for 5 minutes. I'll put my friend in the house and come out right away. Go ahead, I'll wait for you outside. Chen Mingxiu said this with a cold face. Jiang Jun always felt that there was something wrong with Chen Mingxiu, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. Soon, Jiang Jun walked into the house and took Lin Qingli into the puppet space. After drinking some water, he walked out of the house. Get in the car. Chen Mingxiu had already started the military jeep and was guarding outside the door. All of this made Jiang Jun feel that the situation seemed a little serious. After Jiang Jun got in the car, Chen Mingxiu suddenly turned the steering wheel, made a sharp turn, and rushed towards the community. Then, he even ran the red light. I almost stepped on the accelerator all the way. Jiang Jun, oh. Are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? At this time, Jiang Jun's phone rang. He grabbed the handle on the upper frame of the car door with one hand to steady himself. Without even looking at it, he took out his cell phone and answered the call. By dinner time, he had already guessed who was calling. Jiang Jun, come and eat, I made your favorite dishes. Jiang Jun tried to lower his voice as much as possible. Shui Tao, I'm with Captain Chen right now. He wants to talk to me about something. I'll come see you later. Oh, then I won't eat either. When you come, we'll eat together. Then Gong Shutao subconsciously hung up the phone. I was thinking, what on earth does Uncle Chen want from Jiang Jun? She wanted to call Chen Mingxiu, but then she thought that Chen Mingxiu would not harm Jiang Jun. So, I didn't think much about it. Next, get ready for tonight. Moreover, she specially thought of a new way to play with Jiang Jun. Looks like I need to prepare some small ice cubes first, and then mix in some chili oil. I don't know, does Jiang Jun like it slightly spicy or super spicy? Forget it, let's mix both. I'll go with the mild spicy first, and if that doesn't work, I'll go with the super spicy. When Jiang Jun's phone rang, Chen Mingxiu's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't take it seriously. In fact, I didn't even look at the road ahead, I was focused on the sound coming from my eardrums. When Fuzzy heard the conversation between the two, Chen Mingxiu's face twitched. It's still night time. It's even a question whether you can come back after you go there. At this moment, Chen Mingxiu silently mourned for Jiang Jun for 3 seconds. Fuck, Captain Chen, did you get your driver's license while driving drunk? Only after hearing Jiang Jun's horrified cry did Chen Mingxiu return his attention to the scene in front of him. Oh my god. Chen Mingxiu said this and suddenly turned the steering wheel. Fortunately, we didn't collide, otherwise we might not be able to complete the mission. In an instant, Chen Mingxiu cursed at the car in front. Fuck you, are you blind? You knew a car was coming and you didn't even try to dodge. Don't think you're great just because you drive a Ferrari. You can't afford to pay for hitting my car. What are you looking at? If you watch me again, I'll send a group of soldiers to tear your car apart, leaving only the keys. This Ferrari owner was stunned by the scolding. It was obvious that the other person was blind, but he couldn't say a word. Thinking of the important business, Chen Mingxiu drove towards the military area again. God will not let down those who work hard. He finally brought Jiang Jun to the military district. Jiang Jun, follow me. After saying this, Chen Mingxiu hurriedly took Jiang Jun to an independent building in the military area. Enter the building and come to the outside of a room. Chen Mingxiu knocked on the door and shouted, "General, the person you want has been brought here." The next moment, a voice as old as a bell was heard in the room. "Let him in, you wait outside." Hearing this, Jiang Jun frowned. Before he could understand what was going on, Chen Mingxiu had already opened the door and pushed him in. Then, with a bang, the door closed. Jiang Jun looked up at the room. He saw a man with completely white hair sitting on an office chair with his back to him. As the office chair turned, the man's face was finally revealed. When Jiang Jun saw this face, he felt a little familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. "Good, General." Jiang Jun saluted Gong Pengtian. "Is it good?" Two words came out of Gong Pengtian's mouth. Suddenly, Jiang Jun's face was full of question marks. The man looked at him intently, as if waiting for his answer. For a moment, Jiang Jun was confused and could only think about what had happened just now. Jiang Jun quickly spoke up, "It's a bit exciting. The car is going very fast. I haven't felt whether it's enjoyable or not yet, but my eyes feel a little dry." In an instant, Gong Pengtian was so angry that veins on his forehead were exposed, and he took out a pistol and pointed it at Jiang Jun. "Eat it all up, you say you're unhappy, and you say you have no feelings, believe it or not, I will destroy you." In an instant, Jiang Jun was stunned. The white-haired guy in front is probably abnormal. "General, this is exactly how I feel about Captain Shin driving me here. His driving skills are really not that good. Focusing on one is risking your life. I'm being reserved when I say this." Gong Pengtian suddenly slammed his gun on the table several times. Jiang Jun was afraid that his gun would go off accidentally and hit his own gun. "I am Gong Shuweitao's father. You should know how to answer me now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment. No wonder this white-haired guy looks familiar. It turns out Gong Shuweitao is his genetic product. "Dad. So you are Dad." At this time, Jiang Jun can only use his ultimate move. The word Dad has already acknowledged his relationship with Gong Shuweitao. Anyway, he is with Gong Shuweitao, so it is reasonable for him to call Gong Pengfei Dad. In this way, the other party will not kill his own son for the sake of justice. Sure enough, I heard Jiang Jun's call. Gong Pengtian's hand shook and he dropped the pistol onto the table. For some reason, Gong Pengtian felt that the word Dad was particularly beautiful, and it penetrated deep into his soul. He had a regret in his life because he had no son, so Gong Shuweitao was the apple of his eye. If you don't have a son, just hug your grandson. As long as Gong Shuweitao can give birth to a grandson, his dream will be fulfilled. But I won't say anymore, it brings tears to my eyes. Now Jiang Jun's single dad caused Gong Pengtian to break into the house. The next moment, Gong Pengtian burst into tears. "Be good, I'm your dad." Chapter 94 Hunter Open Tournament begins. Here are the materials. When the door of the room was opened, Jiang Jun was not only not wearing any clothes or torn, but was also personally sent off by Gong Pengtian. He also held a lot of special offerings in his hands. Chen Mingxiu was stunned. "Didn't we agree to bury Jiang Jun? Why do you suddenly treat Jiang Jun like your own son? That doesn't make sense. Remember what I said, call Xiao Chen when you have time and ask him to pick you up." Jiang Jun nodded, "I understand. You should also take care of your health. If anything happens, I will take care of it." The two exchanged pleasantries. Then, Gong Pengtian looked at Chen Mingxiu and said sharply, "Xiao Chen, don't tell anyone about what happened today, or I'll treat you to lotus seed soup." Chen Mingxiu quickly shook his head like a rattle. "Send Jiang Jun back immediately, and be careful on the road." "Yes, General." "Jiang Jun, come with me, I'll take you back." Jiang Jun nodded and smiled. This cheap dad is really easy to talk to. Not only did he not blame him, he also told him not to let Gong Shuweitao know about this. The two pretended they had never met in front of Gong Shuweitao, and waited for Gong Shuweitao to bring Jiang Jun to see him. They recognized each other as father and son again. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun couldn't help laughing. Soon, the two walked out of the building. "Jiang Jun, what did you say to the general, or what did the general say to you? What is your relationship?" As he spoke, Chen Mingxiu looked at the special offering in Jiang Jun's hand. Jiang Jun smiled calmly, "It's not that I don't want to say it, but the general won't let me say it. If you want to hear it, I can tell you." "No, I don't want to hear it, please don't say it." Chen Mingxiu knew that curiosity killed the cat. Even though he felt itchy inside, he tried his best to suppress it. Come on, please get in the car. When they arrived at the jeep, Chen Mingxiu personally opened the door for Jiang Jun. Although he didn't know what had happened, based on Gong Pengtian's attitude towards Jiang Jun, he had already guessed it. Therefore, it is necessary to please Jiang Jun. After returning home, Jiang Jun called Gong Shueitao immediately. Shueitao, I'm home now. I'll take a shower and then come to your place. Don't wash it. I mean, just come over here and wash it. I'll heat up the food and wait for you. All right. Jiang Jun shook his head and gave Gong Shueitao a thumbs up for his selfless dedication. In fact, Jiang Jun just wanted to help Lin Xingli clean up. After all, I've been soaking in seawater all day, and it's salty and greasy. If you don't put it in the refrigerator, the crabs will get smelly. There was no other way. Jiang Jun could only bear the pain and leave Lin Xingli in the puppet space. Then he rushed out of the rental house, got into the Audi A8, and then stepped on the accelerator, and the whole car rushed out like a supercar. Soon, Jiang Jun arrived at Gong Shueitao's house. When Jiang Jun came to the door, he was about to ring the doorbell. Gong Shueitao was like a young wife guarding her husband's waiting rock, and Jiang Jun had not yet raised his hand. The door is open. Jiang Jun, you're here. Gong Shueitao looked excited. She pulled Jiang Jun into the house with one hand and closed the door with the other. The next moment, Gong Shueitao pounced directly on Jiang Jun and hung on him. At this moment, she no longer looked like an ant, but just like a girl next door. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun suddenly felt like he had become Mr. Wang next door. Gong Shueitao is a person who, once she makes up her mind, will give everything for the other person. Even life. There is no need to be reserved. Shueitao, do you miss me? Thinking, every moment, every cell is thinking. Are you feeling proud? Me too. After hearing Jiang Jun's answer, Gong Shueitao's heart was so sweet that it was about to burst with sweetness. Originally, she would answer for Jiang Jun, yes. Because most men would give such an answer. But Jiang Jun gave a different answer, and it hit Gong Shueitao's heart straight in the heart. The next moment, Gong Shueitao smiled charmingly. Then I'll give you a little reward first. As for eating, they have no other intentions. Then, Gong Shueitao took Jiang Jun to the dining table. The ingredients are ready on the table, let us have a feast. Hey, why does it taste different? It's a lot saltier than before? Gong Shueitao asked vaguely while eating. Jiang Jun just smiled. Of course, after soaking in seawater for a whole day, how can it not be salty? The next moment, Gong Shueitao dipped it in some spicy food and took a few bites, but it seemed to lack flavor. So she dipped it in some super spicy food and took a few bites, and Gong Shueitao almost cried. I quickly poured some ice cubes into it and finally calmed down. Now the feeling in Gong Shueitao's mouth is suddenly hot and cold, alternating between hot and cold. Just like that, Jiang Jun watched Gong Shueitao working hard to eat. From time to time, I would feed it a few bites. An hour later, the two finally finished their meal. Jiang Jun vomited. I ate so much Gong Shueipao that my body became swollen. Jiang Jun, don't leave tonight. I'll cook a few more dishes for you for a midnight snack later. I bought a box of Hujihua peanut oil today. The fried dishes will definitely be delicious. Jiang Jun knew about this brand of peanut oil. The price of 500 milliliters is as high as 398 yuan. Equivalent to 798 L, and it is produced in limited quantities. It's the Hermes of peanut oil. I can't say it's the best among all brands, but it's definitely the most expensive. Just stay, husband. Jiang Jun looked up. He finally couldn't stand Gong Shueitao's constant nagging. Promised. He wants to try it too. How delicious is the Hermes in peanut oil? The next day, Jiang Jun still hadn't woken up. Gong Shueitao has gone to prepare breakfast for Jiang Jun. I can only say that Auntie is really good and she makes you full quickly. Good at both housework and cooking. This is the kind of woman. Gong Shueitao was humming a little tune while preparing ingredients for breakfast. When the ingredients were ready, Gong Shueitao took a look at the box of Hujihua traditional peanut oil that he had bought yesterday. It's already half gone. Looks like we need to prepare some supplies in advance. Although it's a little pricey, it's worth it. 2 days later, Jiang Jun finally received 2 Hunter Guild member medals. Su Shang also called to inform Jiang Jun. The Hunter Open is in 3 days. 3 days passed quickly. This day, early in the morning, Zhang Jun and Lin Xingli put on the Hunter Guild's combat uniforms, wore the Hunter medal, and drove the Audi A8 towards the Hunter Guild. Because of the Hunter Open, a large number of members who participated in the Hunter Open returned to the Hunter Guild to gather. Not only was the Hunter Guild's underground garage full, but even the parking spaces on several streets across the Hunter Guild were full. There are a lot more pedestrians on the street than usual. After a lot of effort, Zhang Jun parked the car a few blocks away from the Hunters Guild. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have driven here. After walking several streets, Zhang Jun and Lin Xingli finally arrived outside the Hunters Guild. "Handsome boy, come to Goose Mud Road." At this time, Bao Daibi stood at the door of the Hunters Guild and waved to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun looked around, his lips curled up slightly, and he murmured in his heart, "Materials, here I come." Chapter 95. I don't like eating boiled chicken. Do you understand the deep meaning of goose? The next moment, Zhang Jun took Lin Xingli towards Bao Daibi. His eyes never left her legs. "Sister, what do you want from me?" Bao Daibi glanced at Lin Xingli beside Zhang Jun, then ignored her and took Zhang Jun's arm freely. Zhang Jun was hit twice again, and it still felt the same. The smell of milk that has gone bad overnight is sour, smelly, and very pungent. I don't know if the smell will be removed by special treatment and pickling. Fortunately, Zhang Jun put a pair of sunglasses on Lin Xingli, otherwise he would have seen the bloodshot eyes. I'm afraid Bao Daibi will be scared. The goose calls Neely, there must be Ely. After saying that, Bao Daibi secretly took out a device that looked like a big mobile phone and put it into Zhang Jun's hand. Hurry up and guard it. If the East and West secret realms can collide with each other, if you have any problems, get in touch with them and come to protect us. Is it melon? Zhang Jun learned to speak a few words in Cantonese. That's right, don't you think I understand the deep meaning of this? At this time, Su Sheng's voice was heard. You are such a coquettish woman, you are so coquettish, you can be seen coquettish everywhere. The next moment, Su Sheng stood in front of Zhang Jun. I'm hanging my old mother, you're a bitch, you dead ghost. Pretty boy, the goose is leaving. After saying that, Bao Daibi cast a coquettish glance at Zhang Jun and turned away. Zhang Jun, don't say I didn't remind you, you'd better not have anything to do with this woman. To put it bluntly, it's just imported white-cut chicken. Essentially, it's the same, just a little stronger in flavor. Zhang Jun nodded, don't worry, I don't like eating boiled chicken. Let's go, our team is only missing the two of you. Soon, the three of them walked into the Hunters Guild. At this time, the Hunters Guild was packed with people. If Su Sheng hadn't gone out to pick them up, it would have taken quite a while. Led by Su Sheng, they arrived at the reception hall of the Hunters Guild. Here, some teams participating in the Hunter Open will temporarily stay. Soon, Su Sheng brought them to the team. Ha, the national martial arts champion is here. I didn't expect that you were still a student when we were in the secret realm last time. Yes, I once fought through life and death with the nation's top martial arts champion. I can brag about it for the rest of my life. With the two of you, our team will definitely make it into the top 10 this time. Last time, some of the warriors in the Tianga secret realm were invited by Su Sheng. When I saw Zhang Jun, I couldn't help but say a few words. My dear brothers, your words are too polite. It is fate that we met. You are all my seniors, so I still need your care. Zhang Jun also said something modest. Can you speak? How can you get into the top 10? With Zhang Jun here, we have to strive to get into the top 3. Su Sheng patted Zhang Jun on the shoulder. The bounties for the top 3 are 200 million, 100 million, and 50 million respectively, and the top 10 also receive 10 million. Their team consists of 30 people. Even if they win first place, the 200 million prize money will only be 66 million per person. For Zhang Jun, where can he find such a thing as making money and gaining energy and blood? Su Sheng's goal is to be in the top 3, while Zhang Jun has only one goal, which is to take first place. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero. Okay, everyone's here, let's go. Su Sheng said this and led them out of the reception hall, through a long corridor, and to the 5 elevators in front. Everyone go down in batches, and then board the plane together. Zhang Jun, follow me. Su Sheng took Zhang Jun and Lin Xingli to the same elevator. The elevator then slowly descends until it stops and the doors open. This place is like an underground airport, more than 10 times larger than the airport in the underground Coliseum. There are 3 runways here, and each runway has an aircraft that looks like a Boeing 777 parked on it. After everyone came out of the elevator, Su Shang said, "Everyone, follow me through security, verify your identity, and then board the plane together." Then, 30 people went through security checks and had their identities verified before boarding the same plane. In less than a moment, the plane took off and headed towards the venue of the Hunter Open. On the plane, Su Shang slowly spoke, "There are over 1,000 teams participating in this Hunter Open. There are too many people, so we have to arrive at the Xingyan Secret Realm in batches." Jiang Jun nodded. He had no interest in going to any secret realm. He is only interested in the monsters in the secret realm. Then, Su Shang started nagging again, talking about this and that. Jiang Jun finally understood the dangers and precautions of previous Hunter Open tournaments. "By the way, Jiang Jun, do you have any thoughts on this Hunter Open?" Jiang Jun said calmly, "Yes, as long as Brother Su and the team cooperate with me, it's not impossible to win first place." Hearing this, Su Shang excitedly said, "Really?" Jiang Jun nodded. "Ha ha." Su Shang laughed, "That's exactly what I've been waiting for you to say. Once we enter the secret realm, you will be in charge of our team. This is the Super Eye, used to record the level, number, and points of monsters killed. Each team only has one. Type in your name and it will surround you." After Su Shang's explanation, Jiang Jun finally understood the purpose of the Super Eye. To put it bluntly, it is a high-tech concentrated product with a low cost. Apart from recording the level, number and points of monsters, it has no other functions. By the way, do you want a hand in the monsters you killed in the Hunter Open? This is the question Jiang Jun wants to know most. He had been thinking about the bonus and health value before and had not thought about this question. Su Shang shook his head. The Hunter Guild doesn't care about these things. After getting the answer, Jiang Jun felt relieved. But think about it, the monster's corpse has to be handed over, and there is no warrior like him who has a puppet space, such a large nano space. The next moment, Jiang Jun directly entered Lin Bingbing's name into Chao's eyes. Suan? Jiaoming City. The Duanlong Mountains in the northwest suburbs. There is a crack that seems to have torn the space apart. The Star Rock secret realm is within this space crack, at the entrance of the crack. A fortress built of black iron sandstone is embedded between the space rift and the Broken Dragon Mountains. At the junction with the space rift, there is a 30-meter high wall covered with honeycomb-shaped arrow windows, behind which are placed heavy black iron crossbows. The mountains in front of the fort were flattened to build a military airport that can accommodate 5 planes landing at the same time. The plane Jiang Jun and his friends were on landed at the airport. Then, everyone entered the fortress in an orderly manner. This Hunter Open tournament is taken very seriously not only by the Hunter Guild but also by the military. 2 divisions were specially dispatched to guard the fortress to prevent a beast tide from breaking out of the Xingyan secret realm. More than 1,000 teams passed through the fortress and entered the Star Rock secret realm. Outside the fortress, there is a relatively flat rocky area. More than 1,000 teams and more than 30,000 warriors gathered here. There were also reporters, 20 TV station live broadcast crews, and the Hunter Guild's camera crew who had already arrived at the Star Rock secret realm. This time, the Hunters Guild reached an agreement with 20 TV stations, and the Hunters Guild's filming staff and the TV station's live broadcast staff were integrated together. Follow and capture the moments. To create an unprecedented live broadcast, more than 1,000 teams were deployed to 20 TV stations for live broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm the host of Longyao TV. I'm now broadcasting the Hunter Open for you. Hello everyone, I'm the host of Kyushu Comprehensive Channel. What you're seeing now is the Hunter Open. Welcome everyone to China Star TV. I'm the host, Bai Xiao, and I'll be broadcasting the entire Hunter Open. I'm the host of Dragon Territory TV. I've been asked to take you on a full-scale shoot of the Hunter Open. Chapter 96 Jiang Jun is exposed for participating in the Hunter Open tournament. This time I will definitely hold him tightly. Soon, an old man in a silver combat uniform, followed by a dozen people, walked to the front of all the teams. This old man is He Zhan, the president of the Hunter Guild, and the people following behind him are all high-level officials of the Hunter Guild. Hunters of the Hunter Guild, hello! Today is the 33rd Hunter Open tournament. As the president of the Hunter Guild, I congratulate you on the smooth running of this Hunter Open tournament. I also wish you can achieve even better results, reach the top of the Hunter Open, and become the glory of the Hunter Guild. I now declare the Hunter Open tournament open. Because the Hunter Open is not an officially assisted competition, no official person came out to speak. With He Zhan's shout, the Hunter Open tournament began. Soon, more than 1,000 teams, each consisting of 30 people, began to march into the Xingyan secret realm. Conduct team-based hunting. Of course, while they treated the monsters as prey, the monsters also treated them as food. The 20 accompanying TV crew members and cameramen from the Hunters Guild also followed, carrying their live broadcast equipment. For the safety of these people, the Hunter Guild even sent some hunters to protect them. But we will only protect these people and will never interfere with the teams participating in the Hunter Open. Even if they encounter a situation where the whole team is wiped out, they will just be a bystander. Sanlong Hunting Group, follow me and move forward quickly. We must leave these teams behind as much as possible. Zhang Jun roared and took over Su Sheng's position as the captain of the Sanlong Hunting Group. At this time, Bai Xiaoxiao, the host of China Star TV, seemed to have discovered a new world. Immediately point the camera at the young man rushing in front, quickly. Suddenly, the scene of Zhang Jun leading the Sanlong Hunting Group rushing forward was broadcast live by China Star TV. Dear audience, I believe you have all watched this year's martial arts college entrance examination and learned that Zhang Jun won all the martial arts championships. The young man leading the Sanlong Hunting Group is Zhang Jun, this year's national martial arts champion. I didn't expect him to participate in the Hunter Open. Just after Zhang Jun's video was broadcast live, the ratings of China Star TV station instantly surpassed those of the other 19 TV stations. The Hunter Open, although not an official competition, is more popular than the official competition. Because the Hunter Open is a real Shura field where you fight against monsters. In an instant, the footage of Zhang Jun participating in the Hunter Open was forwarded by many people via their mobile phones. Even the news that Zhang Jun participated in the Hunter Open instantly appeared on Douyin, Tushio, etc., and became the #1 hot search. Jiang family. He Jingyun has been in a bad mood since he came back from Yangxian crematorium last time. Jiang Pingyan and his son Jiang Jun actually refused to return to the Jiang family, making the Jiang family a laughingstock of everyone. At this time, the housekeeper hurried in. Madam, good news. The Hunter Open is being broadcast live nationwide right now, and Jiang Jun actually participated in the Hunter Open. The mortality rate in this Hunter Open is 30%, and he's actually participating under the title of National Martial Champion. That's definitely like lighting a lamp in the toilet. Hearing this, He Jingyun shuddered and suddenly became very excited. Turn on the TV quickly. I want to watch this bastard get eaten alive by a monster. Yes, old lady. The next moment, the housekeeper turned on the TV and tuned the channel to China Star TV. Lu family. Lu Zhishan looked at the time and saw that Li Finglian was almost up, so he went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Finglian, wake up. I've prepared breakfast. Come wash up and have breakfast. Li Finglian was wearing a loose nightgown, and her figure was no worse than that of a young woman. Even because of having given birth to a child, the proportions of her lower body are changed. Super big. Super round. Lu Qishang even looked up at what he saw. What are you looking at? You made me drool yesterday. I want to take a shower, you can eat yourself. Lu Ruyan said this and moved her big butt towards the bathroom. At this moment, Lu Zhishang's phone suddenly pushed a hot search to the top. Lu Zhishang opened his phone and took a look, then he screamed in surprise. The sound was like being cut. Finglian, Zhang Jun actually participated in the Hunter Open tournament, and it's being broadcast live on TV now. Upon hearing this, Li Finglian slammed on the brakes, causing her huge butt to shake violently. You said Zhang Jun participated in the Hunter Open? Lu Zhishan nodded vigorously. Suddenly, Li Finglian walked back. Hurry up and turn on the TV, and bring breakfast over. I want to see how Zhang Jun dies. After saying that, Li Finglian sat down on the sofa, muttering to herself. Sure enough, this kid isn't very smart. He's already the national champion in martial arts, but he's still risking his life. Fortunately, I let Ruyan conquer Jiang Long otherwise, with Zhang Jun's personality, Ruyan would become a widow sooner or later. Brother Jiang Long, be gentle. Yes, go down slowly and gently. I'll be responsible for picking it up. Okay, aim it, I'm gonna clap it. Ah! It slipped away again. In an entertainment hall on the 3rd floor of a shopping mall, Lu Ruyan and Jiang Long were playing claw machines. Jiang Long tried to grab the coins more than 10 times but failed. He got angry and bought a bag of coins to grab them. This time the two of them worked together. Jiang Long was responsible for controlling the claws, and Lu Ruyan was responsible for clapping hard. Ya Dio. Jiang Long is convinced. Brother Jiang Long, it's all my fault. I didn't hold on tight enough, so I slipped. I will definitely hold on tightly this time. Jiang Long nodded coldly. He didn't believe that a bag of coins couldn't contain a doll. Just at this moment, Jiang Long's phone rang. Seeing that it was his younger brother calling, Jiang Long immediately pressed the speakerphone button. Fart, let it out. Brother Long, Jiang Jun is participating in the Hunter Guild tournament, and China Star TV is broadcasting it live. Beep beep. Jiang Long hung up the phone immediately and then looked at Lu Ruyan suddenly. Ruyan, it's not comfortable to be squeezed like this. Why don't we go get a room? Lu Ruyan nodded excitedly, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Soon, the two left the mall and went to a nearby hotel and booked a presidential suite. Then, turn on China Star TV as soon as possible. Military Region. Xiao Chun, what's the matter with you calling me so early in the morning? General, I have something I'm not sure if I should tell you. Ever since I noticed that the relationship between Jiang Jun and Gong Pengtian had been very subtle since he came out of Gong Pengtian's office last time. After learning that Jiang Jun was participating in the Hunter Open, Chen Mingxiu immediately reported to Gong Pengtian. Tell me, when did you become nagging? General, Jiang Jun participated in the Hunter Open. My son. Hey, General, what did you say? The next moment, Gong Pengtian's angry roar came from the other end of the phone. I now order you to send me to the Star Rock Secret Realm within an hour. Or I'll kick your ass. Yes, General. Chapter 97, The Old Cow Eats the Young Grass, by Xiao Xiao is so angry that her grandmother explodes. Inside a shopping mall elevator. Gong Shuitao held a box of Hujihua traditional peanut oil in both hands. In order to ensure that Jiang Jun can eat well, Gong Shuitao pays attention to every detail. Just then, two young women were chattering in the elevator. Did you see the national martial arts champion in this year's martial arts exam? He's so handsome he's drop-dead gorgeous. I saw that he is indeed very handsome, why are you so moved? Ha, aren't you pretty? Hearing the two young women talking about Jiang Jun, Gong Shuitao was both angry and a little happy. I'm angry because these two women are actually thinking about my husband. What makes her happy is that she, an old cow, is eating young grass. These two young women must be jealous. Alright, Jiang Jun participated in the Hunter Open, and it was broadcast live on China Star TV. I have to go back and cheer him on. Ha, you should really go back and refuel. Don't look at your pants covered in oil. There are people here, so keep your voice down, or I'll use that electric rod to teach you a lesson next time, and make sure no one hears you screaming. While the two were talking, Gong Shuitao's hand holding the Hujihua traditional peanut oil trembled. The whole box of peanut oil slipped from my hands and scattered in the elevator. Hubby, didn't you say you had something to do these few days and wouldn't be coming to dinner for the time being? Why are you going to participate in the Hunter Open? If my husband, then what should I do? Auntie, your peanut oil has fallen all over the floor, one of the young women reminded. Gong Shuitao came to his senses and was filled with anger. Who is Auntie? I'm telling you, Jiang Jun is my husband. If you keep thinking about him, I'll tear your trumpet mouthpieces apart. After saying that, Gong Shuitao picked up the peanut oil as quickly as possible. Just as the elevator door opened, he strode out, leaving two women in the elevator in a disheveled state. Auntie, are you in menopause? So fierce. My sister was so scared that she trembled a few times. Then why didn't you be mean to her just now? Being mean to her, don't you feel that she is a powerful warrior? I saw how fierce she was just now. If we say anything, she will definitely fill our mouths with sand. The Xingyan secret realm is full of potholes, large pits and towering rocky mountains. There are occasional small green areas, but they are also extremely dangerous. There are 10 common monsters here. Crystallized demon ant, storm eagle beast, phantom fox demon, earth-splitting pangolin, molten moth, rock spirit tree man, flowing rock snake, thunder rock bird, rock crystal scorpion, rock demon giant. Among these monsters, some like to live alone, while others live in groups. For a team, there are groups of 30 people. Once you encounter a group of monsters, it will definitely be very difficult to deal with. At the beginning, there were some teams, like Jiang Jun and his team, who rushed forward screaming from the start. But once they went a little deeper and entered the danger zone, they became quiet and took every step carefully. But Jiang Jun still thinks the team is not fast enough. Hurry, let's hurry up and try to be in the front. Jiang Jun led the Sunlong hunting group and ran all the way. Bai Xiaoqian and the staff of China Star TV tried their best to catch up and barely followed behind. At this moment, Bai's small chest swelled rapidly, and before it deflated, it swelled up again rapidly. Fortunately, for this secret location photo shoot, she specially changed into a t-shirt instead of a white shirt. Otherwise, all the buttons would have broken off long ago. Everyone, the Sunlong hunting group has left the other teams behind and entered the depths of the Star Rock secret realm. Bai Xiaoxiao ran while adding a sentence from time to time. She originally wanted to give up filming Jiang Jun, but then the director of China Star TV called. It is said that the ratings of China Star TV have been rising steadily, reaching 40%, crushing TV stations of other channels. Now Bai Xiaoxiao has only one task, which is to follow Jiang Jun closely and take pictures of Jiang Jun. Even if I lose myself, I can't lose Jiang Jun. Pen small breast milk. Don't these people have cat disease? The selling point of the Hunter Open is team combat to annihilate monsters. Jiang Jun directly took everyone to a marathon race, and the whole process was just running. But even so, the ratings still reached 40%. Bai Xiaoxiao was so angry that she almost exploded her grandma. Soon, Jiang Jun and his team became the first team to enter the danger zone. The other teams saw this. I can't help but say. So impatient, waiting to die. There is no age limit for the Hunter Open, but there is a realm limit. Only warriors who have reached the perfection of internal refining are allowed to participate. This is for the fairness of the Hunter Open. Besides, Xu Zhenwu also disdains to participate in this competition. In the Star Rock secret realm, before the Hunter Open tournament was held, the Hunter Guild had already dispatched high-level hunters to clear out some 4-value monsters. It can be considered as a guarantee for the teams participating in the Hunter Open, but there are also many third-level monsters in the Star Rock secret realm. Therefore, after this Hunter Open tournament ends, many warriors from the Hunter Guild will remain in the Star Rock secret realm forever. In less than a moment, a ground-splitting pangolin appeared in front of Jiang Jun and the others. The earth-splitting pangolin is a solitary monster. A third-level earth-splitting pangolin is as tall as 2 people. Its entire body is covered with sharp and hard rock scales, like a small hill. The next moment, Jiang Jun activated the Eye of Insight. Monster, earth-splitting pangolin. Bloodline, none. Realm, level 3 equivalent to the early stage of the warrior's internal refining realm. Chi and blood value, 10,200. Skills, drill, crack, earth spike. The earth-splitting pangolin skill allows it to drill into the ground instantly and move freely underground. It also causes the ground to violently shake and crack, trapping the enemy in the cracks. It can also fire high-pressure earth spikes from its mouth to attack enemies. The weakness is the gaps between the scales, where defenses are weak, and attacking here can cause effective damage. And afraid of thunder skills. At this time, Bai Xiaoxiao said to the live camera, "Dear viewers, there's an earth-splitting pangolin in front of the Sunlong hunting group. I don't think it has good intentions. Let's see how the Sunlong hunting group works together to hunt this earth-splitting pangolin." After saying that, the camera was already facing the earth-cracking pangolin. Wow, other teams have suffered many casualties when facing second-level beasts. I think that Sunlong hunting group is likely to have lost some members this time. Hey, this third-level earth-splitting pangolin looks like it's not to be trifled with. Another team also encountered a third-level earth-splitting pangolin and was nearly wiped out. How do you think the national martial arts champion can deal with this third-level earth-splitting pangolin? In the last warrior college entrance examination, there was only a second-level wild monkey. I'm afraid Jiang Jun must have had a headache. I think their team has a warrior in the refining viscera realm, so they shouldn't be wiped out. All viewers who watched China Star TV were discussing this in the forum. Chapter 98 Overnight Saliva. Lu Ruyan is more professional than a sommelier in tasting milk tea. Jiang family. He Jingyun saw this scene and muttered to himself. Jiang Jun, you think you can be proud of yourself by becoming the national martial arts champion, right? In my eyes, you are still a bastard. You are a disgrace to the Jiang family. Go to hell. Lu family. Li Fenglian didn't even take a shower. She smelled of saliva and stared at the China Star TV station, watching Jiang Jun and his men running all the way. Almost all breast milk. I'm in a bad mood and my body smells fishy and smelly. My feet are sweating. It stinks even more when you sweat. The next moment, Li Fenglian said sarcastically, Lu Zhishan, get me some water to wash my feet. Well, they're all running around anyway, there's nothing to see, why don't you go take a shower first? Lu Zhishang wanted to take a break. After all, Li Finglian not only had smelly feet, but her whole body was smelly too. Although it smells like his saliva, who doesn't smell their own saliva? Especially the ones left overnight, they stink even more than crabs. Only Li Finglian, who was used to the smell of her own feet, could tolerate his overnight saliva. Forget it, I'm all sticky anyway, I might as well go wash it off. Just as Li Finglian stood up and was about to go wash up, the camera turned and the host spoke excitedly. Then, the camera turned again, and a two-headed ground crack pangolin appeared. In an instant, Li Finglian sat down. Ha, this level 3 earth-splitting pangolin is so powerful, the show is about to begin. Come on, teach this bastard a lesson for me. It would be best if it were bloody to stimulate me. Lu Zhishang, go get some water. In addition to being in a bad mood, Li Finglian also sweats a lot on her feet. Very smelly. When you're excited, your feet sweat more. So smelly. It's probably seeping through the floor now. Lu Zhishang. Actually, I also want to see how Jiang Jun dies. We are on the same side, so why not wait and see it all? I'll give you a spiced foot soak. Your feet will smell delicious all day long. Lu Zhishang is definitely not being lazy now, but really wants to see the earth-splitting pangolin bury Jiang Jun. Roll. If you don't go, I'll make you do what happened last night. You're shameless. When Lu Zhishang thought of the smell of dead crabs and the taste of overnight saliva, his throat suddenly started to churn. I almost vomited. Yes, I'll be there right away. Lu Ruyan and Long Jiang came to the hotel and booked a presidential suite. Because the TV in the presidential suite is so big, it can be said to be extremely luxurious. When I saw Jiang Jun running with the Tsunlong hunting group, besides running, they're still running. Jiang Long almost wanted to order a cup of milk tea for Lu Ruyan. But Lu Ruyan refused outright and refused to drink milk tea. Of course Lu Ru didn't dislike milk tea, she just didn't want to drink Jiang Long's milk tea. She loves drinking milk tea and has even studied how to drink it. Compared to tasting milk tea, she is more professional than a sommelier. After all, it was her mother, Li Finglian, who taught her the secret of drinking milk tea step by step. A pinnacle of craftsmanship that blends two generations. Just when one of them wanted to drink her milk tea, and the other didn't want to drink his milk tea. The TV screen changed and the host came out to say a few words. Both of them suddenly didn't want to drink milk tea anymore. Then the camera turned. A third-level earth-splitting pangolin appeared. The two were excited. Brother Jianglong, do you think Jiang Jun will be killed by this earth-splitting pangolin? Although Su Shang, the leader of the Tsunlong hunting team, has the highest realm, he is definitely no match for this third-level earth-splitting pangolin. From all indications, if nothing unexpected happens, Jiang Jun is dead. The next moment, the two looked at each other and felt a sense of mutual understanding. Then, before I knew it, the corners of my mouth became crooked. Everyone burst out laughing at the same time. He. Learn about Jiang Jun's affairs. Gong Shutao ran back home immediately. On the way, I also bought a bottle of Didiwei. Return home. Gong Shuetao immediately sat down in front of the TV, then took the bottle of Didiwei and put it on the table. Hubby, I can't stop you, but you're a bird without legs. It's impossible for you to stop flying in the sky just for an old lady like me. I can't stop you, I can only accompany you. If anything happens to you, I won't live anymore. The next moment, Gong Shutao turned on the TV and tuned it to China Star TV. Jiang Jun's image appears. Gong Shuetao smiled. When the host appears, say a few words. The camera turns. A third-level earth-splitting pangolin appeared. A fierce look flashed across Gong Shuetao's face as she picked up the Didiwei on the table. He suddenly opened the bottle cap and muttered. Don't be afraid, husband. If you're afraid, just kill it. If it doesn't die, I'll die with you. Outside the Star Rock secret realm. A military aircraft lands on the runway. Then, a military jeep came out from the military aircraft's lift platform, before the lift platform was completely on the ground. The engine roared, rushed out of the elevator, and headed towards the entrance of the Star Rock secret realm. At this moment, Shen Mingshu stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. When he arrived at the entrance of the fortress, Shen Mingshu yelled at the demon-suppressing soldiers guarding the gate. Open the door quickly, the general needs to enter the Xingyan secret realm urgently. Those who cause trouble will be punished by military law. The two demon-suppressing soldiers guarding the gate did not recognize Gong Pengtian, but they recognized the license plate of the military jeep. It's the general's car. As for the driver who sounded like his dead father, they no longer cared much about him. As soon as possible, open the fortress door to let the car pass. What's the urgent matter? Yes, why did the general come here in person? Soon, the jeep was in front of one of the highest floors of the fortress. Stop. Chen Mingshu turned off the engine immediately, then went to the back of the jeep and opened the door. General, I have fulfilled my mission and arrived within the specified time. You'll be allowed to keep the butt drum for now. After saying that, Gong Pengtian jumped from the car and landed on the ground, looking very old. Call Xiao Kong and Xiao Guo right now to pick me up. Yes, General. Chen Mingshu saluted and immediately rushed towards the building. At this time, Kong Zhengde, Wei Jianshan and He Zhan were drinking tea in a conference room. Just chatting. After all, the nature of the Hunter Open is different from that of the Warrior College entrance examination. Don't worry about the casualties of warriors. Because real warriors are picked out from the pile of dead bodies. They just had to wait for the Hunter Open to end. At this moment, the door of the conference room opened with a bang. Seeing that Chen Mingshu, a group leader, dared to bang on the door, and there were outsiders present. Kong Zhengde and Wei Jiansheng were about to scold Chen Mingshu. Commander Kong, Commander Guo, General Gong is outside. I want you to go out and greet him immediately. Upon hearing this, Kong Zhengde and Wei Jiansheng looked at each other. Then, without any prior agreement, they all stood up and ran outside. He Zhan? How come General Gong is here? Although he is the president of the Hunters Guild, he is nothing in front of Gong Pengtian. One is public and the other is private. Behind Gong Pengtian is the entire demon-suppressing army, and besides him, He Zhan has to be him. After reacting, He Zhan also rushed out. Chapter 99 SSS Level Super Eyes, Happiness comes too suddenly, my sister has a companion. General, why didn't you inform us in advance when you came? Yes, if we knew the general was coming, we would have been waiting outside. When he saw Gong Pengtian, Kong Zhengde and Wei Jiansheng, he immediately treated them like his grandsons. Gong Pengtian nodded. At this time, He Zhan also came to Gong Pengtian. Hello, General Gong. I'm He Zhan, the leader of the Hunters Guild. You can just call me Xiao He. I hope our Hunter Guild can have the opportunity to cooperate with the Demon Suppression Army. Snort. Hearing this, Gong Pengtian snorted coldly. If you want to cooperate, let's see if you can survive today. He Zhan? Xiao Kong, Xiao Guo, take me to the highest command center immediately. Send out the SSS level Super Eyes immediately. I need to monitor the secret realm. Yes. Kong Zhengde and Wei Jiansheng saluted Gong Pengtian at the same time, then walked in quickly. At this time, Chen Mingshu came out. Xiao Chen, let's go in. Gong Pengtian said this and walked ahead. Suddenly, Gong Pengtian paused, stopped and turned to look at He Zhan. Xiao He, right? You should come with me too. I feel uneasy without you around. He Zhan. When did he get attention? A beating heart, trembling hands. The next moment, He Zhan quickly followed. Seeing this scene, Chen Mingshu shook his head and silently mourned for He Zhan for a second. Soon, several people came to the highest command hall. Kong Zhengde, General, we have activated the SSS level Super Eye as you ordered. Please give me instructions? Gong Pengtian nodded. There's a team called the Tsanglong Hunting Group participating in the Hunter Open. SSS level Super Eyes will be monitoring this team throughout the entire event. This team includes this year's National Martial Arts Champion, Jiang Jun. If Jiang Jun loses even a hair, you'll bet on the highest authority of this organizer. Feed the dog. Hearing this, He Zhan turned pale and sat down. Yes. The next moment, the SSS level Super Eye transmitted the image, which landed on the huge monitor. At this time, a third-level earth-splitting pangolin was blocking the way of the Tsanglong Hunting Group. He Zhan, oh. Suddenly, I trembled. Not far behind the Grey Wolf Hunting Group, a team called the Eagle Eye Hunting Group was chasing closely. The captain of the Hawkeye Hunting Group is Bao Debbie. In order to get the reagent that can improve her realm from Shi Miaoshuan, she decided to follow Jiang Jun. While hunting monsters, see if there is a chance that a beautiful woman will come to save the hero. As long as Jiang Jun is saved, he will definitely listen to her advice and join the White Tiger Academy. As for promising herself to him, Bao Daibi's saliva dripped from the corners of her mouth when she thought of it. Get candy. It's leaking. At this time, a third-level earth-splitting pendulum blocked Jiang Jun and the others. Bao Daibi felt that happiness came too suddenly. The opportunity had come. My sister has company. As everyone was watching this scene, Su Sheng quickly walked in front of Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun, I'll stop this third-level earth-splitting pendulum. You take the others and leave as quickly as possible. I'll find you and reunite with you. Su Sheng didn't expect to encounter a third-level earth-splitting pendulum right away. He definitely couldn't defeat this third-level earth-splitting pendulum. The next moment, he looked at the fox. Although the fox had killed a third-level monster in the underground arena last time, it looked like it was at the end of its strength. Even if he and the fox attacked together, they would definitely not be able to stop this third-level earth-splitting pendulum. After all, it is not trapped in a cage, this is its home ground. Just as Su Sheng was about to rush towards the third-order earth-splitting pendulum, Jiang Jun stopped Su Sheng with a horizontal hand. Brother Su, now is not the time for you to show up. There will be plenty of opportunities later. As soon as Jiang Jun finished speaking, Lin Qingli used the phantom kick to rush out. Surrounding him was the Super Eye belonging to the Grey Wolf hunting group. Lin Qingli appeared in front of the third-level earth-crack pendulum like a ghost. The third-level earth-splitting pendulum has a HP value of 10,200, but it is only very powerful to Su Sheng and his group. If you face Lin Qingli, you will be crushed by her. Because Lin Qingli has a cheat. The next moment, under Jiang Jun's control, Lin Qingli activated the superposition of power and instantly took away half of Jiang Jun's power. 6050 plus 9,842 is equal to 10,970. Originally, Lin Qingli's qi and blood value was only 6050, but it increased to 10,970 in an instant, and her realm was also improved from the Tongmai realm to the early stage of Lianfu realm. In an instant, Lin Qingli became ridiculously powerful. It was not noticeable in other parts of her body except that her 2 lumps of fat were swollen. It has already jumped from D to F. The third-level earth-splitting pendulum only felt a flash before its eyes. Before it could activate its skills, Lin Qingli raised his sword and slashed it, breaking its hard scales and slicing its neck. Boom! The third-level earth-cracking pendulum just fell to the ground and died with hatred in its heart. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a Tier 3 earth-splitting pendulum, gaining 30 HP. The host also gains plus 30 HP and plus 60 points. Everyone was stunned when they saw the scene. Su Sheng, oh. Other members of the Grey Wolf hunting group. Bao Debi? Gong Pengtian, v. Hejian, ==. The forum of China Star TV was flooded with messages. Jiang family. He Dingyun was in a good mood. Housekeeper, bring me the stewed bird's nest. I'll eat it while I watch how Jiang Jun gets torn to pieces by this earth-splitting pendulum. Yes. The housekeeper ran the 100-meter race at a speed of 9.58 seconds, and in less than a moment, he placed the bird's nest in front of He Jingyun. Butler, do you think this earth-splitting pendulum can kill Jiang Jun? He Jingyun took a big bite of the bird's nest and felt very happy. Yes, he's definitely dead. The housekeeper is sure. But the next second, before the earth-splitting pendulum could make any move, a black shadow flashed across the screen. The earth-cracking pendulum has fallen to the ground, with blood gushing from its neck. Seeing this scene, He Jingyun was so angry that the bird's nest in his mouth sprayed out. Sprayed directly on the housekeeper's face. It looks like someone spitting while passing by. Pure malice. The housekeeper was stunned and yelled in his heart, "Is this fucking you?" Inside the presidential suite, Zhang Long was still analyzing how Jiang Jun died. And Lu Ruyan is like a spirited little sister, with her fists clenched on her chest, giving enough emotional value. That's roughly how it's going. Do you think Jiang Jun can survive? Lu Ruyan was imagining herself pecking at rice when she nodded. But the scene changed and the earth-cracking pendulum had fallen to the ground and was probably about to be buried. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. Zhang Long frowned upon seeing this, "Don't you believe it?" Lu Ruyan pointed at the oversized TV. Zhang Long took a look and said, "Fuck, why is the earth-cracking pendulum so weak?" Gong Shuitao stared at the TV, clutching the opened bottle of Didiwei in his hand. Whenever anything happened to Jiang Jun, she would go downstairs to accompany him. But suddenly the scene changed, and the earth-cracking pangolin had been killed by a woman wearing sunglasses. Didiwei slipped from Gong Shuidao's hand and spilled onto the girl. Chapter 100, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Phoenix, I swear by Lin Bingbing's pat on the head. Who is this woman? So beautiful. Suddenly, Gong Shutao's sixth sense made her feel that this woman seemed to have something to do with Jiang Jun. Just as the earth-splitting pangolin fell to the ground, the woman looked at Jiang Jun first. It seems like he wants to get Jiang Jun's approval. Thinking of this, Gong Shuidao felt a little sad. After all, she couldn't give Jiang Jun what he wanted. But suddenly, Gong Shuidao seemed to come to his senses again. Isn't this better? As long as Jiang Jun stays by her side, it's fine. Let other women give Jiang Jun what he wants. If they don't want it, they can try something fancy. In short, as long as she sees Jiang Jun happy, she will be happy. This is Gong Shuitao's pure love. Gong Shutao came to his senses when he suddenly felt a little itchy in his eyes. One eye is already unusable, and the other one must not be scrapped. Be sure to protect it at all times. Thinking of this, Gong Shuitao rushed to the bathroom, first cleaned up the accumulated water outside, and then did an enema. Always be prepared. As for Jiang Pingan, he was still screwing in the screws. They were burning corpses to improve performance and had no idea about this. At this moment, he no longer limped and felt indescribably happy. When they got tired of burning the corpses, they started playing a little game with them. They stacked several corpses together like a checkpoint, and then had a wooden horse jumping on them. From time to time, he would interact with a stiff corpse with its hands raised, clapping, and having a lot of fun. Bai Xiaoxiao was so shocked that she was speechless. She opened her mouth wide into the microphone, but only a hole remained. The ratings of China Star TV exceeded 45%, crushing the other 19 TV stations. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao felt frustrated for the first time. It seemed that the camera was redundant when it was facing her. As long as Jiang Jun was there would be ratings. No, it was the woman next to Jiang Jun who killed the earth-splitting pangolin, not Jiang Jun. China Star TV still needs her. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoxiao straightened her drooping chest again. He also became confident in front of the camera. Dear audience, you just saw a dramatic scene. Everyone thought that Sunlong Hunting Group was about to face a fierce battle. Who would have thought that a female hunter from the Sunlong Hunting Group could kill the earth-splitting pangolin in seconds? At this moment, a message from the female hunter came from the communicator worn by Bai Xiaoxiao's ear. Everyone, this female hunter is called Lin Bingbing. I didn't expect that Sunlong Hunting Group to be so full of hidden talents. After a brief commentary by me, the ratings of China Star TV station once again exceeded 5 points, reaching 50%. Next, let's follow the camera closely and continue to monitor the next move of the Sunlong Hunting Group. After saying that, a long shot was used to broadcast the live broadcast of the Sunlong Hunting Group. At this time, Jiang Jun brought members of the Sunlong Hunting Group to Lin Qingli. Under everyone's admiring gaze, Lin Qingli actually leaned towards Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun smiled. Girls need to be coaxed. The next moment, Jiang Jun reached out and rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice. Good boy, you did a great job. Suddenly, Lin Qingli, who had a cold face, smiled. Seeing this scene, even Su Shang, who knew the relationship between the two, was stunned for a moment. Don't talk about others. The hunters from the Sunlong Hunting Group kept their facial expressions unchanged, but in their hearts they had already given Jiang Jun a thumbs up. He is indeed a role model among men. If it were them, they would just be scrubbing the floor. When Gong Pengtian saw the scene, he immediately frowned, and the aura of having been in a high position for a long time burst out. Feeling Gong Pengtian's aura, Kong Zhengde and Wei Jiancheng, who were sitting next to Gong Pengtian, were trembling. This woman actually dared to seduce his son. Her crime is unforgivable. He doesn't mind having another son, but he only recognizes Gong Shutao as his only daughter. Xiao He, can you give me Lin Bingbing's information? Upon hearing this, He Zhan immediately smiled ingratiatingly. Of course, I'll have someone send her information over right away. Gong Pengtian nodded. You're not bad, maybe you can survive today. He Zhan. When Lu Ruyan and Jiang Long saw this scene, Lu Ruyan's heart ached. The women around Jiang Jun are prettier than her, taller than her, thinner than her, older than her, and understand men better than her. If you let her stick her head out, she'll be patted on the head by her owner like a chihuahua. She can't do it. She wants to be the one who pats the head, instead of the chihuahua doll being touched. So, she lost everything. Jiang Long narrowed his eyes slightly. Why does Jiang Jun have such a beautiful woman by his side? Only he deserves such a woman by his side. At this moment, he finally began to regard Jiang Jun as his enemy. A truly irreconcilable enemy. I swear by Lin Bingbing's pat on the head. Lu family. Lu Zhishang was fetching warm water to wash Li Fenglian's feet. The moment you put your feet in warm water, the clear water suddenly becomes turbid. This is basic exercise. Anyway, from the color, you can tell that it stinks to the extent of crabs. But as I was washing, the water suddenly turned black, and it looked like the black water in the canal. And it's not just smelly. Finally, Lu Zhishang looked up. Suddenly, I was so panicked. Li Fenglian looks so scary now. Jiang Jun actually dared to keep a mistress. What does he think Ruyan is? Ruyan is engaged to him. If he does this, how can Ruyan face the public? How can our Lu family face the public? Damn it, that's so damned. Ah! I can't stand it. Suddenly, Li Fenglian started to go crazy again. No! Lu Zhishang let out a startled roar. It seemed as if he wanted to awaken the kindness buried deep in Li Fenglian's heart. But the next moment, Li Fenglian had already pulled out the pair of biological weapons from the warm water. He delivered a series of kicks to Lu Zhishang's chest. Lu Zhishang was kicked to the ground. Die. Moment. Li Fenglian poured the foot washing water on Lu Zhishang's head. Lu Zhishang. Well, just pour it on yourself and wash it off, it will only stink for a day at most. If you force him to drink a few sips, the power will be even stronger than Didi Wei. I guess he had already developed liver mortis before he was even sent to the hospital. Hey, husband, is there no water at home? Why did you use my foot bath water to take a bath? Fortunately, Gong Shuiatao did not see this scene. Because at this moment, she was already rubbing vigorously in the bathroom, trying to remove the Didi Wei that had penetrated into the pores of her skin. Rub it out too. But the harder you rub, the more Didi Wei comes out of the pores. In the end, she couldn't tell whether it was Didi Wei or the water from her pores. As soon as Bai Xiaoxiao leaves the camera, she returns to her original appearance. In this life, she is full of contempt for men who rely on women. I originally thought that the national martial arts champion was so powerful, but who knew that he would rely on a woman to save the day? But when Bai Xiaoxiao saw Lin Bingbing being touched on the head, her three views were turned upside down. Can I touch this head casually? Wouldn't it be nice to be able to touch my head? Their relationship is about to be revealed. Pen small breast milk. After Jiang Jun patted his head, he smiled maliciously at Su Shang. Brother Su, now it's your turn. As the captain of the Tsunlong hunting group, you should lead by example and be the first to be commended. Su Shang nodded. Of course. Although we follow your orders, I'm still the captain, so of course I have to lead by example. Jiang Jun smiled and praised. As expected of my brother Su, you're the one who does it. For the next move, don't move, just stand there. The next moment, Jiang Jun took out a huge branch. Su Shang? Chapter 101. Everyone in the Tsunlong hunting group is cheating, salty, fishy and smelly. Fortunately, Jiang Jun likes to plan ahead and has already prepared for this hunter open. Nothing else to say. In short, everyone has it. Just when Su Shang was confused. Jiang Jun had already used a hemp rope to tie the tree branch between Su Shang's two kidneys. Now Su Shang is like Teletubbies, with two tree branches standing high on his head. At this time, Jiang Jun didn't need to speak. Su Shang already knew what Jiang Jun was going to do and was secretly complaining about it. Brother, we don't play like this. Can you change someone? The next moment, Jiang Jun came to the earth-splitting pangolin and worked with Lin Qingli to hang the earth-splitting pangolin on Su Shang. As for the urine bags, there was also blood smeared on the combat uniforms. Jiang Jun was omitted. I saw the earth-cracking pangolin hanging in the middle of the two ends of the tree branch, with its head hanging on one end and its feet tied on the other. The earth-cracking pangolins but just caught Su Shang's head. Blood was still gushing out from the cut neck. Some dripped onto the ground, and some slid down the branches onto Su Shang, staining his combat uniform red. Su Shang, oh. Okay, let's keep moving. Jiang Jun left this sentence and continued to lead the Tsunlong hunting group into the depths of the Xingyan secret realm. Everyone, did you just see it? This is the outfit Jiang Jun used in the last warrior college entrance examination. It's specifically designed to attract large numbers of monsters. And then they wiped out the whole nest. This is basic operation. Let's wait and see if Jiang Jun can lead the Sunlong hunting group to kill a large number of monsters this time. The camera broadcast Su Shang live. At this moment, he became the most handsome guy in the Sunlong hunting group. The audience watching China Star TV were once again shocked by Jiang Jun's performance. Especially seeing Su Shang's outfit, the style is a bit immoral, but it looks very festive no matter how you look at it. The ratings of China Star TV also rose from 45% to 50%, beating all other TV stations. That's half of all TV viewers. As we go deeper. In less than a moment, a second-level Phantom Fox Demon appeared in front. The Phantom Light Fox Demon is similar in size to an ordinary fox, but is surrounded by strange phantom light, making it mysterious and unpredictable. The skill is to release powerful illusions, making the enemy fall into hallucinations. Then, in the hallucination, they lost their way and started killing each other. It can also manipulate light to form light blades to attack enemies. Monster, Phantom Fox Demon. Bloodline, none. Realm, level 2 equivalent to the late stage of the warrior's Meridian opening realm. Chi and blood value, 4,500. Skills, illusion, light blade. In an instant, the message of the Phantom Fox Demon popped up. At this time, Su Shang came to Jiang Jun with some concern. Jiang Jun, this Phantom Fox Demon isn't at a high level, but its illusions are very powerful. We have to be careful. Jiang Jun took 2 steps with some disgust, putting some distance between himself and Su Shang. Su Shang, carrot. Just as Jiang Jun took 2 steps away, he had already given Lin Qingli an instruction. Next victim please. Suddenly, Lin Qingli used the Phantom Kick and floated towards the Phantom Fox Demon. Upon sensing the enemy, the Phantom Fox Demon instantly activated its illusion. But the next moment, it felt a chill on its neck, and it realized that the enemy had cut its neck. At the moment of death, it could not have imagined that the illusion it was proud of would not work. Using illusion on a puppet? It really deserved to die. Puppet Lin Qingli kills a level 2 Phantom Fox Demon, gaining 20 HP. The host also gains plus 20 HP and plus 40 synergy points. Seeing this scene, Su Shang still had a worried expression on his face, but his mouth opened wide. That exaggeration is extremely indecent. It's like forcing 2 eggs into your mouth. And it still can't be stuffed in, so I have to force it in. The other team members also lifted their feet off the ground, bounced slightly half an inch, and then fell to the ground. They all expected a fierce battle. No one can think of what they think, and no one can see it as quickly as their eyes. Not far away. When Bai Xiaoxiao saw the scene, she immediately started shouting. Everyone of the Sunlong hunting group, a Phantom Fox Demon is now blocking the Sunlong hunting group. The Phantom Fox Demon's illusion skills are extremely powerful. Once, a Phantom Fox Demon used illusions to cause a group of hunters to kill each other. In the end, no one in the team survived. Let's wait and see how the hunter team can break the illusion of the Phantom Fox Demon. At the end of her speech, Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes widened and she seemed extremely excited. The next moment, the camera turned and landed on the Phantom Fox Demon. I saw another black shadow. Flash by. Silver light refraction. The Phantom Fox Demon has fallen into the blood. The pen is small, Ku. Your uncle. Bai Xiaoxiao complained in her heart, and the camera had already landed on her face. In an instant, Bai Xiaoxiao's originally astonished expression turned into a sweet smile. Sweet as hell. Everyone, Lin Bingbing is truly too powerful. If she doesn't make a move, it's fine. But if she does, she'll be a sensation. Killing the Phantom Fox Demon instantly, it's too powerful. As soon as Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the camera switched to the Sunlong hunting group. At this time, Jiang Jun brought people to Lin Qingli. Lin Qingli immediately stretched her head over. That look seemed to say, I'm awesome, Dad, hurry up and praise me. Jiang Jun shook his head helplessly, knowing that the child would definitely be unhappy if he didn't get the candy. So Jiang Jun could only reach out his hand again and rub Lin Qingli's body a few times. This scene was broadcast live again. Some fans of Lin Qingli. This moment. Everyone was confused again. They hate Jiang Jun. Among these people is Jiang Long. At this moment, he was already in the presidential suite. Beating the chest and stamping the feet. Gong Pengtian was already holding Lin Qingli's information in his hand and checking the images transmitted back through the SSS level Super Eye. Gong Pengtian gently put down the information and sighed. In fact, having another daughter is not a bad thing. At least the son will be happy. At this time, Gong Shudao just came out of the bathroom. She also missed this scene just now. At this moment, both sides of her sister's cheeks were swollen. Finally, no more water seeped out of the pores, and Gong Shueitao looked relieved. Come in front of the TV. At this time, Jiang Jun looked at one of the members of the Tsunlong hunting group. This member was once chased by a tide of beasts together with him in the GD's secret realm. We can be considered old comrades who have shared hardships. Brother, please come here. Jiang Jun looked so sincere that the old man felt embarrassed to refuse. But he had already guessed what Jiang Jun was going to do. Sure enough, after some trouble, a phantom fox demon appeared hanging above his head. Moreover, the fox demon's tail swept past him from time to time like a pendulum. Hey, so sexy. Salty, fishy, and smelly. Chapter 102. Once you enter the crab gate, it's like entering a deep water, a madman. Everyone questions it. Lu Zhishan came out of the shower and rubbed his skin until it almost came off, but finally he didn't smell anymore. When she walked up to Li Fenglian looked disgusted. Get out of the way, it stinks. Lu Zhishan was stunned. This is your foot washing water. The smell is on you, but you don't feel it smelly. But it smells bad on me. Besides, there is my leftover saliva on your body, how come you don't find it smelly? You're just a crab. If your crab wasn't smelly, I would tolerate you. Lu Zhishan cursed in his heart and sat aside. Thinking of Lin Bingbing stretching her head out, longing for Jiang Jun to touch her head. He was a little envious of Jiang Jun. This is a real man. Unfortunately, once he entered the crab world, it was like entering a deep water. You are destined to be a eunuch in this life. Jiang Jun continued to lead the Tsunlong hunting group deeper into the Star Rock secret realm, encountering powerful monsters from time to time on the way. But before anyone could get excited, he was killed instantly by Lin Qingli in one move. Gradually, the style of the Tsunlong hunting group has changed. Except for Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli, who did not have a monster hanging on their heads, everyone else had a pendant on them. At this time, the other teams walking behind discovered a problem: the number of monsters they encountered was decreasing. It is even difficult to find a demon beast, which is definitely not normal. Bao Daibi followed Jiang Jun and the others and had long given up the idea of being a beauty saving the hero. Not to mention the promise of one's body. Of course, Bao Daibi also killed many monsters, but she gradually discovered that many monsters were chasing them from behind. And it was a large group of monsters, seemingly converging towards them from all directions. She now understood why Jiang Jun asked every hunter in the Tsunlong hunting group to have a pendant. The purpose is to attract monsters. Madman. Bao Daibi said that now she could only follow Jiang Jun and the others. Once they stop, they will definitely be overwhelmed by the group of monsters. Because of Jiang Jun's amazing move, the ratings of China Star TV have risen to 55%. It can be said that it occupies more than half of the country. And Bai Xiaoxiao received an order from a senior executive of China Star TV station to follow the Tsunlong hunting group. Even if I lose myself, I can never lose the Tsunlong hunting group. Bai Xiaoxiao directly breastfed. At this time, on the Hunter Open rankings, among more than 1,000 hunter teams, the Tsunlong hunting group can't even make it into the top 800, let alone the top 100. And the top 10 is simply a luxury. But the audience just loves to watch them perform monkey tricks. Bai Xiaoxiao even suspected that Jiang Jun and the others were just here to make people laugh. Although, every time they encountered a monster, Lin Bingbing would step forward and kill it with one sword. But I've seen it so many times that I've become numb to it. At this moment, the ground shook slightly. Bao Debi panicked. I've figured out what's going on. They were made into dumplings. But Bai Xiaoxiao was still confused. I don't know why. From time to time, say a few words to liven up the atmosphere. Jiang Jun smiled. It's finally here. Soon, a huge pit appeared in front of them, with a diameter of at least 30 meters. Everyone, follow me into the pit. Let's take a break. Upon hearing this, the hunters from the Tsunlong hunting group were excited. They can finally play badly for a while. For them, they were running all the way with a monster heavier than themselves hanging above their heads. Even with their strong physique as warriors, they still couldn't handle it. In an instant, the hunters of the Grey Wolf hunting group ran towards the big pit as if they were injected with chicken blood. I have an urge to bury myself right away. Su Shang also looked at Jiang Jun, tears seeming in his eyes. It seemed to be saying, Jiang Jun, for the first time, you finally act like a human being. He did not regret handing the team over to Jiang Jun, but he felt that Jiang Jun was a little unethical for giving him the first commendation. A captain's attitude? He doesn't want to at all, okay? Could it be that he couldn't be treated specially and had to get a pendant? In fact, Jiang Jun didn't want to do this either. After all, doing this would waste too much time if it weren't for the team and only him. He just started to work by setting up a fire. While eating barbecue, waiting for the monster to fall into the trap. Isn't it delicious? Seeing Jiang Jun and the others enter the big pit, Bai Xiaoxiao faced the camera again. The Grey Wolf hunting group hasn't rested all the way here. It looks like most of them are tired. They chose to rest in the big pit, but although they can avoid the sight of monsters in the big pit, but it also blocks their sight. What if a large group of monsters surrounds them in the pit? I think that Songlong hunting group will be in trouble. The footage was broadcast live through China Star TV, for some reason. Jiang Jun and the others stopped running and went into a big pit, and the ratings actually dropped. The ratings dropped from 55% to 40% and are still falling. The top management of China Star TV is anxious. He immediately used the communication equipment to order Bai Xiaoxiao to lead the team into the big pit. We must broadcast live every move of the Grey Wolf hunting group in the big pit. Bai Xiaoxiao could only hold her breast milk and lead the filming team into the big pit. After everyone in the Grey Wolf hunting group arrived at the big pit, they immediately lay down. They didn't expect that this Hunter Open would turn into a marathon. It's a marathon with weights. But their captain had no objection and was the first to hang up. Of course, there are many kinds of people, and there are one or two people in the big pit who start to set the pace. Brother Su, we only listened to him because we gave him face. We have no objection, but you have to show us the results too. Yes, if we continue like this, we might not even make it into the top 800. Really? You're talking about getting into the top 10. Honestly, if we hunt monsters peacefully, with our strength, we should at least be in the top 100. At this time, Bai Xiaoxiao and the filming team fell into the pit. The words of several people from the Songlong hunting group were broadcast live. With Bai Xiaoxiao's innate keen sense of touch, he instantly sensed a way to increase the ratings. The next moment, Bai Xiaoxiao aimed the live camera at the people who were talking and gave them a close-up. After hearing what the members said, Su Shang, as the captain, felt it necessary to explain. What you said is also due to your concerns. As the captain, I can only say that I believe in Jiang Jun. I believe he will lead our team to go further. On this point, Su Shang absolutely believed in Jiang Jun, no doubt about it. This alone is not enough to convince others. Jiang Jun, tell me what you think. If you are right, we will definitely listen to Brother Su. Yes, as a team, if you have any ideas, why not let us players know too? The next moment, two more people raised doubts. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao received another message from the communicator. The ratings had gone up instead of down. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoxiao became even bolder. As a filmmaker, you shouldn't be involved in any of the team's affairs. But for ratings. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's head was kicked by a donkey. He actually walked towards Jiang Jun. Soon, the camera showed her and Jiang Jun together. Then she actually picked up the microphone and asked, "Our national martial arts champion, your team questions everything you do? Did you give them a reasonable explanation?" Chapter 103, Being Tricked to Death by the National Martial Arts Champion, part.If asks Jiang Jun for help. Facing other people's accusations, he asked Bai Xiaoxiao questions in sharp response. Jiang Jun just smiled indifferently and muttered to himself. Here we come. It's finally here. Bai Xiaoxiao and the others were bewildered. Only Su Shang opened his mouth and stuffed 2 eggs into his mouth again. He already knew what Jiang Jun meant by coming. Before anyone could question it again, a slight vibration could be heard from the ground. Sensing the changes on the ground, everyone's faces turned pale. Even Bai Xiaoxiao's chest was heaving. At this time, a large number of monsters rushed towards the big pit where Jiang Jun and the others were from all directions. part.If's team has been overwhelmed by a large group of monsters. The other team members have basically died, and only part.If is still struggling to hold on. But after being attacked by so many monsters, she was already covered in wounds. Suddenly, she thought of that figure in her mind, and she wanted him to pledge his love to her. After forcing back a monster, he instantly reached into his crotch, took out a communicator and pressed the connect button. And in the big pit, Jung Joon had just muttered to himself when the communicator that Bao Daibi gave him started beeping. Materials, are they arriving? Jung Joon almost forgot about Bao Daibi's existence, but when he saw the communicator, he remembered the materials that Dayangma needed to make the puppet. So Jung Joon quickly pressed a button, and a rustling sound came from the communicator. The next moment, Bao Daibi's voice appeared. Handsome boy, we are all right behind the gate. We are surrounded by monsters. Shit is shit, double is double, the goose is pressing against me tightly, can Ninaret touch the goose? Help! Help! Jung Joon was not surprised to hear Bao Daibi's cry for help. After all, Bao Daibi's team was following them, and Jung Joon had already noticed it. But he thought that since the materials had to follow, let her follow. After all, there's no need to worry about losing it. Hey, what did you say? My signal is bad, I can't hear what you are saying. After saying that, Jung Joon turned off the communicator. Su Shang? Members of the Grey Wolf Hunting Group? By Xiao Xiao? TV viewers? The next moment, Bai Xiaoxiao said angrily, Jung Joon, didn't someone just send a distress call through the communicator? We all heard it clearly, didn't we? Jung Joon gave her a cold look and said, just do your duty and pray that you can get out alive. Before Bai Xiaoxiao could say anything, the ground began to shake violently. It's like millions of horses are out for a walk outside the big pit at the same time. Let's go up and see what's going on. In an instant, Bai Xiaoxiao led the filming team to climb up the big pit without any filming. They have seen the surrounding scene clearly. Dust was rising in all directions. Although it was still some distance away from them, they could still see a huge figure in the rolling dust. Oh my god! It's a monster! So many monsters! Coming from all directions. East. The 100-headed rock giant is as huge as a small mountain and as tall as a building. Its entire body is covered with thick, hard rock armor, and each rock is the size of a wash basin. Wherever it passed, the ground shook and the earth cracked. South. There are more than 200 rock crystal scorpions, each as big as a yellow cow. The outer shell is made of crystal clear rock crystals, sparkling with an icy luster. It was pitch black and moving quickly. It's creepy to watch. West. There are 500 crystallized demon ants, each as big as an adult wild boar. Their shells are made of transparent crystals and are extremely hard. Wherever it passed, the protruding rocks were flattened. Just like a march of thousands of horses. North. 400 molten moths spread their wings like a small airship, with hot magma flowing on their wings, emitting rolling heat waves. Wherever it passed, a sea of fire was formed. And that's not all. Above. The wingspan of 100 storm eagle beasts exceeded 15 meters, and their feathers shone with a metallic luster. When they flap their wings, they can cause violent storms, with sharp wind blades mixed in the wind. Can cut through anything that stands in its way. On the big pit, the surrounding scenes were broadcast live, and the audience watching the live broadcast were stunned. Once again, the forum was flooded with messages. Fuck, did this poke a hornet's nest? No way, I remember Jung Joon seemed to have a skill that allowed him to drop from the sky. He's not planning to use it, is he? Yes, last time he waited for all the monsters to gather together, and then wiped them out. Hey, I heard Jung Joon is a repeat offender. We can't play like this. No wonder Jung Joon clearly heard the call for help from the communicator just now, but he pretended not to hear it. Now he is in a difficult situation and can't save himself. Star Rock's secret realm. Inside the highest command hall. Dongpingtian's face twitched when he saw the scene through his SSS-level super eyes. Even at his peak, he wouldn't dare challenge so many monsters alone. It seems that times have changed. It's time for these old people to retire. At this time, Dongpingtian could not interfere with it by human power. If Jung Joon really couldn't withstand the monsters coming from all directions, he would probably send the monster-suppressing army to rescue Jung Joon. When he got to this place, Jung Joon's body became stiff. Well, everything depends on Xu Weitao's fate. She's lucky enough to have a partner to accompany her until old age. Dongpingtian muttered to himself, then looked at He Zhan. At this time, He Zhan's teeth were chattering. Gong Pengtian had said that if Jiang Jun lost even a hair, he would not survive today. Now that so many monsters have surrounded Jiang Jun, it would be a blessing if he still has a single hair left. Jiang family. When Mrs. Jiang saw this scene, she burst into laughter. Housekeeper, do you think Jiang Jun can survive this time? The housekeeper immediately took a few steps away from Yi Jingyun and said flatteringly, he's definitely not going to make it. The old lady can just wait to collect his body. You're right. But in this situation, forget about collecting the body. Just burn incense for him. After saying this, Yi Jingyun danced with joy. I was in such a good mood that I started square dancing. Lu family. Lu Zhishang was ordered by Li Finglian to go aside, and he felt a little unhappy. But I'm also glad that I don't have to smell the stinky crab smell. Just now, Li Finglian was sweating a lot not only on her feet, but also somewhere else. Of course, for Lu Qishang. This sweat smells good. But once some overnight saliva is added, the taste will be a little worse, but still acceptable. But now I'm sweating a lot again. Sweat plus saliva plus sweat equals biological weapons. Lu Zhishang still has some self-awareness and knows how powerful his overnight saliva is. It's like a rat dropping falling into a pot of porridge. But he didn't get to eat the porridge, but instead ate a piece of rat shit. The smell is choking. Even Li Finglian might find it a little unbearable. After all, there was a dead crab underneath and the stench was coming up from time to time. That's really like the extreme way of making stinky tofu, buried in shit for a whole night. It really stinks when you take it out. The smell is right. But the taste is definitely off. Hubby, go turn on the water, I want to take a bath. If Jiang Jun is about to die, come and tell me. Okay, I'll be there right away. Lu Zhishang replied and released the water as quickly as possible. After all, he didn't know if he could still have a good swim tonight. If possible, the water in the swimming pool will not be changed, and the honeycomb-shaped flower-shaped rocks embedded in the edge of the swimming pool will not be changed. It's time to brush it. Chapter 104, After all, I loved you deeply. Give the foie gras tea full. Soon, Lu Zhishang completed the task. Honey, the water is ready, the temperature is just right, go take a bath. Li Finglian nodded grimly and walked towards the bathroom. Because besides her, the only one left at home was her daughter Lu Ruyan. Therefore, Li Finglian never closes the door when she goes to the bathroom. Come to the bathtub. Li Finglian undressed while humming After all, I loved deeply. You insisted on leaving. He's gentler than me. I understand your pursuit. Finally let go quietly. Her tone-deaf voice stretched the veins in her neck to reveal them. The sound was comparable to a nuclear bomb. In order to maintain a good atmosphere, Lu Zhishang turned up the volume of the TV. To drown out the sound that was comparable to a nuclear bomb. At this moment, the TV screen turned, and it was a scene of monsters from all directions rushing towards the big pit. Aha! Then, there was a tiny scream. Then the camera fell on by Xiaoxiao's two big eyes that suddenly widened. Everyone, I'm going to die. There are monsters all around, heading towards the deep pit. I don't want to die. I'm still young and haven't tasted the taste of yet. I was tricked to death by the national martial arts champion. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a little untidy. It was at this time that the ratings of China Star TV soared, directly breaking through 60%. Press the other 19 TV stations to the ground. Everyone flocked to the China Star TV station. They wanted to see whether the national martial arts champion would fall because of this. Li Finglian threw the last piece of defense into the sink, and her entire face was pressed together. Suddenly, the air seemed a little chaotic. The water in the bathtub was originally shimmering, and at this moment it seemed to be creating huge waves. Grandma Stinky Crab. I didn't expect that I would stink so much. Even Li Finglian couldn't stand it. Just as she raised her legs and was about to step into the bathtub, she heard a scream even louder than hers, and her whole body was filled with hostility. Then I heard, there are monsters all around, heading towards the pit. I was tricked to death by the national martial arts champion. Suddenly, Li Finglian retracted her feet and put on the pajamas. Then he walked out of the bathroom quickly. The 2 and 3 cylinders of the wash basin were left alone, snuggling together and slowly emitting a faint black smoke. Suddenly, Lu Zhishang felt a suffocating smell in the air. I looked back and was stunned. A bright sun rises in the sky. And big. Round again. red again. The entire mold was revealed through the clouds. Vacuum pump? Just as Lu Zhishan was struggling between avoidance and admiration, Li Finglian raised her hand and slapped Lu Zhishan on the head. Jiang Jun's bones are almost gnawed by the monster, and you didn't call me to come and see. Just as she raised her hand and waved it, the nuclear energy in her body also extended towards Lu Zhishan along with her hand. And suddenly rushed towards Lu Zhishan. Originally, Lu Zhishan was already short of oxygen and was just hanging on for his last breath. The gas suddenly hit my nose. He was unable to catch his breath for a moment, rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground unconscious. Beating is love, scolding is love. Li Finglian often treats Lu Zhishan like this. But this time, she hadn't even patted Lu Zhishan on the head. How come he fainted? Husband, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me, you're the breadwinner of the family. What am I going to do with the rest of my life without you? Li Finglian was scared. In a panic, Li Finglian suddenly thought of saving herself first. As long as he saves himself in time, maybe he can pull Lu Zhishan back from the brink of death. Yes, artificial respiration. The next moment, Li Finglian stepped over Lu Zhishan's body and squatted down like sitting on a toilet. The butt covered Lu Zhishan's head, put his eyes to his mouth, and gave him artificial respiration with his mouth. Gong Shuitao shuddered as she watched the images on TV. These scenes are really too horrific. The next moment, she began to worry about Jiang Jun. If anything happens to Jiang Jun, she doesn't have a backup DD. Thinking of dying for love slitting wrists. No, she is afraid of pain. She looked at the wall above her head. It was so smooth that her reflection could be seen in it. Even if she wanted to hang the cured duck, there was no fulcrum to tie the rope. Suddenly, Gong Shuitao pounded his chest twice. What is she thinking? I've never seen a big snake before. Since Jiang Jun did this, there must be a way to destroy these monsters. Thinking of the beast tied in the Tiange secret realm and the group of wild monkeys in the GD secret realm. He wasn't killed by Jiang Jun. Thinking of this, Gong Shuitao smiled. Come on, husband. I believe you can kill these monsters. When you come back, your wife will cheer you on. Inside the presidential suite. When Zhang Long and Lu Ruyan saw this scene, they almost opened champagne to celebrate. Even Lu Ruyan was afraid that things would get more complicated and wanted to introduce her younger sister to Zhang Long. After all, Jiang Junyi is dead. She can only rely on Zhang Long, otherwise her wish to become the Sun family's granddaughter-in-law will be shattered. Ha, Jiang Jun, no matter how great you are, you still have the same brain as your dad. For people with brains like yours, there is only one outcome, death. From now on, the only legend that will be spread in Tianyuan City is the legend of me, Zhang Long. As for you, Jiang Jun, you have already turned into a handful of ashes. Ha, I'm so happy. It's really hilarious. A self-righteous guy finally got himself killed. At this time, Lu Ruyan's voice sounded delicately, and then like a boneless phoenix claw, it wrapped around Zhang Long's arm. Brother Zhang Long, you're too tired standing like this. Why don't you sit down and let me massage your feet? Zhang Long flicked the boneless chicken claw and spoke in a cold voice. It's fine for me to stand like this. I don't feel tired at all. I want to watch Jiang Jun's body disappear into thin air. After saying this, Zhang Long looked disdainful. Just now, he kindly let Lu Ruyan drink salty lemon green tea. Who knew that Lu Ruyan still didn't want to drink? Now if Zhang Long wants to smoke his opium, he has to think about it. I don't know if Lu Ruyan's teeth have been polished. What if they have thorns? When everyone thought that the Tsanlong hunting group had stirred up a hornet's nest, Jiang Jun remained calm. Jiang Jun, what should we do now? Su Sheng treated Jiang Jun as a brother, but he also treated the other members of the Tsanlong hunting group as brothers. Moreover, these brothers joined the Tsanlong hunting group because of their friendship. Because of this, even if Su Sheng believed Jiang Jun 100%, he still had to give an explanation to his other brothers. What to do, what to do, what to do? You guys are in the big pit, just take a rest if you need to. Don't worry, with Lin Bingbing and I here, these monsters won't even think of approaching the pit. It's too late to turn back now. They are the ones to be afraid of, not us. We'll wait to collect the bodies in a moment. After saying that, Jiang Jun snapped his fingers and gave Lin Qingli an order. Give me the foie gras, and the tea. Chapter 105 Lin Qingli is going to open it big, and Bai Xiaoxiao is scared to death. Receive the instruction. Suddenly, under the sunglasses. Lin Xingli's eyes were filled with bloodthirstiness. The next moment, she walked in front of everyone and used the skill Thunder Prison Storm. A powerful force surged from her body. The combat uniform on his body was rustling, and his arms were suddenly spread out, as if embracing the sea. At the same time, the super eye surrounding her body also took off into the air and recorded this scene. Then, Lin Xingli's joints exploded like thunder drums, and the lightning in his palms gathered into a rotating thunderball. This scene happened just as Bai Xiaoxiao turned around, and the camera once again fell on the Cunlong hunting group. Lin Xingli's every move was broadcast live on camera. Bai Xiaoxiao, are you going to open it bigger? Members of the Grey Wolf hunting group? Su Sheng smiled. The audience watching this scene on TV didn't understand what Lin Xingli was doing? Seeing her embracing the sea, this is the first thing that comes to most people's minds. The heroine who fell into the mudhorn also opened her arms in the same way, and she was lucky enough not to die in the end. But the person she loved most was still buried. Of course, some people saw this action and recalled the scene of Jiang Jun killing 50 wild monkeys in the GD Secret Realm. It was so thrilling and exciting. But how could two people use the same skill at the same time, and it was a thunder skill? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing that the monsters from all directions were less than 500 meters away from the pit, everyone was worried. At this moment, Lin Xingli roared, seemingly shattering the void. Thunder Prison Storm. In an instant, the sky 2,000 meters around the entire pit became dark. A huge thunder and lightning storm was brewing in the void, instantly covering a large area, and the thunder and lightning in the storm continued to rage. In an instant, streaks of lightning shot out from the thundercloud like dragons. Then, it suddenly fell down with a loud bang. The first to suffer were the 100 storm eagle beasts in the sky, and they were about to dive down and glide. Directly struck by lightning. The next moment, it started to fall from the sky with white smoke coming out like a plane crash. Then, lightning suddenly fell outside the pit. Keep spreading outward. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a level 2 storm eagle beast, gaining HP plus 20. The host also gains HP plus 20 and synergy points plus 40. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a tier 3 rock demon giant, gaining HP plus 30. The host also gains HP plus 30 and synergy points plus 60. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a tier 2 rock crystal scorpion, gaining 20 HP. The host also gains plus 20 HP and plus 40 synergy points. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a level 1 crystallized demon ant, gains HP plus 10, the host gains HP plus 10, and coordination points plus 20. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a tier 2 molten moth, gaining HP plus 20. The host also gains HP plus 20 and synergy points plus 40. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully advanced from the Tongmai realm to the early stages of the Lianfu realm. As lightning struck, the live camera broadcast the surrounding images. At this time, the roars of monsters continued to be heard all around, and all the roars merged together. Like the howling of ghosts and wolves. For some reason, everyone found this creepy sound so beautiful. Pleasant to the ear. Some people were stunned when they saw this scene. Isn't this Jiang Jun's ultimate move? The woman next to Jiang Jun actually knows how to hold back a big move? When Bai Xiaoxiao saw the scene, her whole body began to tremble. She had just stood at the edge of the pit, watching the lightning strike in front of her. It was just a little bit away from hitting her. Just as everyone was shocked and stunned. Without waiting for the thunderclouds to disperse, Lin Xingli once again used the skill Thunder Prison Storm. Lightning once again fell from the edge of the pit and spread around. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a tier 2 rock demon giant, gaining HP plus 20. The host also gains HP plus 20 and synergy points plus 40. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a tier 3 rock crystal scorpion, gaining 30 HP. The host gains plus 30 HP and plus 60 synergy points. At this time, Bao Daibi also saw this scene and smiled sarcastically. At this moment, she was exhausted and the tail of a rock crystal scorpion pierced her chest. I guess he won T survive. She regretted agreeing to Shi Miaoshuan and bringing Jiang Jun to White Tiger Academy, and she regretted following Jiang Jun even more. If she died, it could be said that she was indirectly killed by herself. But it doesn't matter now. She's dead anyway. The next moment, the rock crystal scorpion bit Bao Daibi and split her in two at her waist. Then, as the corpse fell to the rocky ground, the other rock crystal scorpions were about to share the corpse. At this moment, lightning suddenly struck them, and the rock crystal scorpion instantly turned into a charcoal scorpion. All the rock crystal scorpions around Bao Daibi's body were emitting white smoke, and the other rock crystal scorpions took a detour upon seeing this. The two lightning strikes killed many monsters, but there were still many monsters rushing towards the big pit. Everyone, Lin Bingbing really gave us a huge surprise. She actually knows lightning elemental skills. Even so, the situation is still very serious. For an average person, using this skill twice is already very powerful. Bai Xiaoxiao came to her senses and became sober. Her excellent professional qualities allowed her to once again give live explanations in front of the camera. As soon as Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the camera turned to Jiang Jun. Even if Lin Bingbing has thunder element skills, it is estimated that after using it twice, it will be exhausted. But when the camera fell on Jiang Jun, well, he crossed his arms over his chest and had no intention of attacking at all. In just a moment, the camera fell outside the big pit again. At this time, the replenished monsters were less than 100 meters away from the pit. These monsters continued to grow bigger in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes, and her eyes continued to widen. But the eyes suddenly shrank and the opening closed tightly. The little eye just above the eye suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed out at this moment. Bai Xiaoxiao cursed Jiang Jun in her heart. Damn it! Just then, a breeze blew through the big pit. The man who was hugging his chest frowned slightly. Why does it smell like urine? Jiang Jun raised his head and looked upwards along the big pit. When I saw a figure, it was bent over and lying on the edge of the pit. The movements are very coordinated and graceful. Standard. Jiang Jun. At this moment, Lin Xingli moved again. Used the skill Thunder Prison Storm again. It seemed that the monster was already 30 meters away from the pit. The pen is so small that it has fallen into my throat. The next moment, lightning struck again. The camera also captured this scene in time. When Bai Xiaoxiao saw this scene, she was so shocked that she was speechless. Finally, he secretly gave Lin Xingli a thumbs up. Chapter 106. Jiang Jun finally made a move. Becoming the top of the Hunter Open. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a level 2 crystallized demon ant, gaining HP plus 20. The host also gains HP plus 20 and synergy points plus 40. Puppet Lin Xingli kills a tier 3 molten moth, gaining HP plus 30. The host also gains HP plus 30 and synergy points plus 60. Congratulations to Puppet Lin Xingli for successfully advancing from the Tongmai realm to the early stages of the Lianfu realm. After one wave, only 1/3 of the monsters rushing towards the big pit were left. But this 1/3 of monsters is not something that the Tsanlong hunting group can fight against. Lin Xingli had to wait a while after using the skill Thunder Prison Storm 3 times before using it again. At this time, the ground vibration has eased a lot, but it is still there. Without even looking, the members of the Tsanlong hunting group could guess how many monsters there were. As the camera played out, the monsters rushed forward like crazy, as if they had seen their companions die. Su Shang and the members of the Tsanlong hunting group looked at Jiang Jun. As Bai Xiaoxiao turned around again, the camera focused on Jiang Jun. As the TV broadcast went live, all the audience's attention was focused on Jiang Jun. At the moment everyone was looking forward to, Jiang Jun finally moved. He reached out and rubbed Lin Xingli's head twice, and said softly, "Take a break, it's my turn now." After saying that, Jiang Jun walked past Lin Xingli and walked ahead. Under the watchful eyes of the public, Jiang Jun clenched his fists, and a powerful force surged out of his fists. A powerful force erupted, and the veins on his neck were exposed. He held up 2 huge thunder balls in his hands and pushed them into the void. Thunder Prison Storm. With a loud shout, a sound like thunder exploded in the sky 3,000 meters around the entire pit. Loud tremor. Then, the sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and inky thunderclouds surged and condensed from the depths of the void. It was like an upside-down purgatory cage, enveloping all the remaining monsters. Countless thunder and lightning roared in shuttle through the rolling clouds, bursting out with a heart-pounding roar. Suddenly, the clouds exploded, and hundreds of lightning bolts broke through the clouds like ancient dragons. With the power to destroy the world, he pounced down at the monster below. Boom! Thunder roared. The thunder dissipated, the lightning retreated, and all the monsters fell to the ground, emitting white smoke. Host kills a level 2 rock demon giant, gains HP plus 20, and conjunction points plus 40. Host kills a level 3 rock crystal scorpion, gains 30 HP, and plus 60 synergy points. Host kills a level 2 crystallized demon ant, gains HP plus 20, and conjunction points plus 20. See this scene. A small filming team. a member of the Tsanyin hunting group. The audience in front of the TV also cheered. Lu family. Li Finglian performed mouth-to-mouth artificial respiration on Lu Zhishan. Finally, hard work pays off. Lu Zhishan finally woke up slowly and saw Li Finglian's little mouth pressed against his. Ryu Ji sang. Wife, what have you done? Husband, you're awake. Li Finglian was surprised. The artificial respiration really worked. The next moment, Li Finglian stood up suddenly, and her little mouth gradually became smaller in Lu Zhishan's eyes. Just now, because I was worried about Lu Zhishan, I had to concentrate on giving him artificial respiration. I didn't pay any attention to the live TV broadcast at all. When I took a look at this moment, I saw the scene of Jiang Jun using his ultimate move to kill all the monsters. Because he stood up in a hurry, his brain was not getting enough blood, and he also saw Jiang Jun killing everyone. Li Finglian was once again blinded by greed. I have intermittent angina pectoris. And he's going crazy again. Ah! In an instant, Li Finglian's legs went weak. Lu Zhishan. Looking at that little mouth, it gradually becomes infinitely larger in my eyes. Finally, Li Finglian sat down with a plop. Lu Zhishan was suffocated by the little mouth. Go crazy quickly and sober up quickly. Realizing that something seemed to be blocking her little mouth, Li Finglian looked down and saw Lu Zhishan rolling his eyes. Li Finglian was stunned. Didn't you just wake up? Why did you faint again? Husband, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. The next moment, Li Finglian took out her phone and called an ambulance. Jiang family. He Jingyun was stunned when he saw Jiang Jun kill all the monsters. Then he picked up the crutch beside him and beat the butler like a madman. Didn't you say Jiang Jun is dead? Why isn't he dead yet? How dare you lie to me? I'll beat you to death. Soon, the housekeeper was knocked to the ground by He Jingyun with his crutch, and white foam came out of his mouth. Jiang Jun, I want you to die. He Jingyun roared. After an unknown amount of time, He Jingyun suddenly thought of Jiang Jun participating in the Hunter Open tournament in the Hunter Guild. Then can you please do something and kill Jiang Jun? Thinking of this, He Jingyun immediately took out his phone and made a call. Presidential Suite. Jiang Long saw Jiang Jun preparing his ultimate move and killed all the monsters. He sat down on the ground. It turns out that the clown is himself. Lu Ruyan stamped her feet. The more outstanding Jiang Jun was, the more uncomfortable she felt. She wanted to reconcile, but Jiang Jun refused. What can she do? She can only get jealous. Gong Shuitao saw the scene. Laughed. Muttering to himself. My husband is the most handsome, my husband is great, so great, so great. Gong Pengtian, Chen Mingxiu, He Zhan, Wei Jiancheng and Kong Zhengde, who were watching in the highest command hall, were also very excited. Gong Pengtian slammed the table and stood up. My son has the potential to be a great general. Kong Zhengde. Wei Jiancheng, ==. Chen Mingxiu, Delta. He Zhan, wow. Now He Zhan finally understood what Gong Pengtian meant. Why did Jiang Junxiao, a member of the Tsanglong hunting group, not survive today? Chen Mingxiu glanced at Gong Pengtian meaningfully. It turned out, their relationship had been confirmed. No wonder when Jiang Jun came out of Gong Pengtian's office, Gong Pengtian was so intimate with Jiang Jun. It turns out that Gong Pengtian had a son in his old age. I wonder if Gong Pengtian will accept his son. He can also be Gong Pengtian's son. His son can also be Gong Pengtian's grandson. At this time, the camera followed by Xiao Xiao as she walked towards Jiang Jun. Dear audience, we just received news that the Tsanglong hunting group's points have broken the record for the Hunter Open tournament. And he went straight from 818th place to the top of the Hunter Open, becoming the number 1 in the Hunter Open rankings, a well-deserved title. Now let's ask what our national martial arts champions are feeling at this moment. When the Tsanglong hunting group heard by Xiao Xiao's words, everyone looked excited. They didn't expect that they would not only become the first in the Hunter Open, but also break all the previous records. And all this, all the glory, just because of one person. Before, some people did not trust Jiang Jun and were shaken. Now they looked at Jiang Jun with admiration. Looking at Lin Qingli again, he suddenly wondered why such an outstanding woman would fall for Jiang Jun. Because Jiang Jun deserves you. The next moment, Bai Xiaoxiao walked towards Jiang Jun with excitement and conflicted feelings. Chapter 107, The materials are in hand, Dad, let us wash. For some reason, at this moment, Jiang Jun's figure in her heart seemed to be infinitely magnified. I feel like it wouldn't be bad to have a man who makes me feel so secure. When Bai Xiaoxiao came to Jiang Jun and was about to speak, Jiang Jun spoke first, interrupting Bai Xiaoxiao's words. Wait for me in the big pit. I'm going out to do something. No one can leave the pit until I come back. Including you. Jiang Jun pointed at Bai Xiaoxiao, then walked past her and out of the pit. Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, came to her senses, and murmured in her heart. He cares about me. He actually cares about me. Bai Xiaoxiao was fantasizing unilaterally as if she was in love, but it was a pity that she did not have the qualifications to be a puppet. Otherwise, Jiang Jun might take good care of her. After Jiang Jun left the pit, he put all the monster corpses into the puppet space. And check if Bao Daibi is okay. After all, the materials Jiang Jun needs are with her. In case Bao Daibi really turned into materials, he would also have to check whether the materials he needed were destroyed. After stepping out of the big pit, Jiang Jun immediately used the martial arts skill Phantom Kick. Wherever he passed, all the monsters disappeared. While Jiang Jun put the monster into the puppet space, he was looking for Bao Daibi. Finally, Bao Daibi, who was cut into two parts, was found on the ground with broken rocks. Jiang Jun sighed inwardly. He really never thought that Bao Daibi would die like this. It's true that I didn't kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of me. Rest in peace. Jiang Jun muttered to himself, then put Bao Daibi's lower body into the puppet space. Then in the puppet space, he took out a black plastic bag and put Bao Daibi's upper body into it. Anyway, this part is useless. Jiang Jun thinks he should do some good deeds and let this part rest in peace. After doing all this, Jiang Jun continued to use his martial arts skill, Phantom Leg, to put the other monsters into the puppet space. Jiang Jun didn't know how big the puppet space was, but he stuffed all the monsters into the puppet space anyway. There was no warning of system overload either. As expected, products produced by the system are high quality. Back to the big pit. Su Shang brought other members and came to Jiang Jun with excitement. Jiang Jun, what should we do next? Su Shang asked, unable to conceal his excitement. The other members also looked expectant. Jiang Jun smiled faintly. What else can I do? Just keep doing it. As long as you don't feel tired, let's do it again. Not tired. Yes, we are not tired at all. Ha, if you put it that way, I won't be sleepy anymore. After reaping the benefits, all the members of the Tsunglong hunting group were delighted and supported Jiang Jun's approach. Jiang Jun nodded and rubbed Lin Xingli's head to show encouragement. Let's get ready to go. At this time, Bai Xiaoxiao and her filming team were broadcasting live. Seeing this scene, Bai Xiaoxiao felt a little sad. She actually wanted to replace Lin Xingli's position, and she also wanted to be touched on the head by Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun rubbed Lin Xingli's head hard twice. Lin Xingli smiled. Suddenly speak. Dad, great. Jiang Jun, carrot. Bai Xiaoxiao. Members of the Grey Wolf Hunting Group, Omega. Inside the highest command hall, Gong Pengtian ordered that all the footage of Jiang Jun outside the pit captured by the SSS level Super I be deleted. When I saw Lin Xingli's words, Gong Pengtian equals. How did my daughter become my granddaughter? Gong Shuitao, who was watching TV in the hall, was covering her mouth with tears in her eyes. We have a daughter? As for the audience watching the TV, the forum of China Star TV was blown up again when they saw this scene. No way, Lin Bingbing, who looks so cold, is actually like a kitten in front of Jiang Jun. Damn it, my goddess is gone, and he actually called Jiang Jun daddy. Oh daddy, I'm going to faint from crying. Jiang Jun is truly a model man. Even the cold-hearted Lin Bingbing has to submit to him. Ha, do young people nowadays play so extravagantly? The next moment, Jiang Jun led the Tsunglong hunting group and continued to head deep into the Xingyan secret realm. At this time, except for Jiang Jun and Lin Xingli, every member had a bloody monster hanging above his head. And they all had happy smiles on their faces, which made the scene look very creepy. However, after this footage was broadcast, the ratings of China Star TV did not drop, but instead rose by 5 points. The other 19 TV stations have been crushed to the ground. After an unknown amount of time, another wave of monsters besieged the Tsunglong hunting group. This time, Lin Xingli only used 3 skills and killed all the monsters. The points of the Tsunglong hunting group skyrocketed again. This time, the winning team of the Hunter Open is definitely the Grey Wolf Hunting Group. Because there is no way that any team can surpass their points, not now and not in the future. Alright, everyone, put down your monsters and go to the lake ahead to clean yourself. Seeing the big lake in front of them, Jiang Jun ordered everyone in the Sunlong Hunting Group to control the monsters above their heads. According to Jiang Jun's analysis, it is estimated that no monsters will be fooled for a long time. After all, monsters are not very intelligent, but they are not stupid. Jiang Jun, we won't attract monsters anymore? Su Shang asked a little disappointedly. The other members also looked at Jiang Jun, as if to say, we can still hold on. Jiang Jun smiled. Go ahead, we already have enough points. I think we can take first place even if we leave now. Absolute first place. Later, everyone will go to the Xingyan secret realm to see if there are any spiritual herbs. Pick some and make some extra money. After entering the secret realm several times, Jiang Jun did not obtain a single magical medicine, which was somewhat regrettable. Last time, they could have obtained Thunder Spirit Grass in the Leze secret realm, but Luo Xiu led them to avoid areas with dense lightning the entire time. There is no way to obtain Thunder Spirit Grass. In the Xingyan secret realm, there are 3 known spiritual medicines, namely Earth Heart Lotus, Red Marrow Grass, and Black Gold Ginseng. The Fire Heart Lotus possesses the spirituality of fire and is used to refine reagents that enhance the cultivation of fire-attributed techniques or strengthen resistance to flames. The stems of Red Marrow Grass contain red marrow fluid, which is very effective in repairing muscles and bones and strengthening the body. It is an important material for refining healing reagents. Black Ginseng absorbs the essence from rocks to grow, and when mature it emits powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. It has extremely high medicinal value and can be used to improve cultivation, break through realms, etc. This time, Jiang Jun must search the entire Xingyan secret realm and find some spiritual herbs. Okay, I know you're worried about your brother's safety. After all, if we go deeper, we don't know if we'll run into a hidden 4th level monster. Su Sheng imagined it himself. Upon hearing this, the other members looked at Jiang Jun with admiration again. But Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Jun and pouted. Because when Jiang Jun said this, the ratings of China Star TV began to plummet. Since the Sunlong Hunting Group no longer plans to hunt monsters, there is nothing to watch. Therefore, everyone watching China Star TV chose to leave and watch other hunter teams. The next moment, the members of the Sunlong Hunting Group dismounted the monsters and untied the tree branches that were tied to their bodies. He rushed towards the lake, and then with a plop, he fell headfirst into it. At this time, Lin Qingli suddenly came to Jiang Jun. Dad, wash, wash. After saying that, Lin Qingli began to prepare to tie the ponytail on her head into 2 ponytails. Chapter 108, a secret passage was discovered at the bottom of the lake, and a large number of skeletons of the demon-suppressing army were found in the cave. Jiang Jun, oh. I feel itchy in my heart too. But think about it, there are more than 20 animals in the lake now, and the water is very clear. It doesn't seem appropriate for him to train horses in the lake. In case someone sees. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun said seriously, no, I won't wash it for now. Hearing Jiang Jun's words, Lin Qingli actually pouted, seeming a little unhappy. Capturing this scene, Jiang Jun reached out and rubbed Lin Qingli's head twice. It seems that Lin Qingli is becoming more and more humane. What if one day Lin Qingli regains her memory, will she? Thinking of this, Jiang Jun suddenly felt a surge of guilt. But think about it, it's already been stabbed anyway. Stab once or stab 10,000 times, the base number is different, but the essence remains the same. Besides, the puppet Lin Qingli also likes it. Even if her memory is restored, she will only like it more. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun's sense of guilt completely disappeared. The next moment, Jiang Jun checked his personal panel, and with a thought, 2 light screens appeared in front of him in an instant. Name, Jiang Jun. Constitution, Great Sun Thunder Body 770 10,000. Identity, Student, Warrior, Demon Suppressor, Hunter, Soul Heir of Yangxian Crematorium. Realm, Early Stage of Viscera Refining Realm. Qi and Blood Value, 14,240. Martial Arts, Feiyun Sword Technique, Overlord Whip, Collapsing Mountain Fist, Phantom Kick. Skills, Suture Mastery, Eye of Insight, Strength Overlay, Thunderstorm. Space, Puppet Space. Puppet, Lin Qingli Intimacy 770. Conjunction Point, 23,698. Name, Lin Qingli. Constitution, Thunder Spirit Body. Identity, Puppet. Realm, early stage of viscera refining realm. Chi and blood value, 11,450. Martial arts, Feiyun sword technique, overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick. Skill, thunderstorm 770-1000, strength superposition can gain half of the host's strength, the host will bear the side effects. At this moment, a member of the Grey Wolf hunting group emerged from the water. There's a secret passage under the water. I just went in to take a look, and after walking a little further, there was no water. I wonder if there are any good things hidden inside. Hearing this, everyone looked at the man. Su Sheng swam to the man and asked, "Are you sure it's a secret passage?" The man nodded. It's obvious that this passage was dug by humans. There's no doubt about it. The next moment, Su Sheng looked at Jiang Jun on the shore and said, "Jiang Jun, what do you think we should do? Should we go in and explore?" In fact, Jiang Jun was also thinking about this question, whether he should go in and take a look. Jiang Jun's man's sixth sense told him that he had to go inside and take a look. At this moment, he was thinking of the ancient city in the Lei Zhe secret realm. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun felt that he should go in and take a look no matter what. I want to go in and take a look. If you're willing to follow me, go in. If not, just wait until the hunter open is over and take the prize money. Jiang Jun, I'll go in with you. Count me in. I'm going too. As the saying goes, the timid will die of starvation, and the bold will die of gluttony. Finally, all the members of the Grey Wolf hunting group passed through and entered the secret passage to explore. When Bai Xiaoxiao saw the scene, she immediately felt that the plummeting ratings could be saved. Dear audience, the Grey Wolf hunting group has discovered a secret passage under the lake, and they are about to explore it. Let's follow the camera and explore with the Grey Wolf hunting group. As expected, as soon as Bai Xiaoxiao said this, the plummeting ratings stopped and there was even a slight upward trend. For this, Bai Xiaoxiao was very excited. At this time, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli came to the lake and plunged into the lake with a splash. Let's catch up quickly. Bai Xiaoxiao said something to the filming team and walked towards the lake. Fortunately, these are specially made filming equipment and will not be affected even if they enter the water. Even if you enter the secret passage, you can place sensors at intervals along the way to broadcast the live broadcast signal. Soon, Jiang Jun gathered with the members of the Tsanlong hunting group, and then everyone sank into the lake, led by the man who discovered the secret passage. Find the entrance to the secret passage at the bottom of the lake. The entrance to the secret passage is flat, a bit like a shark's slightly open mouth. Then, everyone took out their flashlights and the man entered first, followed by Jiang Jun, Lin Qingli, Su Sheng, and then the other members. Bai Xiaoxiao and the filming crew followed closely behind. The scene of the secret passage was also broadcast live through the camera. In less than a moment, Jiang Jun seemed to feel that the secret passage went downwards at first, and then slightly upwards after walking for a while. Finally, they came out of the water and found themselves in a secret passage without water. Brother Jiang Jun, I just walked here and didn't go any further. I don't know what's inside, said the man. Jiang Jun nodded, okay, just follow me. After saying that, under everyone's gaze, Lin Qingli walked in front, Jiang Jun walked behind, and the others followed behind. Others, oh. But think about it, Jiang Jun asked them to follow behind, so aren't they following behind now? It's just that Jiang Jun didn't walk to the front. Gradually, everyone got used to the dim light, and the scenery in front of them became much clearer. Even without a flashlight, they could still see it clearly. Walking along the secret passage, we soon saw a huge cave in front of us. The cave is very spacious, and at first glance you can't see the end due to lack of light. Wow, there are bones everywhere. One of the members suddenly shouted, so someone took a flashlight to illuminate the area. When I saw the scene in front of me, I was immediately horrified. Gasp! Dear audience, a huge cave appeared in the secret passage, and inside the cave are many skeletons. Let's follow the Grey Wolf hunting group and see what happened here. The next moment, the scene of the surrounding caves and the bones scattered on the cave floor were filmed and broadcast live. In an instant, the ratings of China Star TV rose back to 40%, which made Bai Xiaoxiao excited again. Everyone be careful, I'll go take a look. Jiang Jun said, and walked towards the bones scattered on the ground with Lin Qingli. The camera also follows Jiang Jun as he approaches the skeletons and sees some clues. This is the uniform of the Demon Suppression Army. Even though it's a little worn, I definitely won't mistake it. Yes, judging by their demon-suppressing army uniforms, they should be from 30 years ago. They've all been completely redesigned in the past 5 years. Doesn't that mean these demon-suppressing soldiers died here, at least for 25 years? Wow, judging by the number of skeletons, this must be a division. No way, if a division disappears, how can there be no reports? I remember, 25 years ago, the 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army was on a mission, and the entire division of the Demon Suppression Army disappeared. Could it be that these skeletons are soldiers from the 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army? Chapter 109, Diary of the Commander of the Demon Suppressing Army, the Evil Spirit appears. Seeing this scene, the forum of China Star TV was full of discussions. Jiang Jun felt a little creepy when he passed by these skeletons. How did these demon-suppressing soldiers get into the cave, and why did they all die here? And judging from the movements of these skeletons before their death, they seem to be fighting. At this moment, in order to increase the ratings of China Star TV, Bai Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and followed Jiang Jun and the others. Dear audience, I will now discuss with you the cause of death of these demon-suppressing soldiers and solve this mystery for you. As he spoke, Bai Xiaoxiao was actually searching for clues among some bones. Bai Xiaoxiao actually found a diary, and the handwriting on the notebook could still be barely seen. Then, the flashlight light fell on the laptop, and the live camera was synchronized to the laptop. Bai Xiaoxiao opened the notebook and began to read out the words written in it. I am Wei Guang, commander of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army. I follow the division commander, Yu Yelin, into a newly emerged secret realm to eliminate the demonic beasts. This time, a total of 3 divisions were dispatched to clear out the newly emerged secret realms and delay the emergence of the beast tide. After entering the secret realm, we, along with the 72nd and 73rd divisions, split into 3 groups and advanced deeper into the secret realm. The 74th Division fought many battles, both large and small, and killed many monsters. They were probably lucky enough not to encounter any powerful monsters. The 74th Division did not suffer any heavy casualties, but the 72nd and 73rd Divisions were not so lucky. They encountered a powerful monster. More than half of the 72nd Division was killed or wounded, and the 73rd Division was not much better off. But no one regretted joining the Demon Suppression Army, and no one backed down because of this clearing operation. For the Dragon Nation, for the sake of humanity's legacy, the Demon Suppression Army risked their lives to forge hope and carve out a path. Finally, we encountered a powerful monster. In order to preserve the strength of the entire division, we discovered a secret passage. Finally, everyone hid in the secret passage. Unexpectedly, there was a huge cave inside. Just when we thought we had escaped the powerful monster, something strange happened in the cave. Having said that, Bai Xiaoxiao paused. Jiang Jun had already come to her side when Bai Xiaoxiao started reading her diary. Hearing Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly stop, he also frowned. Everyone in that Sanlong hunting group also looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, as if they had a bad premonition. As Bai Xiaoxiao read out the contents of the diary, the ratings of China Star TV once again exceeded 50%. The China Star TV forum was also packed at this time. They were all cursing Bai Xiaoxiao for stopping at the critical moment, driving these people crazy. It seemed that the communication earphones worn by Bai Xiaoxiao made a rustling sound. Bai Xiaoxiao came to her senses and continued reading. We encountered a group of evil spirits in the cave. They were terrifying. They seemed unkillable, but none of us in the 74th Division were cowards. May someone discover our remains and bring them back home. We have not disgraced the reputation of the Demon Suppression Army. After hearing this, many people shed tears while eating pork trotter rice. At the same time, everyone was worried. If this division of demon-suppressing troops dies here at the hands of evil spirits, doesn't that mean there are terrible evil spirits here? SHHHHHHH. At this moment, strange sounds appeared in the cave. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large number of luminous objects appearing behind the cave. These luminous bodies are human-like in size but have cockroach-like faces. They hold various strangely shaped weapons and ride on scorpion-like mounts. This should be the evil spirit mentioned in the notebook. Especially the evil spirit in the front, which is bigger and brighter, should be the strongest one among this group of evil spirits. Even Jiang Jun felt that these evil spirits were very strange, and seemed to be the embodiment of an evil force. This scene was broadcast live by the camera. The forum of China Star TV exploded again. Wow, these are evil spirits, so scary. Why are there evil spirits here? Are they guarding something? Evil spirits are usually born from evil forces. Could it be that there is evil power growing in this cave? Otherwise, how could such a terrifying evil spirit be formed? Even an entire division of over 10,000 men died here. I'm afraid that Sun Lung hunting group will be buried here as well. Don't be afraid. Jiang Jun and Lin Bingbing don't possess the element of thunder. These evil spirits are afraid of thunder and lightning. Their lightning elemental abilities, even if they transform into lightning and fall from the sky, I doubt they'll reach the cave. Ever since Jiang Jun and his group entered the secret passage, the SSS-level super eyes have never followed them in. Gong Pengtian immediately ordered Kong Zhengde to connect to China Star TV and project the images onto the big screen. When Gong Pengtian saw the scene, grief appeared on his face. 25 years ago, 3 divisions entered the Xingyan secret realm to eliminate the monsters and prevent a beast tide from breaking out in the Xingyan secret realm. At that time, Gong Pengtian was serving as the regiment commander of the 72nd Division of the Demon Suppressing Army. The demon suppressing troops of their 72nd Division who emerged alive from the Xingyan secret realm numbered less than 3,000 men. Only less than 2,000 people from the 73rd Division walked out of the Xingyan secret realm alive. The 74th Division was completely wiped out, and not a single demon-suppressing soldier emerged alive. After many investigations, the remains of the demon-suppressing soldiers of the 74th Division who died in battle were still not found. It was as if they all disappeared in the Star Rock secret realm. Unexpectedly, the 74th Division encountered an evil spirit in a secret cave and all of them died in battle. The next moment, Gong Pengtian cried. 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army, we finally found you. Master Yu, don't worry, my son will definitely bring you all out, and then I will take you back home. By the way, my son's name is Jiang Jun. Although he is not my biological son, he is my daughter's husband, so he can be considered my son. Chen Mingxiu, Kong Zhengde, Wei Jiancheng, and He Zhan were all very sad to see Gong Pengtian so upset. Still thinking about how to comfort her. But after hearing what was said next, they all felt that Gong Pengtian no longer needed anyone's comfort. At this moment, the communicator inserted in He Zhan's waist vibrated and flashed continuously. Who would look for him at this time? General, I'm going to go out and see who's looking for me. Don't worry, I won't leave. Gong Pengtian waved his hand, and He Zhan hurried out of the highest command hall. He took out the communicator and pressed the answer button. Soon, He Jingyun's voice appeared on the communicator. My dear nephew, I am your aunt He Jingyun. It's so hard to find you. I used all my connections to find you. I need your help with something. It turns out that He Zhan is the son of He Jingyun's cousin's daughter. In terms of blood relationship, they are also relatives. But the two families have no intersection. He Zhan frowned and took a look at Jiang Jun's information when he handed it to Gong Pengtian. Knowing that Jiang Jun and his son were kicked out of the Jiang family, what exactly does He Jingyun want from him now? He Zhan said politely, Aunt, if there is anything I can help you with, I will definitely help. Chapter 110, the 74th Division of the Demon Suppressing Army transforms into heroic spirits to fight against evil spirits. It's like this. My grandson Jiang Jun became the national champion in martial arts, but he didn't care about the relationship at all and left the Jiang family. I don't have such a disdainful grandson. I'm being frank. I wonder if you can think of a way to keep him in the Star Rock secret realm forever. After the matter is completed, whatever reward you need, our Jiang family will definitely satisfy you. As the leader of the hunting guild, you should be able to help my aunt. Finally, He Jingyun once again brought up their so-called relationship. Hearing this, He Zhan shuddered. What was this old woman thinking with one foot half in the coffin? We haven't contacted each other for many years, and when we do, I want to kill him. Who is Jiang Jun? Putting aside his identity as the national martial arts champion, he is the son of Gong Pengtian. Although he is not a biological son, looking at Gong Pengtian's appearance, Jiang Jun is closer to him than a biological son. Whether he can survive until tomorrow depends on whether Jiang Jun can get out of the Xingyan secret realm safely. The next moment, He Zhan became angry and yelled into the communicator. Damn old woman, hurry to the chimney. The chimney awaits you. After saying that, He Zhan turned off the communicator. On the other end of the phone, He Jingyun was so angry at He Zhan's words that she almost rolled her eyes. When He Zhan returned to the highest command center, he happened to see the live broadcast of the evil spirit appearing. At this time, Gong Pengtian was extremely anxious. Seeing He Zhan coming back, he immediately ordered Kong Zhengde and Wei Jiancheng. You two, watch him. If anything happens to Jiang Jun, take him out and shoot him immediately. Yes. General. The next moment, Kong Zhengde and Wei Jiancheng instantly imprisoned He Zhan. He Zhan. On the other side of the phone, Jing-Yun paused for a moment. She was not interested at all in the live broadcast of the Demon Suppression Army skeletons. But the next moment, the scene changed and a large number of evil spirits appeared. Jing-Yun smiled. Jiang-Jun. God is going to take you away. Inside the presidential suite, Jiang Long suffered a great blow, as Jiang Jun broke the previous record again when he participated in the Hunter Open. Become the undisputed first team. If it was a team led by him, being able to enter the top 30 would be a great honor for the family. And Lu Ruyan also regretted it. How could he choose a loser like Jiang Long? Yes, now compared with Jiang Jun, Jiang Long is a complete waste. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's mind was filled with Jiang Jun's shadow and was about to overflow. Let's go. Jiang Long looked frustrated and planned to check out and leave. After all, there is no point in watching any further. Lu Ruyan nodded. She had wanted to leave for a long time. If she didn't leave, she was afraid that Jiang Long, the loser, would have any illusions about her. At least Jiang Long still has some self-awareness. Just as the two were about to leave, Jiang Long took one last look at the TV and was about to turn it off. But the next moment, the camera turned and a large number of evil spirits appeared in the cave. Jiang Long's hand trembled, and when he pressed the remote control, he paused suddenly. Then, burst into laughter. Jiang Jun is finally going to die. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan had already stretched out her hand, reaching for the door handle, but suddenly pulled it back. Then, run to the TV. After watching the live broadcast on TV, I was still blaming myself for choosing Jiang Long, such a loser. The next moment, he was already praising himself in his heart. Lu Ruyan, you really are the best. You can even judge people so accurately. Then, Jiang Long and Lu Ruyan didn't even blink, just wanting to see how Jiang Jun died. At this time, Gong Shuitao took out a bottle of Centennial Hu, opened it, and filled a cup. Watching the live broadcast of Jiang Jun on TV, Gong Shuitao was in a tense state every moment. It's like a taut string that seems like it will break in the next second. In order to relieve this tense state, Gong Shuitao planned to use alcohol to relieve it. After 2 drinks, he watched Jiang Jun lead the Tsunlong hunting group into the secret realm to explore. She was not nervous at all, and she even muttered to herself from time to time. My husband is the best man in the world. He is the heaven and the earth. Above the sky and below the sea, I can do anything. At the end of the speech, Gong Shuitao started yelling. But soon, when they saw a large number of evil spirits appearing in the cave, combined with Pen Xiaoxiao's words, Gong Shuitao panicked. Hubby, you can't be in trouble. I said I'll go wherever you go. I'll depend on you for the rest of my life. Don't worry, don't be afraid of anything, your wife will be with you. After saying that, Gong Shuitao picked up the Baijian Hu and took a gulp, then smashed the bottle on the table. Suddenly, the wine bottle was smashed to pieces. The next moment, Gong Shuitao picked up a piece of sharp glass and smiled at the TV. Just when everyone thought that the Tsunlong hunting group and the filming crew would die at the hands of the evil spirit. The moment Lian Bai Xiaoxiao saw the evil spirit, he urinated again. The smell of urine that had been diluted by the lake water when he came in once again filled the surroundings. The members of the Grey Wolf hunting group also looked ashen at this moment. Especially Su Shang, he was not afraid of death, but he was deeply regretful. As the captain of the Grey Wolf hunting group, he should prevent anyone from entering this secret passage. That way, they won't die from it. Daughter, I'm sorry, Daddy can't watch you grow up. Su Shang muttered to himself, and his daughter's smile appeared in his mind. At this moment, all the skeletons of the demon-suppressing army in the cave began to emit tiny points of light, which merged together to form a bright body like an evil spirit. But they looked like the demon-suppressing army. At this moment, all the demon-suppressing soldiers who died in the battle turned into heroic spirits. One of the luminous bodies walked towards Jiang Jun and the others. I am Yu Yelin, commander of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army. Our obsession has transformed us into heroic spirits. We've waited far too long for this battle. Let's have this final showdown. Complete our final mission. From now on, we'll rely on you to protect our home. After saying that, all the demon-suppressing soldiers of the 74th Division of the Demon-Suppressing Army who had transformed into heroic spirits saluted towards the camera. The next moment, everyone in Jiang Jun's Tsunlong hunting group returned the military salute to Yu Yelin. At this moment, all the TV viewers silently saluted them. They are the heroes of Dragon Country. Jiang Jun sighed and said, Master Yu, don't worry. Our Sanglong hunting group will take your remains out of the Star Rock secret realm and bring them back to your hometown for burial. Rest in peace. Thanks. Yu Yelin responded, turned around and looked at the evil spirit that was about to launch an attack, and roared. Not a single member of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army is a coward. All demon suppression troops, listen up. Kill them. Destroy this evil spirit. Kill. Following Yu Yelin's order, all 10,000 heroes of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppressing Army rushed towards the evil spirits. Roaring, fighting sounds continue. As the camera was broadcast live, everyone who saw the scene started crying unconsciously. Even if the 10,000 demon-suppressing soldiers of the 74th Division of the Demon-Suppressing Army died in battle, they will still protect our homeland after death. They are heroes. I'm so moved. This is the true spirit of the Demon Suppression Army. I'm crying. Wow, I'm going to cry first. After seeing this scene, I really can't help it. I want to cry my eyes out. Everyone cheer for our heroes, support them. The 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army, kill all the evil spirits. The 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army, rise up and kill all the evil spirits. The 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army, rise up and kill all the evil spirits. Chapter 111 Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero. 10,000 heroes of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppressing Army charged towards the evil spirits. With their military integrity and pride, they were not afraid of life or death wherever their swords pointed, even though they were not as powerful as the evil spirits. But he was not afraid, and was determined to die together with the evil spirit. In the end, the 10,000 heroic spirits of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppressing Army, with 1,000 casualties and 300 casualties, finally eliminated the last evil spirit. The 10,000-strong Demon Suppressing Army of the 74th Division finally completed their final mission with concentrated determination. The next moment, Yu Yelin and the remaining less than 1,000 heroes of the Demon Suppressing Army lined up again in front of the camera. Salute! Commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Yu Yelin, leads the 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army with 10,000 heroic spirits to return and slay all the evil spirits. It didn't bring disgrace to the reputation of the Demon Suppression Army. Even if we die, our obsession will continue to protect this land. Young men, please bring our bones back home, and also bring our glory back home. Tell them that none of the 10,000 soldiers in our 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army are cowards. We, the Demon Suppression Army, live as heroes and die as ghost heroes. After Yu Yelin finished speaking, he and the remaining heroic spirits of the Demon Suppressing Army turned into starlight and disappeared. Seeing this scene, no one could see Lin Xingli's eyes except for the sunglasses she was wearing. Everyone else was crying. Especially by Xiaoxiao, she cried so sadly that there were more tears in her eyes than in her crotch. Sobbing and crying like a tearful person. Finally, Jiang Jun, with red eyes, once again led all the members of the Sanglong hunting group to attack the 10,000 skeletons of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppressing Army. Military salute. Deepest respect. Dear seniors of the Demon Suppression Army, we will take you home now. After saying that, Jiang Jun organized everyone to collect all the bones. Star Rock Secret Fortress. In the highest command hall, Gong Pengtian, Chen Mingxiu, Kong Zhengda and Wei Jiancheng were also there at the same time. Take off the military cap and salute to the 10,000 heroic souls of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppressing Army. Then, Gong Pengtian yelled at Kong Zhengda and Wei Jiancheng. Immediately dispatch one brigade each to the secret cave to assist the Sanglong hunting group and transport back the 10,000 skeletons of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army. Yes. Kong Zhengda and Wei Jiancheng saluted and immediately walked out of the highest command hall. Jiang family. When He Jingyun saw this scene, he fainted. How could she have imagined that Jiang Jun was so lucky that even the soldiers of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppressing Army would turn into heroic spirits to protect Jiang Jun if they died? At this time, the butler stopped pretending to be unconscious and stood up suddenly. Madam, what's wrong with you? You're not going to scare me. The housekeeper gritted his teeth and kicked He Jingyun. After confirming that He Jingyun had fainted, he kicked him twice more, and then he screamed in pain. The old lady has fainted. Come on, someone, take her to the hospital. Presidential suite. Jiang Long and Lu Ruyan saw this scene. Tisk. The two of them said this and walked towards the door of the room. Because they know that Jiang Jun is the son of luck and will definitely not die in a short time. Li Finglian called an ambulance. She didn't even have time to take a shower. She just put her clothes back on and got into the ambulance. In the ambulance, Lu Zhishang slowly woke up wearing an oxygen mask. Finally, the world doesn't need to be polluted anymore. Lu Zhishang smiled and turned to look at Li Finglian beside him. At this time, Li Finglian did not forget to watch the live broadcast of China Star TV on her mobile phone. Seeing that Zhang Jun survived the disaster and was brought back to life by the dead, he was so angry that the veins on his forehead were exposed. At this moment, Lu Zhishang just turned around with a sarcastic smile on his face. The next moment, Li Finglian went crazy again. I asked you to laugh, so you laughed. After saying that, Li Finglian took off her shoes and socks. He reached out and pulled off the oxygen mask that Lu Zhishang was wearing, then kicked him in the face. Lu Zhishang, oh. In an instant, he fainted again. I don't know how long it took, but finally all 10,000 skeletons were packed up. Everyone, I want to go in and take a look. If you want to follow me, come on in. If not, just rest here for a while. Because I don't know what dangers there might be, but I want to explore further. Zhang Jun always felt like something was calling him from the depths of the cave. He would not be willing to leave without going to find out what was going on. After a while, Su Shang said, Zhang Jun, I'll go in with you. Zhang Jun nodded, knowing that Su Shang stayed with him because he was worried about his safety. Half of the other members of the Songlong hunting group chose to stay, and half chose to follow Zhang Jun for further exploration. Bai Xiaoxiao and the filming team also followed in. Just now, when Zhang Jun and the others were collecting the bones, the ratings of China Star TV had dropped from 60% to less than 30%. If this continues, I'm afraid the rate will be less than 10%, so Bai Xiaoxiao can only follow with the filming team. Soon, Lin Qingli walked in front, Zhang Jun followed behind, and took Su Shang and others to continue to go deeper into the cave to take a look. After a while, they finally reached the end of the cave. At this time, another secret passage appeared. Dear audience, we have now reached the end of the cave, and here lies another secret passage. Will our national martial arts champion enter the secret passage again? Without waiting for the short story to be finished, Zhang Jun had already taken the lead with Lin Qingli to enter the secret passage, and the others could only grit their teeth and follow in. Bai Xiaoxiao had no choice but to take the filming team and quickly follow them into the secret passage. Sure enough, after walking for a while, a black barrier appeared in front of the secret passage. It's the same barrier as the last time in the Lezay secret realm cave. Brother Su, this is a barrier. Passing through it will lead you to another different dimension. It's very dangerous in the alien space. The last time I went to the Lezay secret realm, I entered an alien space. If you follow me in, you may never get out. You should stay outside with your brothers. I'll go in and take a look. If I don't come out in 2 days, you can take them away. When Su Shang heard Zhang Jun's words, he thought of Luo Xiu's last commission in the underground arena. Although Zhang Jun returned safely, they were the only two who came back at that time. The rest of them were probably dead in the other space. You can imagine how dangerous the alien space is. Zhang Jun, why don't we go back together? Su Shang persuaded him that he didn't want Zhang Jun to enter the different space. After all, the aura around Zhang Jun now is enough to make him a big boss. Zhang Jun shook his head, I have to go in and take a look. Rejecting Su Shang's kindness, Zhang Jun and Lin Qingli crossed the barrier side by side. Chapter 112, Found the Barrier, the ancient city is full of evil spirit skeletons. We'll stay and wait for 2 days. If Zhang Jun doesn't come out in 2 days, we'll leave. After saying that, Su Shang asked someone to return along the same route and inform the members in the cave to wait for them inside the cave until they came out. The live camera had already broadcast this scene live. At this time, Bai Xiaoxiao reacted and immediately faced the camera. Dear audience, the Songlong hunting group has discovered a barrier at the end of the secret passage. Passing through the barrier will lead us into another dimension. Because the alien space is very dangerous, Zhang Jun and Lin Bingbing decided to enter it to explore. We'll have to wait and see whether they can come out in 2 days. Now we'll freeze the camera on the barrier. I hope Zhang Jun and Lin Bingbing can return safely. After saying that, the camera crew set up the equipment on a stand and pointed the camera at the barrier. Then, Su Shang and his crew, along with Bai Xiaoxiao's filming team, found a place to sit inside the secret passage. After eating, he waited for Zhang Jun and Lin Bingbing to come out of the barrier. Zhang Jun and Lin Qingli passed through the barrier and entered a different space, where there was indeed an ancient city. But this ancient city seemed to be dug out from a mountain full of rocks. Although it has been washed by time, it is only covered with a very thick layer of dust, but there is no sign of damage. Jiang Jun took Lin Qingli across the gap in the city wall and looked into the city, his heart tightening involuntarily. The scene inside the city is more shocking and more eerie than outside the city. A wide passage carved out of the mountain extends into the interior, and the rock houses on both sides retain complete door frames and window frames. You can even see stone tables and benches carved out of the house. But scattered bones can be seen everywhere on the ground, on the steps, and at the collapsed entrance of the house. These skeletons are dark black in color, and the surface of the bones is covered with twisted raised lines. Its finger bones are as slender as claws, its skull has 2 pairs of sharp bone spurs, and its face resembles a cockroach. It was the evil spirit that killed the 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army. So many evil spirit skeletons. Could this be the place where the evil spirits once lived? As soon as Jiang Jun finished speaking, there was a sudden dull vibration from the ground. Boom, boom, sounds were heard. It felt like something heavy was moving quickly across the rocky ground. In an instant, Lin Qingli's eyes turned scarlet, and he pointed his sword forward. Jiang Jun also took out Long Yuan from the puppet space and held it in his hand. At the corner ahead, a monster covered with blue-black scales suddenly rushed out. This is a lava dragon. It is 10 meters long, with a triangular head like quenched iron, and 2 rows of serrated fangs in its mouth that glow with a dark golden cold light. Dark brown venom crystals condensed at the root of each fang. There are 3 pairs of fan-shaped bone spurs on both sides of the neck, which open and close with breathing, making a harsh sound of metal friction. Its sturdy limbs are covered with layers of black scales, and its claws are hooked. When it scrapes the rocky ground, it not only leaves deep scratches but also brings out wisps of sparks. When Jiang Jun saw the shape of the lava dragon clearly, his scalp tingled. Behind the lava earth dragon, there are more than a dozen rot-toothed rat monsters. They are as big as adult wild boars, with gray-brown fur covered in dark green mucus, which occasionally drips onto the ground and corrodes tiny holes. The exposed limbs were knotted with muscles, the claws were as black as charcoal, and there were 2 pairs of large incisors protruding from the mouth, the surface of which was covered with fine barbs and had a cold blue-black glow like corpse spots. The red eyes flashed with greed in the dim space, and a low gurgling growl continued to come from the throat. The next moment, 2 light screens appeared in front of Jiang Jun. Monster, Lava Earth Dragon. Bloodline, Ancient Earth Dragon. Realm, Level 3 equivalent to the middle stage of the warrior's internal refining realm. Chi and blood value, 25,000. Skills, Earth Spit, Earthquake, Crypt Raid. Monster, Rotten-Toothed Rat Monster. Bloodline, None. Realm, Level 2 equivalent to the late stage of the warrior's meridian opening realm. Chi and blood value, 4,200. Skills, Rotten Tooth Gnawing, Group Charge, Mucus Spray. Just after reading the information about the 2 monsters, the Lava Earth Dragon launched an attack and used earth vein breathing. High-temperature magma spewed out of its mouth. The temperature was so high and the speed was so fast that the distance between them was 20 meters. The erupting magma seemed to arrive instantly. Jiang Jun didn't have time to think, and Lin Qingli on the side had already taken a step forward, intending to rush towards the lava dragon. Just one word, reckless. Fortunately, Jiang Jun discovered it in time, grabbed Lin Qingli with one hand, and instantly put Lin Qingli into the puppet space. The power of the Lava Earth Dragon far exceeds theirs. Even if Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli join forces, they will never be able to kill the Lava Earth Dragon. Only by combining the strength of 2 people can they resist the attack of the Lava Dragon. The next moment, Jiang Jun used the Phantom Kick to stomp away the magma, instantly unleashing a superposition of power. The man is here in 15 minutes. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out from Jiang Jun, making him shiver violently as if he was sprinting for a few seconds. The whole person suddenly pushed forward. The health value increased from 14240 to 25690, which is slightly stronger than the lava dragon. The cells in the body turned into large cells again, and the realm was also raised from the early stage of the refining organs realm to the middle stage of the refining organs realm. At this moment, Jiang Jun may feel that he can smash the lava dragon's eggs with one punch. Lava Earth Dragon, I am a female, not a male. You can't beat me to death, you can only stab me. Jiang Jun, so fight. Sugar. Seeing that the magma could not hit Jiang Jun, the lava dragon kicked its 4 legs hard and pounced towards Jiang Jun. He opened his mouth, revealed his 2 rows of serrated fangs, and bit down. The next moment, Jiang Jun stepped on the rocky ground and jumped up. While dodging the attack of the lava dragon, he flipped in the air and used the Feiyan sword technique while holding Long Yuan. A sword move that falls from the sky. Stab at the lava dragon's eyes. The lava dragon's head tilted, and Long Yuan stabbed into the lava dragon's scales. Make a clang sound. Then the lava dragon shook its head, and Zhang Jun fell to the ground. At this time, a rotten-toothed rat demon actually wanted to sneak attack Zhang Jun, and suddenly pounced on him and bit Zhang Jun. Facing these little karami, Zhang Jun directly used the collapsing mountain fist and punched the rotten-toothed rat demon's head. Bang! The rotten-toothed rat demon was knocked directly to the ground, dying. The lava earth dragon took the opportunity to use its earthshock skill, smashing the ground with its forelimbs, causing an earthquake wave with a radius of 10 meters. Fortunately, with the Eye of Insight, Zhang Jun had already seen the lava dragon's intention. He instantly jumped up to avoid the earthquake wave and performed a phantom kick in the air. He kicked the lava dragon, and this kick directly knocked it over. Just when Zhang Jun was about to press on with his victory, the lava earth dragon instantly used his skill, Crypt Assault. Drill into the ground instantly. When Zhang Jun landed on the ground, 2 more rotten-toothed rat demons pounced on him. He bit Zhang Jun madly with his poisonous front teeth. Zhang Jun directly used the Feiyan sword technique, and Long Yuan passed through the air, separating the heads of the 2 rotten-toothed rat monsters from their bodies. At this moment, a lava dragon broke out of the ground 3 feet under Zhang Jun's feet. Use head spurs. Stab Zhang Jun. Chapter 113, What kind of woman is she and why is hers so big? Zhang Jun used the phantom kick again to dodge and create distance between himself and the lava dragon. Ouch! The lava dragon roared. He used the earth breath technique again, spewing hot magma from his mouth straight towards Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun was waiting for this moment. When the lava dragon spews out earth veins, its mouth will be stiff for 3 seconds and it cannot close its mouth. Originally, I thought Zhang Jun was going to keep his distance, but suddenly Zhang Jun stopped and rushed towards the erupting magma at an extremely fast speed. Just as the lava was about to fall on Zhang Jun twisted his feet and made a gorgeous turn. While dodging the lava, head straight for the lava dragon. When the lava dragon's mouth couldn't close, Long Yuan suddenly stabbed in from its mouth. With one sword, he tore the lava dragon's throat directly and stirred it a few times inside. Then he stomped the ground, drew his sword and left. Ouch! The lava dragon roared, blood spurted out of its mouth, and it also spat out a few pieces of meat. The next moment, the lava earth dragon wanted to perform a crypt raid and drill into the ground in an instant. However, this time he definitely didn't want to launch a surprise attack, but rather wanted to escape. This lava earth dragon has the blood of ancient earth dragons, and there must be a crystal core in its body. How could Zhang Jun let it go? Just when the lava dragon was about to plunge into the ground, Zhang Jun stood in front of it and used the mountain collapse fist. Keep moving forward. Punch the lava dragon's head and interrupt its skills. Then, punch after punch hit the lava dragon's head, and hit the same scale armor. Crack! Finally, the scales were smashed. Zhang Jun's last punch knocked out the lava dragon's brains. At this time, there are still 5 minutes for the power to overlap. Seeing this, the remaining rotten-toothed rat monsters fled. Zhang Jun narrowed his eyes. How could he let these little karamis go? The next moment, he used all his strength to perform the phantom kick and chased after the escaping rotten-toothed rat demon. 1 punch each. Finally killed all the rot-toothed rat monsters. At this moment, the power superposition time was up and Zhang Jun withdrew from the power superposition. Zhang Jun released Lin Qingli from the puppet space as soon as possible. Dad! Lin Qingli suddenly threw herself into Zhang Jun's arms and hugged him tightly. Moreover, he clearly felt that Lin Qingli's body was trembling. From all indications, Lin Qingli still retained the memory of being received into the puppet space. She was worried about Zhang Jun and afraid of losing him, so when she saw Zhang Jun, she threw herself into his arms. Zhang Jun reached out and rubbed Lin Qingli's head, feeling Lin Qingli's love for him. His heart is full of doting on Lin Qingli. Next, Zhang Jun took out a crystal core from the lava dragon's brain. Then put the lava earth dragon and all the rot-toothed rat monsters into the puppet space. Combined with the monsters taken away by the Xingyan secret realm, AIN would probably be shocked this time. I peed. After doing all this, Zhang Jun can finally take a break. For some reason, I always feel that Lin Qingli is more clingy than before. Suddenly, Zhang Jun had an idea to reward Lin Qingli. After all, this hunter open wasted a lot of time he and Lin Qingli spent together. Think of this. Just do it if you want to. The next moment, Jiang Jun took Lin Qingli's hand, and the two walked into the cave formed by the lava dragon drilling into the ground. Soon, the sound of horses neighing was heard in the cave. Whoa! Drive! Clark! Clark! After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Jun brought Lin Qingli out of the cave. Jiang Jun looked up into the depths of the city and saw a steep stone staircase carved along the highest point of the mountain. A platform is faintly visible at the end of the stone steps. Let's go over there and take a look. The two continued walking deeper into the city. I don't know if it was luck, but Jiang Jun was actually outside some of the nearby houses. Found several fire heart lotus and red marrow grass. Moreover, these fire heart lotus and red marrow grass are of very high age, estimated to be more than 1,000 years. This was also the first time that Jiang Jun found a magical medicine in the secret realm. Soon, Jiang Jun noticed it. From its layout, this city does not look like an ordinary city, but more like a sacrificial site. When the two came to the steep stone steps, they climbed up carefully. The higher you go, the more solemn the air becomes. The rock walls on both sides of the stone steps are engraved with ancient runes, which flicker with a faint golden light. Fortunately, these runes have no offensive effect, otherwise Jiang Jun would have to go through a lot of trouble to pass them. When they stepped onto the platform, a huge altar appeared before their eyes. The altar was carved from a whole piece of rock. It is round in shape with a diameter of about 30 meters. The surface of the altar is engraved with complex patterns. The lines are covered with dust, but you can still see the exquisiteness of the past. In the center of the altar, there stands a huge bronze coffin. It was completely different from the rectangular bronze coffin that Jiang Jun had taken away from the ancient city in the Lezay secret realm. This bronze coffin is almost square, with a side length of about 10 meters. The surface of the coffin is carved with dense animal face patterns. The pattern is inlaid with some dark red gems. Although the gems are covered with dust, they still emit a strange luster. Jiang Jun walked forward and reached out to brush away the dust on the coffin lid, feeling the cold touch of bronze. He could clearly feel that this bronze coffin contained the same power as the previous one. Now that the cooling time of the overlapping power has passed, Jiang Jun can be a man for another 15 minutes. Jiang Jun decided to use his strongest strength as a man to open the bronze coffin and see what was inside. In an instant, Jiang Jun activated the power superposition again. 15 minutes later, the man is here again. Jiang Jun roared. Lin Qingli. A look of astonishment. The next moment, Jiang Jun once again felt the process of cells turning into large cells. Coconut tree. This made Jiang Jun groan unconsciously. At this moment, he felt that he could beat Lin Qingli to death. Jiang Jun suddenly exhaled a breath of foul air, looked at the bronze coffin, and grinned. Then he used the collapsing mountain fist towards the edge of the bronze coffin lid. He threw a punch. Moved the bronze coffin lid slightly. Jiang Jun's second punch had already hit it. Punch after punch. Finally, when the power accumulation countdown lasted only 10 minutes, Jiang Jun jumped onto the square bronze coffin and looked inside. A bone-infused melon? This was Jiang Jun's first feeling. At this moment, a huge toe with flesh and blood was lying quietly in the bronze coffin. And at first glance, it's a woman's toes. Seeing this huge toe reminded Jiang Jun of the huge index finger. Then, think of that hole. It's too big. Which man can control it? If it were Jiang Jun, he would probably have to put on a set of diving equipment or drive a small submarine directly in. The next moment, the sound of a bucket came from Jiang Jun's mind. Materials suitable for puppet making have been detected. Host, please possess them at all costs. Name, Emperor Henrun. Physique, Emperor-S appearance. Identity, Emperor. Realm, Imperial Realm. Chi and blood value, beyond the calculated range. Martial arts, transcends all supernatural powers. Skill, transcend all magical powers. Jiang Jun, Omega. It's Emperor Run again. What kind of woman is this? Why is her breast so big? Chapter 114, Emperor Henrun is made into a puppet, and horsemanship is trained under the state of superimposed power. Just when Jiang Jun was imagining the appearance of Emperor Henrun, the bronze coffin lid suddenly slammed shut as if pulled by a force. Jiang Jun reacted and jumped down from the bronze coffin lid. Boom! The bronze coffin lid was completely closed. This time Jiang Jun didn't ask Tonzi, but directly put his hands on the square bronze coffin. Receive. The next moment, Jiang Jun took the square bronze coffin and the huge toe into the puppet space. At this time, Jiang Jun was a little excited. If we collect the other parts of Emperor Henron, can we make her into a puppet? Yes, as long as the host collects enough materials and has enough matching points, he can make the corpse of Emperor Henron into a puppet. As if hearing Jiang Jun's thoughts, the bucket responded automatically. Jiang Jun. Really? If that's the case, Jiang Jun must try driving a submarine in to see what it feels like. At this time, there are still 8 minutes left before exiting the power superposition state. Jiang Jun felt itchy in his heart because of Emperor Henron, and he looked at Lin Qingli and suddenly had a new idea. I just wonder how strong he will be after all his powers are combined. Just do it if you want to. In an instant, with just one instruction from Jiang Jun, Lin Qingli had already skillfully tied her hair into 2 ponytails in the shortest time. Soon, the sound of thousands of horses galloping was heard. Moreover, the earth was shaking and the horses were neighing continuously. Ouch! Ah! It was not until 8 minutes later, when the power superposition state was exited, that the sound of horse hooves gradually faded away. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Jun fell on the horse's back, gasping for breath. It seems that next time, I can try to use the power stacking throughout the whole process, otherwise Jiang Jun will be exhausted due to lack of stamina. After a short pause, Jiang Jun took Lin Qingli back the same way, intending to exit the alien space. Outside the barrier, Su Shang and some members of the Tsanglong hunting group had been guarding for 2 days, but Jiang Jun did not come out. Bai Xiaoxiao's team also had less worries, as they just fixed the camera to broadcast the barrier live without moving. The ratings of China Star TV have increased instead of decreased. The later the episodes are, the more people watch them. They all wanted to see if Jiang Jun could get out. Will Jiang Jun, who broke all the records of the Warrior College entrance examination and Hunter Open, become a legend that everyone will miss? Even though Su Sheng didn't believe that Jiang Jun would die in the alien space, he had to make a decision for his promise. He promised that if Jiang Jun didn't come out in 2 days, they would leave. Definitely not to fart. Of course, he didn't have the courage to take these people into the alien space to look for Jiang Jun. Because these are people with families. Everything they do is for their family, for their wives, daughters, sons, elderly mothers, and so on. 2 days are up, you all should go back. I've decided to enter the alternate dimension to look for Jiang Jun. If I don't come out, I'll give my share of the Hunter Open prize money to my daughter. As for Jiang Jun and Lin Bingbing's share, it will be given to Jiang Jun's father, Jiang Ping'an, the owner of Yangxiang Crematorium. Brother Su, will go in with you. Yes, let's go in and leave the brothers outside. We came in together, and we must leave together. Hearing these words from his brothers, Su Shang was moved. We must not let them risk their lives and follow him in. You're talking nonsense. Get back here. Who are you looking down on? As Su Shang spoke, he kicked the person next to him twice. The cameraman adjusted the lens without any reminder from the pen. All conversations between Su Shang and the members of the Tsanglong hunting group were broadcast live. At this time, in Tianyuan City, on a pedestrian street, a girl in a junior high school uniform was watching the live broadcast of China Star TV on her mobile phone. 2 lines of tears slid down his eyes unconsciously, and then he muttered to himself. Dad, you go, I can take care of myself. You will always be my hero. Whether it's for your family or your friends, you always treat them with sincerity. I'm so proud of you. In the end, after being scolded by Su Shang, several members of the Tsanglong hunting group fell silent. Su Shang gritted his teeth and was about to step into the barrier when Jiang Jun brought Lin Qingli out of the barrier. The moment he saw Jiang Jun, Su Shang burst into tears and tears fell down. Jiang Jun, you're back all right? Jiang Jun was bewildered. What could happen to him? And you, why are you so sad as if your uncle has died? As soon as Bai Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Jun come out, she was no longer sleepy. Holding the microphone, he followed the camera to Jiang Jun. Congratulations to our national martial arts champion for returning triumphantly. I wonder what you saw and encountered there. Could you share it with our audience? Jiang Jun looked at Bai Xiaoxiao and grinned. Dear viewers, as witnesses, I reserve the right to sue Huaxia Xingmong TV. If the staff of China Star TV intervene as a third party again, I will have the Hunter Guild file a lawsuit immediately. Bai Xiaoxiao, oh. Well, she failed. Brother Su, let's go and talk outside. Hearing this, Su Shang nodded, and then he led the other members of the Tsanglong hunting group and followed Zhang Jun out of the secret passage, leaving by Xiao Xiao and her filming team in the secret realm. Messy in the wind. When Zhang Jun and all the people who had entered the secret passage retreated, 2 brigades of the demon-suppressing army also arrived at the cave smoothly. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, the 2 brigade commanders immediately came up to him and saluted him. Brigade Commander Kohauchi of the Demon Suppression Army's Jingjia Division has arrived to report. May I ask what instructions you may have? Brigade Commander Ren Yuebin of the Demon Suppression Army's Jingjia Division has arrived to report. May I ask what instructions you may have? Brigade Commander Ren Yuebin of the Demon Suppression Army's Jingjia Division has arrived to report. May I ask what instructions you may have? Not to mention that others were a little surprised, even Zhang Jun looked confused. Logically, they should not know their identity as the Demon Suppressing Army. What is the reason? At this time, Kohauchi whispered, General Gong is in the highest command hall of the fortress, waiting for young Master Jiang to return. Hearing this, Zhang Jun understood what was going on. It turned out that his chief father had come. Zhang Jun nodded and said, please help us escort the 10,000 skeletons of the 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army out. When the 2 brigade commanders received the tasks from Kong Zhengda and Gui Jiancheng, they specifically asked them to be respectful to Zhang Jun. It is said that General Gong treats Zhang Jun as his own son, and if they disrespect Zhang Jun, it is equivalent to disrespecting General Gong. At first, both of them were a little skeptical, but after hearing what Zhang Jun said, suddenly, they understood that they were indeed one family and had different opinions. The tasks they mentioned were actually the same, which represented everything. In this way, with the assistance of the 2 brigades of the demon-suppressing army, they quickly traveled back and forth, came out from the bottom of the lake, and headed towards the exit of the Xingyan secret realm. Just as they were approaching the fortress of Xingyan secret realm, Gong Pengtian had already led everyone from Xingyan secret realm out of the fortress. Come to the secret realm and wait for the hero's return. Chapter 115. Send the hero home and let Gong Shuitao wash and dry and wait for him. In the open space in front of the Xingyan secret realm fortress, Gong Pengtian stood at the front, and Kong Zhengda and Gui Jiancheng stood 2 steps back. Behind them were all the demon-suppressing soldiers of the Xingyan secret realm. The crisp sound of armor colliding at this moment actually revealed a silent oppression. The Tsanglong hunting group and 2 brigades of demon-suppressing troops returned with the skeletons of 10,000 demon-suppressing troops from the 74th Division. Following behind was the filming crew of China Star TV, which broadcast this exciting scene live. Everyone in the Grey Wolf hunting group looked towards the fortress, their eyes filled with awe and an unspeakable heaviness. Gong Pengtian and the demon-suppressing soldiers came closer. Zhang Jun took a step forward, his voice hoarse but firm. General Gong, the 74th Division of the Demon Suppression Army, we've brought back 10,000 heroic souls. He looked along the path that the members of the Tsanglong hunting group had left by turning sideways. Neatly arranged stretchers made of dark wood and covered with white cloth stretched as far as the eye could see. On each stretcher were placed the remains of soldiers from the 74th Division's demon-suppressing army. Even if only fragments of bones were left, they were carefully stored in special wooden boxes with their numbers and names labeled on them. Those are 10,000 lives, heroes who used their flesh and blood to protect the secret realm. Gong Pengtian slowly raised his hand and gave the most standard military salute to the silent queue, to the Tsanglong hunting group, and to the demon-suppressing army soldiers behind him who also had red eyes. The wind swept across the wasteland, carrying the roar of monsters in the distance, but it could not cover up the sobs in the air at this moment. Thank you. Gong Pengtian only said 2 words, but it was enough to make the huge stone in everyone's heart tremble slightly. Brothers of the 74th Division, we're home. The demon-suppressing soldiers behind Gong Pengtian stepped forward in an orderly manner and took over the stretcher and wooden box behind them. Bring them back to the fortress first, and then fulfill their wishes and bring them back home. The audience watching on China Star TV were all crying silently at this moment. The forum of China Star TV was flooded with messages. May the 10,000 demon-suppressing soldiers of the 74th Division rest in peace. You are eternal heroes. May the 10,000 demon-suppressing soldiers of the 74th Division rest in peace. You are eternal heroes. May the 10,000 demon-suppressing soldiers of the 74th Division rest in peace. You are eternal heroes. Although the Hunter Open has not yet ended, the points of the Grey Wolf hunting group are enough to reach the top and win the championship. At this time, the members of the Grey Wolf hunting group also returned home, just waiting for the Hunter Open to end and collect the prize money. Of course, many people still came to Jiang Jun to say thank you when they left. After all, this time that Songlong hunting group was able to win first place in the Hunter Open tournament. All thanks to Jiang Jun. You guys go back too. Gong Pengtian waved to Gui Jiancheng and Kong Zhengde behind him. The two of them only let the remaining demon-suppressing soldiers behind them leave, but they followed Gong Pengtian. Everyone left, but Su Shang still stood with Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli. Seeing Gong Pengtian approaching, Su Shang was somewhat nervous. After all, the other party was a general. On ordinary days, it is definitely not easy for him to see her. General, be careful, the road here is not easy to walk on. Seeing this, Jiang Jun immediately went over to support Gong Pengtian. Hearing this, Gong Pengtian frowned. There are no outsiders here, you. Dad. The word dad was so sweet that it touched Gong Pengtian's heart. He immediately showed a kind smile. Good. Wei Jiancheng and Kong Zhengde already knew about the relationship between the two, so they didn't react much. But Su Shang didn't know. Suddenly, Su Shang was stunned. Isn't Jiang Jun's father Jiang Pingan? How did he become General Gong? If Jiang Pingan marries Gong Pengtian, will Jiang Jun naturally become Gong Pengtian's son? Thinking of this, Su Shang almost wanted to hit himself with a slipper. Only he could come up with such a ridiculous relationship. Let's go back. And take her with you. By the way, is she my daughter or granddaughter? This time Jiang Jun was dumbfounded. However, he quickly remembered that Lin Qingli's address to him might have caused Gong Pengtian to misunderstand. Dad, let's talk about this slowly when we get back. Gong Pengtian nodded, yeah. In this way, Jiang Jun and Lin Qingli helped Gong Pengtian back to the fortress, and Gui Jiancheng and Kong Zhengde followed behind them as bodyguards. Only Su Shang was left standing there in a mess in the wind. Following Gong Pengtian back to the highest command hall of the fortress, Gui Jiancheng and Kong Zhengde tactfully did not follow in. Jiang Jun, you did a great job this time. I will report you. Once you complete this purge plan, you'll be awarded extra points. Then you'll see if you can be promoted to colonel. Gong Pengtian praised Jiang Jun as soon as he came up and also painted a big rosy picture for Jiang Jun. It doesn't look like Gong Pengtian is joking. Of course, with his skills, he might really be able to become a colonel. But Jiang Jun is not interested in these things. He just wants to work hard to kill monsters and level up to improve himself. And help Jiang Pingan become a warrior again and restore his confidence. Dad, I actually learned all this from you. I want to be a great general admired by everyone like you. Although Jiang Jun is not interested, the emotional value should still be given to Zhu Gong Pengtian. No matter what, he is Gong Shuidao's father. At this time, Gong Pengtiankai looked at Lin Qingli and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" Dad, she is also my woman, but Shu Weitao is the principal wife, and all other women from now on can only be concubines. Hearing this, Gong Pengtian patted Jiang Jun on the shoulder, which scared Jiang Jun. I'm glad you think this way. As long as you don't disappoint Shu Weitao, it's fine. For a man, having 3 wives and 4 concubines is normal. Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this cheap dad was so reasonable. You are Lin Bingbing, right? From now on, you and Shu Weitao will take good care of Juner, okay? Under Jiang Jun's control, Lin Qingli nodded, Dad, don't worry, I will work hard with my sister. When Gong Pengtian heard Lin Qingli call him Dad, he trembled again. Ah, okay. Gong Pengtian laughed out loud, he didn't expect to have another daughter. Okay, go back and find Shu Weitao as soon as possible. I think she must be worried sick. Jiang Jun nodded, Dad, I'll leave first. You can call Shu Weitao when you have time. Let's have a meal together as a family. When it comes to emotional value, Jiang Jun has a firm grasp of it. At this moment, Gong Pengtian's whole face turned into a chrysanthemum and he couldn't even close his mouth. Then he asked Shen Mingxu to send Jiang Jun back by military helicopter. The destination is directly to Gong Shuidao's house. It's not easy for him to be a father. When a military helicopter landed on the rooftop of a building in Tianyuan City. At this time, night fell. Following Chen Mingxu's instructions, Jiang Jun went straight to Gong Shuidao's house. At this time, even Gong Shuidao already knew of Lin Qingli's existence. But as long as Gong Shuidao didn't tell him about this kind of thing, he wouldn't take the initiative to bring Lin Qingli to meet Gong Shuidao. When they reached a deserted place, Jiang Jun put Lin Qingli into the puppet space and then muttered to himself. Should I give Shu Weitao a surprise, or should I let her wash and dry herself and wait for me? Chapter 116. Gong Shueitao dreamed of eating bamboo shoots all night and being chased and butted by a yellow ox. In the end, Jiang Jun decided to give Gong Shuitao a surprise, since he had to wash it anyway. Soon, Jiang Jun arrived outside Gong Shuitao's house and rang the doorbell. He even avoided the peephole on purpose, and when Gong Shuitao opened the door and came out, he directly hugged her in his arms. I guess Gong Shueitao would scream and then lie in his arms like a kitten, waiting for Jiang Jun to feed. Imagine someone like Aunt Gong Shueitao, like a neighbor's little sister in his arms. Jiang Jun looked so accomplished. After waiting for a while, Gong Shueitao didn't come out. Jiang Jun pressed the doorbell twice again, but after a while Gong Shueitao didn't come to open the door. The last time he rang the doorbell, he was standing at the peephole. He guessed that Gong Shueitao would definitely open the door when she saw him. After a while, Jiang Jun didn't see the door open, so he started knocking on it. But still no one opened the door. This made Jiang Jun feel strange. After all, Gong Shueitao would definitely not go out at this time. So Jiang Jun took out his phone and made a call. The phone kept ringing, but Gong Shueitao didn't answer it. Jiang Jun finally got anxious. He remembered Gong Shueitao saying that if she was not there, Jiang Jun could use the spare key to open the door. The next moment, Jiang Jun looked at the incense burner hanging on the wall. I picked up the incense burner and found a key underneath it. Then, Jiang Jun opened the door and a strong aroma of wine came out. Did Shueitao drink? In an instant, Jiang Jun stepped in and walked towards the hall. The TV was still on, broadcasting The Hunter Open live from China Star TV, while Gong Shueitao was lying on the small table in front of the sofa. There were many empty wine bottles on the small table, and there was also a broken wine bottle with fragments scattered all over the floor. Seeing this scene, Jiang Jun knew that Gong Shueitao must be worried about him. When I'm really worried, I numb myself with alcohol. Alas, he is such an incompetent husband. Shueitao, wake up, I'm Jiang Jun, I'm back. Seeing that Gong Shueitao didn't react, Jiang Jun felt more guilty. It seems that if anything happens in the future, I should first explain it clearly to Gong Shueitao to give her peace of mind. To prevent her from having wild thoughts and numb herself with alcohol. Jiang Jun decided that he must take good care of her in the future, otherwise he would be sorry for Gong Shueitao's deep love. At this moment, Gong Shueitao slowly woke up. When I saw Jiang Jun, I thought I was dreaming. Hubby, you are so nice. I didn't expect to dream about you. Why, husband, if you are. The next moment, Gong Shueitao acted like a drunk, pulled Jiang Jun, and pushed him down on the sofa. Then she threw herself at Jiang Jun and fell into his arms. He fell asleep again. Then, she had a very long dream in which she was with Jiang Jun. They had a son and a daughter. The son is as handsome as Jiang Jun, and the daughter is as beautiful as her. The family of 4 lived happily together until the 2 of them grew old together. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight came through the curtains, it fell on Gong Shueitao's face. Gong Shueitao slowly woke up with a faint smile on her face. She felt like there was something pressing on her chest. Then, he pinched it a few more times. Gong Shueitao glanced to the side and saw a handsome face in front of him. Suddenly, Gong Shueitao was stunned. It turned out that she was not dreaming yesterday. Jiang Jun really came back. Thinking of yesterday's dream, Gong Shueitao's face turned as red as a peach. She seemed to remember being drunk yesterday. That's not the point. The point is that she forgot to drain the pig intestines in the kitchen, so they must be smelly now. And if there is no water, there will definitely be debris inside. Thinking of this, Gong Shueitao was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, Didiwei would have fallen. While she was cleaning, she also used the pig intestines she bought from the kitchen to clear the water. Thinking of this, Gong Shueitao decided not to disturb Jiang Jun, and then secretly drained the pig intestines, hoping that they could still be used. Just as Gong Shueitao was about to get up, a big hand pinched her arm. Shueitao, where do you want to go? I'm going to take a shower. Okay. After saying that, Jiang Jun got up from the bed and walked towards the bathroom holding Gong Shueitao. The 2 came out of the bathroom, and Gong Shueitao walked towards the kitchen with an unsteady gait. I saw that the box of newly bought Hujihuai traditional peanut oil was half gone again. It seems I have to go out and buy 2 more boxes today. Otherwise, if you don't add more oil to the stir-fry, the dish will not taste good. Especially the stir-fried pig intestines, there was not enough oil and the pig intestines were fried dry. Every time Gong Shueitao moved slightly, he felt waves of stinging pain. Alas, I can only let the pig intestines suffer. Just then, Gong Shueitao's phone rang. Jiang Jun, please help me find out who is calling me. At this time, Jiang Jun was sitting on the sofa watching TV with his legs crossed. You act like you don't know how good your aunt is. Hearing this, Jiang Jun picked up the phone on the small table in front and was stunned when he saw the caller ID. Shu Weitao, the caller ID shows Lao Deng. Do you want me to? Before Jiang Jun could finish his words, Gong Shutao rushed over and took the phone. Jiang Jun, don't make any noise for a while. This Lao Deng is my dad, and he doesn't even know our relationship. After saying that, Gong Shutao answered the phone. Dad, you called me so early this morning, what's the matter? I'm fine, so I can't call you? On the other end of the phone, Gong Pengtian was talking on the phone, while Chen Mingxiu stood respectfully beside him. He had just brought Jiang Jun to Tianyuan City and went straight to Gong Shuidao's house, and then the two of them stayed at home for another night. Report everything clearly to Gong Pengtian. So Gong Pengtian suddenly had an idea and called Gong Shuitao to test the waters. When does Gong Shutao plan to tell him about her relationship with Jiang Jun? Then he can recognize Jiang Jun legitimately. By the way, you're not young anymore. It's time to find someone. Dad can cling to you and have grandchildren. Dad, what did you say? Am I very old? Dad, if I met a man who was much younger than me, would you be okay with that? After Gong Shuidao finished speaking, she looked at Jiang Jun, feeling filled with happiness. She knew that Gong Pengtian was a very conservative person and might not accept her being with Jiang Jun. She had already made up her mind that if Gong Pengtian wanted to separate her and Jiang Jun, she would break off all ties with him. There was no sound from the other end of the phone for a long time, which made Gong Shutao a little nervous. In fact, after hearing what Gong Shuidao said, Gong Pengtian couldn't hold back his tears. Chen Mingxiu immediately grabbed a tissue for Gong Pengtian. Gong Pengtian was taking off his reading glasses and wiping the horse urine. Chen Mingxiu also looked at him with sympathy. The cabbages that I worked so hard to grow were fed to pigs. You can imagine how I feel. Chapter 117. Brother, you are awesome, it's like rain after a long drought. As long as you like him, it's fine. If you find a suitable partner, bring him to see Dad and I'll check him out for you. I understand, Dad, thank you for your tolerance. After saying this, Gong Shuidao's eyes also turned red. She knew that Gong Pengtian was worried about her happiness. Then I'll hang up. Seeing Gong Pengtian laughing, Chen Mingxiu was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't this make him sad? If he had a daughter and she cried all night because of being beaten, he would definitely have sex with that man. It was also the first time he saw a father who was very happy after knowing that someone had beaten his daughter and made her cry all night. After hanging up the phone, Gong Shuitao blushed shyly. Hubby, if our dad wants to see you, would you go meet him? My dad is a very difficult person to get along with. Jiang Jun. That's not right, our dad is very easy to get along with. Why is he so difficult to get along with? The next moment, Jiang Jun smiled calmly. If you want to take me to meet your father, then let's go and meet him. After all, we need the blessings of our elders, right? In an instant, Gong Shuitao seemed to have thought of something, and he hesitated, not finishing a sentence. Then, when will you take me to see your dad? Jiang Jun smiled. It's not like you don't know my dad, it's not like you haven't seen him before. I didn't mean that. I won't tell you anymore. Just as Gong Shutao was about to leave, Jiang Jun pulled her and made her sit on him. I noticed that Jiang Jun's fist was hard again. Gong Shuitao's eyes tightened. Let's have breakfast first. I'll eat sausage later. If you want pig intestines, I'll make them for you in the evening, okay? Jiang Jun nodded. Seeing that Gong Shutao couldn't even walk properly, he could only eat sausages for breakfast and pig intestines at night. Gong Shuitao stood up and walked towards the kitchen, but after taking 2 steps, she turned back and asked, Husband, does your father dislike me because I'm too old? No, my dad always listens to me. If I like it, he likes it. After hearing Jiang Jun's words, Gong Shuitao instantly became so sweet that she almost burst into tears. Then, go and make breakfast happily. Breakfast was ready, and Jiang Jun ate it while Yuma Zotaume ate the sausage deliciously. From time to time, Jiang Jun would rub Gong Shuitao's head. The breakfast made by Gong Shuitao was really good, and she looked super cute when eating sausages. Budding. Just like pufferfish. After finishing breakfast and waiting for Gong Shutao to finish eating the sausage, Jiang Jun came out of Gong Shutao's house. Jiang Jun took a taxi and arrived a few blocks away from the Hunters Guild. Sitting in the Audi A8, Zhang Jun started the car and headed towards the Warrior Commercial Street. Zhang Jun planned to sell all the materials he obtained as soon as possible. Soon, Zhang Jun arrived at Balian Wanling Pavilion. When AIN saw Zhang Jun appear, he was also stunned for a moment. AIN also watched the live broadcast of China Star TV and learned that Zhang Jun participated in the Hunters Conference. And it was fierce in the Hunter Open. But just when Zhang Jun was broadcasting the news of him taking the 74th Division of the Demon-Suppressing Army home, a guest arrived. So, she didn't know that Zhang Jun was back. "Brother, why are you here if you're not participating in the Hunter Open?" AIN was very excited. Zhang Jun's appearance meant that there would be a large number of monster corpses. After all, Zhang Jun and his young wife killed many monsters in the Xingyin secret realm. Zhang Jun smiled and said, "With our team's points, winning first place in the Hunter Open is a sure thing, so we're withdrawing from the competition early." "Brother, you're awesome." After saying this, AIN clasped his hands together in front of his chest and acted like a young girl worshipping someone in his 40s. Still has a unique flavor. It's a pity that AIN doesn't have a special physique, otherwise Zhang Jun would still be willing to give her 2 spoonfuls. The next moment, Zhang Jun habitually reached out and rubbed AI's head twice. "AI. Where am I and who am I?" At this time, AIN, who was experienced in business and had a smooth and sweet tongue, was dumbfounded. "Sister, let's go inside." After hearing Zhang Jun's words, AIN came back to his senses and covered his mouth with his hands and smiled. "Then come with me, brother." The next moment, AIN couldn't wait any longer. She twisted her body and walked inside with Zhang Jun. Soon, the two walked inside through the shop. Coming to the processing plant at the back, we found that it had expanded a lot during this period and had more cutting equipment. It seems that AIN has made a lot of money. "Sister, I brought a lot of food this time. You may not be able to finish it all at once. Of course, if you give me some money first, I can give you all the goods and wait for you to cash in the goods later. Let's settle the bill together. What do you think, sister?" Hearing this, AIN became excited and spoke incoherently. "Okay, from now on you are my dear brother, my dear brother." Zhang Jun, oh. Seeing AI's appearance, he said bang, without a doubt. AIN would not hesitate, and his legs would go weak. The next moment, Zhang Jun took out nearly 2,000 monsters, and AI Wei peed his pants. It was unknown how long it took before AIN found a dozen nano space bracelets and finally packed up the 2,000 monsters. "Brother, you are such a monster, I can only estimate a price with you. How about this? I'll give you 880 million. What do you think?" AIN also has to process the monster materials before he can sell them. This price is not low. Besides, last time AIN sold him the precious grade Long Yuan as an exquisite grade one. In the end, Zhang Jun smiled and agreed. "Sister, do you want to take the spiritual medicine? I have a few spiritual medicines on hand. If you want them, I will give them all to you." Upon hearing this, AI Wei was able to fit 2 eggs into his mouth. "Really? I want it. Give it to me." Seeing AIN's anxious look, Zhang Jun could only try his best to go against his principles as a man. For the first time, he took out a few fire heart lotus and red marrowgrass from the puppet space so quickly. "How much do you think these fire heart lotus and red marrowgrass are worth?" AIN took the 4 fire heart lotuses and 5 red marrowgrasses and carefully identified them. This is definitely fire heart lotus and red marrowgrass, but she can't be sure of the year. Because elixirs are generally priced based on their rarity and age. Although AIN does all kinds of profitable businesses, her main business is processing monster materials. She only has a basic understanding of spiritual medicine. "Brother, I'll be frank. I can't tell the age of these spiritual herbs. Let's put it this way. I'll take you to see a close friend. Maybe she can tell the age of these spiritual herbs, and then I'll give you a price. How about that?" Zhang Jun nodded. "Wait a minute, I'll get something." After saying that, AIN went to get a black bag and put some things in it. Then he and Zhang Jun walked out of the store and headed towards the end of the Warrior Commercial Street, which was still a side alley. Chapter 118 Holy Body of Hahuan, an interesting woman. Soon, they stopped at a shop with the name Xianqiaoju written on it. "Our bestie specializes in the spiritual medicine business, let's go in." When the two entered the store, they could see that the glass cabinets on the floor and the glass cabinets embedded in the wall were filled with various spiritual medicines. These elixirs are all marked with their names, years, and prices. Moreover, all the elixirs are well preserved. At this time, a woman was wearing headphones covering her ears and her head was resting on the desk, looking at the phone lying horizontally in front of the stand. A look of fascination. Maybe the headphones were of good quality or were turned up very loud. When Jiang Jun and Ain heard the sound coming from the headphones, I was also stunned for a moment. This sound is a bit creepy and makes your heart beat faster. The two men came in front of the woman, who was completely unaware and kept showing a sweet smile from time to time. Seeing the woman's appearance, Ain felt very disappointed and thought it was shameful to have such a best friend. Mais gu gao joie. How many times have I told you that you can only pursue this hobby at home? I came here last month, and the elixirs in your store didn't move. Now I come here, and the elixirs in your store don't move either. Is this how you run your business? After saying that, Ain slapped the table. Maybe he slapped it a little too hard, and the phone fell onto the table while it was lying on the stand. Jiang Jun looked at the screen on his phone and was stunned. An art film about everyday life? The next moment, Megu Gaoshua seemed a little angry and raised his head suddenly. Then slowly stand up. Seeing Megu Gaoshua's expression, Jiang Juanji shouted good. It turned out to be a swollen version of Sakai hair. She has delicate features, a small and exquisite face, and a pair of clear and bright eyes. Her skin is fair and tender, as smooth as snow, and her sweet smile is very contagious, making people feel full of youthful vitality. There is a bit of wisdom and gentleness in her eyes, perfectly showing the charming charm of maturity. Her body proportions are relatively harmonious, with a slender waist and long legs, and the overall lines are smooth, showing a light and graceful beauty. Look at the huge fist in her hand. As for what clothes you wear, there is no need to care. Anyway, this kind of woman looks equally good no matter what she wears or what she doesn't wear. The next moment, Megu Gaoshua raised his hand and slapped the table again. In an instant, Jiang Jun's eyes seemed to tilt, then turn upside down, and then fall again. Is this free to watch? Suddenly, Jiang Jun sighed that the world was so beautiful. At this moment, a light curtain popped up in front of Jiang Jun. Name, Mei Bo Lam. Constitution, Holy Body of Joy. Identity, owner of Xiankaju, warrior. Realm, middle stage of Tongmai realm. Qi and blood value, 2,800. Martial arts, bewitching palm, joyful finger, soul-stirring claw. Skill. Detected suitable puppet materials, please take advantage of them. Successful puppet creation will trigger a hidden quest. As long as the host and the puppet's intimacy increases, the Emperor's scripture will be obtained. The Emperor's Sutra can improve all martial arts and skills. As intimacy increases, the Emperor's Sutra will also be improved. The Emperor's scripture is upgraded, and all martial arts and skills are upgraded simultaneously. Jiang Jun, V. Are you going to kill me again? You don't have to kill it can only be a semi-finished puppet. If the host's intimacy with the semi-finished puppet is improved, you can obtain a downgraded version of the Emperor's scripture. The Emperor's Sutra can improve all martial arts. As intimacy increases, the Emperor's Sutra will also improve. However, the speed of improvement of a finished puppet is 10 times that of a semi-finished puppet. Please consider this carefully. Of course, the host can win by quantity, but it is still recommended to make them into puppets. Jiang Jun. After all, Tongzi still has to be killed. Just as Jiang Jun was communicating with Tongzi, Megu Gaoshua pointed at Ain, his eyes widening. Ain, what are you talking about? This is the only hobby I have. If I don't cultivate it when I'm young, do I have to wait until I'm old to cultivate it? It's all because of you. You all look old and ugly. Upon hearing this, Ai Wei also became angry. Now that Jiang Jun is here, Mei Gaoshua actually said such words in front of Jiang Jun. She is not old or ugly at all, she just stays up late too much, so her skin is a little bad. Ain pointed at the picture playing on the screen and said, "What do you think? You are much better than me. At least I don't have this hobby." Jiang Jun. No, can you please turn it off first? I'm still a kid. If you can find me a boyfriend, I'll obey you. But, looking at you like this, all men would be afraid of you. If you don't change, I don't think you'll ever get married in this lifetime. Whoever said I'm incompetent, I'll make you submit now. After saying that, Mei Gaoshua quickly walked up to Jiang Jun and put his arm around Jiang Jun. Handsome boy, let's go inside and show her what I can do. Jiang Jun was stunned. No, what do you mean by that? Let him go. Ain took Jiang Jun's other hand. Why should I let him go? Is he your boyfriend? I don't think so, so you should be the one to let him go. Why do you care if he's my boyfriend or not? But he's definitely not your boyfriend. Let him go immediately. Jiang Jun, oh. What do you mean? Okay, I'm not here to flirt with you, let's get down to business. Finally, Ain let go of Jiang Jun's arm. Meibo Lam was also added, and then he was a little unhappy and said something retorted. We can talk about business, but you haven't done what you promised me last time? For you. Ain directly threw the black plastic bag to Mei Gaochao. Mei Gu Gaoshua opened it, took out an SD card from it, and inserted it into the phone. We agreed. If this isn't the seat I want, I'll kick you out. After saying that, Mei Gaoshua played the video on the SD card in front of the two of them. All right. There was a huge fight going on inside, but no one treated him as an outsider, which made Jiang Jun happy. He didn't expect there was such an interesting woman, which really made him feel a little sorry. Let Mei Gu Gaoshua become a puppet. Come on, what's the matter with bringing a handsome guy here? Tell me quickly, I'm busy. Ain rolled his eyes, then took out the 4 fire heart lotuses and 5 red marrowgrasses and placed them on the table. Please check the years of these 4 fire heart lotuses and 5 red marrowgrasses so I can give my brother a fair price. Hearing this, Mei Gaoshua looked towards Jiang Jun fiercely. How old are you, handsome boy? Jiang Jun smiled faintly, just turned 18. Mei Gu Gaoshua glanced at Jiang Jun and muttered to himself. I think you're definitely more than 18. I'm guessing you're at least 20. Jiang Jun has no milk. In terms of feelings, Mei Gu Gaoshua is concerned about whether age is the key. But he is really 18 years old, he just looks like 20. However, judging from the look in Mei Gu Gaoshua's eyes, Jiang Jun knew what she was thinking. Chapter 119 Emperor Sutra, Can You Die For Me? After doubting and denying, Mei Gaoshua took out a magnifying glass as big as her own from a drawer of the table. Then he leaned over and looked carefully at every fire heart lotus and red marrowgrass on the table with a magnifying glass. Jiang Jun also watched carefully and compared which type Mei Gu Gaoshua belonged to. Finally, Jiang Jun came to a conclusion, that is, he found a balance between the huge pressure in moving forward with a heavy burden. Well, it's not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Ah! All of a sudden, Mei Gu Gaoshua screamed. That voice is particularly enchanting. You're sick. Ain retorted unhappily. These elixirs are actually over 3,000 years old. It's simply a miracle. I never thought I could see an elixir that's over 3,000 years old. I've finally lived a fulfilling life. 3,000 years? Hearing this, Jiang Jun was not too surprised. Because these spiritual medicines were taken out from another space, not obtained from the Xingyan secret realm. And it is not surprising that the city in the alien space has existed for more than 3,000 years. But Ain, who was standing by, seemed unable to bear the blow. His legs went weak and he knelt down. She even hugged Jiang Jun's thigh. At this time, Jiang Jun definitely suspected that she did it on purpose. Sister, please get up quickly, it's dirty. Jiang Jun quickly helped Ain up. Ain took 2 breaths and said, Mei Gu Gaoshua, how much are these elixirs that are over 3,000 years old worth? Ahem, how much this is worth is none of your business anymore. Please turn around, go straight, and then turn left. No. You. What are you talking about? Even if I tell you the price, can you eat it? Even if you can eat it, can you find a sales channel to sell it? In that case, why not just leave it to me? What do you think, brother? Mei Gu Gaoshua looked at Jiang Jun as if he wanted to eat Jiang Jun, and then he spat water on Jiang Jun's body. Before Jiang Jun could reply, Ain had already given him a thumbs up. Okay, this is my bestie, I admit defeat. Ain said this, turned around, and strode away. Suddenly, Mei Gu Gaoshua pounced in front of Jiang Jun. Handsome boy, let's go inside and talk. At this time, the movie was still playing on the phone, and it was hard not to think of something in this situation. Okay. In order to obtain the Emperor's Sutra, Jiang Jun had no choice but to take risks. Jiang Jun nodded and followed Mei Gaoshua into the back of the store. There is a room at the back. It is not big, but full of warmth. Pink walls, pink lights, a round bed as white as snow, so round and big that it can probably bear the pressure of one person and the weight of 5 people. There are also famous oil paintings hanging on the walls, including Goya's nude Maya, Chang Yu's fruit girl with bent legs, Boucher's The Birth of Venus, and Ingres's The Great Odalisque. Simple design, showing high-end enjoyment. Jung Joon couldn't wait any longer and tried the pressure of the round bed. Come on, let's get on the bed. Maegu Gaojua came to the round bed and sat down, looking at Jung Joon with provocation in his eyes. Jung Joon smiled calmly, remaining unchanged in the face of all changes. After all, the worst consequence would be sacrificing one's life for justice. After Jung Joon sat down, he looked at Maegu Gaojua's side. Well, just as exquisite and charming. Little brother, no, big brother, I want to make a deal with you. As long as you agree, I can promise you anything. Hearing this, Jung Joon looked at Maegu Gaojua in surprise and blurted out. Really? Then you can die for me? Plum lamb broth, Omega. This condition is not impossible. As long as you can capture my heart, as long as you make me fall madly in love with you, I can definitely die for you. Jung Joon felt a little embarrassed. Maegu Gaojua's understanding of death seemed a little different from what he thought of death. Maegu Gaojua wanted the most sublime death, while Jung Joon simply wanted her to die. I also blame myself for not being able to hold back and say it out loud. Don't think I like watching martial arts movies. I'm actually quite conservative. I won't hide it from you, I'm not a complete novice yet. Absolutely original and authentic, first-hand car. I just like it, not just for fun. Okay, Jung Joon believed it. Because Jung Joon smelled a unique department-level aura from her. Jung Joon didn't believe Maegu Gaojua, but he believed his nose. So, you asked me to come in, what's the deal? Jung Joon knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he decided to find out Maegu Gaojua's conspiracy first. As for me, I actually want to tell you that I can offer you 900 million for these 9 spiritual herbs. Although these 9 spiritual herbs are of very high age, some things are hard to come by. Just like my clients, those who know the value of the product might give me 200 million per plant, while those who don't would think 30,000 is too much. Jung Joon nodded, and understood Maegu Gaojua very well. After all, he felt that 900 million was very reasonable. Seeing Jung Joon nod, Maegu Gaojua smiled, and that smile really infected others. In an instant, Jung Joon's fist hardened. Let's get to the point now. The deal I want to make with you is that you leave the elixir with me first, and I will give you some money first. Wait until I sell all the elixirs, and then I'll pay you the full amount, okay? Hearing this, Jung Joon frowned. He is very disgusted with this kind of thing of getting something for nothing, and he will never agree unless it is from a different perspective. But think about it, Maegu Gaojua is also a family member, we are one family and we should not have different opinions. Even if Maegu Gaojua takes advantage of him a little, so what? He will benefit from it in the future. Thinking of this, Jung Joon suddenly felt enlightened. Okay, how much money are you going to give me first? Family members are family members, and they still have to settle accounts clearly. Jung Joon is very clear about this. The next moment, Maegu Gaojua laughed again. Jung Joon almost wanted to press her to the ground and rub her. Then, Maegu Gaojua slowly raised 3 fingers. Well, 300 million is fine. As soon as Jung Joon finished speaking, Maegu Gaojua shook his head like a rattle. 30 million, isn't that a little? Maegu Gaojua was still shaking his head. 3 million, absolutely not. This time, Maegu Gaojua did not shake his head, but looked at Jung Joon lovingly. Brother, I only have 3,000. I'm giving it to you. I have to tighten my belt this month to get by. 3,000? Jung Joon looked at Maegu Gaojua like a naive naivete, and his expression spoke volumes. You think I'm an idiot, do you think I believe you? Okay. Maegu Gaojua took Jung Joon's arm and shook it a few times. Jung Joon didn't stand for this anymore, so he just came over to take advantage of it and wanted to take away the 9 spiritual herbs. No way. Okay, I can keep the 2 spiritual herbs. When you find a boss or sell them, you can come back and ask me for them. I promise you that I will only give you the full authority to sell these spiritual herbs. As for the 3,000 yuan, you don't have to give it to me. Just use it to loosen your belt. After saying that, Jung Joon stood up. When Maegu Gaojua was caught off guard, he habitually reached out and rubbed Maegu Gaojua's head twice. Plum and lamb stew. Unexpectedly, she was patted on the head. Why do I have this feeling so often, just like the images played on my phone? The woman was beaten and cried, her eyes were swollen. The man will feel guilty and reach out to touch the girl's head to comfort her. Oh shit. Yes, that's the feeling of being the heroine. Jung Joon walked out of the room, left a piece of spiritual medicine behind, and walked out of Zyankaju. Then, he got in the car, started the car and drove towards Yongseong Crematorium. He was already impatient to resurrect puppet number 2 Alyssa. Then, have a vigorous equestrian training. Chapter 120, Making Alyssa into a Puppet. The moon in foreign countries is especially round. After parking the car outside the Yongseong Crematorium, Jung Joon came to the family hall carrying 2 lunchboxes. At this time, Jung Pingin usually had a couple of drinks in the family room. Dad, I've added more food for you. Jung Junlai opened the 2 lunchboxes, one of which contained phoenix tail, which was Jung Pingin's favorite. There is also a box of honey-glazed barbecued pork, which is Jung Jun's favorite. Seeing Fengwei, Jung Pingin's mouth was almost drooling. Okay, let's have a drink together, father and son. Jung Pingin laughed and took out a 3-2 cup and filled it up. Then, the father and son drank and ate meat. That scene is indescribably warm. After eating and drinking, the father and son changed their clothes tacitly and walked towards the morgue. Seeing that Jung Pingin's legs were no longer limping, Jung Joon felt indescribably happy. As long as all the spiritual medicines are sold and another 300 million is earned, the 2 billion will be complete. By buying the Nirvana potion, Jung Pingin might be able to become a warrior again. Fortunately, there were not many bodies today, and they were all dealt with quickly by the father and son. Dad, I'll be on guard today. You should go back to the city. You're going to be stupid if you stay here all day. Jung Pingan smiled and said, actually I've been wanting to go clubbing for a long time. After saying that, Jung Pingan left while dancing the space dance. It made Jung Joon laugh. After confirming that Jung Pingin had left, Jung Joon started to make some trouble. Put on waterproof clothing and rubber gloves again and go to the body modification room. Then, go to the operating table. The next moment, Jung Joon thought about it, and Alyssa's body appeared on the operating table. Those amber eyes seemed to stare back at him, their pupils like gemstones soaked in whiskey. Under the cool white light, her chestnut curly hair shone with a honey luster, falling loosely on her shoulders. The bridge of her nose is tall and delicate, perfectly supporting the 3-dimensional sense of the whole face, and her lips are like rose petals, painted with red lip gloss. Her skin was as white as snow and had an almost transparent texture, even the veins beneath the skin were clearly visible. She wore a halter top that exposed her belly and ultra-short blue jeans, showing off her plump and round figure that stood out from the crowd. Looking at Alyssa again, Jung Joon once again sighed that the world is so beautiful. Jung Joon examined her carefully and found that Alyssa's right arm was bitten off by the monster, an 18-centimeter hole was pierced through her abdomen, and her left leg was broken below the knee. When he looked at the man walking forward with the heavy load, Jung Joon's throat rolled. Normally, a mountain looks like a peak when viewed from the front and from the side, but this mountain looks like a peak even when viewed from the front. If you write it upside down, wouldn't it be like ringing a bell? The next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Jung Joon. Name, Alyssa. Physique, exquisite ice body. Identity, warrior. Realm, mid-stage Tong Mai. Chi and blood value, 2388. Martial arts, ice and snow sword technique. Skill. Then, the system voice sounded. Host, please turn it into a puppet as soon as possible to obtain the puppet's corresponding power increase, synchronous feedback, experience sharing, vision sharing, and power superposition. Time limit of 20 minutes, cooldown time of 3 hours. Hearing the voice in his head, Jung Joon quickly discovered something was wrong. The superposition of power actually lasted for 5 minutes. This is very important for men. Bucket, this power superposition extends the time by 5 minutes. Is it extended by superposition with Alyssa's power? Or with Lin Qingli, or maybe 3 people combined? Warm tip, this is an all-around improvement, and it's a reward for the host. Don't hesitate, just do it. Jung Joon, Sigma Sigma. I cursed inwardly, it really is a shit system. The next moment, Jung Joon picked up the scissors and cut all the way down from the top of the suspender belly-bearing top. But just as he used the scissors, the weight-bearing movement collapsed and almost bounced into Jung Joon's eyes. Fortunately, Jung Joon was as firm as a rock. He quickly calmed down and continued cutting. It was these super short jeans that took Jung Joon a lot of time. Finally, only 3 sets were left. Pure black style with lace, simple yet extremely eye-catching. An ugly woman must eventually meet her father-in-law. The next moment, Jiang Jun lightly touched it with the scissors, and the burden that could not be hidden emerged. No wonder people say that the moon in foreign countries is especially round. It turns out that it is not nonsense, we have facts to prove it. Then, a pair of scissors slid down between the three. Good job. She turned out to be a graduate from White Tiger Academy, her skin was as smooth as a mirror. Not even a hair. Do all this. Jiang Jun took out a special cleaning agent and wiped every part of Alyssa's body carefully and meticulously. Try to be meticulous. I don't know how long it took, but the body was finally cleaned. Jiang Jun took out a suitable right arm from the puppet space and the lower body of Bao Daibi that was cut off at the waist. Soon, information about the right arm and Bao Daibi's lower body appeared in Jiang Jun's mind. Compatible materials, the original owner of the right arm has reached the Tongmai realm, and the original owner of the lower body has reached the early stage of Lianfu realm. There is no choice for arms. But there are two options for the lower body. One is to connect Bao Daibi's lower half at the waist. Another thing is to replace Alyssa's legs with Bao Daibi's legs. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Jun decided to focus on abalone. Then, Jiang Jun washed his arms and Bao Daibi's lower body. The next moment, Jiang Jun took a few steps forward and gave Alyssa and Bao Daibi half of their lower bodies. Do a digital examination. Apply lubricant to 2 fingers of the rubber glove. First, Alyssa. Jiang Jun found the right position and pushed it in, then picked out the dirt until there was no more dirt left. Then, fill the extra large syringe with special cleaning agent and poke it in to clean it. During this process, Jiang Jun was multitasking, cleaning while feeling attentively. With high concentration and meticulous operation, Jiang Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then, it was replaced with half of Bao Daibi's lower body. Apply lubricant again to both fingers of the rubber glove. Jiang Jun closed his eyes and pushed it in. Then pick out the dirt until there is no more dirt. Jiang Jun simply skipped the next step. Because Alyssa has already won, she is indeed worthy of being a graduate of White Tiger Academy. For Bao Daibi, Jiang Jun even used 3 fingers. He also showed a look of disgust. He couldn't imagine that Bao Daibi was such a woman. She was really too water-like. After cleaning the rubber gloves, Jiang Jun took out the toolkit distributed by the system. The toolkit contains a special scalpel, suture needles, suture thread, soul-locking nails, special fillers. The next moment, Jiang Jun picked up a special scalpel and separated the excess flesh and bones from the joints of Alyssa's right arm and left leg. Then, he also took down Alyssa's right leg. After all, 1 exchange means 2. To avoid having one leg longer than the other and limping, it would really affect Jiang Jun's appearance. Chapter 121 The Complete Body of the Ocean Horse System, give me some points. Do all this. Jiang Jun then removed the excess flesh and bones from the connected right arm according to the bone joints. Then pull down Bao Daibi's legs. Then, connect the right arm to Bao Daibi's 2 legs at the joints. Use special suture needles and suture threads to connect the blood vessels and tendons, and finally sew them together. Finally, a complete body of a big horse appeared in front of Jiang Jun. Except for some exposed threads at the joints, it is even more perfect than last time. After all, the more you do, the better. Then, Jiang Jun spoke to Alyssa. Use a scalpel to make an incision, remove any remaining food from the intestines and stomach, and then sew it up with needle and thread. As for the 18-centimeter hole in his abdomen, Jiang Jun filled it with special fillers. Then he peeled off a piece of skin from Bao Daibi's butt to patch up the hole. At this time, Alyssa, who was originally about 180 centimeters tall, directly developed to 185 centimeters tall. The lines on the body are smoother, the curves fluctuate greatly, but they are still very coordinated. Jiang Jun was very satisfied with his masterpiece. After a while, Jiang Jun inserted the soul-locking nails into Alyssa's 7 orifices to prevent her soul from completely dissipating. Because the time in the puppet space is still, it means that Alyssa has not been dead for more than 7 days. When you become stronger in the future, you can still gradually recover your memories before death. Then, Jiang Jun took out the materials he had bought. First, apply the cream all over Alyssa's body, and then put it in a stainless steel container. Add different amounts of cinnabar, realgar, black dog blood, mugwort juice, quicklime, night dew, and corpse-scented konjac until the corpse is soaked. Finally, put in a 3rd-level monster crystal core. After completing all the steps, Jiang Jun put the entire container into the puppet space. After the body has been soaked for 6 hours, only the last step can be completed. At this time, Jiang Jun was already physically and mentally exhausted, and it was time to relax. The next moment, Jiang Jun released Lin Qingli from the puppet space. After coming out of the Xingyan secret realm, Jiang Jun went to Gong Shuidao's house, and then went to the warrior commercial street. Moreover, Jiang Jun remembered that when he took away the bronze coffin in the alien space, he took advantage of the time when the accumulated power had not disappeared. Lin Qingli was trained in horse riding. Thinking of this, Jiang Jun felt a little nostalgic. You can come out of the different space and come out from the bottom of the lake through a secret passage, although you will have to go through some water. But the inside must not be cleaned, and it was stuffy until Jiang Jun was sent back. It's already stinking to the crabs. Dad. After coming out, Lin Qingli saw Jiang Jun and smiled. After shouting, he immediately pounced on Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun reached out and rubbed her head twice, then said softly, "Lie down, I'll wash you." Aha! Lin Qingli pouted and lay down on the operating table. Jiang Jun was stunned by what he saw, and felt that Lin Qingli seemed to be more lively at this moment. Finally, after Jiang Jun cleaned Lin Qingli, he activated the superposition of power. Follow the operating console to start equestrian training and prepare to become an international horse trainer. Finally, Jiang Jun trained in equestrianism 3 times. When I feel tired, I set the alarm clock and then lie down directly on the operating table with Lin Qingli. In less than a moment, Jiang Jun fell asleep. The alarm clock rings. Jiang Jun slowly woke up, all his fatigue disappeared. Now he felt that he could kill a cow with just a random punch. Receive Lin Qingli into the puppet space. Jiang Jun thought for a moment and took out the stainless steel container from the puppet space. At this time, half of the solution that originally covered Alyssa had disappeared, revealing Alyssa's cheek and the part that was carrying the weight. The crystal core of the demon beast was placed in it and was also completely absorbed. Then Jiang Jun picked up Alyssa and put her on the operating table. Rinse with clean water and wipe the whole body with a towel. At this time, Jiang Jun was already impatiently calling the system. System, perfectly aligned the puppet corpse. Give me some more. It was instantly visible to the naked eye that Alyssa's stitching still had flaws. Become natural. The spliced part seemed to have originally belonged to Alyssa. Seeing such a magnificent, perfect and flawless figure, Jiang Jun's body was filled with blood. The next moment, Jiang Jun nervously reached out and pulled out the soul-locking nails that were inserted into Alyssa's 7 orifices. When Jiang Jun pulled out the last soul-locking nail, Alyssa slowly opened her eyes. Then, he mechanically raised his head to look at Jiang Jun, and then sat up stiffly. His expression was dull, his eyes were scattered, and he uttered 2 words stiffly. Owner. At this moment, Jiang Jun could feel the inseparable connection with Alyssa. As long as he gives an order, Alyssa will do it and will never betray him. In an instant, a powerful force surged into Jiang Jun's body. This was the power of Alyssa. Although it is not much, it is enough to bring Jiang Jun's strength to a new level. At the same time, a panel belonging to Alyssa popped up. Name, Alyssa. Physique, exquisite ice body. Identity, warrior. Realm, late stage of Tongmai realm. Qi and blood value, 4,500. Martial arts, ice and snow blade, ice shield, fire dance, flaming sun fist, soaring to the sky. Skill, frozen earth. Jiang Jun didn't expect that Alyssa's potential was so great. The Qi and blood value increased directly from 2388 to 4,500, and only 500 more would be enough to reach the perfection of Tongmai realm. It also combines the martial arts of Bao Daibi and the original owner of the arm, and has 1 more skill. The next moment, Jiang Jun couldn't wait to check his panel. Name, Jiang Jun. Constitution, Great Sun Thunder Body 810-10,000. Identity, student, warrior, demon suppressor, hunter, soul heir of Yangxiang crematorium. Realm, early stage of viscera refining realm. Qi and blood value, 14,240. Martial arts, flying cloud sword, overlord whip, collapsing mountain fist, phantom kick, ice and snow blade, ice shield, radiant fire dance, flaming sun fist, soaring to the sky. Skills, suture mastery, eye of insight, strength overlay, thunderstorm, frozen earth. Space, puppet space. Puppet 1, Lin Qingli intimacy 800. Puppet 2, Alyssa intimacy 0. Conjunction point, 3,698. Then, the system's voice sounded again in Jiang Jun's mind. The puppet is successfully created, triggering a hidden task. As long as the host's intimacy with the puppet Alyssa increases, the host will obtain the law of ice. Jung-jun, the cock is moving. You know, even though Alyssa has an exquisite ice body, it is her own physique that allows her to control ice and snow. It doesn't mean that she has comprehended the law of ice. But soon, Jung-jun looked at the matching points in the last column of the panel, his heart full of doubts. Tonzi, the number of points required to make a puppet isn't 10,000. Why did you use 20,000 this time? System, all interpretation rights belong to the system, so 20,000 is used. Jung-jun. Suddenly, I had the urge to tie the system into 2 ponytails. Chapter 122, Training Equestrianism with Alyssa. Gong Shueitao ate too much again. As if sensing Jung-jun's excited mood, the system's voice sounded again in Jung-jun's mind. Host, it's better to take action than to be moved. It's better to move quickly. Go, come on baby. Roll. Jung-jun really couldn't bear it anymore, so he didn't need to endure it anymore. Fortunately, Alyssa smells a little bit, which is within Jung-jun's acceptable range. After all, it's not a big deal if it has no taste, right? The next moment, Jung-jun personally tied Alyssa's hair into 2 ponytails. Then, with great skill and courage, he started training in horse riding directly on the operating table. Whoa! Whoa! Drive! Drive! Gallop! Gallop! Ouch! Ouch! Coconut tree! Coconut tree! Congratulations to the host, who obtained the law of ice without any human intervention. Congratulations to Puppet Alyssa for achieving skill power stacking can gain half of the host's power, the host will bear the side effects. Until the morning, Jung-jun didn't know how many times he had trained. Anyway, just lie down when you are tired, and tame when you get up. This sense of freshness is very important. It always feels new and you won't get tired of it. Jung-jun was glad that he chose Baihu. If he had chosen Baodaibi, all 3 fingers would have been fine. This experience is absolutely terrible. After cleaning Alyssa, Jung-jun put her into the puppet space. At this time, Jung-jun checked his and Alyssa's panel. Name, Jung-jun. Constitution, Great Sun Thunder Body 810-10,000. Identity, Student, Warrior, Demon Suppressor, Hunter, Soul Heir of Yongxian Crematorium. Realm, Early Stage of Viscera Refining Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 14,240. Martial Arts, Flying Cloud Sword, Overlord Whip, Collapsing Mountain Fist, Phantom Kick, Ice and Snow Blade, Ice Shield, Radiant Fire Dance, Flaming Sun Fist, Soaring to the Sky. Skills, Suture Mastery, Eye of Insight, Strength Overlay, Thunderstorm, Frozen Earth. Law of Ice 80. 100000. Space, Puppet Space. Puppet 1, Lin Qingli Intimacy 800. Puppet 2, Alyssa Intimacy 80. Conjunction Point, 3698. Name, Alyssa. Physique, Exquisite Ice Body. Identity, Warrior. Realm, Late Stage of Tongmai Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 4,500. Martial Arts, Ice and Snow Blade, Ice Shield, Fire Dance, Flaming Sun Fist, Soaring to the Sky. Skill, Frozen Earth 81,000, Strength Superposition can gain half of the host's strength, the host will bear the side effects. The intimacy level is as high as 80, plus Lin Qingli's 30 intimacy level, that means Jung-jun has trained in equestrianism 11 times. Jung-jun could only say, damn it. If you don't agree, come and argue. Apart from the readers, he is already the second best in the world. When Zhang Ping'an arrives, Jung-jun will go home. Back in the city, Jung-jun went to the mall to buy some clothes for Alyssa. After all, Alyssa and Lin Qingli are of different sizes. We have to give the highest respect to this level that is unrivaled among the others. Beast girl outfits, polka dot lace, ancient style national tide robes, secretary robes, 2-dimensional style, no takeoff jumpsuits. Jung-jun plans to arrange all of them, and they all need to be F level. To become an international horse trainer. Jung-jun worked hard. After returning home, Jung-jun had no time to experience the joy of changing Alyssa's clothes. Gong Shueitao called. Honey, I made breakfast, come and eat it. Hearing Gong Shueitao's extremely painful voice, Jung-jun clenched his fists. I don't know if Gong Shueitao can break the limit of the intimacy level of 110. She didn't want Gong Shueitao's lips to be crooked by then. But he believes that Gong Shueitao will try hard to overcome it, and if that fails, Jung-jun can take the opportunity to find another track. After all, it is always like a pig's large intestine. My sister-in-law can tolerate it. My brother-in-law can tolerate it. But my brother can't tolerate it. Okay, I'm craving the breakfast you made. By the way, would you like chili oil with ice for breakfast? If you like it this way, I'll prepare it for you right away. I think mixing some garlic or mustard would be fine too. Jung-jun, oh. Is this too strong and will make me sick? You decide. Anyway, I like everything you do. Well, then, husband, come quickly. For some reason, Jung-jun said he had something to do last night and didn't come to dinner. Gong Shueitao didn't hold Jung-jun in her arms when she slept at night, and she couldn't sleep the whole night. Moreover, my mouth was bland and nothing tasted good, so I made a pig intestine. Poke the water pipes into the pig's large intestine, increase the water pressure, and repeatedly clean it section by section with the water pipes. Even the residue is washed cleanly. But it never tastes like this. So, early in the morning, Gong Shueitao carefully prepared a nutritious breakfast for Jung-jun. I hope to eat sausages in the morning, and I also want to ask Jung-jun how to flush pig intestines. Gong Shueitao works tirelessly to improve his cooking skills. Soon, Jung-jun arrived at Gong Shueitao's house. At this time, a nutritious breakfast was placed on the table, along with some sauces and crushed ice. Hubby, hurry up and sit down and have breakfast. Jung-jun nodded and sat down to eat breakfast, while Gong Shueitao also got his wish and ate the sausage. Gong Shueitao picked up the sausage and took a bite. Hey! Why does the taste seem to have changed again? Last time it was salty and fishy. This time it tasted salty and fishy, with a slight stink. Fortunately, Gong Shueitao was well prepared. She dipped the food in some spicy sauce and took a few bites. But it seemed that it couldn't be covered up, so she directly added super spicy sauce. The taste was delicious, but Gong Shueitao couldn't bear it and tears came out. So I quickly took a sip of crushed ice and it finally neutralized it. But it still felt a little bit off, so I picked up the garlic on the table and took a few bites. After finishing the garlic, Gong Shueitao made up his mind and squeezed a dollop of mustard on the sausage. At this time, Gong Shueitao discovered that this is the most enjoyable way to eat it. Tears kept flowing out of my eyes. But it was so delicious that Gong Shueitao couldn't stop herself from gobbling it up. Seeing Gong Shueitao's big appetite and cheeks bulging from eating, Jung-jun couldn't help but give Gong Shueitao a thumbs up with both hands. Finally, Jung-jun finished his breakfast. Gong Shueitao was so full that his saliva was dripping from his mouth. The thread is very long. Jung-jun smiled and reached out to rub Gong Shueitao's head twice. Then, Gong Shueitao cleared the table obediently, and Jung-jun sat on the sofa to watch the TV news. Soon, a piece of news caught Jung-jun's attention. An alien space was discovered in a secret territory in the country of Asen. There is an ancient city in the alien space, and ancient human skeletons were found in the city. A huge altar was also discovered, on which was placed a 20-meter square bronze coffin. Inside the bronze coffin lies a huge hand without fingers but with flesh and blood. Even photos of palms were played. Jung-jun's first reaction was that this was the palm of Emperor Henrun. Because the palm has no fingers, the cross-section matches the huge index finger that Jung-jun obtained. Asen Kingdom took out the huge palm at the cost of losing 3 powerful Shujin warriors. But in the end it fell into the hands of the Lighthouse Country. I don't know whether it was threatened by the Lighthouse Country or received benefits. After this point in the news broadcast, there was no further reporting on this topic. Tonzi, if I gather all the corpses of Emperor Henrun and piece them together, can I make a puppet? Chapter 123, using up half a bottle of shower gel and training 2 horses at the same time. Yes, as long as the host has enough points of fit, any flesh and blood corpse can be made into a puppet. Restriction, only women or females with special physiques. After hearing what Tonzi said, Jung-jun felt that this was the first time Tonzi seemed so reliable. This restriction is not a restriction for Jung-jun. Tonzi understands him so well. Hubby, what are you looking at so intently? Suddenly, Gong Shueitao's words brought Jung-jun back to his senses. Jung-jun pulled the peach and it fell on him. Yo! Gong Shueitao screamed in surprise when she found that Jung-jun's fist had become hard again. Gong Shueitao also sighed, it's great to be young. The next moment, Gong Shueitao remembered that she was 17 years older than Jung-jun. In a few years, she might have reached menopause. Jung-jun is still in his prime and must be in great need of it. Thinking of this, Gong Shueitao's face darkened. But soon, she thought of the young woman next to Jung-jun in the Hunter Open. Maybe if they work together, there will be absolutely no problem. In just a moment, Gong Shueitao reacted. Why should she care about these things? She didn't use normal channels to satisfy Jiang Jun anyway. Thinking of this, her eyes tightened. I don't know when Jiang Jun picked her up and walked towards the bathroom. Shueitao, let's take a bath, and then I want to hold you and sleep for a while. Jiang Jun was telling the truth. Although he had the Great Sun Thunder body and was extremely strong, he still needed to sleep. After a busy night last night and having breakfast, I must get some sleep to restore my strength. Hearing this, Gong Shueitao blinked. I thought to myself, is this really just a matter of taking a bath? Soon, in the bathroom, the sound of horses neighing was heard again. When the two came out of the bathroom, half of the bottle of shower gel had been used. Gong Shueitao seemed to have discovered a new world. It seemed that she would have to buy another box of shower gel in the future. I wonder if Jiang Jun likes the scent of mint, green tea, bamboo, aloe vera, or coconut? Mint has a refreshing effect, with a slight cooling feeling. Green tea has a light leaf-like moisture feel, giving you the illusion of being refreshing and cooling. The rhythm of bamboo is like the moist feeling of bamboo forest after rain. Aloe vera is gentle and soothing. Coconut mixed with a light warm feeling. Thinking of this, Gong Shueitao decided to buy them all and try one each time. There would always be one that would suit Jiang Jun better. Then, the two returned to the room. On the bed, Gong Shueitao curled up in Jiang Jun's arms, fell asleep with a smile on her face and moist lips. After dinner, Jiang Jun found an excuse not to stay overnight at Gong Shueitao's house. It seemed that Gong Shueitao also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she now drools every time she opens her mouth and keeps her legs together when she walks. Even farting seems to produce bubbles. It will probably take 2 days. Back to the rental house. Jiang Jun released Lin Qingli and Alyssa from the puppet space. Dad! Owner! Lin Qingli shouted and leaned her head against Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun rubbed it twice out of habit. Then he reached out and rubbed Alyssa's head twice. The next moment, Lin Qingli's eyes turned scarlet, and she looked at Alyssa with hostility. Alyssa sensed Lin Qingli's hostility. Although her realm was not as high as Lin Qingli's, she was also not afraid. In an instant, his eyes turned scarlet. Jiang Jun was stunned for a moment and then laughed. It was obvious that the hostility displayed by Lin Qingli was actually jealousy. Just because Jiang Jun also touched Alyssa's head. Suddenly, Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli and Alyssa an instruction at the same time. Lin Qingli, this is your sister Alyssa. Alyssa, this is your sister Lin Qingli. We are all family, we should love each other, understand? After receiving the order, Lin Qingli and Alyssa's eyes regained clarity. Lin Qingli, go watch TV. Jiang Jun gave Lin Qingli another instruction, and Lin Qingli turned around, walked to the sofa and turned on the TV. Seeing the scene, Jiang Jun nodded with satisfaction. At least Lin Qingli has made progress again. Know how to turn on the TV. It's really great. Alyssa, come with me. Yes, master. The next moment, Jiang Jun took Alyssa to the bathroom. It's not that Jiang Jun is greedy for new things and forgets the old, but that Alyssa has no clothes on now. So Jiang Jun planned to take her to take a shower and then change into suitable clothes. As for whether to train 2 horses at the same time, it depends on Jiang Jun's ability. But soon, the sound of a horse neighing was heard in the bathroom. At this time, Lin Qingli, who was originally concentrating on watching TV, looked towards the bathroom. Then, stand up. Walk all the way to the bathroom. The clothes on his body also fell to the ground. When Jiang Jun shook the reins lightly and galloped on his horse. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of me. Jiang Jun grinned at the visual impact of being unable to control and move forward with the heavy load. In this case, he can only train 2 horses at the same time. Oh, Jiang Jun has it so hard. We must never favor one over the other. I wonder if 3 horses can be trained together. Different horses have different temperaments. Docile type, easy to train, will slow down with a slight shake of the reins, will cooperate with the turning as soon as the leg assist is applied, and the body muscles are always relaxed but with a sense of tension. They are emotionally stable and will not get anxious when faced with unfamiliar saddles or new venues. They rarely raise their heads or shake their heads suddenly during training. It is very interactive and will actively turn its head to move closer when it hears the jockey's voice, and even rub its cheek against the jockey's arm for comfort. Stubborn type requires patient guidance and responds positively to commands such as forward and speed up, but when faced with complex movements such as backward and rotate on the spot, they will shake their head slightly in resistance. Repeatedly correcting incorrect movements may cause you to suddenly tense your back, stiffen your body, or turn in small circles to avoid instructions. His attention is easily distracted. When he hears the sound of other horses in the distance, he will frequently look up and need the jockey to remind him with the reins to get back to his focus. Violent type requires professional management, is very aggressive, may suddenly lower its head to bite, shake its head to hit, stand upright, kick its legs, and retreat violently in an attempt to break free from the jockey. Emotions can easily get out of control, and even on familiar ground, they may gallop, stop suddenly, or even deliberately throw the jockey into an obstacle without warning. Active type, energetic and curious, often actively exploring the environment, with high aspirations for movement, and may show excitement, jumping in small steps, and wagging the tail. They learn quickly and are suitable for jumping, but they need to go through basic training first to consume excess energy and avoid not listening to instructions due to excitement. If Jiang Jun had to make a classification, Gong Shuetao was definitely the docile type, Lin Qingli was the stubborn type, and Alyssa was the hot-tempered type. As for the lively type, Jiang Jun thinks it is very suitable for Meibo Gaozhua. At this moment, Jiang Jun was training 2 horses at the same time and felt a little tired. I don't know when I will be able to train 3 or even 4 horses at the same time. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Chapter 124, Golden-haired purebred horse, black-haired Sanha horse. Jiang Jun lamented that he didn't have a twin brother. Wake up in the morning. There was no air conditioning in the room, but Jiang Jun still felt a chill. In addition to this, Jiang Jun also felt like his kidneys were cut. The next moment, Jiang Jun looked at Lin Qingli and Alyssa, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Dad. Owner. Jiang Jun nodded and rubbed their heads twice. When it comes to emotional value, Jiang Jun has a firm grasp of it. Although they are puppets, they have only absolute obedience and no intention of rebellion. But if they regain their memories one day, they will remember how good Jiang Jun was to them. The morning sets the tone for the day. The early bird catches the worm. If Jiang Jun wants to become an international horse trainer, he must work hard, and it requires more hard work. Foreign thoroughbred horses are mostly special breeds, with tall and slender bodies, smooth muscle lines and strong limbs. Most domestic Sanha horses are general-purpose breeds with medium size, compact structure, strong endurance, and are more adaptable to complex environments such as mountains and plateaus. Jiang Jun jumped onto the horse and began to control the horse to perform various difficult moves. In short, Jiang Jun will conquer all terrains including grasslands, streams, and swamps. We don't need to be fast, but we must be able to walk on flat ground, control the rhythm, and control it with ease. Noon. Jiang Jun's phone rang and he woke up. When Jiang Jun saw that it was Gong Shuetao calling, he smiled. Wife, what do you want from your husband? Let me guess. You must want to have dinner with me and then go to the long water slide in the amusement park, right? Hey, I have both, but my husband asked me to take a couple of days off. You don't feel sorry for them at all. Deeply hurt, how can I not be deeply hurt? I am deeply hurt by you. Okay, enough kidding. I bought oysters, foie gras, and beef spring rolls. Come have dinner. It's a celebration for your successful admission to the academy tomorrow. Speaking of this, Gong Shuetao is somewhat reluctant to part with him. After all, her relationship with Jiang Jun was hard-earned. All they need to do is get past his father to achieve their goal, and their relationship has just stabilized. If love is divided into 3 stages, they are still in the passionate love stage. Thinking that Jiang Jun was going to enter the college tomorrow, she had to celebrate with Jiang Jun despite the pain. The girls in the college are young and have tender skin, and they are also caring. Suddenly, Gong Shuetao became sentimental. Her sister also wants to show some love to Jiang Jun, but this is not possible. I don't know if Jiang Jun will get too excited about the novelty and lose control when he arrives at the academy. Now she has another sister. Because of her health, Gong Shuetao has accepted the existence of Lin Qingli as her sister. But that doesn't mean she can accept all the sisters in the world. It seems I have to change things up for my husband from time to time, otherwise I'm afraid he'll become someone else's husband. Gong Shuetao muttered to herself, then began to prepare dinner carefully, and put in all her effort to come up with different ways to serve it to Jiang Jun. She has it so hard. Hang up the phone. It's dinner anyway, so he can just eat something casually at noon. Then, Jiang Jun also changed his tricks. First, Lin Qingli and Alyssa were cleaned. Especially Alyssa's special physique also mobilized Jiang Jun's enthusiasm. After all, if you don't wash it enough, the crabs will stink. That means I vomited up the food I had eaten the night before. Then, Lin Qingli and Alyssa began to try on the clothes they bought in the mall. After all, as long as you don't tear off the label, you can still return it if it doesn't fit. Many people do this, wearing it once and then returning it for the sake of show effect. This way you can save money, wear new clothes often, and maximize the show effect. Of course, Jiang Jun has no shortage of money, but it doesn't affect his appreciation of art. Who doesn't want multiple choices? Now Jiang Jun just laments that he doesn't have a twin brother. No, if this goes on, I'm afraid there won't be enough triplets. I wonder if there's a skill that allows me to create multiple clones at will. When the time comes, the bigger the herd, the bigger the heart. Thinking of the scene of thousands of horses galloping, Jiang Jun's mouth corners were crooked. At this moment, as if sensing Jiang Jun's emotional fluctuations, the system's voice sounded in his mind. There is indeed such a skill. As long as the host finds the blood charm body and turns it into a puppet, the intimacy between the host and the puppet will increase. Trigger the hidden quest, get the reward, and activate the blood charm body's skilled blood shadow clone. The blood shadow clone is as easy to use as one's own arm. The host can control the clone at the same time and gain the clone's sense of touch, taste, and vision. Jiang Jun, oh. He secretly cursed the system for being a dog. He was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect it to really work. Suddenly, the other corner of Jiang Jun's mouth also twisted. I actually have some expectations. The next moment, Jiang Jun's mind moved, and 3 panels appeared in front of him. Name, Jiang Jun. Constitution, Great Sun Thunder Body 880-10,000. Identity, Student, Warrior, Demon Suppressor, Hunter, Soul Heir of Yangxian Crematorium. Realm, Early Stage of Viscera Refining Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 14,240. Martial Arts, Flying Cloud Sword, Overlord Whip, Collapsing Mountain Fist, Phantom Kick, Ice and Snow Blade, Ice Shield, Radiant Fire Dance, Flaming Sun Fist, Soaring to the Sky. Skills, Suture Mastery, Eye of Insight, Strength Overlay, Thunderstorm, Frozen Earth. Law of Ice 150. 100000. Space, Puppet Space. Puppet 1, Lin Qingli Intimacy 880. Puppet 2, Alisa Intimacy 150. Conjunction Point, 3698. Name, Lin Qingli. Constitution, Thunder Spirit Body. Identity, Puppet. Realm, Early Stage of Viscera Refining Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 11,450. Martial Arts, Feiyun Sword Technique, Overlord Whip, Collapsing Mountain Fist, Phantom Kick. Skill, Thunderstorm 880-1000. Strength Superposition can gain half of the host's strength, the host will bear the side effects. Name, Alyssa. Physique, Exquisite Ice Body. Identity, Warrior. Realm, Late Stage of Tongmai Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 4,500. Martial Arts, Ice and Snow Blade, Ice Shield, Fire Dance, Flaming Sun Fist, Soaring to the Sky. Skill, Frozen Earth 150-1000. Strength Superposition can gain half of the host's strength, the host will bear the side effects. Name, Alyssa. Physique, Exquisite Ice Body. Identity, Warrior. Realm, Late Stage of Tongmai Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 4,500. Martial Arts, Ice and Snow Blade, Ice Shield, Fire Dance, Flaming Sun Fist, Soaring to the Sky. Skill, Frozen Earth 150-1000. Strength Superposition can gain half of the host's strength, the host will bear the side effects. It was almost lunchtime when Jiang Jun changed Lin Qingli and Alyssa into combat uniforms and also put a pair of sunglasses on Alyssa. In case of any emergency, they can be released from the puppet space at any time. It seems that I have to find Su Shang when I have time to see if I can get another fake identity for Alyssa. It may be useful when necessary. Jiang Jun muttered to himself, then walked out of the rental house and drove his Audi A8 towards Gong Shutao's residential area. Chapter 125. Love is like the tide. Xinglong Academy has detected a puppet suitable for production. Soon, Jiang Jun arrived at Gong Shuidao's house. At this time, the table was already full of dishes. This is the nutritious meal that Gong Shutao prepared for Jiang Jun, which can help Jiang Jun regain his energy instantly. Jiang Jun was not polite either, he went up and started to bite it fiercely. He had been having a hard time with Yaozi during this period. Even though Jiang Jun had the Great Sun Thunder body, he still couldn't handle it. After all, it wasn't something that could be done 10 times in just 1 or 2 days, but required persistence. Keep working hard. Either you are holding the grass, or you are on the way to holding the grass. Eat slowly, your pants are all dirty from eating. Let me clean them for you. As she spoke, Gong Shueitao became a little greedy and took a bite of the sago pudding made with mint while Jiang Jun wasn't paying attention. Then, clean the stains on Jiang Jun's pants. Hey! Cool mint, why are there beads spinning inside it? Jiang Jun gave a strange smile and continued to eat with big mouthfuls. Gong Shueitao has cooked too many dishes, and it would be a shame if I didn't eat more. Jiang Jun ate for an hour and finally couldn't eat anymore. Vomited. After a while, Gong Shueitao sat on the chair. He said vaguely, if you can't eat anymore, then don't eat. I'm full too. After saying that, Gong Shueitao also vomited and quickly caught it with a bowl. Fortunately, only half a bowl of sago was vomited out. The next moment, Jiang Jun reached out and rubbed Gong Shueitao's head twice. Then, stand up and walk towards the sofa. Turn on the TV and watch the news to pass the time. Gong Shueitao smiled and looked at Jiang Jun, her face full of happiness. Then Gong Shueitao started to pack up and saw that half a bowl of sago was thrown away like that, which was a bit of a waste. After all, sago is not only nutritious, but also contains collagen. The next moment, Gong Shueitao picked up half a bowl of sago and ate it in one gulp. There is also a tongue spinning in it, which emphasizes the wastefulness and shamefulness. Gong Shueitao put the dishes in the kitchen but did not wash them. Instead, she took the time to prepare the next program for Jiang Jun. Just when Jiang Jun was concentrating on watching TV, the power in the house suddenly went out. It's pitch black. Just as Jiang Jun turned around, music started and a spotlight was projected onto the middle of the hall. At this moment, a steel pipe had been erected in the hall, shining silver under the light. Gong Shueitao was already hanging on the steel pipe and doing a split. Black lace one piece, with pink silk dots. There is a pair of animal ears on the head and 2 tiger teeth exposed in the mouth. There is a dog collar around his neck. Ouch! Gong Shueitao roared like a wild beast, clamped his legs around the steel pipe, and clawed forward with his palms. Following the rhythm of the music, Gong Shueitao dances on the steel pipe. Open and close from time to time. Ya dio! Seeing this scene, Jiang Jun blurted out. Gong Shueitao really understands her too well. Jiang Jun decided to torture her severely as soon as the music stopped. When the music stopped, Gong Shueitao fell to the ground and smiled affectionately at Jiang Jun. Then he picked up a large bucket of Hujihua traditional peanut oil and poured it all the way down to his neck. At this moment, Jiang Jun's fists hardened. He raised the biggest finger of his fist and walked towards Gong Shueitao. The next moment, the music of love like tide sounded. My love is like the tide. Love pushes me towards you like a tide. Follow closely. Love is like a tide, it surrounds you and me. Jiang Jun and Gong Shueitao started pole dancing. You wouldn't know until you try it. It turns out that you can perform many difficult moves. After dancing, both of them were sweating a lot. Then I went to the bathroom and took a shower. This time, Gong Shueitao used several different shower gels. When Jiang Jun wanted to try to go further and open up a new track, Gong Shueitao screamed. Not here. Let's go here. The next moment, Gong Shueitao moved. Jiang Jun rubbed Gong Shueitao's head twice and decided to respect her choice. After all, some things can't be rushed. The next day, Jiang Jun left Gong Shueitao's house and drove his Audi A8 directly to Qinglong College. Jiang Jun doesn't care which college he goes to. But since Jiang Pingan chose Qinglong College for him, then he might as well go to Qinglong College. Qinglong College. Tang Mingda saw that school was about to start in one day, but he still hadn't received Jiang Pingan's call. The principals of other colleges had the same idea and believed that Jiang Jun would not choose their college. Who knew that Jiang Pingan, the sixth brother, would do this for his son's safety? I won't tell you until the last day. Just when Tang Mingda thought Jiang Jun would not come to Qinglong College, he received a call from Jiang Pingan. This morning, early in the morning, Tang Mingda issued a notice to all the teachers in the school. All the teachers arrived at the college on time at 7 o'clock, and then everyone greeted an important person at the school gate. When other students saw the scene, they thought that some school directors or senior executives were visiting the college. When the freshmen entered Qinglong College, they were also confused, thinking that something big was going to happen. So many freshmen also stopped around the college gate. At this time, an Audi A8 was parked on the roadside outside the college. There are quite a few luxury cars parked on the roadside, and the Audi A8 doesn't look eye-catching at all. There are many people like Jung Joon, who can be seen as freshmen at first glance. But when Jung Joon got out of the car, he was quickly recognized. After all, he was taking the martial artist college entrance exam with 2 wild monkeys hanging above his head and a urine bag hanging on his body. His appearance alone has already left a deep impression on others. He's Jung Joon, the national martial arts champion. Wow, Jung Joon is coming to Qinglong College. We will be classmates from now on. Jung Joon is so handsome. I want to treat him to milk tea. He won't refuse, right? Ha, you have the nerve to show off your little piece of cloth. What's wrong, little buddy? I can deep throat you, can you? Sorry, I'm not very talented, it just hits my stomach. Don't argue, why bother with milk tea? I'll just treat him to grilled abalone. The principal and all the teachers are at the door. Could it be that they are here to welcome Jung Joon? Everyone was talking about it. At this moment, an engine sound like the roar of a beast sounded, and a Lamborghini Fenomeno stopped on the side of the road with the scissor doors opened. Zhang Long and Lu Ruyan got out of the car, waiting for the envious glances. Lu Ruyan also deliberately came to Zhang Long and took his arm. After all, Zhang Long is quite famous in Qinglong Academy. But soon, they found that there were no envious glances at them, and the wind blowing by seemed very desolate and peaceful. Everyone around followed the figure in front of them like stars surrounding the moon, slowly walking towards the college gate. Jung Joon? Zhang Long and Lu Ruyan's voices rang out in unison. They never thought that Jung Joon would choose Qinglong Academy. What a narrow road for enemies to cross. Humph. Zhang Long snorted coldly and walked towards the college gate with Lu Ruyan. At this time, Lu Ruyan looked at the figure in front of her and felt sad unconsciously. It seems like I realized that I have lost the most precious thing. When Jung Joon walked into the gate of Qinglong College, Tang Mingda and all the teachers of Qinglong College came forward to welcome him. At this moment, the sound of a bucket suddenly rang in Jung Joon's mind. Detected suitable puppet materials, please take advantage of them. Chapter 126, Blood Charm Body Kong Haoruan, you can't choose her no matter who you choose. The next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of Jung Joon. Name, Kong Haoruan. Constitution, Blood Charm Body. Identity, Teacher, Warrior. Realm, Late Viscera Refining Realm. Chi and Blood Value, 40,600. Martial Arts, Demonic Roar, Ghostly Charm, Blood Sacrifice. Skill, Blood Escape. Congratulations to the host for finding the Blood Charm Body and turning it into a puppet. The intimacy between the host and the puppet has increased. Trigger the hidden quest, get the reward, and activate the Blood Charm Body's skilled Blood Shadow Clone. Can I obtain the Blood Shadow Clone without killing it? This is what Jung Joon cares about most. Killing people at every turn is a bit too much. Unless there was an accident, or a normal death, such as choking to death while eating tofu, falling to death on the street, or being hit by good luck. In short, he can't be the one to kill him. No, if the host forcibly increases the intimacy with the semi-finished puppet, the most he can gain is the skill Blood Escape. Don't worry about anything else. This is the system's reward to encourage the host to turn the semi-finished puppet into a real puppet. All rights of interpretation belong to the system. Finally, I advise the host not to be too particular about small details when doing big things. Think of a way to kill it. Jung Joon, Omega. The system is like a dog. If possible, Jung Joon wants to poke it and seduce it. Just as Jung Joon was in a daze, Tang Mingda's voice rang out. Jung Joon, you're finally here. Ha, I brought all the teachers from Qinglong Academy. Besides welcoming you, we also let you choose a mentor. In the past, it was always the instructors who chose the students, but I'll make an exception for you. You get to choose the instructor. Jung Joon chose Qinglong College, which was equivalent to telling other colleges that their Qinglong College always surpassed the other 3 colleges. Besides, Jung Joon's performance in the Hunter Open tournament also brought back the remains of the martyrs of the Demon Suppression Army. It can be said that Jung Joon now has a close relationship with the Demon Suppressing Army. He later became a high-ranking officer of the Demon Suppressing Army. As he graduated from Qinglong Academy, he, as the principal, also benefited a lot from it. In an instant, the old and new students around were all fluttering. No way. It turns out the principal really brought all the teachers to welcome Jung Joon. If you could have half of Jung Jun's talent, the principal would be able to lick your shoes. This is nothing. Jung Jun is awesome. The last time I watched The Hunter open, it already got my blood boiling. I wonder if he'd accept a younger brother. I want to be his younger brother. Go to hell, you idiot buddy. You don't deserve to be Jung Jun's little brother. You should wait for my sister to serve him. Auntie, is your sister the sister I imagined? Besides, you have no style and no figure. Where do you get the confidence to say your sister has diamonds? Not far away, John Long saw the scene, clenched his fists, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire, which was very scary. Although he also had a mentor, he still relied on connections and gifts to become his mentor's disciple. Lu Ruyan wondered if she would enjoy the same treatment if she was with Jung Jun. An academy is different from a martial arts school. An academy is like the sect of the past. These ordinary students without mentors are equivalent to the inner disciples of the sect. All tutors take turns giving lectures. Having your own mentor is equivalent to being treated as a direct disciple of the sect, with one-on-one guidance from the mentor. And unlike other students, I don't live in a dormitory. They all live in the instructor's exclusive residence, and various training facilities and practice resources will be tilted towards them. Jung Jun's status is now higher than that of a direct disciple, almost equivalent to the sect's holy son. Hearing this, Jung Jun smiled. Principal Tang is truly kind. In that case, I accept this favor. I wonder if the instructors could introduce themselves so I can have a comparison. The next moment, Shin Hyun took the lead and walked to the front. Jung Jun, we are old acquaintances. Although I don't know what I can teach you, if you choose me, I will do my best to help you improve your realm. After Shin Hyun finished speaking, another middle-aged man came out. My name is Zhang Kaiyu. I have reached the perfect visceral refining stage. I am only one step away from becoming a pivot warrior. This is my advantage. As long as you become my student, I will do my best to train you into a pivotal warrior within 4 years. After the man finished speaking, a beautiful woman came forward with a smile on her face. My name is Zhuo Mingshu, a Shuzhen realm warrior. I have 3 students under my tutelage, and they are all among the beauties of Qinglong Academy. If you choose to be my student, I can make an exception and admit male students. Then, the tutors behind him came forward to introduce themselves, hoping that Jung Jun would become their student. Putting aside other things, just looking at Jung Jun's current halo, it would be an honor for them to be Jung Jun's mentor. Hello, my name is Kong Haoruan. I'm only a martial artist in the late stage of refining internal organs, but don't underestimate me. If I get angry, I can even beat a pivot warrior. Actually, I feel like you absolutely made the right choice by choosing me. That's all. When Kong Haoruan walked out, Jung Jun's eyes never left her. How to say it? Kong Haoruan's long hair flutters gently, which can bring out a charming charm. Her skin is as white as snow, yet with a faint blush, just like the satisfaction after having sex. The delicate and smooth texture seems to reflect everything in the world, adding a touch of mysterious appeal. Like a deadly poppy blooming in the dark night, it exudes an alluring yet extremely dangerous aura. She should be about the same age as Gong Shuitao, but compared to Gong Shuitao, she has an extra desire that makes people want to conquer the mountains. After hearing Kong Haoruan's self-introduction, many teachers rolled their eyes and some old students started talking about it. Teacher Kong, don't you have any idea of what's going on? He actually wants to take Jung Jun in as his disciple. I heard that the last time Teacher Kong accepted a student was 3 years ago. Where does she get the courage to accept a student again? Yeah, that student who became her disciple was miserable. He had a bright future, but who knew he'd run into a jerk like Professor Kong, and ended up dropping out before he even graduated. Only some freshmen who don't know the truth would be fooled by her. I think the wise vision of the national martial arts champion will definitely not choose Instructor Kong. Not necessarily. Jung Jun's saliva is almost flowing out when he looks at her. Indeed, putting aside Teacher Kong's bad habits, she is actually a very capable woman. Then another tutor was about to introduce himself, but was stopped by Jung Jun. Principal Tang, I've made my choice. I choose Instructor Kong. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. No. Yes, absolutely not. I don't agree. You can't choose her no matter who you choose. The other tutors, along with the principal, raised objections. Chapter 127. Take a ride on horseback in the new venue to change your mood. Jung Jun, Omicron high energy warning ahead? Judging from the expressions of Tang Mingde and other teachers, he was definitely not targeting Kong Haoruan, but was genuinely concerned about Jiang Jun. Because Jiang Jun really felt their urgency, for some reason, they all felt that Kong Haoruan was not suitable to be his mentor. But Jiang Jun would definitely not have a second choice. Just imagine if a half puppet was standing in front of him, even if he didn't want to make this half puppet into a real puppet. But I also want something to happen with this half puppet. This kind of close proximity to the water gives you the opportunity to get the moon first. How could Jiang Jun let go? What are you talking about? What's wrong with me? Jiang Jun shows me, which proves that I am the best in his mind. If you keep trying to sow discord like this, don't blame me for being rude to you. The next moment, a demonic blood energy surged out of Kong Haoruan. The blood-charming body is not without cost, as the physique contains too much demonic blood. The owner is very vulnerable to the erosion of inner despair. Once you lose control in battle, you will fall into endless killing. Become a bloody monster that only knows how to kill. This is the terrifying thing about Kong Haoruan, that's why she dared to get angry just now and even beat the Shuzhen warriors. Of course, in order to suppress the desire for slaughter, Kong Haoruan found a good way that was not recognized by the world. Chan has become a habit and an indispensable part of her life. Tang Mingde spoke up immediately. If it was anyone else, it would be fine, but how could he let the national martial arts champion be ruined by Kong Haoruan? Teacher Kong, if you're willing to give up, I'll give you an advance on next month's salary. Of course, next month's salary is only 1 month's salary, because Kong Haoruan had already advanced next month's salary. Really? If you can advance me the next month's salary, I'll leave now. Okay, it's a deal, and it can't be changed. Hearing what the two said, Jiang Jun frowned. Principal Tang, didn't you say I could choose any mentor I wanted? I've chosen Professor Kong, but you disagree. Since you can go back on your word on such a thing, I'm disappointed in the integrity of you in Qinglong Academy. It seems that I am not suitable for Qinglong Academy. After saying that, Jiang Jun turned around and pretended to leave. Tang Mingde was anxious. He did this really for Jiang Jun's own good. Otherwise, how could he possibly advance Kong Haoruan 2 months' salary? At this moment, he also had a lot of pain to express. But no matter what, he couldn't let Jiang Jun leave, otherwise Qinglong Academy would become a laughing stock. The most important thing is that he lost a potential student, a student who could make Qinglong Academy and Tang Mingde famous forever. In an instant, Tang Mingde stood in front of Jiang Jun. Jiang Jun, if you want Teacher Kong to be your mentor, I will let her be your mentor. I promise you, nothing like this will ever happen again. Jiang Jun showed a skeptical look, but finally nodded. Okay, I'll trust Principal Tang again. At this time, it was Kong Haoruan's turn to refuse. Principal, let me accept him as a student. Yes, but I must meet all the conditions I just mentioned. Otherwise, even if you are the national martial arts champion, don't even think about asking me to accept you. Tang Mingde had expected Kong Haoruan's character, so he nodded helplessly. Anyway, my promise to you remains unchanged. Once you've settled Jiang Jun down, come to my office to get the money. Principal Tang, awesome. Kong Haoruan also gave 2 thumbs up, feeling indescribably happy. Tang Mingde deflated and thought to himself, you are the awesome one. You, your mother, and your grandmother, 3 generations of your family are all awesome. He. Kong Haoruan smiled and trotted to Jiang Jun. Then, stretch out your hands. Before Jiang Jun could react, he pressed his head to his chest with both hands. My good student. I'm so happy. Come, follow me. At this moment, Jiang Jun's mind went blank. He felt like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth and was stuck inside. Milky color. Let's go. When Jiang Jun regained his sight, Kong Haoruan had already grabbed his arm and was dragging him away. Soon, Jiang Jun was taken by Kong Haoruan to a residence in the college that was specially prepared for tutors. This is a villa area. Each tutor has his own area, and the places are relatively large. Because in addition to the instructors' students also practice here on a daily basis. Originally, Kong Haoruan had been allocated several villas, but she had not received any students in the past 3 years. For other reasons, she transferred the villa to other mentors. Now she only has this villa to live in. Jiang Jun, you can live here from now on. The villa has all the facilities you need. The first room on the 2nd floor is mine. The other rooms are empty. It's up to you which room you want to stay in. Anyway, if you have any questions, just come to me and I will definitely give you a detailed answer. The rest of the time, go to your own room and find your own mother. Okay, do whatever you want. I still have things to do, so I probably won't be back until tonight. When you go to the cafeteria to get your food, please get me one too. Unlock your phone, give it to me. Jung Joon took out his cell phone and just unlocked it when Kong Haoruan snatched it away. Then, she entered her cell phone number into Jung Joon's cell phone and dialed. The phone rings. He put the phone back into Jung Joon's hand, then took out a meal card and threw it to Jung Joon. Kong Haoruan turned and left. Jung Joon walked around the villa. There were quite a few rooms in the villa, but Jung Joon wanted to live comfortably. The main thing is that it is big enough. After all, without a large venue, he will be restricted when training equestrianism. Finally, a suitable room was chosen, which was right next to Kong Haoruan's room. I think Kong Haoruan's room is definitely the largest room in the villa. It would be nice if we could change the room. I wonder if Kong Haoruan will agree. But think about it, sooner or later, he will have to live in this room. It doesn't really matter whether to change it or not. However, the two rooms are separated by a wall. When we train in riding skills in the future, should we make the horses neigh a little quieter? Thinking of this, Jung Joon suddenly felt like he was in a new environment. Why not try out the venue first, take a ride on the horse, and change your mood? The next moment, Jung Joon had an idea. Lin Xingli and Alyssa appeared in front of him. Dad. Owner. Jung Joon nodded, then stretched out his hands, one hand holding his head. Touch it. Well, you're all good. After giving enough emotional value, Jung Joon gave an instruction. Lin Xingli tied her hair into two ponytails skillfully, while Alyssa did it a little clumsily. Finally, with the help of Jung Joon, it was completed perfectly. Then, Jung Joon changed them all into new clothes. First, let us try polka dot lace and secretary's battlesuit. Each person has a style. Before he had even finished changing, Jung Joon's fists were already hard. The next moment, the sound of horses neighing was heard. Whoa! Whoa! Drive! Drive! Gallop! Gallop! When Kong Haoruan walked out of the villa, he went to the principal's office first and found Tang Mingda to advance his salary for the next month. Then, he slipped out of Qinglong College and took a taxi. Rushing to an underground casino. He came to the front desk to exchange chips and threw out 2 months' salary with a flick of his hand. Help me change them all into chips. Chapter 128, I haven't lost the bet yet, I'll ask someone to transfer the money to me now. Holding chips, Kong Haoruan gambled in the casino until he was dizzy. Finally, bring your chin to your chest. Still lost everything. Oh. What bad luck, and I love gambling. This is a good method that Kong Haoruan found in order to suppress the murderous desire in his heart, which was not recognized by the world. Bet. Only by gambling can she get the same hope as the massacre. But because of this, Kong Haoruan is either gambling or on the way to gambling. Sister Run seems to have bad luck today. You haven't lost a bet yet, let's play again next time. Wang Saijia always appears at the right time. The more he said this, the more dissatisfied Kong Haoruan became. And every time, Kong Haoruan would borrow money from him at high interest rates. Even now, Kong Haoruan still owes a lot of gambling debts to the casino. But Wang Saijia was not in a hurry and asked Kong Haoruan to return it. Because Kong Haoruan is not only a powerful warrior, but also a mentor at Qinglong Academy. If I have to say, Wang Saijia didn't want to do anything unspeakable to Kong Haoruan. That is definitely not a normal man. But for Wang Saijia, what he loves more is money, not women. Even if Kong Haoruan agreed to pay off his gambling debts with his body, he was unwilling to lose a big client. Boss Wang, can you lend me some more money? I'm sure I can make my money back this time. I even paid back all the money I owed you. Sure enough, Kong Haoruan was not convinced, or maybe she had never thought about leaving. A gambler's catchphrase, as long as you gamble, you haven't lost. As long as you have the capital, you have the chance to win money. Hey, this is hard for me to do, but I can make another exception for Sister Run. Come here, bring 100,000 chips to Sister Run. At this time, Jung Joon had trained in horse riding for a day and gained a lot of experience points. But the space in the room is still limited, it would be great if we could train in the entire villa. Then his riding skills will definitely be improved qualitatively. After cleaning Lin Qingli and Alyssa, Zhang Jun put them into the puppet space. Then, he strode towards the cafeteria of Qinglong College. You can eat something casually at noon, but you can't eat casually at night. Besides, you have to prepare a meal for Kong Haoruan. When passing by the villa's swimming pool, Zhang Jun took a look and saw that the edge of the swimming pool was covered with moss. It seems that I have time to clean the swimming pool. I took Lin Qingli to the beach last time, and I think he should use this swimming pool. Qinglong College. In the cafeteria. Zhang Long was taking Lu Ruyan out for dinner. The cafeteria of Qinglong College is no worse than the 5-star hotels outside. Because the ingredients of Qinglong Academy are not ordinary ingredients, but some monster ingredients. Therefore, the price is absolutely shockingly high. Of course, Qinglong College also offers many discounts to students. For example, points or contribution points can be used to redeem them, and some students who become students of tutors will also be taken care of by the college. Ruyan, try this demon frog meat. You can never get it outside. The demon frog not only boosts blood and qi, but also nourishes yin and strengthens the kidneys. It's most suitable for women. Lu Ruyan looked at the frog meat on the table and her mouth was watering. When she was with Zhang Jun, she ate this frog meat at least twice a month. At that time, Zhang Jun was so good to her. Only. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan didn't say she regretted it, but she felt a little sad. Wow, I heard this demon frog is very expensive. This is my first time eating it too. Thank you. Lu Ruyan fully demonstrates the essence of green tea and gives Zhang Long full emotional value. Really? The next moment, Zhang Long let himself go. If you want to eat it in the future, I'll take you to eat it. For us students who have special tutors, it's nothing. I only need to pay 1/3 of the money, or redeem it with points. Long Jian looked very pleased with himself, as he finally found a sense of existence. Brother Zhang Long, you are so awesome. I don't know when I can become a disciple of a mentor. Lu Ruyan clasped her hands together in front of her chest, looking adoring. Ha ha. Isn't this easy? I know quite a few mentors, I just need to say a few words to them. Given your potential, there will definitely be many instructors who want to take you as their student. Zhang Long spoke with confidence, while Lu Ruyan remained motionless, tears welling up in her eyes. Each one is more pretentious than the other, and they are all candidates for the Oscar for Best Actor. Many people also cast envious glances, one of whom was the eldest son of the Zhang family, who was young and rich. As beautiful as a flower, Lu Ruyan is definitely the campus belle among the freshmen of this college. What a pair of scoundrels they are! At this moment, a scream was heard. Zhang Jun, the national martial arts champion, is here. In an instant, everyone in the cafeteria followed the screams and their eyes fell on the figure entering the cafeteria. Under the afterglow of the canteen gate, Zhang Jun's figure was very long. It's damn long. Zhang Jun is much more handsome in person than on TV. He truly deserves to be my national husband. Oh my god, I suddenly lost my appetite after seeing Zhang Jun. I have a feeling that I don't want to eat meat, I want to eat him. Zhang Jun, come to my place. I've carefully prepared crab abalone for you, just for you. Junior, you're not right. A crab is a crab, and an abalone is still an abalone. Even the king of crabs can't be the king of abalone. You don't understand. King crab and king abalone are the ultimate way to eat them. You can think of it as being high, to the point of exploding. Okay, junior sister, you are right. Senior brother is giving you a warm reminder. Don't play with the explosion tank. Zhang Long looked at him with hatred. When Lu Ruyan looked at Zhang Jun, tears seemed to well up in her eyes, but this time, she really wanted to cry. Is it okay to cling to Zhang Jun now? She doesn't want to eat the frog meat. Ah. Soon, Zhang Jun also noticed Lu Ruyan's existence. After all, Lu Ruyan was a puppet designated by the system, so how could she be ugly? The next moment, Zhang Jun walked towards Zhang Long and Lu Ruyan. Hey, why is Lu Ruyan eating demon frog meat? Before, when you were with me, you always asked why we were eating demon frog meat again and whether we could have something else. I was almost vomiting from eating it. I didn't expect you still like eating demon frog meat, but you just haven't found a man who was suitable to eat demon frog meat with you. After saying that, Zhang Jun sighed and shook his head, as if he was just passing by and spitting purely maliciously, and then strode away. Damn it, don't think the national martial arts champion is so powerful. If the principal hadn't protected him, I would have beaten him up long ago. John Long said this indignantly, looking like he was going to beat Jung Jun up. But it's just talk, no one dares to do anything. I don't know whether the principal will protect Jung Jun. He probably couldn't beat Jung Jun at all. After hearing what Jung Jun said, the two of them looked at the plate of frog meat again and no longer had any appetite. Big. Oh my god, it's small again. How can it be possible to have 7 small games in a row? The difference between Dia Bei. Boss Wang, give me another 100,000 and I will definitely make my money back. Kong Haoruan seemed to be crazy and grabbed Wang Saijie's arm. Wang Saijie smiled and said, I think Sister Run also knows our rules. You should come again next time, and I will definitely lend it to you again. Pa. Who wants you to borrow it next time? The next moment, Kong Haoruan's eyes rolled. I'll call someone now to transfer the money to me. Chapter 129. Kong Haoruan borrowed money to gamble, and Jung Jun wanted to use the money to buy her body. Jung Jun packed his lunch and left directly, returning to the villa area, but he hadn't started eating yet. The phone rang. Jung Jun frowned. Could it be that Gong Shuitao wasn't fed enough last night, so he needs to eat more tonight? The next moment, Jung Jun took out his phone and saw a phone number with no remarks on it. Another harassing call? You should at least have a courier deliver the food. That's not professional at all. Having said that, Jung Jun hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Kong Haoruan was full of confidence. It is usually much easier to ask newcomers to borrow money, and this person is his own student. Logically speaking, I would never refuse. But as soon as the phone rang, the other party hung up. Kong Haoruan, Delta. You don't already know her character. That's not right. Apart from her gambling addiction, she's a pretty good person, right? Kong Haoruan just doesn't believe in evil. Dial again. Just when Jung Jun was about to try out the delicious monster meat in the Qinglong College cafeteria, the phone rang again. Seeing that it was the same number, Jung Jun hung up again. Kong Haoruan called again. Jung Jun answered the call and decided to expose the quintessence of Chinese culture. Before Jung Jun could speak, Kong Haoruan's angry roar came from the phone. The difference between Dia Bei. You didn't even answer your instructor's call. Do you really still have me as your mentor? Sorry, I thought it was a harassing call. By the way, Mr. Kong, I've packed your lunch. When will you be back to eat? Jung Jun really didn't expect that it would be Kong Haoruan who called. The situation is extremely urgent right now. I can't come back for the time being. Do you have $1 million? 500,000 is fine. I'll give you a card number and transfer it to me right away. Hearing this, Jung Jun frowned. Before he could reply, Kong Haoruan hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Kong Haoruan breathed a sigh of relief. Then, send the bank card number to Jung Jun's mobile phone. Seeing that Kong Haoruan seemed really anxious, Jung Jun transferred 1 million to the card number sent to him. The food in the Qinglong College cafeteria is really good, and you can eat monster meat at this price. Although the monster meat has no effect on Jung Jun's realm improvement, it at least strengthens his physique. When Jung Jun ate a portion of monster meat, he immediately felt the pain in his kidneys gone. Full of original power gushed out from his body. Then, Jung Jun returned to the room and lay down. I don't know how long it was before the phone rang. Jung Jun took a look and saw it was another unfamiliar call. Seeing that there was no notification about express delivery or anything like that, Jung Jun still answered the phone. Soon, Tang Ningda's voice came from the other end of the phone. Jung Jun, today is your first day at Qinglong Academy. Is there anything you find difficult to get used to? There's nothing strange about it. I think the food in the Qinglong College cafeteria is pretty good. If you like it, I'll give you more points tomorrow. You can order whatever you want. By the way, there is something I want to make clear to you. This is about Teacher Kong. Remember, if she asks you to borrow money, you must not lend it to her. Why? Because Teacher Kong has a habit of gambling, and she always loses. 9 out of 10 times, she borrowed money because she needed gambling money. Hearing this, Jung Jun was stunned. Seeing that Kong Haoruan was one of the puppets chosen by the system, he transferred 1 million to Kong Haoruan. He wouldn't really use it for gambling, right? It seems that this 1 million is probably going to be wasted. Doesn't the academy interfere in such matters? This is a matter of personal quality and a private matter. The academy shouldn't interfere. By the way, Principal Tang, where does Teacher Kong usually gamble? I want to go and try to persuade her. Jiang Jun is very angry now, not because of the 1 million. But he hates women lying to him the most. He usually hangs out in a nearby underground casino. Finally, Tang Mingda revealed the location of the casino. Now that things had come to light, Tang Mingda simply told Kong Haoruan everything about his character and what he had done. Jiang Jun didn't expect that Kong Haoruan's character was not good at all. Fortunately, it can still be saved. As long as it is made into a puppet, it can be trained slowly to correct this bad habit. After learning of Kong Haoruan's location, Jiang Jun waited for Tang Mingda to finish speaking and then found an excuse to hang up the phone. Then, he walked out of the villa and headed towards Qinglong Academy. After getting into the Audi A8, he headed towards the underground casino where Kong Haoruan was. Soon, Jiang Jun entered the underground casino and just entered the casino. He heard the sharp voice and the charming gourd figure. The difference between Dia Bei. Another 7 consecutive small games. If I bet big, it will be small, and if I bet small, it will be big. Boss Wang, I suspect there's definitely something wrong with your casino. How about this, to prove that there's nothing wrong with your casino, you give me another 100,000, or even 50,000. I'll gamble 2 more times and see if the draw will be smaller again. At this moment, Kong Haoruan simply put one leg on the chair, looking like a gangster who was trying to make a deal. Sister Run, it's not that I don't want to help you, but you also know how much money you owe our casino? Have I ever chased you to pay back your debt? No. And I just lent you another 100,000. This is already breaking the casino rules. How about this, see if there's anyone who can lend you money. I promise you, I'll open the next one when you can borrow some money. That's finally okay, right? Wang Saijie retreated to advance. It didn't matter how much money Kong Haoruan actually owed the casino because it was just a numbers game. And the money Kong Haoruan lost here is real money. Okay, wait for me. I'll ask someone to borrow some money. You absolutely cannot start the next round until I get the money. Even if I sell myself, I still want to see how many small hands you can open. After saying that, Kong Haoruan took out his phone and dialed again. The call is connected. Jiang Jun, please transfer another 500,000 to me. I really have something urgent to do. I promised you that I would pay you back as soon as you had money. Okay, look back first. Hearing this, Kong Haoruan turned around suddenly and his eyes tightened immediately. Jiang Jun actually answered the phone with one hand and walked towards her with a smile. Kong Haoruan was stunned. No need to think, it must be broken. Jiang Jun already knew that she was a gambler. However, none of this matters now. She still wants Jiang Jun to borrow money. Soon, Jiang Jun came in front of Kong Haoruan. Teacher Kong, I can lend you money, but you have to agree to one condition. Say it, as long as you're not trying to persuade me not to gamble. I can agree to any condition you ask. In order to borrow money, Kong Haoruan was willing to take any risk. Jiang Jun nodded seriously. Teacher Kong, how much do you think your body is worth? Hearing this, Kong Haoruan was stunned for a moment. She knew that she was quite pretty and had charmed many students. As soon as these students showed a little kindness, Kong Haoruan asked them to lend him money. The result is predictable. Over time, she became a celebrity in Qinglong Academy. Who doesn't know that she is a gambler? But it was the first time that someone dared to buy her body in front of her at a fixed price. This person is her student. I won't sell my body. No wonder you insisted on choosing me as your mentor today. It turns out you have some plans for me. But I tell you, I'm not that kind of person. Besides, even if I tell you, you can't give it to me. Chapter 130. Everything has a price, 1 billion divided into 378 times and then paid. Wang Saijie, who was standing by, almost wanted to give Jiang Jun a thumbs up. Even if Kong Haoruan owed his casino a lot of money, he didn't dare to make such a request to Kong Haoruan. Otherwise, this day every year will be the anniversary of his death. Jiang Jun smiled calmly. Everything has a price. Just tell me, maybe I can afford it. 1 billion. Kong Haoruan blurted out because she knew Jiang Jun could never afford it. Jiang Jun couldn't have imagined that Kong Haoruan would sell himself so cheaply. Wang Saijie on the side was also a little surprised, as if this price was a big pressure for him. He'd better just watch the show. I only need a part of your body that is 3 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters long. That's 141.3 cubic centimeters. If you calculate based on the volume of a woman, it's about 53,400 cubic centimeters. 53,400 cubic centimeters is about 378 times the volume of 141.3 cubic centimeters. In other words, if I buy 141.3 cubic centimeters, the money I need is 1 billion divided 378 times. 1,378 2,645,502.645, approximately 2.6455 million. You owe me 1 million, which means I'll pay you another 1.65 million. You can use any part of your body that is 3 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters long. I wonder if Mr. Kong thinks my calculation is correct. When Jiang Jun said these words, Wang Saijie and all the guests in the underground casino were shocked. They couldn't imagine that Jiang Jun could speak so convincingly. It turned out that some things could be bought separately. Then next time, they go to happy hour. Can they also divide the 300 into parts and calculate it this way? Then they only need to pay 0.79 yuan each time. It turns out to be a genius. Hearing Jiang Jun's sophistry, Kong Haoruan's chest heaved. Is she worthless in other places? There are mouths in other places too. No, what was she thinking? Even if there was a mouth somewhere else, she wouldn't sell it. Just because she is a gambler doesn't mean she is depraved or that she doesn't need dignity. If she made this kind of deal with her own students, would she still be herself? Kong Haoruan is struggling inside. Jiang Jun actually said this because he felt that the more he developed feelings for the predestined puppet, the more he didn't want it to die. For example, Gong Shui Peach is an example. If Gong Shu Tao becomes a puppet, then who will cook for him and who will bring him extreme enjoyment? Therefore, Jiang Jun only wanted to make a deal with Kong Haoruan. As for whether you can obtain the blood shadow clone, it depends on fate. But he must obtain the skill blood escape. This is a heaven-defying skill. Blood escape is considered the fastest of all escape techniques, allowing the user to move quickly in a short period of time. In battle, it is extremely effective whether chasing the enemy or escaping to save your life. Of course, there is a certain price to pay for using it. Blood escape requires the user to consume his own blood in essence. Essence and blood are extremely important parts of the human body, and excessive consumption can cause serious damage to the body. But for Jiang Jun, it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, he is also a man with the great Sun Thunder body. I hope you respect yourself and respect your mentor even more. I hope you won't say such things in the future. The next moment, Kong Haoruan's aura from the late stage of the Fu refining realm, coupled with the murderous aura of the blood charm body, surged out. The clothes on my body were rustling. The entire underground casino seemed to vibrate slightly. Wang Saijie was so scared that he was trembling, because when Kong Haoruan went crazy, it was no joke. Okay, I respect Mr. Kong's choice. I hope you can return the 1 million to me as soon as possible. As for borrowing money from me in the future, forget it. Jiang Jun knew the character of the gambler, so he retreated to advance. No, this is immoral. Respect is respect, but the money still needs to be borrowed. Kong Haoruan suddenly felt that what he had just said seemed a bit harsh, and quickly restrained his breath. Just when Wang Saijie thought Kong Haoruan was going to lose her temper, who knew that this young man had such a firm grip on her? Since Sister Run can't borrow money, let's continue this round. After all, everyone is waiting to place a bet. Kong Haoruan opened her mouth, but there was only a hole left. In fact, she really couldn't borrow any money. Okay, let's continue, buy it and leave it. Just when Wang Saijie was about to start the next game, Jiang Jun spoke. Wait, just because she doesn't bet doesn't mean I won't bet. Bring me 1.5 million chips. Wang Saijie laughed. He didn't expect that the master and the apprentice were the same type of people. It seemed that there would be another regular customer soon. Okay, would you like to pay by card or transfer? Transfer the money. Okay, please scan this QR code to pay, and I'll have someone deliver the chips right away. Jiang Jun completed the payment and 1.5 million chips were delivered to him. At this time, Kong Haoruan came to his senses and roared in his heart. No, these chips are all mine. By the way, Mr. Kong, please move aside. Kong Haoruan pointed at his nose. Jiang Jun nodded. Yes, be more confident, I'm talking about you. Sister Run, you should stand aside and look at your students, so that you can save some face. Wang Saijie also agreed. In his eyes, Jiang Jun was now worth 1.5 million yuan. Kang Haoruan was very angry. She had always been the protagonist in the casino, dominating everything with a wave of her hand, except that she could not win money. Now it is being ignored. Etc. Just when Kang Haoruan was about to move unwillingly, Jiang Jun stopped him. Kang Haoruan smiled. By the way, Mr. Kang, were you buying big or small just now? Jiang Jun asked seriously. When it comes to gambling, Kang Haoruan becomes in a good mood. I'm betting on big. It's been 7 rounds of small bets. You can't have an 8th round. If you bet, you must bet on big. I'm telling you, when it comes to gambling, 7 times is a sure thing. If I had money, I'd go all in. 1 round will make my money back. Otherwise, give me 100,000 chips and I'll pay you back immediately if I win. I am your mentor after all, you should give me respect. Besides, I just lent you 1 million. If I'm lucky, I can get the money back by going around in circles. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. The next moment, Kang Haoruan wanted to reach out and grab the 150 chips belonging to Jiang Jun on the gambling table. She was not greedy and only took 100,000 chips. Just when he was about to succeed, Jiang Jun suddenly made a move, pushing the chips towards the small bet. All in 1.5 million, I'm going small. Kang Haoruan's hand fell in mid-air, his eyes widened as he stared at Jiang Jun, roaring in his heart. Why don't you leave me 100,000 chips? Why not buy a big one? Do you gamble?